Chapter 1. The Fallen Pirate Crew. The somber sky loomed oppressively, resembling an ancient, colossal beast poised to swallow the few vessels beneath it at any moment. The surface of the sea roiled ominously as storms amassed the water, bombarding the three ships engaged in battle with the ferocity of cannon fire. Fire! Fire! Accompanied by hoarse shouts, the thunderous roar of cannonades echoed deafeningly. Viewed from above, two warships endeavored to encircle a black, three-masted sailing ship. Lead projectiles relentlessly ripped through the ship's deck, scattering flesh and blood, further inflaming the animosity between both sides. The pirate vessel at the center, named the Black Pearl, served as the flagship of the notorious Fallen Pirate Crew, which had recently gained infamy in the West Sea. With its remarkable speed and overwhelming firepower, the Black Pearl managed to single-handedly overpower the two fully manned warships. Faced with the relentless pursuit of the Navy, the pirates aboard exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, they appeared inexplicably exhilarated. Particularly the old pirate at the helm, who frequently laughed madly against the crashing waves. This man, appearing to be in his 50s, donned a triangular pirate hat, while his unkempt long hair and beard danced wildly upon his grotesque visage. Two gem-like blue eyes, set within sunken sockets, seemed strikingly out of place. With one hand gripping the ship's wheel, he withdrew a bottle of red wine from an indistinguishable lining, uncorking it with his yellowed teeth, and took hearty swigs, the briny sea air mingling with the wine's aroma. The crimson liquid flowed forth, spilling over his already filthy beard as he erupted into laughter. Perched upon his shoulder was a diminutive monkey, chattering in a manner that seemed to echo its master's exuberance. What a splendid world this is! These Navy fools are even more foolish than pigs that only know how to grunt. Ha ha ha! A cannonball struck the hull, shattering a section of the ship's side, yet it only incited more raucous laughter from the pirate. Ah ha ha ha! Hey, race to this damned beautiful world! The old pirate, in a drunken stupor, raised his wine bottle high, swaying as he did so, yet his other hand remained steadfastly gripping the helm like a rock. Amidst the old pirate's maniacal laughter, the deck resounded with a cacophony of wild, wolfish guffaws. The assorted pirates, brandishing their blades, were eager for a confrontation with the Navy. It seems everyone is in high spirits. However, Sweetheart says dinner is nearly ready. You wouldn't want to miss that, would you, Captain Barbossa? At that moment, a sweet voice floated down from the ship's upper deck. The raucous noise subsided as all heads turned upward, where a girl clad in tight pants sat atop the second tier's railing, swinging her long, fair legs, with twin ponytails of alternating pink and green, and a fair visage adorned with a broad smile. Harley Quinn was a vision of allure that left the weathered pirates, accustomed to the depths of the criminal underworld, utterly captivated, eliciting a chorus of swallowed breaths. Oh, Miss Quinn, the old pirate, Barbossa, consumed the remnants of fine wine from his bottle with reckless abandon, wiping his beard with his filthy sleeve before offering an unrefined yet gentlemanly bow towards Harley Quinn, who perched gracefully upon the railing of the second floor. Raising his empty bottle, he hurled it fiercely to the ground, producing a sharp crack, and bellowed, "Scoundrels, hoist the flag. Set sail." As Barbossa's command resonated, the disheveled crew sprang into action. The sails hanging from the main mast filled with wind, while a sailor seated in the crow's nest deftly descended the ropes, and a pirate flag began its ascent. This flag, a crimson canvas, bore the image of a half-skull, with a proud black raven perched above it. As the flag unfurled, a gust of sea breeze surged forth, propelling the Black Pearl to an even swifter pace. The warship that had been closely pursuing appeared to stand still, as the Black Pearl widened the distance between them. Damn it, those bastards are toying with us. A lieutenant aboard the pursuing warship pounded his fist against the railing, firing off a few symbolic cannon shots before retreating in frustration. Ignoring the vanishing warship, the upper deck of the Black Pearl opened, revealing several cooks who emerged carrying enormous wooden barrels. The enticing aroma of food drew the attention of the desperate crew, who flocked eagerly to the cook's location. Standing at the bow, Barbossa adjusted his collar and summoned an experienced sailor to take the helm, striding leisurely towards the dining area on the second floor. As the vice captain and navigator of the notorious pirate crew, he could hardly stoop to share a meal with these raucous pirates. With his head held high and hands clasped behind his back, Barbossa sauntered toward the dining room under the respectful gazes of the crew, even his monkey perched upon his shoulder, projecting an air of arrogance towards the pirates below. However, Harley Quinn, who had once graced the second-floor railing, had already vanished from sight. Inside the dining room, tantalizing scents wafted from the kitchen as Harley Quinn inhaled deeply, her face beaming with joy as she bounced toward the inner sanctum. "Dr. Hannibal, sweetie, may I inquire if dinner is ready?" she inquired, perched on one foot at the window, craning her neck towards the kitchen, unabashed by her partially revealed figure. From the gramophone, elegant melodies filled the air, while a middle-aged gentleman in a tailored navy suit, his hair impeccably styled, meticulously sliced through the leg of a.C. beast on the cutting board, his captivating eyes, tender and gentle, regarded the ingredients as if they were his beloved. Upon hearing Harley's inquiry, Hannibal did not lift his head. Instead, he continued to meticulously prepare the ingredients. After a brief while, he finally completed his task, lifting a small cup of red wine and gently pouring it out. "Char-grilled sea beast leg. I hope you find it to your liking," Hannibal remarked, delicately wiping his pristine hands with a white cloth. His voice and demeanor exuded an air of elegance, reminiscent of a nobleman. Click! Harley Quinn emitted a sound with her tongue, offering no words as she waved her hand at Hannibal and hurriedly made her way outside. Watching Harley's retreating figure, Hannibal shook his head slightly, carrying the char-grilled sea beast leg toward the dining table. After arranging the dishes, he closed his eyes to inhale the fragrance of the flowers adorning the table, then lifted a glass of red wine to gaze out at the scenic ocean view. As Harley exited the dining area, Barbossa had just strolled to the staircase leading to the second floor. He intended to greet her, but was taken aback when Harley leapt directly from the second floor, leaving Barbossa's words caught in his throat. Yet, who was Barbossa? Clearing his throat as if nothing had transpired, he continued to walk toward the dining area with his hands behind his back and head held high. Harley Quinn, having descended, ignored the pirates on the deck and opened the hidden trapdoor. Descending below, in the lower chamber of the Black Pearl, there lay a vast secret room, its scale even surpassing that of the ship itself. Yet Harley Quinn appeared entirely unfazed. The space was brightly lit, and in the center, several individuals donned in red and black hoods were seated, attentively listening to an elderly man in a wheelchair. "We are neither gods nor their representatives," the elderly man, with a head of short white hair that appeared quite refined, spoke, his pallid complexion devoid of color, his voice weak and wearied. "We are also not demons, deriving pleasure solely from torment." His voice was soft, but the disciples surrounding him listened intently, not even noticing the additional presence. "Our purpose is simply to make those who do not cherish life comprehend its significance. Only those who possess a true will to live are worthy of the right to exist." "Hello." The old man's discourse was interrupted by a bright voice, causing the disciples around him to glare in the direction of the sound. "Aha." Harley cheerfully extended a hand in greeting. "Professor, I apologize, but dinner is ready." John Kramer, also known as Jigsaw, nodded gently and replied, "Thank you, Harley, I appreciate it." Chapter 2. Journey to the Grand Line. The Black Pearl was originally renowned for its speed, and after being modified by the master of engineering and mechanics, Jigsaw, it soared to new heights, sailing upon calm seas at a pace that even seabirds could not match. On the third level of the Black Pearl, there was but one chamber, the captain's quarters, where a man was intently studying a map. Furrowing his brow, he stood by the window, the twilight of the setting sun casting a warm glow through the frosted glass onto his chiseled, resolute visage. Dressed in a black casual suit, he wore a matching black haori over it. His raven locks and obsidian eyes hinted at his divergence from this world. At a glance, one might estimate him to be in his late 20s, standing around 2 meters tall, his physique slender yet not gaunt, appearing remarkably well-proportioned compared to the towering figures in this realm, who often reached 3 to 4 meters in height. His name was McKen, the captain of the infamous fallen pirate crew, and a fortunate or perhaps unfortunate transmigrant. Mackin mused as he scrutinized the map, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The New World? Just based on those fellows? He recalled the pack of wretches, defeated and fleeing back to the West Sea mere days ago, and shook his head. Well, it's about time. As a competent citizen of the Celestial Empire, the ingrained behavior of hoarding resources before claiming power was deeply embedded in him, which accounted for Macken's years of dominance in the West Sea. Yet, an ever-expanding ambition incessantly propelled him toward grander stages, and this map might just be the pivotal opportunity. "Hey," Mackin extended a hand, fingers splayed, pressing it against the map, and perhaps due to a surge of intent, the long-dormant conqueror's hockey within him began to ripple. The latent power surged forth like a wild stallion breaking free, enveloping the entire ship, the Black Pearl, in an instant. The deck, once bustling with pirates clamoring for food, fell silent as they collapsed, unconscious, plunging the raucous atmosphere into a profound stillness. Inside the dining area, Hannibal, leaning against the window and swirling his wine glass, paused mid-action, his eyelids fluttering before he downed the entire drink in one go. Beside him, Barbossa caught the pet monkey that had slipped from his shoulder, biting into an apple with a menacing grin. Is everyone already so weary? At that moment, Harley and Saw emerged from below deck. Perhaps due to their sequestered space, they seemed unaffected by the sudden change. Unlike the carefree Harley Quinn, who appeared unperturbed, Saw, leaning on his cane, seemed to ponder something, lifting his gaze toward the captain's quarters on the third floor. "Sweetheart, dinner is served." As McKen retracted his conqueror's hockey, Harley flung open the door to the captain's quarters and called out to him. Nodding in response, McKen followed her into the dining area. "Captain." McKen. Upon his entrance, the three individuals inside acknowledged him with nods or bows, demonstrating their utmost respect for their captain. McKen surveyed the assembly, taking his seat at the head of the table, while Hannibal meticulously arranged the silverware for him. "Gentlemen," McKen addressed his officers once seated, casting a glance at Harley and adding, "Oh, and lady, I have made a decision regarding our next destination," McKen declared, placing the map on the table and gently tapping it with his gloved finger. "The Grand Line." Upon hearing the name of the Grand Line, only Barbossa's eyes glimmered with excitement. The others remained indifferent. McKen continued to lightly tap the table and inquired, "Does anyone have something to say?" "Captain, my dear captain, have you finally made up your mind?" Barbossa grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. "What about the rest of you?" "I have no objections," Hannibal softly replied as he poured a glass of fine red wine for McKen. "Wherever my sweetheart goes, I shall follow," Harley Quinn stated, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed tenderly at McKen. "Professor," McKen turned to Saw, who shook his head gently, indicating his lack of dissent. "Good." Then McKen raised his glass of wine, a smile gracing his lips. "It is time for the world to remember our existence. Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" As the sun dipped below the horizon, an island in the west sea shone brightly, bustling with activity, in stark contrast to the other islands that appeared desolate due to pirate raids. The reason for this vibrancy was the presence of the Navy's 153rd branch stationed on the island, At that moment. In one of the branch's offices, a colonel slammed his hand down on the desk in fury. "Do these damn pirates think they can look down on us?" This man was one of the colonels who had previously pursued the Black Pearl, and his aggressive demeanor was unmistakably hawkish. "Calm down, old friend." Seated on the sofa opposite him was a stout, middle-aged man of the same rank, also a colonel. With a cigar in hand, he spoke slowly. "In just a few years, their bounties have surpassed 100 million berries, and that is with only one vice-captain displaying any real power. I'm almost relieved they merely escaped today otherwise, with our strength." "Gord, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that those damned pirates showed mercy towards us? Do you uphold justice with such thoughts?" The colonel named Corey shrugged. "Kambu, justice does not equate to recklessness. Even if we are indifferent, you must consider the young recruits below. They are the future." Colonel Corey sighed and continued, "I know you are unwilling to accept this, but this is beyond what our branch can handle. In fact, I have already sent their information to headquarters. Trust me, such a group will not remain in the West Sea for long. Are we to simply watch as they swagger towards Reverse Mountain?" Colonel Kambu slammed the table again, his fury palpable. Upon hearing Kambu's skepticism, Corey smiled, exhaling a puff of cigar smoke. I have already spread the word that the fallen pirates possess a devil fruit. Not only that, they have acquired secrets regarding the great treasure of the Pirate King from the vanquished pack of wretched souls. I suspect that the marauding scavengers of the sea are already stirring restlessly." Gazing at his colleague, Kambu squinted slightly. "Do you believe those fools will take heed? Or do you think they possess the capability to halt their advance?" "Ha ha ha." Colonel Corey chuckled once more. "As you said, those pirates are nothing more than a band of simpletons. Whether they believe or not is inconsequential. It serves merely as bait. And as for whether they can be stopped, certainly not." Corey extinguished his cigar with a forceful twist and lifted his gaze to meet his companion's eyes. "In the end, it's merely a dog-eat-dog scenario. Regardless of how many perish, as long as they're not part of the Navy, I find great satisfaction." Chapter 3, Black Bay. "Barbossa, how far are we from Reverse Mountain?" 3 days hence, on a tempestuous afternoon, McKen stood upon the second deck, inquiring of the helmsman, Barbossa. Behind him, a weary-eyed Harley Quinn held aloft a black umbrella for his shelter, the dreary weather rendering her perpetually drowsy. Barbossa, wiping the rain from his face, turned and called out, "We shall soon arrive. Before the sun descends, we will reach the island nearest to the upside-down mountain." As he spoke, a colossal wave crashed against the vessel. Barbossa merely cast a glance, unperturbed, his grip steadfast upon the ship's wheel. Such colossal waves posed no threat to the modified Black Pearl, as they tore through the water like a dark bell tolling. Shaking off the seawater, Barbossa continued. Upon reaching the island, we can replenish our supplies at Black Bay, and if time permits, we might even rest for the night. So, that means we shall arrive at Mount Upside Down by tomorrow, McKen mused. Suddenly recalling something, he slightly tilted his head towards the yawning Harley and inquired, "What is today's date?" "Huh?" Harley tilted her head in confusion over McKen's question, but answered obediently, "February 14th. Is February 14th a coincidence or fate?" McKen gazed up at the inky sky, murmuring to himself, "What? Nothing. Just return to your quarters." "Oh." As McKen returned to the captain's cabin, Barbossa resumed directing the idle crew to resume their tasks. After several more hours of sailing, the sky gradually cleared, revealing the faint outline of an island. "Land ho!" The lookout atop the crow's nest let out a long whistle, invigorating the lethargic sailors below. For pirates, an island signified land, and land heralded revelry, brothels, taverns, and gambling dens. The mere thought of these delights sent the crew into a frenzy. Even Barbossa, who typically wore a stern expression, broke into a long-lost smile and produced a bottle of rum, taking a swig. "Hey, do you know what this island is called?" A pirate with a sweatband remarked to a few others nearby. "Grell, do you know?" he asked, addressing a gaunt-faced pirate who grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. His expression one of eager servility. The individual known as Greer, the bosun, was not summoned by McKen, but is a native of this world, drawn here by the sign of Barbossa. To be precise, he is a fortunate survivor from an ill-fated pirate crew that was annihilated by McKen and his associates. His title as bosun is merely a consolation bestowed upon him for having spent an extended period aboard the vessel. This island is called Sarashali, meaning gentle embrace, and its Black Bay is renowned for its vibrant prosperity. "Bosun, it seems you are quite familiar with this place." Upon hearing Greer's introduction, a few more pirates gravitated towards him. Greer retrieved a glass bottle from his pocket, took a sip of the rum within, and continued. "Familiar is perhaps too strong a word. However, I've been fortunate enough to visit a few times." As he spoke, Greer discreetly glanced towards Barbossa's position, then lowered his voice, confiding, "I know of a hidden revelry on this island, where some of the maidens are even of noble descent from a fallen kingdom." At this revelation, the pirate's eyes gleamed green with desire, especially heightened by the recent unintentional provocations from Harley Quinn. "Noble ladies, we cannot afford such luxuries," one pirate gulped. "Fear not, it is not exorbitantly priced, and I have some spare coin. Treating my brothers to a bit of merriment is certainly within reach," Greer assured, thumping his chest. "Is that true? We are immensely grateful, bosun." The pirates, invigorated by Greer's words, raised their voices, drawing the attention of Barbossa. "Get back to work, you scoundrels." His roars sent the gathered pirates scattering, each one flattering Greer in hopes of being remembered when they disembarked. Greer smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze towards the helm where Barbossa stood, his expression darkening. With a mere glance at him, he muttered under his breath, "Rest assured, I shall ensure you all enjoy yourselves thoroughly." In less than half an hour, the Black Pearl smoothly entered the harbor. Aside from a handful of unfortunate souls assigned by Barbossa to guard the ship, the remaining dozens of pirates were granted permission to disembark. "Harley, are you not coming ashore?" McKen inquired, observing Harley Quinn dozing at the table. "My darling sweetheart, I am utterly exhausted." Harley managed to lift her head slightly, but as her words dwindled, her head gradually descended back onto the table. "Very well, then, it is best you retire early." Upon uttering these words, McKen turned away from the captain's quarters, leaving Harley to weakly wave a hand. As McKen emerged onto the deck, dozens of pirates bowed in deference, then followed him down from the Black Pearl. At this moment, only Hannibal, Harley Quinn, Jigsaw, 10 disciples, and a handful of pirates remained aboard the ship. The moment they disembarked, McKen led Barbossa and several of the first recruits toward Black Bay. The others, having received McKen's assurance of freedom, eagerly dispersed to seek their own amusements, particularly around Grell. A throng of 2 to 3 dozen individuals gathered, impatient to savor the essence of the fallen noblewoman. As Grell stepped off the ship, a speckled seagull gracefully landed upon his shoulder, preening its feathers. In recent days, the seagull has constantly appeared by Greer's side, yet it has failed to attract the attention of other pirates. Their minds are predominantly occupied with thoughts of the noble lady that Greer mentioned. Black Bay, a veritable paradise for pirates, serves as both a treasury and a supply station. Nearly every island in the West Sea, with the exception of those occupied by the naval branch, harbors such establishments. The Navy has refrained from purging these virtually defenseless locations, partly because the inhabitants and merchants here are civilians, at least on the surface. Furthermore, these locales are also the domains of various noble families from different kingdoms. utilized for money laundering, contract killings, and other illicit activities. Following a recent downpour, the ground is exceedingly muddy, littered with filthy refuse, dead fish, and a considerable amount of vomit and excrement. At this moment, McKinn comprehended why Hannibal was reluctant to disembark, even though he was on the verge of succumbing to the foul air of the place. As the sun dipped below the horizon amidst the rain, the streets were not particularly crowded. However, the sudden influx of individuals from the harbor was impossible to overlook. Most, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, understood that this group was not to be trifled with, thus refraining from excessive scrutiny. Yet, there were those among them, either possessing formidable skills or simply undeterred by the specter of death, who trailed the procession, hoping to reap some benefit. McKen was certainly aware of the tales behind him, yet he paid them no heed. In this world, there were far too many seeking their own demise, and he was indifferent to escorting them on their journey. Chapter 4. Betrayal. McKen and the group, led by Barbossa, soon arrived at a tavern at their intended destination. The bar bore no name, only a weathered sign resembling a tuna creaking in the wind. As McKen pushed the door open, a nauseating amalgamation of sweat and alcohol assaulted his senses, prompting him to involuntarily wrinkle his brow. Although night had yet to fall, the establishment was already teeming with patrons. The moment McKen and his companions entered, they captured the attention of the crowd, with several individuals beginning to reach for their weapons, causing the bar to gradually descend into silence. Perhaps sensing that this group was not to be trifled with, or owing to the absence of hostility, the pirates slowly relaxed, resuming their banter and toasting one another. Nonetheless, a few pairs of malevolent eyes continued to scrutinize them. McKen paid no heed to these individuals, making his way through the chaotic aisles to take a seat at the counter. The bar's owner was a man of advanced years, hunched over like a shrimp, with only a few stubborn strands of white hair remaining atop his mottled head. He ambled over to the counter, squinting as he rubbed his hands together, inquiring what the guests might desire. Meanwhile, not far from the bar, Griel led a group of individuals to a two-story building. The atmosphere here perfectly embodies the essence of an underground revelry, understated yet undeniably opulent. At the entrance stand two brawny men adorned with thick beards, their waists sheathed with gleaming long swords. Upon encountering Grell and his entourage, they inquired curtly before swinging open the grand doors to grant passage. The eager pirates surged forward, oblivious to Grell, who remained motionless. Once the gates were closed, one of the guards nodded at Grell, stating, "Indeed, you are true to your word. The Black Octopus pirate crew shall avenge Captain Alfie." Grell responded with a dark chuckle. "They are merely expendable foot soldiers. The real challenge lies with that wretched Black Blade Barbossa. Of course, Captain McKenna, who remains elusive, is equally formidable." The guard, with a disdainful snort, remarked, "If your information holds true," Grell retorted through gritted teeth, "rest assured, I shall not deceive in this matter. The fallen pirates must perish." The guard mused. Enduring humiliation while dwelling on the enemy's ship for over a year, such tenacity is indeed intimidating, even to me. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from the shadows of the building behind Grell. Subsequently, a man, towering at least 2.5 meters tall, with a bald head and a scruffy beard, appeared, bearing 4 curved blades on his back. Upon witnessing this, the 2 previously arrogant guards immediately bowed their heads in respect, addressing him as captain. As the voice resonated, the mottled seagull perched on Grell's shoulder spread its wings and soared into the air, eventually landing on the hilt of the man's sword behind him. The seagull in question is a pet of Barfidi, serving as a tool conspired with Greer. "Captain Barfidi, you know. Greetings to you." The individual in question is none other than Captain Barfidi of the Black Octopus pirate crew, notorious for his formidable swordsmanship and a bounty of 20 million berries, a figure of fearsome reputation in the West Sea. Greer had been entirely oblivious to Barfidi's arrival. Had the latter harbored malicious intentions, he might not have survived to tell the tale. Hoo. The man known as Barfidi chuckled heartily, patting Greer on the shoulder. "Young lad, you have potential. Once the deed is done, consider joining me." Thank you," Greer stammered, bowing as if to express his gratitude, only to find Barfidi restraining his arm. "Hold your thanks for now. This decision is not solely that of my crew. I wish to inquire. Rumor has it you recently dispatched a group of pirates fleeing from the Grand Line. Is that true?" "Yes." At Barfidi's inquiry, Greer felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling the scene from that fateful morning when Barbossa single-handedly cleaved their adversaries in two. "Excellent. Did you procure any benefits from that band of pirates?" "I do not merely refer to gold and silver." Greer furrowed his brow in contemplation, finally responding, "Indeed, we did." "Oh, what did you find?" "Well, We discovered a small treasure chest in the captain's quarters, crafted from gold and adorned with several valuable gemstones. The chest alone must be worth a few million berries. Barfidi stroked his beard thoughtfully, then inquired, "What lies within the chest?" "I'm not certain." "What? You didn't open it?" "No. We hadn't the chance before Miss Harley snatched it away." "Harley? The nurse mentioned in the intelligence reports?" "Yes, Captain Barfidi." "Besides that chest, was there anything else?" I can't recall much else. There shouldn't be any significant items remaining." Upon hearing Greer's words, Barfidi pondered, stroking his beard once more. There was another item. Just as Barfidi was deep in thought, Greer suddenly exclaimed, "What item?" Barfidi turned, his gaze intense. Swallowing hard at the sight of Barfidi's rugged visage, Greer replied, "I remember that first mate Barbossa found a rather tattered leather map from the corpse of the enemy captain." "A map, you say?" Who? "A treasure chest and a map. Seems the rumors hold some truth." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Barfidi's eyes, even if the treasures were counterfeit. Anything brought back from the Grand Line would surely possess considerable value. Satisfied, Barfidi patted Greer on the shoulder, leaning in closer to whisper in his ear, "For safety's sake, I will reconfirm your information. Aside from those expendable members, the notorious fallen pirates only possess 5 key officers, correct?" "Who are they?" Upon hearing Barfidi's inquiry, Greer unhesitatingly divulged the details of the fallen pirates. Firstly, there's the first mate and navigator, Black Blade Barbossa, with a bounty of 30 million berries, a remarkably formidable swordsman. Previously, when confronted by a group of pirates reclaimed from the Grand Line, he single-handedly dispatched their entire crew. Next is Nurse Harley Quinn, who, in my observation, seems more akin to the captain's lover. Aside from her, well, how should I put it, somewhat neurotic demeanor. Her combat prowess appears rather unremarkable, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Following her is the cook, Hannibal, a non-combatant with a bounty of 1 million berries. Likely a nobleman. He possesses a rather approachable personality and, frankly, does not resemble a pirate at all. Then there's the shipwright, John Kramer, though the crew prefers to refer to him as the professor. He is arguably the most malevolent among the officers, deriving pleasure from tormenting others. I once witnessed a hapless constable cruelly murdered for his amusement, leaving me sleepless for several nights. Yet, he is merely a septuagenarian who remains hidden away in the cabin, and I suspect that even a slight tempest could claim his life. He is typically accompanied by 10 attendants, though they are rather unremarkable. If one were to discuss his bounty, it stands at 15 million berries, likely due to his penchant for inflicting brutal torment on merchant nobles. Finally, there is the captain of the fallen pirates, McKen Reef, with a bounty of 40 million berries. In the year and more that I have spent aboard, I have yet to see him engage in combat. Typically, any troublesome adversaries are dealt with by Barbossa. Nevertheless, based on the other officers' regard for him, his strength appears considerable, and I suspect he possesses some sort of special ability. Chapter 5. Preparation. Listening to Greer's intelligence. Barfidi stroked his beard and grinned. It has been quite some time since such an intriguing opponent has emerged from the West Sea. Now only a cook and old shipwright, and a woman remain aboard. How foolish. As Barfidi spoke, a cacophony of anguished cries and roars erupted from the building behind him. For a fleeting moment, Greer, who stood rooted in place, felt a pang of compassion. After all, many of those inside had shared considerable time with him, fostering bonds of camaraderie. However, recalling the tragic demise of his captain and his former companions rekindled his resolve, and he clenched his fists, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the imposing door ahead. Barfidi noticed Greer's demeanor, and a smirk crept across his face as he playfully teased a seagull with his finger. Gradually, the tumultuous sounds of battle subsided, and crimson blood began to seep through the cracks at the bottom of the door. With a resounding crash, the barricaded door was flung open from within, revealing a bloodied pirate, battered and staggering, wielding a blade. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he collapsed to one knee, too exhausted to remain upright, relying solely on his sword for support. Behind him, a cadre of fully armed members of the Black Octopus pirate crew emerged, grinning menacingly as they encircled him. "Why?" The injured pirate gasped, lifting his head, eyes ablaze with rage, and directed his furious gaze towards Greer. Barfidi, standing beside Greer, raised his chin, and the burly man at the doorway immediately understood. He unsheathed his sword and stepped forward, presenting the hilt towards Greer. With a sidelong glance, Barfidi remarked, "You know the rules, a token of allegiance." Greer closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, yet did not reach for the offered sword. Instead, he drew forth his own blade. Witnessing this defiant action, the surrounding pirates cast him incredulous glances, but with their captain remaining silent, they hesitated to act. Greer slowly approached his fallen comrade, deliberately raising his weapon high. The pirate displayed a fierce spirit, launching an attack without a moment's hesitation. Yet ultimately, due to his grievous injuries before he could fully rise, Grell severed his head with a swift stroke. Gazing at the lifeless body of his former comrade, Grell silently offered an apology in his heart. And then his murderous intent intensified. "Very well, splendid." Buffety chuckled heartily, slowly stating, "You shall take them and eliminate the remaining crew aboard the ship." With that, he turned to depart. Grell, having been given orders, inquired, "Captain, will you go alone?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Buffety drew 2 curved blades from behind him, exclaiming, "Did I not mention? I'm not the only pirate crew. Scarface Phiro and Iron-Arm Shisai. Regardless of how formidable your captain may be, he shall perish tonight." The 2 individuals Buffety referred to were notorious pirates of the West Sea, and the trifecta of their forces could easily overwhelm any single branch. Understood. With this realization, Grell promptly led Buffety's men toward the port. Returning to the tavern, McKen ordered a glass of rum and sat at the bar, his gloved hands rhythmically tapping on the tabletop. "Having accompanied me for so long, how about a drink on me?" He jested. Just as McKen finished speaking, a burst of laughter echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of 2 individuals, one tall and one short, one stout and one lean. As they stepped inside, the patrons of the tavern were immediately startled, recognizing the newcomers at first glance, Scarface and Iron-Armed. What were these notorious pirates doing here? Curse be it, I should have left earlier. A wave of whispered conversations swept through the tavern. "Those who wish to live, get out," declared the shorter, stout figure among the 2. Standing at approximately 5 feet, his rotund frame, coupled with numerous scars across his face, marked him as Scarface Phiro. Upon hearing his words, most patrons hurriedly dashed towards the entrance, causing the old wooden door to groan under the pressure and collapse to the ground. Yet, a handful of fearless souls huddled in the corners, clutching their drinks, eager to witness the unfolding drama for future tales. "Kid, you're the infamous McKen. Quite a distinctive appearance, I must say." With most patrons having fled, Scarface remarked, "Do you know who protects this Black Bay?" Although McKen's bounty surpassed his own, Scarface showed no sign of fear. His notoriety had long been established, rendering McKen, who had only recently begun to emerge, insignificant in his eyes. Additionally, the presence of his 2 temporary allies bolstered his courage. "Oh, this is my first encounter with such news. I wonder how I should respond." McKen sat in his seat, one hand propping up his head while the other absently swirled a glass of wine. Beside him, Barbossa seemed utterly unfazed, continuously pouring himself another drink, while the other members of the fallen pirates had already drawn their swords, ready for battle. "Ha ha ha, a delicate creature like you must be quite tender. How about you spend the night with me, and I'll let you go?" As soon as Scarface finished speaking, McKen remained nonchalant, while Barbossa whistled and burst into laughter. He gave McKen a hearty slap on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha! Captain, this is quite the lucrative deal. Sell your backside and save our necks. There's no better bargain in the world. Ah ha ha ha. Enough chatter. Let us get to it." Just as Barbossa jested with McKen, a voice rang out from outside the tavern. It was none other than Buffety, who had just arrived. He twisted his neck and with a swift stroke of his blade, shattered a chair before him, stating, "The sooner we finish, the sooner we can divide the spoils." Before the 3 could spring into action, an impatient member of the fallen pirates charged at him, followed closely by the others. Buffety didn't even glance at the pirate rushing him. Instead, he pointed his curved blade at the still laughing Barbossa. "Black Blade Barbossa, I've heard you're quite the swordsman. Let us have a duel between warriors." "Ah, this is intriguing," Barbossa replied, his smile fading as he regarded Buffety with keen interest. "Don't you dare underestimate me." At that moment, the first pirate surged forward, shouting fiercely as he swung his blade towards Buffety's neck. Just as the blade was about to make contact, a mechanical arm shot out from behind Buffety, grasping the pirate's head. The assailant was a tall, gaunt figure, towering at nearly 3 meters, his frame as slender as a reed, previously obscured by a tattered cloak. His true form was now revealed. One side of his face was missing, replaced by a skeletal iron structure, and his entire right arm from the elbow down was forged from steel, stained with age-old blood that could not be wiped away. With a dull thud, the pirate's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white matter splattered across Buffety and the advancing pirates. The remaining pirates were momentarily paralyzed with fear, halting their advance. In contrast, Buffety extended his tongue to lick the blood from his face, grinning at Barbossa. "What is the matter? Afraid?" Gulping down the rum in his cup, Barbossa wiped his mouth with his filthy sleeve and staggered to his feet from the chair. Then let us have some fun. Chapter 6. The action in a square not far from the dock. Grell led the members of the Black Octopus Pirates to rendezvous with the other two pirate crews. Kid, the information you provided isn't fabricated, is it? The speaker, a robust black man whose muscles seemed on the verge of bursting through his shirt, continued without waiting for Greer to respond. Is the one you mentioned, Quinn, truly as beautiful as you say? His eyes glimmered with a greenish hue. Pondering thoughts understood by all. First mate Dole, women are also considered part of the spoils of war. If you misuse them, I dare say the three captains would be quite displeased. Leaning against a column of the nearby building stood a man clad in a black mask, who interjected upon hearing the black man's words. Ha! Since when did a rat like you take it upon yourself to admonish me? As he spoke, he brandished a massive axe, exuding a menacing aura. These two pirate crews are long-standing rivals upon the vast seas. Although they are collaborating at this moment, tensions still linger. All right, esteemed first mates, we have the responsibilities of three captains to uphold. Should we falter in our duties, I dread the wrath of Lord Barfidi. At this moment, another individual stepped forward to act as a mediator. The two previously antagonistic first mates of the pirate crew could not help but recall the terrifying nature of their captain, and with a cold snort, they relented. Well, in that case, let us proceed according to my plan. Greer exhaled, his disdain for the pirates evident. Had it not been for his thirst for vengeance, he would have likely fled long ago. On board the Black Pearl, a group of unfortunate souls lingered on the deck, gambling under the flickering light of oil lamps, one of their few sources of amusement. Just as they were raising their voices and eagerly revealing their cards, a shout echoed from below the ship. Hey, lend us a hand and lower the gangway. A few pirates, drawn by the commotion, approached the edge of the ship to peer down. There stood Greer, holding a lantern, accompanied by several individuals hoisting a massive wooden barrel. Greer, the bosun? What brings you back? They exclaimed. I brought you some fine wine. You've all worked hard guarding the ship. Upon hearing Greer's words, the pirates' excitement surged, and they hurriedly lowered the ladder. Let's have a drink, lads. Tomorrow we'll reach the Grand Line, where the brothels are said to be lavish. I'll speak to the captain about going ashore together. As Greer pried open the barrel, an intoxicating aroma wafted into the air, causing the pirates to salivate. Long live Bosun Greer. Thank you. The pirates, momentarily abandoning their game, eagerly seized the exquisite wine Greer had brought and began to drink heartily. Observing the eager consumption of the wine by the depraved crew members, Greer and a few individuals carrying the barrels exchanged sinister smiles. Within mere minutes, the pirates, having drained their cups, began to feel their eyelids grow heavy, their bodies gradually succumbing to a loss of control. At that moment, a pirate stumbled unsteadily towards the wooden barrel, intending to scoop out another drink. However, feeling a tremor beneath his feet, he nearly lost his balance and fell. Greer swiftly stepped forward to steady his arm. First mate, this liquor is not even strong. Yet why do I feel so lightheaded? I sense a haze enveloping my entire being. The pirate, wearing a foolish grin, spoke. It's no wonder you're dazed. This way, your death won't be too painful. Ha! Captain, you truly have a way with words. No sooner had he finished speaking than a steel blade pierced through his chest, shattering his heart. The sudden, excruciating pain caused the pirate's eyes to widen, and he could utter not a single word before his life ebbed away. Witnessing Grell's swift action, the others behind him drew their deadly blades. As a silvery flare erupted in the sky, dozens of grappling hooks soared towards the Black Pearl. At this moment, even the most obtuse individuals sensed that something was amiss. The members of the fallen pirate crew immediately drew their blades in preparation for combat. However, due to a certain substance having been added to their drinks, each person appeared utterly weakened. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The three pirate crews dispatched all who dared to resist with scarcely a drop of bloodshed. Greer, are you betraying us? A towering pirate, nearly 3 meters tall and robustly built, roared as he advanced menacingly towards Greer. At that moment, 2 pirates had already plunged their long knives into his body. Yet this did not impede his approach in the slightest. Betrayal? No, it is vengeance, Greer replied coolly, unhesitatingly hurling a dagger that pierced the man's throat. The colossal figure fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his throat as he struggled to utter, Barbossa, the first mate will, before he could finish. Several pirates raised their long knives and, akin to butchering meat, silenced him. Barbossa? I fear he is far too preoccupied with his own survival now. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos outside, in a chamber on the second level of the ship, Hannibal reclined comfortably in a chair, perusing a book by the soft glow of light. The cacophony of battle beyond had no bearing on his refined demeanor. He occasionally sipped from his glass of red wine, nodding as if he had stumbled upon some intriguing knowledge. Bang! The door to his room was forcefully kicked open, and two bloody pirates rushed in. Uninvited gentlemen. The gold and treasure are located in the captain's quarters on the 3rd level, while the cargo is in the hold below, Hannibal remarked without lifting his gaze, continuing to leisurely flip through the pages of his book. I am merely a cook. All that lies here are utensils of no use to you. Oh, and please be so kind as to shut the door on your way out. Thank you. Hannibal's composure momentarily stunned the two pirates, before one of them snapped back to reality. What the hell? With that, he raised his knife and swung it towards Hannibal's neck. Yet Hannibal's expression remained unchanged even in the face of the descending blade. A dull thud echoed as the pirate collapsed. At that moment, a woman clad in a billowy nightgown appeared seemingly from nowhere, wielding a baseball bat adorned with various patterns, and struck him down. A series of resounding thuds followed, blood splattering onto Hannibal's face. Perhaps it was an illusion, but in the dim light, a vivid crimson flickered in his eyes. Even as the pirate's head lay shattered on the ground, resembling a crushed watermelon, the woman showed no signs of ceasing her assault. Accompanying the sounds of the bat striking and bone shattering, there was a low, suppressed laughter emanating from her. This unnerved another pirate standing nearby. Although he had witnessed murder and desecration before, the bizarre scene before him sent chills down his spine. Perhaps having vented her fury, Harley Quinn leaned forward, one hand dragging her baseball bat as she panted slowly. The already crimson nightgown, accentuated by the blood, appeared even more alluring. As she gradually turned her head, a manic grin stained with blood emerged on her face as she gazed at the pirate, saying, "Hello." Upon seeing her smile, the pirate shuddered, and reason urged him to flee. However, before he could react, the iron-wrought bat shattered his skull in an instant. After dispatching the two pirates, Harley Quinn pinched the hem of her nightgown and bowed theatrically toward Hannibal, apologizing. "Sorry, Doctor, I've sullied your room." Without waiting for a response from Hannibal, she dragged her bat and sauntered toward the door. "Do you need assistance?" Hannibal's magnetic voice resonated from behind her. "A lady should possess the fundamental quality of tidying up after herself," Harley retorted, casting a sweet smile at Hannibal before exiting and shutting the door behind her. Hannibal merely shrugged in response, continuing to peruse the book in his hands. Chapter 7. I'm actually a good person in the ship's lower hold. A multitude of pirates surged in after eliminating the resistors. Their captain had instructed them that apart from the three of them, no one else was permitted in the captain's quarters. While the three captains were confident in their men's loyalty, there was a chance that a devil fruit could indeed be present within. In the 4 seas, such items were treasures, and one could only speculate how many had been tempted. As the band of pirates entered the hold, they immediately sensed something amiss. The cargo hold was eerily vacant. There were neither people nor goods, not even the shadow of a rat. What was going on? One of them inquired of Grell, who had led them in. Grell himself appeared bewildered. He only knew that the shipwright, Saw, and his disciples resided here. I'm not sure, he stammered. "You're messing with me," a pirate snarled, seizing Grell by the collar. The speaker was the towering first mate, Dor, whose eyes glinted like copper bells, as if he were about to devour Grell whole. "Humph, idiot," remarked another masked figure, casting a disdainful glance at Dor. You filthy rat, do you truly wish to brawl?" Dor tightened his grip on his axe and strode menacingly toward the other. All right, calm down, Dor. The hold is quite spacious. Let us each take a few men and search thoroughly. After all, there are only 11 of them and an old man. Where could they possibly hide?" The one who had previously played peacemaker spoke up again. "Besides, he is a shipwright. Perhaps he has secretly crafted a hidden door for concealment. If we search meticulously, we are bound to find them." He approached, employing various persuasive tactics to finally appease the irascible Dor. After a thorough discussion, the group decided to lead their respective crews in different directions to commence the search. "Greer, Captain Buffety places his trust in you, but I remain skeptical. Should you indeed be deceitful, my 10 or so comrades behind me would not spare you." The mediator patted Greer on the shoulder. He had no doubt about the other's resolve for vengeance, as evidenced by previous actions. However, betrayal often begets further treachery. Who could say whether this individual harbored ulterior motives? "Rest assured, I guarantee that I speak nothing but the truth. Do not be anxious. We shall all be brothers in the same boat going forward, and there will be ample rewards for you once our endeavor is complete." As he spoke, the group entered a room, which contained nothing but a hammock and a flickering oil lamp hanging on the wall. After searching several rooms in succession, they found no secret doors or anything of the sort, only a few garments reeking of sweat. Bah, it seems our luck has run dry. This direction is fruitless. The mediator spat disdainfully and gestured for them to return. However, upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that the other two groups had vanished without a trace. The cabin was eerily silent, save for the faint sounds emanating from the upper deck. Those scoundrels must have discovered a hidden door and slipped in ahead of us. Damn it, we must split up and search, or they will make off with all the treasures. The mediator clapped his hands, struck by an idea, and hastily instructed the others to search. Upon receiving the command, the pirates dispersed once more in pursuit of the hidden door. With their numbers already dwindling, they entered various rooms in small clusters. Damn, nothing here. Where could those rascals be hiding? The mediator and Greer meticulously scoured a small chamber, nearly overturning the ship's planks. Yet to no avail. Frustrated, the mediator severed the nearby hammock with a blade and shouted, "Anyone found anything?" After 2 shouts, he received no reply. Damn it, are they all deaf? Speak up. He called out again, but still no one answered. Sensing something amiss, he dashed outside to investigate. He circled around several rooms, only to find them devoid of life. Damn it, where is everyone? The mediator exclaimed angrily to Greer, who had been trailing behind him. Yet upon turning around, he discovered that Greer had vanished without a trace. What the hell? Where is he? A chill ran down the mediator's spine. An involuntary shiver coursed through him as he turned and sprinted toward the deck entrance. Damn it, this is cursed. The original entrance was merely a few dozen meters away, yet he had run for what seemed like a minute, covering at least a few hundred meters, only to find the entrance vanished without a trace. Gazing at the empty ship's cabin, his face twitched involuntarily as he gripped the hilt of his dagger. Holding it upright against his chest, his eyes wide with scrutiny. At that moment, he had transformed into a startled bird of prey, and even the flickering shadows cast by the lights sent shivers down his spine. In the briefest of moments, he suddenly realized that he had been ensnared in a confined chamber. The room was dimly lit, littered with thorns and fuel, and on the table before him lay 2 flint stones and an unlit torch. The abruptness of his predicament left him bewildered, standing frozen in place, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Just then, from the corner of the room, a creaking sound echoed. A small wooden puppet, awkwardly pedaling a tricycle, appeared before him. As he discerned the puppet's features, it promptly spoke. "I wish to engage you in a game." Shifting back to the tavern, McKen sat with his eyes closed at the bar, softly tapping the surface. Within his consciousness, a luminous screen materialized, displaying an ever-increasing tally of villain points, which had surpassed 500. McKen cast a glance at the sin points and sighed inwardly. Compared to the thousands or even millions of points required to summon more formidable entities, these few hundred points seemed utterly insignificant. Observing the string of zeros next to the top of the summoning leaderboard, McKen sank into profound contemplation. He was acutely aware of how to rapidly accumulate sin points. What could be swifter than the massacre of the innocent, the elderly, and the women? However, as a conscientious citizen of the Celestial Empire, even as a pirate, he staunchly upheld the most fundamental moral principles. After much deliberation, McKen reluctantly opened his eyes and addressed the trembling bartender behind the bar, saying, "You know, I am, in fact, a good person." The old bartender glanced at the scarred man, who was pinned to the bar with a dagger through his neck, struggling in his final throes, and managed a feeble, dry chuckle. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Crimson blood rhythmically dripped from the bar, reminiscent of a prelude to a funeral dirge. Barfi and the iron-armed seas, still locked in combat with Barbossa, or rather, being toyed with by him, were now etched with astonishment and dread. From their vantage point, Scarface Faleo brandished a dagger, charging menacingly toward McKen, his expression exuding confidence as if he regarded McKen as nothing more than a swine. Yet in the next moment, McKen made no grand gesture. At most, he merely snapped his fingers. Conversely, Scarface inadvertently stepped on the spilled liquor, crashing into the bar like a runaway bulldozer, his dagger flying from his grasp. The force of inertia propelled the dagger toward the ceiling, where it struck the beam and rebounded, only for McKen to nonchalantly extend his hand and impale it into Scarface's neck. The momentary surprise in both men vanished. As seasoned pirate captains, they quickly deduced that this must be attributed to McKen, undoubtedly a wielder of a devil fruit power. With this realization, the two began contemplating their retreat. Yet the pressure exerted by Barbossa was overwhelming. Chapter 8. The rebellion. Barbossa stood with one hand clasped behind his back, arrogantly lifting his head and glaring at the duo through flared nostrils. With the other hand, he wielded his broad black blade, seemingly carelessly parrying their attacks with precision. As a swordsman, Barfi recognized that Barbossa was merely toying with them. His proud four-sword style was utterly disregarded by his opponent. Even the monkey perched on Barbossa's shoulder seemed to mock him, raising its rear as if to defecate on his face. How is it that you wretches still linger in the West Sea? Shouldn't you have long since ventured into the Grand Line? Barfi managed to deflect Barbossa's casual slashes, his face a mask of indignation. Huh. Barbossa chuckled lightly, leisurely responding, have you forgotten? We are pirates. Is it not our duty to wield our blades against the weaker? We dare not confront the monstrosities of the sea, so we must compensate for our meager and fragile pride with your pitiful screams. Hith hith. Retreat. Barfi bellowed in fury, hurling his two curved blades at Barbossa, while C's, understanding the cue, seized a table and cast it in the same manner. The two then turned and dashed out of the tavern, fleeing in opposite directions. He, are you leaving already? Allow me to see you off. Barbossa, having sliced through the obstructions before him with a wry smile, sheathed his blade after unleashing two swift strikes. He then produced a flask from within his garments and took a sip, humming an unfamiliar tune as he staggered towards McKen. The two dark slashes, akin to vengeful spirits, emitted a mournful wail as they surged towards the pair. Buffett and Jigsaw were not ordinary foes. As notorious pirates of the West Sea, they would not yield without a fight. Buffett drew his remaining two short blades, crossing them defiantly, gritting his teeth as the muscles and veins in his arms bulged. He struck fiercely at the oncoming slashes. Jigsaw, catching the urgency of the moment, inhaled sharply, his iron right arm braced at his waist. As the strikes closed in, he unleashed a powerful punch. No earth-shattering spectacle ensued. Instead, the patrons of the tavern heard only a pair of crisp sounds. When they turned their gaze once more, they beheld two bodies severed in twain, cascading blood like a fountain as they fell. The sight sent shivers down the spines of several pirates. Their eyes filled with a blend of fear and reverence directed at Barbossa. As he approached, the already hunched figure of the bartender shrank further in trepidation. At that moment, McKen drained his cup and rose, stating, I understand the rules. The heads of these three are sufficient to erect another tavern. Thus, I inquire when my supplies shall be ready. By dawn, no, by tonight, they shall be delivered to your ship, the bartender replied, bowing his head in trepidation. Very well. McKen nodded, striding towards the tavern's exit, his band of pirates promptly following suit. As they departed, the bartender collapsed into a chair, exhaling a long breath. His gaze distant as he pondered. After a considerable pause, he retrieved a din mushy from beneath the counter and began to dial. Upon exiting the tavern, a pirate immediately launched a signal flare into the sky, which erupted with a brilliant display, accompanied by the cry of birds, forming the silhouette of a soaring raven against the heavens. This is the emblem crafted by Professor Jigsaw, as McKen and his crew made their way toward the dock. Scattered pirates hastened from the depths of Black Bay. A few fortunate souls, having narrowly escaped disaster, approached the crowd and whispered inquiries. Upon learning of the events that transpired, they were filled with a sense of dread and fury, though they did not express much, mindful of McKen's presence ahead. When McKen's party returned to the Black Pearl, what had once been a throng of 50 or 60 had dwindled to a mere handful, a devastating blow for any typical pirate crew, signaling an imminent dissolution. Yet for McKen, this hardly constituted a significant loss. They were merely fodder, and the vast sea held an abundance of replacements. Even the loss of officers was inconsequential. As long as McKen remained alive, they could be summoned once more. The deck of the Black Pearl had been largely cleared, and at that moment, Harley was humming while mopping the floor. Rather than merely cleaning, her movements resembled a dance. Bathed in moonlight, Harley, stained with blood, looked as if she donned a vibrant red gown, reveling like the star of a stage as she showcased her graceful figure. Oh, darling, my apologies. I was simply too engrossed, too absorbed in my cleaning to notice you. Will you forgive me? Spotting McKen, Harley dropped her tool and playfully lifted her skirt, breaking into a wide smile. Her rambling words, coupled with an inexplicable aura, caused the pirates behind McKen to tremble, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid her gaze. McKen approached slowly, taking Hallie's hand and gently kissing the back of her fingers. I should be the one apologizing for interrupting a lady's performance. Huh, that doesn't sound like something you would say. Harley withdrew her hand and twirled, placing her hands behind her back. So, was the journey pleasant? McKen shrugged in response. It was tolerable. At least Barbossa seemed to enjoy himself. Barbossa, sipping his drink, raised an eyebrow, belching as he barked orders at several pirates to hastily clean his beloved ship, showing no sign of acknowledging McKen's jest. What is the situation aboard the ship? McKen inquired, shrugging again. Well, the good news is that we can save some provisions. Our loyal subordinates have dutifully fulfilled their responsibilities, Harley remarked, surveying the deck littered with debris and blood. The bad news is that the professor has taken a fancy to my toy that I've observed for a year. Suddenly, recalling something, she placed her hands on her hips and puffed her cheeks in indignation. Seeing Hallie's demeanor, McKen chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. Do not be upset. The sea is abundant with toys, and you can always find a better one. As the conversation unfolded, a concealed door on the deck creaked open, revealing Jigsaw, who emerged with a cane in hand, followed by 11 disciples. Among them was Grell, the instigator of this rebellion, still donned in pirate attire and lacking a hood. His countenance was ashen, one arm conspicuously absent, as he unsteadily approached McKen and bowed his head. I deeply regret my foolishness, Captain. Through the professor's guidance, I have come to comprehend the essence of life. Revenge serves no purpose. My existence should be governed by my own will. Henceforth, I shall endeavor to rescue lost souls like myself, much like the professor did. Again, I apologize, my captain. McKen glanced at Jigsaw, who nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, McKen found himself at a loss for words, his gaze toward Jigsaw tinged with a hint of peculiarity, and he merely patted Grell on the shoulder to indicate his understanding. Chapter 9. Recruitment. Excuse me, McKen Reef. Oh, yes, Captain McKen. All the supplies you requested are here. The moon rose blood-red, casting a crimson hue through the ominous clouds upon the Black Pearl. The rare blood moon, a celestial phenomenon witnessed once in decades, heralded the birth of a legend. However, the man destined to forge this tale left the innkeeper drenched in sweat, devoid of even the courage to wipe his brow. The hunched innkeeper bowed his head, awaiting the captain's response, feeling as though time had stretched into eternity. At last, the man before him ceased his gaze at the moon and glanced sideways at him. Excellent. The spirit of contract is one of the few qualities worthy of reverence in this world. However, dear innkeeper, there is one more matter upon which I wish to impose. Of course, please go ahead. The following morning, the innkeeper arrived at the dock with a contingent of dozens, while McKen and Barbossa had already been waiting aboard the ship for some time. The innkeeper courteously greeted McKen, and then several burly men behind him approached, carrying 3 chests. A sycophantic smile spread across the innkeeper's face as he rubbed his hands together, saying, "Esteemed captain, as per your instructions, I have exchanged the vessels of those despicable traders for an equivalent amount of belly, totaling." Before he could finish, McKen waved his hand to silence him. Is there more? Oh, yes. The innkeeper sheepishly touched his thinning scalp and chuckled awkwardly. These are the crew members I have selected for you. Each one is a capable hand. McKen scrutinized the individuals behind the innkeeper, noting their average age to be in their 30s or 40s, clad in a variety of garments. Apart from a few with particularly fierce expressions, the rest appeared to be mere ordinary folk. These individuals, even among the motley crew of pirates, could scarcely be considered as mere cannon fodder. Nevertheless, McKen displayed no hint of dissatisfaction. He waved his hand, and several pirates descended from the Black Pearl, accepting the boxes from the innkeeper's subordinates and proceeding towards the ship. When the last 2 men ascended with the boxes, they did not carry them into the hold, but instead placed them by the entrance of the vessel. The rest is up to you, McKen stated, patting Barbossa on the shoulder before turning toward the captain's quarters. We set sail in half an hour. Do not forget. He, of course, my captain, Barbossa replied, removing his hat and bowing to McKen, before adopting a stern expression and directing his gaze towards the crowd below. The newly recruited apprentice crew, summoned by the innkeeper, grew increasingly restless as they awaited orders, casting anxious glances at either the innkeeper or Barbossa on board. Minutes later, as the clamor of the crowd became somewhat uncontrollable, Barbossa clapped his hands sharply to capture their attention. He remained silent for a moment, then bent down to open the box before him. Upon seeing the gleaming gold coins within, he whistled and broke into a wide grin. Grasping a handful of coins, Barbossa straightened and proclaimed, "Do you know what this is?" The onlookers below fixated on Barbossa's every move, and as they beheld the glimmering coins in his hands, they instinctively swallowed hard. Noticing their expressions, Barbossa loosened his grip, allowing several coins to clatter back into the box, the sound resonating like a pin drop, striking deep within their hearts. "Listen up, you greedy wretches," Barbossa bellowed, 1 foot upon the box as he surveyed the crowd. "I have no interest in your names or your pasts. To me, you are nothing but refuse. Vermin. Moldy refuse wallowing in filth." His booming voice startled the crowd. Save for a few who displayed disdain and anger, the rest were taken aback, shrinking back in silence. I see cowardice in your pitiful gazes. I see humility. I see shame. Excellent. This is precisely what I wish to witness. You scoundrels are only worthy of licking my boots or being subjected to my wrath. I do not know what delusions lead you to believe you are fit to join the notorious pirate crew, to set foot upon the Black Pearl. However, from this day forward, you are the apprentice crew of the Black Pearl. The unexpected twist in his words left the crowd momentarily stunned. But Barbossa wasted no time in delivering a swift kick that sent the treasure chest tumbling to the ground. Our great, yet hypocritical, benevolent yet cruel captain has entrusted me with a welcoming gift. Welcome to the notorious pirate crew. He shouted, you scoundrels. Gold coins, worth at least 10 million, cascaded from the ship like rain, momentarily rendering the onlookers below in a daze. Soon, as the nearest individual grasped a coin, biting down on it with a low gasp of astonishment, the crowd surged towards the treasure. Even the spectators at the dock, initially mere bystanders, were stirred to action. Once the first person moved, the rest erupted into a frenzy, racing to join the throng in seizing the gold. The entire wharf was plunged into utter chaos, where shouts, cheers, and raucous laughter intertwined, painting a vivid tableau of human greed and desire. Observing the pandemonium, the bartender gestured discreetly to his subordinate, who nodded in acknowledgement, and together they slipped away into the alley. On board, Barbossa watched the scene unfold below, laughing heartily at the sight of the crowd scrambling like ravenous dogs. He took a hearty swig of rum, and, without hesitation, shed his trousers, unleashing a torrent upon the throng beneath him. In that moment, the crowd, their eyes bloodshot and consumed by avarice, remained indifferent to Barbossa's antics. Some, lacking a means to store their newfound riches, stuffed the muddy coins directly into their mouths to free their hands for more. In less than 2 minutes, thousands of coins were snatched away, the speed so remarkable that Barbossa had yet to pull up his trousers. As a seasoned pirate, he had long discarded any semblance of modesty. He leisurely tucked away his belongings, adjusted his trousers, and with a satisfying shiver, lifted his chin to survey the scene below. Among the throng, the individual who amassed the most coins was a towering figure, over 3 meters tall, surrounded by a few eager companions, clearly his subordinates, all casting wary glances at the others. Those who had only managed to grab a few coins, or even just one gathered together, their eyes greedily fixed upon the bulging garments of the giant. Perhaps sensing the disparity in numbers, the giant looked up at Barbossa and spoke, esteemed captain. May we board the ship? Surely you will safeguard our personal property. Chuckling at being addressed as captain, Barbossa's face broke into a satisfied, smug grin as he replied, no rush, no rush. Besides, I'm the first mate, though you may call me captain if you wish. It seems everyone has received the captain's welcoming gift, which is splendid. The captain will be pleased. Barbossa scanned the crowd once more, noting that those who had secured gold far outnumbered the intended recruits, at least 70 or 80 individuals. Nodding in satisfaction, he continued, however, before you set foot on my ship, I have a question I would like you to answer. His eyes narrowed, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What question, esteemed captain? A man who had gathered a considerable amount of gold inquired, his tone obsequious. You are all aware of the treacherous seas we are about to traverse, are you not? Barbossa raised his head and proclaimed, wealth, power, fine wine, and women, the very treasures we yearn for lie above the vast sea, awaiting our plunder. Yet, why should I trust that you wretched scum can procure what our captain desires? With a clenched fist, Barbossa struck the ship's railing with fervor. Can anyone answer this question? Under the piercing gaze of Barbossa, the burly man below instinctively averted his eyes. Not just him, but every soul who met Barbossa's gaze faltered under his intensity. Unable to respond? Barbossa chuckled softly. No matter. We have prepared a modest initiation test for you. His eyes glinted ominously as a mysterious smile graced his lips. Each and every one of you who has laid hands on gold. Remember, I mean every single one. Suddenly, Barbossa bellowed, with over 20 minutes remaining until we set sail. Now, purchase your ticket aboard the Black Pearl with your blood and lives. What are you saying? The burly man below asked, bewildered. Oh, I truly apologize for underestimating the intellect of you scoundrels. That was my oversight. Barbossa smiled while slightly bowing in mock apology. Allow me to reiterate in simpler terms. Taking a deep breath, Barbossa thundered, you greedy scum. Now, for heaven's sake, eliminate everyone in sight. The Black Pearl has only 30 spots available. In 20 minutes, I intend to ensure that this dock is left with only 30 living souls. Do you comprehend? A brief silence enveloped the dock in response to Barbossa's words, only to be shattered by a cacophony resembling a tidal wave. What is this? A madman fool. This fellow must be drunk. Let us leave and return home for a meal. Indeed, let us go back. We have matters to attend to. As the crowd chattered, they began to make their way towards the town, dismissing Barbossa's frenzied declarations as drunken ramblings. Those who initially sought to become pirates were driven by greed, and now that they had acquired their gold, who would linger for madness? Moreover, most were merely onlookers, eager to return home after their unexpected windfall. Observing the throng disperse towards the town, Barbossa made no effort to stop them. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of rum and began to drink leisurely. The burly man below cast a look of disdain at Barbossa's actions, beckoning his companions to depart. Just then, several gunshots rang out from the alley leading to the town, followed by a chorus of screams, causing the crowd to hastily return to the dock. What is happening? As the burly man was about to depart, he inquired, gazing down the alleyway, where he beheld a phalanx of guards armed with firearms, standing resolutely like a shield wall, with several lifeless bodies sprawled before them. Recognizing them as the guards of Black Bay, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to turn and glance at Barbossa, who stood aboard the ship, observing the unfolding scene with an air of amusement. Just as the crowd erupted in a cacophony of terrified screams, a contingent of guards wielding muskets and cutlasses surrounded an individual, making their way toward the dock. A man, clutching a megaphone, addressed the crowd, urging them to quiet down. Otherwise, his subordinates might inadvertently discharge their weapons in a moment of tension. This was none other than the bartender who had departed earlier, his voice tinged with a hint of weariness. Yet the entire dock fell silent at once. As the head of the underground world on this island, the true ruler of Black Bay, his words carried more weight than those of the naval officers overseeing these waters. Coughing lightly, the bartender continued, "Those who have not received gold coins may leave at their leisure. From this moment forth, we are selecting crew members for our esteemed and notorious pirate crew. It will be prudent for those not involved to take their leave." "What do you mean?" A voice emerged from the crowd, but before the speaker could finish, the bartender raised his hand and fired a shot into the air, silencing him instantly. "I do not wish to repeat myself. Furthermore, by the order of our esteemed Captain McKen, all children under the age of 14, women, and the elderly may now surrender any gold coins they possess and depart." The bartender scanned the crowd, stepping aside to reveal a clear passage. "Please proceed." As he gestured, his guards also moved aside, allowing a path to form. "Oh, and just a reminder, you may pretend to have not received any gold coins to slip away unnoticed. However, you are well aware of my methods, should I discover otherwise." At this point, the bartender narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of menace as he declared, "I assure you, I will make your existence a living hell." Though the bartender had been subservient in the presence of McKen, fully aware of the fearsome power pirates like him wielded, he now revealed the demeanor of a superior when addressing a crowd of ordinary people. His threats were indeed effective against the locals, and soon, the majority of those present had dispersed, leaving behind only around 60 individuals clutching gold coins. This group of individuals lacked the audacity to defy the tavern keeper, the local authority. However, they exhibited no corresponding awareness towards the nefarious pirate crew. Among the crowd, one individual called out to Barbossa, who was observing the scene from the ship, saying, "Hey, are you truly not jesting?" Barbossa, indifferent to his words, was met with concerned glances from the others, as it had become apparent that the situation was indeed serious. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny of the crowd, the man flushed and spoke again. "That vice captain, right? Why on earth should we heed your commands? Just because of a few coins? Indeed, why should we listen to you?" As he posed his question, the crowd stirred once more, echoing his sentiments. Before the reality of the situation or any threats materialized, people often remained innocently naive, reluctant to fully embrace the gravity of it all. Perhaps spurred by the crowd's support, he continued, "Listen, if you know what's good for you, let us leave promptly. Our numbers far exceed yours. Should you provoke us, you will face dire consequences." There was merit in his words. Our numbers surpass his, and we are armed. What have we to fear? At that moment, another voice chimed in from the crowd. "Fool," muttered a burly man, aware that these individuals were merely attempting to bolster their courage. As a member of the Black Bay community, he could not be ignorant of the events from the previous night. A pirate capable of vanquishing 3 other formidable crews was not to be trifled with. They were akin to drowning men desperately clinging to every possible lifeline. "Well," Barbossa on the ship remarked while cleaning his ears, "you make a valid point. Why not attempt to reach me alive? I might just offer you an explanation." No sooner had Barbossa's words left his lips than he swiftly drew the black blade from his waist. The crowd was oblivious to his movement, only hearing Barbossa languidly declare, "Oh, how unfortunate. You no longer have the opportunity." Before the stunned crowd could react, a sudden sound of spraying water filled the air. followed by the sensation of liquid splattering against their bodies. When they instinctively wiped their hands and glanced down, they immediately screamed. Blood! Where did this blood come from? The burly man turned sharply, only to find the earlier speaker grotesquely split in two, as if sliced like a loaf of bread, his form neatly severed at the forehead. How? How is this possible? When did it happen? The man's eyelids fluttered in disbelief as he shouted. Chapter 11. Recruiting new members with a resounding clap. Barbossa observed the shocked crowd below, prompting 5 or 6 pirates to emerge from behind him. Each of these individuals brandished a firearm, and upon receiving Barbossa's consent, they unleashed a malevolent grin as they indiscriminately opened fire upon the crowd below. These pirates have all undergone this so-called initiation ceremony. Although the forms may vary slightly, at their core, they merely reflect McKen's criteria for selecting villains. In life, they amass wickedness on his behalf, and in death, they continue to contribute to his malevolence, rendering them the quintessential tools of his design. Bang! The brawny man, still reeling from the shock of Barbossa's prowess, was jolted back to reality by the deafening sound of gunfire. Turning his head, he beheld a companion, shot, clutching his wound with an expression of disbelief. Almost immediately, under the gaze of the brawny man, the unfortunate soul was struck again. This time, the bullet found its mark in his eye socket, piercing through his skull and rendering him irretrievably lifeless. The expression on the brawny man's face twisted in horror as he raised his gaze towards the source of the gunfire. He beheld a pirate, grinning maliciously, aiming his weapon at a person crouched on the ground, screaming and clutching their head. Without a hint of hesitation or a shred of compassion, the pirate pulled the trigger. As the bullet struck its target, the pirate erupted in a triumphant cheer, as if in the throes of ecstasy, joined in laughter by those around him. The act of treating humans as mere livestock utterly shocked the brawny man, although he himself was no paragon of virtue. Being a thug for a gang with blood on his hands, he felt, in comparison to this group, almost saintly. He yearned to unleash a roar of anger, or perhaps simply to dispel his own fear. Yet, as he opened his mouth, only a slight tremor of his lips betrayed his struggle. No sound emerged. In that moment, he finally comprehended the true essence of the term pirate, a concept far beyond what could be encapsulated by a tattered flag on a ship. Pirates are, at their core, a collection of nefarious and wicked individuals, embodying every pejorative term one might find in a dictionary. Perhaps these scoundrels lacked the awareness and audacity to confront those stronger than themselves, but when it came to oppressing the common folk, they were undoubtedly professionals. As for the unconventional protagonists, in the words of Barbossa, they are the disgrace of piracy, a band of adventurers masquerading under the pirate banner, vile parasites of the seas. Noticing the gaze of the brawny man from below deck, the pirate turned his attention to him, offering a cruel smile before leveling his dark, menacing gun at the man's imposing figure. In that instant, the brawny man felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, as if the specter of death was whispering in his ear. Yet, the weight of impending doom surged his adrenaline, igniting his mind into a flurry of thoughts. Their intent was merely recruitment, or rather, a selection of crew members, not wanton slaughter. A torrent of words flashed through his mind, his eyes darting in their sockets. Then, emitting a primal roar, he swiftly drew an axe from his waist and swung it viciously at the head of a nearby adversary. After this brutal act, his eyes blazed with fury. He looked up, and as he had anticipated, the pirate smirked derisively, directing his gun towards those who had yet to engage in the fray. Taking a deep breath, the brawny man exhaled forcefully, closed his eyes to collect himself for a few seconds, and then opened them wide once more. Boys, slay them, and then survive, he bellowed as he felled another foe to the ground, rallying his underlings to attack those beside them. With the actions of the brawny man and his crew, the recruitment endeavor reached its zenith, and all present became consumed by a singular thought: to kill and then to live. What a poignant scene it is it not, Jack? Barbossa feigned tears as he spoke to the monkey perched on his shoulder. Jack. The monkey grinned widely, revealing his sharp teeth, while his front paws covered his eyes. Yet his bloodthirsty and exhilarated gaze slipped through his fingers. The other pirates ceased their firing, eagerly watching the carnage below, occasionally whistling and wagering on which unfortunate soul would meet their demise. In stark contrast to the exuberant pirates on the ship, the bartender and the guards behind him wore grave expressions, the iron scent of blood filling their nostrils, making these not-so-villainous men feel nauseated. The bartender himself, with his head lowered, bore a frighteningly dark countenance, his body trembling uncontrollably. Logically, a figure of his stature, commanding an island, should not display such a loss of composure. However, The years spent on the throne had eroded the fierce spirit he once possessed as a pirate. Perhaps he still harbored cruelty, yet compassion had crept into his heart. Or maybe he remained malicious, but had succumbed to weakness. The identity of a ruler had sullied the essence of the pirate he once was. Thus, he found himself genuinely fearful of Mackenzie and utterly shaken by the current slaughter. In the end, he was nothing more than a pitiful wretch who had washed his hands of piracy in this age of great pirates, having entirely forgotten the duty of a pirate to be born of the sea and to die by it. Returning to the skirmish at the dock, 10 minutes had elapsed, and yet fewer than 20 remained standing. Nevertheless, Barbossa, watching the spectacle from the ship, showed no intention of halting the violence. The fighters, too, had lost track of time, their primal instincts for slaughter wholly consuming their souls. The dock was strewn with corpses, the thick scent of blood attracting numerous seabirds that circled and cried out overhead. Even the waters at the shore had been stained a deep crimson, yet this group of combatants, despite being battered and exhausted, continued their relentless assault on the enemy. Never underestimate the cruelty of humanity, especially in a world where lives are as expendable as weeds. When guns ran out of bullets, they resorted to knives. When blades dulled, they used their bodies, fists, legs, even teeth and nails. The brutal clash of humans was rife with primitive violence. Barbossa had not felt such joy in a long time. He watched the unfolding chaos with a sense of deep satisfaction, akin to a pioneer observing the endeavors of successors. Finally, he drew a revolver from his coat and fired several shots into the sky, emptying the chamber. "Enough, you scum," he bellowed, as the gunfire startled the seabirds into flight, and the combatants below numbly ceased their actions. "Ha ha ha, your brutality truly opens my eyes," Barbossa laughed, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "If I were a naval officer, I would see to it that each of you scoundrels was hanged from the gallows. Bah, you heartless bastards." However, Barbossa waved his hand, and the pirates who had been waiting patiently by his side immediately jumped off the ship, armed with bandages, herbs, and other rescue tools to tend to the wounds of the survivors. "As pirates, you have proven yourselves worthy," Barbossa declared, extending his arms. "Welcome to the crew of the fallen pirates, scoundrels. Now all who can still move, get your arses up here. We are setting sail." Chapter 12. Departure the Upside-Down Mountain. The blood-stained earth contrasted vividly with the increasingly azure sky as a burly man lay on the ground, staring blankly at the heavens. Being the most formidable presence among the group, he had received special attention. His body bore over a dozen knife wounds, with one cut nearly severing his trachea. He had survived. Just one thought lingered in his mind. As the adrenaline faded, he lay there, unwilling to move even a finger, allowing the pirates to bandage his wounds. At Barbossa's urging to board the ship, the burly man slowly rose, shrugging off the assistance of a subordinate who sought to help him, and limped toward the gangway. His subordinate, feeling foolish, gathered the scattered gold coins from the ground before following in his leader's footsteps. Looking up from the deck, the burly man saw Barbossa's figure towering over him, casting a shadow that felt imposing. Instinctively, he wished to avert his gaze, yet he steeled himself to meet the unsettling stare. Slowly climbing aboard the vessel, the Black Pearl, for which they had traded their lives and blood for passage. Upon his arrival on the ship, the positions were reversed. He now looked down upon Barbossa, who, at just over 6 feet tall, appeared almost childlike in comparison. "Perhaps it is time I address you as captain," he rasped, glaring at Barbossa with simmering anger. "Oh, first mate, allow me to remind you, it is first mate," Barbossa replied cheerfully. "Of course, if you insist on calling me captain, I shall not object. I like your spirit. This is the demeanor befitting a pirate," Barbossa remarked, patting the burly man's arm, the highest he could reach. Suddenly, his tone shifted to a somber note. "But if you continue to look at me with such eyes, I shall gouge them out and stuff them into your posterior." Intimidation is not determined by stature. The burly man opened his mouth several times, struggling to articulate a response, but ultimately fell silent, exhaling a resigned sigh as he knelt before Barbossa in submission. He then turned and walked toward the deck, pausing after 2 steps to quietly announce, "I am Larry, first mate." Barbossa did not acknowledge Larry's words, continuing to drink his rum. Whether Larry or refuse was of no consequence to him. As the identities of this group had been predetermined from the outset, they were merely cannon fodder. Set sail. Departure. Destination, the Upside-Down Mountain. Once everyone had boarded, Barbossa stood at the bow, firmly grasping the helm, and bellowed loudly. The sailors, who had been waiting patiently, skillfully unfurled the sails and raised the anchor, as the Black Pearl glided gracefully with the wind, setting sail towards the vast ocean. On the dock, the bartender and his companions watched as the Black Pearl vanished beyond the horizon, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The tides of this sea were about to change. With an expressionless gaze fixed on the water, the bartender eventually sighed deeply and closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The ocean, ever capricious, could stir up any tumult. It bore no consequence for him, a retired pirate. Realizing this, he waved his hand, signaling his crew to begin tidying up the aftermath. Life must go on. After all, 21, 22, 23 individuals. How splendid. We have gained 23 new companions. A melodious sound, akin to wind chimes, wafted from the Black Pearl as it sailed across the sea. Miss Harley Quinn leaned forward from the second-level terrace, cupping her hands to her eyes in a gesture of peering into the distance, her face alight with joy as she addressed McKen beside her. McKen gently tapped her arm, urging her to adopt a more serious demeanor. It was time for his captain to speak. Understanding his intent, Miss Quinn immediately straightened her posture, adopting a grave expression. Yet, her radiant beauty rendered her solemnity somewhat futile. Perhaps this was a divine punishment bestowed upon her. Who could say? All the apprentice crew members aboard the Black Pearl were summoned to the deck, informed that their esteemed captain wished to address them. Aside from the aspiring pirates, only McKen, Quinn, Barbossa, and Dr. Hannibal were present, the latter preparing lunch. As the final meal of their journey through the West Sea, Hannibal placed great importance on the occasion, having begun preparations in the kitchen that very morning. Meanwhile, Professor Saw, a reclusive elder rarely seen by others, remained in the cabin expounding upon what he deemed the truth to his disciples, believing this pursuit far more noble than listening to McKen's torrent of idle chatter. Ahem, ahem. McKen clenched his fist and cleared his throat twice, redirecting the attention of the inexperienced apprentice pirates away from Miss Quinn. Welcome, once again, to the warm, harmonious, and loving family of the fallen, he proclaimed, satisfied as he observed the gazes directed towards him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am McKen, your captain. I am a pragmatic individual, so I shall dispense with pleasantries. As your captain, I assure you that aboard this vessel, you shall receive treatment commensurate with your contributions. Wealth, status, power, women, I shall generously bestow upon you. However, this is contingent upon your ability to survive the countless battles that lie ahead. McKen surveyed the crowd below, noting the elite of the naval headquarters, the 3 admirals, as well as our peers, the 7 warlords, and the 4 emperors. Each one far more formidable than any adversaries you have previously encountered. I candidly reveal to you the adversaries we shall confront in the future, and the expectations I hold for you in the face of these foes. Survive. Strive with every fiber of your being to endure until I can recall your names. Until the day I shall reign over the vast sea. At that moment, all that you desire will come to fruition. McKen, gripping the railing with both hands, peered down at the crew, yearning to discern a flicker of acknowledgement upon their faces. Yet, in response to McKen's words, these inexperienced pirates, who had just narrowly escaped death, exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Their narrow-mindedness barred them from contemplating anything beyond their immediate concerns. Clearly, they were more preoccupied with what they would have for lunch than with McKenna's promises. Suddenly, amidst the eerie silence, a round of applause erupted. McKen lifted his gaze, discovering Barbossa laughing heartily as he clapped his hands. Your words have moved me to tears, Captain. Were I a woman, I would wish to take you to bed at this very moment to express my utmost reverence for you. But alas, I am but a decrepit old man. Barbossa feigned wiping away tears, while even the monkey Jack, perched upon his shoulder, grinned at McKen with an ingratiating smile, as though McKen's words had imparted profound wisdom to it. With Barbossa's applause igniting a delayed reaction, the novice pirates began to clap in half-hearted unison. And amidst the scattered clapping, McKen concluded yet another unsuccessful speech. However, he was accustomed to such outcomes and shrugged off any embarrassment. Barbossa, how long until we reach the upside-down mountain? Ha ha ha. If we proceed at full speed, we shall arrive by noon, my nefarious captain. Oh, is that so? Then, my first mate, my esteemed navigator, what are you waiting for? Ha ha ha. Barbossa burst into laughter, then turned to the pirates on deck, roaring with a fierce countenance. Get moving, you scoundrels. Did you not hear the captain's orders? Full speed ahead. As Barbossa's roar echoed, the pirates aboard the ship scattered and began their respective tasks. On the 15th day of the 2nd month in the year 1522 of the sea-round calendar, on a bright and pleasant noon, a black 3-masted sailing ship arrived at the breathtaking site known as Leviathan Mountain, officially taking its first step into legend. Chapter 13. The Twin Straits if given a choice. I would never choose to become a pirate. Leviathan Mountain, also known as the Upside-Down Mountain, owes its name to the peculiar and almost magical influence of tides that render the surrounding seas perpetually tempestuous aside from the great maritime routes. McKen, languidly leaning against the window, murmured these words as he gazed at the tumultuous waves below. If that were the case, I would never have encountered you, my sweet. Harley Quinn responded, reclining on the bed, propping her face with both hands, her eyes sparkling with adoration as she watched McKen. Her slender, porcelain legs swayed playfully, mirroring her elation. Perhaps this is the most significant reason I chose the life of a pirate, McKen mused, momentarily setting aside his demeanor as a humble citizen. He turned to gaze at the mischievous Harley Quinn, who was teasingly sticking out her tongue. He picked up 2 glasses of red wine from the table and sauntered over to her. Raising the glasses, he gently clinked them together and handed one to Miss Quinn. Perhaps we could engage in something meaningful during this time. Upon hearing McKen's words, Harley promptly downed her glass of wine, licking her sensuous lips with her tongue. She then gazed at him with a sultry look, parting her lips to reveal her adorable little fangs, playfully exclaiming, "I truly wish to swallow you whole, my dear. Believe me, should you attempt that, the only one who would be heartbroken would be you," McKen replied, crouching down to tenderly grasp Harley's chin. "But you might want to try swallowing something else." With a playful wink, Harley inquired, "Like what?" "You shall see shortly," McKen replied, just as a tremendous roar echoed throughout the captain's quarters. Raising an eyebrow, Harley looked at McKen with a playful smile. "It seems I won't be seeing it after all." Boom! McKen, straining to keep his composure while kneeling, felt the pulsing veins on his forehead betray his inner turmoil. He crushed the wine glass in his hand, standing up to gently pat Miss Quinn on the head. "As you said, my lady, I sincerely apologize. However, I assure you that I shall compensate you adequately this evening." With that, McKen turned to stride towards the door of the captain's quarters. As he reached the entrance, he took a deep breath, forcefully flinging the door open. His voice laced with murderous intent and fury as he bellowed, "Barbossa, explain yourself at once." At that moment, Barbossa, one hand gripping the ship's wheel while the other was hastily pouring wine down his throat amidst the storm, was laughing maniacally. Upon hearing McKen's furious voice, he turned to face him, humbly bowing before responding, "Ah, Captain, my wicked captain, your timing is impeccable. Ha 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 ha." As Barbossa's words echoed, the entire Black Pearl shook violently. Without a moment's thought for McKen, he instinctively reached out and seized the helm, striving to steady the ship. The tumultuous rocking rendered McKen somewhat unsteady on his feet, forcing him to grasp the railing to maintain his balance. In stark contrast, the fledglings, having never encountered the fury of the ocean, clutched onto anything within reach, desperate to avoid being swept into the abyss. The fierce storm rendered them incapable of vocalizing their fear, resulting in mere helpless whimpers. What on earth is happening? McKen furrowed his brow as he observed several cannons, still emitting wisps of smoke beneath their rain covers. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, an inexplicable aura emanating from him, enveloping a vast expanse of the sea. "Bah, merely a trifling matter, my captain, just a trifling matter." Barbossa, having steadied the Black Pearl, spat disdainfully, dismissing the creatures as mere mindless sea kings. Upon hearing Barbossa's words, McKen appropriately retracted his observation hockey. Indeed, he sensed 2 beings beneath the surface, radiating a potent vitality, circling the Black Pearl. Were it not for Professor Saw's modifications, a single strike from such oceanic titans could easily pierce the Black Pearl's hull. Perhaps this accursed tempest had disturbed the slumber of these delightful creatures, rendering their tempers quite irritable. Ha ha ha. Barbossa continued to laugh heartily, seemingly unfazed, proclaiming his long-standing desire to possess a kraken of his own. This might prove to be an opportune moment. "Captain, that is the ruler of the deep, a notorious emblem of piracy. Leave it to me, and within half an hour, I shall tame them." Barbossa gazed at McKen with fervor, oblivious to the darkening hue of his companion's face. He chuckled, "Ah, the kraken, yes, the kraken. Who wouldn't desire such a creature?" McKen, gripping the railing, lowered his head and murmured somberly, "Indeed, Captain, soon we shall have our own North Sea behemoth. Ha ha ha." Barbossa spread his arms wide, as though the 2 sea kings were already within his grasp. "Barbossa, yes, my nefarious captain." McKen lifted his head, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Noticing McKen's unwelcoming expression, Barbossa squinted, somewhat perplexed. McKen slowly raised his right hand, gripping the railing, and with a snap of his fingers, the once violently swaying Black Pearl came to an abrupt halt. Not only the ship, but the surrounding space within a radius of several miles centered around the Black Pearl also froze, as if it had detached itself from the fabric of reality. The pirates aboard, astonished, released their grips on ropes and various objects, staring blankly at their surroundings. Some curious souls reached out to touch the raindrops suspended in midair. Subsequently, McKen made a motion with his right hand, and the still sea shattered like broken glass, accompanied by the sound of cracking and splintering. In an instant, the Black Pearl regained its momentum. The previously tranquil waters surged once more, but this time, the pungent stench of blood and flesh rose to the surface, rendering the already eerie sea even more terrifying. The sudden restoration of motion caught the unprepared pirates off guard, causing them to stumble and fall. A few unfortunate souls were even thrown overboard, plunging into the now bloodied waters. Captain Barbossa was about to inquire when he caught a glimpse of Miss Quinn, lazily leaning against the doorframe of the captain's quarters, sending him a mocking kiss. Even the dullest of individuals would grasp the reason behind McKen's ire. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Barbossa rubbed his nose and cleared his throat, saying, "I apologize. What I meant was, my sincerest apologies, Captain." McKen exhaled gently, letting out a cold snort before turning and stepping into the captain's quarters, slamming the door behind him. Barbossa grimaced, swatting at the monkey perched on his shoulder, which was chuckling mischievously, and returned to his work. Without the interference of sea creatures, the Black Pearl swiftly navigated the waves. Within an hour, the boundless expanse of the red Earth continent and a towering crimson mountain nearly 1,000 meters high appeared before Barbossa's eyes. Gazing at the majestic peak and the wondrous currents, Barbossa felt invigorated once more, excitedly shouting commands to the pirates to steer the ship into the watery gateway. Chapter 14. The pirate, King Luffy the Black Pearl rode the unique currents of the upside-down mountain, hurtling towards its summit at a speed that could rattle Newton's coffin. The astonishing phenomenon of trampling classic mechanics while simultaneously spitting upon it left all, including McKen, in awe. Particularly, the freshly embarked novice crew members aboard the ship, who momentarily forgot their previous miseries faced amidst the tempest, appeared no different from ordinary travelers, save for a solitary camera. Ah, is this the fabled upside-down mountain? A rare spectacle indeed. At this moment, Dr. Hannibal, clad in the attire of a servant, stood with one hand clasped behind his back, while the other extended a meticulously prepared cocktail to Quinn, who was basking in the sun on the upper deck. It is indeed remarkable. Merely a second prior, a torrential downpour raged, yet upon stepping through the water gate, the sky transformed into an unparalleled clarity, reminiscent of the serene eye of a tornado. By the way, was that sound we just heard the call of that whale? Miss Quinn, adorned with sunglasses, inquired as she sipped her cocktail through a straw. As entities summoned by McKen, the officers possessed some inkling of the tales within the OP world and had begun to speculate about the unfolding events in the Grand Line. Without awaiting a response, she murmured softly, "No wonder Sweetheart spoke of destiny. It truly is a revolting notion." Miss Quinn slightly rose, adjusting her sunglasses to peer at McKen, who stood at the ship's bow alongside Barbossa, his countenance grave as he gazed intently at the rising currents, lost in thought. This left Barbossa momentarily at a loss for words, prompting him to lean against the railing, indulging in his drink. In no more than 10 minutes, the Black Pearl, defying the currents, reached the confluence of 4 currents, or canals, and subsequently plunged towards the sole entrance leading into the Grand Line. At this moment, McKen also stirred, slowly making his way to the bow of the ship, where he planted one foot firmly upon the figurehead, gazing intently at the distant sea, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Are you ready, my navigator?" "Indeed, in truth, I can hardly contain my excitement." "Splendid. Then let us breathe life into this desolate ocean." "Aye, as you command, my wicked captain." The Gemini Strait, the first stop for countless pirates harboring dreams or ambitions, is where the protagonist of the OP world bids farewell to a newly made friend. Just as they were about to board the vessel and set sail, a chorus of cheers captured their attention. Following the sound, a sleek, black 3-masted ship raced towards the sea, cutting through the air at an astonishing speed under the radiant sunlight. The design of the Black Pearl possesses a unique beauty, further enhanced by Professor Zoro's years of modifications, elevating her above most ships of today. In comparison to Monkey D. Luffy's vessel, the Mary, the Black Pearl resembled a mysterious and noble princess clad in a black gown, juxtaposed against a village girl in patched attire. Wow, how magnificent! At this moment, the destined protagonist, Luffy, gazed with starry-eyed excitement at the approaching Black Pearl. "Hey, Luffy, the Mary will be jealous, you fool." Usopp, standing behind him, delivered a swift chop to Luffy's head, curbing his captain's admiration. Even he had to concede that the Black Pearl held a peculiar allure for men of the sea. Yet to Usopp, no ship could rival the Mary, not even a single deck. In contrast to the unreliable captain and sniper, the Straw Hat Crew's 2 mainstays, Zoro and Sanji, exhibited a greater sense of reliability. They had already noticed the vibrant red pirate flag flying from the approaching vessel. The numerous pirates aboard raised their alertness significantly. Although they often seemed at odds with one another, a shared understanding passed between them at that moment. Sanji discreetly stepped back to shield Nami, while Zoro's hand rested on the hilt of his sword. "Hey, Zoro, that ship looks incredible. They must be pirates too. I can't believe we've encountered fellow seafarers so soon upon entering the Grand Line," Luffy exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Zoro's shoulder, laughter bubbling forth, devoid of any apprehension. His eyes brimming with curiosity as he watched the ship draw nearer. "Be cautious, Luffy. They may very well be foes," Zoro replied, his tone serious, not indulging Luffy's antics. "Huh? Enemies? Don't worry. I'll handle any adversaries. I'll send them flying," Luffy declared, rolling up his short sleeves to showcase the muscles on his arms. "Ah, très dépendable," came the reply. Zoro fixed his gaze upon the Black Pearl and spoke with a hint of indifference. Meanwhile, as the protagonists engaged in conversation, the Black Pearl successfully reached the shore, and several pirates swiftly approached the vessel to lower the gangway. Leading the group was McKen, who, along with several officers, descended from the Black Pearl, his eyes scrutinizing the protagonist before him. With a mere glance, McKen recognized the straw-hatted individual radiating a certain foolishness as Monkey D. Luffy, the destined child of fate in the OP world. Even McKen felt a sense of surrealism as he stood silently, gazing at this individual who was destined to become a legend. Conversely, Luffy observed McKen with an earnest expression, and the two pirate crews remained still, influenced by the presence of their respective captains. The atmosphere became infused with an uncanny tension. At that moment, one of the captains took the initiative to approach the other. Luffy, noticing this, called out softly to Zoro, but Luffy seemed oblivious to his words, advancing step by step. Sighing inwardly, Zoro resigned himself to following Luffy's lead. "How intriguing," McKen mused, a playful smile spreading across his face as he watched Luffy approach. Yet he remained motionless, silently observing the unfolding encounter. "Hey, you there?" Luffy halted within 2 meters of McKen, tilting his head slightly to inquire. McKen raised an eyebrow at Luffy, realizing that despite being a traveler from another world, he could not anticipate this protagonist's unconventional mannerisms and thus stood by, awaiting further developments. "Are you an enemy?" Luffy asked earnestly. "Huh, this idiot," Zoro muttered under his breath, his eye twitching slightly at Luffy's question. "Rather than being enemies, it would be more accurate to describe us as allies," McKen responded, unfazed by Luffy's direct inquiry, fully aware of the latter's eccentricity. "Oh, so you're not an enemy?" Luffy exclaimed, his previous seriousness evaporating as he picked his nose and turned to Zoro. Chapter 15. So-called allies. Upon hearing McKen's words, Zoro did not lower his guard in the slightest. The aura emanating from the group before him unsettled him deeply. A seasoned pirate hunter. In particular, the elderly man standing behind the opposing captain appeared to be casually sipping his drink. Yet he radiated a menacing presence akin to an unsheathed blade, causing Zoro's skin to prickle with unease. Leaning slightly forward in preparation for any imminent danger, he disregarded his unreliable captain. McKen, observing Luffy's antics, let out a light chuckle that gradually intensified into a hearty laugh, echoing through the air. Luffy tilted his head, a myriad of question marks swirling in his mind, bewildered by the sudden joy radiating from the figure before him, suspecting a lapse in sanity. The proclamation that love and adventure forged the deepest bonds among humanity seemed nothing more than the ramblings of a fool, a product of the intersection of bloodlines and fate that made him feel nauseous. McKen, with a hand pressed against his forehead, suppressed his laughter and spoke in a low, restrained tone. "Hey Zoro, what is this guy talking about?" Luffy's confusion deepened as he turned to Zoro, seeking clarity. Zoro, however, ignored Luffy, instinctively sensing that events were veering towards an ominous conclusion. He lowered his body and gripped the hilt of his sword. Yet, McKen appeared oblivious to Zoro's posture, fixing his gaze on Luffy's eyes. "Straw Hat Kid, would you be interested in serving on my ship?" "No." Despite not fully comprehending McKen's erratic dialogue, Luffy instinctively declined the invitation. Although he anticipated this outcome, a reminder still slipped from his lips. "If you're not a companion, then you're an enemy." "Huh, I knew you were indeed an enemy," Luffy shouted, Goma Goma no pistol, in a display of unexpected decisiveness that contrasted starkly with his usual carefree demeanor. Luffy sprang into action, perhaps spurred on by the primal instincts of his opponent. McKen, taken aback by Luffy's sudden onslaught, regarded it as inconsequential. To him, Luffy's strength was hardly formidable. With a deft sidestep, McKen easily evaded Luffy's preemptive strike, and before Luffy could retract his elongated arm, McKen seized it with a firm grip. Whoa! Luffy found himself yanked towards McKen by an overwhelming force. However, after a moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure and tilted his head back, preparing to deliver a headbutt to McKen. Yet, McKen was far too swift to allow such an opportunity. His left hand shot out, fingers curled to form a blade, striking Luffy squarely in the neck. This sudden blow not only interrupted Luffy's intention to unleash his headbutt, but also caused him to momentarily lose consciousness, spitting out saliva. Immediately thereafter, McKen delivered a powerful kick that struck Luffy squarely in the abdomen. This forceful strike propelled Luffy through the air like a missile, crashing violently against the rocky wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even Zoro taken aback, let alone the Straw Hat crew, who were further away. Luffy, 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 Luffy. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Luffy deeply embedded in the rock wall, his eyes glazed over, seemingly devoid of consciousness. The Straw Hat crew, caught off guard, was struck with shock, particularly Nami, who covered her mouth with her hands in disbelief at the scene before her. In contrast to Nami's panic, Zoro, aware of Luffy's resilience and the power of his devil fruit, was concerned yet composed. He launched an attack almost instantly after Luffy was sent flying. Two-sword style, bull needle. With astonishing speed, Zoro drew Wado, Ikemanji, and Shusui, forcefully shattering the ground beneath him as he charged toward McKen like a frenzied bull. McKen, seemingly oblivious, slowly retracted his leg that he had kicked out. I've got him, Zoro thought to himself, calculating that given the distance and his explosive speed, it seemed that in the next moment, his blades would pierce McKen's body. Clang! What? Expecting a direct hit, Zoro's eyes narrowed, and he quickly retreated, focusing intently. To his astonishment, the old pirate who had previously unsettled him had somehow appeared in front of McKen, raising a flask to his lips with his right hand while his left hand subtly lifted the hilt of his sword. The scabbard bore several marks from Zoro's earlier strikes, and the dark blade revealed beneath emitted an ominous, chilling aura, causing Zoro to grip the hilt with renewed determination. Lad, this is merely a friendly spar between captains. If you wish to fight, this old bone is more than willing to entertain you. Barbossa tossed aside the empty flask and grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. But the malice hidden beneath that smile sent an involuntary shiver down Zoro's spine, one accustomed to bloodshed. Sanji. Zoro felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet his expression grew increasingly solemn as he tied his green bandana around his head and called out to Sanji, who was not far away. Get Luffy and the others out of here, quickly. Huh, green algae head, are you suggesting I become a coward? Sanji shouted, extending a hand to shield Nami. Idiot, I have no time for games right now. This is not an opponent we can easily handle. You must flee, trust me. I will hold them off. As he spoke, he clenched the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu, ready for battle. And what about you? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sanji urgently inquired. Don't worry, I'm not going to die yet. Free sword style, demon slash. Zoro bellowed as he launched his assault on Barbossa. But this decisive strike was effortlessly parried by Barbossa, who didn't even draw his blade, merely using the damaged scabbard to effortlessly block Zoro's attack. This scene compelled him to confront once more the man with the eagle-like gaze, as he bellowed in frustration. What nonsense is this? I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro summoned all his strength for a powerful slash, finally forcing Barbossa to retreat. Yet, the exertion appeared to drain him entirely, leaving him gasping for breath. The world's greatest swordsman, indeed. Barbossa mused with a faint smile as he inspected the now-shattered sheath. With a flick of his wrist, he casually discarded the ruined sheath onto the soft sands, then raised his sword, leisurely directing it at Zoro while saying, Do not perish so easily, future swordsman. Chapter 16. The battle. As Zoro charged at Barbossa, Sanji swiftly moved to Luffy's side, delivering a flurry of kicks that shattered the rocky wall, liberating Luffy from his confinement. Without hesitation, he followed up with several sharp slaps to Luffy's face. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. Amidst a series of whimpers, Luffy gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Upon seeing Luffy awake, Sanji released a sigh of relief, only to be startled by Nami's anguished cry from behind. He whirled around to find that Vivi and Mr. Nine had vanished, leaving Usopp nowhere in sight. The only ones remaining were the frowning Kurokas and two women, Nami and Miss Quinn. Quinn, with her pink and green twin ponytails, gleefully licked her lips while brandishing a baseball bat, while Nami knelt on the ground, clutching her abdomen in pain. Quinn first crouched down, offering a sweet smile to the suffering Nami, then stood up and delivered a kick that sent her sprawling to the ground. Just as Nami attempted to rise, she felt a light weight pressing down on her back. The instigator was none other than Quinn, who plopped down lazily on Nami's back, stretching her limbs. Sensing Nami's impending resistance, a resounding thud echoed as the steel baseball bat crashed onto the ground in front of her. This sudden turn of events elicited an exclamation from Nami, who dared not act recklessly. Then, the sound of Quinn's laughter reached her ears. Orange-flavored cream candy. If you wish to avoid having your beautiful face burst like a watermelon, I advise you to remain still. Nami struggled to turn her head towards him. Even she had to concede to his striking beauty. However, at that moment, she had no inclination to admire it. Instead, she closed her eyes to recuperate her strength and silently pondered her strategy. Observing this, Quinn merely smiled and settled himself atop Nami, crossing his legs and beginning to hum a tune. Damn it, Sanji cursed under his breath. He glanced at the battered Zoro, gritted his teeth, and disregarding the now conscious Luffy, swiftly darted towards Nami. Yet, just a few meters into his run, he was suddenly enveloped by an ominous aura, halting his advance. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Stop! Sanji halted, pivoting sharply to unleash a rapid kick, but as anticipated, it bore no fruit. The man behind him merely extended an arm, effortlessly blocking the attack. Dr. Hannibal remained the picture of composure, unfazed by the chaos around him. His eyes closed as he subtly flared his nostrils, savoring the scents of sea salt, wild currents, candy, and fish sauce. Ah, it appears you are quite the chef as well, he remarked. Sanji gritted his teeth in silence, feeling the weight of pressure emanating from this gentlemanly figure. As a man who adhered to the chivalry code, he sensed the malicious intent that lay hidden beneath Hannibal's polished exterior. He could even hear the subtle sound of the man swallowing, particularly as Hannibal opened his eyes, revealing a hunter's gaze glimmering in his azure irises, appraising its prey. Sanji's gaze shifted. Nami seemed to be in no immediate danger. The beautiful woman merely sat atop her, extending her hand as if admiring her manicure. However, Zoro's situation was far more dire. After just a few exchanges with Barbossa, he had already lost the will to defend himself. Covered in blood, he clung to consciousness solely through an extraordinary tenacity. Meanwhile, Luffy lay on the ground in a dazed state, yet to fully awaken. Seeing his companions in such peril, Sanji's heart raced with urgency. He clenched his fists, ready to strike. Noticing Sanji's intent, Dr. Hannibal spoke slowly. I personally do not advocate violence, so if possible, I would appreciate it if you could remain still. Sanji glared fiercely at Hannibal. Though his tone was calm, Sanji was certain that any movement on his part would provoke the wrath of this formidable beast. Luffy, this is not the time to be sleeping. Get up now. Huh, Sanji? Is it time to eat? In a state of confusion, Luffy heard Sanji's voice and instinctively sprang to his feet, a glistening droplet of saliva escaping from the corner of his mouth. Meat? I crave meat. Huh, you finally woke up, Sanji remarked, seeing Luffy fully alert. He extinguished his cigarette and retrieved another from his pocket, lighting it with a practiced ease. At this moment, all he could do was trust his captain. Care for smoke? Sanji asked, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. If Luffy was unable to conjure a miracle, he would have to gamble everything, even if it meant sacrificing himself to save just one person. Cigarettes impair your sense of smell and taste. As a chef, I advise you to quit, Hannibal interjected, noticing the determination in Sanji's gaze, though he was indifferent to it. Only second-rate chefs are burdened by such concerns. A top-tier chef can create moving culinary masterpieces even without their sense of taste. I remain non-committal on this matter. Sanji chose to disregard Hannibal, turning instead to cast a worried glance at Zoro, who was still valiantly holding his ground. Rubber rocket. After Zoro narrowly dodged a fatal blow at the cost of another wound, a thunderous shout echoed from afar, and with a resounding crash, Luffy descended from the sky. Barbossa, seizing the moment, sheathed his blade and waved his hand to disperse the lingering smoke. Zoro, Luffy, his eyes ablaze with fury, whispered to the exhausted swordsman cradled in his arms, I'm sorry, I'm late. Ha, Luffy, you really took your time napping. I think I need to take a nap too, Zoro replied, a smile gracing his face upon seeing Luffy. Rationally, he ought to urge Luffy to flee with the others. But as the first member of the Straw Hat crew, he understood Luffy's nature. Even in the face of death, he would choose to fight. Zoro's eyelids grew heavier, devoid of the shame of previous defeat. In the face of an overwhelming power disparity, failure was not disgraceful. It's up to you now, Captain. With those words, Zoro succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet even in his stupor, his hands remained tightly gripping his blades, a sight that elicited a faint smile from Barbossa. Rest easy, Zoro, leave it to me. Luffy gently laid Zoro down on the ground, removed his straw hat, and placed it upon his chest. Rising slowly, he faced the arms-crossed McKen and declared, "Thank you for waiting. In this second round, I shall not lose." McKen, who had been observing the unfolding drama, smirked at Luffy's audacious proclamation. "I'm quite eager to see your performance. Just don't disappoint me, Straw Hat Kid." Chapter 17, McKen versus Luffy Rubber Gatling. Without acknowledging McKen, Luffy took a deep breath, firmly grounding himself in a horse stance, and struck a formidable pose with his arms. With a resounding shout, a tempestuous flurry of attacks ensued. McKen, momentarily dazzled by this technique, was quickly engulfed in a myriad of shadowy fists. Although surprised that Luffy had resorted to such a move at this stage, it became clear that, without any enhancements, neither speed nor strength posed any significant threat to McKen. Seemingly overwhelmed by the barrage of punches, McKen deftly evaded numerous strikes, relying on his extraordinary reflexes and agility. Remarkably, he did not even employ his observation haki, casually navigating through the onslaught as he advanced towards Luffy step by step. As McKen drew closer, Luffy realized that his attack was ineffective and swiftly retracted his strike. He began to rotate his right arm, transforming it into a swirling motion, and unleashed the powerful Gum elephant gun, bolstered by inertia and elasticity. This attack surpassed all his previous moves in both strength and velocity, propelling him slightly off balance. Yet, it remained a trivial threat to McKen. As he continued his advance, McKen skillfully ducked under the attack and lunged forward, exploiting Luffy's momentary instability from the elephant gun to deliver a precise knife-hand strike to Luffy's neck. The blow did not possess the same impact as the initial kick, yet its force was undeniably formidable. Luffy, swaying precariously, rolled his eyes back, appearing on the verge of collapsing once more. Claiming he would never lose again. Yet here he is? After retracting his hand, McKen ceased his assault, casting a mocking glance at the faltering Luffy. A true disappointment, indeed. However, Luffy's eyes, once rolled back, suddenly regained clarity, and he grinned mischievously, exclaiming, "Got you? What?" The seemingly doomed Luffy began to chuckle, prompting McKen to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, Luffy's legs had elongated and sprawled like ropes beside his feet. The lack of actual contact had rendered McKen oblivious, but it was too late for him to extricate himself. In the very moment Luffy spoke, his elastic legs had completely ensnared one of Macon's ankles. Then, with fingers splayed, Luffy plunged his hands into the solid earth as he toppled, twisting his body in a manner reminiscent of a pretzel. Rubber tornado. Luffy's contorted form instantly straightened, the immense elasticity propelling him with extraordinary inertia, a force that rendered McKen unable to maintain his balance, sending him soaring into the sky. "TSK, I underestimated you." As he was flung through the air, McKen managed a slight smile, deftly employing the sixth technique of moonwalk to stabilize himself, gazing down at Luffy. Yet, Luffy did not grant McKen ample time to react. He brought his feet together and extended his toes toward the airborne McKen, executing rubber javelin. Luffy's legs merged and elongated, resembling blades as they targeted Macon's neck. Unfazed, McKen tilted his head back, allowing the razor-like attack to graze his chin. Subsequently, McKen descended towards the ground, launching himself with force as he closed in on Luffy, who had yet to retract his legs. In mere seconds, the hundreds of meters between them diminished to less than 10. Despite his legs not being retracted in time, Luffy still had strength to spare. He elevated his head like a giraffe and swung it toward McKen, employing rubber headbutt. "Foolish," McKen remarked mid-sprint, "exposing your technique's name before attacking? Are you afraid your opponent won't know how to counter?" He extended his right hand, transforming it from palm to claw, preparing to unleash a fierce strike upon Luffy's approaching head. "Let your body remember this foolish habit of yours." Macon's right hand shot forward with such ferocity that it seemed capable of tearing through space, producing a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. McKen gasped in disbelief as his attack missed its mark. Luffy's head did not charge at him as anticipated. Instead, it seemed to have calculated the distance perfectly, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! As Luffy's powerful headbutt struck the ground, a cloud of dust was stirred up, causing McKen, who was charging forward, to halt abruptly. The cracks on the ground elicited a pang of discomfort for Mike. At the same moment that McKen waved his hand to disperse the smoke, Luffy, that ever-surprising character, astonishingly sank his teeth into the hard earth, leveraging his formidable jaw strength to pull himself forward. Before the dust had settled, all of Luffy's might was concentrated between his legs, and he sprang upwards like a frog. Before McKen could react, or rather, before he could even anticipate it, Luffy's hard head slammed into McKen's chin with great force. Bang! The impact sent McKen staggering back 2 or 3 steps before he managed to regain his balance. Ha ha ha! Got you, you black swan! Luffy exclaimed, cradling his head in delight. Well done, Luffy! Awesome! Sanji and Nami, witnessing Luffy's successful strike, erupted in excitement, cheering him on. Even Barbossa, who was merely spectating, let out a whistle, almost breaking into applause for Luffy. Our Miss Queen, in an exaggerated manner, covered her mouth with her hand, feigning concern for McKen. Yet the smile on her face was impossible to conceal. Ha! 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 McKen chuckled, standing there with his head tilted back. The innate combat instinct and rapid progression, along with an almost otherworldly resilience to blows. Slowly lowering his head, the disdain and contempt in his eyes vanished, replaced by an unparalleled chill. Truly, it was somewhat infuriating. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted beneath McKen's feet. With Luffy's dynamic vision, he failed to detect Macon's movement, and in his eyes, McKen had suddenly vanished, leaving behind a massive pit where he once stood. In that moment of surprise, an excruciating pain surged through Luffy's abdomen, a sensation he had never experienced before. Looking down, he saw McKen standing before him, landing a punch squarely in his gut. Luffy curled up like a shrimp, his body lifting off the ground and soaring into the air. Blood poured from his mouth, and disbelief etched across his face. Though McKen did not utilize Haki or his devil fruit abilities, this strike rendered Luffy utterly incapable of resistance. At that moment, having just arrived in the Grand Line, Luffy was undeniably weak. Even with his seemingly miraculous rate of progress, it was insufficient to bridge the gap between them, even as Luffy lost all capacity to fight back. McKen did not relent. He raised his hand and forcefully slammed Luffy's foolish visage into the ground. The sound was akin to an explosion, the hard earth cracking beneath the impact, and Luffy lay there, bloodied and silent. Luffy! Sanji's sudden cry echoed as he prepared to rescue Luffy, but an arm, seemingly delicate yet imbued with immense strength, rested upon his shoulder, rendering him momentarily immobile. This was a game between two captains. As crew members, our role was merely to observe. Hannibal's expression remained inscrutable as he fixed his gaze on the anxious Sanji and spoke, "Trust me, in some respects, I am saving your life." Chapter 18. The Unexpected Let Go, or I Shall End You. Sanji's eyes burned with a ferocity and fury that even Hannibal found commendable. "While I admire your current demeanor, I must apologize," he replied, fried neck meat. Enraged, Sanji lunged forward, attempting to deliver a kick to Hannibal's neck. But Hannibal's response was swifter. A knee strike landed squarely in Sanji's embrace. The heavy blow sapped Sanji of all his strength, causing him to collapse to the ground, one hand struggling to support his body as he heaved in agony. In that moment, he grasped the disparity between himself and his opponent, a wave of despair and helplessness engulfing him. Meanwhile, the minor altercation involving Hannibal failed to capture McKen's attention. He crouched on the ground, seizing Luffy by the hair and lifting him effortlessly, though Luffy retained a flicker of consciousness and raised his fist to retaliate. His actions were so feeble that they could scarcely be likened to a child's playful punches. McKen made no effort to evade, allowing Luffy's futile strikes to land upon him. "Straw Hat Kid, do you now comprehend? This sea is no playground for you. If this is all you can muster, you might as well return home to suckle at your mother's breast. Stop joking." I must." Luffy's words faltered, and before he could finish, McKen, anticipating his intent, yanked him by the hair and slammed him into the ground, only to lift him once again. "What do you want?" Luffy managed to utter. "I want. Boom. What do you want?" Stop, you bastard." Just as McKen prepared to drive Luffy into the ground once more, a pained cry pierced the air. McKen turned to see Nami, tears streaming down her face, desperately struggling beneath Quinn. "What do you want, you bastard? I'll give you anything. Please just stop." "Oh, this is intriguing. What if I said I want you?" McKen smirked, his gaze fixed on the tearful Nami. Upon hearing McKen's words, Harley Quinn, seated atop Nami, puffed up her cheeks and glared at him, resembling an irate feline. Ignoring her, McKen continued, "A beauty like you is hard to come by. Rather than waste your time with such a worthless individual, why not join me on my ship?" "All right," Nami exclaimed fervently. "I will go with you, provided you promise to release Luffy and the others." With those words, McKen released his grip, allowing Luffy to plummet to the ground, and began to stride towards Nami. However, after taking only a few steps, Luffy grasped the hem of his trousers tightly. Straw Hat, do you have any objections?" McKen queried, his tone laced with disdain. Shouldn't you be grateful at this moment for saving your life? No, you must not. Luffy coughed up blood, his expression grave. You must not make Nami cry. Nami, she is my companion. With all his strength, Luffy clung to McKen's trousers, shouting defiantly. How touching, truly, McKen sneered, a mocking smile on his lips as he pressed his foot onto Luffy's back. Since that is the case, allow me to send this troublesome fellow on his way. With that, he forcefully shoved Luffy deeper into the ground. Stop! Nami cried out desperately, extending her hand. In response to her anguished plea, the entire island suddenly trembled violently, akin to a fierce earthquake, followed by a roar of fury that echoed in everyone's ears. McKen turned his head, witnessing a colossal column of water erupting from the depths of the sea, as an immense black-blue whale emerged, reminiscent of a deep-sea behemoth. Upon seeing the grotesque pirate flag emblazoned on the whale's forehead, the gathered crowd understood instantly. Laboon! Nami screamed, her voice filled with despair. Save Luffy! Laboon, save him! Laboon! Luffy lifted his head to gaze at the enraged whale, his voice hoarse. I'm sorry, cough cough, Laboon, I may not be able to fulfill our promise. It was unclear if Laboon heard Luffy's words, but the gentle giant charged towards the island, colliding with it fiercely. Fire! Fire! As the small island gradually cracked, the pirates aboard the Black Pearl, under the command of the robust Lolly, swiftly positioned several cannons towards Labu. With a resounding command, multiple cannonballs accurately struck Labu. However, despite the direct hits, their force was insufficient to pierce even his skin. Drawn by the cannon fire from the Black Pearl, Labu recognized the presence of McKen's crew and unhesitatingly charged towards the ship. Many pirates were struck with terror at the sight of the monstrous Labu approaching, with several opting to leap into the sea to escape. The members of the degenerate pirates below deck observed Labu's actions with a sense of amusement, fully aware that this whale was merely engaging in futile efforts. Let us not forget, Professor Jigsaw was still aboard the ship. McKen smirked, turning his back and redirecting his gaze towards Luffy. Yet, in the next moment, the space before McKen trembled as if a curtain was being drawn aside, and an elderly man leaning on a cane emerged, followed by 11 hooded disciples. Professor? McKen exclaimed, astonished by the appearance of the elder. Jigsaw assessed the prostrate Luffy before casting a lifeless gaze upon McKen. I have discovered in that whale the brilliance that most have long since lost. It possesses a greater understanding of the meaning of life than the majority of humanity. Compared to a ship and a crew of irredeemables, this whale evidently deserved to survive. McKen's eyes twitched as he regarded the elderly figure before him. After assessments by the professional psychologists Hannibal and Harley, it was clear that Jigsaw, or rather John Kramer, could no longer be merely classified as insane or mad. Though he considered himself a savior, he had unconsciously elevated himself to a higher plane. Unlike Hannibal, who rationally believed himself superior to all, or Harley Quinn, who was simply a psychopath, the professor's mind had transcended the bounds of humanity since the growth of that tumor in his brain. He scorned procedural justice, displaying a cruel indifference, wielding godlike authority in human guise. He was the archetype of a twisted murderer, an antisocial element, deserving of execution 100 times over. Yet, this very individual steadfastly adhered to his own sense of justice, willing to sacrifice everything for it, even if this justice appeared grotesquely warped to the majority. It can only be said that Jigsaw was terrifyingly pure in his convictions. Very well, Professor, although I do not entirely agree with your sentiments, McKen shrugged, glancing towards Labu. I must admit, I have a fondness for this foolish whale. Good dog, this is not your stage to meddle in. Sleep now, and when you awaken, all will have passed. McKen gazed at Labu, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. The formidable conqueror's haki emanated from McKen's being, enveloping Labu like a colossal hand under his command. In an instant, amidst the terrified cries of the pirates aboard the Black Pearl, Labu's rapid advance came to an abrupt halt. His large eyes rolled back, revealing a substantial expanse of white, and then, before the astounded pirates, he gradually sank into the depths of the sea. This scene not only left the pirates aboard the ship and the Straw Hat crew in astonishment, but also caused the seemingly inconspicuous old man, Kuroka's, to sharply narrow his pupils. He murmured in a voice only he could hear, Conqueror's haki, Roger. It seems that since your departure, the seas have grown increasingly tumultuous. Chapter 19. As expected, are you finally unable to restrain yourself, old man? Noticing Kuroka's ominous gaze, McKen raised his head to look at him. No, I am merely an elderly man. How could I dare to involve myself in such a battle? The hostility in Kuroka's eyes flickered, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. TCH, such a battle. McKen spread his hands, gazing at Kuroka's. To you, a legend. It must seem like mere child's play. Upon hearing McKen's words, Kuroka's felt a jolt in his heart, and his tone became more serious. Huh? I do not quite understand what you are saying. Feigning ignorance, is it? Very well. As a novice just stepping into the Grand Line, may I pose a question to you? Kuroka's regarded McKen in silence, having begun to brace himself completely. Was that legendary figure also a proponent of fatalism? Or was he truly content to be a puppet of destiny? What do you mean? Kuroka's expression darkened. McKen, sensing the rising ire of Kuroka's, quickly raised a hand to placate him. Do not misunderstand. You may interpret it as a common man's jealousy towards fate and a lament for that legendary figure. McKen slowly approached Luffy, gazing down at the straw hat boy who had fallen into a deep unconsciousness, before turning to Kuroka's, revealing a disquieting smile. Do you believe that a mere ordinary man could sever the ties of destiny? Stop. Realizing what McKen was about to do, Kuroka's heart raced, and he shouted as he charged toward him. Meanwhile, Barbossa, having anticipated the move, appeared just in time to intercept the impending attack. Get away! Kuroka's entire right arm turned pitch black as he unleashed a powerful punch toward Barbossa, the force of which sent the captain's hat flying. In contrast, Barbossa let out a hearty laugh, wielding his blades as he struck back at Kuroka's, their clash erupting with unparalleled might. The resulting shockwave rendered the nearby pirates unable to open their eyes, and the sonic boom nearly shattered their fragile eardrums. Sanji, covering his ears, stared in astonishment at the unassuming old man, taken aback by the immense power he possessed. Perhaps many believed that Kuroka's, who had joined Roger's crew midway, was of average strength, but would the legendary pirate king truly accept an ordinary person as his crewmate? Perhaps due to his advanced age, or perhaps owing to his prolonged absence from battle. Kuroka's prowess was far diminished from its zenith, as he was relentlessly pushed back by the malevolent Barbossa. When he beheld McKen's arm, enveloped in the formidable haki, descending towards Luffy's head, the elderly man exhibited a rare lapse of composure, exclaiming in a piercing voice, "No." His moment of weakness not only proved futile against the impending doom, but also allowed Barbossa to exploit the opening, delivering a swift strike to his chest that sent him hurtling through the air. To be candid, McKen harbored no ill will towards Luffy. In fact, he had a certain fondness for him. However, as a pirate, an interloper well-versed in the world of One Piece, a pirate who vowed to dominate the vast seas, they were inherently positioned as adversaries. The ramifications of your demise on the world and how that fickle mistress, fate, might respond, truly piques my curiosity, Luffy. McKen gazed placidly at Luffy's face, and in the instant his hand descended, time itself seemed to freeze. Nami's face reflected despair. Sanji's shouts resonated with anger and helplessness, and Zoro's unconscious yet resolute visage appeared momentarily suspended in time, with only McKen's haki-enshrouded hand steadily advancing towards Luffy's neck. Just as McKen was poised to sever Luffy's head, a radiant smile blossomed on the unconscious boy's face, accompanied by an unexpected burst of joyous laughter that reverberated in McKen's mind. The eerie scene startled McKen, compelling him to instinctively retract his hand and retreat hastily. Once he steadied himself, he furrowed his brow and gazed intently at Luffy. Yet, as if under a spell, Luffy's previous smiling visage had vanished, along with the echoes of his laughter that had once filled the air. Observing McKen's peculiar behavior, everyone present, including the officers of the fallen pirates, cast puzzled glances in his direction. Notably, Barbossa, who stood closest to McKen, wore a look of utter confusion as he regarded him. "Did you hear the laughter?" McKen asked solemnly, fixing his gaze on Luffy. Barbossa, upon hearing McKen's words, was even more bewildered. "Ah, perhaps it is merely my imagination," McKen replied, his eyes dark and foreboding, raising his hand to invoke his fruit ability. However, fate seemed to favor Luffy, just as McKen was about to unleash his power. A sudden whirlwind descended upon the small island without any warning, transforming the previously clear sky into a tempest of thunder and lightning. This is not the most crucial aspect. Even the cannon fodder aboard the Black Pearl can sense the menacing aura and malice emanating from the strange wind. A dragon? In an instant, McKen realized that this was undoubtedly the work of a fruit user, and the faces of every renowned warrior from the OP world flashed through his mind. Finally, a man adorned with intricate tattoos appeared in his thoughts. Considering the events in Rowtown, it seemed plausible that with Dragon's mysterious abilities, he could have reached the Twin Cape. However, could all of this merely be a coincidence? Fate. McKen felt the increasingly chaotic hurricane surrounding him, closing his eyes as he mulled over this striking term. Jaws raised his head to observe the gloomy sky, then shut his eyes as if the unfolding events held no relevance to him. Barbossa, familiar with McKen, discreetly distanced himself, sensing the tempestuous fury concealed beneath McKen's calm facade. This world is truly remarkable, is it not? Hannibal extended his hand, lightly caressing the razor-like hurricane, remarking softly. Beside him, Sanji stood speechless, unable to process the whirlwind of events that had transpired in the last 10 minutes, his mind solely preoccupied with Luffy's safety. The furious sweetheart is quite captivating as well. Quinn, resting her chin on her hand, gazed dreamily at McKen, utterly oblivious to Nami's actions beneath her. Nami's face bore traces of tears, yet at that moment, she appeared astonished. Not far away, Usopp gestured for silence, stealthily approaching alongside Vivi and others. Just as they neared, Usopp halted and began to mime something to Nami, who seemed to grasp his intent and nodded vigorously. 3, 2, 1. Usopp signaled to Nami, and when the last finger fell, she sprang up from the ground like a coiled spring, shouting, "Nami!" At Usopp's cue, Nami forcefully rose, toppling Miss Quinn, who had been seated upon her. Ultimate move, Smoke Star. Ultimate move, Pepper Star. Frustration is indeed warranted. This encapsulates my sentiments after watching the Wano arc, particularly concerning the character of the foolish Kazuki Oden. The portrayal of this character is simply preposterous. As a devoted fan, I cannot and will not deny the arduous journey and relentless struggles that Luffy has endured, which is precisely why I admire him. The protagonist's disdain is directed solely at the concept of fate. If you wish to criticize him, do so without involving me. To clarify, this narrative is set at the juncture when the manga had just begun serialization and Luffy had only recently declared war against Big Mom, entirely oblivious to the subsequent events of the Wano arc and the so-called Nika fruit. Furthermore, I find it exceedingly difficult to accept the transformation of Guamurua into Nika. I was genuinely taken aback by the image depicting Ace blocking a punch. Chapter 20. Desperate Usopp, as the saying goes, Desperate Usopp, a name that is not bestowed lightly. While McKen remained ensnared in the shadows of fate, he finally stepped forward. 2 homemade projectiles were launched from his slingshot. The first landed accurately near Nami, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, while the second hurtled toward McKen. Logically, Usopp's homemade ammunition is more for entertainment than lethality. It would scarcely harm even an ordinary person, let alone McKen. Yet, the moment this projectile was fired, a whirlwind coiled around it, generating a terrifying initial velocity, accompanied by a deafening roar as it sped towards McKen. In the face of such an assault, McKen stood in a stupor, yet fortunately, he had reliable comrades to rely on. Barbossa quickly approached McKen, deftly slicing the projectile in half with his blade, causing a substantial amount of pepper to envelop both McKen and Barbossa in a swirling tempest. Perhaps overwhelmed by the potency of his own ammunition, Usopp momentarily stood frozen, staring blankly at his slingshot. "Stop dawdling. Have you forgotten your plan? How did I end up in this mess?" Princess Vivi exclaimed, smacking Usopp on the head with her firearm. Upon regaining his senses, Usopp dashed toward Nami. The whirlwind, laden with pepper, tightly encased McKen and Barbossa, resembling a gray cocoon from a distance. One by one. "Do you truly think I lack temper?" A deep voice emerged from within the cocoon, followed by a thunderous roar as the sturdy shell was instantly torn apart, unleashing an astounding force. This astonishing momentum was unlike mere arrogance, instantly tearing apart the surrounding whirlwinds. "Halt, you black swan. If you wish to spare your companion from harm, cease at once." As the insect cocoon dispersed, Usopp's voice resonated not far away. McKen turned his keen gaze, noticing Usopp clutching the collar of a pet monkey with one hand, while the other aimed a firearm at the monkey's head. The pet monkey, Jack, obediently raised both hands, his innocent, sparkling eyes fixed on McKen. Meanwhile, Nami, having freed herself from her constraints, glared at McKen with a mix of anger and fear. Her right arm was wrapped around Harley's neck, while she brandished a baseball bat menacingly towards McKen. Beside her, Mr. Nine and Princess Vivi similarly aimed their firearms at the others. In stark contrast, Miss Quinn, the hostage, exhibited no awareness of her predicament, grinning playfully and sticking her tongue out at McKen. Barbossa, as for Harley, that S1 matter, but you must explain this to me. Upon hearing McKen's ominous tone, Barbossa's gaze flickered, and he shrugged, indicating his ignorance as to why Jack had been captured. In an instant, the peculiar silence that had initially enveloped the scene returned. McKen remained silent, and naturally, the others dared not speak, especially Usopp, the instigator of this entire affair. He appeared resolute in staring at McKen, yet his legs betrayed him, trembling uncontrollably, while beads of sweat dripped from his forehead like rain onto the ground. After approximately a minute, as Usopp anxiously swallowed hard, McKen sighed deeply. He scrutinized Usopp for several seconds, then slowly raised his hand to rub his neck. This action sent a shiver down Usopp's spine, leaving him drenched in sweat, as if he had plunged into a water trough. All right, you've won, Long Nose. Release my companion, and I assure you I will not attack you again. Usopp attempted to voice his thoughts, but his tongue seemed unresponsive. He swallowed again, gritted his teeth, and with a voice laced with trepidation, he insisted, "How can I be sure?" Silence. McKen's thunderous command interrupted Usopp's bargaining, and the cloak upon his shoulders seemed to sense its master's ire, billowing wildly in the wind, rendering McKen akin to a black lion on the verge of fury. The thunderous shout nearly shattered Usopp's composure, causing his body to tremble violently. Barbossa, observing this, couldn't help but grind his teeth in apprehension, fearing that the other might inadvertently harm his pet monkey, despite its immortal nature. "I'm not in a good mood. Release them at once, or I shall take your life. Do you understand?" Usopp stuttered, his lips quivering, unable to form a coherent sentence. Yet, the hand that gripped the gun gradually steadied, showing no intention of relinquishing its hold. "Let them go. It is time to put an end to this farce." At that moment, Kurakasu, who had been sent flying by Barbossa, approached slowly, clutching his chest wound, a trail of blood marking his path, clearly wounded by Barbossa's attack. Usopp glanced at Kurakasu, then turned to Nami, who, after a brief moment of silence with her eyes closed, reluctantly nodded and released her hold on Harlequin's right arm. Seeing Nami's acquiescence, Usopp hesitated for a moment, as if making a significant decision, before loosening his grip. As Jack the monkey landed, he hurriedly dashed towards Barbossa, burying himself in his embrace while whimpering pitifully, though his eyes secretly assessed the figure of McKen standing before them. Upon witnessing their release, McKen said nothing and turned to walk towards the Black Pearl, while Barbossa affectionately patted Jack's head and followed suit. At the instant McKen turned, the tempest that had engulfed the island dissipated, and the ominous clouds in the sky gradually parted, allowing warm sunlight to once again bathe the small isle. Professor Saw had vanished during the earlier standoff, evidently having returned to the ship. "Congratulations, you have survived," Hannibal remarked, adjusting his collar as he approached McKen. "Strive to become stronger. Perhaps next time, fortune will not favor you so." Sanji spat in disdain, but offered no retort, instead slamming his fist into the ground. Harlequin stretched her arms, yawning lazily, unabashedly displaying her alluring form to everyone. Suddenly, she turned and wrapped her arms around Nami's slender waist, pressing her beautiful face close. In an instant, before Nami could react, she playfully licked her cheek with her petite tongue and swiftly snatched back her baseball bat, bouncing away to McKen's side. "Orange-flavored creamy candy. Looking forward to our next encounter," Harlequin called out sweetly to Nami, bending slightly as she blew a kiss. "That lunatic!" Nami exclaimed, finally snapping back to reality, furiously wiping her face with the back of her hand. Yet, she could not dwell on Harlequin's antics, swiftly rushing to check on Luffy and Zoro's conditions. Just as McKen and his party were about to ascend the gangway, Kurakasu, still clutching his wound, opened his mouth. "I admit, I do not fully understand my captain's true intentions," Kuroka slowly spoke, "yet I possess a profound understanding of the fate you speak of. It embodies hope, an aspiration to render this wretched world a more magnificent place. I firmly believe that not only my captain, but all those yearning for the dawn of a new world are ardent supporters of this hope." Kuroka's, with unwavering determination, called out to McKen as he gazed at his retreating figure. "So, you little imp who seeks to sever fate, are you prepared to confront the entirety of the new world?" Upon hearing Kuroka's words, McKen momentarily halted his steps before resolutely proceeding forward. How dull. Chapter 21. Setting sail. How is the recording compass faring? McKen inquired as he boarded the ship. "It is nearly calibrated for magnetic force. Our target is letting," Barbossa replied, extracting a nautical chart and a recording compass from the grimy lining of his coat for comparison. "Very well," McKen nodded and continued from now on. "No one is permitted to act without my consent, especially you, Harley." "Understood, Captain," Barbossa responded obsequiously as the first to comply. Miss Quinn, still jovially clinging to McKen's arm, tiptoed closer to his ear and whispered sweetly, "If, my dear, you are truly resolute, even if we act on our own accord, it shall change nothing, shall it?" McKen turned his head to glance at her, snorted softly, and remained silent as he walked towards the captain's cabin. As McKen boarded the ship, Luffy awoke in Nami's embrace. Noticing her tear-streaked face, he gently lifted his hand to wipe away her tears. "And Nami, why are you crying again?" "Fool! I've merely gotten sand in my eyes, Nami replied, sniffing as she flashed a smile at Luffy. Oh, is that so? Then I am relieved. It is truly wonderful that you are well. Sanji exhaled a sigh of relief, while Usopp nodded repeatedly in agreement. Sanji and Usopp, Luffy thought he could finally breathe easy, but then suddenly recalled, Zoro, where is Zoro? I am right here. I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I possibly perish in such place? Zoro declared, seated not far from Luffy, his body marred with blood and gruesome injuries, though most were superficial, and his wounds had begun to clot. As he spoke, he tossed Luffy's straw hat over. Nami caught the hat and lovingly placed it on Luffy's head. Luffy raised his hand to adjust the hat, revealing a joyful smile. Everyone is here. I can rest easy now. Ha ha. Seeing Luffy's cheerful smile, as if nothing had changed, Nami felt relieved and gently patted his head. Even in such a state, you still smile. Are you an idiot? Luffy clutched his straw hat, laughing heartily. Yet as time passed, his laughter gradually faded into a whisper, and the grip on his cherished hat tightened. Though she could not discern the cause of this change, Nami, who held Luffy close, suddenly felt a droplet of water cascade onto her arm, igniting a surge of anxiety within her. Luffy, what is the matter? She implored. Since the moment she met him, she had never witnessed her carefree captain in such a vulnerable state. She could even feel him trembling in her embrace. It was hard to reconcile this moment with a man who, even in the face of execution at Logtown, maintained his cheerful demeanor. This realization caused Nami's heart to clench painfully, prompting her to hold her captain even more tightly. It's all right, Luffy. It's all behind us now. Everything will be fine. It's all right, Luffy. The scene stirred a sense of urgency among the crew, their expressions filled with bewilderment as they gazed at the tearful Luffy cradled in Nami's arms. Ever since Sabo departed, Luffy had never felt such profound fear as he did today. It was a mere heartbeat away from losing his cherished companions, an impending loss that shattered the once joyful spirit of Luffy, who held his friends as precious treasures. Nami, Luffy sobbed uncontrollably. I swear, I will not lose again. I will protect you all. His anguished cries caused Nami's eyes to redden anew as she gently patted his back, offering her comfort. While the Straw Hat crew engaged in this poignant display of survival, not far away on the Black Pearl, Harley leaned on the railing, a lollipop in her mouth, watching with amusement. Isn't it truly touching? I can hardly resist shattering this moment. Imagine if I were to eliminate that orange-flavored candy. That foolish boy would surely become much more entertaining. Harley's face bore a disturbingly gleeful expression, as if she were genuinely contemplating the act. Oh, indeed, Barbossa exclaimed, his eyes wide with mischief as he urged Harley on. Trust me, Miss Quinn, things are bound to become interesting. Then, by all means, Mr. Barbossa, Harley replied, turning to him with a smile, her demeanor playful. Ha ha, Miss Quinn certainly knows how to jest. Barbossa waved his hand dismissively, though his laughter faltered momentarily upon seeing Harley's serious countenance, only to resume again. He then turned away, his smile vanishing, and bellowed at the pirates laboring on the deck. You lazy scoundrels, do you wish to be dragged under the keel? The pirates, busy with their tasks, looked up in confusion at the suddenly enraged first mate, shrinking their necks and redoubling their efforts. Yet Barbossa seemed unsatisfied. He stormed towards the bow, berating and kicking as he went. Chuckling, Harley Quinn swirled her orange lollipop, watching Barbossa depart. She then resumed her position, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed at Nami in the distance, biting into the candy and savoring the sweet and tangy flavor. Captain, my esteemed, nefarious captain, all is prepared, awaiting your command. We stand ready to deliver the greatest of plunders. Approximately 10 minutes later, the log pointer had fully absorbed its magnetic charge. Barbossa extended one hand while the other held his pirate hat against his chest, nodding in acknowledgement to McKen, who stood on the second deck. McKen, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the crew eager for his orders and nodded in satisfaction. Set sail. Your command, Barbossa replied, bowing graciously. He slowly donned his pirate hat, grinning as he surveyed the expectant crew, then seized the helm with a menacing smile, proclaiming, We sail, accompanied by the boisterous roar of Barbossa. The sails unfurled as the Black Pearl departed without a trace of reluctance, gliding slowly towards the vast ocean. Observing the already embarked vessel, Luffy, having emerged from his earlier trepidation, possessed an undeniable resolve in his gaze. He gently extricated himself from Nami's embrace, taking measured steps towards the shore. As Nami contemplated intervening in his advance, she was halted by Sanji's intervention. Nami-san, Sanji remarked, men too harbor their own convictions. As a lady, please respect Luffy's choice. Upon witnessing Sanji's obstruction, Nami turned to Zoro, who was meticulously polishing his sword. Zoro? She inquired. Well, he is the captain, is he not? Trust him. With that, he resumed his task of sharpening his blades. Nami, unwilling to concede defeat, turned her gaze toward Usopp, hoping for dissent. Yet the timid companion, resembling a sister to her, stood with arms crossed and head held high, exuding an air of nonchalance. A warrior of the sea must confront their fears. That is the essence of manhood. All of you are utterly incomprehensible, Nami lamented, though she ceased to impede Luffy's path. Hey, Luffy shouted as he reached the shoreline, arms outstretched. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, I am destined to become the Pirate King. Listen well. Next time we meet, I shall send you flying. Chapter 22. The Garden of Joy. Are you not going to say anything, sweetheart? On board the Black Pearl, upon hearing Luffy's shout, Harley Quinn regarded McKen with keen interest. McKen, indifferent to Luffy's declarations, gazed out at the distant sea and replied nonchalantly, Humph, merely the lament of a defeated dog. Pay it no mind. Oh, is that so? Harley raised an eyebrow, standing behind McKen. Then, as if struck by inspiration, a mischievous smile graced her lips. On the shore, Luffy clenched his fists. His eyes locked onto the fluttering pirate flag of the receding Black Pearl, just as the Straw Hat crew prepared to urge him to reconsider. A striking figure appeared at the ship's stern. Harley Quinn dashed to the rear of the vessel, balancing on her toes while one hand grasped the railing and the other waved vigorously in the air. Straw Hat Kid, my captain has sent me to deliver a message. Harley shouted at the top of her lungs. He said he will be waiting for you at the finish line. If you dare to come, you will stain that throne with your blood in his favorite color. Upon hearing Harley's words, Luffy's eyes sparkled with determination. He brought his hands together, summoning all his strength to shout, Tell your captain, I will definitely defeat him. The title of Pirate King is mine for the taking. I will. Harley Quinn had more to say, but suddenly a figure appeared, gripping her by the back of her collar as one might lift a cat, dragging her away. It was evident to anyone aboard the ship who possessed the audacity to act in such a manner. McKinn's expression was neither entirely pleasant nor outright unpleasant. In silence, he yanked the vociferous Harley into the captain's quarters, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding pirates. Just before the door was about to close, he revealed half of his face, his voice icy as he remarked, Are we not to engage in any work? The pirates, upon hearing his menacing tone, shuddered, promptly pretending to be engrossed in their fictitious tasks, feigning busyness. The Black Pearl sailed gracefully, carried by the wind, gradually disappearing from sight under Luffy's gaze, who remained motionless, even as it vanished from view. At that moment, a large hand rested upon his shoulder. Kuroka's, with bandages wrapped around his chest, spoke with a gentle voice. Do not be disheartened, Straw Hat Boy. As an elder, I possess a modicum of wisdom. Such a man is indeed rare across the vast sea. Let it be your goal. If you can surmount this mountain, the throne of the Pirate King shall be within your grasp. I firmly believe you will achieve it. Kuroka's hand tightened slightly, urging Luffy to trust in the gaze of this elder. Like a guardian, Kuroka's patted Luffy's shoulder before retracting his hand and standing by, gazing out at the magnificent expanse of the ocean alongside him. There shall surely be a legend that belongs to you upon these waters. Have faith in this and pursue it with fervor. Kuroka's wore a warm smile, silently awaiting Luffy's response. However, after a considerable time, Luffy remained unresponsive, leading Kuroka's to wonder if the boy had been too deeply affected by recent events. Just as he was formulating his words to further comfort Luffy, a series of snoring sounds emanated from the Straw Hat Boy before him. Kuroka stepped closer and leaned down to look, finding Luffy with his head bowed, eyes closed, drool hanging long, and the bubble of snot from his nose nearly the size of his head. Even the seasoned ship's doctor could not help but feel a twitch of embarrassment at this sight. In that moment, he finally understood why the navigator, Nami, occasionally resorted to violence against her captain. Fortunately, being a seasoned ship's doctor, he had mastered the art of self-restraint, taking a few deep breaths to suppress the urge to reprimand this impudent boy. My apologies, old man. Luffy's crew began to arrive slowly. Nami, slightly awkward, offered her apologies to Kuroka's, though her eyes betrayed a sense of relief. This carefree captain was indeed the Luffy she knew. Just then, the wind burst the bubble of snot, startling Luffy awake. Before anyone could speak, a gurgling sound emanated from his stomach. Luffy, patting his belly, turned around with a serious expression and declared, Sanji, is it time to eat? I am hungry. Huh, we just ate not long ago. Sanji chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke and rolling up his sleeves. But let's consider it a celebration of our survival. I happen to have some provisions left, fish from the Grand Line. I presume you've never tasted them. Would you like to try? Kuroka's added at the opportune moment. Oh, at the mention of food, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, as he eagerly followed Kuroka's. Observing their rejuvenated captain, the Straw Hat crew exchanged glances and chuckled, shaking their heads. Hey, Luffy, slow down. This time, you can't have all the food to yourself. Turning back to the Black Pearl, 2 hours had already elapsed since their departure, and they were now nearing their destination, the Isle of Letting. Although the name, Letting, possessed a certain charm, McKen was well aware that the first islands along the Grand Line were notorious pirate graveyards. Much like the Whiskey Peak they were soon to reach. These islands were predominantly inhabited by bounty hunters, assassins, gangs, and former members of pirate crews. This group of wretches, either due to their assigned tasks or a loss of courage to venture forth into the sea, congregates upon these islands, living as parasites. They contribute nothing to production, insatiably feasting upon the flesh and blood of novice pirates who dare to navigate the great maritime routes. The fate of the weaker pirate crews is all too predictable. As for the more formidable ones, even if they manage to depart from these islands, their profiles will inevitably find their way to the desks of the Navy headquarters the following day. Much like the farcical system of the Seven Warlords, the self-proclaimed Just Navy covertly nurtures this pack of avaricious hyenas to serve as their eyes and ears. Although it contradicts the very essence of justice from a pragmatic standpoint, the Navy has undeniably emerged victorious. This group of scoundrels engages in a mutual struggle with the pirates, serving to alleviate the pressure on the Navy's personnel, while simultaneously allowing the Navy to identify those pirates worthy of attention. It is truly perplexing to ponder which genius conceived this strategy. However, for McKen, this development can be deemed fortuitous, as these ruffians epitomize walking embodiments of malevolence in his eyes. My dear, everyone has arrived. On the second deck, McKen reclined in a chair specially prepared for him, his eyes closed in serene repose as he savored the soothing ministrations of Harley's massage. At this moment, Harley Quinn donned new attire, her lower half elegantly clad in form-fitting black trousers that accentuated her exquisite leg curves. The upper half was adorned with a simple white shirt, the collar turned down and the cuffs rolled up, though the somewhat oversized shirt regrettably concealed some of her bosom's allure. Her hair was styled in a sleek ponytail, and her once vibrant lipstick was replaced with a soft pink hue, lending her an unexpectedly demure appearance. McKen, propping his head on one hand, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Harley's gentle words, gazing at the entire crew standing on the deck. Everyone, do you remember what I once told you? McKen gradually rose, offering them a smile. The island we are approaching is the first stop of our grand plunder. Your sole task is to construct a magnificent altar before dawn, using blood and slaughter to announce our arrival to these waters. After uttering these words, McKen surveyed the crowd, inquiring, do you all understand? Aye, Captain, they replied. Hee. No need to be tense. Let's share a smile. Before us lies a grand banquet awaiting our presence. Chapter 23. The welcome banquet. As the Black Pearl reached Letting Island, the sun was setting, yet the island was alive with exuberance. As McKen had anticipated, a welcoming party of at least several hundred had gathered at the port. Men played peculiar instruments and sang boisterously, while spirited young women swayed their bodies to the melodies. Greeting these unfamiliar guests, every face radiated joy, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. Welcome to our faraway guests. It has been quite some time since Letting has seen new faces. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Guzit Bale, the mayor of Letting. As soon as he descended the gangway, a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle approached McKen, accompanied by his secretary, and warmly took his hand. The man who calls himself Guzit is nearing 50, his face adorned with a warm and affable smile, reminiscent of a kindly grandfather from days gone by. I am truly taken aback. What merit do we possess to warrant the esteemed mayor's personal presence? McKen gazes at the elder before him, his own expression one of surprise as he firmly grasps the man's hand. Gradually, McKen's grip tightens, and, as the mayor's countenance shifts to one of slight discomfort, he softly remarks, surely, you must recognize our identities, this grand display. Are we to be treated as fledglings? The mayor, upon hearing McKen's words, initially displayed a slight surprise, followed by a sigh. In a tone imbued with affection, he remarked, young man, given that you have arrived in this sea, it is evident that you are among the elite of the world. However, to traverse these waters further, mere brute strength is insufficient. Without allowing McKen to respond, he continued, for instance, a wise individual would refrain from explicitly stating such a point, for if my intentions were indeed malevolent, your words would only serve to alert the serpent. Oh, McKen arched an eyebrow, revealing a disdainful smile. Child, I perceive your current thoughts. The mayor shifted to a more didactic tone. Trust me, as an elder whose age warrants respect, I have encountered countless pirates throughout my life. Among them are those as impetuous as yourself, yet shortly after their departure, I received nothing but news of their demise. They could have journeyed further, yet alas. At this juncture, McKen assumed a fierce expression upon hearing the mayor's words. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Your ability to reach this point at your age suggests you possess wisdom. Compared to the teachings of this vast ocean, I believe the ramblings of an elder are worth your attention. At the very least, they shall not lead to your detriment. Will they? Oomph. McKen scoffed, his demeanor still unyielding. However, he gradually relaxed his grip on the mayor's hand, eliciting a broader smile from the latter. Then what, pray tell, is your objective? McKen inquired coldly, locking eyes with him. Investment, the mayor replied, his expression unperturbed. Investment? McKen echoed. Indeed, we host a grand welcome for every pirate who reaches leading. Should a fortunate soul emerge as a legendary pirate, it would represent an intangible yet immense asset for us. The mayor patted McKen's shoulder, adding, young man, this is where legends commence, and the first step is always remarkably memorable, is it not? He then turned around, raising his arms high and proclaiming, let us warmly welcome our guests who have traveled from afar once more. As his words concluded, the melancholic melodies transformed into vibrant songs. Maidens adorned with flowers danced into the midst of the pirates, draping floral wreaths around their necks, and some even bestowed gentle kisses upon their slightly soiled cheeks, causing the inexperienced pirates to blush. What is your perspective, Doctor? McKen whispered to his companion as they followed the guide towards the banquet prepared for them. His rhetoric is riddled with flaws and imperfections, merely a scapegoat thrust into the spotlight. Even if he were to be eliminated on the spot, it would matter little to those orchestrating from the shadows, Hannibal observed with a disinterested demeanor before shifting the conversation. What intrigues me more is their intelligence network. Throughout this journey, I have not encountered any other vessels. He cast a glance around at the welcoming crowd, but it was evident they had anticipated our arrival well in advance. After all, this was the Grand Line. Without certain skills, how could one possibly establish themselves here? A smile spread across Mike's face as he chuckled. In comparison to this, Darling's acting was simply superb, with one arm linked through McKen's. Harley waved enthusiastically to the well-wishers lining the path, resembling a star gracing the red carpet. Hey, Barbossa, trailing behind McKen, caught Harley's comment and let out a chuckle that was ambiguous in its approval or derision. Do you have an issue, Barbossa? Harley turned her gaze back to him, narrowing her eyes in inquiry. Oh no, not at all, my dear. In fact, just as you mentioned, the captain's performance and strategy have truly opened my eyes. Barbossa raised his hands, tilting his head slightly back in a mock display of surrender. Oomph, you'd better not, Harley retorted, baring her teeth like a protective little cat before turning away. Observing Miss Quinn's fiery demeanor, Barbossa shrugged with amusement. To him, given his age, Harley resembled a rebellious daughter, filled with both exasperation and affection. As the group exchanged words, they arrived at their destination, a small palace standing proudly in the heart of the city, resplendent in both its exterior and interior. Compared to the dilapidated tavern where Luffy and his crew had once arrived, this place was akin to paradise. The waitstaff and servants, who had long been anticipating their arrival, flanked the palace's sides. Upon McKen's party stepping onto the central red carpet, they bowed in unison, a sight that filled the pirates with a sense of pride and joy. Just as they entered the grand hall, a resounding bang echoed as the gilded doors slammed shut, plunging the vast room into darkness and silence. The officers remained composed, but the other pirates grew restless, with a few unable to contain themselves, drawing their swords. However, within a mere second or two, 3 immense beams of light descended from the ceiling, flickering among the pirates before converging rapidly on the stage. The mayor, Guzit, who had arrived earlier, now donned a pristine white suit, a striking red rose tucked into the pocket. He cleared his throat softly, drawing the audience's attention, then clapped his hands. With a cacophony of clicks, an array of lights illuminated the entire palace, bathing it in a brightness akin to day. Esteemed guests, please feel free to indulge in the exquisite wines and cuisine. If you're confident in your charm, I assure you the lovely ladies behind me would not shy away from creating a delightful tale. Accompanied by his hearty laughter, the boldly dressed dancers behind him cast flirtatious glances towards the pirates below, whose eyes turned a crimson hue as they emitted lewd howls. Chapter 24. The Rat King. A few hours earlier, deep within the bowels of the revelry, a man with a greedy gaze scrutinized the bounty notice recently brought to him by his subordinates. In stark contrast to the opulent palace above, this place could at best be described as a lair, damp, dim, and reeking, with unsettling rustling sounds occasionally echoing through the air, sending chills down one's spine. Those swine must be drawing near, he mused. Indeed, my lord Rat King. Chirp, 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 40 million berries. It has been ages since such a bounty of fools graced us. He cackled, the sound strange and disconcerting. The man, barely standing at 5 feet tall, hunched over a low table, his body draped in a single filthy, tattered piece of fabric. He resembled a malnourished and repugnant beggar, eliciting disgust. As he grasped a bounty notice, it bore the name of McKen. With a gleeful chirp, the Rat King tore the notice into shreds. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Seems like a notable figure from the Four Seas. However, my loyal servant, let this band of landlubbers experience the fervor of the Grand Line, he chuckled. Certainly, my lord Rat King. Everything is prepared. We shall ensure they endure an unforgettable soiree. The man, known as the Rat King, paid no heed to his subordinates' responses, fixating instead on the remaining bounty notices. Suddenly, with hands as dark and desiccated as ancient bark, he seized one of the notices with fervor, as if he had stumbled upon a newfound realm, trembling with excitement. With a resounding thud, he slammed the bounty notice onto the table, prompting a swarm of creatures, akin to roaches, to scurry forth from the crevices, fleeing into the depths of darkness. Almost immediately, pairs of bulbous green eyes flickered in the shadows, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of gnashing and tearing. The sound sent chills down the spine of the man standing before the Rat King, compelling him to bow his head in silence. This person, this woman, I desire her. I want her now. Swiftly, quickly, bring her to me. The man lifted his gaze, horrified by the sight before him. The Rat King raised his right hand, brandishing a bounty notice, and the individual depicted upon it was none other than our beloved Miss Quinn. In the notice, she was blowing a bubble with gum, her fingers playfully curling around her twin ponytails, winking in a flirtatious manner, an image captured in an enigmatic moment. The Rat King's visage, resembling that of an anthropomorphized rat, twisted grotesquely as several black whiskers bristled, and his green eyes seemed poised to burst from their sockets. This is not the most horrifying sight. The Rat King is currently gnawing on his own left hand with his dark, sharp teeth. The sound of crunching echoing as blood continuously drips from the corners of his mouth. Yes, my lord Rat King. I shall certainly bring her to you as swiftly as possible. Witnessing the Rat King's grotesque appearance, the man instinctively swallowed hard and retreated hastily, bending low as if fearful of being devoured alive. Once the man exited, the Rat King trembled as he scrutinized the image on the bounty notice once more. His repulsive visage was a tapestry of shock, confusion, anger, and joy, a bewildering array of expressions that one could scarcely imagine could dance across his rodent-like face. My Savity, my white rose, is it truly you? No, no, you are dead, you have perished. The Rat King suddenly cried out, raking his sharp claws across his hideous face, dark blood trickling down his cheeks and splattering onto Harley's bounty notice. Impossible, you are still alive. Yes, yes, you are alive. Do you still harbor resentment towards me? Yes. Yes, my white rose, you must still be alive. You will forgive me, will you not? No, no, you have surely forgiven me. The Rat King muttered incoherently, sounding both like a sob and a wail. The eerie rustling of wind from all directions only intensified the strangeness, causing even the multitude of rats behind him to scurry back into their holes, trembling in fear. Returning to the banquet, the pirates had never encountered such a spectacle. Witnessing their captain show no sign of restraint, they cast aside their already scant caution and indulged in revelry. In an instant, the entire palace transformed into a veritable feast, bustling with liveliness. Even Barbossa was seen pulling a few pirates to drink and sing with his raspy voice, as if genuinely relishing the moment. Meanwhile, McKen and Hannibal sat at a table nestled in a corner, savoring the delectable fare. The unfamiliar delicacies left Hannibal somewhat astonished. With each dish he sampled, he either pondered with a nod or silently shook his head, occasionally jotting down notes while completely disregarding McKen opposite him. McKen, on the other hand, relished the leisure, savoring the food while observing the dancers in the center of the stage. He envisioned what this place would soon transform into, cherishing the current scene. At some point, Miss Quinn had changed into a gown of pristine white, adorned with a white fox mask that imbued her with an air of mysterious allure. She glided toward McKen, and as she reached him, she extended her delicate right hand, saying, "Esteemed sir, might I have the honor of inviting you for a dance?" Faced with Harley's invitation, McKen feigned unease, furrowing his brow and pinching his chin as he replied, "Ah, I must confess, I'm awaiting my partner, one Harley Quinn. Truth be told, while your beauty compels me to accept your invitation, my conscience incessantly reproaches me." "How touching!" Harley exclaimed, pushing her fox mask atop her head and grinning. "Oh, my heavens!" McKen exclaimed dramatically. "I apologize. Your beauty renders me speechless." Though McKen's performance was somewhat theatrical, the gracious Miss Quinn was thoroughly amused. She bent slightly and pecked him on the forehead before extending her hand. "Well then, my little pudding, shall we dance together?" Having finished his playful banter, McKen regained his composure, took Harley's hand, and kissed it. "Of course, my lady, it would be my honor." As McKen and Harley strolled into the center of the dance floor, their striking combination quickly captivated the attention of the crowd, even prompting Mayor Guzit, seated at the dais, to applaud unconsciously. "Sir, our resources are running low," the secretary beside Guzit whispered. "Ever since that insatiable woman departed over a month ago, our supplies have dwindled. If we cannot subdue this band of pirates today, the populace may rise in rebellion." Ha ha ha. That insatiable woman's abilities were unique. Without Lord Rat King present, it would be challenging to secure her. However, as for this lot, the mayor replied with a knowing smile, "Let us not forget that with Lord Rat King in command, a mere bounty of 40 million berries hardly poses a threat. As the landlord, let us allow them to enjoy their final moments." Chapter 25. The Threat. As the final notes of the dance faded, McKen and Harley took their bows gracefully. Mayor Guzit, clapping his hands, approached them with the secretary, a look of admiration on his face. "What an unforgettable performance." "Thank you, Mr. Mayor," McKen politely remarked. "I speak merely the truth." As he spoke, the mayor hastened forward, lowering his voice. "I have another transaction here that I wonder if Captain would find intriguing." "Oh, what transaction?" "Just a few treasure maps of the Grand Route. If the captain is interested, we may retreat to my study for a detailed discussion." McKen glanced at the mayor, sensing that the other party was about to reveal their true intentions, and with a slight smile replied, "Of course, please." After you." The mayor chuckled, leading the way. "In that case, we ladies shall not interfere," the mayor's voluptuous secretary interjected at an opportune moment. "Miss Quinn, your gown is truly exquisite. I have a few more that you might like to see together." Turning her gaze back to McKen, she continued, "Captain, you have no objections to me taking your companion, I trust." Although McKen was unaware of her plans, he was indifferent and waved his hand, following in the footsteps of Guzit. The two ascended the staircase towards the top floor, where McKen observed a vigilant guard stationed every few dozen steps, all turning a deaf ear to their ascent. Soon, they arrived at the study on the top floor, where the grand door stood nearly 5 meters high and was impressively thick. Rather than a study, it resembled a secure chamber. At the entrance stood 2 formidable-looking men, and as the mayor approached and nodded, they immediately grasped the door handle with all their might, opening it with great effort. Observing the bulging veins of the guards, McKen teasingly remarked, "The mayor's sense of security is truly commendable." You jest. "But not every pirate is as reasonable as you, Captain." Meanwhile, as McKen followed Mayor Guzit to the study, Harley accompanied the secretary to a lavish parlor. "Miss Quinn, I believe your captain will be utterly astonished by your beauty," the secretary stated, gently walking ahead of Harley. "Oh, I truly look forward to it," Harley replied, her hands behind her back, eagerly surveying the reception room with an expression of anticipation. "Miss Quinn," the secretary then turned to face Harley. Have a good rest." With a puff of breath directed at Harley's puzzled face, a purple mist gracefully entered her nostrils. Harley blinked, suddenly realizing something, before collapsing to the ground, appearing to have fainted. After completing her task, the secretary clapped her hands, and 2 individuals promptly emerged from within the parlor. "Hurry to the rat tunnel. The Rat King can no longer wait," the secretary provocatively instructed, touching up her lipstick with her pinky. "Yes." The 2 individuals nodded and swiftly placed Harley into a large white sack. Subsequently, one of them approached the center of the parlor, lifting the carpet to reveal a hidden passage. The duo then hoisted Harley and quickly stepped into the darkened corridor, vanishing from the secretary's sight. Once the 2 subordinates had departed, the secretary retrieved a small communication device from her pocket and whispered, "Proceed." As Harley was being taken away, the door to the study swung open. McKen had anticipated the presence of numerous assassins lurking within, ready to pounce at the mayor's command. However, upon entering, the study appeared remarkably empty. Apart from himself and the mayor, there was no trace of anyone else. Captain's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Guzit sauntered to the desk and leisurely took a seat, remarking, "Indeed, I expected to find 500 cutthroats lying in wait here." McKen shrugged and settled into a chair across from Guzit. Upon hearing McKen's unreserved comment, Guzit paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke of his life, gasping for breath in the process. After a spell of laughter, Guzit finally regained his composure and addressed McKen, "Captain, you are truly entertaining. Don't you find this direct confrontation rather dull? Dull? I merely wish to savor the main course of the evening sooner rather than later. Is that so? Gyuzet said, tapping a cigar and adopting a relaxed demeanor. I wonder if Captain McKen feels secure about your own and your subordinates' capabilities? Although Gyuzet's abrupt question left McKen somewhat perplexed, he responded, naturally. Upon hearing McKen's reply, Gyuzet smiled lightly. In that case, I propose a wager, Captain. I shall issue a command to commence the hunt for your pirate crew. In half an hour, the surviving party will be declared the victor, with the stakes being our very lives. Gyuzet stood, gripping the desk with fervor, his gaze intensely fixed on McKen. Of course, I shall arrange some entertainment for you as well. What do you think? Intriguing, McKen replied, crossing his legs as he regarded his opponent. Let it unfold as you wish. Upon hearing Macken's response, a glimmer of triumph sparkled in Gyuzet's eyes. Everything was proceeding according to his design. He had encountered many pirates like Macken, and he recognized that the inexperienced youth, though possibly formidable, posed little threat in his eyes. Merely a fish on the cutting board, easily lured into a trap. Then let the wager commence. Gyuzet licked his lips and, without a hint of hesitation, pressed the switch beneath the table in front of McKen. Instantly, the floor beneath McKen vanished, and he plummeted into the depths below. As he fell, the ground above began to close slowly, and Gyuzet's voice echoed through the narrowing gap, assuring him that this entertainment would not disappoint Captain. Hey. Once the light above completely vanished, McKen landed at the bottom, enveloped in darkness. Here, he detected the anticipated scent of blood, but what intrigued him more was the unmistakable briny aroma characteristic of seawater. As he had surmised, the walls around him surged upward, and a torrent of seawater flooded the chamber, accompanied by several ferocious sea creatures. In an instant, McKen unleashed his observation hockey, assessing the dimensions of this space. In his perception, it would take less than a minute for it to be entirely filled with water. Moreover, the sea creatures were relatively small, thwarting any hopes some might harbor of seeking refuge within them. Perhaps I should commend this trap. As soon as the words fell, a famished sea creature, having lingered in hunger for an unknown duration, caught the scent of Macken. It leaped from the depths of darkness, aiming to bite his head. Chapter 26. Stalemate. Let us momentarily divert our gaze from Macken and turn it to the banquet hall. Hannibal continued to record something, maintaining his usual elegance and composure. Unfazed by the cacophony of the feast, he intermittently sampled the dishes presented to him, meticulously noting their merits and shortcomings. In stark contrast, Barbossa appeared utterly carefree as two scantily clad dancers tugged at his raspy throat, serenading him with their songs. The dancers nestled in his arms showed no signs of distress from the music. Rather, they gazed at him with adoration, continuously pouring wine into his mouth. The jubilant old pirate was so self-absorbed that he failed to notice the theft of his prized black blade. Meanwhile, Barbossa's pet monkey, Jack, was no less indulgent, buried in the ample softness of one dancer's bosom, relishing the grapes she offered. The monkey's face wore a comically human expression of blissful oblivion, enjoying the dancer's caresses while completely disregarding its master. The first mate's demeanor reflected that of the crew below deck, who seemed to have entirely forgotten Macken's earlier words. They were wholly immersed in the grandeur of the feast, with several even eyeing the beautiful dancers, eager for an indescribable romantic encounter. As Macken had observed, they were but a group of ordinary souls, scarcely worthy of being called cannon fodder. Though they possessed a certain ruthlessness, they lacked the alertness typical of pirates. However, not all were so lackluster. Among the recent recruits, there were a few reliable individuals. The robust Larry sat at a table on the edge of the hall with his former subordinates, occasionally sipping from his goblet, yet remaining vigilant. Although his crew was visibly tempted by the alluring sights around them, they refrained from acting, respecting their leader's authority. Perhaps it was our hospitality that fell short? At that moment, a well-dressed young lady approached Larry, instantly discerning that the towering figure at the table was the one in charge. However, he was not. Faced with the girl's inquiry, Larry awkwardly replied. Upon hearing his words, the girl playfully looped her arm around half of Larry's, gazing at him with her sparkling eyes, and imploringly asked, "Why does the big brother look so glum? Do you need some company?" The overtly forward demeanor of the girl prompted a chorus of whistles from the pirates at the table. Although Larry had once been a member of a gang, he remained somewhat innocent, feeling uneasy as he gently extricated himself from her grasp, stating, No need. Why not? Does the big brother think I'm not pretty?" The girl, released from his hold, looked at Larry and immediately queried in a voice tinged with impending tears, her large eyes seemingly on the verge of spilling over. Perhaps Larry could handle violence, Yet he found himself utterly helpless in this scenario, awkwardly averting his gaze and stammering, I prefer men. With Larry's astonishing revelation, the previously ambiguous atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness, and even his companions began to regard him with an unusual expression. Observing Larry's flushed face, the girl tactfully excused herself, and in the instant of turning away, her previously radiant expression darkened. She exchanged glances with the surrounding attendants, signaling them to keep a watchful eye on the table. Larry soon sensed the peculiar tension at the table and promptly tried to explain to his companions. Fortunately, the awkwardness did not linger for long, as a deafening gunshot abruptly shattered the uncomfortable silence. Attack! A shout from an unknown source ignited the climax of the soiree, as a throng of individuals surged into the palace, brandishing weapons and swiftly overpowering the bewildered pirates, subsequently sealing off the entire palace. What is happening? Clearly muddled by drink, Barbossa gazed vacantly at the dancer beside him and exclaimed, "Oh, my beautiful darling, keep drinking." Ha ha ha. Without a moment's hesitation, the dancer produced a pistol from seemingly thin air, aimed it at Barbossa's heart, and pulled the trigger before the old pirate could react. As the smoke from the gunpowder billowed forth, Barbossa collapsed to the ground. The dancer, with a cold smirk, fired 5 or 6 more shots into his lifeless body before ceasing her assault. Upon hearing the gunfire, the monkey Jack screeched and swiftly fled from the embrace of another dancer, nimbly climbing a pillar and disappearing from view in no time, evidently abandoning his inept master. As Barbossa fell, the pirates, momentarily caught off guard, were thrown into disarray. In the blink of an eye, the lady who had just shared intimate moments with a pirate turned and spat out razor-sharp blades, severing his throat, while a drinking companion who had been boasting moments before plunged a dagger into his chest. Within mere seconds of the onset of battle, the number of pirates in the palace dwindled from dozens to less than 10, while their adversaries numbered at least 100. "Protect Lord Hannibal," Larry bellowed, having long been on high alert. He seized a short axe at his waist and felled 2 assailants armed with daggers, leading his comrades towards the still indifferent Hannibal. The enemies, of course, would not allow his advance unchallenged, quickly assembling a group of dozens armed with swords and knives to charge at him. Faced with overwhelming odds, Larry remained unperturbed, bolstered by his harrowing experience during the initiation ritual, feeling as if a god of war had possessed him. Utilizing his height advantage, he delivered a kick that sent an oncoming foe flying, then drew his already loaded pistol with his left hand, shooting down an enemy attempting a sneak attack from behind, while deftly wielding the axe in his right to deflect incoming blades. His loyal followers seized the opportunity to strike at the enemy, and with a combination of remarkable agility and seamless teamwork, Larry and his small band of loyalists cut through the ranks of their adversaries, successfully encircling Hannibal at the center. "Lord Hannibal, it seems that Vice Captain Barbossa has been injured. What shall we do?" As Larry valiantly fended off the enemy's onslaught, he shouted anxiously. In the face of Larry's desperation, Hannibal remained unmoved, as if the unfolding events bore no significance to him. At this moment, the crew of Letting, having eliminated the outer pirates, had completely encircled them. Yet, despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, they found themselves unable to breach the shield wall formed by Larry. Among the throng, there were indeed adversaries capable of surpassing Larry. Yet, as the saying goes, a cornered beast fights fiercely. These selfish individuals, lacking absolute certainty, were unwilling to make the noble sacrifice. The standoff persisted, with the fiercely determined Larry standing as an impenetrable fortress, steadfastly repelling the encroaching foes. Chapter 27. Victory and Defeat. Members of the fallen pirate crew, I believe the current situation is abundantly clear. Lay down your weapons, and I shall grant you a merciful and dignified death. At that moment, the voice of Guzit resonated from the second floor. Larry looked up and beheld the mayor descending the staircase, his face adorned with a broad smile. Don't be ridiculous. When our captain returns, you shall all meet your demise." Larry glared menacingly at Guzit, who was being granted passage through the crowd. "Well, I regret to disappoint you, but your captain is likely waiting for you below," Guzit replied with an air of calm, unfazed by Larry's bluster. Observing the unwavering conviction and composed demeanor of his adversary, Larry's expression darkened further, a flicker of doubt creeping into his mind. Yet, as a pirate, or rather, a former gang member, he understood that relinquishing his weapon at this juncture would be tantamount to seeking death. Clenching his teeth, he tightened his grip on the axe. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a soft sound drew the attention of everyone present. Hannibal, who had remained an outsider until now, closed his notebook with one hand, scrutinized Guzit for a moment, and then approached Larry, gently patting his arm. Well done, you've passed. Huh? Pass what? The members of the fallen pirates looked at their cadre in confusion, casting bewildered glances in response. The burly Larry seemed to have an inkling of what was transpiring. Perhaps this was yet another test orchestrated by their whimsically malevolent captain. In truth, Larry's conjecture was indeed accurate. Although they had undergone an initiation ceremony, the majority could still be regarded as ordinary individuals, lacking the requisite skills compared to seasoned pirates. McKen was utilizing this grand banquet to eliminate the dross within the crew, facilitating the transformation of these individuals into true pirates, or, more accurately, competent fodder. Rather than merely amassing numbers, McKen prioritized the enhancement of quality. While it appeared that the fallen pirates were experiencing another significant reduction in personnel, their overall strength was undoubtedly bolstered, albeit by a fraction, perhaps 1 in 10 million. In any case, the pirate crew was steadily progressing in a positive manner, which was indeed commendable. Hannibal, with no intention of elaborating further, strolled forward and continued. You need not involve yourselves in what follows. Take this time to rest. As Hannibal approached, an inexplicable wave of fear surged within Mayor Guzit, compelling him to involuntarily step back. Upon realizing his actions, his countenance darkened, and he lowered his voice, saying slowly, "It seems you have yet to comprehend the situation. Do you truly believe you can contend against hundreds of me alone?" As Hannibal walked forward, he loosened his cufflinks, subtly twisting his wrist and murmuring alone, "Am I?" No sooner had he spoken than Guzit was startled by the sudden appearance of a towering figure before him. He looked up sharply to meet the gaze of two eyes shimmering like sapphires. "He, thank you for the hospitality." Barbossa lowered his body, bringing his face perilously close to Guzit's, unleashing a torrent of potent alcohol fumes that sent the startled mayor collapsing to the ground. What is happening? When did this occur? The crowd, save for Hannibal, was taken aback by the sudden resurrection of Barbossa before them. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the pet monkey, Jack, descended from the rooftop, landing deftly on Barbossa's shoulder. Upon settling, he immediately bared his teeth and screeched at the prostrate Guzit, completely shedding the shameful demeanor he had displayed moments before. Fortunately, one of the guards beside Guzit reacted in time, swinging a blade towards Barbossa's neck, wielding the very black dagger snatched from Barbossa himself. In the face of the assault, Barbossa's lips curled into a slight smirk as he reached out and seized the assailant's wrist, his fingers somewhat withered, slicing through like a razor, effortlessly disarming the guard of one hand. Thank you for safeguarding that for me. A token of my gratitude, if you will." Barbossa retrieved his black blade from the severed hand, chuckling softly. He then casually swung the sword, the ebony blade slicing through the air with an ominous roar, consuming the assailant before he could react. The dark blade's might did not wane, as it continued to devour dozens behind the guard, cleaving the ground and leaving a chasm several meters wide in its wake. "Monster!" someone in the crowd shouted, sending ripples of panic throughout the throng. Particularly affected was an individual nearest to Barbossa, rendered speechless and ghostly pale by fear. Just as his mind went blank, he felt a prod against his chest. Turning to see Hannibal standing before him, a finger gently pressing against his breastplate. "I have always believed that the waste of fine ingredients is a shameful sin. However, this is, after all, the captain's command. How regrettable." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt as though he had been crushed by a colossal vessel weighing thousands of tons. His chest collapsed violently, propelling him like a human cannonball toward the wall behind him. After colliding with a group of dozens, a muffled thud echoed, and the once pristine white marble wall was stained a vivid crimson. How could this be possible? The onlookers first glanced at the calm and composed Hannibal, then turned to the wall now drenched in blood, their expressions filled with shock, particularly Larry and his companions, who were utterly astonished, never anticipating that this seemingly courteous chef aboard the ship possessed such formidable strength. Not only they, but even Barbossa wore a grave expression, his previously nonchalant demeanor replaced by scrutiny as he squinted at Hannibal, inquiring, "Are you certain you wish to make a move?" He then gestured toward Larry and the others, adding, "Of course, it's not a matter of distrust. It's just that these individuals have only recently become qualified." Larry and his companions were still reeling from the recent turn of events, staring blankly at their superiors. In response to Barbossa's question, Hannibal leisurely unfastened the top 2 buttons of his shirt with one hand, slightly twisting his neck as he replied, "I believe you are familiar with the theory of rubber bands. Appropriate venting can enhance one's threshold. There is no need for concern. My current condition is far better than you might imagine." Barbossa forced a smile, a hint of tension in his voice. "Just don't let me be the one to clean up afterward." Hannibal closed his eyes, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, then opened his eyes to reveal irises that had transformed from lake blue to a striking crimson. He surveyed the terrified crowd and spoke languidly. I hope you can satisfy my appetite. Chapter 28. Astonishment. Broadly speaking, time is merely an illusion experienced by humans, a perception of the changes and movements of things. For instance, if an event unfolds too swiftly, one might scarcely feel the passage of time. Gyuzet suspected that his memories had been tampered with. He slapped his sticky hands against his face as if to remind himself that what transpired before him was merely a dream or an illusion. Yet the nauseating, viscous texture enveloping him and the persistent scent of rust invading his nostrils incessantly reminded him that everything he faced was all too real. No, it cannot be. This is not real. Gyuzet propped his face with his hands, his eyes wide as saucers. The scene before him aptly described as a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling banquet hall was now littered with dismembered limbs and scattered flesh, the blood pooling on the floor, soaked through to his boots. And he himself felt as if he had undergone a baptism from hell, his entire being drenched in crimson. Ah, you lot, strive to survive. As Gyuzet remained in a state of shock, almost disbelief, Barbossa brandished his black blade in front of himself, cautiously observing Hannibal standing amidst the sea of blood. Larry and the others realized that Barbossa's words were evidently directed at them. They instinctively swallowed hard, gripping their weapons tightly as they slowly retreated behind Barbossa. Their limited understanding of the unfolding events left them bewildered. How could everything change so drastically in the blink of an eye? Generally, the progression of events follows a clear sequence: cause, process, and result. However, to them, the crucial process seemed to have vanished entirely, instilling in them a deep-seated fear and prompting them to question if they had perhaps imbibed too much. Swift, unparalleled swiftness. That was the sense Barbossa experienced. At that moment, he heightened his vigilance, given the speed and destructive power displayed by Hannibal moments earlier. Even a slight misstep could lead to his own grievous injury. With sapphire-like eyes, Barbossa fixated intently on Hannibal, ready to restrain him at the slightest movement. The atmosphere in the hall descended once again into an eerie silence. With the instigator standing at the center, arms outstretched like a demon from the depths of hell, rendering the others too afraid to breathe. Hannibal tilted his head slightly, his expression one of sheer enjoyment, an unsettling smile betraying his lips. Soon, unsettling changes became evident in Hannibal's appearance. His skin visibly paled. His once glossy hair appeared shockingly dry, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Furthermore, with Barbossa's keen eyesight, he could discern the gradual decay of Hannibal's body. Though subtle, it sent a chill down his spine. His breathing elongated. He lowered his stance, gripping his knife with both hands, squinting his eyes into narrow slits, signaling that he was preparing to unleash his full strength. Even the jack monkey perched on Barbossa's shoulder seemed to sense its master's murderous intent. Arching its back and bristling its fur, baring its fangs, and emitting a silent roar directed at Hannibal. Just as Barbossa poised to strike, Hannibal's trembling eyelids settled into calmness. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing two lake blue irises fixed on Barbossa. No need to worry. I'm quite well, Hannibal assured, and in an instant, his skin regained its rosy hue, and his hair returned to its former sheen. Witnessing this transformation, Barbossa erupted in a hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew you were fine. No one trusts you more than I do. Ha ha ha." Barbossa was just as he appeared, but the jack monkey on his shoulder was even more so. Rising to his feet, he grasped the brim of Barbossa's hat with one hand, flashing a sycophantic smile at Hannibal. With a furrowed brow, Hannibal adjusted his blood-stained suit. Ignoring the insincere grin from Barbossa, he retrieved a black phone bug from his pocket, its shell etched with the image of a menacing, toothy maw. The phone bug emitted a crackling sound, and soon, the frail voice of the Jigsaw emerged, as if it were on the brink of death. The appearance of the phone bug morphed to resemble Jigsaw himself. "Ah, is this Lecter? It seems your affairs have concluded." Jigsaw's voice was muddled, interspersed with faint wails and sobs. Hannibal surveyed his surroundings and replied, "Indeed." "Understood," Jigsaw concluded before severing the connection. At the moment Hannibal pocketed the phone bug, a black fissure abruptly manifested at the center of the already blood-soaked banquet hall. This fissure began to expand into the surrounding space, tearing apart the scenery as if it were a canvas being ripped, gradually forming a vast gash, akin to someone having gouged out a section from a painting. A roar erupted from the chasm, and before anyone could react, a sea beast squeezed forth, as if being extruded from a tube. Its original form was unrecognizable due to the spatial compression, but its size suggested it was not formidable. Upon its emergence, it let out a few more weak roars before succumbing to its injuries and lack of oxygen, dying right there. "It appears the victor is me, Mr. Mayor." A voice echoed from the dark void. As the sound resonated, McKen slowly stepped out from the fissure, appearing unchanged. Upon stepping out, he raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward the indifferent Hannibal. "Everything is under control," Hannibal remarked, sensing Macon's scrutiny. Nodding at Hannibal's words, McKen then turned to Guzit. "According to our wager, your life is now mine. However, before that," with a snap of his fingers, Barbossa instantly understood, commanding the pirates behind him to begin cleaning up the scene. In no time, a corner of the banquet hall was tidied up, and a few sycophantic pirates fetched a clean chair for their captain to sit. Barbossa, meanwhile, coerced several survivors to kneel before McKen, drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at one survivor's head. "Speak. What?" The survivor, enveloped in fear, gazed blankly at the menacing Barbossa. When the answer proved incorrect, Barbossa, with unwavering resolve, pulled the trigger. In the sharp crack of gunfire, a gaping hole appeared in the survivor's head, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression a blend of confusion and terror. Barbossa, as if performing a trivial task, leisurely loaded another bullet and approached the second survivor. Once more, he pressed the gun to the victim's temple and coldly commanded, "Speak." Chapter 29. A brief interlude as a novice author. I discovered this morning while in the restroom that I had received tips on the Writer Assistant app. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Tai Su Xianqing Daozun, Chunri Zhe, Yinming Shan, and Zhong Kuan, as well as to all those who pointed out errors in this book and to those who have voted for and followed my work. In return, I shall post 2 additional chapters tonight around 8 o'clock as a token of thanks. There's one final thought I wish to share. This morning, upon discovering the tips, I excitedly inquired of a friend from my earlier days at Chidian about the benefits of such gestures. His response suggested that during the initial phase of a new book, tips serve merely to motivate the author and are otherwise a waste. Thus, during this period, I encourage everyone to subscribe to novels they enjoy, and for those who appreciate this book, please feel free to vote, follow, and leave comments. That is all. Chapter 30. The Rat's Lair. Your companion has been taken to the Rat King. The survivor, held at gunpoint by Barbossa, was none other than Mayor Guzit's secretary. Her face smeared with blood, a far cry from her former elegance. She trembled, crawling on the ground, inching toward McKen, grasping his pant leg with desperate pleas. "Please, spare me. This is the Rat King's command." Seated majestically on a bench, McKen paid no heed to her words, slowly swirling the wine in his goblet, savoring the fine vintage. Observing McKen's indifference, the secretary quickly wiped her face with her sleeve and, in a sultry tone, implored, "Esteemed captain, if you grant me mercy, I would do anything for you." She deliberately loosened her garments, unabashedly revealing her charms to McKen. "Trust in my skills. I assure you, it will be an unparalleled experience." The secretary possessed unwavering confidence in her beauty and abilities, a sentiment echoed by the heavy breaths of the cannon fodder behind McKen, seemingly swayed by her words. McKen leaned closer, lifting her chin with his hand, and the secretary, understanding his intent, playfully extended her tongue in a provocative gesture. A smile graced McKen's face as he gazed into her eyes. "That is indeed an intriguing proposition. What say you, Barbossa?" Barbossa stepped forward, a sly grin forming. Yet his reply was once again a resounding incorrect. Upon hearing the voice of Barbossa, the secretary became acutely aware of her surroundings. Her originally enchanting eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed no. But scarcely had the word escaped her lips when a bullet swiftly traversed the chamber of the gun, piercing through her adversary's skull. Thus, an exceptionally beautiful woman met her tragic demise at the hands of a mere bullet. The scene evoked a sense of melancholy among the pirates standing behind McKen. Yet they dared not defy the cadre's intentions, casting regretful glances at the fallen bodies. Barbossa, however, displayed little emotion, leisurely reloading his weapon as he sauntered towards the next individual, reiterating his previous inquiries. After dispatching a few more, he finally approached Guzit, slowly positioning his firearm against the man's forehead. "Ha ha ha, let me reiterate my gratitude for your hospitality." Guzit knelt on the ground. Having calmed somewhat over the past few minutes, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and took a deep breath before speaking. "The supplies are in the basement of the town hall. The treasures have been stored in the rat tunnels by the Rat King." With those words, he closed his eyes, silently awaiting the response. Splendid, splendid." Barbossa holstered his firearm and crouched down to pat Guzit on the shoulder. "Correct answer, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations on surviving for now. Gyuzet thought to himself that he had bet wisely, and he exhaled in relief, feeling his body slacken as he silently praised his understanding of such pirate factions. However, soon fear gripped him again, and he raised his gaze towards McKen. I concede your victory, but if you wish to obtain the treasure, you must spare my life. Gyuzet swallowed hard and spoke quickly. The Rat King possesses the powers of a devil fruit. The tunnels he has excavated are extensive. There are at least 10 hiding spots I know of, and without my guidance, you will not find him. Oh, is that so? McKen shook his glass, feigning indifference. Observing McKen's demeanor, Gyuzet gritted his teeth and continued. Moreover, the Rat King is a servant of the celestial dragons, overseeing the slave trade on this island, a trade for which I am responsible, and the end of this month marks the time for shipments. Gyuzet's words trailed off, confident that McKen grasped his implication. Upon hearing the mention of the celestial dragons, a flicker of disdain crossed McKen's face. Do you think I fear those fat pigs? No, certainly not. Gyuzet hastily waved his hands. In truth, he had hoped to leverage the celestial dragon's influence, but seeing McKen's expression, he realized he had miscalculated. He continued, while you may not fear the celestial dragons, you have just arrived in the Grand Line, and attracting the Navy's attention too soon would be unwise. Spare my life, and I assure you, no information regarding you will reach the Navy's office. Considering Gyuzet's words, McKen stroked his chin thoughtfully before slowly replying. How much treasure is hidden in those tunnels you spoke of? At this inquiry, Gyuzet's eyes brightened as if he had grasped a lifeline. To be honest, I am uncertain of the exact amount, but the treasures accumulated over the years, along with the rewards from the celestial dragons, are undoubtedly a staggering fortune. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Gyuzet swiftly interjected. The Rat King has taken your companion, presumably to offer her to the celestial dragons, and I happen to know the location where the slaves are held. I shall escort you there. As he spoke, Gyuzet rose to his feet, exhibiting a swiftness that belied his near 50 years. Standing with a slight bow, he addressed McKen with utmost respect. I believe your companion is yearning for your rescue. Surely you would not wish to miss the tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Although McKen harbored doubts about the Rat King's ability to harm Harley, he acquiesced to Gyuzet's proposal. After draining his goblet of fine wine, McKen gradually stood, saying, "Lead the way, Mayor." "As you command," Gyuzet replied with deference, preparing to guide them toward the rat tunnels. At that moment, a series of thunderous noises erupted from the previously sealed castle doors. Gyuzet turned in astonishment toward the entrance, pondering if perhaps the subordinates dispatched to seize the pirate ship had returned. Yet he dismissed the thought, knowing that with McKen's group, any number of subordinates would likely meet their demise. Just then, as Gyuzet's mind wandered, the doors were violently blasted open, the heavy panels splintering as if they were mere paper. Wow, do we invite demons from hell to our banquet? Or has this place transformed into a vampire's dining hall? A cascade of silvery laughter echoed from beyond the shattered entrance, prompting Gyuzet to lift his gaze in disbelief. Such an amusing soir. And you did not wait for me, my little pudding. Following the sound, a stunning silhouette stepped into the moonlight, her once white evening gown now stained crimson, the hem torn for ease of movement, revealing her slender, pale legs. Most strikingly, she bore a spiked club slung over her shoulder, adorned with ragged cloth and remnants of flesh. Ah, this was my oversight. I shall certainly remember to inform you next time, McKen said, a smile gracing his face as he spoke slowly. I wonder if this beautiful lady might forgive me. Of course, you are forgiven, my darling. Harley replied with a sweet smile directed at McKen, before tossing an object toward the assembly, declaring, I have brought you a gift. An object hurled by Harley landed in the pool of blood and rolled to the feet of the onlookers. Gyuzet focused his gaze, and before him lay a large head resembling that of a rat. The two green eyes atop the head bulged as they fixated on Gyuzet's astonished visage, causing the unfortunate mayor to collapse onto the ground, incessantly retreating. The Rat King. Chapter 31. The White Rose. Moments earlier, Harley had been ensconced within a white bag, carried by two individuals through a rat passage to a lair. The Rat King, who had been waiting with bated breath, approached the lair with utmost seriousness. This lair had been transformed into a lavish chamber, adorned with fist-sized luminescent stones that cast a radiant glow throughout the space. At the center of the lair lay a grand double bed, upon which were arranged hundreds of white roses, their fragrant blossoms masking the earthy scent of the chamber. The Rat King himself was clad in a splendid suit, his sparse fur meticulously groomed and swept back. My Lord Rat King, we shall take our leave, announced the two subordinates as they gently placed Harley upon the bed, their eyes filled with trepidation. The expression upon the Rat King's face was peculiarly mixed. a blend of exhilaration and trepidation. He dared not meet the gaze of the figure on the bed and waved his hand to dismiss his aides. Time drifted by, and as the Rat King paced the lair, nervously biting his thumbnail, Harley gradually regained consciousness. In truth, Harley had never truly fainted. She had merely indulged in her penchant for mischief, awaiting the unfolding of intriguing events. Yet, the great rodent before her showed no signs of proceeding, which thoroughly drained her already scant patience. "Ugh, where am I?" Harley exclaimed, her eyes fluttering open as she cried out. This utterance seemingly startled the Rat King, who took 2 vigorous steps backward, slightly lowered his head, and began to rub his hands together. In a voice laden with humility, as if pressed down in his throat, he ventured to speak. "My white rose, you have awakened." At that moment, the Mouse King resembled a wayward child, enveloped in an ineffable humility, hesitating in place, unable to advance. "Who are you?" Harry erupted with astonishing theatricality, clutching a pillow to her chest, shrinking into the corner of the bed, her face a portrait of fear as she warily scrutinized the figure before her. "It is I, Sabo, I am Peter." Upon hearing Harry's inquiry, the Mouse King grew agitated, swiftly approaching the bedside, his large green eyes wide with trepidation as they fixated on the enchanting figure before him. "Have you not yet forgiven me, my Sabo? My white rose? I was wrong, truly wrong, please." The Mouse King stammered, his gaze drawn to Harry's captivating expression, which evoked a profound sympathy. Yet, in an instant, he recoiled, his bulbous green eyes widening even further, revealing sharp black teeth as he emitted a piercing screech. "No, who are you really? You are not Sabo." From the brief exchange, the astute Mouse King Peter discerned that although the other party displayed a semblance of youthful fear, the glimmering depths of her autumn-like eyes betrayed an unmistakable mockery that could not be concealed. Such a gaze could never possibly be seen upon his white rose, absolutely impossible. However, Harley, aware of her own vulnerabilities from Peter's actions, must not forget her other identity as a psychologist. Upon recognizing her flaw, Harley immediately adjusted her demeanor, burying her head in the pillow while simultaneously assessing the man before her. Agitated, with extreme emotional instability, marked by paranoid suspicion and self-destructive tendencies, he exhibited traits of atypical borderline and paranoid personality disorders. Fascinating. Harley, well-versed in the art of profiling, gradually deduced that the girl named Sabo must embody a somewhat saintly role, continuously sketching the nuances of the girl's psyche in her mind. A fleeting smile curved upon Harley's face, only to vanish quickly. When she lifted her head again, the mockery in her eyes had dissipated, replaced by an unwavering tenderness. In that instant, Peter, who had been seething with rage moments before, found his feet rooted to the ground, his mouth agape as if to speak, yet his body felt as though it were nailed to the earth. Soon, 2 streams of tears began to trickle slowly down his cheeks. "Sabo, is that you?" Peter stammered, trembling as he knelt beside the bed, reaching out in an attempt to touch that familiar face. However, Harley, fully immersed in her role, exhibited the appropriate reaction of a young girl at that moment. She screamed, seizing a handful of white roses from the bed and hurling them at Peter's face, then curled up in the corner of the bed like a frightened kitten, trembling uncontrollably. Peter opened his mouth, but could not articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he fiercely clawed at his own face with sharp nails, crimson blood streaming down, as if the physical pain could somehow mend the wounds within. Subsequently, Peter knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against the earth, which, despite its hardness, began to crack under the force of his assault, blood gushing from his forehead with each impact. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry, it's all my fault," he wailed, drowning in self-reproach, torturing himself in a manner that would surely haunt anyone who witnessed this scene. Time slipped away, and Peter suddenly sensed that the ground he had been striking was no longer the firm earth. Upon opening his eyes, he found a delicate white hand cushioning the spot where he had collided. When he raised his gaze, he beheld a beautiful face, still tinged with fear, but struggling to maintain a gentle smile. He noticed that the girl's hand trembled slightly from the impact of his actions, yet she seemed to conceal it behind her back to spare him worry. "Ah!" Peter exclaimed, stepping back 2 paces, and in that moment, he was utterly convinced that the girl before him was indeed his white rose. Quick to react, he lifted his trembling right hand, yearning to caress the girl standing before him. Though the girl exhibited some reluctance, she did not retreat this time. However, as Peter's hand approached that enchanting face, he faltered. He swiftly withdrew his hand, biting down hard on it, crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth down to his chin. No, Sabo, my white rose. I am unworthy. Unworthy of your forgiveness, Peter muttered to himself as he gnawed his right hand, sensing the girl inching closer. In a panic, he scuttled into the corner of his refuge, shielding his grotesque face with his arm. Soon, he felt an indescribable warmth enveloping his right hand. When he opened his eyes again, he found the girl before him, her warm hands clasping his battered hand. Undeterred by the grime, saliva, and blood on his hand, she gently pressed it against her soft cheek. "I am sorry, I am not Savity, but I believe your white rose has surely forgiven you." The girl bestowed a smile upon him, and in that moment, Peter found himself entranced. He parted his lips, attempting to utter something, but she raised a finger to silence him. "Sleep now. Everything will be all right upon waking." Her gentle voice whispered in his ear, and he felt his eyelids grow heavy. Soon, his consciousness began to fade, gradually immersing him in memories of the past. Noticing that the Rat King had fallen into a deep slumber, Harley's smile broadened. Though her appearance remained unchanged, her demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating a disconcerting madness that replaced her previous gentleness. She released the Rat King's hand, allowing it to fall to the cold, damp ground, and wiped the dust and blood from her face with the back of her hand. "Now, Mr. Mouse, let me unveil your story." A chilling light gleamed in Harley's eyes as she reached for the Rat King's head. The dream fruit. This was Harley's fruit ability, akin to the whimsical powers of sugar from the Don Quixote family, an overwhelmingly potent paramecia fruit that could be deemed unsolvable upon meeting certain conditions. To put it plainly, in the realm of dreams, Harley was the sole deity. The sensation of plunging into dreams was indescribably unsettling, akin to falling into an abyss, surrounded by an infinite darkness. However, as Harley descended, a sudden glimmer pierced through the boundless shadows. She smiled faintly and moved towards the light. Upon touching that luminous glow, she felt herself enveloped in warm sunshine, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes. When she opened them again, a dilapidated church-like structure appeared before her. Harley approached and gently caressed the crumbling, mottled walls, the texture feeling indistinguishable from reality. She then began to survey the scenery around her. Here, much like the preceding darkness, an expanse of white enveloped everything save for this solitary structure. Harley comprehended that this was the realm of the Rat King's dreams. Within this dreamlike world, she traversed the bleak early years of Peter's life, forging a bond with a young girl named Savity, only to witness everything being stripped away by the celestial dragons, ultimately leading to her descent into becoming a mere pawn of their will. There was little of significance within this dream realm. Only the endless malice of the celestial dragons stirred within Harley a deep-seated urge for retribution, culminating in her summoning the dream projection of Jigsaw to shatter the entire illusion. Specific content has been moved to the appendix. Chapter 32. Notes on the appendix. In accordance with the requests of esteemed readers, the content of the dream has been transformed into an appendix. New readers may peruse it if they wish. Those who prefer may proceed directly to Volume 3. That is all. Chapter 33. Appendix 1. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself before a dilapidated church-like structure. Harley approached, gently caressing the mottled and crumbling walls, which felt remarkably real beneath her touch. She then began to survey her surroundings. Here, much like the preceding darkness, a vast expanse of white enveloped the surroundings, save for the solitary structure before her. It dawned upon Harley that this was indeed the realm of the Rat King's dreams. She first stretched lazily, then pushed open the iron gate, softly murmuring her apologies for the intrusion as she joyfully skipped inside with her hands clasped behind her back. Upon entry, she was greeted by a cacophony of childish chatter resonating in her ears. "EW, how disgusting. Come look, Peter has mouse whiskers." Where? He blocking it with his hands. "Pry them apart, quick." As Harley stepped further in, she beheld a group of children, approximately 7 or 8 years of age, encircling a small boy who lay on the ground, his face buried in his hands. She glided towards them, her form reminiscent of smoke, and as she had anticipated, found young Peter, only 7 or 8, clutching his face tightly while sprawled on the floor. At that moment, a chubby little boy, spurred on by the surrounding children, approached and climbed onto Peter's back, subsequently prying apart the barrier that concealed him. "Wow, look, Peter truly has mouse whiskers," exclaimed a little girl, igniting a wave of curiosity among the other children, who clamored to get a closer look. "Get away," the young Peter cried out in despair, forcefully shoving the boy off him before burying his face in his knees. The toppled boy, now enraged, retaliated with a couple of kicks, and amidst Peter's wailing, he yanked out one of Peter's whiskers. "Look at Peter's mouse whisker." The chubby boy triumphantly raised it high, showcasing it to his peers as if it were a prized trophy. Harley glanced over, and indeed, it was a long, dark whisker, quite unfathomable for a human child to possess. Haha, Peter's just a little mouse. How disgusting. The children, fixated on the whisker, erupted into laughter at Peter's expense. Their words often the most merciless and jarring. They remained oblivious to Peter, who was sobbing and clutching his legs as they continued their relentless mockery. What are those little rascals up to? Don't they want to eat lunch? At that moment, a burly, middle-aged woman strode down the corridor. A cigarette clenched between her lips as she shouted furiously. The children scattered in fright, as if they had encountered a formidable demon. The woman approached Peter, kicked him lightly in the rear, and exclaimed, "What are you crying for, young man? Don't you wish to have lunch?" Unmoved by her words, Peter continued to weep, his face buried in his hands. "What a misfortune," she muttered. The woman spat on the ground and, after taking a deep drag of her cigarette, disregarded Peter entirely, swaying her ample form as she vanished into the yard. Just as Harley intended to continue her observation, the surrounding space shifted, and after a dazzling burst of light, the entire scene transformed. Rubbing her eyes, which had been dazzled by the brilliance, Harley discovered herself in what appeared to be a classroom. Within this classroom were a dozen or so children, whom Harley recognized as those from earlier, though they seemed to have aged 2 or 3 years. As her gaze roamed, she quickly spotted Peter seated in a corner of the room. His desk bore numerous carvings, though the specific content was difficult to discern. It was evident that they were largely unsavory words. Young Peter, compared to his peers, appeared unchanged in stature, his face clouded with gloom as he hung his head. Though he was a vibrant youth, he exhibited the demeanor of a man nearing his end. A series of knocks drew Harley's attention. Turning her head, she beheld the plump woman, cigarette in mouth, incessantly tapping a wooden stick against the desk before her. Satisfied to see the children's attention captivated, she nodded approvingly and, exhaling a smoke ring, spoke in a raspy voice. "Today, you have a new companion." She then clapped her hands and called out, "Come in." As her voice faded, a girl entered slowly, clad in tattered, patched clothing, with a head of short golden hair. Upon her entrance, Harley squinted slightly, as if glimpsing her younger self. This must be the girl named Savity. The summoned Savity timidly clutched a corner of her garment, her head bowed, resembling a delicate puppet. "Introduce yourself," the plump woman commanded when she noticed the girl's silence. Startled by the shout, Savity trembled visibly and in a barely audible voice, stammered, "I am Savity. Pleased to meet you. Lift your head. Are you an ostrich?" A plump woman struck the table, eliciting a startled squeak from Savity. Nevertheless, she lacked the courage to contradict the woman's words, pursing her lips as she gradually lifted her head. "Oh, how beautiful!" When Savity raised her gaze, a chorus of admiration erupted in the classroom, particularly from the young boys, who flashed what they believed to be charming smiles in her direction. Even Peter appeared momentarily entranced. As he became aware of her gaze upon him, he hastily concealed his chin with his hand, bowing his head in bashfulness. The arrival of Savity seemed to breathe new life into the orphanage. As soon as class ended, a throng of children encircled her, bombarding her with a flurry of childish questions. Meanwhile, Peter remained as solitary as ever, neglected in the corner, sorrowfully tugging at his own beard. Chapter 34. Side story 2. The scene shifted to a small courtyard. Savity appeared to have already forged a bond with her newfound companions from the orphanage, surrounded by a lively group engaged in animated conversation. At that moment, a chubby boy approached Savity briskly, speaking to her with an air of mystery as if presenting a treasure. "Savity, do you wish to witness something intriguing?" "What is it?" Savity inquired innocently. "Hee, you shall find out soon," the chubby boy replied cryptically, while the other companions exchanged knowing glances. The group quickly made their way to a small, dimly lit room, sparsely furnished with merely a chair and a tiny bed. The chubby boy beckoned everyone to enter, and once the door was shut, he whispered to his companions, "That fellow will return shortly. As soon as he enters, I'll pin him down." The boys nodded in understanding. Savity, curious, quietly sat on the bed with a few girls, waiting expectantly. Before long, a faint sound of footsteps could be heard approaching from outside the door. The chubby boy immediately gestured for silence. Suddenly, with a creak, Peter entered, holding a book. "Grab him," the chubby boy shouted, prompting 4 or 5 boys to dart out from the shadows of the room. Startled by the commotion, Peter dropped the book in his hands, but years of bullying had endowed him with a remarkable ability to escape. Before the others could catch him, he swiftly leaped back and turned to flee into the courtyard. Seeing their quarry slip away, the chubby boy, frustrated, called out to pursue him. Although Peter had honed his escape skills, his frail physique betrayed him, and soon he was cornered, panting heavily against the wall. The chubby boy, catching his breath, grinned widely, revealing his white teeth, and approached Peter, delivering several harsh kicks. He then called out loudly to those behind him, "Girls, come quickly, we've caught him." At this moment, Savity became aware of the unfolding situation. Her kind-hearted nature made it difficult for her to accept such bullying, and she was reluctant to approach. However, she was ultimately dragged over by a few female companions. "Hey, Savity, let me introduce you to the rare specimen from our orphanage," the chubby boy proclaimed, puffing out his chest and striking a pose he believed to be manly, pointing at Peter, who lay on the ground, covering his face. Upon hearing Savity's name, Peter shrank back, gritting his teeth and pressing his hands tightly against his face. "Peter, lift your head." When he did not respond, the chubby boy, growing impatient, reached out with his plump hands and forcefully yanked Peter up from the ground. It was not merely pride that held Peter back, but also a desire not to humiliate himself in front of the girl he liked. Despite the sharp pain that shot through his scalp, he continued to cover his face in silence. After lifting Peter, the chubby boy attempted to pry Peter's hands away from his face, but the frail Peter, surprisingly resilient, refused to budge. "Damn it, someone help!" the chubby boy shouted, and several companions rushed forward to seize Peter's arms and pull them outward. Despite Peter's desperate resistance, he could not withstand the combined strength of the group. With a scream of anguish, his hands were forcibly removed from his face. Harley stood with her arms crossed, silently observing the scene, unable to fathom Peter's current emotional state. However, the tears streaming down his tightly shut eyes suggested he was not in a good place. Unlike Harley, Savity turned her face away, unable to witness the unfolding torment. Her inherently pure nature made it easy for her to empathize with Peter, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Unaware of Savity's distress, the chubby boy laughed triumphantly, then grabbed a whisker from Peter's face and yanked it fiercely. Savity, look. This is Peter's mouse whisker. It's quite amusing. It'll grow back tomorrow." The chubby boy flaunted Peter's whisker before Savity, who screamed and shut her eyes. "Don't come closer. Get that away." "Oh, you find Peter's whiskers repulsive too?" "We all think so. He is just a pesky little mouse." The chubby boy laughed heartily, thumping his chest. "Don't worry. I'll protect you in the future. I won't let this disgusting creature near you." "I detest you, Hassan. The disgusting one is you," Savity shouted, glaring at the chubby boy with fury. "You me." Hassan's laughter was abruptly stifled, his face flushed as he struggled to articulate a complete thought. Clenching his fists in anger, he swung at the air, causing Savity to crouch down in fright. He then shot a fierce glare at Peter and declared, "Let us go." Hassan appears to be the unofficial leader of the children in this orphanage. Under his guidance, the other children swiftly followed his lead. Even the girls who were near Savity hesitated for only a few seconds before joining the throng. Harley tilted her head, intrigued by this scene. She found the nature of children to be quite fascinating, as mere trivial words could evoke such profound emotions. After the crowd dispersed, she staggered toward her room, clutching her still aching abdomen. At that moment, her green eyes reflected a sense of despondency, her body merely moving on instinct. "Are you all right?" At that moment, a gentle voice filled with concern reached Peter from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Peter involuntarily shuddered, biting his lip as he continued forward, with rapid footsteps echoing. Seveny swiftly positioned herself in front of him, obstructing his path. "Hello, my name is Seveny." Peter, mesmerized by the delicate hand that appeared before him, fell into a trance. He raised his gaze to appraise the girl, only to quickly lower his head once more, silently maneuvering around Seveny and hastening back to his room. Once the door was closed, Peter leaned against it, breathing heavily, his heart racing increasingly faster, an unsettling sensation akin to palpitations overwhelming him. The image of Seveny's innocent smile incessantly replayed in his mind. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to forget, yet that smile remained ever more vivid. Clutching the area over his heart, he sensed that something dormant within him had awakened. This feeling increasingly discomforted him. Lying in bed with a pillow covering his head, he began to indulge in a tumult of thoughts, yet he could not restrain his mind from drifting to that figure. Frustrated, Peter slapped himself sharply, finally managing to clear his mind, and he closed his eyes, sinking into a deep slumber. Thus far, this could be considered a commendable soap opera, and my curiosity regarding the unfolding narrative only grows. In a realm unseen by Peter, or rather the Mouse King, Harley licked her lips with fervent eyes, gazing intently at Savity, who stood hesitantly at the door of Peter's room, wishing to knock, but faltering instead. The expression on her face was reminiscent of one who would devour the girl before her in one swift bite. Chapter 35. Side story: 3 Time in the Dream extended considerably, Perhaps it was because Savity did not mock Peter like others. Or perhaps it was due to the envy of other girls regarding her beauty. But Savity, too, found herself isolated. Through the passage of time, these two lonely souls gradually became good friends. I am Savity. She introduced herself. My grandfather once told me that Savity means pure white rose. On a clear weekend, Savity and Peter sat by the river, engaged in conversation. Perhaps due to their growing familiarity, Peter no longer concealed his unsightly beard. Your grandfather? Peter began to inquire, but suddenly realized something and promptly shut his mouth. It's all right. My grandfather has surely gone to a better world. Noticing Peter's awkwardness, Savity smiled gently at him. The smile caused Peter to blush instantly, prompting him to bury his head in his knees, too shy to meet her gaze. Behind them, Harley sat with her chin resting on her hands, her expression radiating impatience, clearly weary of the youthful romance unfolding before her. With a snap of her fingers, it was as if the world of dreams had been propelled into a swift acceleration. The hastening timeline gradually came to a halt, and the scene morphed once more, revealing a rather unremarkable street before Harley's eyes. Catch the thief. Seize that boy ahead. A short, stout man shouted breathlessly as he ran, while the diminutive Peter, clutching his pockets, fled in a state of utter distress. Alas, despite Peter's nimbleness, he was ultimately cornered by a throng of well-meaning onlookers. Observing this, the rotund man halted, took a few heavy breaths, and approached Peter with a sinister grin. I knew that woman couldn't possibly be so kind as to adopt orphans. It turns out she merely intended to raise little thieves. Lucky for me, I spotted early. The man seized Peter by the collar, lifting him off the ground, his grotesque visage looming menacingly close as he spoke. No, you mustn't say that. Peter protested desperately, grappling with the man's wrist. Ugh, disgusting little brat. Go choke on something. The man, feeling the sting of Peter's grip, bellowed angrily before hurling him into a foul ditch, following up with several vicious kicks. Now, where's the loot? The man demanded, pressing his foot against Peter's head. I didn't take anything from you. Peter spluttered, choking on the murky water of the ditch. Don't you dare lie to me. I clearly saw your sneaky demeanor. The man spat, rummaging through Peter's belongings. However, after a thorough search yielded nothing. He kicked Peter once more in frustration before storming off. At this moment, the crowd came to realize that Peter had not stolen anything. Rather, it was that individual who, upon seeing Peter's appearance, succumbed to greed, believing he could gain some unexpected talent. However, the onlookers did not harbor any sympathy for Peter. In a world where human life is as valueless as grass, each person was preoccupied with their own existence. Their earlier obstruction of Peter was merely a means to inject some amusement into their mundane lives. Upon realizing that there was no entertainment to be had, the crowd dispersed in a clamor, returning to their own affairs, leaving Peter to struggle futilely in the filthy gutter, bloodied and alone. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, and just as Peter began to drift into unconsciousness, he heard someone anxiously calling his name, summoning the last of his strength. He lifted his head and saw a little girl in patched clothing rushing toward him, accompanied by a woman who was incessantly puffing on a cigarette. When Peter regained consciousness, he found himself in a stark white room, permeated by a faint medicinal scent. As he attempted to survey his surroundings, a choked sob caught his attention. You, finally awake. I thought you were going to die, cried Savity, throwing her arms around the sitting Peter, weeping uncontrollably. Though Peter felt a wave of pain from her embrace, his heart swelled with joy, sweeter than honey. Savity, he began, but she quickly interrupted. You must rest. Now that you're all right, I won't disturb you. With that, Savity released him and stood to leave, but Peter noticed the redness and swelling around her eyes, a clear testament to her worry for him. As Savity reached the door, Peter could no longer contain himself. Wait, Savity, is there something else? Peter, you should really rest. I'm waiting for your return, she replied, turning back to him with a smile, wiping her tears away. Peter appeared somewhat flustered, biting his lip and clutching the blanket. Finally, as if steeling himself, he raised his gaze to Savity and said, I have something for you. As he spoke, Peter pulled out an object from an unknown place, holding it before him. The once curious and lovely face of Savity transformed swiftly upon seeing the item, her previously swollen eyes brimming with tears once more. Peter, I'm sorry. It's a bit damaged. Peter, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered his head. In his hand was a rose, more accurately, a mostly white rose, perhaps due to previous misadventures. Many of its petals had fallen away, and it was unclear where Peter had concealed it prior. As he grappled with his embarrassment, he suddenly felt a gentle peck on his cheek from something soft. Startled, he raised his head and beheld Savity, whose tear-streaked face could scarcely hide her smile. "Thank you, Peter, thank you." A gentle breeze wafted in through the window, causing the white rose in Peter's hand to sway, mirroring the tumult of his heart. Hallie, caught off guard by this display of affection, wore a resigned expression as she pressed her forehead and accelerated the dream, transporting them directly a decade into the future. With a resounding clap, in a tavern, a man with a scarred face, towering around 2 meters tall, struck a small-statured man across the face. "Mouse, you have truly disappointed me. This month, you have stolen only this much. I apologize, boss houseman, but there were not many merchant ships arriving on the island this month." "Silence. I do not wish to hear your excuses." Houseman struck him again. "Mouse Peter, I have no interest in your justifications. If you fail to deliver your quota next time, I shall crush you and stuff you into a mouse hole." "Yes, yes," Peter replied, covering his bleeding face, though a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Perhaps it was fate that ultimately led him down the irretrievable path of thievery. Useless. "Get out." Houseman waved dismissively, expelling Peter. Hallie sat in a corner of the tavern, observing with keen interest as Peter limped toward the exit amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd. A broad smile spread across her face as she sensed that something intriguing was about to unfold. Chapter 36. Side Story 4. Emerging from the tavern, Peter aimlessly wandered the streets, lost in despair. After an indeterminate amount of time, he found himself back at the orphanage that had once taken him in. "Peter? Is it you, Peter?" As he gazed at the orphanage's door, reminiscing about days gone by, a familiar and gentle voice called out to him. He turned to see Sabo, dressed simply, sprinting toward him with a basket in hand. She appeared somewhat worn, her face smeared with black dirt. Clearly, Sabo understood the adage that beauty can invite trouble. Without the protection of strength, her lovely visage would only bring her endless woes. Thus, she perpetually adorned her face with a layer of earthy makeup. This left Harley, perched cross-legged in midair, feeling somewhat helpless. She was profoundly curious about what Sabo would look like when she grew up. Upon seeing Sabo, Peter turned on his heels and fled. He dared not, nor did he wish to confront the girl who had once bestowed upon him a glimmer of hope. "Peter, come back. Peter, this will always be your home." Despite Sabo's earnest cries, Peter was unwilling to face her, vanishing into the distance around the corner of the street. What was happening? Had that little mouse returned? At that moment, a somewhat elderly voice emanated from the orphanage, and a plump woman with a head full of white hair waddled over, puffing on a cigarette. "No, it must be my mistake. Oh, why haven't you hurried inside? Do you wish to deprive those little ones of their lunch? All right, I'm coming." Having escaped the confines of the orphanage, Peter meandered through the afternoon in a daze. As evening approached, he slipped into an underground tavern, a clandestine sanctuary shared with a few fellow thieves. "Hey, Peter, over here." Upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar voice. He nodded and swiftly made his way over. At a grimy table in the corner, 7 or 8 individuals had gathered, each bearing some physical imperfection. In comparison to them, Peter, with his diminutive stature and mouse-like whiskers, seemed like a favored child of the divine. The group of forlorn souls huddled together continued their previous conversation after Peter took a seat among them. "Have you heard? There was an incident at the harbor this afternoon," murmured a man who was missing an ear. "What happened?" Peter inquired nonchalantly, taking a sip of his rum, which was heavily diluted with water. The individual missing an ear cast a furtive glance at the crowd, quietly raised his head to survey the surroundings, and then whispered the leader of the Jelen gang was, making a gesture as if slitting his throat, which elicited a collective gasp from the onlookers. The leader of the Jelen gang? Peter appeared somewhat distracted, his thoughts lingering on Sabo. Ah, yes, he was referring to the infamous scar-faced houseman. At that moment, a man with a severed hand chimed in. What happened? Peter recalled who the individual was. On this small island, the leader of the Jelen gang was undoubtedly a formidable figure. The earless man eagerly licked his lips, downed a diluted rum in one gulp, and regarded his companions with gleaming eyes. Come on, you know you can't keep it to yourself. Everyone knows you're the most informed. Spill it. Hey. The informant chuckled softly, snatching the rum from the speaker's hand and taking a couple of swigs. All right, let me tell you. His enigmatic demeanor piqued the curiosity of the group, who leaned in closer. Those struggling at the bottom of society relished tales of the misfortunes of those in power. In truth, the matter was rather straightforward. Earlier that afternoon, a pirate ship had approached the port. However, the vessel had encountered some misfortune, leaving most of the pirates aboard dead or incapacitated, clearly having sought refuge here. Seizing the opportunity for profit, the Jelen gang's leader devised a ruse under the guise of collecting fees, believing that a pirate ship, even in disarray, would still possess considerable loot. Unfortunately for them, They had invoked the ire of a formidable adversary. The ship's captain was a devil fruit user who swiftly dispatched them with ease. Upon hearing this, the group could not help but express their astonishment. They marveled at how such an untouchable figure could meet such a dramatic demise. Unlike the others, Peter had clearly grasped the crux of the informant's words. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired, "What is a devil fruit?" TSK, TSK, TSK. You don't know what a devil fruit is? The informant regarded Peter with the awe reserved for rare creatures, before quickly elucidating. Devil fruits are legendary treasures of the sea, each possessing unique abilities. To put it plainly, even you could effortlessly dispatch Houseman, the bully who torments you, if you were to consume one of these fruits. Is that truly so? Of course. Would I deceive you? If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire further. The informant, noticing the fervor in Peter's eyes, chuckled mischievously and patted his shoulder. But for people like us, such fruits are nothing more than a fantasy. The lowest price for one is said to be no less than 100 million berries, and even at that price, they are rarely available. 100 million berries! Upon hearing the words of the informant, a gasp escaped the lips of some. For them, a sum of over 100,000 berries was an astronomical figure, and the notion of 100 million berries was utterly unfathomable. The informant's words cast a shadow over Peter's expression, yet he silently committed the mention of the devil fruit to memory. If he could acquire the devil fruit, he would possess the means to protect. Peter, what are you saying? Nothing, let us drink. Ah, Peter, considering your skills, it should not pose much difficulty to eliminate Houseman. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your capabilities. At that moment, a companion clinked his glass against Peter's. After the killing, Peter did not deny his capacity to eliminate the opponent, yet he pondered the aftermath. The members of the gang were not fools and would undoubtedly uncover the identity of the murderer. Sighing, the companion patted Peter's shoulder in a gesture of solace. Time flowed once more, and months slipped by, the scene once again set in a dimly lit underground tavern. This time, however, the original group of 7 or 8 had dwindled to merely 3 or 4. Each face bore a pallid hue, their appearances far more wretched than months prior. Is it just as few left? Spoke the informant, who was missing an ear. The others exhibited somber expressions, as if the world had no room for them. Many thieves had met their end at the hands of the law, and the island's constables showed no concern. Let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Have you heard? A significant figure is rumored to be arriving soon. The informant sipped water with a dejected demeanor. My boss has recently urged me to keep a low profile. Alas, life has become unbearable. Peter nodded in deep agreement, his own injuries more numerous than before. The bruises inflicted not only by gang members for failing to meet quotas, but also by the constabulary's heavy hand. Rubbing his discolored eye sockets, Peter spoke, "Indeed, it seems the constables have been relentless lately, as if someone had stabbed them in the rear with a knife, constantly patrolling the streets. Yes, I awoke this morning believing I had entered paradise. I have never seen the streets so immaculate in my life." Another chimed in. Informant, do you have any news regarding that significant figure? Upon hearing the inquiry, the informant's sorrow dissipated, for it was in moments like these that he felt a sense of validation. Lowering his voice, he enunciated carefully, "Celestial dragons." Chapter 37, Extra 5. Peter was unfamiliar with the term celestial dragons. In his limited understanding, the overseers of the island were already formidable figures. However, the informant held them in disdain, claiming that such individuals were inferior even to a dog of the celestial dragons. During this period, as the island's cleansing campaign intensified, individuals like Peter, hailing from a thieving background, found life increasingly arduous. Capture led directly to imprisonment. Even beggars, worse off than them, seemed to vanish without a trace, with later reports suggesting they were cast into the sea to become sustenance for fish. Nevertheless, Peter's days were not entirely unbearable. Each morning, he would discover several loaves of bread or other provisions placed at his doorstep. It was unnecessary to speculate on the identity of the benefactor behind such gifts. In those moments, Peter's yearning for the fabled devil fruit grew ever stronger. With Harley's actions, the dreamscape swiftly approached the fated day. Everyone, kneel along the sides of the road. Should I witness anyone daring to lift a finger during this time, I swear I will cast you into the sea to feed the fish. On this day, heralded as the arrival of a legendary figure, the security forces on the island roused every inhabitant from their homes at the break of dawn. Each individual was presented with a bouquet of fresh flowers and a black cloak. After they adorned the streets with the flowers, the overseer of this nameless isle, with a pronounced belly, directed the crowd to kneel along the thoroughfare. Peter had never witnessed this fabled overseer before and couldn't help but steal a few glances. The man was a portly middle-aged figure, towering at approximately 3 meters, with jowls that swayed with each step. He donned a ceremonial robe woven with golden threads, and the rings upon his fingers could sustain Peter for several years. Before long, a commotion arose from the direction of the harbor. Due to his diminutive stature, Peter found himself unable to see even when he craned his neck while kneeling. Thus, he discreetly cut 2 openings in the hood of his black cloak, allowing his eyes to peer through. Accompanied by sycophantic laughter and heavy footsteps, the fabled celestial dragon finally made his entrance along the distant street. Through the openings of his hood, Peter observed, noting how the overseer, typically imperious, appeared now as humble as a wretched insect in a sewer. However, his attention was soon captivated by the celestial dragon, or rather, by the magnificent beast he rode. This creature was of a size comparable to an ordinary dwelling, exceeding the largest bear Peter had ever encountered by 3 or 4 times. Its mane was as thick as that of a lion, and its 4 legs bore paws reminiscent of a hound. The majestic beast exuded an aura of authority, its thunderous footsteps resonating through the air, with large droplets of saliva cascading from its toothy maw, sizzling as they landed upon the flowers. Upon the creature's back rested a plush black sofa, upon which sat an individual garbed in an attire Peter had never before seen, particularly intrigued by the peculiar bubble-like hood that covered the figure's head. The face peering out from the hood astonished Peter. It bore the countenance of a simpleton he often encountered at the orphanage. The wide-set eyes slanted upward, and the oversized mouth dripped with drool, while a flat nose hung with unsightly mucus, all complemented by a bizarre hairstyle that rendered the visage exceedingly strange. In the hands of this celestial dragon was a long staff, entwined with spirals of iron chains. The sight of the chains quickened Peter's heartbeat. Several young women, clad in revealing attire and possessing beauty rivaling that of any noble, wore iron collars around their necks, moving like soulless automatons under the control of the celestial dragon. Preceding them were several brawny bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses, forming a protective barrier around their master. They scanned the crowd on either side of the street, compelling Peter to huddle closer in apprehension. The celestial dragon, emitting an odd nasal sound, inquired, "Marcus, why are these commoners draped in cloaks?" Marcus, the steward of this island, immediately approached with a hunched posture and responded in a sycophantic tone, "We must not allow the grotesque visages of these wretches to offend your eyes." The celestial dragon nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At this moment, the elongated line reached the position where Peter stood, and just then, the colossal beast beneath the celestial dragon let out a thunderous roar, collapsing to the ground and ceasing its movements. This moment not only startled Peter, but also the bodyguards of the celestial dragons, who promptly brandished their weapons, adopting a vigilant stance. Peter quickly pressed his head to the ground, paralyzed with fear. "Do not be alarmed," the celestial dragon commanded, waving his hand to quell the excessive reactions of his subordinates, before gently stroking the thick mane of the colossal beast beneath him. "Ah, my dear, are you hungry?" he inquired, as the beast let out another thunderous roar in response. "Ah, I see." The celestial dragon seemed to comprehend something, tugging at the long staff in his hand, causing the entwined iron chains to clatter ominously. A servant, instantly grasping the situation, nodded at the celestial dragon and reached out to seize a young girl by the arm, flinging her towards the beast. "No, McCarthyman's saint, save me." The girl realized her imminent peril, crying out to the celestial dragon atop the beast. Yet, the lofty celestial dragon paid no heed to the pleas of a mere slave, continuing to caress the creature's fur nonchalantly. Her cries ceased abruptly as the beast opened its gaping maw and, with a single bite, devoured her whole. The once formidable iron chains now seemed as pliable as rubber, effortlessly severed. The scene left Peter, kneeling by the street, trembling uncontrollably, a wave of nausea overwhelming him as if he were on the brink of vomiting. In stark contrast, the celestial dragon and his entourage appeared utterly unfazed, exhibiting no signs of disturbance, not even the other women, tethered alongside the unfortunate girl. Peter bit down hard on his lip, stifling any sound. He understood that should he be discovered stealing glances, he would likely become fodder for the monstrous beast. "Well, my good little pet, have you had your fill?" inquired McCarthy man, to which the beast beneath him responded with a couple of grunts, yet showed no inclination to move. Just as McCarthy man found himself at a loss, the sycophantic overseer, Marcus, approached with his head bowed, saying, "Lord McCarthy man, I am willing to serve as your mount." Upon hearing this, McCarthy man regarded him with skepticism. Sensing his master's thoughts, Marcus promptly dropped to all fours, circling the beast like a dog, assuring, "Rest assured, my back is quite sturdy." This action elicited a derisive snort from the beast, as if mocking the man before it. At this moment, McCarthy Man nodded, and Marcus beamed as he crawled beside the beast to serve as McCarthy Man's footstool. With the assistance of his servant, McCarthy Man stepped down onto Marcus's back, while several other attendants hurried to securely fasten the black sofa from the beast to Marcus's form. Once secured, Marcus lay flat on the ground, facilitating McCarthy Man's ascent, and then slowly crawled toward the palace perched atop the hill. When the residents lining the street received the order to disperse, Peter remained kneeling, trembling all over. "Come on, Peter, you're not going to lose the feeling in your legs, are you?" A companion nudged him, at which point Peter could no longer contain himself and retched. Chapter 38. Side story 6. The scene shifted once again, arriving at a dilapidated wooden shack. "Peter, it seems that scoundrel Houseman has been giving you a hard time," remarked the ever-inquisitive informant, having inexplicably located Peter and immediately voicing his grievances on Peter's behalf. Due to the influence of the celestial dragons, life had been particularly arduous for the gangs lately, and Houseman, now promoted to second in command, had taken out his frustrations on Peter. "Is there something you need from me?" Peter asked, methodically tending to his wounds with an air of indifference, as though he were not the one injured at all. TSK. It appears that the celestial dragon gentleman is acquainted with our overseer, or perhaps our overseer is merely a lapdog to that gentleman. "You came to tell me this?" Anyone with eyes can see it. Peter waved dismissively, signaling for his guest to leave. Hey, don't rush me out. That's not all I have to say," the informant protested, shaking his head vigorously, then leaning closer to Peter's ear to whisper. "I have a contact in the security team who informed me that the celestial dragon gentleman is preparing to post a notice." "What announcement?" "It is merely a quest to gather some rare and exquisite items for that esteemed individual, such as treasures and beauties. I have heard that generous rewards will be bestowed. If only the celestial dragons were to take notice of me, my future would be secure." The know-it-all displayed a look of longing. Becoming a mere lapdog to a celestial dragon would guarantee a life free from want. In a world where survival is uncertain, dignity becomes a distant memory. Peter scoffed softly. "Even if we were to become dogs, it would not be our fate to do so. What treasures or beauties could we possibly find?" As he spoke of beauties, Peter's words faltered, the image of Savity surfacing in his mind. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the horrifying thought and banishing the know-it-all from his presence. Due to Savity's precociousness, she had learned early on to conceal her beauty, and since Peter left the orphanage, their encounters had been scarce. He had only stolen a glance or two, leaving almost no one but the orphanage's inhabitants aware of Savity's existence. Days passed, and indeed, as the know-it-all had mentioned, the steward, Marcus, posted an announcement seeking treasures for the celestial dragons, the rewards displayed causing mouths to water. Particularly for Peter, who was astonished to find mention of the devil fruit upon the notice, igniting a fervent heartbeat within him, always yearning for power. Lost in reverie, Peter wandered the streets as if bewitched, unknowingly arriving at the gates of the orphanage. His gaze penetrated the barred gate, where Savity, dressed as a rustic maiden, played with several young children. The children's innocent laughter brought Peter back to his senses, as if awakening from a dream, his clothes soaked with sweat. After swallowing hard a few times, he hastily fled from the scene. Inside, Savity seemed to sense something, lifting her head to glance toward the entrance, yet saw no one. "Savity, what are you looking at?" inquired a small boy, his nose running as he bit his finger. "Nothing," Savity replied, shaking her head and smiling as she reached out to wipe his nose, though her gaze still unconsciously drifted towards the door. "I'm a fool. How could I entertain such thoughts?" Back in his small room, Peter curled into a corner, tears streaming down his face as he struck his own palm vigorously, even as his cheeks grew flushed. "No, I cannot allow this to continue. I must go and apologize to her," Peter murmured to himself, rising to leave. But suddenly realizing that his current appearance would only heighten Savity's concerns, he resolved to wait until the following day. Early the next morning, Peter's face had nearly returned to normal. He donned a somewhat clean outfit and made his way to the orphanage. Along the journey, he composed his apologies, deeply regretting the thoughts he had entertained the previous day. As he arrived at the entrance of the orphanage, his heart sank. The large gate appeared to have been violently breached, the wrought iron door lying quietly on the ground. Anxiously, Peter searched frantically, finding a sharp wooden stick. Gripping it tightly as he inhaled deeply and rushed inside. As he traversed the halls, the cries of children echoed from the rooms, intensifying his unease. He repeatedly reassured himself that everything would be all right. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the chapel, he was met with the sight of a bloodied figure sprawled on the floor, and he cried out in horror, rushing over. Momo, what has happened to you? Is Savity all right? The plump woman with a head of white hair was drenched in blood, her breath faint, with blood flowing steadily from her abdomen. Hearing Peter's desperate call, she slowly opened her eyes. Ah, it's you, my little mouse. A faint smile flickered across Momo's face, but it quickly contorted into a grimace of pain. She grasped Peter's hand weakly, speaking in broken phrases. Hurry, save Savity. Hassan. At that moment, Momo's face went slack, her grip falling lifelessly to the ground. Hassan. Peter's pupils dilated in shock. How could he have forgotten the person who had tormented him during his time at the orphanage? After leaving, Hassan and his gang had vanished to sea as pirates, and the years without news had caused Peter to lose interest. Who could have anticipated that Hassan would return at such a critical moment? It seemed that fate, in its cruel jest, had resumed its torment of the unfortunate. Ha ha, Savity, it has been far too long. In the thickets behind the orphanage, Hassan laughed heartily as he watched Savity stumble and struggle to retreat. It appears that Peter, that pitiful rat, has abandoned you. Of course. How could such a grotesque creature ever be worthy of you? Hassan had not changed much over the years, clad in tattered garments, exuding the unmistakable stench of the sea. He approached Savity, pinching her chin despite her resistance. TSK, such a beauty reduced to the appearance of a beggar. It is a disgrace to the gifts of the heavens. Someone, bring me water. One of Hassan's subordinates, upon hearing this, eagerly approached with a jug of water. Hassan snatched the jug away, disregarding Savity's protests, and splashed the water onto her face. Ha ha, yes, this is your true self, Savity, ha ha ha. As the water cascaded down, the grimy makeup on Savity's face was washed away, revealing her breathtaking beauty that could make one's heart skip a beat. Even Harley, who stood nearby with her arms crossed, could not help but be moved. No wonder the Rat King mistook her for Savity. Her visage was an upgraded version of Harley's natural beauty. Chapter 39. Extra Chapter 7. Savity's appearance caused the breath of Hassan and his crew of pirates to quicken, especially as Hassan's eyes sparkled like lanterns. It seemed that the sea god had indeed favored him. Upon his return, he was presented with such a magnificent gift. As long as he could offer her to the celestial dragons, Hassan's life would be set for the latter half of his existence. Ha ha ha. With that, Hassan procured a rope and bound Savity, then stuffed a disgusting handkerchief into her mouth. He beckoned to the others and began to make his way toward the palace atop the mountain. What was Peter doing at that moment? Concerned for Savity, he refused to remain idle. From the chatter of the children at the orphanage, he learned that Hassan's gang consisted of 5 individuals. Aware that he could never confront them directly, Peter began to utilize the skills he had acquired over the past few years to craft traps. Thanks to his experience in thievery, he had gleaned various unconventional skills, one of which was trap making. Having grown up in the orphanage, he knew that there was only one path leading out from the woods on the back mountain. In a remarkably short time, he excelled himself, constructing numerous traps along the inevitable route they would take. He then secured a meat cleaver he had found in the kitchen to his waist and clutched a wooden stick tightly as he concealed himself in the shadows. Once everything was set, the silhouettes of Hassan and his companions soon appeared. They appeared exceedingly exuberant, animatedly discussing the promising life that lay ahead. Upon seeing Hassan's familiar yet strange face alongside the tearful Savity, an unparalleled fury surged within Peter. He longed to rush forth and exact vengeance upon him. However, he managed to restrain himself, not being a fool. He pinched his thigh to regain his composure. At that moment, Hassan's gang was undoubtedly at their most relaxed, joking with one another as they advanced, completely oblivious to the rather rudimentary traps set before them. Suddenly, with a careless brush against a tripwire, a pirate inadvertently triggered the mechanism, causing several arrows, expertly fashioned for branches, to shoot forth from the shadowy forest, striking him squarely. "Ambush!" cried out his companion, witnessing the unfortunate fate of his comrade, who was now adorned with arrows like a porcupine. At that moment, Peter, who had been hiding, drew out a meat cleaver and severed the rope beside him. A basket, filled with a chaotic assortment of stones, wooden planks, and kitchen utensils, swung from the tree like a colossal pendulum, crashing down upon the man's head with a resounding thud. Instantly, his skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, a gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter splattering onto those nearby. "Everyone down," Hassan bellowed, pressing Savity to the ground while his vigilant eyes scanned the dense underbrush around them. He felt a surge of impatience. They had yet to lay eyes on the enemy, yet they had already suffered the loss of 2 men. Unfazed by Hassan and the others taking cover, Peter pulled on a rope, causing a cloud of dark crimson smoke to billow down from the treetops above them. "This is the concoction of chili powder and pepper," mixed with sand, that Peter gathered within the orphanage. Its primary function, aside from partially obscuring vision, is to induce a few coughs, possessing no lethal potency whatsoever. As the smoke grenade was deployed, Hassan and the others immediately began to cough. Even Savity was reduced to tears from the choking haze. Peter, feeling a twinge of remorse in his heart, once again tugged at a rope, causing a barrel of diluted oil to cascade down from the tree, drenching the crowd below. One pirate, upon catching a whiff of the substance, changed countenance and shouted, "It's oil! That fiend intends to burn us alive." His words startled Hassan, at which point Peter opportunely ignited a torch and held it aloft. Naturally, Peter would not dare to set ablaze without ensuring their safety, for Savity was still in their grasp. Hassan, not lacking in wit, swiftly comprehended the adversary's intention and shouted back, "Do not fear, he wouldn't dare. Let's not forget, we still have Savity." Yet his words bore little effect. Two pirates were already paralyzed by fear, hastily bolting towards the exit. Their resolve was inferior even to the cannon fodder of the fallen pirate crew, though it was hardly their fault, as they were merely small-time thugs discovered by Hassan. Witnessing the flight of the two pirates, a sly smile crept upon Peter's face. This was precisely his intention, as he had set numerous traps at the entrance. Although these homemade traps lack the potency of traditional snares, they effortlessly incapacitate two individuals in a brief span of time. As anticipated, two anguished screams soon echoed from the entrance. Upon hearing the cries, Hassan's complexion turned ashen. He clenched his teeth, fixated intently on the location where the torch had recently appeared. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, a morbid smile crept across Hassan's face. He seized Savity, hoisting her before him, and bellowed, "Peter, is it you? Ha ha ha, I knew it was you, you rat." Noticing the stillness in the underbrush before him, Hassan gradually pressed the dagger against Savity's throat. "I will count to 3. You wouldn't want to see Savity harmed, would you? 1, 2. At the count of 2, Peter emerged with a grim expression. "Hassan, you are nothing but a wretched scoundrel." "Ah ha ha." Hassan's eyes, now ablaze with excitement, widened at the sight of Peter. With manic laughter, he resembled a rabid dog, saliva dripping from his mouth. "Peter, oh Peter, you remain that innocent little mouse, don't you?" "Ha ha ha." With an air of confidence, Hassan declared, "As childhood companions, let's strike a bargain." He tightened his grip around Savity's neck, lowering his head to inhale the fragrance of her hair. "After all these years, you must have had your fill of this woman. How about we offer her to the celestial dragons, and together we can prosper?" Hassan, upon witnessing Hassan's actions, Peter's eyes turned crimson. He shouted through gritted teeth, "Roar, roar, roar, Peter. Do not frighten me. A tremor of my hand could spell doom for your beloved." Hassan displayed an indescribable expression as he feigned a couple of slashes with the dagger. Seeing Savity weep and struggle under Hassan's grip twisted Peter's heart. He raised his hands and took a step back. "Please, Hassan, do not act rashly. Tell me, what must I do to secure her release?" "What must you do?" Hassan tightened his arm around Savity's neck, his grotesque face pressing against hers as he rubbed against her. "My dear beauty, how can I set you free?" "Hassan, do not go too far." Peter's fury reached a boiling point, his eyes nearly bulging as he glared at Hassan. "He." Hassan pointed the dagger at Peter. "I have an idea. Calling you a mouse seems rather unbefitting. How about you show me how a true mouse digs its burrow?" "You? Oh, not willing? That is quite all right." Hassan observed Peter with amusement, suddenly pointing at Peter's dagger before swiftly severing one of Savity's shoulder straps. Instantly, one side of Savity's garment slipped down, revealing her delicate shoulder. At that moment, she began to struggle desperately, but her strength paled in comparison to Hassan's. "No, I'll do it. I'll do it." As Peter waved his hands to signal Hassan to stop, he gradually sank to his knees, resembling a genuine rodent. Meanwhile, Savity shook her head frantically, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood. Chapter 40. Epilogue 8. At the feet of Harley, Peter knelt slowly, akin to a true mouse, using both hands to claw at the hard earth. In a short span, his fingernails splintered, blood mingling with the dirt that stained his hands. Hassan, seemingly dissatisfied, forcefully pried open Savity's closed eyes, compelling her to witness the scene, and remarked, "How does a mouse squeak, Peter? I've forgotten its sound during my years at sea." Squeak. Peter gritted his teeth and emitted a sound mimicking a mouse. "Huh? Am I deaf? Or have you forgotten how to eat? Louder, you wretch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ha ha ha. Yes, that is the sound a mouse makes. Such nostalgia indeed, huh?" Amid Hassan's boisterous laughter, Peter finally unearthed a considerable pit. He inhaled sharply, glaring fiercely at Hassan. "Are you satisfied now? Let her go." "Oh." Peter, the naive little mouse, Which of your ears heard me say I would release her? You're toying with me. Peter trembled, his hands shaking, whether from pain or fury, he could not discern. Toying with you? Hassan snorted. Indeed, I am. He flung Savity aside and strode towards Peter. Peering down at him, the fun has ended. It's time to send you on your way. With that, Hassan lunged forward, plunging his dagger towards Peter's neck. Peter, unwilling to await his demise, desperately raised his arm in a futile attempt to shield himself. However, Hassan's strength and prowess far surpassed the frail Peter. The sharp blade pierced Peter's forearm and drove into his shoulder. Peter, once you're dead, I shall thoroughly enjoy your mistress before presenting her to the celestial dragons. Peter gasped, striving to push Hassan off with his other hand, but to Hassan, it appeared mere folly. In his exhilaration, he grinned widely, grotesque saliva splattering Peter's face. Yet Hassan overlooked a critical detail, one that could cost him dearly. Previously cast aside, Savity discovered her bindings loosening. With an unexpected surge of strength, she struggled against the ropes until they frayed, then seized a handful of chili powder from the ground. Shrieking as she charged at Hassan, Savity leapt onto Hassan's back, pressing the chili powder into his eyes. Hassan screamed in agony, abruptly standing and throwing Savity off, then swinging his arm to deliver a resounding slap that rendered her unconscious. You wretched woman, I shall make your life a living hell. As Hassan wiped his eyes while hurling curses, Peter seized the singular opportunity to rise in fury, swiftly drawing the dagger that had pierced him and bringing Hassan crashing down. What transpired next left Harley, who was observing from the sidelines, feeling quite uneasy. Peter unleashed his pent-up rage upon Hassan like a wild beast, stabbing and biting with ferocity. After what felt like an eternity, Peter, drenched in blood, lifted his head and emitted a ghastly, manic laughter. The sunlight bathed him, accentuating the malevolence of the smile upon his face. Once he had vented his fury, Peter gazed vacantly at the mangled form of Hassan and gradually discarded the dagger from his hand. Just as he intended to rise and check on Savity, Hassan, as if revived by a surge of energy, grasped Peter's collar with one hand, pulling him close. This left Peter utterly astonished. Just as he was about to act again, he heard Hassan's intermittent voice. Cough, cough, cough. Well done, you foul rat. Hassan coughed up several pools of blood, then continued. Peter, listen to me. Even if you kill me. Cough, you cannot escape. Do you remember our former companions? Those comrades? I merely took the first step. Sooner or later, Savity will be discovered by the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are not individuals we can provoke. Hassan took several deep breaths, perhaps because a dying man's words are often wise. Or perhaps he simply wished to irritate Peter one last time. He began to offer Peter advice. Listen, heed my counsel, escaping is futile. For your own sake, hand Savity over to him. As he spoke, Hassan's strength gradually waned, and his gaze dimmed entirely, completing his brief and mundane life before Peter's eyes. No, it is absolutely impossible, absolutely impossible. Peter shook his head vigorously, trembling. Reason told him that Hassan was correct, yet his heart would never allow him to commit such an act. He hurriedly shook Savity awake, disregarding her inquiries, and pulled her out of the orphanage. He led Savity through winding paths to a hidden underground lair, a place he had named the Rat's Passage, a secret location known to no one but him. Peter was consumed with thoughts of escape, yet he understood that it was utterly impossible to flee the island alone. Just as despair began to overwhelm him, a thought suddenly struck him. Yes, the know-it-all would surely know a way to escape. Yes, he must know. Peter held Savity's face in his hands, murmuring to her, Do not worry, Savity. Wait for me to return. We shall leave this island together. I will take you to a place filled with white roses to start anew. In his frenzy, Peter failed to hear Savity's tearful protests and, disregarding her attempts to stop him, set off to find his companions, stained with blood. Fortunately, Peter did not take long to locate the know-it-all's residence. The know-it-all looked at Peter, astonished by his bloodied appearance, and asked, What happened to you? You didn't kill Houseman, did you? Peter ignored the know-it-all's questions, grasped his hand, and pulled a stack of dirty berries from his grimy pocket. This is what I have saved over the years. It's not much. Only a few thousand berries. Please help me. The know-it-all stared at the filthy berries, momentarily at a loss for words. First, tell me what happened. Peter did not respond to his question. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on his eyes. This penetrating stare unsettled the knowledgeable one, causing him to instinctively avert his gaze. Well, how can I assist you? Help me find a way to secure a ship for departure, Peter replied, tightening his grip on the knowledgeable one's hand. I can only place my trust in you. The knowledgeable one, after a lengthy internal struggle and licking his somewhat dry tongue, finally nodded in response. Although I am unaware of what has transpired, I will exert my strength." Hearing these words, Peter finally exhaled deeply, kneeling before the knowledgeable one with a look of gratitude, repeatedly murmuring, "Thank you, thank you." Chapter 41. Epilogue 9. After the knowledgeable one left, Peter anxiously paced the room, his mind a chaotic tangle as he nervously bit his fingers. The good news was that Peter's wait did not last long. A few hours later, the knowledgeable one returned. "Peter, I have good news. I found a black ship for fishing that will set sail in half an hour." Upon entering, the knowledgeable one exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining in a way that made Peter uneasy. "If you have anything to pack, you must hurry." Peter's spirits lifted at the knowledgeable one's words, and he grasped his hand once more to express his gratitude, his face alight with uncontainable appreciation. Just as Peter stepped outside, intending to seek out Savity, he suddenly paused, turning to the knowledgeable one and saying, "There is nothing to pack. Let us depart at once." Peter remained cautious, clearly not placing complete trust in the knowledgeable one. Upon hearing this, the knowledgeable one's eyes flickered momentarily, but he said nothing as he led Peter toward the port. "Peter," as they walked, the knowledgeable one suddenly called out to him, "What is it? Are you truly alone?" The knowledgeable one's question struck Peter like a jolt, and feigning calm, he replied, "Of course. Oh, it's nothing, just curious about what trouble you may have gotten into." The knowledgeable one's voice had an icy tone to Peter's ears, yet the port was now within sight, forcing him to suppress his unease and continue onward. At the port, just as the knowledgeable one had described, a moderately sized fishing vessel awaited, clearly a black ship used for smuggling by some underground organization. Upon seeing the ship, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached and embraced the knowledgeable one tightly. "Thank you, brother. I shall not forget you." The knowledgeable one patted his back, urging him to board swiftly. As Peter was about to step onto the vessel, the knowledgeable one whispered softly, "Do not blame me, Peter." "What?" Peter seemed to catch a hint of something, turning back to see the knowledgeable one wearing an enigmatic smile as he waved goodbye. Frowning slightly, Peter waved back and leaped onto the ship. "Where are we headed?" As soon as he boarded the vessel, the captain, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat, rasped with a gravelly voice, "What is the farthest island you can reach?" Peter gripped the ship's railing, gazing towards the island, devising a plan to arrive first and stealthily procure a boat under the cloak of night to rescue Savity. Alas, you cannot go anywhere." The captain's voice gradually crescendoed. At these words, Peter's eyes widened in disbelief, and he swiftly turned around to behold the captain lifting his hat, revealing a scarred visage that filled him with dread and fury. "Houseman!" The moment Peter laid eyes on Houseman, realization dawned upon him as he glanced towards the informant standing at the harbor. Peter, a keen observer knows his place," Houseman remarked, casually draping an arm over Peter's shoulder, his voice sending shivers down Peter's spine as he continued, "I hear you've been harboring a little secret." It seemed that, in that instant, everyone was aware of Savetti's existence. In the opulent palace atop the mountain, McCarthy lay on a plush bed, indulging in the massage of a beautiful maid while listening to Marcus's report. "I shall present to you the girl named Savetti," Marcus proclaimed, kneeling with utmost reverence. McCarthy murmured with satisfaction, "No, you must not interfere. I wish to observe the extent of the commoner's adoration for me." "Yes, McCarthy," Marcus replied with a respectful bow as he retreated towards the door. Once outside, however, his countenance darkened. As a loyal servant, he was acutely aware of his master's temperament. Should anything go awry with the woman named Savetti and she failed to be delivered before him, who knows what horrors might ensue? This world is rife with rebels, even at the cost of their own lives. Ensuring her survival until she reaches McCarthy was imperative. Marcus dared not gamble, nor defy the celestial dragon's will. He pondered, furrowing his brow, until suddenly a smile illuminated his face. "Peter, it's not worth it, truly. To jeopardize our bond over a woman is folly." Houseman spoke in a tone reminiscent of an old friend offering counsel. Before him, Peter hung from a wooden post, his body marred with chilling wounds. To prevent excessive blood loss, the considerate Houseman was currently using a searing iron to staunch Peter's bleeding. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the air as wisps of white smoke ascended, eliciting a pained groan from Peter, bound by ropes. "Trying to play tough, are we?" Houseman grasped Peter's chin firmly, threatening, "Do you believe I one-T-gelled you?" "Houseman, perhaps I should have a word with him?" The informant stood behind, nervously rubbing his hands, and spoke awkwardly. "Ugh," Houseman spat, relinquishing his position to the informant. "Peter, do not blame me. You know that for people like us, survival necessitates." His words trailed off as Peter unleashed a bloody phlegm onto his face. "Ha! I understand. I comprehend the resentment you harbor. The informant slowly wiped the grime from his face, stepping forward to grasp Peter's wound with a vice-like grip. The force was so great that the already scorched flesh tore anew, the informant's hand delving deeper into the gaping injury. The searing pain compelled Peter to scream, drawing a sidelong glance from Houseman, who felt a ripple of unease within. Peter, do you understand? Do you know how many are searching for that wretch out there? Huh? The informant's eyes were bloodshot as he ground his teeth, growling softly. This island is not vast. It is only a matter of time before that wretch is found. Brother, rather than letting someone else profit, why not confide in me? I assure you, I can spare your life. Wouldn't it be better for us to prosper together? Cough. Peter, with one swollen eye, grimaced as he spat blood, responding with deliberate effort. The informant, trembling with fury, lowered his head. You have forced my hand, you wretched rat. He seized a bucket of scalding oil, poised to pour it over Peter. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as the dungeon door was violently breached, startling the informant, causing his hand to falter and splatter hot oil onto himself. The searing oil burned him, and he shrieked like a duck caught by the throat. Enough noise. Are you slaughtering pigs? A derisive whisper emerged from beyond the shattered door, and Houseman turned to see Marcus, draped in a golden silk robe, sauntering in. He, finding you, has proven quite the challenge. Chapter 42, Side Story 10. Master Marcus. Upon seeing the figure, Houseman lost all bravado, trembling as if he would kneel at any moment. The informant, too, clamped his mouth shut, suppressing any sound, fearful of displeasing this prominent figure. Is he truly the rat? Why, yes, master, we intended to extract the woman's whereabouts to deliver to you, but we did not anticipate that you would. Sweat beaded on Houseman's brow as he hunched over, humbly explaining. Ha! You have shown initiative. Marcus gently patted his shoulder, leaving Houseman astonished, repeatedly gesturing that it was nothing. In that case, let us bind them first. At the command of Marcus, several members of the security team emerged from behind him, swiftly pinning Houseman and the informant to the ground. Master, why? Is there some misunderstanding? Master, pinned to the ground, Houseman struggled and asked loudly why. Do not rush, Marcus replied, elegantly pulling a finely crafted handkerchief from his pocket and waving it before his nose to dispel the overwhelming scent of blood. He then summoned two of his subordinates to bring a chair, upon which he seated himself. Why? Because I said so. But Houseman attempted to interject, only to be silenced by a swift motion from Marcus, as one of the security team members used the butt of a firearm to firmly close his mouth. Once silence enveloped the room, Marcus stretched his arms and gently wiped the sweat from his brow with the handkerchief. For a man of his considerable girth, traversing those few steps was no small feat. I admire your gaze. Peter, Marcus chuckled, regarding the suspended Peter with amusement, seemingly unaffected by the latter's demeanor. Not one for words, are you? Come now, young man, do not be so grave. A bit of vitality is essential. Marcus spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder's. Listen to me, engage in more physical activity, shall we? As he spoke, Marcus gestured, and one of his subordinates stepped forward, drawing a knife. Just as Peter, enveloped in despair, closed his eyes, the subordinate swiftly cut him loose from his bindings. Peter, landing on the ground, was taken aback, casting an indignant glance at the still smiling Marcus before turning away in silence. I appreciate young men like you, steady, mature, unflappable in the face of adversity. More importantly, you are loyal and principled, a person capable of great deeds. Marcus continued to lavish praise as if he genuinely admired Peter. With a flourish, he produced a gem-encrusted dagger from his waist and tossed it before Peter. The sting of betrayal is a bitter one, Marcus mused, shaking his head. Yet, it is precisely this that makes the taste of vengeance all the more delectable. Do you not agree, Peter? Peter stared at the dagger, momentarily taken aback. His eyes filled with confusion as they sought Marcus's explanation. However, Marcus remained engrossed in his own musings. On my way here, I passed by the orphanage. TSK, TSK, TSK. He feigned sorrow, shaking his head repeatedly. What, the orphanage? At the mention of those words, Peter immediately turned to face Marcus. For to him, that place was home. How tragic for such small children, still murmuring the name of Sister Savity in their final moments. Alas, as one ages, one becomes less tolerant of such sights, Marcus lamented, theatrically dabbing at his eyes with the handkerchief. What on earth has transpired? Peter shouted, seizing the dagger and charging at Marcus. But Marcus's henchman was swift, delivering a kick that sent Peter sprawling to the ground. Indeed, what has happened, Houseman? You ought to explain it to young Peter, Marcus commanded. Upon hearing those words, Houseman abruptly turned his head towards Marcus, whose benevolent smile now appeared to him suffused with malice, like a demon poised to engulf him from the abyss. Houseman attempted to articulate a response, but the butt of a gun shattered his jaw, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent word. Houseman. Peter's frail form emitted an incredible roar of fury as he crawled desperately towards Houseman, brandishing a dagger with the intent to plunge it into him. Peter, calmed down faced with the raised blade. The once formidable Houseman was now paralyzed with terror, losing control of his bodily functions as he struggled to speak, only able to spit blood and saliva. Gazing into Houseman's eyes, a plethora of past experiences flooded Peter's mind, leaving him with a singular thought: to consume this scoundrel alive. Witnessing this scene, Marcus's smile broadened. As the chief lapdog of the Celestial Dragons, he was no fool, possessing considerable skill and cunning. Just as one must show a child the sweetness of candy rather than its bitterness to cultivate a fondness, so too could a heart filled with bitterness like Peter's be satiated with a mere hint of sweetness. Indeed, as Marcus had suggested, the taste of vengeance was invariably sweet. As Peter drove the dagger repeatedly into Houseman's flesh, Marcus gently applauded, as if keeping time with the grim performance, whether it lasted 10 minutes or half an hour. Houseman lay lifeless on the ground, utterly unrecognizable, until Peter finally ceased his assault, collapsing to his knees, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the informant had retreated to a corner, trembling, tears, saliva, and excrement flowing uncontrollably. After dispatching Houseman, Peter transformed into a motionless puppet, at which point Marcus approached him. Unperturbed by the blood-soaked ground, he knelt before Peter, embracing him tenderly, resting his large head against Peter's ear, whispering softly, "Look, Peter, a person you could never hope to confront in your life is subject to my word. I can determine his fate, and it is no more difficult than squashing an ant. This, my friend, is the essence of power, like a nurturing mother." Marcus gently patted Peter's back, extolling power as the most exquisite treasure in the world, with the key to its door firmly in Peter's grasp. "I bestow upon you the freedom of choice. Should you wish to escape with your girlfriend, I will personally prepare a vessel to freedom for you. However, be warned, you will face a pursuit far more ferocious than before." Marcus paused, his tone sharpening with a hint of malice as he added, "Alternatively, you may offer that girl to the exalted Celestial Dragons, and in doing so, you shall become like me, capable of crushing all who have looked down upon you, bullied you, or mocked you, utterly obliterated." Sensing Peter's breath becoming labored, Marcus released his embrace and used a handkerchief to wipe the blood from Peter's face. "Of course, you have time to contemplate." Marcus stood and walked outside, but before he left, he added, "Enjoy the sweet taste of revenge, young Peter." Chapter 43, Extra 11 Power. Power, power. Peter muttered the word incessantly, resembling a malfunctioning electronic doll, while the timid informant cowered in the corner, biting his lip, hoping not to attract Peter's attention. Is this what power truly is? Peter gazed at his blood-stained hands before mechanically turning his head towards the informant. As Peter approached with a dagger in hand, the informant let out a shriek and hastily explained, "I was wrong, Peter. It was Houseman who forced me. Aren't we brothers? Don't come any closer." Outside the dungeon, Marcus donned a fresh cloak, discarding the golden-threaded robe as if it were mere refuse. "The night is truly beautiful, don't you think, young Peter?" Hearing the sound of a heavy object falling, Marcus turned to see the informant's head. He chuckled softly and turned away. At that moment, Peter's eyes were devoid of any light, filled with an eerie stillness. He cast a detached glance at Marcus before limping forward. Marcus, unfazed, silently followed in Peter's wake. Peter's destination was the orphanage. Like a machine, he methodically retrieved the bodies of the children and carried them one by one to the hillside. Marcus observed Peter as he buried the corpses, standing in silence for several hours without a trace of complaint. After interring the last body, Peter bowed his head a few times before approaching Marcus and stated, "I want all those involved in this matter." His voice was devoid of emotion, flat as a still lake. "Not a problem. I want them dead." "Of course." Marcus clapped his hands, and hundreds of members of the security team dispersed into the town. Their professionalism was commendable, as they returned in less than half an hour with over 100 individuals. "Do you require my services, young Peter?" Marcus lifted a cigar to his lips, igniting it, and inquired, while Peter slowly shook his head, gripping the jeweled dagger in his hand as he approached the first victim. Peter uttered not a single word, plunging the blade into the man's heart. Perhaps his strength was excessive, for the dagger became lodged, requiring considerable effort to extricate. Then came the second individual, followed by the third. With each person that fell to the ground, Peter's technique grew increasingly adept, while his humanity was gradually erased alongside the lives extinguished. At last, the final figure succumbed beneath Peter's dagger, just as the warm sun began to rise from the horizon. The gentle rays enveloped Peter, prompting him to involuntarily close his eyes. He stood there beneath the dawn for an extended period, until the warm blood that clung to him grew cold, until the chilling crimson congealed. Finally, Peter opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Peter's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He was no longer the timid little mouse he once was. Observing Peter's metamorphosis, Marcus erupted into silent laughter, as though he were witnessing his own rebirth. Exhaling a plume of cigar smoke, Marcus turned towards his castle, when a subordinate, glancing at him with confusion, inquired, "My lord?" With a chuckle, Marcus replied, "Well, we won't be needed any longer. One must allow the protagonist some personal space." Shifting focus to Savity, a full day and night had passed since Peter had departed. Countless times she had contemplated venturing outside to search for him, yet the incessant sounds of the search party outside thwarted her intentions. Savity had heard of the Celestial Dragon's edict, and being astute, she had already surmised the motives of those outside. She found herself harboring resentment towards her own cowardice while fervently praying for Peter's safety. Just as Savity was engulfed in worry, she heard a creak. The door to her hiding place swung open. Covered in blood, Peter stood there, dazed, with sunlight streaming from behind, casting his face in shadow. "Ah, Peter!" Savity rushed forward, enveloping him in a tearful embrace. I thought I might never see you again." Peter, who believed he had steeled himself for what was to come, felt his resolve waver upon hearing Savity's voice. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hand to embrace the girl he had never dared to touch, whispering softly, "I'm sorry." "Huh?" Savity expressed her confusion just as a syringe appeared in Peter's hand, plunging into her neck. "McCarthy Man Saint, this is the girl named Savity," he declared. Now clad in fresh attire, Peter followed Marcus before the Celestial Dragon. "Ah, so this is the wretched one who brought her here?" McCarthy Man Saint remarked, casting a glance at Savity. He did not seem particularly taken by her beauty. Among his collection of slaves, there were many whose allure would render Savity's beauty insignificant. Kneeling on the ground, Marcus nudged Peter with his arm, urging him to say something. Peter, in a sudden fervor, slammed his forehead against the ground, startling the reclining McCarthy Man Saint, who, with the maid's reassurance, regained his composure. "Yes, my lord," Peter proclaimed loudly, his forehead pressed to the floor. "Very well." McCarthy Man Saint waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave." Upon hearing his words, Marcus swiftly rose, assisting Peter to his feet, and respectfully declared, "We shall not intrude upon the esteemed McCarthy Man Saint's elegance any longer. We shall take our leave." He then ushered Peter towards the exit. "Hey, you lot, bring her to the bed." As they neared the doorway, Peter clenched his fists at McCarthy Man Saint's command, his breath growing heavy and his head uncontrollably turning back. At that moment, Marcus firmly placed his large hand on Peter's back, gently urging him towards the door, whispering in an almost imperceptible tone, "This is your own choice. Do not easily dismiss yourself. She is merely a woman. You shall have your chance." Peter, with his eyes tightly shut, clenched his teeth in silence. Enduring the pain as blood mingled with shattered fragments escaped his mouth without uttering a single word. He quietly stepped outside. Meanwhile, Harley caressed the ornate door. A terrifying smile etched upon her face, fully aware that beyond the threshold lay only emptiness. Yet, an insatiable bloodlust emanated from her. She had found it. A new plaything. This marks the moment when Harley, for the very first time in her existence, harbored the notion of utterly annihilating a person. She lowered her head and gently tapped the grand door with her finger. Then, retracting her murderous intent, resumed her playful observation with her hands clasped behind her back. Peter appeared to have completely lost the fundamental traits of a living being. Confined within his room, he merely sat in a stupor, swallowing food instinctively. Regret consumed him. Indeed, Peter felt remorse, yet, ironically, it was far too late for any redemption. On this fateful day, as St. McCarthy prepared to depart for Moriarty, Peter finally regained his faculties and stepped out of the room. Chapter 44. Side Story 12. Safe Travels, St. McCarthy. Outside the castle, Marcus bent slightly to assist St. McCarthy onto the back of the colossal beast, settling him onto the black sofa. St. McCarthy nodded, shaking his staff to signal the entourage to commence their journey. At that moment, Peter dashed forward, kneeling before St. McCarthy, his heart racing. "What is this?" St. McCarthy cast a sideways glance at Marcus. At this moment, Marcus was drenched in cold sweat. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face, and, with a sheepish smile, said, "Lord McCarthyman, It is thus that we wish for your esteemed self to bestow a reward upon him. Truly, this is the most glorious moment of this lad's life. A tumult of anger and trepidation surged within Marcus, causing him to stammer incoherently. He swallowed hard and attempted to rephrase his words. Of course, I should have considered this. How could a mere commoner be worthy of your... However, McCarthyman raised his hand, interrupting Marcus. He glanced at Peter, who was incessantly bowing in reverence, and leisurely remarked, as masters of the world, we celestial dragons must naturally exhibit our magnanimous side. McCarthyman felt a sense of pride swell within him, for he had not anticipated uttering such profound words. Resolving to share them with his father upon his return. At his behest, a servant approached Peter, presenting a lavish box with an air of disdain. Humph, a commoner. Feel your heartfelt gratitude. Peter glanced up at him, then suddenly slammed his forehead to the ground, exclaiming loudly, I do not desire any reward. Please, celestial dragon, return Savity to me. He continued to pound his head against the ground, blood streaming, yet he did not cease. Commoner. Upon hearing Peter's words, the servant shrieked and kicked him down. Marcus swiftly stepped forward, commanding two subordinates to lift Peter. He crouched down, fixing Peter with a fierce gaze, his crimson eyes piercing as he sternly said, Peter, you have disappointed me gravely. He then waved his hand, intending to order his men to take Peter away. One must not kill in the presence of a celestial dragon, for if he were to invoke their displeasure, even if Marcus had 8 heads, it would not suffice to save him. Say, what was that name? McCarthyman inquired, his expression impassive as he sat atop the massive beast. McCarthyman, is it not the woman this lad brought just a few days ago? Marcus completed his transformation with a mere turn, his previous harshness replaced by obsequiousness, bending low in utmost humility. At this moment, McCarthyman seemed to recall something amusing, sniffing lightly before speaking. That girl is indeed remarkable, quite alluring. Upon hearing the celestial dragon speak, Peter shouted hoarsely, My lord, please return Savity to me. I beg of you, please. But she is too wild, so. McCarthyman replied, gently patting the beast beneath him, which responded with a timely roar. Perhaps you might find her within the belly of my dear pet. At that moment, Peter's eyes widened in shock, as if all the strength had been completely siphoned from his body, leaving him limp. He attempted to utter a sound, but no noise escaped his lips. Instead, an overwhelming wave of nausea surged within him, causing his head to droop as he retched repeatedly. Meanwhile, McCarthy seemed to recall something amusing, beckoning his servant to assist him in dismounting from the colossal beast. Marcus, feed him what's in the box. It has been ages since I last witnessed a beast fight. As you command, my lord, as you command, Marcus replied, opening the box and retrieving its contents, bringing them before Peter. Grasping Peter's hair, he adjusted his face to align properly. Peter, this is the devil fruit you have long desired. Haha, and now it is yours. Peter stared vacantly at the dark brown, beard-like devil fruit, rendered speechless, his mind a blank slate. Unfazed by Peter's thoughts, Marcus pinched his mouth and forced the entire fruit inside. The taste of the devil fruit was unbearable for anyone, yet Peter, like a marionette, swallowed it whole. Upon witnessing the fruit disappear down Peter's throat, Marcus signaled his two subordinates to release him, allowing him to collapse onto the ground. As soon as the fruit was consumed, Peter felt something new stirring within him, an indescribable sensation enveloping his entire being. However, McCarthy lacked the patience to wait for the effects to manifest. Seated in his specially prepared chair, he patted the beast's flank. The creature seemed to understand its master's intent, roaring as it lunged toward Peter, covering hundreds of meters in mere bounds. In the blink of an eye, the beast stood before Peter, lowering its head to sniff him lightly, its regal countenance morphing into a distinctly human-like expression of disdain, tail swishing as it clearly rejected the idea of consuming this foul creature. With a crack, one of McCarthy's personal bodyguards snapped the whip in his hand, causing the beast's mane to bristle instantly. It roared once more and opened its jaws, lunging for Peter. In stark contrast, Peter showed no inclination to resist, sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. Yet, as the beast's lethal fangs pierced his flesh, the instinct for survival surged forth, overpowering his initial desire for atonement. With a desperate cry, he thrust one hand against the beast's jaw, his sharp black claws rapidly elongating into formidable talons, striking towards the creature's vulnerable tongue. When had this colossal beast ever endured such injury? It let out a mournful cry before swiftly swatting Peter aside with its massive paw. The force of the blow sent Peter crashing against the cliffs flanking the road, causing him to spit blood. The ensuing scene became rather monotonous for the celestial dragons. The colossal beast, akin to a wildcat toying with its prey, ultimately devoured its victim after a brief period of amusement. "This is rather dull, indeed," McCarthy remarked, shaking his head as he beckoned his beloved companion back. The creature shook off the blood from its body and began to tread back with feline grace, but after taking just a couple of steps, it suddenly emitted a heart-wrenching roar. "What is happening? Quickly, protect McCarthy." Marcus, the first to notice the alarming situation, shouted as he rallied everyone to encircle McCarthy in a protective formation. The colossal beast seems to be enduring an excruciating ordeal, crawling upon the ground while emitting mournful cries. A soft thud resonates as blood gushes forth from the beast's abdomen. Following the sound, Marcus gazes upon a claw, cloaked in black fur, piercing through the creature's belly. Soon, a second claw appears, and with a cacophony of screeches, Peter, transformed into his beastly form, employs his razor-sharp teeth and obsidian claws to tear away the beast's abdomen. His emerald eyes fixed intently on the celestial dragon not far away. Emerging from the beast's belly, Peter's gaze remains locked on McSisman as he roars skyward and charges toward him with unparalleled speed. "Quick, protect the master," Marcus cries out in alarm. Yet McSisman wears a fervent grin. "How delightful! How utterly delightful! Capture him! Seize him! He is mine!" An ecstatic McSisman claps his hands, forgetting even his habitual expressions. Chapter 45. Side Story 13. After devouring the devil fruit, Peter feels reborn, sensing an omnipotence within him. With a mere flick of his claws, he dispatches 2 guards. Just as he prepares to advance, a bodyguard clad in a black suit and sunglasses stands before him. "Do not obstruct my path." Peter's frothy saliva drips from his sharp maw as he raises his claws to strike at the guard's head. The bodyguard remains silent, his eyes beneath the sunglasses disdainfully surveying the frenzied Peter. Bang! With a single punch, Peter's illusion of strength is utterly obliterated, leaving him sprawled upon the ground like a lifeless rodent. No, it cannot be. The once beastly Peter, now returned to his human form, is engulfed in disbelief, murmuring impossible even as a collar is fastened around his neck. The bodyguard drags him before McSisman as if he were a defeated dog, while a servant retrieves a branding iron, marked with the celestial dragon's slave insignia, from the luggage cart and hands it to him. As the celestial dragon prepares to heat the iron, the dreamlike world suddenly freezes. Leaning back with one leg crossed, Harley sits atop the head of the deceased beast, yawning. "Is this all there is?" Truly, it fails to ignite my enthusiasm. Supporting his face with his hand, Harley slowly snaps his fingers, causing the dream's imagery to rewind rapidly. Back to the moment when Peter emerged from the beast's belly. Just as Peter is about to charge at the celestial dragon, a faint voice emanates from the creature's abdomen. "Peter, is that you? Have you come to rescue me?" Peter halts abruptly, disbelief washing over him as he turns to gaze back at the creature's belly, where a bloodied girl gradually crawls out from the gaping wound. Saiwadi? Peter sheds his beastly form, slowly transforming back into his human self, trembling as he approaches the girl. "Peter, it is me." The young girl slowly rose to her feet, gently cradling Peter's face in her hands. "Yes, I apologize." Peter was at a loss for words, repeatedly expressing his contrition to the girl. She leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "I do not harbor anger toward your actions, but you ought not to touch my face with your filthy hands." Just as Peter was still reeling from her words, a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through him. He gently pushed the girl away and looked down, only to discover that her arm had pierced through his chest. "No. Why?" Peter staggered backward, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the girl before him. With a furrowed brow, Harley flicked the blood from her hand and then offered Peter a sweet smile. "Because I am not your white rose." As Harley finished her sentence, the entire dreamscape began to tremble violently. It seemed awakening was imminent. Harley glanced upward, seemingly unfazed. "Before that, there are matters I must attend to." Whom shall I choose?" Harley tapped her chin, feigning distress before breaking into a smile. "Ah, it shall be you, the Azura of Hell." As Harley summoned her abilities, a hazy silhouette gradually materialized beside her, initially resembling drifting smoke, but soon solidifying. In no time, a man, his body wrapped in bandages and a sword strapped to his waist, appeared before them. "Oh, it's you again, you mad woman. Where's that man?" The voice of the man was gravelly, as if scorched by the flames of retribution. Harley did not respond to his inquiry, but instead remarked, "Ziji, I presume you wouldn't mind letting the nominal master of this world witness your wrath?" How tedious." Ziji glanced at the celestial dragon in the dream and disdainfully uttered before closing his eyes. Noticing his indifference, Harley puffed out her cheeks and ominously warned, "Be careful. Or I might just report you to Sweetheart and have you. Harley abruptly halted, a wicked grin spreading across her face as she continued. No, I shall merely grant you rebirth. I suspect that woman named Yumi will be quite lonely in hell. Before Harley could finish her thought, a bloodstained sword was suddenly pressed against her delicate neck. Just a joke, I trust you won't mind. In an instant, Harley raised both hands like a startled panda. Logically, the Harley within the dream realm should be impervious to harm, yet she was undeniably certain that a strand of her hair had been severed by the man before her. How curious that a creation of dreams can wound its creator. How dull, Harley muttered, preparing to disperse Ziji Xiong's dreamlike apparition. Never mind. It's been a while since I've had the chance to stretch my limbs. Ziji Xiong slowly sheathed his blade, the infinite edge, and began to stride towards the position of the celestial dragons. Trust inevitably invites betrayal, and weakness is the original sin. Indeed, no matter the world. There is amusement to behold. Harley gently clapped her hands, and the celestial dragons seemed to awaken from a dream, springing into action. Protect the master, Marcus shouted. The black-clad bodyguard, who had previously dispatched Peter with a single blow, swiftly closed the distance to Ziji Xiong, raising his fist as large as a cooking pot, to strike him fiercely. However, upon unleashing his punch, he realized too late that Ziji Xiong had already positioned himself behind him, just as he sought to pursue. Excruciating pain enveloped his entire being. His arm was severed along the middle finger of his fist, and his thighs had been inexplicably cleaved into 4 segments. As he attempted to turn his head, a torrent of blood erupted from his neck, and his severed head followed suit, soaring into the air. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The swiftness of Ziji Xiong's swordsmanship rendered the body of the bodyguard oblivious to the grim reality of his demise until he was reduced to mere fragments scattered across the ground. With a single step, Ziji Xiong dispatched the cloaked bodyguard. With a second, several guards followed in the wake of their fallen comrade. With a third, 2 more bodyguards were cleaved in half. With a fourth, numerous members of the security team were transformed into charred remnants by the flames ignited upon the infinite blade. With a fifth, insufficient, far from adequate. After beheading yet another impeccably dressed servant, Ziji Xiong casually remarked, "This is hardly even a warm-up." As he approached the celestial dragon, only Marcus remained, wide-eyed, his hands raised in a futile attempt to shield the now petrified McCarthy from harm. "Who are you? Do you realize whom you are attempting to assassinate?" Cold sweat cascaded down Marcus's face, splattering onto the ground. Yet Ziji Xiong did not cast him a single glance. Indeed, dreadfully tiresome. With a slight flick of his wrist, an imperceptible cut appeared on Marcus's visage. And as Ziji Xiong sheathed his blade, Marcus's skull erupted, creating a grotesque fountain of blood. At that moment, behind Ziji Xiong, the street for hundreds of meters was awash with dismembered limbs and a sea of blood, emanating a stench so foul that even the crows in the sky recoiled. As if a scene from hell had been etched into reality. Such a creature. Ziji Xiong sighed as he observed the celestial dragon scrambling backward in a state of utter terror. He turned to the applauding Harley and said, "Hey, woman, are you mocking me?" In response to Ziji Xiong's murderous gaze, Harley spread her arms wide and declared, "As you can see, this is the ruler of this absurd world." Ziji Xiong inhaled deeply. It seems this world truly is beyond redemption. Harley hid behind her back, stepped over the scattered remains, and approached the celestial dragon, then crushed the bubble helmet atop his head with a single kick. As she beheld the contorted face of the celestial dragon and his pig-like wails, a smile graced her lips. Turning to Ziji Xiong, she remarked, as he said, "This world is incredibly dull, so much so that it has become tiresome. Thus, we intend to inject some excitement back into it. I wonder, Mr. Ziji Xiong, would you be interested?" With renewed pressure from her foot, the celestial dragon's eyes bulged, and Harley mused. The inferno from hell should provide quite the spectacle in incinerating this refuse. Boom! Just as Harley finished her sentence, the celestial dragon's head exploded like a watermelon. Harley lifted her foot, brushed it against the remains, turned, and with a sweet smile, tilted her head and said, "How bold you are!" Ziji Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Harley, scoffing, "I have no time to indulge in your childish games. Yume is still awaiting my presence." A smirk crept onto his face. "So, you are in agreement, are you? I eagerly anticipate our true encounter." With a playful snap of her fingers. "Allez disperditions dreamlike apparition." Meanwhile, Peter's dream also reached its zenith, and the entire world shattered into nothingness. Chapter 46. News, and so, the situation unfolded. In the grand hall of letting, Harley sat perched on a chair, teasingly dangling a cherry over McKen, who lay across her lap. As the cherry drifted further from his mouth, McKen sighed in resignation. Xiong. As the epitome of evil aesthetics. The malevolent energy required to summon him was enough to give McKen a headache, not to mention the burden of an utterly defenseless Yume. Well, one step at a time, he mused, grasping Harley's hand, which was incessantly teasing him, and promptly bit into the cherry before swiftly rising to place it into her mouth. Do you recall what I told you? McKen stood and surveyed the gathering. Of course, my nefarious captain, the crew chorused. We shall present you with the grandest plunder, and erect for you the most resplendent of monuments. Barbossa, removing his hat, bowed to McKen and grinned broadly at his countenance. We shall enrich the most fertile soil with the blood and flesh of those portly swine, weave the most opulent carpets from their hides, craft the most exquisite thrones from their bones, and compose the most melodic symphonies from their wails, and ultimately, we shall dominate the raging seas and command the world. Excellent. McKen nodded with satisfaction. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Barbossa replaced his hat and bellowed to the surviving pirates. Scoundrels! What are you waiting for? Follow me. Leading the remaining crew toward the exit, Barbossa set the stage for a night destined for slaughter, where every soul deserving of death would prostrate before McKen. The following morning, in a certain expanse of the Grand Line, a ship adorned with a peculiar ram's head figurehead and sporting triangular sails glided slowly under the warm sun. The vessel, equipped with a central rudder, seemed to be hosting a grand celebration, exuding an air of exuberance. Are they not being overly carefree? A girl with aquamarine hair voiced her discontent, addressing a similarly striking orange-haired beauty beside her. We just held a banquet last night. I witnessed him consume food weighing several times his own body. How can he still eat today? Do not concern yourself with those rascals, Mama. They will rally when danger approaches. For now, let us relish this rare moment of tranquility, Nami said, handing a meticulously crafted drink to Vivi, her shoulder exposed as she smiled. Suddenly, a seagull adorned with a hat and a satchel soared across the horizon. Hey, look, something is flying over. It's a crow, Luffy exclaimed, gazing up at the newspaper-carrying gull as it passed overhead. How astonishing. There are crows over the ocean. Foolish Luffy, that is clearly a seagull, Usopp chuckled, clinking his drink against Luffy's. The seagull, suspended in the air, wore an expression of human-like disdain as it circled above the Mary. It seems that Seagull has dropped something, Sanji remarked, his calm demeanor contrasting with the chaos around him as he puffed on a cigarette. Luffy, engrossed in a playful tussle with Usopp, glanced upward at the sound, only to have a white object plummet perfectly onto his face. Fa ha ha. Luffy, that's bird droppings. Ha ha ha. Usopp erupted in laughter, collapsing onto the deck in a fit of mirth. That wretched seagull, I shall roast you today, Luffy declared, preparing to seize the gull with his rubbery arms, when a newspaper descended from the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Huh? Is that today's paper? Zoro inquired, scratching his head as he retrieved the newspaper, oblivious to the antics of Luffy and Usopp nearby. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he spoke with a grave tone. Hey, Luffy. What is the matter, Zoro? Luffy replied, his face contorted into a comical expression as he was tugged by Usopp. Take a look for yourself. As Zoro tossed the newspaper to the crowd, Nami's expression transformed upon picking it up, involuntarily recalling the madcap beauty. The front page was dominated by a colossal photograph, set against the backdrop of a vast square, surrounded by collapsed, burning edifices and the remnants of shattered lives. Most striking was the towering figure at the center of the image, appearing to be at least several dozen meters tall. Observing Nami's shock, Vivi leaned in curiously, gasping and covering her mouth with her hands. The gruesome sight of a pyramid composed of thousands of severed heads shattered the delicate composure of the benevolent princess, causing her to retch uncontrollably. Particularly distressing was the head at the apex of the pyramid, resembling that of a rodent, clutching a tattered piece of white cloth in its mouth, emblazoned with the word justice, marked by a bold red cross. In front of this grim tableau sat a chair, occupied by a man clad in a black feathered cloak and casual suit, his face etched with an enigmatic curve as he stared intently ahead. His gaze seemed to penetrate the photograph, reaching into reality, causing Nami's hands to tremble uncontrollably as she collapsed onto the deck. In an instant, the festive atmosphere aboard the Mary lost its vibrancy, and even the sea appeared to darken, casting a somber shadow over the scene. That fiend, Luffy seethed, fists clenched, his gaze fixed with fury upon the image of McKen. Luffy, there is also a bounty notice here. Upon discovering a rolled-up newspaper, Usopp noticed a stack of documents attached to it and called out to Luffy. The group spread the bounty notices across the table, revealing the latest findings from the Navy headquarters. Captain of the fallen pirate crew, Black Swan McKen Reef, bounty of 60 million berries. with the notice featuring a photograph of McKen resting his head on his hand while seated before the Capitol. First mate of the fallen pirate crew, Black Blade Hector Barbossa. Bounty of 55 million berries, depicted in his photograph, standing amidst the ruins with a solemn expression, hands clasped behind his back as he gazes into the distance. Chef of the fallen pirate crew, Blood Gentleman Hannibal Lecter. Bounty of 45 million berries, whose photograph presents a rather unremarkable image of him. Head slightly bowed as if adjusting his sleeves. Shipwright of the fallen pirate crew. Saw John Kramer. Bounty of 30 million berries, with his photo remaining unchanged. Hooded and seated in a wheelchair, revealing only half of his face. Assistant captain of the fallen pirate crew. Mad Sprite Harley Quinn. Bounty of 10 million berries, with a noteworthy photograph of her in a white evening gown, wearing a fox mask, hands delicately grasping the hem of her dress as she performs a curtsy. The snapshot seemingly taken at an unexpected moment. Head of the fallen pirate crew, Jack. Bounty of 10 berries. The photograph capturing Jack in the act of urinating with a wide grin on its face. Indeed, even Jack possesses a bounty notice. A testament to Barbossa's persuasive urging with a knife directed at the unfortunate Navy scout. Jack, with its astonishing bounty of 10 berries, has significantly lowered the stakes compared to its namesake, one of the calamities drought. It remains uncertain how the other party will react upon learning of this. Black Swan. Luffy grasped McKen's bounty notice, lost in thought, before suddenly raising both hands to the sky in a fervent cry. Wait for me, Black Swan. I shall surely defeat you. Chapter 47. Chapter review from this point onward. After concluding the tale of each island, I shall provide a brief chapter review to summarize issues and offer a succinct introduction to the next island's narrative. Firstly, based on everyone's feedback, I have converted the dream narrative into a side story. It is indeed my oversight as a novice writer to become overly engrossed. Now, I shall vent a bit about the contents of these recent chapters. Consider it a whimsical indulgence thwarted a lingering regret of sorts. In the course of these 10 or so chapters, amounting to over 20,000 words, I nearly completed the writing in a single day. Indeed, as I mentioned, I found myself unable to halt the momentum while crafting this segment of a narrative. Had I not retained some semblance of rationality at that moment, I could have easily expanded it into 30 chapters or more. From the feedback received regarding the dream sequences, it appears they have not resonated well, as they lack the conventional appeal of web literature. Nevertheless, my intention was to convey that while pirates embody malevolence, the celestial dragons represent a far greater evil, a magnitude of 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Hence, I drew inspiration from a narrative of the Golden Emperor to depict the character of Peter, leading to the introduction of the celestial dragons. I am delighted that some readers were able to discern the theme of solitary struggle amidst adversity. In truth, the Golden Emperor bears a closer resemblance to Marcus from the dream narrative. Both characters possess duality, ambition, and cunning. In a world devoid of celestial dragons, their lives would undoubtedly be more favorable. The Peter I have crafted serves as a microcosm of the seemingly romantic and grandiose world of One Piece. Yet he resides in the shadows, a minor figure who, even without the celestial dragons, would neither attain nor dare to grasp that white rose symbolizing hope. To be candid, if I were to traverse back to a more lenient era a decade ago, I would prefer to pen a tale centered on a character akin to Peter, a minor individual ensnared by false hopes, leading to an abyss of despair, ultimately spiraling into madness, only to rise from the ashes and overturn the world in a melodramatic saga. Regarding the eventual appearance of Shishio, I must admit that my original outline placed him in Wano country, intending to demonstrate to the so-called Red Dawn 9 what it truly means to bear the weight of burdens. However, after rewatching the live-action adaptation of Rurouni Kenshin during those days, I decided to substitute him with Shishio at the last moment. I have rambled on for quite some time, and perhaps I have overreached with my aspirations, contemplating too much while my writing skills falter. I completely overlooked the distinction between primary and secondary elements in the narrative, for which I sincerely apologize and vow not to repeat. Now that I have vented my frustrations, allow me to briefly mention the upcoming island's plot. I intend to craft a gentler story, and I use the term gentle because I initially envisioned writing a romantic tale akin to the Sky Island arc in the original One Piece series. However, as you are aware, my writing prowess struggles to encapsulate the essence of romance. Oh, and in this chapter, new characters will be introduced, and the protagonist's fruit abilities will gradually be unveiled. Reflecting on the fact that we are already over 40 chapters in and I have yet to articulate the protagonist's abilities is indeed a source of shame for me. Thus concludes my musings. Chapter 48, Bounty Notice Smack. This is an unequivocal declaration of war. In the office of the Fleet Admiral at Navy headquarters, Sengoku slammed the newspaper onto the desk with such force that it splintered the surface, causing cracks to spiderweb across it. The bounty notice for McKinn slowly drifted to the floor. A cute little lamb nearby, without a care for its enraged master, picked up McKinn's bounty notice and began to munch on it joyfully. Ha 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 ha! Sengoku, you look like a foolish lad who has had his underwear stolen. Ah ha ha! The legendary naval hero Garp lounged with his legs crossed, nonchalantly munching on snacks, while mockingly addressing the nominal highest authority of the Navy. Garp, is this truly the time for laughter? Each of those heads is an affront to justice. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, brandishing a newspaper as he roared at Garp. They are merely a bunch of worthless pests. In my opinion, the Navy should have eradicated them long ago. Garp, pinching his nose, displayed an air of indifference. You rascal. Sengoku seethed through clenched teeth, glaring at Garp, only to suddenly shift his tone. According to government intelligence, your grandson arrived at the paradise alongside that individual. Oh, how fortunate that boy is to have such company. Garp continued to pinch his nose. Oof, if it weren't for. Sengoku's words trailed off, followed by a cough before he continued. Your grandson nearly lost his life at that boy's hands. Do you not have any concerns? If that brat had truly perished there, it would merely indicate his mediocrity. But look, he is still alive and kicking, isn't he? Garp slapped his thigh, laughing heartily as if unaffected. Phew, age is catching up to me. My body is failing, and I feel drowsy after a meal. I shall take a short nap. With a wave of his hand, Garp exited Sengoku's office. The moment the door closed, his expression darkened. With his extensive experience, he understood the terror of McKen. He felt a pang of fear upon receiving the news. Well, I hope it is just a misperception, Garp mused, staring at McKen's bounty notice in a daze, momentarily recalling a person, a terrifying existence entirely erased from the records of the world government. Sengoku sighed as he watched Garp's retreating figure, then turned to the silent Tsuru beside him. Tsuru, what do you think we should do? Tsuru, with her hands clasped and chin resting upon them, appeared to be in a light doze. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling, betraying none of the frailty of old age. I have a foreboding feeling, Tsuru said slowly. If left unchecked, this could become a significant issue. Sengoku pondered, pinching his brow. However, most of our combat strength is currently engaged in the New World. We cannot simply reallocate forces based on your assessment. Of course, this is merely my personal judgment. Generally speaking, those who leap the highest often face dire consequences in the end. My fear is that he may be the one in a million. Alas, let it be. Sengoku sighed. The New World cannot afford any mistakes. For now, let him dance for a while. With a weary wave of his hand, Sengoku signaled to Tsuru that she could leave. As the fleet admiral, he still had a multitude of matters to address, aside from its malicious nature. McKinn's situation truly did not warrant immediate alarm. This brings us to the distinction between the general of the warring states and a kainu. If a kainu identifies an enemy, he relentlessly pursues them until they are utterly annihilated, their remains cast into the depths of the sea. However, at this moment, a kainu does not regard McKen as a significant threat. A mere jester. A flicker of flames erupted from a kainu's hand, incinerating McKen's bounty poster. He stood on the deck, gazing over the expansive ocean, more preoccupied with the movements of the four emperors than with this insignificant brat he had never even heard of. Oh, how terrifying indeed. Kizuru reclined on a plush sofa, one hand idly flipping through today's newspaper while the other stroked his beard, appearing as if he had just awakened. Ah, the son of a demon, and this enigmatic black swan that has emerged from nowhere. The seas are becoming increasingly tumultuous. Akiji scratched his head with a look of impatience, contemplating whether they should take a trip to the paradise. Ha ha, Captain, my wicked captain. Do you not find this photograph splendid? Barbossa, one hand clutching a flask, the other raised high to display the photo he had coerced a spy into taking last night, erupted into laughter. Perched on his shoulder, Jack held up his own bounty poster, chattering incessantly as if seeking McKen's praise. Not only the officers, but even the cannon fodder aboard the Black Pearl had received their own bounty notices. One pirate henchman, brimming with excitement, whispered to a towering figure, "Boss, look, I have a bounty of 1,000,000 berries. I should send this back to town for those fellows to see." Larry, however, was indifferent to the bounty. He understood that as long as he followed this ship to the end, his bounty would reach an admirable height. With this thought, he unconsciously turned his head towards the man on the second deck. McKen wore a smile, not out of joy for his increased bounty, which held little significance for him, but rather because his infamy had finally reached a new pinnacle, allowing him to summon an existence once more. Who should I summon? McKen pondered deeply, stroking his chin with closed eyes. His ability, in comparison to the predecessors he had read about in novels, seemed rather rudimentary. In his mind, there were only two items: the current amount of infamy he possessed and the names of potential summons along with the required infamy needed for each. Nothing else existed, not even a brief description or image of the characters, merely their names. McKen was quite grateful for his extensive knowledge from his previous life, having delved into various films and anime. Otherwise, he would be left to assess the strength of characters solely based on their corresponding infamy values. "Sweetheart, are you troubled by something?" Harley asked, curiously regarding McKen's conflicted expression as she clung to his arm. "Should I summon a new companion now? Or should I wait a little longer?" "This, of course, entirely depends on what you think, little pudding." With a sweet smile directed at him, Harley suggested, "I recommend we wait. We might encounter a situation that requires a companion with a specific skill." That's reasonable. "Let us wait." McKinn nodded, no longer in haste. At this stage, at least within the confines of the paradise, he believed there were no threats lurking nearby. Having come to this conclusion, McKen approached Barbossa, who was still boasting about his gallant pose in the photographs to the surrounding pirates, and shouted, "Barbossa, set sail with haste. I require reinforcements at the next island." "Ah, Captain, my wicked captain, your command," Barbossa replied, and the sailors swiftly hoisted the crimson-cornered Jolly Roger high. The sails of the Black Pearl filled with wind, slicing through the ocean like a dark arrow, racing toward the next island. Chapter 49. The ghost ship. The weather along the Grand Line is notoriously capricious. One moment it may be clear skies, the next shrouded in thick fog. Reluctantly, the Black Pearl slowed its pace. For who could tell what bizarre phenomena might arise in such an obscured sea? "Barbossa, we seem to be lost," Larry remarked, standing beside the helm. His brow furrowed in concern as he clutched the compass, which had been spinning erratically, seemingly malfunctioning. The surrounding fog swirled ominously, sending shivers down his spine. "Lost indeed." "We are lost," Barbossa replied, a smile gracing his face, seemingly unfazed by the situation. He stood resolutely at the bow, hands firmly gripping the helm, his voice low yet undeniably confident. "Every grand adventure begins with an unexpected detour, and at the journey's end, delightful surprises await us." His tone was unwavering, his sapphire-like eyes piercing through the fog, as if they had already glimpsed the treasures lying just beyond reach. Meanwhile, in the captain's quarters on the third deck, Harley lay pitifully on the bed like a drenched cat, her big, watery eyes fixed on McKen. Since the fog had begun to rise, it felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, rendering even the act of walking an arduous task. She could only lie there obediently. Her pet monkey, Jack, perched at the head of the bed, clinging to his legs with a worried expression, prompting Harley to reach out and gently stroke his head in comfort. "Sweetheart, am I going to die? I haven't even had the chance to see you." Before she could finish, McKen placed a hand over her mouth. "Do not speak such foolishness. Rest well." In that moment, he appeared exceedingly tender, gently caressing her hair. "Even if you were to die, I would bring you back to my side." With a slight huff, Harley wrinkled her nose, clearly displeased by McKen's blunt remarks, and pulled the blanket over her adorable head. Could it be the influence of the fruitability? Noticing Harley's unwillingness to engage with him, McKen strolled slowly to the window, gazing into the endless, swirling mist. Murmuring to himself, he found it perplexing why Harley had suddenly undergone such a transformation. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted him. Upon granting permission, Hannibal entered, bearing a silver platter adorned with exquisite pastries, all of which were undoubtedly Harley's favorites. Perhaps she could be encouraged to visit the professor. Gently placing the platter down, Hannibal turned to McKen with a suggestion. "Do you also suspect it is the influence of the fruitability, Doctor?" McKen, hands clasped behind his back, continued to stare out at the billowing fog. "I cannot find another explanation." But which fruitability would affect only Harley?" McKen inquired, somewhat puzzled. "Two hypotheses," Hannibal replied, retrieving a fine bottle of red wine from the cabinet, carefully examining it before producing 2 goblets and pouring the wine. "First, the fruit may only affect women, although the likelihood is low." He handed the wine to McKen. Taking a gentle sip, McKen savored the bittersweet notes, realizing it was indeed a superior variant of the dream fruit. "At present, this seems the most plausible," Hannibal added, swirling his glass as he let the wine breathe. "According to the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, there are 3 fruits that could be classified as superior variants of the dream fruit, although it remains uncertain which of the 3 it may be." At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room, followed by a frantic knock and the voice of a pirate underling. "Captain, come quickly, there's something." McKen furrowed his brow, slightly annoyed at the interruption, and downed the remaining wine before striding toward the door. Opening it, he asked, "What is it?" Less than a second after their eyes met, the pirate underling hastily lowered his head, respectfully stating, "A ghost ship." Upon hearing the report, McKen raised an eyebrow, aware that in the world of pirates, true ghost ships did not exist. They were merely tales spun by those scraping a living from the sea. However, he chose not to dwell on it, quickly descending the stairs to join Barbossa. "What has happened?" "Oh, Captain, you've arrived." Barbossa seemed genuinely intrigued by the sight before him. Noticing McKen's presence only after he spoke, he gestured toward a dilapidated vessel. "It's merely an old wreck, but I sensed the presence of life aboard." Upon hearing these words, McKen gazed towards the distant sea, where a dilapidated, single-masted sailboat languidly floated upon the waters. Its hull was encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, and the remnants of its sail hung in tatters, resembling a worn-out rag. McKen unfurled his observation hockey, and, as Barbossa had indicated, a faint life force floated within his perception. "Let's take a closer look." "After you," Barbossa replied, stepping back and gesturing with outstretched arms. McKen accepted the invitation without hesitation, lightly springing into the air, propelled by a negligible force towards the forsaken vessel. The few hundred meters vanished in an instant, and as he touched down, he made not a sound, as silent as a falling leaf. Even the dust that had settled upon the deck remained undisturbed. Just as McKen prepared to step towards the cabin, a deafening roar erupted. Barbossa crashed onto the deck like a cannonball, and the poor, decrepit ship was barely holding together. At that moment, the upper deck splintered with every inch, and the entire vessel emitted a disconcerting creak that suggested the keel had reached its breaking point. Upon landing, Barbossa swung his hand with fervor, creating a gust akin to a tempest that swept away the wood shavings and dust. He then glanced at McKen, who regarded him sideways, and sheepishly chuckled. "My apologies." McKen, uninterested in the old pirate's antics, proceeded towards the cabin with the aid of his observation hockey. Barbossa, after taking a swig from his intricately designed flask, followed closely behind. Their search proved remarkably efficient, as within less than a minute, they uncovered a man concealed within a cabinet at the furthest end of the cabin. The cabinet appeared to have been locked from the inside, implying that its occupant was evading something. Naturally, Barbossa would not permit McKen to take action himself. He approached and, with the ease of tearing paper, ripped open the sturdy cabinet door, revealing the figure hidden within. The man inside was unconscious, his attire suggesting he was a seasoned sailor. But what was most peculiar was the mask adorning his face. The base color of this mask is white, and the most prominent feature, aside from the eye holes, is a large, cheerful smile. The cheeks of the mask are adorned with blush, creating a striking contrast against the pallid background, except for the absence of a beard. The mask evokes in McKen a subconscious association with the mask worn by V, the protagonist of V for Vendetta. Chapter 50, Discomfort. Barbossa reached out and removed the mask from the man, squeezing it with his hand, releasing a sound of astonishment. Without waiting for McKen to inquire, he handed the mask over to him. "Interesting, this doesn't resemble the handiwork of an ordinary person." McKen took the mask and turned it slightly. It was surprisingly light, yet exceptionally sturdy, showing no signs of damage even when McKen applied a little pressure. The material of the mask was unknown, feeling as smooth as human skin and possessing remarkable elasticity. After examining the mask, McKen gestured to check on the man's condition. Barbossa grimaced slightly, took a hearty swig of his drink, and then poured the remaining liquid over the man's head. The man's yellow sideburns were tangled like strands of yarn, obscuring his entire face. Under the stimulus of Barbossa's alcohol, he slowly began to regain consciousness. He coughed softly a few times, noticing the liquid on his face, and greedily began to wipe it off with his filthy hands, licking it with his tongue. Suddenly, his movements froze, as if he had discovered something. He quickly lifted his head. His brown eyes, now filled with an unusual anxiety, were laced with bloodshot veins, reminiscent of a wraith. Before long, the man noticed the mask in McKen's hand and let out a distorted, anguished scream, lunging toward McKen, or rather, toward the mask. Naturally, McKen would not allow this madman to close the distance. He gently stepped back to create space. Sensing McKen's intent, Barbossa swiftly advanced and, with a firm kick, sent the man crashing back into the cupboard. "Too eager, my friend. Our captain is a respectable man who cannot tolerate your enthusiasm." Barbossa kept his foot pressed on a man's shoulder, pinning him to the cupboard, his arm draped nonchalantly across his leg as he jested. The man desperately clutched at Barbossa's shoe, struggling as if being pursued by some horrific entity. Suddenly, A dramatic change swept over his expression, revealing a mix of exhilaration and fervor as he looked at Barbossa. Wait, I don't know you. I've never seen you before. His voice was raspy, as if he had smoked for decades, yet his tone was filled with excitement, his gaze toward Barbossa resembling that of a lecher gazing upon a naked maiden. This left Barbossa feeling somewhat awkward as he extended a finger to tap on his unattractive visage, secretly pondering when he had ever possessed such charm. Ha ha ha. I have escaped. I have finally broken free. The man erupted into a frenzied laughter, dismissing the mask and the sacred beast, reveling in his newfound liberation. Ha. Escape? For where did you flee? Barbossa inquired with curiosity, drawing his face closer in an attempt to ask something. At this moment, McKen, arms crossed, awaited further elaboration, intrigued by the peculiar behavior of the individual before him. Suddenly, however, McKen's expression shifted, and he swiftly grasped Barbossa's collar, pulling him back 2 meters in a single leap. As Barbossa wore a look of confusion, he was abruptly startled by a piercing scream. He focused his gaze to discover a translucent ribbon-like entity ensnaring the man's body. Gradually, the man began to vanish as if being erased by an eraser. Without hesitation, Barbossa drew his black blade, infusing it with armed haki, and with both hands, he swung the sword with great force, unleashing a dark arc of energy that surged forth as though to cleave the heavens and the earth. The blade's aura engulfed the man's figure, revealing the wreckage of the ship beneath, and continued to extend, slicing a massive gash through the thick fog that blanketed the sea. Yet in no time, the mist closed in again, leaving the scene unchanged save for the gradually sinking wreckage that bore witness to the events that had transpired. Did you hear that, Captain? That roar? Barbossa sheathed his sword and turned to inquire. Indeed, McKen nodded, having heard a muffled roar akin to the distant rumblings of summer thunder. Why did you strike with that blow? McKen suddenly asked, regarding Barbossa with a peculiar gaze. Huh? Why? Perhaps it was an instinctive release of frustration for finding nothing. I distinctly sensed a presence aboard this ship. Barbossa scratched the back of his ear, equally puzzled by the impulse to deliver that strike. He shrugged and reached into his inner pocket to retrieve his flask for a sip, only to discover it was completely empty. Where's my liquor? Barbossa murmured in bewilderment, recalling that he had possessed it prior to descending into the hold. McKen furrowed his brow, his fingers slowly caressing each other, an unsettling sense of dissonance filling his heart, as he felt he should have been holding something just moments ago. However, the sea afforded him little time for contemplation, as Barbossa's strike severed the ship's keel, allowing torrents of seawater to surge into the sinking cabin. Let us return. All of this feels exceedingly strange. Upon our return, the entire ship shall be placed under martial law. McKen gazed at the sea, which barely reached his ankles, and uttered a remark. Soon, the two returned to the Black Pearl, and as soon as they set foot on the deck, Barbossa bellowed for heightened vigilance, intensifying the crew's speculation regarding the ghostly vessel. McKen then recounted the recent events and the unsettling sensation to Hannibal, regretting that he had not invited him along. Had Hannibal been present, his keen insight would surely have uncovered something. Given Barbossa's character, it was implausible that he would act without warning. They must have encountered a situation compelling enough to invoke his full wrath. Hannibal sat pensively in his chair, stroking his chin in contemplation. Coupled with the sounds resembling roars that they had heard, could it be an illusion? A memory erased? He pulled out a pen and jotted down several possibilities in his notebook. Dreams, McKen interjected, adding a layer to their discourse. Indeed, dreams, Hannibal affirmed, circling the word in his notes. Considering Harley's predicament, this seemed the most plausible explanation, yet the crucial question remained. What had they dreamt of? McKen fell silent. His eyes closed as he endeavored to recall the narrative from the original OP, but despite traversing the halls of memory, he found no trace, particularly regarding the tales set in paradise. Ah, how increasingly intriguing, he mused, excitement brewing within him. As he opened his eyes, a gleam of determination and fervor shimmered within his gaze. From his godlike perspective, he had not encountered such a situation in quite some time. The allure of the unknown tantalizing his curious heart. Barbossa, McKen called out as he stepped out to the helm. Aye, Barbossa replied. Full speed ahead. I am eager to see what awaits us. He laughed heartily. Indeed, no matter what ghastly entity we encounter, your loyal Barbossa shall present his head as homage. Upon hearing Barbossa's response, McKen leaned against the railing, his hands gripping it tightly as he revealed a smile that sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding pirates. Under the gloomy sky, his teeth gleamed as white as a reaper's razor, eliciting an involuntary shudder from them all. Without needing to be urged by Barbossa, The crew of pirates swiftly began their tasks aboard the ship. Sails were raised, flags unfurled, and anchors lifted. Every soul appeared exceedingly busy, fearful of drawing McKen's attention for any hint of idleness. Chapter 51. The City of Joy. Every sailor navigating the vast oceans was as familiar with the tales of ghost ships as he was with his own stinky socks. The ruffians of the fallen pirates brandished torches, scrutinizing the swirling fog surrounding the Black Pearl while swallowing hard. The older pirates, with mischievous grins, regaled them with stories of ghost ships, as though each had lived through the eerie encounters themselves. Meanwhile, the newcomers huddled together, listening intently, occasionally waving their torches in a futile attempt to disperse the fog clinging to them and the fears gripping their hearts. Just as they were whispering among themselves, a pirate atop the lookout cried out, "The lighthouse! I see the lighthouse!" His exclamation startled the crew, prompting them to hurl various items, including bottles, at the mast in a cacophony of curses. As if disturbed by this shout, the fog began to dissipate at a visible pace, revealing a once ominous sky that transformed into a clear expanse. The warm sunlight invariably lifted spirits, and Barbossa shook off the droplets of moisture clinging to him, a smile gracing his face as he grasped the helm. With his keen eyesight, he could discern the faint outline of an island several hundred nautical miles ahead. Confident they would soon arrive, before long, the Black Pearl sailed into the harbor, which lay eerily quiet, with only a few ragged figures huddled against the wall, heads bowed. Notably, various vessels lined the docks, including a Navy ship, though all appeared somewhat dilapidated, suggesting they had not been in use for quite some time, albeit not as worn as the first ship they had encountered. "Captain Barbossa, something feels amiss about this island," murmured an old pirate with a tattered headband. Bending low to approach Barbossa, the captain extended an arm to halt further discourse, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the modest island before him. As Barbossa observed, McKen and Hannibal descended from the second deck, and with a wave of his hand, a pirate promptly lowered the gangplank. "Barbossa, keep an eye on the ship," McKen instructed. Barbossa turned to regard the two descending figures, a note of confusion in his voice. After exchanging a glance with his pet, Jack, who perched upon his shoulder, he replied, "Rest assured, my captain, may your hunt be fruitful." Generally speaking, McKen would never abandon Barbossa unless faced with an unavoidable circumstance. Indeed, as he suspected, Harley's condition was deteriorating. Even being sent to Jigsaw, where isolation prevailed, merely alleviated her symptoms temporarily. As a precaution, McKen left behind the formidable Barbossa to stand guard, ready to respond to any unforeseen events. Upon disembarking, Hannibal immediately noticed that the people near the harbor wore white-faced smile masks. Without waiting for his inquiry, an elderly man fishing at the port greeted him with a grin, saying, "Welcome, welcome to the City of Joy." Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, the old man extended a finger, as frail as a withered branch, to caress the mask and added, "Oh, you are intrigued by it, aren't you? As someone who's been here, I kindly advise you to find one for yourself soon, unless you're the type of optimistic lunatic." McKen fixated on the mask, feeling an unsettling familiarity as though he had seen it somewhere before. However, he did not linger long, leading Hannibal further into the island, where the throngs of people grew denser as they approached the center. All these individuals donned the same style of mask, with a few seemingly younger fellows boldly sizing up the two, some gazes clearly malicious. Yet, the majority merely cast a fleeting glance before returning to their own affairs. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but McKen detected a hint of sorrow intermingled with schadenfreude in their eyes. "Newcomers." At that moment, a somewhat invigorated voice broke through. A diminutive man, scarcely standing at 5 feet, emerged from a nearby building, circling around McKen and Hannibal, frequently emitting sounds of astonishment. It had been quite some time since newcomers had arrived. The man's gaze brimmed with greed, akin to most pirates McKen had encountered. "Haha, unfortunate souls. Care for a couple masks? Quite affordable," he offered, rubbing his hands together like a salesman. "Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am David, a merchant of sorts. Newcomers?" McKen took note of the blinking term, but refrained from inquiring further, instead engaging in conversation. "Oh, I see each of you wears a mask. I am quite curious about its purpose. Haha, information comes at a cost, but considering your status as newcomers, I shall divulge a morsel. If you wish to avoid encountering something terrifying at night, it is advisable to wear it." David tapped the mask with his hand. "You may consider it a talisman, a charm that could preserve your life." "How intriguing." McKen gazed down at him, a look of disdain gracing his features. Perhaps sensing McKen's expression, David waggled a finger. "I can discern your confidence in your own abilities, but trust me, Those who arrive on this island are not lacking in strength. There was once a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million who met his demise for ignoring advice. David spread his hands and shrugged. So, would you like to purchase too? McKen narrowed his eyes slightly. While judging strength by bounty was somewhat flawed, anyone who reached 100 million in bounty was certainly no fool. To have met their end here suggested that this island was far from simple. Very well. You have successfully persuaded me. How much? Belly? Ha ha ha. David suddenly burst into laughter. No, my friend, the least valuable currency here is belly. Food, weapons, clothing, even your very self. These are the true currencies of this joyful city. It appeared that resources on this island were profoundly scarce. Do you never engage in trade with other islands? Trade? David lowered his voice, swiftly changing the topic. I must say, your attire is rather fine. How about exchanging it for a mask? David's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on McKen, but before he could respond, a voice rich with magnetism resounded from behind him. It seemed that masks were indeed the most universally accepted medium of exchange on this island. David slowly turned his head, realizing that the person who had been standing beside McKen had, unbeknownst to him, appeared behind him. This was not the most astonishing aspect. What truly shocked him was that the man now possessed 3 bloodied heads in his hands. Hannibal slowly removed a mask from one of the heads and then casually tossed the blood-stained mask towards David. Still in a state of shock, David instinctively caught the mask, but as realization dawned upon him, he recoiled 2 steps away from Hannibal. Now, please inform me of the circumstances on this island. Chapter 52. The Grim Reaper, named Sorrow, generally speaking. This island does not shy away from bloodshed, yet such actions only exacerbate the situation. However, the individuals you eliminated were already quite unpopular. Their demise merely conserved some resources. David guided McKen and his companion into the building where he resided. This place can tentatively be deemed a home, yet through McKen's discerning gaze, the objects scattered about can only be labeled as refuse. It is unclear when this island abruptly emerged along this maritime route. The earliest records of individuals arriving here date back over 40 years. After clearing 2 seats for them, David thoughtfully prepared 2 cups of a viscous-looking liquor, which, indeed, is a rare delicacy on this island. McKen showed little interest in the liquid before him. Setting the cup aside and prompting continue, David clicked his tongue, took a sip from the cup McKen had abandoned, and remarked, "You encountered an inexplicable thick fog upon your arrival, did you not? Truth be told, we are all in the same predicament." He gestured to himself, stating that, according to records, this island shrouds itself in fog at intervals ranging from several years to mere days, ensnaring vessels traversing the route. It is speculated to be a means of regulating the influx of inhabitants. Of course, there have been those who sought to escape amidst the fog. Yet every attempt has been thwarted, with each would-be fugitive meeting their end at the jaws of the sacred beast. What is the sacred beast? McKen pondered, feeling a vague familiarity with the term. To be honest, I am not quite certain, David admitted, scratching his head. It's merely a tale recounted by the earliest arrivals, which has gradually become common knowledge on this island. Can a mere myth deter you? Hannibal interjected, lifting the blanket and sniffing the liquid within, his expression revealing his discontent. Myth? No. At that moment, David tapped the mask in his hand and glanced at Hannibal. In truth, most individuals had witnessed the formidable power of the sacred beast, or rather, the state of a person at the time of death, which is precisely why masks are worn at night. Peering through the mask, David observed the expressions of the two, intending to tease them with a suspenseful pause. However, both wore serene faces, quietly awaiting his next words. David's mouth, hidden behind the mask, curled slightly as he continued. On this island, there are 2 crucial matters to heed. First, one must don a mask after nightfall, for that is the sacred beast's feeding time. The second matter, just as David was about to elucidate the second point of caution, a burst of raucous laughter erupted from outside, accompanied by lively music. Ah, perfect. Rather than explaining, witnessing it firsthand will impart a clearer understanding of what I wish to convey about the second matter. With that, David rose and strode towards the exit, while McKen and Hannibal exchanged glances, fastening their masks and following in his wake. Before long, the trio arrived at what resembled a public square. Upon their arrival, McKen's face displayed a look of astonishment. In the center of the square, a rather peculiar funeral was taking place. A deceased elder was positioned atop a wooden pyre prepared for cremation. Surrounding individuals held torches, singing joyous melodies accompanied by musicians, interspersed with hearty laughter. As the pyre was ignited, the fervor of the crowd seemed to ignite alongside it, forming a circle around the burning body. Hand in hand, they danced merrily. To an outsider, It might have appeared as if a festive bonfire celebration was underway. Is this some sort of special funeral, right? McKen inquired. David chuckled softly, lowering his voice, and chose not to answer, instead joining the revelers in their exuberance. At that moment, McKen and Hannibal appeared conspicuously out of place, standing silently as they awaited the unfolding events. Half an hour later, as the body was completely cremated, the revelers, who had joined the festivities, gradually ceased their dancing. Hand in hand, humming a certain tune. At that moment, a young girl emerged from the crowd, guided by an elder. As she began to collect the ashes of the deceased, after she meticulously gathered the ashes, she smiled gently and bowed to the assembled crowd, who reciprocated her gesture with respectful bows. "Are you crying?" came an incongruous voice. The astute Hannibal noticed the slight tremor in the girl's body and inquired delicately. Upon hearing Hannibal's question, the girl instantly stiffened, momentarily taken aback, before turning to him and bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, Luna is clearly smiling." Luna is not crying at all. At this moment, even McKen observed the tears cascading down the girl's face beneath her mask. His expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at her. Simultaneously, nearly everyone else took note of McKen and his companion, directing their furious glares towards them. Yet only laughter erupted from their lips. "Ha ha ha, this is a newcomer who just arrived today and knows not the rules. Let's not pay them any mind, ha ha ha." David guffawed, offering an explanation that proved effective, causing the crowd to disregard the two once more as they resumed their jovial singing. "Now you understand the second taboo of this island," David remarked as he approached them. "Crying is forbidden, or more precisely, sorrow must be avoided." Hannibal's gaze remained fixed on the weeping girl. Her laughter mingled with tears, evoking memories of someone buried deep within his heart. Indeed, on this island, one must never exhibit sorrow if they wish to avoid becoming prey for the sacred beasts. Particularly, tears are said to be the herald of the beast's feasting. David waved his hand. "Let us go. I shall explain the rest in due course." Just as the three turned to retrace their steps, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. Turning back, they beheld the girl's mask inexplicably vanished, her tear-streaked visage now exposed. This object is a bait of the demons. Anyone who wears it becomes fodder for their hunger. In the midst of the crowd's panic, a commanding voice resounded from the lighthouse in the square. McKen turned to see an exceptionally handsome boy standing there, shouting loudly while wielding a fishing rod. Unlike the others, he wore no mask, instead expressing vehement disdain for it, attempting to destroy the very mask that had been taken from the girl. McKen's expression grew solemn. He had failed to perceive the boy's presence until now, and even after unleashing his observation hockey, he remained unaware of the boy's life force. It was as if the boy standing before him was merely a phantom, yet he exuded vibrant life. "It's a masked thief. Quick, apprehend him." As the voices grew louder, people began to discern each other's silhouettes, shouting and rushing toward the lighthouse. Simultaneously, Hannibal, who had just been beside McKen, appeared next to the girl. He removed his mask and placed it over her face. An elderly man nearby repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Hannibal, who was gently caressing the girl's hair and murmuring comforting words. McKen, unable to ponder Hannibal's rather unusual behavior, noticed that the boy atop the lighthouse had vanished. With a sharp intake of breath, he pursued the direction in which the boy had disappeared, sensing that the boy harbored the secrets of the island. Chapter 53. The Masked Thief. The previous chapter was obscured, and I'm seeking a resolution. However, the good news is that the earlier chapter provided a portrayal of Hannibal's character, which, while it may not directly influence the forthcoming plot, is still significant. Once Hannibal awakened from his reverie, he swiftly caught up with McKen. At that moment, McKen stood atop the moving house, his expression grave as he gazed intently at the scenery before him. Upon sensing Hannibal's presence, he remarked, "He has vanished." "Vanished?" Hannibal leaped to Macken's side, contemplating the implications. Quite literally, just as Macken was on the verge of capturing the masked thief, the latter had inexplicably disappeared before his very eyes. Macken turned to Hannibal, noting, "You seem rather pleased." It was rare, if not unprecedented, for Macken to observe such an expression on Hannibal's face, akin to a smile. "Indeed, I had a dream," Hannibal replied after a brief pause, a rather pleasant one. "Is that so?" A brief silence enveloped them, as Macken remained preoccupied with thoughts of the vanished masked thief. Squinting as he pondered, "I believe I have begun to grasp the intentions of this enigmatic figure," Hannibal suddenly spoke. "Oh." Macken scrutinized Hannibal closely, clearly intrigued by the insights gleaned from the dream of which he remained unaware. "However, we cannot draw any definitive conclusions at this juncture. We must return to David and continue our investigation into the affairs of this island. particularly regarding the masked thief. After a succinct exchange, they made their way back to David's home to inquire further about the tale of the masked thief. Although the precise timing of the thief's appearances remained unclear, the local elders revealed that he had been active on the island for quite some time. David did not inquire about McKenn's findings. The outcome of their return was evident. He is a madman, a lunatic who has never comprehended the essence of sorrow, deriving pleasure from hunting others under the guise of a mask, David stated, shaking his head slowly. Moreover, he often spouts delusions about masks being the spawn of demons, claiming that we have all been deceived. Have you never managed to capture him? Never. I suspect he possesses the abilities of a devil fruit user. David sensed the gaze of the two upon him and let out a soft chuckle. Do not be deceived by my current demeanor. Once, I too was a distinguished pirate. Indeed, I grasped the generality of your explanation, Hannibal mused. His head slightly bowed as he reflected on David's words. His age, origins, abilities, and intentions all remained shrouded in mystery. Have you never found this peculiar? At that moment, Hannibal raised his head, his lake blue eyes fixed intently on David, a perpetually youthful and formidable individual, whose sole aim is to hunt these so-called masks. David regarded Hannibal with a puzzled expression, for these notions were deeply ingrained in his understanding, leaving little room for inquiry. Very well, let us discuss this mask, Hannibal suggested, redirecting the conversation as he pointed to the mask adorning David's face. What is its origin? Through David's account, McKen and his companion learned that this enigmatic mask appeared sporadically at various locations on the island, its quantity fluctuating, sometimes discovered within days, other times absent for over a year. They also uncovered that the masked thief often emerged during a person's most sorrowful moments, predominantly manifesting at night, eluding the grasp of the holy beasts. Speculation arose that this might be linked to the thief's abilities, a power akin to vanishing, which even the formidable holy beasts could not track. The duo had gleaned all they could, yet it was evident that David harbored further secrets. Though for McKen, such details seemed trivial. After deliberation, they resolved to wait in ambush under the cover of night, contingent upon the veracity of David's account. Prior to this, McKen contacted Barbossa, stationed on the ship, urging him to join them, recognizing the necessity of a formidable ally given the uncertainty surrounding the masked thief's abilities. Meanwhile, the others retreated into the makeshift sanctuary crafted by Jigsaw, modest yet sufficient for a night's respite. With preparations complete, the trio made their way to the home of the young girl they had encountered during the day. Citing the likelihood of the masked thief returning to pilfer the girl's mask, the family readily acquiesced to their request without hesitation. Captain, I feel as though I've seen this mask somewhere before, Barbossa remarked, tossing the mask in his hand with an expression of perplexity. On that wretched ship. Pardon? McKen replied, sensing Barbossa's confusion. How can I have no recollection? Merely a conjecture. Max sat before the little girl's bed, his eyes closed and a mask adorning his head. Although his intellect and insight did not rival Hannibal's, he was far from foolish. He had pieced together the events unfolding around him and recognized the mask's familiar aura. Given Barbossa's character, he would hardly concern himself with trifles. He tilted the mask askew on his face and retrieved a flask from his soiled shirt, gesturing towards Hannibal, who sat beside him. Care for a drink? No, thank you, Hannibal replied, standing by the window, admiring the nightscape through the narrow gaps of the boarded-up wood. Perhaps due to the island's taboos, the streets were deserted just after sunset, with every household securely fastening their doors and windows, enveloping the island in an eerie silence. Ah, you seem to have changed quite a bit, Barbossa remarked with a chuckle, raising the flask to his lips. The three waited for several hours, and as dawn approached, Barbossa, thoroughly bored, succumbed to a light slumber. His lower lip relaxed and slightly parted, a droplet of saliva trickling down his chin. Not only he, but even Mac and Hannibal, leaning against the window, appear to have drifted into a slumber. At that moment, a tall, handsome figure quietly entered the modest room, his presence unnoticed by anyone, as though he were always meant to be there. He approached the bed, fixing his dark pupils upon the sleeping girl, then leaned down to whisper softly, I apologize for allowing you to exist in such a false world. I swear I will change everything, for this tragedy was brought about by me. With that, the boy, known as the masked thief, reached out to grasp the mask on the girl's face. Just as he was about to make contact, a powerful hand seized his wrist, followed by a menacing black blade pressed against his throat. Hannibal and Barbossa flanked the boy, causing his expression to shift dramatically, completely unaware of their movements. I believe he need not feel sorry anymore, Max said as he slowly rose from his chair, turning to regard the boy's back. He would not repeat the errors of the day. The moment Barbossa and Hannibal restrained him, he activated his fruit's power. Chapter 54. The Dream of Hannibal, reposted after modifications due to prior restrictions. All content that might violate guidelines has been removed. Please read. During the pursuit, Hannibal paused, his surroundings transforming in the blink of an eye. The figures in the crowd vanished, the marble floor beneath him giving way to a damp, cold grassland, revealing a muddy path overgrown with withered weeds and frost. Hannibal furrowed his brow, slowly treading upon the road embedded deep within his memories, his steps deliberate and solemn, as if he were in mourning for something lost. Before long, delicate snowflakes began to drift from the heavens, and Hannibal halted in his tracks, extending his hand to feel the chilling touch of the falling snow. It was unclear how long he stood there, but the gentle flurries had transformed into flakes as large as goose feathers. The intermittent chirping of a cricket stirred Hannibal from his reverie. He tilted his head back, exhaled into the somber sky, opened his eyes, and lowered his gaze to find a diminutive cricket twitching its legs at his feet. The cricket, whether deemed unfortunate or fortunate, has endured the sorrowful autumn only to succumb to the frigid winter. With its remaining strength, it performed a departure melody that was not truly mournful. A dream, perhaps? I thought I would never reminisce about this moment again. Hannibal gazed upon the cricket's demise, murmuring to himself. Raising his eyes, he spotted a somewhat dilapidated wooden cabin standing not far from him, as if beckoning him. The creaking door of the cabin swung open, revealing a man clad in tattered military attire, whose gaze appeared vacant and drowsy, reminiscent of someone still caught in the embrace of slumber. After delivering 2 resounding slaps to his own face, he staggered towards the rear of the house. Upon completing his business, the man sighed contentedly, eyes closed, as he slowly adjusted his trousers. At that moment, a hand suddenly tightened around his neck from behind. Just as he was about to scream, another hand swiftly covered his mouth. "Hush!" Hannibal, having materialized behind him, subdued the man, gently resting his head against the soldier's hair, whispering sweet dreams. With that, Hannibal forcefully twisted his hands, snapping the man's neck. As he gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, he anticipated a tumult within himself. Yet upon reliving the experience, he discovered that such acts no longer stirred his soul. Adjusting his tie, Hannibal strode towards the door, exuding an air of contentment akin to that of a wayward traveler returning home. In truth, this place was indeed his home, a residence he had relegated to the depths of his memory. The door creaked open once more, and Hannibal entered, meticulously surveying the space that had once bestowed upon him both warmth and torment. The occupants of the room, though they heard the door sound, remained oblivious, their eyes averted. A few soldiers, garbed in military attire, lay sprawled on the floor in slumber, while in a corner, a small boy curled up, his expression vacant, fixated silently on the ground before him. Back already? For heaven's sake, close the door. It's freezing, murmured Grudas, blinking sleepily, only to find a man in a suit towering over him. "You," he began to exclaim, but Hannibal was quicker, incapacitating him before he could finish. When Grudas regained consciousness, he realized he was firmly bound to a chair. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he began to struggle with all his might. "I advise you not to waste your energy." At that moment, a voice imbued with magnetism resonated through the air, prompting Grudas to turn his gaze. He beheld a man meticulously adjusting an antiquated phonograph. "Who are you? Let me go, you scoundrel!" Grudas shouted. However, Hannibal paid him no heed. Having already shed his coat, he revealed a crisp white shirt beneath, his sleeves rolled up as he devotedly fine-tuned the machine. "Child, do you enjoy this melody?" In a short while, a soothing Lithuanian folk tune emanated from the old phonograph. Hannibal, surrendering to the music, closed his eyes and began to sway gracefully. I thought I would never hear it again. Moments later, he elegantly approached a nearby sofa. Grudas's gaze followed Hannibal's movement, landing upon a small boy trembling in an exquisite suit draped over the couch. Beneath the boy's feet lay several lifeless bodies, his companions. Hannibal tenderly caressed the boy's hair, speaking softly, "Do not be afraid. You see, every life is a symphony composed by God, and they are merely discarded scraps of paper, unworthy of your sorrow." The boy seemed oblivious to Hannibal's words, clutching his thighs tightly and trembling in fear. Without disturbing him, Hannibal slowly made his way behind Grudas, resting his arms on the man's shoulders. Then, as Grudas shouted in terror, Hannibal leaned down, his lips brushing against Grudas's ear as he whispered, "Though this is a complete tragedy, it is understandable when viewed from your perspective. The law of the jungle prevails. This is not only the principle of nature, but also a truth inscribed in the DNA of every species by God." Grudas was bewildered by Hannibal's words, recognizing only that the man behind him was a complete lunatic. Hannibal patted Gruta's shoulders before straightening up. Just as Gruta's attempted to curse, Hannibal swiftly struck, causing Gruta's to feel a sharp pain as his jaw dislocated, eliciting only muffled cries of anguish. Afterward, Hannibal approached the boy, casting a glance at him before reaching out to gently stroke his cheek. I am truly sorry about Misha, but you must find the strength to rise. This is an integral part of your existence. Hannibal cradled the boy's face in his hands, locking eyes with him through his cerulean gaze. Tonight's darkness is long enough for you to embrace your true self. Come, child, unshackle your heart and welcome it. Embrace the self you have imprisoned, known as Hannibal Lecter. Extending one hand toward the boy under Hannibal's gentle gaze, the small Hannibal finally trembled and placed his tiny hand upon it. Together, they stood, large hand clasping small. And Hannibal declared, now, let us begin. Chapter 55. The editing fruit, though the masked thief was momentarily alarmed upon being restrained. He possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Over the years, he had never been captured, and after a brief moment of astonishment, his body began to gradually fade away. You still have a chance. Heed my advice and discard the mask while you can, he declared, and with that, he vanished as if he had never existed. Yet, in the next instant, his upright figure reappeared in its original position. What is happening? Realizing his predicament, genuine panic surged within him, and he resumed his attempts to dissipate his form. Futile, McKen remarked, crossing his arms as he observed the boy's ineffectual efforts. After several more attempts, the masked thief seemed to concede defeat. He turned to McKen, demanding, who are you? What is this power? How can you possibly bind me? With a subtle gesture, McKen signaled to Barbossa and Hannibal, who positioned themselves on either side of the boy, forcing him to face McKen. Subsequently, Barbossa delivered a swift kick to the back of the masked thief's knee, causing him to collapse onto the ground. McKen then dragged a chair to sit directly in front of the masked youth, lowering his head to scrutinize the seemingly 17 or 18-year-old boy. Allow me to elucidate, he began. I am the editor, having consumed the editing fruit. Within my line of sight, all things fall under my dominion. The power of the editing fruit allows its wielder, McKen, to manipulate reality with remarkable precision. To illustrate, when McKen activates his ability, everything within his line of sight can be perceived as a mere photograph. McKen himself can be likened to an advanced editing software, capable of extending the duration of this image indefinitely, segmenting, locking, reversing, or even erasing it. This represents merely a rudimentary application of his editing fruit, focusing solely on a two-dimensional snapshot of three-dimensional space, akin to Luffy's initial ability to vanquish Sea Kings prior to his arrival in the Grand Line. In terms of advanced editing techniques, such as seamless transitions, cuts, cross-cutting, jump cuts, fades, dissolves, superimpositions, jump edits, circular framing, masking, hidden transitions, sound prioritization, and montage, McKen deems the boy before him unworthy of such sophisticated applications. The reason the masked boy's abilities falter is that McKen has transformed the moment he witnessed the boy being controlled into a still frame, effectively locking it within a specific number of frames. Regardless of the boy's subsequent actions, he will revert to that captured moment of subjugation before McKen's power dissipates. Unless McKen chooses otherwise or the boy possesses extraordinary strength, escape is utterly impossible. It is worth noting that through years of exploration and insights gleaned from the 5 dominant mafia groups ruling the underground society of the West Sea, along with the Devil Fruit Compendium traded by the 8 Treasure Navy, McKen has discerned that the only true adversaries to the editing fruit, aside from the Dark Fruit, are the Dor fruit, the Quake fruit, and the Awakened Silent fruit. Moreover, while fruits such as Law's Surgery fruit, Brulee's Mirror fruit, Buggy's Split fruit, provided the opponent does not conceal their capabilities, and the Professor's Saw fruit can impose some restrictions on the editing fruit, they do not achieve the absolute countermeasure offered by the aforementioned 4 fruits. This is also the reason why McKen, unprepared as he was reluctant to engage in the war on the summit, setting aside the disparity in strength. The very nature of the Devil Fruit abilities rendered him powerless against both Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Rest assured, the main characters will undoubtedly participate in the Summit War storyline. Now, I implore you to reveal your true purpose. What is the nature of this island? It is futile. Even if I divulge it to you, you shall soon forget. A bitter smile graced the face of the masked thief as he then closed his eyes. Moments later, he reopened them, now brimming with tears. Fear not, for I shall rectify all that is amiss. The sins that I have wrought must be resolved by me alone. In that moment, McKen sensed an ominous turn of events and shouted for everyone to disperse, as the 3 swiftly distanced themselves from the masked thief. Subsequently, before their astonished eyes, An object resembling a translucent red ribbon materialized from thin air, ensnaring the thief's body, only to gradually dissipate into the atmosphere. Barbossa, with a swift motion, cleaved through the ceiling where the ribbon had vanished, unleashing a dark blade of light that unfurled across the rooftop. To the trio, a colossal and indistinct white figure flickered before them, almost as if it were an illusion. It suddenly dawned on McKen that this was reminiscent of how the man had disappeared aboard that dilapidated ship, albeit at that time the ribbon-like entity had been transparent. Barbossa, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze upon the star-studded night sky and spoke solemnly. McKen, now recalling the events that had transpired, found his inner turmoil deepening, especially after he had unleashed his abilities. Hannibal, evidently noticing McKen's demeanor, inquired, "Is it a matter of ability suppression?" "No," McKen replied, furrowing his brow. "It feels less like suppression and more as though my powers have not taken effect. Or rather, I have not truly harnessed my abilities." "I see. A dreamscape layered in doubles, or even triples," Hannibal mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Barbossa, bewildered, listened to their exchange and interjected, "If possible, might I be enlightened as to the riddle you are unraveling?" McKen, somewhat irked by Hannibal's cryptic nature, recognized it as one of his few quirks. "Do share, Doctor. What have you discerned?" "Oh, my apologies. Allow me to relay my findings," Hannibal replied, first stepping forward to reassure the startled Luna and her arriving family members, then leading the trio to an empty street where he began to articulate his conjectures. "This island, or rather everything here, is an illusion." McKen and Barbossa remained silent, seeking refuge in a nearby pavilion to attentively absorb Hannibal's explanation. "If my intuition holds true, we are, in fact, still aboard the Black Pearl," Hannibal continued, caressing the stone table within the pavilion. "Do you recall Holly's condition? Her behavior can only be interpreted as a suppression of abilities. Now, I'm certain that, when combined with our fleeting glimpse of the enigmatic entity, the mastermind behind all of this is likely a user of the Dream Eater Zoan-type devil fruit." Hannibal produced a tome of devilish tales from his pocket, opening it to reveal a page containing illustrations before the two. "Moreover, this fruit wielder is likely on the brink of awakening." "Are you suggesting that we entered this dreamscape after encountering that dense fog?" McKen asked, glancing at the brief description of the Dream Eater fruit. "No, I'm more inclined to believe it occurred after we discovered that so-called ghost ship." Hannibal's hands were adorned with a quotation mark. "I surmise that the dense fog signified the threshold of the dream realm. Given that Harley herself possesses the abilities of the dream fruit, she exhibits a certain resilience against the encroachment of the Dream Eater fruit's powers. Her physical discomfort is not merely a reaction directed at her, as we previously conjectured. On the contrary, it is quite the opposite." "Ah, so that is the case. I never anticipated that we would be the ones ensnared." Barbossa comprehended this and chuckled softly. Chapter 56. Amusement Park indeed. It was only after our encounter with the ghost ship that we truly entered the dreamscape, and at that moment, Harley's condition grew increasingly dire. I suspect she is still valiantly resisting the dream's invasive influence. As it is merely a superficial dream, upon awakening, you shall forget everything. Hannibal lightly tapped the demon fruit compendium, which bore an image of the Dream Eater fruit, resembling a custard apple with elongated, leaf-like protrusions. He recounted to the two what he had experienced in his dream during the day, concluding, "Based on my experiences, I categorized this world into 3 layers, or perhaps 4. Hannibal paused, extending a finger. "The outermost layer is the very place we currently inhabit. The dream concerning myself, along with the one you encountered, belongs to the 2nd layer, or could be considered the 1.5 layer. The 3rd and 4th layers remain to be verified, but I surmise that the ultimate objective of the puppeteer is redemption." "Redemption?" queried one of the companions. "Indeed, it pertains to the obsessions buried deep within one's heart." Hannibal's gaze deepened, as if reflecting on all he had endured. "I understand." McKenna nodded. "The purpose of this mask, beyond concealing sorrow, serves as a coordinate." He grasped the rationale behind Hannibal's earlier peculiar behavior. Among the group, as a traveler, his most profound obsession was to dominate the tides, shattering and reconstructing this world, rendering the notion of redemption unnecessary. Jigsaw had also discovered his path, his inner world nearly impeccable, while Barbossa confronted his own emotions regarding his daughter in the Caribbean. Yet, Hannibal, I suspect, would find the experience of his sister's plight to be an indelible thorn in his otherwise resilient heart. What he and Barbossa experienced was evidently a manifestation of someone's yearning to escape. In that sense, encountering that individual could be seen as an understanding of their desire. Of course, all of the above remains mere conjecture, Hannibal added as he regained focus. "So, how shall we cope with the adversaries within the dream?" You must be aware of Harley's capabilities, and I presume this individual's powers will surpass hers. Simple, he replied. We merely need to delve deeper into the layers of this world. But how do we? Barbossa began to inquire, but suddenly halted, reaching out to caress the mask askew on his face. Are we truly to risk our lives based on your mere speculation? I did not impose any demands upon you. Hannibal extended his hand to remove his mask, closing his eyes in anticipation of what was to come. Ah, intriguing. McKen also removed his mask, directing his gaze toward Barbossa. What is the matter, my first mate? Are you afraid? Afraid? Ha ha ha. Barbossa erupted into maniacal laughter, forcefully tearing off his mask and subsequently drawing forth his black blade to pin the mask to the ground. Indeed, I fear that fellow might not withstand a few of my strikes. The mask, now skewered into the earth by the black blade, appeared to contort, its once jovial expression morphing into one resembling sorrow, and soon it vanished entirely. David's words were evidently truthful. Shortly after the three men removed their masks, a colossal beast, towering like a mountain, unexpectedly materialized above the pavilion. Its straw-like maw pierced through the pavilion's canopy, a ribbon-like tongue slithering forth to entwine itself around the bodies of the trio. As the monstrous form dissipated, so too did the three men within the pavilion, leaving behind only the imprints of the blade in the ground, as a gentle breeze swept through, erasing all traces of their presence. The sensation of sinking into a profound dream left McKen feeling somewhat uneasy, akin to someone in a pool being pulled down by unseen hands. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a vast amusement park, accompanied by the intermittent sounds of joyous laughter. Barbossa? Hannibal? At that moment, McKen stood alone, the whereabouts of the others having long since vanished. He surveyed his surroundings, observing throngs of visitors neatly queuing for various attractions, each face adorned with smiles. Unlike the superficial world, these individuals wore no masks, their smiles radiating genuine sincerity, as if they were truly there to relish the delights of the park. Excuse me. McKen approached a line of patrons to inquire, determined not to act rashly in ignorance, for he considered it foolish to wield force indiscriminately. Hey, are you going on the Ferris wheel? It's such fun. Just as McKen was about to pose his question, a girl at the end of the line turned, beaming as she enthusiastically introduced the Ferris wheel ride, clutching several balloons adorned with whimsical faces. Though McKen found no flaw in her seemingly genuine smile, it still evoked a sense of discomfort within him. He summoned his observation hockey, and within his perception, this girl appeared to be a living embodiment of treachery. He stepped closer, locking eyes with her as he spoke. Are you truly still human? Of course. Come play, it's so much fun. McKen's inquiry received no reply, as yet another smiling face turned to him, joining the girl in urging him to partake in the festivities. Yes, come and play. It's really enjoyable. A little girl tugged at his clothing, gazing up at him with a radiant smile. In an instant, everyone abandoned their cues and turned to encircle McKen, beckoning him to join in the revelry, proclaiming how delightful it would be, insisting that once he participated, he would experience the same joy as they did. The crowd swelled, their voices merging into a cacophony that rendered the atmosphere chaotic. Yet soon enough, their voices synchronized, echoing in jubilant and hurried tones. Come play, and you shall find joy. Come play, it is truly delightful. One can imagine the sensation of being surrounded by a throng of smiling faces, all reciting the same words in unison. But while others might find it charming, McKen was engulfed in a tempest of irritation and fury. Enough, he bellowed, unleashing a surge of conqueror's hockey that swept through the crowd. Instantly, the 100 or so individuals surrounding him collapsed, unconscious. Just as McKen contemplated his departure, he was astonished to see those who had fallen, eyes rolled back, staggering back to their feet, repeating their earlier entreaties. It had been ages since he encountered anyone with such formidable presence. At that moment, a robust voice resonated through the din. McKen parted the throng to reveal a tall, middle-aged man languidly seated at the ticket booth. Though a smile graced his features, there was an unmistakable undertone of rationality in his words. The Navy? McKen's gaze fell upon the tattered naval uniform the man wore, noting his rank as a rear admiral. The Navy? How long has it been since I heard that term? So long that I nearly forgot I was once a member of it. The rear admiral chuckled self-deprecatingly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the supervisors of this amusement park, and I invite you. No, you must play a game with me. Chapter 57. Rules of the amusement park. McKen remained silent, patiently awaiting the rear admiral's explanation. Excellent. I appreciate a composed individual, the rear admiral remarked, stroking his well-groomed beard with satisfaction. Rising from his seat, he seized a man who had just risen from the ground, effortlessly snapping his neck and discarding him like a mere insect. The ease with which he executed this act was not something a rear admiral should be capable of. Yet, within moments, the man with the broken neck stood once more, a smile still plastered on his face. In McKenn's perception, the individual had indeed met his demise, but had now inexplicably escaped the clutches of death. This caused McKenn's expression to darken, as this peculiar ability to revert was exceedingly troublesome. Without an understanding of the specific rules, relying solely on brute force would likely lead to his downfall. This amusement park possessed a certain assimilative quality. Over time, one would transform into a mere puppet, their minds filled solely with joyous emotions. As you can observe, this transformation is not entirely devoid of benefits. At the very least, one does not meet with death. The Major General pointed to the resurrected individual, regarding him with a tone of derision, before shifting his gaze back to McKen. If one wishes to avoid becoming like them, it is imperative to surpass us supervisors within the game. Having ascended from the previous level to this one, it is reasonable to assume that either you or one of your companions possesses considerable intellect, for your displayed prowess clearly indicates that your arrival here was not merely passive. Thus, shall we commence now, or shall we wait until you, akin to some foolish pirate, have fought for 3 days and nights before continuing? Regardless, I have ample time to await your decision. McKen fixed his gaze on the Major General for a prolonged moment, and then inquired contemplatively, "May I pose a few questions beforehand?" I do appreciate clever individuals," the Major General replied with a smile, producing a flyer-like object from the ticket booth and handing it to McKen. On this A4 size sheet of paper, in a vigorous font, a prominent line reads, "Guidelines for the amusement park." Firstly, the amusement park possesses an assimilative ability, gradually transforming individuals into blissful imbeciles over time. Secondly, those who have been assimilated or acknowledged by the amusement park are devoid of the concept of death, whether they're the transformed fools or we, the so-called supervisors. Thirdly, the sole method to evade assimilation is to triumph in the games against us, the supervisors, with the game content mutually determined by both parties. Upon victory, one may choose to replace us as supervisors or opt to relinquish that role. Fourthly, emotions such as sadness or sorrow are strictly forbidden within the amusement park. Upon detection, all supervisors, uncontrolled, and puppets will be compelled to engage one another in amusement rides or games, and any lingering negative emotions will be eradicated by all means necessary. Fifthly, there is more than one supervisor within the amusement park. Outsiders may attempt to play with multiple supervisors, but if they fail to secure a victory after 9 games, they will be immediately assimilated. Sixthly, the concept of deception does not exist among the supervisors, except within the games. Seventhly, there are no smiling face masks within the amusement park. Eighthly, if one encounters a smiling face mask, they should ignore it, keep their distance, and contact the supervisors. Ninthly, one may trust Marvin. Tenthly, Marvin wearing a smiling face mask is untrustworthy. The Major remained languidly seated at the ticket booth, a smile gracing his face as he observed McKen furrowing his brow while reading the rules. Once McKen set the guidelines down, the Major anticipated his inquiries and promptly spoke. "First, do not ask me where this came from. I do not know, nor does my predecessor. The only certainty is that such an item exists wherever supervisors are present. Secondly, do not inquire about Marvin. I have been here for nearly a decade and have neither seen nor heard of anyone named Marvin, nor have I encountered a smiling face mask like the one above. Of course, it is merely my lack of experience. The amusement park is vast, divided into distinct zones. Over the years, all supervisors have tacitly accepted that each zone is their exclusive domain, and generally, they do not venture into other areas unless exceptional circumstances arise. Thus, the Major rose and approached McKen, towering nearly 4 meters, exuding a formidable presence as he gazed down at him. "Shall we commence the game?" Meanwhile, in a certain part of the amusement park, Barbossa found himself surrounded by a sea of crimson. Yet, no matter how many times he struck down the adversary, that individual would swiftly resurrect. "Bah, is this some sort of resurrection fruit ability?" Barbossa grumbled, hefting his black blade at the re-emerging foe. I like you. You remind me of a time long past, and your strength is impressive, truly formidable, rivaling that ancient one." A frail figure, resembling a beggar, rose from a pool of blood, adorned with several rapidly healing gashes upon his form. Yet another enigma. Barbossa sighed heavily, lowering his gaze, before striking out with a blade, delivering a powerful cut that cleaved the man in two, along with the immense Ferris wheel behind him. Yet almost instantaneously, the beggar-like figure resurrected, and the Ferris wheel restored itself to pristine condition. Don't waste your energy. Let's engage in a game, the figure chuckled, brushing the blood clinging to his clothing. A game? I would rather slay you, Barbossa retorted. Hee, perhaps in the game, you might indeed accomplish that, if you manage to win. The figure replied with a mocking tone. Huh, Barbossa scoffed, stepping forward to lift the man, his eyes glaring like fierce copper bells. What are you waiting for then? I can hardly contain my eagerness to hear your pleas for mercy. It was evident that this overseer had not imparted the rules of the amusement park to Barbossa. Yet the seasoned pirate, true to his nature, held little regard for such trivialities. It was not that Barbossa lacked intelligence. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to overthink, placing greater faith in his brute strength than in cunning. Meanwhile, Hannibal sat across from an impeccably dressed elder, whose hair and beard were entirely white. The old man quietly savored his tea, allowing Hannibal the space to contemplate without interruption. How remarkable! A power that generates rules akin to this, Hannibal mused, setting down the document detailing the rules. He took a sip of the fragrant brew, closing his eyes to savor the moment before speaking with conviction. The masked thief is Marwin. He, indeed, the elder replied slowly, reflecting. In my youth, I was much like you, yet far more reckless and not nearly as wise. When I first uncovered this truth, I was consumed with rage, dreaming of ending the life of that boy named Marwin. At this point, the elder stroked his beard and chuckled softly, realizing through decades of reflection that he too had been the one in profound suffering, especially within this so-called dream of joy. How much do you know about Marwin? He inquired. The elder did not directly answer Hannibal's question. You have seen the rules, have you not? He sighed heavily. I have grown lonely in this place for far too long, with no one to share my musings. Let us partake in a game. Regardless of the outcome, I shall find amusement, and you will uncover the truth. Chapter 58. The barrel game. Regardless of the circumstances, the three individuals ultimately acquiesced to the game proposed by the supervisors. The moment Barbossa accepted the invitation, he perceived a transformation in his surroundings. The exterior vanished, and he found himself ensconced in a place reminiscent of a haunted house. First and foremost, allow me to introduce myself. I am a supervisor here, though you may refer to me as the Moth, the figure proclaimed. The person he had previously held aloft, now metamorphosed, enveloped in gray bandages, resembling a loquacious mummy, save for their head. Quite impressive costume, Barbossa remarked, surveying the eerie environment with a disdainful smirk. Now, where's the game? Let me think. You're a pirate. So let us engage in a game befitting your kind, the Moth declared, gesturing grandly. A vast stage illuminated behind him, and with a creaking sound, a large, hole-riddled barrel, tethered by ropes, was slowly lowered to the center of the stage. The barrel game. I trust you are no stranger to this concept, the Moth continued, as two puppet-like figures awkwardly brought forth a table. Upon the table sat two dice cups and a large iron box, which, when opened, revealed a meticulously arranged collection of dozens of long swords, each about 3 fingers wide. The two puppets each lifted a dice cup and began to demonstrate the game. The size of the dice would determine the outcome. The loser would enter the barrel, and the number rolled would dictate the quantity of swords. The Moth elaborated, while the puppets continued their demonstration. Each barrel contained 20 slots, but only one was correct. Only by inserting the sword into that specific slot could one inflict real harm. Each selection would reset the positions of the slots. Through the Moth's explanation, Barbossa grasped the essence of the rules. Each player possessed 3 dice, and the one with the lowest score would face punishment. In essence, even the most unfortunate participant would face a maximum probability of merely 17 out of 20 of being struck, not to mention the possibility of fortuitous intervention from Lady Luck, rendering them unharmed. The game would conclude only when one participant perished or conceded defeat. Oh, and fret not. Even I could perish here. Yes, you. I shall not resort to trickery, the Moth added with a sinister chuckle. So, do you wish to partake in the barrel game? Or would you prefer I introduce you to another venture? There's no need for such complications. This game seems quite agreeable. However, I have 2 inquiries, Barbossa replied. Upon hearing Barbossa's choice, the Moth's expression transformed into one of satisfaction, and he nodded graciously. Very well, please proceed with your questions. First, what occurs in the event of a tie? Barbossa ascended the stage, taking a seat at one side of the table. Second, what significance does this game hold for you? What rewards accompany victory? It appears you are not merely a muscle-bound brute, the Moth chuckled in response. Upon hearing Barbossa's inquiry, the insect-like creature seated itself opposite him, grinning mischievously. The first question could be regarded as a stalemate, or perhaps a mutual penalty for both parties. As for the second question, you shall naturally discover the answer upon your victory. Let us commence. Barbossa let out a cold snort, extending his hand to grasp the ebony dice cup. However, the moment he clutched it, a wave of weakness washed over him, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He flexed his fingers, sensing a diminishment of his strength, and involuntarily lifted his gaze to meet the creature's eyes. Haha, I neglected to mention, for the sake of fairness, our powers will gradually diminish over time, ultimately reducing us to the level of ordinary mortals. If you wish to retract your participation, it is too late. However, you may concede. Concede? Barbossa lowered his head, emitting a somber tone, and then his shoulders began to tremble violently. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Let the game begin. A sinister grin plastered across his face. Barbossa began to shake the dice cup with fervor, subsequently slamming it onto the table with unparalleled force. One hand grasped the dice cup while the other braced against the table, his body leaning forward as he tilted his head back, eyes contemptuously fixed on the grinning creature. I eagerly await your cries of despair. Ha! The creature chuckled softly, then proceeded to shake its own dice cup. Once finished, it extended its hand, inviting, "You may go first." Barbossa continued to glare at him with disdain, gradually unveiling his dice cup, revealing 3 dice showing the numbers 3, 5, and 2. The creature whistled upon observing Barbossa's numbers, remarking, "Above average. It seems fortune favors you today. Enough chatter, let us roll." The creature shrugged, slowly opening its own dice cup. Barbossa's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the creature's dice, which had clustered together, the topmost showing a solitary red die. "Oh, how unfortunate. It appears I must accept the penalty. Ha! Are you toying with me?" Barbossa exclaimed, seizing the creature by the throat and lifting him off the ground in a fit of rage. In contrast, the creature remained remarkably composed, stating, "I would not dare. This is all within the confines of the rules, is it not?" At that moment, several strands of hempen rope descended from above, swiftly ensnaring Barbossa's arms, the immense force rendering him immobile. The game is absolute. Any external factors are deemed irrelevant. The creature spread its arms wide, the ropes entwining and lifting it, before gradually lowering it into a wooden barrel. At that moment, the ropes that had ensnared Barbossa vanished, restoring his ability to move. "Now you may execute my punishment, or perhaps you wish to forego it." A dull sound emanated from the barrel, as if urging Barbossa to make a swift decision. Barbossa, not lacking in wit, recognized that defying the rules of the game was futile. Any rash action on his part would only exacerbate his predicament. He casually selected a sword from the box and approached. The barrel indeed had 20 slots, yet a sinister black mist enveloped them. Quelling any desire, Barbossa had to investigate further. Indifferent to wasting time, he indiscriminately thrust the sword into one of the slots. The moment he did, a muffled groan of agony echoed from within, as if someone had truly been pierced by the blade. With Barbossa's prowess in swordsmanship, he could distinctly sense the feedback from the sword's hilt, cursing silently, and he returned to his seat, realizing this was merely that scoundrel's mockery. As he settled back, 2 ropes descended, hoisting the creature from the barrel. "Hiss, it appears fortune is indeed on your side. May Lady Luck continue to favor you." Barbossa stared in disbelief at the creature, which cradled one side of its body, crimson blood seeping through its fingers, its complexion paler than before. He was not surprised by his own luck. Rather, he gripped the dice cup once more, the previous sensation clearly not one of being struck. He began to shake the cup, reflecting, "You truly bring shame to pirates." Chapter 59. The game of shogi, general or commander. Is there truly a difference? In a pavilion within an amusement park, Hannibal inquired as he examined the 2 pieces presented by the elder. The game chosen by Hannibal and his supervisor was shogi. Though it was not merely a simulation on a board, the elder was elucidating the rules to Hannibal. The commander leads the army, while the general shatters the enemy. The elder leisurely raised his cup to sip tea, continuing, "You may opt for the commander piece, granting you control over the army's maneuvers. Yet your personal strength will be reduced to an average level. Alternatively, you may choose the general piece, a fierce warrior. In this case, you will retain a degree of strength, but the majority of the army will be beyond your command." The elder stroked his beard. When either side's general or commander is lost, the game concludes. Have you made your choice? After a moment of contemplation, Hannibal selected one of the pieces, declaring, "I choose the general." You trust your personal abilities over the might of command. Indeed, in unfamiliar circumstances, this is the optimal solution. The elder nodded at the piece inscribed with general, adding, "Next, you will confront a battle that closely mirrors reality. I hope you can provide me with ample entertainment." The elderly man gently placed the chess piece onto the board, and instantly, Hannibal felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness. Once he adjusted to his new surroundings, He realized that the environment had undergone a dramatic transformation. Instead of the tailored suit he once wore, he was now clad in striking armor, surrounded by majestic mountains, with patrols of soldiers occasionally passing before him, offering their respectful salutes. Ah, so this is what it signifies, he pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. The nations A and B had been embroiled in border disputes for years, ultimately igniting a great war. And he found himself on a seemingly insignificant battlefield amidst this all-encompassing conflict. Each side boasted tens of thousands of soldiers, with the terrain comprising mountains, rivers, plains, and valleys. A military genius, well-versed in strategy, could effortlessly exploit the advantages of such varied landscapes, showcasing their boundless creativity in this theater of war, perhaps even replicating several classic battles. Regrettably, Hannibal was utterly ignorant of military affairs, let alone the intricacies of strategy. He was unfamiliar even with the weapons at his disposal. It seems my disadvantages are glaringly apparent. Observing the attire and armaments of the soldiers around him, he noted that their armor was predominantly leather, indicating that they were still in the age of cold weapons. This news was indeed favorable for him. Although he felt that his strength had been somewhat diminished, it still held significant value in the age of cold weapons. General, the marshal requests your presence at the camp to discuss the offensive strategy. At that moment, a messenger rode in from the military encampment, dismounting and kneeling before Hannibal. Hannibal nodded and followed him to the camp, where a dozen individuals had already gathered. Upon his arrival, the senior marshal began to enlighten Hannibal about the ranks and responsibilities of these individuals, as well as to devise a series of offensive plans. For Hannibal, this experience resembled playing an RPG as he listened to an NPC named Marshal elucidate the fundamental rules of the game. Once he had grasped all necessary information, the marshal declared the meeting adjourned. Hannibal rose and slowly sauntered toward the marshal. General, do you have any matters to report? The marshal's face displayed a look of perplexity as he gazed at Hannibal standing before him. Indeed, I have a few inquiries I wish to explore. In the dead of night, Hannibal rode a black warhorse, surveying approximately 1,000 soldiers, contemplating a surprise assault on the enemy's front line. The outcome was of little consequence. He sought to ascertain the extent of his capabilities within this realm, a critical factor for future troop deployment and strategy. Let us commence. With Hannibal's command, a 1,000-strong battalion advanced swiftly under the cover of darkness, moving lightly until they reached the forefront. Meanwhile, in the opposing camp of the strategic game, the old supervisor stood before a colossal sand table, relentlessly simulating the unfolding scenario. After a considerable time, he rose and fixed his gaze upon the vacant space ahead, as if anticipating something's arrival. A flicker of light, akin to fireflies, appeared on the horizon less than a mile away. A rider emerged, thundering across the arid plain like rolling thunder. Upon witnessing the rider's approach, a smile graced the old supervisor's face. As the weary steed arrived, its legs trembled with fatigue. The long-distance gallop had taken its toll, nearly dislodging the rider from the saddle. Saliva dripped from the horse's mouth, its coat soaked in sweat. A long-awaited officer promptly assisted the rider down from the horse, leading the exhausted creature to water and grass. The young rider reached into his saddlebag and presented a sealed letter to the venerable marshal, as one would anticipate. Indeed, the local general had led over 1,000 men to launch a nocturnal assault on the camp. Within the envelope lay tactical intelligence pertaining to Hannibal's faction, and it was evident that the individual before him was a spy he had strategically placed among the enemy ranks. The old marshal nodded, seemingly unfazed. After all, Hannibal had merely made the choices expected of a novice. Had this been a genuine conflict, the old marshal's cunning would undoubtedly have ensured Hannibal's demise. However, this was merely a diversion to occupy his time. As he inquired about any suggestions from the enemy general regarding the battle arrangements, the young spy, lost in thought, shook his head in response. Is that so? The old marshal remarked, discarding the confidential letter into the brazier, watching as wisps of smoke curled upward, murmuring to himself that perhaps it was time to change the game, as the current one lacked excitement. After a moment of contemplation, he acknowledged that the opposing general struck him as an astute individual, potentially capable of surprising him. He gestured for the spy to withdraw, pondering whether to allow leniency to make the game more intriguing. Meanwhile, Hannibal and his contingent of over 1,000 troops swiftly reached the front lines. The cover of darkness allowed for a successful initial strike that caught the enemy off guard. However, Hannibal lacked the acumen for commanding troops and demonstrated insufficient adaptability in warfare, leading to a swift counteraction from the now alerted adversaries. Nevertheless, Hannibal's intention was to experiment with the efficacy of his personal prowess in combat. He concluded from this encounter that while his individual strength might decisively influence small-scale skirmishes, it would be rendered superfluous in larger military engagements. War, after all, is not swayed by the actions of one or two individuals. Having tested his limits, Hannibal promptly ordered a retreat, and the once formidable 1,000-strong battalion returned to their lines, having lost nearly half their number. Chapter 60. There is an examination today. Updates will be postponed until evening. In recent days, you may have noticed that I have not attended to comments or responses, as I've been preoccupied with preparations for today's examination. The chapters 1 posted were pre-written, and now that the day of the exam has arrived, I will release the daytime chapter in the evening, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Normal update schedules will resume tomorrow. Chapter 61. The outcomes of each. The absurdity of the exam questions. Today's exam was utterly disheartening. None of the material I studied was included. The questions were so nonsensical that it left me exasperated. I shall now compose a lengthy chapter and take a moment to unwind with a drink. Returning to regular updates tomorrow. I see that your current state cannot hold out much longer. Perhaps it's time to concede. In the grand center of the stage, the character known as Maggot braced himself against the table, his body ensnared in brown bandages, now stained a vivid crimson. His face appeared unnaturally pale, reminiscent of a ghoul emerging from the depths of hell. As he coughed up blood, he declared, "Concede? Those words do not exist in my lexicon." Before him, Barbossa, his sapphire-like eyes had turned a deep crimson. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, his hands bracing against his legs, surrounded by a pool of blood. The extensive loss of blood had rendered the old pirate drowsy. Their confrontation had endured for over 10 rounds, their bodies nearing the limits of human endurance. Utilizing his extraordinary skills in sleight of hand and the blood-stopping bandages he wore, Maggot had deliberately lost to Barbossa in the earlier rounds. Yet, fate was unkind. Despite a 1 in 20 chance, he suffered several wounds. Barbossa's plight was even more dire. He was suppressed by his opponent's gambling prowess and lacked any means to staunch the blood flow, now resembling a creature of blood. The old pirate wiped the blood from his mouth, steadfastly fixing his defiant gaze on Maggot. Upon removing his hand, the dice cup revealed 3 sixes. Good. It seems the heavens are still favoring me. Barbossa bellowed in laughter, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing from the blood in his throat. Maggot clapped his hands upon witnessing Barbossa's roll. The sea truly favors you. Had it solely been luck, you would have triumphed long ago. Enough chatter, let us proceed. Barbossa glared at Maggot, his eyelids growing heavier, his body swaying uncontrollably. Were it not for sheer willpower, he would have collapsed by now. Maggot opened the dice cup, revealing 3 sixes as well. He chuckled softly. Shall we call it a draw? Heh, how could I ever choose a stalemate? Let's see who falls first. As Barbossa's voice faded, 2 ropes descended from the stage's apex, suspending the centipede within a wooden barrel. With a staggered gait, Barbossa grasped a sword from the box and advanced. Yet, despite plunging 17 blades, the absence of the centipede's anguished cries rendered the old pirate's visage grim. The barrel possessed 3 additional slots. Taking a deep breath, Barbossa chose one and thrust a blade within. The moment the sword pierced, laughter erupted from within, echoing, "Ha! Luck is conserved. It seems your fortune has run dry, old man." The barrel swung open, and the centipede emerged, gazing at the gasping Barbossa with unabashed mirth. Devoid of strength to retort, Barbossa stumbled back, collapsing into a chair, only to be ensnared by 2 ropes that hoisted him aloft. Dangling in midair, his head drooped, reminiscent of pirates condemned to the most brutal fates upon the sea. The centipede, adorned with a cruel smile, delightfully sifted through the assortment of blades in the box. At that moment, an unexpected monkey's call pierced the air, prompting the centipede to look up in confusion, only to be met by a Capuchin monkey clad in a vest, which had abruptly landed on Barbossa's shoulder. The monkey caressed Barbossa's face, exhibiting an expression imbued with a touch of human concern. "Ha, Jack, have you come to mock me?" Barbossa, at that moment, lacked the strength to even open his eyes, shaking his eyelids and offering a self-deprecating smile. No sooner had he spoken than he, alongside the monkey, was ensconced within a wooden barrel. Although the worm harbored doubts, the rules of the game were absolute. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the monkey, it posed no perceived threat. After delivering 18 stabs, he awaited the outcome in silence, acutely aware that this old pirate had already endured 5 or 6 wounds, and he did not believe that, as an ordinary man, he could continue to endure. 2 coarse ropes descended, hoisting Barbossa from the barrel. The old pirate lay serenely on the floor, his clothing stained with blood, while Jack curled up in his embrace, a tear escaping the corner of his eye as if mourning for him. "Well, so be it. The worm approached to check Barbossa's breath, confirming that he was indeed deceased. He twisted his neck and turned to proclaim his victory. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he felt a hand resting upon his shoulder. "Not over yet, lad. Where do you think you're going?" Barbossa grinned, revealing his blackened, yellowed teeth, chuckling at the astonished worm. "How are you alive? Indeed, how am I not dead? Perhaps the sea despises this old fool of mine. Wouldn't you agree, Jack?" With his other hand, Barbossa swiftly twirled a gleaming gold coin, bursting into laughter, while Jack, perched on his shoulder, clapped his hands, emitting a series of cackling giggles. In another arena of conflict, Hannibal found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. The faction he commanded employed a tactic of feigned movements, diverting a significant portion of the enemy's forces, while he led the main army straight into the heart of the enemy's encampment. Initially, the strategy appeared remarkably successful, as Hannibal and his forces advanced with relentless vigor, overcoming the opposing troops that stood in their way. However, just as he was about to reach the enemy's main formation, the ambushed flanking troops surrounded them entirely. All of this unfolded within the expectations of the venerable supervisor. Despite his deliberate leniency, within a mere few days, Hannibal's forces continued to suffer relentless defeats. Left with no alternative, he utilized his own encampment as bait, crafting a final opportunity for Hannibal to claim victory. However, it was evident that Hannibal lacked the innate military acumen. The brevity of the conflict could not transform him into a competent commander. Hannibal's army found itself ensnared in a descending valley, flanked on both sides by enemy forces. The front-line soldiers, erecting their large shields, formed a formidable wall, while spear-wielders thrust their weapons through the gaps to strike down those attempting to breach the shield barrier. The soldiers at both ends of the gorge advanced with a relentless, hydraulic-like force into the valley, claiming numerous lives with each meter gained. This is not the worst of it. Above the canyon, archers are unleashing a relentless barrage upon the throngs below, their arrows darkening the sky like ominous clouds. Periodically, massive boulders and flaming oil cascade down the cliffs. And with the arrows, Hannibal's forces fall as if they were mere wheat being harvested. The outcome of this battle was rendered inevitable from the outset. Had this transpired in the real world, the soldiers would have crumbled under the weight of despair. Yet, as a simulation of war, the morale of these soldiers remains astonishingly high, albeit in a state of mere survival. Hannibal finds his maneuvering space increasingly constricted, as the armies at either end of the canyon compress the area, forcing thousands of soldiers into a tight throng, where even the aspiration for fresh air becomes a luxury. As more soldiers succumb, the canyon runs red with blood, and the accumulation of bodies reaches several meters in height. Hannibal himself is compelled to stand atop the heap of corpses, battling the advancing enemy. Marshal, the local forces have been decimated, yet the general continues to resist stubbornly. Reports a messenger to the aging commander, who sits in the tent of the main camp, stroking his beard and nodding in acknowledgement. Though this game is exceedingly dull, the spirit of perseverance is indeed commendable. Issue the command to slay the opposing marshal and bring the enemy general before me. The messenger departs promptly, and soon the frontline troops receive the order to assault the local stronghold. Within a mere half hour, Hannibal's opposing marshal is slain. With the marshal's death, the game mechanics dictate that all soldiers automatically lay down their arms and enter a state of surrender, leaving Hannibal alone in the fray. At this moment, Hannibal, drenched in blood and disheveled, has lost the grace he once possessed. As he gazes at the encroaching soldiers, he inhales deeply, savoring a breath of fresh air before relinquishing his dull blade and conceding defeat. "Do not be disheartened. Everyone has their limitations," the old commander remarks, addressing the subdued Hannibal before him. The camp is now filled with soldiers, and to preclude any final thoughts of resistance from Hannibal, the commander recalls all his generals. "Perhaps you truly lack this particular talent, but we can always engage in another game." "No need," Hannibal replies, kneeling with his head bowed. "I am grateful you have helped me recognize my shortcomings." "Oh, is that so? I am pleased you can." The old commander begins, but Hannibal interjects. "Though winning in such a manner is not honorable, this is merely a game, is it not?" At the very moment when the old supervisor began to harbor suspicions, a cacophony of battle cries erupted outside the camp. Before he could react, dozens of soldiers burst through the camp's gates, charging in with reckless abandon. Even as they sustained numerous wounds, they relentlessly advanced towards the camp's occupants. Two soldiers, tasked with detaining Hannibal, suddenly drew their blades, sacrificing their lives to shield Hannibal from the guards attempting to protect the old supervisor. "You!" The old supervisor stared in disbelief at Hannibal, who was leisurely approaching him. Hannibal, smoothing his disheveled hair, spoke slowly, within the confines of the rules, I stood no chance. Thus, I was compelled to resort to methods beyond the established guidelines. As you so aptly put it, this is a simulated world, is it not? A mutiny. The old supervisor's mouth moved to utter the two words. Though he was unaware of how Hannibal had orchestrated this, he surmised the reason behind it. Indeed, a mutiny. I now stand as a third force, independent of both warring factions. While I regret to inform you, I have emerged victorious. Upon entering this simulated chess game, Hannibal had quickly recognized that, given his military acumen, defeating the old supervisor was an impossibility. Thus, he opted to leverage his inherent strengths. As a psychological expert, he subtly guided and seduced the masses to secretly align with him. Coupled with psychological suggestions directed at his own general, he ensured that no one suspected foul play. After several days, Hannibal successfully brought all the commanders of the army under his influence. He then exploited the old supervisor's understanding of the game's rules and grasp of the opposing side psychology to eliminate his original general. Ultimately, he amalgamated the roles of both general and commander, truly establishing himself as a third faction within this game. He orchestrated a feigned surrender, leading soldiers to the enemy's camp, before launching a sudden attack. Under Hannibal's psychological manipulation, every soldier became a fearless warrior, contributing to the final act of eliminating the old supervisor. Certainly, this entire endeavor held elements of risk, yet Hannibal's insights into the old supervisor's psyche enabled him to secure victory. Chapter 62. Marvin. As Hannibal and Barbossa concluded their game, McKen had almost simultaneously wrapped up his own. However, the proceedings on his end lacked any noteworthy highlights, particularly as the opposing side appeared to be deliberately courting defeat. Why? Inside a fighting arena reminiscent of an octagonal cage, Rear Admiral Zhang lay sprawled on the ground, his chest gaping open, revealing a gruesome view of bones and entrails. I should have perished long ago. I ought to have died over 30 years ago. The Admiral's gaze drifted, muttering his lamentation of having survived for so long. A sense of relief etched upon his aging face. 30 years ago, judging by your appearance, you must have been merely a lad of 10. McKen stood there, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his face. 17. The Major chuckled self-deprecatingly, beginning to utter some nonsensical words. I am utterly terrified of death, which is why I have lingered on for so long. Until 9 years ago, for reasons unknown, I found myself here. The individual behind the scenes seems to be a good person, foolishly attempting to redeem someone as deeply flawed as I. Every night, I find myself reliving that fateful day in my dreams. Yet, despite countless times vanquishing those wretches, I remain unable to forgive, unable to absolve my cowardice from that time. Enough. I have neither the time nor the inclination to listen to your ramblings. McKen abruptly interrupted the Major's soliloquy, his demeanor betraying a hint of impatience. Not even the final words of a dying man warrant your attention? Truly, you are a pirate. The Major chuckled bitterly and closed his eyes. As he fell silent, the dim octagonal cage began to slowly dissipate, a beam of light breaking through. McKen paid no heed to the Major lying on the ground, but instead strode towards the illuminated path. Just as he stepped into the light, he faintly heard the Major's intermittent voice behind him. Zifa, teacher, I am sorry. If it weren't for my cowardice, I apologize. Zifa, 30 years ago, so that is it. As McKen murmured to himself, he entered a room that was nearly pure white, the walls exuding an ethereal glow that made one feel increasingly uncomfortable over time. McKen strolled through this space, attempting to uncover something, yet after nearly 10 minutes of wandering, the surroundings remained saturated with that sanctified whiteness. TSK, this sensation is indeed quite bothersome. At that moment, McKen heard a familiar voice, quickening his pace as he advanced. Indeed, not far ahead, he discovered Barbossa, who was holding a flask and indulging in its contents. The old pirate's expression was a mix of disdain and irritation as he grimaced and opened the flask, spilling its contents onto the ground. Jack the monkey, witnessing this, swiftly leapt from McKen's shoulder, greedily licking the fine wine from the earth. Barbossa, McKen called out, and the old pirate, noticing McKen's presence, approached with palpable excitement. As they walked, Barbossa recounted his experiences, to which McKen nodded in understanding. He recognized that Barbossa and Jack shared a bond. They were summoned together, akin to two halves of a whole. Thus, McKen harbored no doubts about Jack's appearance. What piqued his curiosity was the revelation that the cursed gold on Jack could be transferred to Barbossa, an ability bordering on immortality, almost akin to a flaw in the fabric of existence. However, Barbossa's demeanor suggested dissatisfaction, for the cost of immortality was enforced celibacy. a fate that rendered the indulgent old pirate miserable. Do not worry. I am certain there exists a devil fruit that can alleviate your current predicament. McKen reassured the old pirate. He speculated that there were indeed several devil fruits with similar effects. For instance, Admiral Tsuru of the Navy possessed the wash-wash fruit, capable of cleansing even abstract concepts like sin. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that curses would be no challenge. Another example was Bartholomew Kuma of the Seven Warlords, whose pawpaw fruit exhibited remarkable abilities, capable of repelling injuries and fatigue, making it plausible to dispel a curse as well. As the two conversed while exploring the seemingly endless space, they eventually stumbled upon something just as their patience was waning. It was a stack of masks, hundreds of smiling faces piled together in a corner against the wall. As they approached to investigate, a figure slowly materialized behind them. "You have indeed arrived here," a voice announced. Startled, both turned to find a handsome masked thief from earlier standing behind them. Without hesitation, Barbossa drew his black blade and swiftly positioned himself beside the thief, while McKen immediately utilized his fruit's powers to lock onto him. Yet, the masked thief showed no intention of resistance, allowing Barbossa to hold the blade against his neck without protest. "Are you the mastermind behind all of this?" Barbossa inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the captured thief. "Sort of," the thief replied nonchalantly. "What do you mean, sort of?" Barbossa pressed. "I'm getting old. My hearing is failing. One wrong move, and I might just take off your head." Ignoring Barbossa's threat, the masked thief gradually knelt before them, bowing his head to McKen with a resounding thud. This caused McKen to raise an eyebrow. He certainly did not believe he possessed any regal aura that could compel others to bow before him. "What do you mean by this? I implore you, assist me, for my abilities can no longer contain the ever-growing power of him." The masked thief spoke while repeatedly bowing his head. This only served to further irritate Barbossa. Ever since his arrival, it seemed that every individual he encountered was akin to a riddle. He ran his tongue over his teeth, casting a glance at McKen, awaiting his captain's pronouncement. McKen, equally perplexed, observed the masked thief, sensing that the current situation bore no hint of conspiracy. "Speak then. Tell us everything, and how we might assist you." Upon hearing McKen's words, the masked thief nodded and settled cross-legged on the ground, proceeding to unveil the truth of this world. It is a realm reminiscent of an interwoven dreamscape. Hannibal had previously enlightened the two of them regarding this concept of a dream world, so there was little astonishment. They simply awaited further elaboration. As for the architect of this dream, the one you refer to as the mastermind, it is a girl. Surely, you are aware of the nature of the devil fruits. This dreamscape is fundamentally woven from the powers of a devil fruit. Through Marvin's narration, McKen began to grasp the overarching narrative. Over 40 years ago, a girl consumed this mythical beast-type devil fruit. Had it been an ordinary devil fruit, it would have sufficed. But this animal-type fruit harbored an exceptionally potent will. This indomitable will, intertwined with the girl's obsession, has shaped a surreal dreamscape where sorrow and tears no longer exist, replaced instead by a paradise brimming with joy. Lena's original intent was to create a utopia akin to heaven, allowing all sorrowful souls to redeem their pasts and rediscover happiness. However, as this dream world expanded, it began to manifest complications. Humanity is not merely a species in pursuit of joy. As the world evolved, that will gradually develop its own consciousness, striving to achieve its goals in increasingly coercive ways. It began to compel laughter from the populace, forbidding any expression of sadness. By the time Lena realized the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. She, weakened and fragile, found herself unable to contend with this burgeoning force. Chapter 63. The Truth Maven's narrative evoked in McKen the renowned 3 laws of robotics from a previous life. First law, a robot may not harm a human being, or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. Second law, a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. Third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second laws. This theoretical framework appears to be impeccable. However, the chaotic nature of human interests and the limitations of logic give rise to continual conflicts and contradictions when applying the 3 laws. This has led to a fundamental and fatal logical flaw in binary robots, or artificial intelligence, giving rise to a self-contradictory yet perfectly aligned system of reasoning with the 3 laws of robotics, ultimately culminating in a farcical drama where the creation annihilates its creator. This bears an uncanny resemblance to the current dreamlike realm, where the will residing within the devil fruit begins to operate autonomously in pursuit of its host's obsession, ultimately leading to an irrevocable fate for the girl named Lena. What, then, is the significance of this mask? McKen inquired, pointing to the mask on the ground. Initially, it was a protective device crafted by Lena to evade detection by that will. Marvin appeared somewhat despondent at this moment, yet as the power of that will grew stronger, the mask gradually transformed into mere bait. This will, referred to by the upper echelons as the sacred beast, awakened with the intent of realizing a utopia, launching a widespread hunt for those imbued with sorrowful emotions. Upon realizing her lack of control, Lena set about creating the mask. This mask effectively shields one's will from the emotional capture of others, as long as one refrains from overtly conspicuous actions, such as weeping. It can successfully prevent detection by the will. However, once human emotions accumulate and eventually explode, the resultant energy is immensely powerful. Initially, under the guise of the mask, Lena could gradually suppress that will. Yet, following an incident where an individual's emotional outburst provided ample nourishment for that will, the situation began to spiral out of control. As he spoke, Marvin's mood darkened further, his expression reflecting a deeper sense of despair. The will commenced a targeted campaign of extermination, forcing individuals to increasingly rely on the mask's efficacy, thereby fulfilling its need for sustenance. Pork farming? At this point, Barbossa, unable to restrain himself, interjected upon hearing Marvin's words, but was quickly silenced by McKen's piercing gaze, retreating into silence. Marvin did not chastise Barbossa's comment. He nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, is akin to pig farming. His fists clenched tightly. He spoke with a tone steeped in fury. After taking a deep breath, he continued, even when Lena ceased the production of the masks and employed dreams to dissuade people from believing in their efficacy, under the shadow of death, all efforts proved futile. Humanity's dependence on the masks only intensified, and worse still, that will had mastered the art of mask-making. Thus, you resorted to hunting for masks. McKen grasped why Marvin had become a mask thief. Yet questions lingered regarding the second layer of dreams and the nature of the supervisors and the rules of the amusement park. After posing his inquiries, Marvin remained silent, prompting Barbossa to slowly raise his hand and ask, what are supervisors and what exactly are the amusement park rules? McKen, disinterested in Barbossa's queries, shot him a glare, signaling for him to remain quiet. Barbossa promptly lowered his hand and fell silent. The second layer serves as Lena's remedial measure. All humans hunted by the will are drawn here, gradually transforming into sustenance for the will rather than facing immediate death. The so-called supervisors are individuals chosen by Lena from among humanity, possessing superior qualities whose strength and spirit can contend with the will, guiding beings like you to escape the fate of assimilation. At this juncture, Marvin paused, as though lost in recollection. As for the amusement park rules, they were established by the first individual to become a supervisor. When this world was formed, power was evenly divided here. The will, sensing Lena's interference, created an entity adorned with a smiling mask and distributed masks to the supervisors, intent on monopolizing the authority of this world. Fortunately, the first supervisor was astute. He unraveled the truth through a series of events, hence he instituted those rules. Surely it cannot be that simple, McKen remarked coolly. If the so-called supervisors are merely guides, then you should be capable of fulfilling that role, should you not? Marvin displayed an expression of anguish, nodding laboriously. Indeed, the ultimate purpose of Lena's choice to oversee was to eradicate that will. Ah, I see now, I understand. Suddenly, McKen burst into laughter, leaving the old pirate beside him perplexed, who could only amuse Jack perched on his shoulder to ease the awkwardness. The so-called amusement park rules were merely your own fabrication, were they not? That masked figure, Marvin, is essentially you. Marvin lowered his head in silence, gripping his trousers tightly with both hands. Do you take us for fools? To extinguish a will? As far as I know, the sole method to eliminate the influence of the devil fruit is to slay its wielder. Allow me to hazard a guess. McKen strolled before Marvin, crouched down, and patted his shoulder. The overseers, as you mentioned, possess intelligence. They have unraveled the truth of the matter. They even devised a method to trace the host of the devil fruit, who is none other than Lena. To protect her, you fabricated the rules, presenting dual facades to them, inciting mutual suspicion and restraint, correct? Marvin let out a bitter laugh, his entire demeanor collapsing as he released his grip, bowing his head and admitting, indeed, you are quite astute. Astute? No, I merely lack foolishness. Yet I am curious, who exactly are you? Or rather, what are you? You shall learn what you need to know. Marvin refrained from answering McKen's inquiry, instead stating, your truly intelligent companion has already discovered the path to the initial dreamscape. However, I must say, even if the will appears to be in opposition to Lena, should anyone attempt to harm her, they would undoubtedly defend her with all their might. I do not believe your ally stands a chance against it. At this moment, Marvin lifted his head, gazing steadfastly into McKen's eyes. It is time to make the final decision. I acknowledge that I am the root cause of today's events, but for the sake of your companion, I implore you, kill Lena and bring an end to this tragedy. McKen harbored no doubt that Hannibal would find the ultimate path. After a prolonged gaze into Marvin's eyes, confirming the truth in his words, he nodded. You are a fortunate man. Murder is our forte. Beside him, Barbossa emitted a villainous cackle, demonstrating through his actions that the captain's words were indeed accurate. Chapter 64, The Origin. While following Marvin into the deeper realms, McKen kept a vigilant eye. For Marvin was the most peculiar individual in this world. He could traverse the base dream realms at will, perhaps concealing undiscovered secrets within. Upon reaching the deepest layer, McKen soon discerned Hannibal's presence. At that moment, Hannibal stood barefoot on the beach, one hand clutching his shoe, his trousers pulled down to his knees, gazing with admiration at the full moon on the horizon. Not far from Hannibal, a bonfire gathering seemed to be underway, where a group of seemingly small children encircled the flames, joyfully singing, while Hannibal, like a proper listener, refrained from disturbing their merriment. The application of such capabilities suggests that McKen has likely reached a state of semi-awakening. Otherwise, even the formidable abilities of the Phantom Beast would not suffice to attain such a level. You've arrived, Hannibal greeted upon noticing the presence of McKen and Barbossa. Ah, the boy's gone, Barbossa exclaimed, realizing suddenly that Marvin had vanished, and hurriedly addressed McKen, who was walking ahead. There is no need to concern ourselves with him anymore. Let us conclude everything here, Hannibal interjected, perhaps reflecting his own sentiments. What do you know? McKen turned to Hannibal. Allow me to enlighten you on this matter, he began. But before he could elaborate, a frail voice emerged from behind them. Turning around, they witnessed figures materializing from the void, as if conjured from a dream. Soon, a dozen or so individuals appeared upon the vast expanse of the beach. Leading them was an elderly man, the same old overseer who had been playing games with Hannibal. Upon his arrival, he politely nodded towards McKen before surveying the surroundings. Is this the primordial dreamscape? After so many years, I have finally found it, the old overseer mused, gazing at the beach in awe for an extended moment. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself, he continued, shifting his attention to McKen. I am one of the overseers of the second tier, also an unfortunate soul caught up in all of this. My name is Wang Chu. Wang Chu? McKen noted the significance of the elder's name, as such a familiar name from a previous life was quite rare in this OP world. A rather peculiar name, is it not? The old overseer reflected, as if lost in thought. I have a brother named Wang Ji. Truth be told, I do not understand why our parents bestowed such names upon us. Wang Ji, McKen's eyes narrowed, an unsettling familiarity tugging at his memory. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as he uttered, Rocks Pirates. Oh, by your appearance, you must be part of the new generation of pirates to be aware of the Rocks Pirates. Wang remarqued, studying McKen with mille de surprise. However, he soon dismissed the matter, for he was now merely a destitute old pirate. Let us set aside such trivialities and discuss Marvin, Wang Chu suggested, stroking his beard as he led the group toward the campfire. The children gathered around the fire seemed oblivious to their presence, joyfully singing songs that resonated with the innocence of youth, evoking a sense of happiness deep within. To say they were unaware would be inaccurate. A little girl with curly hair and a dress appeared to have noticed them, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity as she watched the approaching group. Marvin, he is a pitiful child, the very origin of all tragedy. The elderly man walked on, uttering that this dreamlike realm was but a tribute from a young girl to him. At that moment, Wang Chu approached the girl, kneeling before her with a benevolent smile. He gently caressed her hair and asked, Child, you are Lena, are you not? Lena has erred. She cannot control that monstrous creature. The little girl, with her two large, tear-filled eyes, displayed a pitiful expression and asked, Are you here to punish Lena? Witnessing the girl's distress, Wang Chu momentarily felt a pang of compassion. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and softly replied, I am sorry. With that, he prepared to take action. At this moment, Lena wore a pouting expression. Her nose wrinkled in defiance. Indeed, you have come to punish her, yet Lena has yet to fulfill Marvin's wishes, so she will not be caught by you. With a playful stick of her tongue towards Wang Chu, Lena abruptly vanished from everyone's sight, along with the children gathered around the campfire. Almost instantaneously, as they disappeared, an unparalleled wave of drowsiness washed over all present. The first to react was Hannibal, who forcefully yanked off one of his fingernails and began to mentally bolster himself, barely managing to shake off the encroaching slumber. Wang Chu, equally resolute, as a seasoned pirate who had traversed the seas for many years, exhibited a fortitude unmatched by others. Being the one most familiar with Lena, he felt the greatest impact. He understood that ordinary measures would no longer suffice to extricate him from this peril. With decisive resolve, he inflicted a painful blow upon a vulnerable part of his body. The excruciating agony yanked him back from the abyss of sleep, and without time to lament, he gritted his teeth and shouted, employing every means to remain awake, lest he succumb to death. It was hard to fathom how such an aged body could produce such a robust voice. However, his warning proved timely, aside from 5 or 6 individuals who succumbed immediately. The others began to employ their unique strategies to combat the drowsiness. At the instant Wang Chu raised his voice, McKen activated his fruit ability, locking his state in the moment just before slumber, and then strode forward to deliver a resounding slap to Barbossa, who was mumbling phrases like Karina, my most cherished treasure. The force of the slap jolted Barbossa awake, instantly igniting a boundless fury within him, not directed at McKen, but rather at the fleeting dream in which his most treasured possession attempted to stab him, her aged father, with a sword. Ah, splendide. How long has it been since I felt such anger? Regardless of whether you are a divine beast or a malevolent spirit, I shall rend you into pieces and consume you whole. Although most managed to maintain their wakefulness, nearly half of the group lay on the ground, weakly writhing like dogs plagued by nightmares. Blood began to seep from their mouths and noses as they perished within the dream, their faces reflecting the horror of confronting what they utterly wished to avoid. How are we to confront it? A recently awakened supervisor exclaimed, fear evident as he patted his chest and called out to Wang Chu, utterly at a loss against this foe that defied reality. This is the primordial dream. It cannot hide from us. It is merely that we cannot see it. Wang Chu shouted fiercely, attack your surroundings and force it to reveal itself. Chapter 65, Battle. Upon hearing Wang Chu's words, Barbossa was the first to spring into action. He gripped his dark blade tightly, bending his body to gather strength. In the astonished gaze of the supervising crowd, a streak of black light erupted from his sword, as if it sought to cleave the very fabric of the primordial world in twain. Within mere seconds, Barbossa unleashed 7 or 8 fierce slashes, compelling the others to take refuge behind him to avoid being caught in the tumult. Their eyes filled with awe as they regarded him. Though they were renowned pirates upon the vast seas, they gazed up at Barbossa, a swordsman of unparalleled caliber, with reverence. The entire beach lay marred by the gashes he had carved, yet not a single shadow of the enemy was to be seen. Observing this, Barbossa sheathed his sword and called out to Wang Chu, hey, old man, your method is futile. The veins on Wang Chu's forehead throbbed. Whether from pain or Barbossa's audacity was unclear. With one hand pressed against his groin, he trembled as he rose to face Barbossa with a fierce glare, recalling how close he had come to being swept up in that earlier strike. Are you merely a fool with brute strength? Learn from your companions and use your will to capture it. At this moment, Barbossa noticed that McKinn and Hannibal had activated their observation hockey, seemingly sensing something. He scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Since arriving in this world, the instances requiring his intellect had diminished significantly, leading him to unwittingly indulge in sheer power. However, as a former sovereign of the seas, Barbossa was evidently capable of learning from his experiences. He closed his eyes and released his observation hockey. Although his perception lacked the breadth of the other two, it possessed a precision unparalleled by them. To illustrate simply, while the others could sense a presence over hundreds of meters, Barbossa could only perceive a few meters. Yet, while others could merely vaguely detect an aura, Barbossa could even discern the physique and features of an individual. In his perception, a colossal figure loomed in the air, gazing down upon everyone like a deity. Just as he was about to draw his sword to strike, a sticky sensation enveloped his entire body, and he was once again drawn into a dreamlike state. This time, having learned from his prior experience, Barbossa quickly reacted, biting his tongue to rouse himself. He felt a viscous liquid on his body. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the remnants of the hazy dream, he looked up to ascertain what had rendered him so sticky, only to see a pale, light pink, rubbery appendage sliding over him. Instantly, he realized it was a tongue, and he swiftly drew his blade, slicing downward. The tongue recoiled, twisting back into the maw of the enormous mammalian creature that loomed above him. It was a monster unlike any he had ever encountered, with droplets of white mist cascading from its form. Behind its elongated mouth flowed a mane of white fur, reminiscent of a lion, dancing wildly in the wind. Its head was as large as a war chariot, and the bristled hair along its back resembled a colossal sail. its lantern-like eyes fixated on him intently, and its long tongue extended once more from its mouth, licking from Barbossa's boot all the way to his face. Above, Barbossa shouted, drawing his sword to strike. But this time, the tongue became transparent, and his blade passed through without sensation, reminiscent of the feeling he experienced during the barrel game when he struck an opponent. The others, gazing at the star-speckled expanse of deep space, remained oblivious to the enemy's presence, casting questioning glances at Barbossa. Unlike the rest, Hannibal, as a comrade, placed complete trust in him. Although Barbossa could sometimes be unreliable in daily life, Hannibal knew he could unreservedly entrust his back to him when it came to battle. Bang! A thunderous roar reverberated, nearly shattering the eardrums of those present. As they clutched their ears in despair, Hannibal surged into the air like a missile. Among the trio, his physical prowess as a Zoan fruit user was unequivocally superior. Ascending into the heavens, Hannibal generated a series of sonic booms, arriving at the location indicated by Barbossa in less than a second. He then raised his fist and swung it forward, and while the crowd heard a faint, haunting howl, their vision remained obscured. Upon completing his strike, Hannibal turned towards McKen, who, without needing a word, intuitively declared, "It's futile. I cannot see him." Although McKen's fruit ability was formidable, its activation depended on his capacity to perceive the opponent, either through sight or the advanced Kenbunchikahaki. Understood, Barbossa reestablished his location. Hannibal instructed as he descended, patting Barbossa's shoulder and bending his legs in a poised stance. In this primordial realm, the opposing will have the home advantage, evading both Hannibal's and McKen's haki. Their only hope lay with Barbossa. Without uttering a word, Barbossa closed his eyes and focused, releasing his Kenbunchikahaki before suddenly opening them. 14 o'clock, 75 degrees. At the moment Barbossa spoke, Hannibal launched himself forward, the tremendous kinetic energy causing the very beach beneath them to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Almost instantly, Hannibal's figure materialized at the location described by Barbossa. His eyes glowed crimson, and his arms withered and decayed, nails transforming into dark, menacing claws. Then, with a swift motion, he brought his hands crashing down from the air. In that instant, a long, gaping wound appeared in the sky, the edges curling back to reveal muscle as torrents of white blood gushed forth. From a distance, it resembled someone wielding a white paintbrush, creating a striking mark upon a black canvas. Without further ado, McKen activated his fruit ability, centering it around the elongated white streak and attempting to encompass a radius of several hundred meters. Though rooted in the realm of dreams, the potency of the Dream Eater fruit was undeniable, matching McKen's prowess. Spectators beheld the emergence of a white line within that space, only for it to vanish almost as swiftly as it appeared. At that moment, McKen shouted, "All those capable of using haki, attack that area. I have locked onto him there." Almost instantaneously, as the powers of both sides clashed, McKen began to falter. After all, this was the domain of that will, especially since the opponent was in a semi-awakened state. Realizing he could not contend alone, McKen immediately called out for assistance. Hannibal, hindered by the side effects of his fruit, struggled to suppress his inner desires and found himself unable to launch an assault, casting a glance at Barbossa instead. Barbossa, who had initially been observing, sensed the danger. He had not anticipated such a formidable opponent. Instantly, he unleashed his armed haki, transforming the half of his body gripping the sword into a pitch-black hue, charging forward like a raging bull, stirring up clouds of dust. Others capable of wielding haki followed suit, albeit their abilities were somewhat inexperienced. Yet they rushed forward in Barbossa's wake. Chapter 66. Victory. The furious Barbossa brandished his black blade, leaping towards the gradually healing white scar, accompanied by a deep roar. The wound reopened, spewing forth more white blood like a fountain, drenching him. The others soon joined the fray, their attacks varied and colorful, managing to leave marks on a monster formed from the will, though these scars quickly mended. Perhaps the pain enraged the creature. Its invisibility dissipated, revealing a massive form that loomed over them like a mountain, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure. With a swift flick of its long, elephantine trunk, it sent two individuals flying. Then, its elongated mouth opened, and a crimson tongue shot forth like a deadly arrow, piercing through the bodies of Barbossa and several others in an instant. The tongue then coiled around them like a rope, swiftly retracting. "Huh, you wish to consume me? Allow me to help you with that." Due to the cursed gold, the cursed Barbossa had become immortal. As he beheld the monster's gaping maw, he laughed heartily, unafraid. Although Barbossa was indeed immortal and curious to test whether the monster's mouth or his blade was sharper, McKinn and Hannibal would not allow their companion to engage in such perilous behavior. Having recovered from the side effects of his fruit, Hannibal leapt into action just as Barbossa was about to be devoured, clutching a curved blade that he had somehow acquired. Thanks to his combat experience in the game, he had honed his weapon skills, and he nimbly and steadily positioned himself atop the monster's slick tongue. With a swift flick of his wrist, he plunged the curved blade downward and then bolted towards the other end, severing the creature's tongue in two. The excruciating pain compelled it to withdraw its tongue quickly from the bodies of Barbossa and the others. "Hey, are you all right?" After Barbossa landed, he swiftly rushed towards Hannibal, who was currently kneeling on one knee, propping himself up with his curved blade to avoid collapsing. The desires deep within him intensified, becoming almost overwhelming. Meanwhile, the monster's hatred was held in check by Hannibal, who extended his pillar-like limb towards the two, casting a shadow over them akin to ominous clouds descending upon a city. In an instant, the limb was about to strike, and Barbossa swung his blade fiercely, leaving merely a scar on the monster's hardened foot, inciting further fury within the beast, which increased the force of its descent. Barbossa erupted with unparalleled momentum, the aura of his armed color nearly enveloping him entirely as he raised his blade high, attempting to withstand the impending force. However, with each agonizing sound that pierced the air, his body was rapidly overwhelmed, even with the protection of the armed color. His limbs began to snap one after another. Just as Barbossa was on the verge of collapse, McKen rushed in, placing a hand upon the monstrous limb, activating the power of his fruit of editing to rewind the monster's motion, akin to a film being rewound. After accomplishing this feat, McKen was drenched in sweat. The enemy's strength far exceeded his expectations. Merely anchoring the monster within a specific frame left him feeling strained, let alone continuing to wield his abilities. His mind felt heavy, and he reluctantly released his control. Sensing the control had been lifted, the monster's form once again began to fade from view. Seizing this fleeting moment, Barbossa unleashed his observation color, dashing towards the monster's head along its retracting limbs. The advantage of his immortal body manifested at this moment. Despite his limbs being shattered, he felt no pain, and the armed color acted as an external skeletal shield, rendering him impervious to the effects. Upon reaching the monster's head, Barbossa raised his black blade high and summoned all his strength to deliver a vicious strike. The successive, brutal slashes forced the monster to materialize once more, the powerful cuts revealing bone beneath. Barbossa, akin to a madman, wore a bloodthirsty grin as he relentlessly dispatched blow after blow. Ultimately, amidst the monster's ear-splitting howls, Barbossa cleaved through the creature's hardened skull, letting out a triumphant roar. In perfect synchrony, Hannibal summoned his remaining strength, gripping McKen's shoulder and hurling him skyward. In midair, McKen closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental energy. Once Barbossa caught him, he immediately targeted the monster's most vulnerable spot, covering the small wound with his ability before commencing the cutting process. The brain, devoid of the protective skull, was as fragile as tofu, and in an instant, McKen transformed it into a pulpy mess. Despite suffering such a grievous blow to its head, the monster did not perish. It let out a deafening roar that compelled the two atop its head to cover their ears to shield themselves from harm. Damn it, does it like to scream? Barbossa thrust his dark blade into the creature's lighthouse-like eye, gritting his teeth as he began to fiercely twist the knife, obliterating the monster's final resistance. He planted his foot firmly upon the creature's snout, flexing his muscles to withdraw the black knife, a torrent of blood and brain matter erupting from the eyeball socket, transforming Barbossa into a figure reminiscent of a snowman. "Scream, will you? Then scream to your heart's content," he bellowed, eyes wide with fury, frothing at the mouth. His teeth clattering, he raised the dark blade high, striking relentlessly at the creature's visage, venting his bloodlust until the monster's face was reduced to a mangled ruin, its head drooping limply from its neck. A thunderous roar echoed as the colossal beast collapsed, sending a cloud of dust that enveloped the entire beach. The remaining onlookers gathered, surrounding the fallen creature like a pack of hyenas encircling a wounded lion, discussing the creature's fate with a sense of relief for their own survival. Phew, is it over? Truly fearsome indeed. Wang Chu sat upon the sands, observing the three supporting McKen as they rose, a wistful expression crossing his face. The sight of them stirred memories of his own brother and comrades on the ship, who had similarly supported one another in battle. Just as Wang Chu reminisced about those cherished moments, the monster's body convulsed suddenly, startling everyone into retreat, instinctively adopting defensive stances. Yet, the creature did not display a threatening demeanor. It turned its disfigured head toward a particular direction, a single remaining eye shedding a large tear, emitting soft lamentations, akin to an injured pup seeking comfort from its master. Before the creature's gaze, Lena emerged, leading a young boy who gradually came into view. She approached and knelt before the monster, gently stroking its elongated snout. "You did all this for me. I know you tried," she whispered soothingly. In that moment, the young girl radiated a maternal glow in the eyes of the onlookers, and under her comforting presence, the creature gradually closed its eyes, its immense form slowly dissipating across the vast expanse of the beach. Chapter 67. Conclusion. As the spectators beheld this poignant scene, none dared to disrupt it until the creature's form had completely vanished. Lena rose, bowing gracefully toward McKen and the others. Standing behind her, the young boy flashed a bright smile, and McKen recognized him as the youthful Marvin. Wang Chu stood, trembling as he approached Lena, but McKen intervened, sensing the peculiar aura surrounding the girl, suspecting she was nearing the end of her life. McKen theorized that during the awakening of the dream eater fruit, Lena's consciousness had formed a symbiotic bond with the will residing within the fruit. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for a mere child to achieve such a feat. Regardless of the fruit's power, "Old man, I would like to hear the tale of rocks now. I wonder if you might share it with me." Wang Chu also sensed the girl's shift, letting out a sigh as he slightly tilted his head, revealing a trace of nostalgia. "Ah, Roxas, that was a tale both lengthy and fleeting. Meanwhile, we shall set aside the conversation between McKen and Wang Chu." By the flickering campfire, Lena nestled in Marvin's embrace, gazing at the vast sea under the night sky. The waves, crowned with white froth, caressed the youthful feet of the boys and girls, the tickling sensation eliciting a series of light giggles from Lena. Suddenly, Lena lifted her head to look at Marvin and said, "Brother Marvin, do you remember when we encountered that peculiar band of pirates?" Marvin gently stroked Lena's hair and replied, "Of course, especially that tall one." As he spoke, a change swept over Marvin's expression, turning serious as he addressed Lena. "Could I perhaps admire your underwear?" Upon hearing those familiar words, Lena snuggled closer to Marvin like a contented cat, bursting into joyous laughter. Indeed, what a peculiar uncle he is. Whether it was due to her laughter or something else, Lena couldn't help but wipe away the tears with one hand. At this moment, Marvin's body began to shatter gradually, resembling the delicate petals of a flower. Yet, he remained indifferent to his condition, holding Lena even more tightly in his embrace. "I'm sorry, Brother Marvin. Lena could not fulfill your wishes." "I'm so sorry," Lena murmured softly, her face pressed against Marvin's chest, her voice as faint as a whisper. Marvin shook his head vigorously, choosing silence as he held her close. After a prolonged silence, Lena spoke again. "Brother Marvin, could you sing that song the strange uncle taught you once more?" Her voice, now particularly frail, lacked the strength to even open her eyes. She weakly extended her hand to caress Marvin's face, making her request. "Of course," Marvin replied, wiping his tears and taking a deep breath before he began to sing slowly. "Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho, 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 bring Binks Brew to your side like the sea breeze, wild and free, on the shores beyond the ocean. The sunset is also loud, the bird songs draw circles in the sky. Farewell, the harbor of silk, come, let us sing the voyage song." Meanwhile, McKen, who had been listening to Wang Chu's Tales of Rocks, also caught the sound of the boy's song. He recognized it as the long-celebrated pirate's song, Binks Brew. Not just he, but everyone on the beach fell silent, intently listening to the boy's voice. As the song concluded, Marvin's form had completely vaporized, dissolving like mist. Lena, mustering all her strength, stood up and reached out towards the elusive smoke. Realizing her efforts were in vain, she collapsed onto the sand, murmuring to herself, "Brother Marvin, you must have gone to the joyous world of your dreams. Will you be waiting for me there?" Perhaps, in some ethereal way, Marvin truly heard the girl's musings. Or perhaps her powers had not yet fully vanished. From the star-studded night sky, Marvin's voice softly echoed, "I've always been waiting for you, and I am deeply sorry." The girl's eyes widened abruptly, her gaze igniting with an unprecedented brilliance. She gradually pressed her hands together before her chest, bowing her head slowly, and began to topple towards the sand. As Lena fell, the original dreamscape swiftly transformed, shattering like glass. Wang Chu, witnessing the fracturing dream, broke into a smile. After decades of confinement, he finally glimpsed the dawn of hope, kneeling on the ground with arms outstretched, embracing the sea breeze wafting through the cracks. "Captain, it seems everything is coming to an end." Barbossa lay sprawled on the beach. Though he was now immortal, his injuries were not so easily mended. "End? No. This is merely the beginning." Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, McKen approached the fallen Lena. As he reached her side, he softly uttered, "I am unaware of the tribulations you have faced, nor do I harbor any interest in them. However, you must not succumb to death at this moment." With those words, McKen closed his eyes, summoning the malevolent essence from the depths of his consciousness. He sought a presence, one that could temporarily safeguard Lena's life. Indeed, McKen's intention was to resurrect Lena, yet let there be no misunderstanding. He was no saint, nor would he altruistically endeavor to save a stranger. Every action McKen undertook was driven by a singular purpose: the devil fruit, specifically the Zoan-type dream eater fruit. It is well known that upon the demise of a devil fruit user, the powers of their fruit will invariably transfer to another fruit of the same type. During his time in the West Sea, McKen conducted a series of experiments with Jigsaw, establishing that within the confines of Jigsaw's created space, the transfer of the fruit's abilities could be controlled. Should Lena perish now, this extraordinarily potent devil fruit could transition to any location in the world. However, if McKen could ensure her survival until the dream shatters, that fruit would ultimately be his. Come forth, summoned by my call, the embodiment of madness, the ultimate creation, the Frankenstein of human chaotic fantasies, Fran, accompanied by McKen's incantations. The string of zeros representing his malevolent essence within his consciousness rapidly diminished, halting only when it reached the thousands. Subsequently, to the astonishment of the onlookers, a golden-haired girl clad in a school uniform materialized from thin air. The girl possessed an exceedingly peculiar appearance, with visible stitches adorning her exposed limbs and face. However, what captivated attention the most was the enormous electrode atop her head, resembling a screw. As she opened her eyes and gazed at McKen, her expression appeared somewhat vacant, revealing a sense of dullness. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, about to utter something, when a torrent of memories inexplicably inundated her mind. Not only that, but her physical capabilities also surged with the infusion of these memories. Although she was not a combatant, her current power exceeded anyone's expectations. A chaotic flood of recollections filled her brain instantaneously, compelling her to grasp the electrode on her head with one hand and crouch down. However, soon after absorbing the memories, she gradually rose to her feet, gently patted her pleated skirt, and tilted her head, pointing a finger at her lips as she looked at McKen. "Let me think, what should I say at this moment?" I recall it being mentioned in a book. Chapter 68, Fran. McKen was well aware of Fran's quirks, or rather her life philosophy. Yet there was no time to correct her now. He commanded firmly, "Fran, do everything in your power to ensure she survives." Due to the nature of the summoning, although the entities brought forth possessed complete personalities, they bore no animosity towards McKen, the master. Instead, bonds akin to those between family and companions would develop. No need for unnecessary dialogue. Let us simply establish this setting. Upon hearing McKen's words, Fran first surveyed the gradually disintegrating space, then shifted her gaze to the girl. She slowly crouched down to examine Lena's condition, and after completing her assessment, she turned to face McKen. This scene exudes a chilling aura, as Fulan's head rotates a full 360 degrees, seemingly to facilitate better communication with McKen. "Boss, although my principle is that living beings ought to continue their existence. Given the current condition of this child, I can at best ensure her survival for 10 minutes. Fulan's surgical prowess, though extraordinary, remains fundamentally materialistic, rendering her somewhat powerless against the ethereal abilities of the devil fruits. The 10 minutes she has proposed is already the most optimistic scenario she can conjure. You may call me Captain or McKen." Upon hearing Fulan's words, McKen exhaled in relief. He certainly did not wish for the proverbial duck on his lips to take flight so easily. 10 minutes would suffice. "In that case, leave it to me." Fulan's head now turned to the back, revealed a smile that sent a shiver down McKen's spine. She stood up, slowly rotated her head back, and then abruptly lifted her blouse, exposing her pale abdomen. To McKen's astonishment, she thrust her hand forcefully into her own belly, causing his eyes to quiver uncontrollably as he witnessed the girl extracting her own organs from the gaping wound. Fulan coughed, and a copious amount of blood spewed from her mouth. However, she spoke with an unsettling calmness. "At this stage, without adequate medical equipment and biological conditions, I can only replace her organs with my own. Rest assured, my organs and blood are universal and will not provoke a rejection reaction." Upon encountering Fran, one could hardly remain composed while she calmly elucidated the current circumstances. Even McKen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, rendered speechless. I remarked that this was hardly the crux of the matter. Barbossa approached, supported by Hannibal, and upon hearing Fran's explanation, he was momentarily taken aback. His mouth agape as he stammered in protest. Not only he, but Jack, perched upon his shoulder, concealed his tiny eyes beneath the wide brim of his hat, trembling as if thoroughly frightened by the spectacle. Conversely, Hannibal regarded Fran with keen interest, his gaze shimmering with an inexplicable and peculiar brilliance. Fran displayed her organs meticulously arrayed upon the beach, seemingly unperturbed by the potential for bacterial infection or damage from the sand. After completing this unsettling task, she extended her arms, biting down on her own fingers before decisively severing them, revealing an intricate array of surgical instruments concealed within. Gentlemen, while I harbor no objection to your observation, as to, pardon me, merely one, male in the throes of physiological need, such actions tread upon the boundaries of ethicality. McKen found himself at a loss for a rebuttal to Fran's assertion, and even Hannibal could discern no flaws, opting instead to shrug and turn away. Only Barbossa, the seasoned pirate, contemplated interjecting, but upon opening his mouth, he realized the veracity of Fran's statements. At this juncture, he could hardly claim to be a man, let alone a human, and with a resigned huff, he too turned away. Noting the absence of further interruption, Fran raised her hand and declared with precision, "Surgery. Let's commence." She then began the procedure, humming a tune with an air of leisure, more akin to a researcher than a doctor. Fran found herself invigorated by the unprecedented nature of the case before her insatiable curiosity igniting a sense of delight within her. This instilled within her a sense of exhilaration at being inexplicably summoned to this unfamiliar realm, as she envisioned the abundance of experimental subjects that awaited her research. Her hands moved with increasing swiftness. The human imagination is but a shadow of the fear of the unknown, though turned away from Fran. Barbossa was consumed by the rustling sounds behind him, conjuring thoughts of things that could not withstand scrutiny. In contrast, Hannibal remained notably composed, even delicately licking his lips, as he discerned a semblance of relief from desires he had long suppressed, a faint smile gracing his features. At this moment, McKen had also recovered from the overexertion of his abilities, surveying the dreamscape that had shattered beyond half its integrity. He estimated that within 3 minutes, the entire space would be irrevocably destroyed. A beam of sunlight pierced through a crevice, illuminating the dreamscape with a radiant glow that harmonized with the pristine moonlight within. As the space fractured more rapidly, the pirate flag hanging from the main mast of the Black Pearl became visible. "It is complete." The voice of Fran echoed behind him. McKen turned to find Lena's body draped with a white blanket, the source of which remained a mystery. "With my current skills, this is the extent of what I can achieve," Fran remarked, shaking the blood from her hands. "I have preserved the child's brain and torso, eliminating the rest to prevent nutrient competition. If granted a month to study the abilities of such individuals, I am confident I can ensure her survival." However, at present Fran appeared somewhat petulant, pouting as she averted her gaze from McKen's eyes. McKen reached out to gently stroke Fran's head, yet his eyes remained fixed on Lena, whose breathing had steadied, as though he were gazing upon a precious treasure. "This is sufficient. Trust me. You will have ample opportunities in the future." Just then, the entire space collapsed, and warm sunlight poured into this long-forgotten world. Wang Chu and the surviving overseers erupted in jubilant cheers, some even shedding tears of joy. In that moment, McKen finally recognized his surroundings. He stood upon a beach reminiscent of the original dreamscape, albeit one with boundaries. The shore was riddled with craters, the remnants of campfires from the dream lying still upon the sand, caressed by the waves. Turning his gaze, he beheld the desolate aftermath of a fire that had ravaged the entire island, with several dilapidated structures standing as grim reminders of what once was. Along the coastline of this isle lay hundreds of vessels of various kinds, some appearing as new as the Black Pearl, while others resembled aged relics, encrusted with barnacles. What transpired here can only be fully understood by the now fading Lena. However, McKen was not inclined to inquire into such matters. He promptly retrieved his phone bug to contact the Jigsaw aboard the Black Pearl. As McKen was explaining the situation to Jigsaw, an uproar of jubilant cheers erupted from the island, followed by the hurried footsteps of hundreds rushing towards him. Among the crowd, McKen recognized the diminutive David, who, in a fervor of emotion, knelt on the scorched earth, kissing it with tears streaming down his face, utterly oblivious to McKen's presence. At this moment, it seemed that the ordeal had finally come to an end. Hannibal placed a reassuring hand on McKen's shoulder, directing his gaze towards the sea. In the distance, the Black Pearl approached slowly, with Harley standing at the bow, energetically waving her arm at McKen. This sight elicited a smile from him as he softly replied, "Indeed, it is over." Chapter 69. The banquet. Upon returning to the Black Pearl, the first order of business was to have Jigsaw create a 4 by 4 meter chamber, which, through experimentation, had proven to be the most effective space for recovering devil fruits. Hannibal then made his way to the kitchen, where he opened a vast freezer filled with an assortment of fruits collected since their time in the West Sea. After placing these fruits and Lena in the designated space, he awaited their gradual decay. The preparation of nearly 100 varieties of fruit was due to the uncertainty surrounding the accuracy of the devil fruit encyclopedia. It was prudent to make extensive preparations. Once these tasks were completed, the members of the Fallen gathered on the deck of the Black Pearl to host a small banquet in celebration of the new members' arrival and Hallie's recovery. Hannibal personally took to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dish for Fran, one of her favorites. Due to the absence of biological components, Fran's abdomen was merely stitched together, and her fingers retained the form of surgical instruments. To everyone's astonishment, Hannibal took it upon himself to feed Fran personally. It is exquisite, far surpassing the creations of so-called Michelin chefs. Fran was quite content with the food, even though most of her organs had been transferred to Lena. It did not hinder her appetite. Although the dishes prepared by Hannibal were exceptionally delectable and he appeared to be remarkably considerate, Fran's gaze towards him was decidedly peculiar. While she may have been somewhat naive, or perhaps blissfully unaware, she was by no means foolish. She was well aware of her companion's nature and harbored a sense of wariness towards him. Hannibal, noticing Fran's vigilance, merely smiled, unperturbed. For the bonds between companions are forged over time. Aside from the dynamic between Fran and Hannibal, the banquet was generally satisfactory for the others. However, the unfortunate old pirate was perched on one hand, his chin resting heavily as he squeezed an apple. The cursed gold had robbed him of the pleasure of enjoying a meal, while the curse had been transferred to Barbossa, who watched Jack, the monkey, gleefully feasting on the offerings from Harley. Though taste held little significance for the monkey, the sensation of fullness brought it a certain delight. With a brooding demeanor, Barbossa scanned the faces of every smiling individual with his sapphire-like eyes, filled with malice, until a few of the hapless souls caught under his gaze, choked on their food, which elicited a faint smile from him. The seemingly splendid banquet appeared to continue uninterrupted, yet fate has a penchant for disruption. The once clear sky suddenly became shrouded in ominous clouds, and a gentle drizzle began to fall, seemingly echoing Barbossa's gloomy mood. To further dampen appetites, a series of grappling hooks appeared as a dozen raggedly dressed pirates ascended the deck of the Black Pearl. These beggar-like ruffians gazed greedily at the food upon the table, swallowing hard as the tantalizing aroma of the delicacies wafted through the air, causing some to lose their sanity, while others had already placed their hands upon the grips of their weapons. Harley, wielding a fork to feed Jack a piece of roasted meat, leaned on her hand, observing these unwelcome intruders with a bemused expression. She felt a twinge of regret for not having participated in the preceding events, as these individuals could provide her with a modicum of amusement. Not only Harley, but Fran also scrutinized the newcomers. Though appearing frail, they were, as biological subjects for prosthetic development, deemed marginally acceptable. Hey, we harbor no ill intentions. You know how scarce resources are on this island. You've only been here for a day. Consider our plight and spare us a morsel, one of the pirates implored, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, Larry, who had been drinking with his underlings, set down his food and strode over to confront the pirates with a determined gaze fixed on the foremost among them. Depart swiftly. You are not welcome here. With that, Larry brandished his short axe in the air before lowering his voice. Listen, if you wish to preserve your lives. It would be wise to heed this advice, given your prolonged entrapment. Unfortunately, Larry's goodwill went unappreciated, as the pirates merely chuckled and persisted in their pleas. Why be so stingy? What harm is there in sharing a bit of your bounty? Fools! If you seek death, I shall gladly oblige, Larry retorted, realizing persuasion had failed, and he assumed a combat stance, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. At this moment, one of the pirates stepped forward and tugged at the sleeve of the speaker, exchanging a knowing glance that was swiftly understood. Ha ha ha, since that is the case, we shall take our leave without further ado, he declared, leading the rest of the pirates off the ship. Once ashore, he cast a cruel smile at Larry, who stood nearby. The malicious grin was unmistakable, causing Larry's heart to race. These pirates of the Grand Line were notoriously ruthless. He quickly turned to McKen and said, Captain. Yes, understood. McKen interrupted before Larry could finish. Ha 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 ha. This will serve as an excellent diversion for the banquet. The Black Pearl has told me that she has longed for some exercise. Oh, what a poor girl, Barbossa remarked as he approached the ship's helm, gently caressing the wheel. He then shouted at the crew, You lot, Our Lady is displeased. Let's help her stretch her limbs. As soon as Barbossa finished speaking, a snap of fingers from Sawtooth caused the sumptuous feast on the deck to vanish, replaced by two uniquely designed cannons. These are the charming adornments I prepared for the Black Pearl. I hope she will appreciate them, Sawtooth stated casually before vanishing with Hannibal into the void. They intended to observe the process of devil fruit transference to gather detailed data for future hunts of those possessing such abilities. After all, devil fruits are the swiftest means of enhancing one's strength. Even if some of the officers may not require them later, the underlings could certainly benefit. This was a crucial element in McKenn's command over the turbulent seas, warranting careful consideration. TSK, 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 Barbossa mused, marveling at Sawtooth's disappearance before bursting into laughter. Of course, she shall adore them. With that settled, I entrust this to you, my first mate. McKen then turned to Fran. Come with me. I require your assistance with something. Upon hearing McKen's words, Fran bowed slightly to Barbossa. Mr. Barbossa, please ensure that a few intact specimens are preserved. I need them for my cultivation base. Rest assured, my dear girl, the merciless Barbossa will prepare a satisfactory gift for you, Barbossa replied, tipping his hat in acknowledgement. With their instructions given, McKen led Fran toward the cabin, where a laboratory had been prepared for her, or rather for the doctor, back in the West Sea. On the deck, aside from the busy pirates preparing for battle, only Barbossa and Harley remained. Barbossa grinned at Harley. Aren't you going to follow them and take a look? Of course not, Harley replied, puffing out her ample chest, her intentions all too evident. Chapter 70. Chapter Review 2. It is once again time for a chapter review, marking the conclusion of yet another island's tale. Congratulations are in order. As a novice, my initial intention with this first book was merely to practice my writing. I never anticipated that so many people would take an interest in it. I initially thought that achieving 1,000 bookmarks would be the pinnacle of success. Yet upon finishing my exams, I was astonished to find that it had reached 10,000. I'm profoundly grateful for everyone's support. However, it appears that this book has, at least for now, not met expectations. This outcome is somewhat predictable, as readers often seek leisure and joy in novels. The appeal of One Piece lies in its fanfiction narratives. I confess I have committed the cardinal sin of a newcomer, and my writing lacks finesse, which I sincerely regret. Nevertheless, barring unforeseen circumstances, I intend to continue crafting this narrative, as it is my first endeavor and a valuable opportunity for growth. I appreciate the feedback from readers, which, although initially daunting, has invigorated my spirit. The presence of criticism indicates readership, which is certainly preferable to isolation. I have also taken note of the comments, but the sudden influx has left me somewhat overwhelmed, leading to my reluctance to respond. For instance, many have perceptively noted the protagonist's role as an artificial tool, a significant aspect stemming from my limited writing ability, compounded by the distribution of narrative focus among other characters. As many have pointed out, a group of such diverse and charismatic individuals would hardly coexist peacefully without the protagonist possessing some extraordinary advantage. To put it bluntly, without disparaging the esteemed Mr. Oda, any one of these characters, unshackled by my narrative constraints, could create upheaval simply by being transported into the One Piece universe, essentially a dimensional onslaught. While I acknowledge this, I am merely a fledgling writer, and this being my first book, I apologize for any shortcomings in my prose. Regarding the protagonist's character, I must clarify that my original intention was to explore darker themes. Yet, an inexplicable force akin to the sword of Damocles loomed over me. Given the characters I have introduced, I recognize that if I dared to pursue that path, it would likely lead to my downfall. The depiction of Hannibal in this chapter underscores the peculiarities of editorial review. Sometimes, straightforward writing poses no issues, while even a hint of impropriety can lead to censorship, which I find quite perplexing. I had originally crafted an extensive analysis of Hannibal, spanning nearly 3 chapters, only to condense it into one, which ultimately faced censorship. The final content bears little resemblance to my original vision, as the editor prohibited any mention of cannibalism, despite the character's nature. However, I intend to weave in more intricate details in subsequent chapters. As for the newly introduced character, Fran, she holds significant importance within the storyline. She is pivotal to the protagonist's success in the imminent war and will serve as a cornerstone in the struggle against the world government in the future. Regarding the protagonist's abilities, specifically the editing fruit, many have deemed it overly fantastical, and I concede that it is indeed unconventional. Yet, if Luffy's rubber can transform into a sun god, why shouldn't I indulge in a bit of absurdity? The portrayal of the editing fruit in the narrative merely scratches the surface, akin to Luffy's initial power level. I have already conceptualized its potential after awakening, and if anyone has innovative ideas, I am open to inspiration. Finally, due to the lackluster reception of the original plot, I will revert to the source material in the upcoming chapters. Thus concludes my discourse. Chapter 71. The crew aboard the Black Pearl did not wait long. Once they had readied themselves for battle, they soon spotted several pirate ships approaching their direction. Though these battered ships have endured the test of time, their exquisite craftsmanship still imparts a measure of combat prowess. The pirates aboard brandished their cutlasses, clamoring loudly. Barbossa surveyed the scene, noting a total of 15 vessels, among which was a warship seized by the pirates. Altogether, the number of individuals exceeded 300 to 400. These pirates, once paralyzed by the threat of the sacred beasts in their dreams, now liberated, resembled famished beasts yearning to chant the song of freedom through bloodshed. Ha. Do you know, despite their foolishness, I have developed a certain fondness for them, Barbossa remarked to Larry, who stood behind him with his hands clasped behind his back. Look at them, ignorant, weak, and foolish, yet they steadfastly uphold their pirate essence, their brutal nature undiminished even after such prolonged confinement. Do you not think they are more deserving of the title pirate than you? Larry chose not to refute Barbossa's words. He understood that when his esteemed first mate shared his insights, it sufficed to applaud in agreement, for he dared not engage in a debate. Indeed, you speak the truth, Captain Barbossa. Hey, as a mark of respect, let us bestow upon our fellow seafarers a grand funeral. Yes, your command is understood, and in an instant, Larry grasped Barbossa's intent. He turned to the assembled pirates, and, emulating Barbossa's fervor, bellowed, "Set sail! Prepare for battle!" With Larry's rallying cry, the crew of pirates echoed in unison, clanging their weapons and roaring with fervor. Soon, all 3 sails were filled, and the Black Pearl, the swiftest maiden of the seas, surged forth like a black tempest. The crew scarcely perceived the gradual acceleration, as the Black Pearl swiftly closed the gap between her and the 2 nearest enemy vessels. The adversaries, taken aback by the extraordinary speed of the exquisitely beautiful black ship, were startled to see the Black Pearl barreling towards them. Captain Hayes hastily turned to face the approaching vessel. Witnessing the spray of saliva erupting from Barbossa's laughing mouth due to the rapidity of their advance, the helmsmen of both enemy ships desperately maneuvered their rudders, intent on flanking the Black Pearl. Ha! Fire! Barbossa bellowed, gripping the helm with exuberance. Fire! Fire! With Barbossa's command, the pirates stationed on the deck and within the gun decks shouted in unison as dozens of cannons unleashed fiery tongues, hurling lead projectiles into the enemy vessels. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a mighty storm, as scores of lead balls shattered the enemy's deck, pierced through their holds, and severed their masts. Yet, more cannonballs rained down upon the throngs of enemies, blooming into exquisite crimson flowers of devastation. Due to the passage of time, the cannons aboard these pirate ships had become damped and rendered useless. Furthermore, their dilapidated condition, coupled with the barrage of cannon fire, quickly ignited a fierce blaze. Extinguish the flames. Prepare to board. Yet, they were not without recourse. The enemy was not a passive lamb waiting for slaughter. Though disoriented by the relentless bombardment, the seasoned pirates, who had long survived by their wits on the tumultuous seas, had not forgotten their skills. With an unexpected shout resounding through the chaos, the crew of the Black Pearl, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of the cannon fire, regained their composure. Agile pirates grasped the ropes, preparing to leap aboard the Black Pearl. However, as one of them navigated through the smoke, he found the Black Pearl had vanished from sight, and alongside his comrades, he plummeted into the sea like dumplings into boiling water. As the sea breeze dispersed the lingering smoke, the captains of both ships finally perceived that the Black Pearl had stealthily positioned itself behind their vessels. "Ah, my precious, let us behold your new adornments," Barbossa chuckled, relinquishing the helm to another crew member as he cheerfully approached the stern to manipulate the newly crafted device designed for the Black Pearl by a skilled craftsman. This cannon differs markedly from conventional naval artillery. It requires no ignition. Barbossa forcefully shoved the cannon forward, steadying it with one hand while using the other to pull the pneumatic lever, aiming it at a pirate ship before yanking it decisively. At the instant the cannon fired, the Black Pearl surged forward several hundred meters due to the recoil, the deck at the stern splintering inch by inch, narrowly avoiding the cannon tumbling into the hold. Meanwhile, Hattie, perched on the second-tier railing, was thrown off balance by the tremendous inertia, but fortunately, her agility allowed her to execute a graceful arc in the air before landing safely. Moreover, the deafening sound left the crew of the Black Pearl momentarily incapacitated, even causing Barbossa to experience a brief bout of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself wedged against the sturdy mainmast. "Captain Barbossa, are you all right?" A fellow pirate, having realized the situation, scrambled to his side to assist him in standing. "Ha! Marvelous! By thunder, what a force! This is precisely what a lass should wield. Barbossa extricated himself from the main mast, disregarding the agony of his newly fractured bones, laughing maniacally. Before him lay what had been a pirate ship of several hundred meters, now reduced to mere fragments drifting silently upon the sea. The cannon's formidable shot had even cleaved the ocean behind into two halves, which were gradually converging. Just as Barbossa indulged in his raucous laughter, a sharp slap struck the back of his head. Hattie, hands on her hips and glaring fiercely, admonished him. Lasses would never employ such weaponry. Haha, you're absolutely right. Barbossa chuckled sheepishly, resuming his observation of the battle. Even Barbossa had not anticipated such overwhelming power, let alone the pirates, who stood agape, their mouths agog, contemplating whether to flee. Boom, boom, boom. Just as they deliberated, several cannonballs struck near the Black Pearl. Fear not. That sort of artillery can likely fire but once. We still have a dozen ships. Barbossa turned to see the source of the cannon fire was the sole warship among the fleet. One must admit, the craftsmanship of the Navy was indeed reliable. Even after all this time, the ship's artillery and ammunition were still functional. A pirate aboard the warship brandished a cutlass, bellowing, "All ships, follow my command, in single file." The adversary is not without its advantages. Primarily, they boast a considerable numerical superiority and are propelled by favorable winds. A fortuitous circumstance for sailing vessels. Under the command of the pirate captain aboard the warship, all ships align in formation with the warship at the forefront, advancing while unleashing cannon fire. Regrettably, even with the implementation of sound tactics, the firepower of a single warship proves insufficient to obstruct the Black Pearl's course. The Black Pearl seems to revel in its newfound speed, darting through the fleet with astonishing agility, even against the wind. Akin to a phantom gliding gracefully across a dance floor, teasing the rugged men who attempt to grasp at its trailing skirts, yet find themselves perpetually out of reach. Met instead with derisive laughter from the Black Pearl. Chapter 72. The plan while the Black Pearl frolics upon the waves, within a specially prepared chamber aboard the ship. McKen converses with Fran. Their surroundings resemble an entirely different realm. A laboratory filled with somewhat rudimentary electronic apparatus and glass jars brimming with enigmatic liquids. Creating clones and synthetic beasts poses no challenge. With sufficient materials, I can swiftly assemble a formidable army. However, an excess of reproductive organs may significantly diminish their lifespan if we lean towards combat. McKen articulates his intentions. In the West Sea, McKen had already established a developmental strategy. To contend with the monstrous entities of the sea and the world government, relying solely on a handful of officers and a mere 100 pirates is impractical. He requires a substantial number of controllable, expendable soldiers. Among all potential candidates possessing explosive capabilities, Fran undoubtedly stands out as the most suitable choice. Her inherently simple nature ensures that even her creations, should they spiral out of control, would pose minimal threat. McKen has no desire to reign over a world teeming with zombies or aberrations. However, regarding your other request, while I comprehend your meaning, I am merely a researcher with expertise predominantly in the field of surgery, and I possess no greater knowledge of chemistry than others. Fran, seated with earnestness, states, "As for the substance you mentioned, I cannot guarantee its extraction from the sea, especially in the absence of sea prism stone. It is widely acknowledged that devil fruits harbor a profound aversion to the ocean. Upon contact with water, they lose their powers and can even render their users utterly feeble. This so-called ocean encompasses not only seas, but also rivers, lakes, and even hot springs, essentially any significant body of water. The root of this phenomenon lies in the unique substance known as pyrobroin, which permeates the waters of the pirate world and is the principal culprit behind the inefficacy of devil fruits. Thus, the sea prism stone, which is rich in this substance, possesses the ability to restrain those who wield supernatural powers. However, the sea prism stone is strictly regulated by the Navy and the world government, rendering it a precious resource beyond mere monetary value. Various factions regard it as strategic material, making it unattainable for someone of McKen's current standing. Consequently, he seeks to persuade Fran to devise a method to extract this substance from the ocean. Should this endeavor succeed, McKen's ambition to command the raging seas would be within reach. "Patience, we have ample time," he mused. "I believe your talents are sufficient to uncover what I desire." Fran, upon hearing McKen's flattery, gently nodded. With adequate research materials, it was not an impossibility, especially considering the existence of entities like the devil fruits in this world. Pleased with Fran's response, McKen suggested, "You might consult Professor Jigsaw for further discourse. Although your fields of expertise differ, I believe cross-disciplinary insights could prove beneficial." At the mention of Jigsaw, Memories surfaced in Fran's mind. Despite their differing philosophies, she hoped that as fellow scholars, they would find common ground. After providing his instructions, McKen prepared to depart, but suddenly recalled something, clearing his throat with a hint of curiosity. I remember you having 4 arms. What has changed? Fran tilted her head, surveying McKen. I'm at school, after all. An unusual appearance would draw attention, wouldn't it? Only then did McKen notice that Fran was clad in a student uniform. Though given her appearance, the absence of a couple of extra arms seemed inconsequential. As for the other pair, they are my prosthetics. Every part of my body can be replaced and reassembled. Should you harbor any peculiar interests, I can cultivate new ones, although that would take at least a week. McKen realized he was ill-equipped to handle someone with such an innocent demeanor, especially when the individual in question was his companion. Since summoning Fran, he had often found himself at a loss for words in her presence. Forget it. I'll keep my thoughts to myself. He pinched the bridge of his nose and prepared to leave, just as the surrounding space began to ripple, and Jigsaw emerged from the chaotic realm. After a brief glance at Fran, he nodded at McKen before vanishing once more. It appeared that the transfer of the devil fruit had gone smoothly, reinvigorating McKen's spirits. He turned to Fran. Shall we see how things unfold? Fran followed McKen into Jigsaw's chamber, where approximately 10 hooded apostles were gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. It bore the semblance of a cult-like assembly. Upon witnessing this scene, Fran candidly expressed her thoughts, instantly attracting the animosity of a multitude of apostles. You have arrived, behold. This is the infamous devil fruit. Hannibal, cradling a glass of red wine, gestured towards an object on the table, resembling the illustration from the demonic compendium. Its emerald leaves elongated like a lengthy nose, while the creamy fruit bore spirals swirling to the right. Is this truly the devil fruit? Fran inquired with keen curiosity, hastening towards it for a closer examination, though she refrained from touching it, aware that her hands had yet to heal. If you wish to study it, this one is off limits, McKen interjected, stepping forward to grasp the fruit and toss it lightly in his hand. Although he had yet to decide who would consume it, its value surpassed that of all the fruits he currently possessed. Professor, unlock the treasury, McKen commanded. At his request, Jigsaw rose, his withered hands gently pulling apart the space before him as if parting a curtain, revealing a massive door forged from steel. Following McKen's lead, Fran stepped toward the entrance, but just as she was about to cross the threshold, she turned to Jigsaw. May I address you as Professor? Without waiting for a response, she continued, Professor, should you require it, I can provide you with a new body, a healthy and youthful one. Thank you, little Fran, but that will not be necessary. This is my choice. Jigsaw replied, a rare smile gracing his face, to the astonishment of even Hannibal, who was known for his unwavering composure. Very well, should you reconsider. You may find me at any time, Fran remarked before stepping into the treasury, her suggestion merely a casual comment, indifferent to whether it was accepted. McKen retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocking the grand door of the treasury, revealing a dazzling array of treasures before their eyes. The treasury housed items McKen had collected since his arrival in this world. Some were so trivial that even affluent commoners would overlook them, yet McKen cherished them dearly, such as a seemingly aged pair of jeans. Fran, however, found little interest in these objects, her curiosity piqued only by books and experimental materials. Under McKen's guidance, they ventured deeper into the treasury. There, 8 display cases lined the area, each containing a distinct devil fruit. McKen first opened one, retrieving a fruit resembling an orange to replace the one he held, then tossed it lightly to Fran. Zoan type, cat fruit, orange cat form, he introduced. You may study this fruit at your leisure, along with 2 others from different classifications. He proceeded to open 2 additional display cases, elaborating on the paramecia type, bubu fruit, and the logia type, lulu fruit one by one. The appearance of the Superman series fruit resembles a black mangosteen, while the natural series Lulu fruit takes the form of a dew-kissed honey peach. You may take both of these fruits, and I eagerly anticipate the delightful surprises you shall bring me. McKen extracted the 2 fruits and nestled them into Fran's embrace, confident that this pinnacle of scientific creation would fulfill his expectations. Chapter 73. A tumultuous sea by the time McKen concluded his instructions to Fran. The battle at sea had reached its denouement, with only 3 out of a dozen ships remaining. The heavens unleashed torrents of rain, and the rolling thunder reverberated between the vessels, as both sides' crews engaged in fierce boarding combat. In the shadows cast by the sails, 2 pirate factions clashed amidst the wreckage of burning ships, where death had utterly transformed the once proud pirate vessel. The deck had morphed into a veritable battlefield strewn with bones, trampled under the boots of countless feet, turning the previously dark floor into a crimson hue reminiscent of fresh blood, which even the relentless downpour could not cleanse. Flames engulfed the sails, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of ash and blood, while the piercing sound of horns and the harrowing cries of the dying drowned out the thunder. A flash of lightning illuminated Barbossa, drenched in blood and wielding a black blade, his face contorted with manic laughter. Each stroke of his weapon claimed yet another pitiful life, and he was already surrounded by a mound of corpses. Each step he took sending tremors through the hearts of those around him. Ha ha! Barbossa cackled as he observed the pirate's retreat, swiftly closing the distance. With his left hand, he grasped the pirate's cheek and forcefully pinned him to the ground, while his right hand drove the black blade slowly into the man's chest. As he observed the widening pupils of his victim, Barbossa's grin broadened. Since being cursed by the gold coins that robbed him of all sensation, Barbossa discovered that only through slaughter could he attain a semblance of pleasure, a sensation that became irresistible. Barbossa, your current state is concerning. Harley stood beside him, casting a wary glance at the seemingly deranged old pirate, offering a gentle warning. Oh, is that so? Perhaps. Barbossa slowly rose, turning to face Harley, his once azure eyes now a sinister shade of crimson. This damned curse makes me feel quite wretched. Harley had never witnessed such a version of Barbossa. She subtly took a step back, clutching her bat tightly. Perhaps it is time to expedite the matter of lifting your curse. At that moment, Jack embraced Harley's arm, burying his face in her fair skin, as if he could not bear to confront his master. To break the curse, yes, it is indeed time to rid myself of this accursed affliction. However, before that, let me indulge a little. Barbossa cast his gaze upon the enemy who yearned to leap into the sea, a sly chuckle escaping his lips as he propelled himself forward with great force, intentionally refraining from unleashing his full strength, for such a display would render the battle, or rather the slaughter, exceedingly mundane. As he plunged into the throng, Barbossa resembled a ravenous wolf diving into a flock of sheep. He first delivered a knee strike that sent one adversary soaring, then hurled his black blade, impaling it upon the fiercely burning mast. Listening to the agonizing cries of his foe as they writhed in agony from the flames, Barbossa erupted into hearty laughter before extending his formidable hands to seize another's neck, forcefully pinning him against the cabin wall, utterly disregarding the blades that rained upon him from the other pirates, until he mercilessly choked the man to death. Hey, you lot, this attire is quite costly. How do you intend to compensate me? Barbossa slowly turned, his eyes wide and head tilted back, a grin spreading across his face. He then drew two blades from his person, tapping one against his head, and exclaimed, "How about your lives instead?" At that moment, another bolt of lightning struck, and the pirates felt as if that instant stretched into eternity. Every sound and every shift seemed to freeze, as though time had come to a complete standstill in this terrifying moment, leaving only the defiant visage of the old pirate in their minds. When they regained their senses, the figure of the old pirate loomed before them, and all they could do was unleash a final mournful cry with the remnants of their strength. Awaiting the inevitable arrival of death, the sky darkened, and the flickering crimson light amidst the ominous clouds seemed to reflect Barbossa's thirst for bloodshed. The scarlet forks of lightning erupted in the air, and a gust of hot wind, reeking of blood and charred corpses, swept over the remaining vessels on the sea, further igniting the desire for slaughter within the hearts of the crew. Barbossa slowly advanced, drawing his black blade from the corpse nailed to the mast. Raising it high as he shouted, "Scum! In the name of the sea, in the name of our wicked captain, slay them all! Ha 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 ha!" With a powerful leap from the ship's rail, the old pirate launched himself towards the second vessel, igniting yet another feast of carnage. Both combatants heard Barbossa's furious roar. The crew of the Infernal became emboldened, and despite their numerical inferiority, they charged fearlessly into the fray, each individual transformed into a monstrous entity, oblivious to the concept of fear. In stark contrast, the opposing pirates were utterly paralyzed with terror. The previous battle aboard the Black Pearl had already left them feeling unreal, and now that sensation intensified. A few even slapped their own faces, questioning whether they were still trapped in a dream. The tide of battle turned overwhelmingly in favor of the Infernal. The side that boasted absolute numerical superiority began to falter, and even the captain's attempts to slay a few fleeing pirates could not salvage the momentum of defeat. Harley crouched down, observing a pirate clutching her ankle, pleading for mercy, his face now a mask of desperation for life, his murky eyes filled with supplication. With a merciful swing of her bat, she ended his life, then tilted her head to gaze at Barbossa, who was wreaking havoc on another ship. "Ah, how dull it is Wouldn't you agree, Jack? When Barbossa's simple yet powerful words reached Larry's ears, he felt a surge of blood rushing through him, erupting into a battle cry that was quickly swallowed by the cheers of his comrades. After cleaving a man's head with his hatchet, he suddenly realized that the surrounding pirates had dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. One of Larry's subordinates bore a grotesque knife wound on his chest. Yet he appeared oblivious to his injury, fervently hacking at a lifeless enemy with his weapon. Eventually, this subordinate collapsed, gasping for breath, but wearing a triumphant smile as he shouted to Larry, "We won. Indeed, we won." Larry set down his hatchet and sat heavily on the ground, foreseeing a life filled with such moments ahead. Deep within, he could not articulate the feelings that stirred within him. "Well done, Barbossa." Amidst the echoes of jubilant pirates, a voice emerged. McKen leaped forth from the dark void, taking his place upon the deck of the Black Pearl. He had discerned the conclusion of this game and slowly intoned, "My first mate, it is time to prepare for our next destination." "Ha ha ha. Captain, my nefarious captain, what might our next target be?" Barbossa inquired, his hand brushing against the blood on his face as he laughed maniacally. McKen chuckled lightly, raising his gaze toward the dissipating shadows in the sky, the sun's last rays casting a warm glow upon him. With a voice imbued with authority, he proclaimed, "Let this sea come alive." Chapter 74, Water City. Water City, a place reminiscent of Venice, might be the most exquisite locale in all of paradise, its form resembling a magnificent blue fountain, due to the interconnected sea train. Water City links several renowned tourist attractions, Carnival Street, Gourmet Street, and Queen of Spring Street, enhancing its status as a bustling center. Furthermore, it is home to the largest shipbuilding company in paradise, Carrera Company, where each shipwright possesses remarkable skills. On the 6th of March, Water City remained tranquil and serene, with a steady stream of tourists traversing the sea train for sightseeing. The owner of Carrera Company, Iceberg, lounged in his chair, yawning as if on the verge of collapse. He scratched his head and inquired of his secretary, Khalifa, who stood before his desk. "Khalifa, is there anything of note happening recently?" Khalifa, clad in a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her figure, adjusted her glasses with her fingertip and earnestly began to relay the contents of her notepad. "At 10 o'clock, Mayor St. White Poplar will arrive for a discussion with you, necessitating your personal attendance. At noon, you're to meet with the attendants of several delegations at the Jigsaw Hotel to discuss collaboration matters, followed by an appointment at 3 in the afternoon." Before Khalifa could complete the itinerary, Iceberg slammed his hand upon the table, his expression stern as he regarded her. "Khalifa, do you have any free time today?" Iceberg rose, exuding gentlemanly charm as he took Khalifa's hand, his fingers caressing it gently. "Would you accompany me for coffee today?" Khalifa, accustomed to Iceberg's demeanor, paid no heed to his words. Understanding his intentions, she swiftly withdrew her hand, retrieving a pen from her pocket to strike through all scheduled appointments. "Please cease this behavior of sexual harassment." "Aha! Khalifa, you remain irresistibly charming." Iceberg chuckled, his rejection met with laughter as he slumped back into his chair, pinching his nose. "Another dull day, Khalifa. Is there anything intriguing happening upon the seas lately?" As an agent of CP9, one must commend Khalifa for her diligent undercover work. Even though her superior is rather unreliable, she faithfully fulfills her role as a secretary. Just a fortnight ago, a newly emerged pirate crew, known as the Straw Hats, triumphed over Sir Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, who had attempted to usurp the throne in Alabasta. While the Navy headquarters credited this victory to the White Hunter Smoker, the bounty on the Straw Hats confirms their involvement in this feat furthermore. Recent news circulating across the seas reveals that another group of novice pirates has systematically annihilated several pirate strongholds and islands, even defeating a task force led by a Commodore, leaving their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Khalifa adjusted her glasses with the pad of her finger and added, according to the latest bounty notice, "The captain's infamy has reached a staggering 90 million berries." Ah, the villains of the sea, one might ponder, but it bears no relevance to us. Iceberg yawned and gestured nonchalantly. Indeed, the information provided by the Navy indicates that their route will not pass through Water City. Khalifa maintained her professional demeanor, responding earnestly to Iceberg's inquiry. "More importantly, Khalifa, would you not care to join me for a drink?" Iceberg suggested. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Khalifa bowed to Iceberg and turned to exit the room. As Khalifa walked away, Iceberg yawned once more and gazed at the bustling streets, murmuring to himself, if only peace could persist like this forever. Meanwhile, aboard a maritime train bound for Water City, four distinctive individuals were seated together, each exuding an extraordinary aura. The man at the forefront donned a sleek black casual suit and a hat, his leg crossed and hands clasped upon his knee. His head bowed, as if in repose, emanating an air of aloofness. Beside him sat what appeared to be his female companion, her golden locks elegantly styled, with cascading strands of pastel green drawing attention, particularly her smile, which left the men in the carriage entranced. Opposite this pair sat two others. One appeared slightly older, clad in a loose black coat with an open collar, his long gray hair flowing freely and a scruffy beard adding to his disheveled charm. The other exuded gentlemanly refinement. Impeccably dressed in a brown suit, his hair meticulously arranged, engrossed in a book of indeterminate genre, his every expression causing the women present to feel a flutter in their hearts. Not only the adults, but even the children had their eyes set on a delightful sight. A monkey perched adorably on the table, clad in a tiny vest and a gray felt hat, displaying a comically disdainful expression in response to the children's offerings, further piquing their curiosity. The appearance of the four individuals ignited a flurry of whispered speculation among the passengers aboard the train. Some conjectured that they were nobles from a distant kingdom embarking on a journey, while others boldly speculated that they might be naval officers engaged in clandestine operations. Regardless of their true identities, it was evident that their presence provided ample fodder for conversation, infusing an otherwise mundane journey with a touch of amusement, perhaps one of the few commendable acts they accomplished. An hour later, the train arrived at the station, and a strikingly beautiful attendant gracefully approached the quartet. She knelt beside Hannibal, who was lost in his reading, and gently informed him, "Sir, we have arrived at Water 7. Typically, attendants do not single out passengers for such reminders, and one might deduce the reason for her attentiveness from Barbossa's lewd grin. "Ah, thank you," Hannibal replied, tucking away his book and offering a warm smile as he nodded at the female attendant, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Amid Barbossa's booming laughter, she scampered away, blushing, into the arms of her companions. "Ha ha, I dare say with a face like yours, you could thrive even without resorting to piracy," Barbossa jested, playfully patting Hannibal's shoulder. Yet, Hannibal, with his dignified demeanor, paid little heed to Barbossa's words. In a gesture of gentlemanly courtesy, he opened the railing for McKenna, stepping back to signal her to proceed first. "Is this truly Water 7? It's stunning." Upon disembarking, Harley stretched languidly, adjusting her sunglasses as she joyfully surveyed the city. Her exclamation drew the attention of those around her. "Indeed, this is Water 7, where the blueprints for Pluto reside," McKenna remarked, gazing at the towering edifices in the distance, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Chapter 75. The mission. The true name of Pluto is said to be Hades, one of the three ancient weapons, legendary for its capacity to sink an island with a single shot. The exact location remains unknown to the protagonists, who are unaware that Pluto is in Wano. But it is certain that the schematics lie within Frankie's possession. Whether the blueprints pertain to Pluto or a weapon designed to counter it, McKenna was resolute in her pursuit. The four wandered along the bustling streets of Water 7, seemingly at ease like genuine tourists, taking in the sights around them. With her arm linked through McKenna's, Harley playfully lifted a small treasure chest and cooed, "Darling, is it true that the contents of this chest are worth 100 million berries?" Her voice was not low, as if she were boasting to those nearby. "Of course, that is what the captain of the merchant ship we plunder claimed. Once we convert it to money, I shall buy you any beautiful clothes or jewelry you desire. Dear, your kindness warms my heart." With a sweet smile, Harley stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked McKenn's cheek. The two then engaged in a lively discussion about how to spend their 100 million berries lavishly, oblivious to the world around them. Behind them, Hannibal attentively surveyed their surroundings. Subtly scratching his nose, he murmured, "It's a catch." Upon hearing Hannibal's words, McKenn's smile broadened. Yet he remained nonchalant, continuing his conversation with Harley. Not far behind, a few peculiar figures lurked, their attire conspicuously odd. One, wearing goggles, signaled to another, who promptly understood and led his associates across the street to flank them. They belonged to the Frankie family, known for dismantling ships and moonlighting as bounty hunters, with their leader being McKenn's target. Frankie, being a newcomer in a city teeming with over 30,000 inhabitants, made locating a single person a daunting task. The risk of alarming the target and sending them into hiding would render the effort akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, McKen opted to bide his time, waiting for the Frankie family to reveal themselves, a strategy that proved remarkably effective. Following the directions of passers-by, the four slowly approached the exchange office, encountering members of the Frankie family on several occasions, indicating their cautious nature and necessary probing. As McKen and his companions entered the exchange office, the team leader signaled his companion with a pat on the shoulder, indicating it was time to act. The others swiftly concealed themselves at various intersections. Inside the exchange office, upon opening the chest, McKen was ushered into a VIP room, where the proprietor promptly offered the price of 100 million berries. While the treasures within the chest were worth far more, McKen was unconcerned, aiming to conclude the transaction as swiftly as possible. After the proprietor warmly escorted them out of the exchange office, the concealed Frankie family members sprang into action. First, one individual charged towards them, adopting a fierce expression to capture their attention. However, upon contact, he merely brushed past them and hastily ran in the opposite direction. Following this, a series of crashing sounds diverted the crowd's gaze, and soon, two ragged figures emerged from around the corner, clinging to Barbossa's legs and begging for alms. After this sequence of distractions, as McKen and his group exited the block, the box filled with berries had already been swapped out, leaving them blissfully unaware as they carried away a box filled with newspapers. Success. Atop a building, Cop held a fishing rod, chuckling with glee. He detached the box from the fishing line and stealthily vanished, soon rejoining the others. TSK, 100 million berries. What a fortune. Zombie opened the box, gazing at the neatly arranged stacks of vibrant green banknotes, and chuckled as he made his way toward the base. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the street, the Frankie family remained oblivious to the fact that four individuals were closely observing their every move. I wonder why we must complicate things. Why not simply capture one for interrogation? Queried Harley, twirling a strand of hair and casting a puzzled glance at McKen. There's no need for haste. The official operation is scheduled for 3 days hence. Consider this merely a diversion, McKen replied, retrieving a remarkably intricate device from his pocket. This apparatus featured a short iron handle with a peculiar hexagonal cage-like structure atop it. Within the hexagonal glass, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded, as the space continuously tore apart and mended, creating an eerie and enigmatic display. This is a positioning device crafted by Jigsaw and McKen using their unique abilities, functioning similarly to a locator pointer. The method of construction involved the professor embedding his power into a mold resistant to spatial wear, followed by McKen activating the abilities of the editing fruit to fix it within a specific frame, preventing any damage to the carrying mold. Consequently, Jigsaw can utilize this positioning device to ascertain their current location. After all, the island where the Black Pearl is currently situated is not directly accessible to Water City, and even the Black Pearl would require several days of navigation to reach Water City from there. The Black Pearl's presence is a precautionary measure. The island has already been infiltrated by the CP organization, and McKen does not trust that a mere map of the ancient weapon would attract only a handful of CP9 agents. He suspects that should the situation exceed expectations, and if CP9 personnel are unable to cope, naval ships will likely be dispatched from the nearby military port. Despite the complacency of the upper echelons of the world government, they would not neglect the ancient weapon. As McKen anticipated, Water City had long been infiltrated, serving as a sieve, with countless spies secretly working for CP9. From the moment the four of them set foot on the island, their movements were reported to CP9 operatives present. While the four were fishing, Bruno, a CP9 member, served drinks to several foremen from the Carrera Company at a bar in Water City. Afterward, he picked up a clean cloth to wipe the polished glasses. "Is there a reason for gathering us?" inquired Hadley, also known as Rob Lucci, taking a sip of his drink with a barely perceptible question. Unfazed, Bruno slid a note marked with special symbols before Rob Lucci. Lucci cast a glance at Barry and Treston, who were engrossed in drinking and boasting, and exchanged a knowing look with Kaku. Instantly understanding, Kaku called out loudly to the other three foremen, "Barry, I just remembered that we never settled our last drinking contest. How about we settle it today?" "Huh?" Barry scrutinized Kaku with a dismissive smile. "If I recall correctly, I won last time. But fine, let us compete again today. But you'll have to pick up the tab." "Huh, no problem. After all, it was my suggestion." With both parties reaching a consensus, the other ship worker, Pili Lulu, pressed down his tousle hair with one hand while advising, "Is that wise? We still have work to do." Upon hearing his words, the inebriated Barry immediately grasped his hand, pleading, "Come on, you know my situation. Those debt collectors have left me penniless. I haven't had a good drink in ages." He then shifted his gaze to the earnest Telestron. "Telestron, do lend a hand. You should be well equipped to handle this afternoon's tasks, correct?" And then there's Lucci. However, when he turned his attention to Lucci, the latter appeared distinctly displeased with his gesture. He downed his drink in one swift motion and strode over to another table. No one questioned his actions. After all, in their minds, Lucci was a steadfast and somewhat rigid individual. Chapter 76. The test. What is it that you seek? Lucci inquired of Bruno, who was approaching him with a bottle in hand. Bruno remained silent, discreetly placing a dossier on the table before promptly retreating to the bar. In the brief moment of Bruno's departure, Lucci cleverly concealed the dossier, using Bruno's body as a shield. Once he had secured the document, Lucci did not hasten to examine it. Instead, he mingled with the others, watching Kaku and Barry engage in a drinking contest. After a while, he finally rose and made his way toward the exit. "Ah, Lucci, are you leaving already?" Barry, somewhat inebriated, called out as he observed Lucci's retreating figure. Noticing Lucci merely wave his hand dismissively, Barry opened his mouth and, amidst the cheers of the crowd, downed another hefty drink. "Ah, delightful." Barry slammed his glass onto the table, adopting a provocative tone. "Ha ha ha, Kaku. This time the victor will undoubtedly be me." Kaku, modestly rubbing his elongated nose reminiscent of Pinocchio with a finger, replied with humility, "I still have some confidence in my capacity for drink. I shall not concede easily." "Ha ha, splendid. Cheers." With his objective achieved, Kaku was equally unyielding, raising his glass and indulging once more. After exiting Bruno's tavern, Lucci made his way toward the dock. His gaze lowered as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt an unsettling stir on his shoulder. Looking up, he noticed 4 individuals approaching him. He adjusted his hat to obscure his scrutinizing gaze and observed them discreetly. Before him were 3 men and 1 woman. The 2 in the lead appeared to be a couple in the throes of romance. The woman clung to the man's arm, playfully flirting, while he wore an expression of indulgent affection. Following them were 2 others. One, a carefree elder whose very presence emanated a formidable aura, and the other, a seemingly cultured individual engrossed in a book. Yet, Lucci sensed a predatory essence emanating from this latter figure, an unmistakable aura characteristic of apex hunters. The 4 individuals were naturally part of McKen's group. They had thoroughly assessed the situation at Frankie's base and were merely awaiting the arrival of the Black Pearl to commence their operation. At the fleeting moment when their paths crossed, Lucci locked eyes with McKen, but they quickly averted their gazes, proceeding towards their respective destinations as if nothing had transpired. McKen maintained a warm smile, engaging in continuous conversation with Harley, while Lucci, positioned behind him, clenched his fist tightly, striving to suppress the surging intent to kill. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the instinctive reflex honed over years of covert operations. "Ah, c'est enough. Sweetheart, what are you saying?" "Nothing much. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go?" "I'm hungry. Let's indulge in some culinary delights." The blood-red sunset draped the ground, as if cloaking everyone in a shroud woven from crimson threads. Inside Bruno's tavern, Barry and Kaku had been drinking since noon, and ultimately, Kaku proved superior, carrying the unconscious Barry back to dock number 1. After settling Barry and stepping outside, the rest of the CP9 members have been waiting for some time. Califa, clad in black, let her hair down and turned to Lucci, inquiring, "Is it necessary?" "Countless pirates visit Water City every month, and I have been observing them this afternoon. They seem merely to be here for leisure." "I trust my instincts," Lucci replied, donning a black suit and tightening his black gloves. "This group is definitely not here for mere tourism. Are you suggesting their objective is also the Pluton?" Kaku emerged from the room after changing his attire, casting a glance at Lucci. "Pluton? Do others besides us know of its blueprints?" Califa adjusted her glasses with her fingertip. Lucci did not directly respond to Califa's remark. Instead, he turned to Bruno, who stood silently nearby. "Regardless of their intentions, I will not allow any deviation from our plan. Remember, the mission takes precedence above all else, Bruno." Upon receiving the command, Bruno utilized his devil fruit powers to open a door in the wall, leading to the inn where the 4 individuals he had been surveilling were staying. Bruno's fruit, known as the Dordor fruit, is of the paramecia type, enabling him to create a door on any medium he touches, including walls, human bodies, air, anything conceivable or inconceivable. This also marks the second objective of Macon's journey to the City of Water. The Morsmord fruit poses the second most significant threat after the dark fruit, severely restraining his abilities, its level of menace surpassing even that of the tremor fruit. Thus, even with the bleakest of expectations, should he fail to acquire the blueprints of the Underworld King, he would absolutely not allow the Morsmord fruit to fall into others' hands. As the doors swung open, the CP9 operatives entered in a steady stream, taking up positions throughout the 3 rooms, quietly awaiting the arrival of their prey. Meanwhile, in the inner city of the Water City, McKen and his companions were enjoying the festivities of the sacrificial ceremony. This ritual was dedicated to the deities of water, which, in truth, were merely a colossal tsunami poised to engulf the entire city of water, save for the back streets. However, The impending deluge would also bestow upon the inhabitants an abundance of fish resources, the wealth of which compelled the residents to cherish this land, transforming it into a more opulent locale. Over the years, the day of the water deity's arrival gradually morphed from a solemn ritual into a celebratory occasion, evolving into an attraction for tourists. It can be said that humanity, driven by self-interest, can transform even calamities into fortunes. This year was no exception. The festival would last a month, during which the residents adorned themselves in splendid attire, donning ceremonial masks to hold grand balls in prayer for the blessings of the water deities. Naturally, McKen and his companions would not miss out on such revelry. Especially under Harley's suggestion, they donned local garments and rode atop 3 bluebirds, gliding through the waterways while savoring the night view and sampling delicacies sold along the banks. As Harley leaned against McKen, feeding him the local specialty, water meat, a playful expression danced across McKen's face. Upon leaving the inn, he had used his abilities on his room, and the power of the morsmored fruit had forcibly created a hole as if puncturing a photograph, inadvertently serving as a reminder to McKen. It appeared we have unexpected guests. Oh, should we return to entertain them? It would be improper to keep our guests waiting, Harley said, sitting up straight, her eyes sparkling with eagerness as she turned to McKen. McKen gently kissed Harley's forehead, retrieving a controller from his pocket. With a soft press of the red button, he declared, "No, such uninvited guests do not warrant a personal welcome from the master." At the instant the button was pressed, then several kilometers away began to tremble violently. No explosion ensued, but the very foundation of the building seemed to melt, causing the floors to collapse rapidly. "What is happening?" Califa exclaimed, bracing herself against the wall as she glanced at Lucci. "Run!" Lucci, aware that he might have been ensnared, clasped Califa's waist and leapt from the crumbling room, subsequently employing the moonwalk to ascend to the upper levels of the edifice. Almost instantaneously, as they reached the rooftop, Kaku's figure emerged above them. As he descended, a door materialized beneath his feet, from which Bruno emerged. The two regarded Lucci, whose expression was rather grim, yet remained silent. Chapter 77. The turmoil among the crowd swiftly reached Macken's vicinity. Beside her, Harley, while selecting a mask, remarked with a smile, "It appears our guests have received our gift. I hope it meets their expectations." McKen chuckled softly, personally placing the mask upon Harley's face. The explosives he had deployed were the latest creation from Fran over the past week, a highly corrosive biotic substance, which, when combined with Professor Saw's mechanics, resulted in a portable, remotely operated bomb. Such a substance may not explode, yet it possesses the capacity to corrode anything it touches. McKen does not anticipate that this will harm the members of CP9. His sole objective is merely to buy time. "We have laid an ambush, but why?" Califa gazed down at the residents calling for help, puzzled by the inquiry. She could not comprehend how McKen and his group were aware of their impending arrival and had prepared countermeasures in advance. Could they have discovered our presence? Califa mused, yet quickly dismissed the thought, for they had been lurking in Water City for years. Unless someone had betrayed them, it was impossible. Kaku, arms crossed and a hand resting on his chin, pondered perhaps the target is not us. After some contemplation, he turned his gaze towards Luffy. "Retreat," Luffy stated, and with that, his figure vanished from the rooftop. The others exchanged glances, understanding that this was not the time for discussion, and began to disperse. Luffy, during the retreat, wore a grave expression. Although he could not fathom how the adversary had discovered them, he was certain that this ambush was directed at them. Furthermore, he interpreted a warning from this ambush. Otherwise, they would not have employed such a non-lethal method, suggesting a mutual avoidance of conflict. "What is your true intention?" Luffy soared above the city, using moonwalk, when suddenly his demeanor shifted, and he descended. The others, noticing the change, halted as well. "Luffy, what have you discovered?" Califa inquired, observing Luffy deep in thought. "Please elaborate on their schedule for today." Luffy's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if he had unraveled the adversary's intent. Califa, feeling uneasy under Luffy's gaze, promptly recounted McKen's itinerary after arriving in Water City. "Ah, so that is it, a veritable iceberg." Luffy chuckled softly after hearing her. "Califa, you once mentioned that Katie Flam had sought out the iceberg, did you not?" "Indeed, although it was believed he perished in an accident 8 years ago. Investigations revealed he has since changed his name to Frankie and operates a dismantling shop in Water City." While Califa found Luffy's inquiry puzzling, she answered sincerely, "How could a ruthless pirate allow a group of fools to steal his possessions? Even if he were to be robbed, why would he refrain from retaliation?" Luffy's expression remained serious, yet the amusement in his eyes grew brighter. "There is but one explanation. They're in search of something, fearful of alarming the snake." searching for what Kaku began to ask, but suddenly connected the dots with Luffy's earlier statement. The blueprints of Pluton are in Frankie's possession. As members of CP9, their minds were sharp, and in that moment, they all arrived at the same conclusion. No wonder they had been unable to locate the design for so many years. It was entrusted to a presumed dead man. Yet, we had investigated Frankie years ago, and he was completely unaware of it. At this moment, Bruno spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Years spent as a bartender had fostered a fondness for this lifestyle, and he yearned to extend it a little longer. In the dim light, our investigation from years past had primarily focused on the iceberg, which was merely a cursory examination for him. It is no wonder that the members of CP9 were oblivious. Who could have anticipated the resurrection of a deceased individual, particularly one wielding such a significant artifact? Remaining in such a conspicuous city of water, the average person would likely have fled long ago. Yet, it was precisely this that led CP9 to overlook him. Conversely, when Frankie had encountered the iceberg, any attempt to flee would have immediately alerted CP9, resulting in his capture. Regardless of whether he possessed it, we must now secure him. Just as Kaku was about to make a move, Lucci seized him, urging patience. They had waited 5 years, and a few more days were inconsequential. Khalifa, inform the others and Spandam, Lucci commanded, gazing intently towards the dismantling house. Whether it be the blueprints of Pluto or that band of pirates, I intend to capture them all. Meanwhile, on Judicial Island, CP9 member Gabra was on the balcony, sipping red wine and admiring the sea view, feigning elegance. Suddenly, the transponder snail, nestled in his arms, began to ring. "Hello, this is Gabra. Who is this?" He answered impatiently, but upon seeing Khalifa's visage appear on the snail, his demeanor shifted instantly. "Ah, Khalifa, did you call me because the night has grown too lonely? That constitutes harassment. Gather everyone to Water City immediately, and do not forget to rouse our imbecilic superior. This is Lucci's command." After relaying the message, the call ended abruptly. Gabra, watching the transponder snail slip back into slumber, grimaced, muttering Lucci's name in frustration. "Imbecilic superior, wake up." In Spandam's chambers, he lay sprawled on a soft bed in his pajamas, deep in slumber, even bubbles of mucus emerging from his nose. Gabra, witnessing this scene, was filled with fury, shaking him vigorously. "I am Spandam. Bring me my drink," mumbled the drowsy Spandam, still lost in dreams. In exasperation, Gabra delivered a resounding slap, jolting their commander awake, who then bellowed, "Enemy attack. Assassins. It's me, you fool superior. There's an urgent situation," Gabra shouted, restraining the struggling Spandam who was calling for help. At this moment, Spandam, realizing the situation, rubbed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief, but soon became arrogant again, exclaiming, "Hey, you there, I heard you. I heard you call me an idiot." Gabra, uninterested in his antics, replied directly, "There may be traces of the design of the Pluton discovered in Water City, and they require our support." Upon hearing the mention of the Pluton design, Spandam immediately perked up. This was a matter concerning his career, and he no longer dwelled on Gabra's disrespect. It must be said that Spandam, as a politician, was quite reliable, especially when it pertained to his own advancement. Within mere minutes, he decisively ordered all agents to immediately embark on the next maritime train to Water City. With the command from their highest officer, all CP agents stationed on Judicial Island gathered at the station. After enduring a series of monotonous speeches from Spandam, they finally awaited the arrival of the train. Chapter 78. The battle begins. Update notice. I have an interview tomorrow. Updates will be postponed until evening. Lucci anticipated that the blueprints of the Pluton resided with Frankie and that the call for support would be expected by McKen. After all, they were personnel from CP9 and they possessed a certain level of competence. The reason McKen did not immediately address them upon landing was partly due to his concern that Frankie might become alarmed, and partly to wait for Lucci to lure Spandam in. He needed to utilize the demon-slaying order that Spandam possessed to test the Navy's limits and examine Frankie's inventions. At the Blue Water Station in Water City, a tall figure clad in a local distinctive cloak and wearing a ceremonial mask stood in the shadows, with a similarly masked monkey perched upon his shoulder. "Dear guest," he said, "there are no departing trains at this time. Please return tomorrow." The train's crew received a notification to temporarily seal all entrances and exits, ensuring that no one could pass through until tomorrow morning. Barbossa, standing there, remained unmoved by the commotion, a bloodthirsty smile gracing his masked visage, the mask muffling his sinister laughter. The conductor sensed something amiss. As he retreated, he groped for something at his lower back. However, his movements were ultimately too slow. Barbossa unfurled his cloak, revealing his withered hand gripping a curved dagger. The blade glimmered with a ghastly sheen under the moonlight. This journey to the Water City had not seen him armed with his signature black blade, but rather a random selection from a weapons shop. Yet, even without the black blade's enhancement, Barbossa's prowess was formidable. In an instant, he closed the distance between them. His left hand seized the conductor's face, stifling his cries, before slowly lifting the dagger and plunging it into his throat, dragging the lifeless body into his cloak. Barbossa strode towards the station like an ordinary passerby. Though Hannibal was more suited for assassination, he had other tasks at hand. Inside the Bruno Tavern, the establishment was bustling, filled with patrons taking advantage of half-price drinks in honor of the memorial period. Bruno had returned to the bar after parting ways with Lucy. Lucy, known for his cautious demeanor, preferred to wait for support as usual. Bruno, do you really need that long for a restroom break? Quipped a regular, raising his glass in jest. Just a bit of an upset stomach, Bruno replied nonchalantly, polishing a glass. Oh, you two suffer from an upset stomach? How amusing. Another patron chimed in, laughter erupting among the familiar faces. Despite his serious countenance, Bruno felt a profound sense of contentment within. His prolonged period of concealment had accustomed him to a life devoid of violence. At that moment, the tavern door swung open, and a meticulously dressed man entered, exuding an air of poise. He dragged a large, gray suitcase behind him, suggesting the importance of its contents, as he bore the cumbersome burden. Bruno's expression momentarily stiffened before he regained his composure, watching as the man approached the bar. "Ah, newcomer, here to visit the Water City? Please, do not hesitate to order. Drinks are half off during this period." Hannibal settled at the bar, nodding in acknowledgement. "A martini, please. A cocktail? It seems our guest is no ordinary patron," Bruno remarked, skillfully preparing the drink while subtly probing for information. "Merely a pirate," Hannibal replied, seemingly captivated by Bruno's bartending techniques. His gaze fixed on the cocktail taking form before him. "A pirate? Ah, have you come to repair ships? After all, this place boasts the finest ship repair company in the world." "No, I am merely here to commit murder." At these words from Hannibal, Bruno immediately adopted a defensive posture, cautiously jesting. "Murder? Surely you jest. You wouldn't be intending to kill the mayor of Ice City, would you?" "Of course not." Hannibal shifted his gaze from the meticulously prepared martini back to Bruno, his smile sending a chill down Bruno's spine. "Iron block." The instant their eyes met, Bruno executed one of the 6 styles, positioning himself like steel behind the bar. A grave miscalculation. As Bruno employed the iron block, Hannibal's right hand lunged toward Bruno's neck, appearing as though it was decaying, with only a few remnants of rotting flesh still clinging on, his claw-like fingers enveloped in a layer of hockey. Before the words left his lips, Hannibal's claws had already pierced through Bruno's throat, blood cascading down his arm and into the meticulously crafted martini. The so-called iron block was merely a rudimentary form of hockey and could not withstand the enhanced power granted by Hannibal's devil fruit ability. It was astonishing that a formidable member of CP9, due to his blind faith in the iron block, lost his combat efficacy in a single encounter. One could not help but say that the iron block was a bane. Without pausing, Hannibal forcefully severed Bruno's bull-like head with a single hand, then lightly kicked open a box at his feet. Inside lay a glass container filled with a vibrant green liquid, connected to the box by several wires, indicating it was part of a unified mechanism. After opening the box, Hannibal swiftly discarded Bruno's head into the glass container, then tapped the glass with his transformed right hand. The head, now submerged in the green liquid, appeared to be stimulated, its eyelids fluttering rapidly, which relieved Hannibal. He shut the box once more, then lifted the martini to his nose, savoring its aroma with an expression of bliss. It goes without saying that this box was also a masterpiece of Jigsaw and Fran. The liquid within the glass container was a biological preservation solution cultivated by Fran. As she would put it, as long as the organism is not biologically dead, even a severed head could maintain its vitality for a week when placed within. This extreme invention of materialism has transcended the realm of Hannibal's comprehension and can only be perceived as a form of cutting-edge technology. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Less than 3 seconds elapsed before the patrons of the tavern registered the event, which was Hannibal downing a blood-mixed martini. In an instant, the previously bustling bar erupted into an even greater fervor, albeit of a nature that the guests had not desired. "Murder! A murder has occurred. Quickly, summon the city guard. No, fetch the boatman. Please don't kill me. I'm merely a tourist." Hannibal paid no heed to the throngs fleeing towards the exit. Instead, he retrieved a telephone bug and dialed McKen's number. "Ah, understood. Thank you for your efforts." Outside Dock 1, McKen hung up the telephone bug. The mission between Hannibal and Barbossa had been accomplished, and aside from Barbossa remaining at the station for further instructions, Hannibal would come after concealing the box. After ending the call, McKen surveyed the towering buildings and called out, "Mr. Lucci, emerge! Your murderous intent is as conspicuous to me as a beacon in the dark." Barely had he spoken when two figures emerged from the tightly shut doors of Dock 1. Lucci's gaze, filled with lethal intent, was fixed upon McKen. "Ah, little kitty, that gaze of yours is hardly endearing." Observing Lucci charging toward him without uttering a word. Utilizing his devil fruit ability, McKen smiled slightly, raising his hand to activate the power of the cut fruit. Chapter 79. The Battle of Technique in his beastly form. Lucci embodied both speed and power. As he surged forward, the ground itself was torn asunder, his leopard claws slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, aiming for McKen's head with unparalleled ferocity. Meanwhile, McKen, sporting a smile, had one hand casually tucked behind his back while the other was slightly raised. Lucci shouted, his claws descending. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Just as his claws were about to connect with McKen's forehead, they inexplicably halted mid-air. Realizing the futility of his assault, Lucci decisively retreated several paces, employing a technique to distance himself from McKen. A devil fruit ability, is it? Lucci scrutinized McKen, who wore an air of ease. "Allow me to introduce myself," McKen said, striding toward Lucci. "I am the cutter, a user of the cut fruit. Just now, I severed the spatial continuum between us by a frame. To elucidate, when one cuts an image in editing software and shifts the resulting second image back by a frame, a nearly imperceptible pause occurs during playback, indicating that the two images have indeed been divided. Simply put, after McKen employed his ability, the two were situated in entirely distinct spaces, no matter how potent Lucci's attacks were, unless he could breach the barrier between these two realms. His efforts would be in vain. This is precisely why the door fruit is regarded as the nemesis of the edit fruit. Although McKen did not elucidate the principle to Lucci, the latter, being a seasoned operative, swiftly discerned the vulnerability of McKen's ability. "Kaku!" Lucci stealthily gestured from behind, then launched another offensive towards McKen. Life restoration, paper drawing body. This time, he directly employed life restoration to control his body, hair, and internal organs, allowing his physique to contract, transforming his entire form to resemble that of a human, thus enabling him to achieve an extraordinary velocity. In that moment, Lucci's speed surged once more, and even McKen's dynamic vision could barely capture a fleeting shadow. Throughout the vast realm of One Piece, it is likely that only Lucci has utilized life restoration to such an extent, which explains his eventual induction into CP0. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is regarded as the most formidable weapon of assassination in the history of CP9, having swiftly identified my weakness. McKen's eyes tracked Lucci's silhouette as he calmly remarked, "The first phase of the edit fruit's ability must be within his line of sight. Otherwise, it is rendered ineffective." McKen had not anticipated that mere instantaneous contact would allow the opponent to keenly perceive this fact. Lucci's figure darted rapidly around McKen, occasionally hurling debris to disrupt his observational efforts. Bang! A lamp was severed by Lucci and hurled towards McKen, who deflected it with a punch. Seizing the moment when McKen's vision was obscured, Lucci closed the distance swiftly, reaching out with both hands towards McKen's body. Upon noticing McKen raising his hand, he realized this might be a prerequisite for the activation of his ability, prompting him to quickly alter his approach, transforming his hands from palms to fists and striking fiercely downward. In an instant, the force of his punch shattered the hard marble floor, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Taking advantage of McKen's momentary instability and the cover of the dust, Lucci crouched low, pressing both hands against McKen's chest. The strike delivered by the Black Tiger was profound, sending McKen soaring through the air like a mere ball. Meanwhile, Kaku, who had been poised and awaiting Lucci's command for quite some time, seized the moment with unwavering resolve. The combination of shave and moonwalk propelled him with greater swiftness than the airborne McKen. As McKen reached his side, Kaku executed a devastating downward kick, forcefully driving him into the ground. The ordeal was far from over. After the impact, countless radiant shards of light cascaded like a torrential downpour into the crater created by the collision. "Is it resolved?" Kaku, having ceased his assault, landed beside Lucci, gazing uncertainly at the vast pit. Lucci remained silent, his focus unwavering as he scanned the horizon. Indeed, quite impressive. A series of applause echoed from within the depths of the pit, followed by McKen emerging, his tattered clothing bearing witness to the chaos. Dusting off his face with a casual demeanor, he assessed the two, remarking as if engaging in idle chatter, "You're quite the top assassins of CP9. You nearly managed to injure me. But is this truly your limit?" Kaku, incensed by McKen's dismissive attitude, felt his ire rise, his brows furrowing in indignation. Without awaiting Lucci's command, he utilized the shave technique to close the distance to McKen. "A mere pirate. Who do you think you're looking down upon?" Kaku exclaimed, fingers splaying as he unleashed a barrage of powerful finger guns. Just as the projectiles were about to strike McKen, he vanished from sight. As Kaku instinctively braced himself, a hand rested on his shoulder. "Your shave technique is commendable, but I am equally adept," McKen said. Kaku's heart raced, yet he quickly regained composure. Reaching for McKen's hand on his shoulder, in a swift motion, he pivoted, extending his index finger towards McKen's throat. Alas, despite Kaku's quick reflexes, he could not rival McKen's preparedness. In that fleeting moment, McKen delivered a devastating punch to Kaku's abdomen, forcing him to crash into a nearby structure, gasping as though he might expel his last meal. Lucci, unwilling to stand idly by as his comrade was so easily attacked, swiftly maneuvered to McKen's rear as Kaku was propelled away. With his remarkable speed, enhanced by the paper arts technique, Lucci struck before McKen could retaliate. He first delivered a knee strike, compelling McKen to block, then raised his left arm to deliver a crushing elbow strike to the back of McKen's head. Simultaneously, his right arm snaked beneath McKen's chin, combining their force to immobilize him in a standing guillotine hold. "Kaku!" Lucci bellowed triumphantly as he secured McKen. Just then, Kaku broke through the wall of the building he had crashed into, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his expression was fierce. In each hand, he wielded a short blade gleaming with a toxic green hue, evidently laced with venom. He surged towards McKen at blinding speed, raising his weapon to plunge it mercilessly into McKen's exposed back. Even in this dire predicament, McKen remained composed and unflappable. Indeed, without the enhancement of fruit abilities, it was evident that his combat prowess far surpassed that of these assassins. McKen is not a masochist. His intention is to gauge his own killing prowess through Lucci. In terms of technique alone, Lucci may well be the pinnacle of skill in the entire One Piece universe. It is likely that even admirals and the Four Emperors, when matched in strength, could not surpass one another in skill, as Lucci is an assassin by profession. Naturally, Lucci cannot be compared to the Sea Emperors or the Three Admirals, for technique is merely a facet of power. With a resonant clang, a dagger glimmering with hints of green shattered before Kaku's astonished gaze, revealing Macken's skin now cloaked in an inky black hue. The warm-up concluded. "It was time to send you on your way." Macken's voice, ominous and chilling, echoed as he was ensnared by Lucci, and in that moment of astonishment shared by both, he unleashed an unparalleled aura. This sudden surge of force momentarily disoriented them, and they were simultaneously sent hurtling away. Chapter 80, Overwhelming Dominance. As a member of CP9, you must have heard of Haki, correct? Lucci, propelled through the air, quickly regained his composure and adjusted his stance to land steadily upon hearing Macken's words. His eyes narrowing slightly, he was well aware of the technique known as Haki, a secret skill imparted only upon joining the more enigmatic CP0, rumored to even counter the powers of devil fruits. Upon hearing McKen mention Haki, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Such an enigmatic ability should not be confronted without concrete intelligence. McKen twisted his neck, emitting a gratifying sigh, and then turned his gaze towards Lucci, who was contemplating a strategic retreat. "Considering the time you have spent playing with me, I shall enlighten you. That was Conqueror's Haki. Its general effect is to render those of lesser strength unconscious." McKen spoke slowly, deliberately, withholding a complete introduction, for he himself had yet to master the intricacies of Haki's application. Then there is observation Haki. As McKen's words hung in the air, Lucci's sixth sense alerted him to an insidious presence enveloping him, heightening his unease. He immediately seized Kaku and employed the Soru technique, dashing toward the city, hoping to utilize the terrain to evade his pursuer. Fleeing would prove futile. Under the perception of observation Haki, I have already grasped your every movement. McKen executed a swift kick, cleaving through a building, the debris sealing off the avenue of escape. He then utilized Soru, positioning himself at lightning speed before Lucci. Finger pistol. Barrage. Faced with McKen's seemingly prophetic anticipation of his evasion, Lucci unleashed his unique attack, a technique only activated when life is returned. As he propelled countless finger bullets at an imperceptible speed. Finger pistol Gatling. McKen mirrored his opponent, displaying an unparalleled speed with both hands as he engaged in a fierce exchange with Lucci. With the perception afforded by his observation Haki, Lucci's every assault was deftly intercepted by McKen, their powerful strikes generating shockwaves that prompted Kaku to instinctively shield his eyes. Once the onslaught ceased and the air settled, Kaku lowered his hand, only to be taken aback as he beheld Lucci in a dire state. Kneeling on one knee, Lucci's hands were grotesquely disfigured. Aside from a few fractured fingers, the rest had been reduced to a bloody mess scattered across the ground. Yet, this was not his gravest injury. Numerous bullet-sized wounds on his chest gushed forth blood, and despite his desperate attempts to staunch the flow with his palm, it proved futile. Empowered by armament hockey, McKen extended a finger and, akin to a gunslinger of the Wild West, blew softly, demonstrating that this hockey could adhere to the human body. Not only could it strike natural-type devil fruit users, but it also augmented physical strength to surpass that of steel. Lucci, Kaku bellowed, dismissing any explanations. He lunged through the air, executing a rapid, wide-ranging kick, the Gale Foot line. The elongated, razor-sharp strike descended upon McKen from Kaku's position. Why not listen properly? McKen did not even glance back, his left hand extended with armament hockey enveloping it, effortlessly tearing apart the Gale Foot capable of cleaving buildings in half. Witnessing his attack dismantled so easily, Kaku unleashed another Gale Foot, unleashing a flurry of strikes akin to a bombardier, enveloping McKen in a cloud of dust. Utilizing the Soru technique, Kaku swiftly reached Lucci's side, hoisting his arm in an attempt to flee towards the dock. He believed the shipwrights must have been roused by now, and if they could reach the dock, escape was possible. Well, it seems you're not the diligent students I hoped for. Within the swirling dust, McKen's figure flickered in and out of view as he sighed softly, reminiscent of a teacher addressing inattentive pupils, before casually dispersing the dust with a wave of his hand. It appears I must impart a lesson. By the time this declaration reached Kaku's ears, McKen stood before him, leaving Kaku astonished, given his speed. Even if his opponent utilized the Soru technique, such swiftness was unexpected. Kaku's suspicion was correct. McKen had not employed Soru at all, but rather his devil fruit ability. To elucidate, simply, he first utilized the power of the edit fruit to transform the absolute positions of himself and Kaku into a photograph, with them positioned on opposite sides. He then excised the space between them from the photograph and recombined the two halves, achieving an effect akin to teleportation. To clarify, the representation could be summarized as follows. 1-2, where 1 and 2 denote the respective positions of Kaku and McKen in the photograph, with the space in between representing the distance between the two individuals or the image captured in the photograph. Then, upon activating his ability, McKen cut and edited the scene, resulting in the following situation. Back to the main topic, at the moment McKen appeared, Kaku exerted all his strength to hurl the severely injured Lucci, who had reverted to his human form, towards Dock 1. At that instant, the shipwrights, awakened by the battle, began to emerge one after another. As Lucci was pushed forward, he was caught by Barry, another foreman, who, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, "Lucci, are you all right?" "Hey, Kaku, what on earth happened? Quickly, take Lucci and escape." With a final roar of fury, Kaku surged forward, his legs propelling him with astonishing force as he embraced McKen around the waist. The immense impact sent both of them crashing into the waterway in front of the dock like cannonballs. Observing Kaku's resolute determination, the still inebriated Barry felt somewhat dazed. However, the other foreman, Pipli Lulu, rushed in to take command while adjusting his hair. "You two, take Lucci to the hospital. Barry, Telsden, let us assess the situation." The two panicked shipwrights swiftly obeyed the command, racing with Lucci towards the city, while the others, under the leadership of the three foremen, sprinted towards the waterway. During their frantic dash, a thunderous explosion resonated, and the tranquil waterway erupted, sending a plume of water skyward. As the mist cleared, a figure slowly emerged, his attire somewhat tattered, yet striking a chord of unease in the hearts of the onlookers. In his hand, he held a severed head, dripping with blood. "Kaku foreman!" Someone shouted, drawing everyone's gaze towards McKen's hand. Kaku's familiar face bore a resolute expression, yet his unblinking eyes seemed to reflect a hint of unwillingness. "May I inquire?" McKen glanced at the shipwrights, uninterested in explaining Kaku's identity. A malicious smile spread across his face as he opened his mouth. "Do you know where Rob Lucci is gone?" "Rope, sword, whip." However, McKen's seemingly polite inquiry was met with Barry's furious attack. McKen sidestepped the assault and muttered, "Is that so? How touching, this friendship," with a chuckle. "Notice, I have passed the interview and will undergo a medical examination tomorrow, starting work the day after. Future updates will be in the evenings, with a tentative specific time." Chapter 81. Harley's game. Hey, Calipha. Beside the stretcher carrying Lucy lay a telephone bug, Yet silence persisted from its end, shrouding Lucy in an aura of despair. The two boatmen hastened through the alleys of the city, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain to distance themselves from Dock 1. Regrettably, however, Lucy's life force, perceived through his observation of the world, shone like a beacon in the night, soon drawing the relentless McKen closer. A tempest descended from a starlit sky, and Lucy reacted swiftly, propelling his legs away from the impending attack. Alas, the remaining two boatmen were less fortunate. One was cleaved in half, while the other fell, incapacitated by the aftermath. Kneeling on one knee, sweat trickling down his forehead, Lucy realized that his grievous injuries would likely seal his fate this night. "Mr. Lucy, your abrupt departure saddens me deeply," McKen remarked, stepping leisurely from the depths of the alley, his bloodied form betraying the chaos that had unfolded. "Lucy, flee quickly," cried the remaining boatman, rising from the ground and grasping McKen's leg, desperately shouting towards Lucy. "One cannot help but admire their unwavering trust in you. I wonder how they would react if they knew your true identity." As he spoke, a dark cloud drifted across the clear sky, obscuring the silvery moonlight. Enveloped in shadows, Lucy could merely glimpse McKen's teeth, gleaming with a ghastly pallor. As the cloud passed, moonlight once again illuminated the street. McKen seized the boatman by the head, lifting him effortlessly before tightening his grip around the man's throat. A mere flick of force unleashed a fountain of blood as McKen brutally tore the boatman's throat apart, discarding the lifeless body carelessly to the ground as he advanced toward Lucy. The sound of his footsteps echoed like a funeral toll, resonating ominously in Lucy's heart. Perhaps this is the fate I deserve," Lucy mused, bowing his head with a grim smile. Rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze upon McKen. Though aware death awaited him, he refused to surrender passively. Drawing upon his paper-drawn combat skills, Lucy crushed the ground beneath him, propelling himself towards McKen with fervor. 6 techniques, maximal wheel, 6 king's spear. In the instant he closed the distance, Lucy relinquished his life essence, transforming back into his formidable beastly form, delivering a powerful strike aimed at McKen's chest. The shockwave from the attack rent McKen's clothing asunder, the force collapsing the buildings behind him, awakening those who had succumbed to slumber. "Your will is commendable." As the dust settled, McKen looked down upon Lucy with a gaze tinged with pity, yet laced with folly. TCH. As Lucy observed his techniques proving utterly ineffective against the armament, a self-deprecating smile crept upon his lips. With a soft pop, Macken's hand pierced through Lucy's chest, extracting his heart, which he then crushed delicately in his grip. Thus, the most gifted assassin of the CP organization met his demise at the hands of an obscure pirate. As Lucy collapsed, the transponder snail that rolled to his feet transformed into a frantic visage of Khalifa, her voice filled with panic. "Lucy, can you hear me? I've been attacked. Retreat. Retreat." McKen crouched down, retrieving a handkerchief from Lucy's pocket to wipe the blood from his hands. Picking up the transponder snail, he remarked, "Everything here is settled. Once I've had my fun, I'll head to the station to rendezvous with Barbossa." "Who are you? What has happened to Lucy?" Khalifa's voice grew increasingly hysterical, but soon faded into silence. Time rewinds slightly to the headquarters of the Carrera Company, where Khalifa, having completed her tasks, stretched and gazed out at the scenery. She mused that it wouldn't be long before she could no longer behold such beauty, stirring a twinge of melancholy within her. Adjusting her glasses, she quickly regained her composure, tidied her desk, and prepared to return to her residence. At that moment, the transponder snail on her desk rang, prompting a sigh from Khalifa. The only person who would call at such an hour, besides her unreliable superior, was her icy boss. Curious about what mischief her superior was up to this time, she reluctantly answered the transponder snail with professional decorum. "Mayor, do you have any instructions?" However, to Khalifa's surprise, it was not the usual disjointed voice of her boss that greeted her, but rather a melodious laughter. "Who are you?" Khalifa exclaimed, startled. "I am right here in this building. Find me, and I shall reveal the truth. Otherwise, let me think. I planted several bombs throughout this structure, but fret not. Their power is merely enough to erase this entire block." Upon hearing this, Khalifa's mind raced, swiftly identifying the suspect. "You are the fallen Harley Quinzel." After Khalifa announced Hallie's name, a faint sound of surprise echoed from the telephone bug. "Wow, you are so clever. Come and catch me, ha ha ha." Accompanied by Hallie's laughter, the call was abruptly terminated. Khalifa scrutinized the telephone bug in her hand, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She then dialed Lucy's number to report everything, but only encountered a busy tone. The inability to connect caused a grave expression to envelop Khalifa's face. A tremor coursed through her hand, and a thorn whip materialized. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed open the door to seek Hallie's whereabouts. However, as soon as she opened the door, her demeanor shifted dramatically. The scene outside no longer resembled the headquarters of Carrera Company. The walls, exuding a musty odor and riddled with cracks, stirred unsettling memories within her. A devil fruit ability? Carifa murmured, proceeding through the oddly familiar yet foreign surroundings. Carifa. Suddenly, a voice, strikingly neutral yet familiar, resonated behind her. She whipped around, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Father. Before her stood a rather handsome, middle-aged man clad in a black suit, wearing a gentle smile directed at her. Carifa's father was also an intelligence officer with CP9, a legacy she had inherited. He waved at Carifa warmly, saying, Carifa, my daughter, you have not disappointed me. I'm truly proud of you. Carifa stared in disbelief at the image of her father from her memories and approached him cautiously. He reached out, tenderly ruffling her hair with a smile. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Carifa was taken aback, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Lowering her head, she murmured, Father, I... Before she could finish her sentence, the previously kind smile of her father twisted into a sinister grin as he suddenly grasped her throat. I died such a tragic death. My dear daughter, come and keep me company. Chapter 82. Ambush. The violent sensation of suffocation jolted Carifa from her sorrow. Veins bulged on her forehead as she exclaimed, You are not my father. Gripping his arm with one hand, she swung the thorn whip with the other. With a sharp crack, Carifa's airway was restored. She touched her neck, raising her gaze, only to see the man's figure becoming ethereal while his smile intensified, erupting into a booming laugh. Yet, the laughter gradually morphed from a masculine tone into a feminine one. Damn it! Realizing this, Carifa lashed out with another strike, shattering the apparition completely, leaving only a string of melodious laughter in its wake. Don't let me catch you. With gritted teeth, Califa spoke, her expression contorting into a ghastly visage, utterly devoid of the allure that once characterized her mature demeanor, emanating a palpable aura of lethal intent. As she embarked on her exploration, each new door she opened unveiled a shifting tableau, and she encountered familiar figures from her memories more than once along the way. Colleagues and childhood companions such as Lucci, Kaku, and Gabra were the unfortunate souls she had dispatched over the years, each scene unfolded with excruciating realism, immersing her in the moment. However, every individual she encountered seemed intent on her demise. Yet fortunately, the strength of these phantoms was rather feeble. A mere strike was sufficient to dissipate them. Although these apparitions posed no tangible threat to Califa, they incessantly eroded her composure, rendering her increasingly irritable. Upon opening yet another door, the scene reverted to the familiar confines of the Carrera Company building. Califa proceeded cautiously, when suddenly, a door swung ajar, revealing the icy figure of Akiji, who, upon seeing Califa, exclaimed in astonishment, Oh, Califa, why are you still here at this late hour? His surprise quickly morphed into a lecherous grin, as he suggested, Or have you finally decided to join me for a cup of coffee? Before Akiji could finish his sentence, Califa lunged towards him with ferocity, her eyes ablaze, and brandished her thorny whip, striking at his chest. The shipwright, caught off guard, was sent crashing against the wall by the force of her blow. Trembling, he clutched his wound, disbelief etched across his face as he uttered, Califa, why? And with that, he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, Carifa also came to her senses. The phantom she had previously encountered vanished swiftly after sustaining a blow. Yet the imposing iceberg before her appeared, gravely wounded. This left Califa in a state of uncertainty, yet she did not relinquish her vigilance. Holding her thorn whip with one hand, she cautiously approached the iceberg. Through her examination, she confirmed that the iceberg indeed resembled a living being, and the blood upon it appeared genuine. Damn madman, Califa muttered under her breath after several confirmations, immediately hoisting the iceberg and striding toward her office, where emergency medical supplies were stored. Upon returning to her office, Califa placed the iceberg on her desk and turned to rummage through the first aid supplies. However, in her current disarray, she lost her composure and forgot the location of the medical items, haphazardly searching through the cabinets to vent her inner turmoil. Found it! Califa exclaimed as she retrieved a box, swiftly turning to bandage the iceberg. Yet, just then, she found herself enveloped by the iceberg's embrace. Lowering its head, the iceberg whispered softly, You are truly gullible, ha-ha. In that moment, Califa felt a sharp pain as a dagger pierced her lower back. Die for me. Enraged, Califa unleashed a finger gun aimed at the iceberg's head, which was subsequently pierced through, causing it to slowly dissolve into an ethereal white mist. though that laughter continued to echo in her ears. Pulling the dagger from her back, Khalifa took several deep breaths and patted her face, realizing that she had been led by the nose from the very beginning. If this continued, she might not even safeguard her life. Lowering her head, Khalifa engaged in rapid contemplation, repeatedly muttering to herself, "Calm down, calm down." The data did not record the madwoman's fruit ability, but it was speculated to be hallucinogenic. She had to remain composed. Closing her eyes, Khalifa began to devise a strategy. Recalling the scenes from her training with the CP organization when the instructor had taught them how to counter hallucinogenic substances. Subsequently, Khalifa focused her mind, remembering the methods taught, and slowly raised the dagger to stab fiercely in her left hand. The pain, undoubtedly, was an excellent catalyst for awakening her self-preservation instincts. As she twisted the dagger, the intense pain gradually brought clarity to her mind, allowing her to recall returning home after parting with Lucci and the others that evening, taking a shower, and lying down on her bed. However, her previous vigilance seemed to have waned. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she succumbed to deep slumber. Suddenly recalling, Khalifa's eyes flew open, the familiar ceiling coming into view. She realized she was indeed lying in her bed. Just as she attempted to rise, a wave of excruciating pain surged through her. Raising her left hand revealed a gruesome sight of torn flesh. Was it the fruit ability related to dreams? Would the experiences within the dream reflect in reality? Khalifa pondered to herself, but she quickly snapped back to reality, rushing into the living room to dial Lucci's number. Clearly, this attack had been premeditated. She needed to alert Lucci and the others to retreat immediately, awaiting reinforcements by the morrow. "Lucci, can you hear me? Lucci, I've been attacked. Retreat, retreat." The imagined voice of Lucci did not materialize. Instead, the figure of a resolute man gradually took shape in the guise of a telephone bug. Sensing the potential plight of Lucci, the anxious Khalifa immediately began to interrogate, yet her inquiries were met with a chilling chorus of laughter from behind her. Moments later, the Blue Water Station was graced by the arrival of 3 unwelcome guests, and, at this point, no train conductor was present to thwart their entrance. "You certainly arrived late," chuckled Barbossa, savoring a bottle of rum pilfered from the conductor. His demeanor was one of sheer indulgence, as if he were relishing a rare vintage for the first time. Though in reality, he merely clutched a bottle of inferior liquor, easily purchasable for a mere few hundred berries. "Is everything set?" McKen inquired, having donned a fresh outfit, addressing Barbossa as he enjoyed his drink. "Of course, my nefarious captain, provided that the little girl's instructions were accurate. Rest assured, Fran's skills are reliable," McKen replied as he tossed Lucci's severed head to Barbossa. "Now, let us commence preparations. Our guests shall be arriving soon. Fear not. They shall undoubtedly be pleased with the grand gifts we have prepared for them." "Ha ha ha," Barbossa boisterously proclaimed, extending his hand to receive the heads of Harley and Hannibal tossed his way. Aside from Bruno, the heads of the other 3 CP9 members were neatly hung from Barbossa's waist as he swaggered into the station, guzzling his drink with a callous disregard. Chapter 83. I only slept around 3 in the morning last night, or rather, this morning, and it was merely my first day on the job. I am utterly foggy-headed. Today's update has been postponed. Feel free to scold me. It is what it is. Chapter 84. Hunt tonight. The company is hosting a welcome event, so there will only be one update. To make amends, I shall work extra hard tomorrow and provide 4 updates. Additionally, future updates will generally be scheduled around 6 to 8 in the evening. As dawn pierced the darkness, adorning the horizon, a colossal steel beast exhaling dense fog emerged from beyond the sea's edge, accompanied by a mournful sound. This is a steel train upon the sea, gazing through the windows. One observes that every compartment is filled with individuals clad in gray coats and adorned with wide-brim hats. This group of individuals adheres to an unwavering discipline. Even in the absence of their superiors' oversight, not a single word is uttered throughout the prolonged journey, emanating an inexplicable aura that incites a sense of unease. They are the operatives trained by the CP department, the clandestine guardians of the world government. Each possesses extraordinary skills, although they may not rival the legendary CP9 or CP0. In solitary combat, the average Navy personnel would find themselves outmatched. "Hey, Lucci, you must be aware of the consequences of trifling with me," Spandam exclaimed, standing at the front of the sea train that had departed from Judicial Island, his voice resonating through the transponder snail as he addressed Lucci, who had come into view. "Rest assured, we have pinpointed the exact location of the Pluton blueprint." Lucci's voice responded from the other end with an undeniable certainty. "Ha ha. This means we are about to be promoted. Ha 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 ha." Spandam rejoiced at Lucci's reply, dancing with glee at the front of the train. only to be doused by a wave that turned him into a drenched figure. Watch it, you foolish superior. If you continue to gloat like that, you'll find yourself feeding the fish. Gabra leaned against the door, casting a sidelong glance at his nominal superior while delivering a cutting remark. Huh, Gabra, I heard you. Did you just call me foolish? Spandam turned, glaring fiercely, even bringing his face uncomfortably close to Gabra's. Huh, the waves are too loud. You must have misheard, Gabra retorted, nonchalantly digging at his ear, utterly dismissive of Spandam. The others ignored the usual banter between Spandam and Gabra, while a member of CP9, Weichi, bore a contemplative expression. Lucci is actually seeking assistance. It seems this adversary is formidable. Huh, I think Lucci may have become a bit dull after years of working as a boatman. Hee, I must take the opportunity to mock him this time, Gabra declared, shoving Spandam aside and turning to the concerned Weichi, reflecting on the 5 years since they last met. Uncertain if Lucci had regressed. Seeing Gabra's combative demeanor, the others felt a sense of helplessness. Lucci and Gabra had always been odds, perhaps due to Gabra's stubbornness in tolerating Lucci's superiority. Amidst their idle chatter, the sea train gradually approached the station. At that moment, the station appeared eerily desolate. Once bustling with voices, now devoid of any presence. Perhaps out of professional instinct, the CP9 members remained vigilant, continuously scanning every possible hiding place for foes. Even Spandam, despite his foolishness, retreated into the carriage, maintaining a semblance of the caution expected of a CP9 commander. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. The sound of footsteps echoed from the empty station outside. Spandam, hiding behind a burly man, saw the approaching figure and immediately emerged, bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lucci, I always knew you would never disappoint. What about the design of the Pluton? Spandam chuckled, just as he was about to approach the three who were approaching, when suddenly a hand obstructed his path. Gabra, with a sinister gaze directed at Lucci, inquired ominously, why only the 3 of you? Where is Bruno? Bruno is still monitoring the suspects, answered Kaku, brimming with enthusiasm as he greeted everyone. It's been 5 years. I can hardly remember what you all look like. As soon as Kaku finished his sentence, a rotund member of CP9, the owl, came hurtling toward him like a ball. Upon witnessing the owl's sudden assault, Kaku would not remain passive. He swiftly delivered a kick that sent the creature flying. What a touching reunion ritual. I can hardly bear it. The owl, propelled through the air, performed a few rapid spins before landing gracefully like a ballet dancer. He gently unzipped his mouth, declaring, 6 forms, duel. MMM, MMM. The owl nodded with his eyes closed, seemingly in deep thought. It appears that 5 years have not dulled your skills, Kaku. I presume Lucci and Califa have similarly improved. That remains to be seen. One must personally test such matters to know, Gabra remarked, eyeing Lucci with eager anticipation, ready to engage in a bout. Observing Gabra's enthusiasm, Lucci frowned, somewhat impatiently stating, I did not summon you here for such trivial games. Indeed, Spandam interjected promptly. First, let us secure the design of the Pluton. Reminiscing can wait until the celebration. He urged, quickly, where's the design hidden? Spandam rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as if gazing upon a treasure. That is precisely why we summoned you for support, Califa, adjusting her glasses, informed Spandam. We have ascertained that the design of the Pluton is concealed with Tom's former disciple, Frankie. Who? Frankie? Spandam appeared bewildered, pondering if Tom had taken on other disciples. When suddenly he recalled the young man who had once blocked a train with his body. You mean that Frankie? Spandam exclaimed, fear evident on his face as he grasped Califa's hand. Is he a ghost? That constitutes sexual harassment, Califa retorted disdainfully, withdrawing her hand while explaining the series of events to Spandam. Yesterday, a group of unidentified forces infiltrated Water City, slaughtering all the workers of the Carrera Company. And even the iceberg has vanished. Frankie, upon witnessing this, has gone into hiding. Hence, we have requested your assistance in capturing him. Cunning fellow, Spandam mused. Hearing that Frankie had faked his death and concealed himself, Spandam exhibited his trademark foolish grin, thumping his chest and assuring, rest assured, I will capture him, ha ha ha. Upon listening to Califa's explanation, the other members of CP9 cast skeptical glances in her direction. Gabra directly inquired, an unidentified force? Are you implying that in this city we have infiltrated, there are matters beyond your investigation? Even the closely monitored iceberg has vanished without a trace? The truth was indeed as such. Califa adjusted her glasses, opting not to elaborate, and retorted, so, do you choose to pursue Frankie now? Or shall we continue wasting time here? Observing the escalating tension between the two, Spandam, as the commander cleared his throat softly, attempting to mediate. "Now, everyone shall heed my orders. Capture that fellow Frankie, and afterward, you may engage however you wish." Bound by Spandam's command, the agitated Gabra was restrained by the soundless owl, leading the group to search for Frankie's whereabouts within the Water City. Chapter 85. The Grand Ball unfolds. Calipha's statement held merit. Frankie had indeed hidden himself following the turmoil of the previous day. However, his location had long been securely monitored by McKen. The reason for inaction lay in awaiting the arrival of the Black Pearl. As Spandam led a contingent of CP agents to cordon off the Water City in pursuit of Frankie, an elderly man staggered out from corner of the station. Grasping a bottle of liquor, he reeked of alcohol, resembling a disheveled drunkard. Inebriated, Barbossa swayed towards the stationary train, and upon glancing at its overall condition, he immediately leaned against the carriage and vomited. "Hey, who are you? Get lost." The CP-8 member guarding the train promptly noticed the drunken figure and contemplated whether to silence him. Barbossa, akin to a hung-over individual still in a daze, wiped the grime from his mouth with his sleeve, raising his head to reveal a grin showcasing his yellowing teeth. Has it all crumbled? I should have heeded that little girl. This is truly unbearable." Upon closer inspection, Barbossa's limbs trembled uncontrollably. He tilted his head back, taking another hearty swig of liquor to quell the agony of his collapsing physique, particularly the incessant buzzing in his mind that hindered his concentration. The CP-8 member, lacking patience, observed Barbossa's indifference and promptly leaped from the train, intent on eliminating the vagrant. Sensing someone approaching, Barbossa let out a loud shout, expelling the stench of alcohol from his mouth. This startled the agent, causing him to halt in his tracks, on high alert. Moreover, several companions followed suit, jumping off the train to encircle Barbossa. "Huh, do you wish to kill me?" Barbossa, trembling and swaying, surveyed the agents gradually encircling him. After emitting a belch, he declared, "No need for your concern. Ha ha ha. I shall handle this myself." With that, he raised the curved blade in his hand and plunged it into his abdomen. "Oh, that hurts like hell. Yet, this sensation of being alive is truly exquisite. Ha ha ha." Barely finishing his sentence, Barbossa seemed to find his demise insufficiently swift, as he swiftly withdrew the blade and brutally severed his own neck. A group of CP-8 agents stood in stunned silence, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, until Barbossa's twitching corpse lay still, prompting one of them to approach and check for signs of life. Upon concluding their inspection, one agent promptly reported to Spandam, who was already en route to the city. Perplexed, Spandam presumed it was merely the act of a madman and instructed them to handle the situation themselves. Following orders, the CP-8 agents prepared to dispose of Barbossa's body into the sea. Two agents hoisted his lifeless form and made their way to the platform, casually discarding it into the ocean, confident that the currents would soon carry the body away. After completing their task, the two agents dusted off their hands and returned to their posts. However, in the brief moment they turned away, Barbossa's corpse rapidly disintegrated, dissolving into a mass of crimson, fungal-like substance that sank into the depths of the sea. Once these entities descend to the ocean floor, they spread gradually like capillaries, albeit at a languid pace. Yet, the encroachment upon the surrounding maritime expanse is merely a matter of time, unimpeded by external forces. Following the enigmatic demise of Barbossa, the Black Pearl glided steadily towards the rising sun, nearly 5,000 nautical miles from the City of Water. A pirate, possessing a modicum of nautical experience, earnestly gripped the helm, his gaze fixated upon a peculiar device in his hands, constantly affirming his course. Beneath the deck of the Black Pearl, in a shadowy chamber, a flicker of green luminescence abruptly illuminated the space. As a series of fluorescent lights ignited, Fran, donning a mask, entered through the door. She was no longer clad in the student attire from her summoning. Instead, she wore a pristine white work uniform. Over this, she draped a cloak, her four hands deftly manipulating the seemingly intricate machinery before her. Upon activating a button, 2 rows of immense apparatus sprang to life. Dozens of cultivation tanks, ranging from 2 to 5 meters, filled with bubbling green liquid. Fran approached the last cultivation tank, which illuminated a warning light, indicating that the occupant had awakened. Inside was an elderly man, approximately in his 50s, tethered with numerous tubes, his long hair undulating with the green fluid. His bearded visage was obscured by an oxygen mask, from which bubbles perpetually escaped, and his eyelids began to tremble, as if on the verge of consciousness. After observing for a moment, Fran gently pressed a switch, and as white steam erupted from the tank-S connection, the old man, along with the liquid, cascaded to the ground. "Mr. Barbossa, has the journey been pleasant?" she inquired. Coughing, Barbossa swiftly pulled off his oxygen mask, coughed a couple of times, and then burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, the sensation of being alive is truly delightful. Unlike my current state, he mused, shaking his fist with a sense of reflection. The body you designed is far too fragile. It has barely been days, and already it falters. Firstly, this disposable clone vessel cannot sustain itself for long due to the excessive drain on its vitality, especially after the implantation of the biological virus. Pandora, Fran explained earnestly. Furthermore, the consciousness grafting technology remains imperfect. The compatibility of the vessel relies on Miss Harley's dream projection abilities. Thus, even a shell crafted from your own DNA cannot guarantee flawless integration. It is only because of your immortal essence, Mr. Barbossa, that I dared to experiment with such an immature technique. Frankly, the fact that this vessel has lasted several days exceeds our expectations. Barbossa had not anticipated that his casual remarks would elicit such a serious explanation from the other party, leaving his mind in a whirl. He waved his hand dismissively and donned the attire he had prepared in advance, patting his black blade with a smile. The stage was nearly set, and, as the protagonist, the Black Pearl could not afford to be late. Changing the subject, Barbossa made his way towards the door. Mr. Barbossa, there's one more thing to mention. During your absence, there has been a breakthrough concerning the reverse engineering of the cursed gold. However, due to the involvement of mysticism, certain issues remain debatable. Nevertheless, we believe progress will be made soon. As Barbossa reached the doorway, he glanced back with a charming smile. This was indeed splendid news. Without a backward glance, he strode into the shadows. On the deck, the helmsman was cautiously navigating along the designated course, fearful of straying from the path. Suddenly, he felt a hand clap on his shoulder. Turning around, he found Barbossa gazing with fervent joy at the boundless sea. Be Barbossa, the first mate. Barbossa disregarded his words, snatching the compass from the helmsman's grasp and gently caressing the ship's wheel, as if it were a beloved. Ah, Black Pearl, my dear girl. It has been too long. These fools must have vexed you greatly. But fret not, for I have returned. Unleash your wild spirit, my beloved. With that, Barbossa abruptly turned his head towards the deck and bellowed at the crew of pirates. You ignorant swine who only know how to defecate and fart. Raise the sails, for a grand ball awaits us. I, Captain Barbossa. Chapter 86. Frankie's actions as the Black Pearl sped towards Water City. The city itself was under strict martial law. Spandam, leveraging his position within the world government, had seized complete control of Water City. With the disappearance of the iceberg, the city's guard was left with no choice but to obey him. Listen up, you lot. Spandam shouted from the top of the municipal building, brandishing his sword. Immediately commence the hunt for Frankie and his gang, who were responsible for the murder of several shipwrights and the kidnapping of a spagwit. Heavily reward anyone who finds them. The city guard and the few surviving shipwrights were skeptical of Spandam's words. While the Frankie family had a notorious reputation in Water City, they could hardly believe that they would resort to kidnapping the mayor of Iceberg, especially considering the claims of the murder of foremen like Barry. Yet, all clues pointed towards Frankie's gang, and regardless of the truth, they had to locate them first. In the midst of the CP organization's search, the city guard and the shipwrights, members of the Frankie family, gathered in a sewer. The sewer, constructed by Tom in bygone days, was originally envisioned as a means to confront the deities of water. However, it was only half completed when he was apprehended for aiding Pirate King Roger in shipbuilding, leading to the abandonment of this endeavor in favor of the creation of the sea train. Have there been any sightings of the iceberg? Frankie inquired anxiously from his seat, addressing the returning crew members. The previous night, he had sensed unrest and ventured forth to seek the iceberg, only to discover that all personnel in Dock 1 had been slain. This grim revelation stirred a foreboding within him, especially since the iceberg had failed to establish contact. He decisively led a group into hiding. Boss, this is bad, exclaimed a member of the Frankie family, returning in a state of panic. The mayor of Iceberg is missing. Furthermore, a contingent from the world government has arrived, accusing us of kidnapping the mayor and murdering the shipwrights. They are currently scouring the town for us. What? Frankie gasped, momentarily paralyzed by shock, but soon regained his composure and speculated that this entire charade might be orchestrated by the world government, aimed at seizing the plans for the Pluton. This was exceedingly dire. Ace Bug must have been abducted by those scoundrels. I cannot stand idly by. I must rescue him. Frankie anxiously rubbed his head, pacing back and forth as he contemplated how to save the iceberg from the clutches of the world government. Suddenly, an illuminating thought struck him. If they could abduct the iceberg, why could he not do the same? As the saying goes, capture the leader first. According to intel gathered by his subordinates, the enemy's commander was located at the city hall, and thus, he could indeed kidnap the commander to compel the release of the iceberg before making his escape. With this newfound determination, Frankie clapped his hands and struck a pose that was nothing short of embarrassing, exclaiming loudly, "Super!" Following this moment of silliness, he began assigning tasks to his crew. Zombie. Yes. You will release Sodom and Gomorrah, then lead the mighty destroyers to create a diversion in the outer city, allowing Sodom and Gomorrah to reach the waterfront safely. Understood. Kiwi Ma's present. The Square sisters replied in unison when called upon. Follow me. I recall there's an entrance in this sewer that leads directly beneath the city hall. Yes, boss. The rest of you, disperse and create chaos for those in pursuit. Remember, do not engage in direct confrontation. If the situation becomes dire, retreat. Got it. All right, splendid. Let us commence our operation. We must rescue the iceberg from the clutches of those scoundrels in the world government. After Frankie's command was issued, everyone began to act independently. Frankie led the Square sisters through the intricate network of sewers, finally halting at an exit. Due to the prolonged construction of the facility, the upper exit had been sealed. However, this posed little challenge for the Frankie family, who specialized in ship dismantling. He hoisted Kiwi, one of the Square sisters, up to the sealed entrance. She retrieved an unknown object from her pocket and affixed it to the blocked entry, then signaled Frankie with an OK gesture. Light it, Frankie instructed. As Kiwi ignited the object, a scent reminiscent of boiling cola wafted through the air. Soon, the once robust cement of No. 42 began to crack under the heat. With a gentle tug, Kiwi easily breached the cement as if it were mere plastic. Excellent, the cola acid bomb is a success. Frankie exclaimed joyfully, though he quickly covered his mouth. Kiwi nimbly slipped through the opening to ensure the area was safe before pulling the other two through. It appeared they had entered the basement of the city hall, with the upper level likely housing the minions of the world government. Maz examined the layout and whispered closely to Frankie, "Let us proceed." The three crouched low and approached the basement door. Upon opening it, they found themselves in a courtyard. Peering through the crack of the door to observe a gathering of agents clad in white and black attire, while the original personnel of the city hall had been expelled. The guards exhibited a remarkable level of professionalism, steadfastly monitoring the entrance while vigilantly surveying their surroundings. This does not bode well. It appears that infiltrating the premises will be quite a challenge, Kiwi murmured quietly to Frankie. Indeed, Frankie narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the guards, and concluded, "It seems we can only wait for the actions of Chi-Hawk and his crew." Fortunately, Frankie and his companions did not have to wait long. Soon, the streets were filled with the sound of continuous explosions and cries. Frankie's crew has appeared. Their firepower is overwhelming. We require assistance. A man dressed as a shipwright staggered into the courtyard, bearing numerous wounds as if he had just emerged from a bloody battle. The two agents stationed at the gate exchanged glances but offered no response. Instead, they took out their transponder snails to inquire about Spandam's orders. Once the call was connected and the situation explained, Spandam's voice boomed from the other end. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and capture that group." The chastised agents rolled their eyes and rushed outside, while the shipwright seized the opportunity to follow, giving a thumbs up towards the courtyard as he departed. "Hurry up," Frankie called out, leading the Frankie family swiftly towards the entrance. Their journey was remarkably smooth, as most agents had been dispatched by Spandam to hunt down the Frankie family, leaving only a few to maintain security. After a series of stealthy maneuvers, Frankie finally reached the top floor, his heart ablaze with fury, no longer concealing himself. He bellowed and charged directly at the two agents at the door. Due to his modifications, Frankie's body was entirely composed of steel, even though the agents reacted swiftly. Firing at him, their bullets could not pierce his metallic form. Strong right hand. Frankie unleashed his iron fist, striking one enemy, then swung his arm, connected by a chain, like a massive pendulum, to send another flying. Weapon left hand. As he retracted his right hand, he extended his left, opening his palm to reveal a cannon barrel. Aimed at the entrance, and fired shot. As the cannon roared, Frankie stormed through the doorway, shouting, "Damn world government lapdogs." Hand over Ace Bug. Chapter 87. The curtain rises. The celebration of Water City was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Spandam and his associates, rendering the once bustling streets eerily silent aside from the hunting crowds. Gabra, the soundless owl, the mighty lion, and Nero, a newcomer to CP9, followed Lucci into a narrow alleyway. "This seems adequate. I believe this place is just right," Gabra remarked with a sinister tone, hands tucked into his pockets as he surveyed the towering buildings on either side. "Is it finally time for you to unleash your frustrations?" As the path ahead came to a halt, Lucci slowly turned his gaze towards Gabra, whose murderous intent had been palpable since their initial encounter. No need for further words. Whatever schemes you harbor will meet their demise here, interjected Yuyo, stepping forward. Ah, indeed, it has been quite the performance you've put on, Lucci remarked, nonchalantly twisting his neck. Truly, counterfeit is but counterfeit, no matter how exquisite the facade. I remain curious as to how you dare to follow me. Do you truly believe you can ascertain how he perished? As he spoke, Lucci gestured toward his own face. What audacity you possess. How dare you speak so, Gale Foot, lone wolf. Gabra retaliated with a leap, executing a Gale Foot slash. But his strike was not aimed at Lucci and his companions. Instead, it cleaved into a nearby structure. With the Gale Foot's destructive force, the towering edifice began to collapse rapidly towards the gathered individuals. Without lifting his gaze, Lucci merely waved his hand, sending the falling debris hurtling away. Watch out. As the opponent cleared the obstacles, the lurking owl of Inwu swiftly produced an object from his attire, enveloping the three in its grasp. What is this? Lucci reached out to feel the material encasing him. A net woven from black steel wire, each cord adorned with spherical stones spaced 10 centimeters apart. Hey. A sea prism stone capture net. You must be devil fruit users to have the audacity to confront Lucci, but alas, under the influence of the sea prism stone, your abilities are rendered null. Gabra grinned malevolently at the trapped trio, akin to observing three morsels ensnared upon a sticky board. Truly, the world government possesses a myriad of tactics. Lucci ran his fingers over the capture net, as if the sea prism stone held no sway over him. Not effective? Gabra pondered, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could they not be devil fruit users? He gestured for his comrades to remain vigilant, grappling with the impossibility of Lucci's demise without the involvement of a devil fruit. Just then, Lucci retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button, triggering a violent explosion that sent tremors throughout the street. The blast rivaled an earthquake, causing surrounding buildings to collapse in an instant, burying everyone beneath the rubble. Yet, the members of CP9 were not to be trifled with. They adeptly utilized their training to escape the chaos. Bah, where did those rascals go? How they fled? Gabra, in his werewolf form, tore apart a massive boulder, spitting in disdain as he shouted. Gabra, sir, come take a look. Nello, a newcomer from CP9, lifted a slab of stone, gazing with an expression of bewilderment at the very spot where Lucci and the others had been. What is it? Gabra and the others approached with expressions of sheer astonishment. Inside the net lay three individuals, their faces ashen and lifeless on the ground, clearly having been deceased for an extended period. Even more bizarrely, their bodies appeared to be melting away like scalding tar, leaving behind only three pristine heads quietly resting in a pool of black liquid. Upon witnessing this scene, Gabra and his companions turned pale, completely bewildered by such a method. Suddenly, Gabra had a realization and swiftly dialed Spandam's snail phone, only to be met with a series of disconcerting static sounds. Damn it, we've fallen into a trap. Follow me, Gabra shouted, hastily gathering the heads of Lucci and the others as they raced toward the town hall. At the same time, in a dilapidated warehouse within Water City, McKen and his companions slowly regained consciousness. This method of manipulating puppets through dream projection felt akin to role-playing, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Why not simply eliminate them and capture that fellow named Damu to extract the snail phone? Harley inquired, stretching her arms as she stood, relishing the comfort of her own body. On one hand, it was to provide experimental data for Fran's research, and on the other, it served to pass the time. McKinn brushed the dust off his clothes and made his way toward the door, anticipating Barbossa's arrival the following day. It was time to meet the main character. In the sewers, Spandam was bound to a makeshift stone chair, while Frankie stood beside him, livid. What? You claim you don't know who kidnapped Iceberg? Frankie exclaimed, seizing Spandam by the collar and preparing to deliver a punch. At that moment, Spandam's visage had already been beaten into a pulp, and he reiterated in garbled speech what he knew. Frankie, I doubt this scoundrel is lying, remarked Kiwi, one of the Cube sisters, hastily restraining Frankie's raised arm. This situation could still serve as leverage. If Frankie were to kill him, it would be an irretrievable loss. Who exactly is behind Iceberg's kidnapping? Frankie seethed, lowering his clenched fist as he pondered, unable to conceive anyone other than government personnel having the motive to orchestrate such an abduction. Are you searching for Iceberg? Just as Frankie's brow furrowed in concern, a voice emerged from the shadows of the sewer. Startled, Frankie turned sharply to see three figures leisurely emerging from the darkness. McKen flashed a warm smile at Frankie, stating, if you wish to see him, I might be able to assist. Iceberg should be reunited with Tom down below. Hearing McKen's words, Frankie's eyes widened in disbelief as he gritted his teeth, retorting, "What are you saying? Did you have your ears stretched during modification? I told you. Iceberg has already been eliminated." McKen enunciated each word deliberately. "Perhaps you would like to hear the details of the process." In an instant, Frankie felt a disorienting swirl of sensations, a fleeting sense of unreality. Just as he intended to step forward, Kiwi B, quicker than he, raised his sword and aimed a strike at McKen's neck. Yet, even fueled by rage, Kiwi B proved no match for McKen. With a mere flick, she disarmed him, extending her hand to seize his throat and render him subdued. In this moment, neither Frankie nor Maz was able to react until Kiwi let out a painful wail, prompting their movements. "Kiwi," Frankie shouted, casting a fierce glance at McKen. "Release her at once. What kind of skill is it to bully a woman? If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one." Upon hearing Frankie's words, McKen nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging a semblance of truth in his statement. Subsequently, he exerted a gentle yet decisive pressure, snapping Kiwi's throat. Frankie and Maz stood frozen in shock as they beheld Kiwi's lifeless body. "Kiwi!" Maz cried out in anguish, drawing his blade to exact revenge. At that moment, Frankie, regaining his senses, seized Maz, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at McKen. "You will pay for this." Chapter 88. The Demon Slayer Order, Gale Cannon. Frankie unleashed his most potent attack, the cola within him surging, and a blinding white light emanating from his palm. Just as the Gale Cannon was fully formed, McKen advanced, extending a hand to block the cannon's mouth at the moment of firing. A muffled thud resonated as the shockwave rattled the sewer, causing dust to cascade from above. The force of the impact made it difficult for everyone to see, and once their vision cleared, they discovered the unfortunate Spandam had been toppled over, having already been soundly beaten by Frankie. He lay unconscious, utterly defeated. Frankie, too, was propelled against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth and nose, coughing violently while his arms emitted wisps of black smoke. "Big brother Frankie," Maz exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes as he rushed to Frankie's side, filled with concern. "I'm fine. What about that guy?" Frankie spat blood and, with Maz's assistance, gradually rose to his feet, casting his gaze toward McKen's position. McKen had also been pushed back 2 or 3 steps by the Gale Cannon's might, raising his right hand, now charred and dripping with blood. "Hey, impressive power," McKen remarked, shaking off his injury, unconcerned. With his mastery over life restoration, he knew such wounds would heal within minutes. "You came here for the design of the Underworld King, didn't you?" Frankie's arms trembled as sparks flickered intermittently. "Indeed, I appreciate clever individuals. You should have surrendered it willingly." As McKen spoke, he utilized a technique to appear beside Frankie, effortlessly striking Maz with a punch that sent him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, motionless, leaving his fate uncertain. Still dazed from the earlier impact, Frankie barely had time to react when McKen's foot pressed him into the unforgiving earth. "Or perhaps I could take it myself." "Damn you." Frankie's voice was muffled against the ground as he declared, "You will never obtain the design of the Underworld King in this lifetime." "Frankie." Super Crescent. As Frankie uttered the name of his technique, his body temperature soared rapidly, and the cola within his chest was completely consumed, emanating a palpable sense of danger that raised the hairs on one's neck. "Self-detonation? You may attempt it." McKen discerned Frankie's intentions and cast a scornful gaze upon him, unperturbed by the latter's impending move. As time progressed, Frankie's entire being began to swell, his chest transforming into a vivid crimson. With his final ounce of strength, he let out a thunderous shout. "Go. Accompany the iceberg and others to their doom. Bastard." As his cry faded, the energy accumulating within Frankie breached its threshold, and he peacefully closed his eyes, yearning to reunite with Tom and the iceberg in the afterlife. However, after a prolonged wait, the anticipated explosion failed to materialize. Upon opening his eyes, he was jolted to discover that his condition had reverted to that of moments before his self-detonation. "Impossible. How could this be?" Frankie struggled desperately, his last resort having failed him, leaving him in a state of disarray. Yet, McKen felt no obligation to provide answers. His heart surged with exhilaration. The Straw Hat Boy was the chosen one, blessed by fate, and he could not fathom that Frankie, who had yet to cross paths with him, would receive similar favor. McKen exerted more pressure on Frankie, thoroughly crushing his body and stripping away the last remnants of his resistance. Subsequently, he employed the cutting abilities of the edit fruit to rend Frankie into pieces. In an instant, what was once a living being transformed into countless mechanical parts and flesh. The moment Frankie's life force extinguished, McKen, quick-witted, seized a stack of blueprints that had been cleaved into quarters from the heap of debris. Yet, instead of examining the documents, he scrutinized Frankie's lifeless form. If such a degree of destruction could be reversed, perhaps he should abandon the pirate life altogether and join the Revolutionary Army. Is that all there is? McKen felt a tinge of absurdity. He had vanquished a member of the protagonist crew. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly chuckled, then covered his face with one hand, tilting his head back in raucous laughter. The madness in his eyes, visible through his fingers, was so intense that it caused Harley, who had stepped forward to celebrate with him, to instinctively retreat 2 paces. Destiny. Huh. At this moment, McKen distinctly felt the reins of fate etched with an indelible mark, convinced that he would sever them entirely in the not-so-distant future. "Sweetheart, are you all right?" Harley inquired, concern etching her features as she watched the seemingly deranged McKen. Since her arrival in this world, she had never witnessed such a side of him. This incarnation of McKen felt oddly unfamiliar to her. While Harley was flustered with worry, the rational Hannibal stood silently beside her, allowing McKen to vent. As a psychologist, he was all too familiar with such scenarios. "I am well. Never have I been better." McKen took a deep breath, gradually calming himself from the euphoric state he had been in. Observing McKen return to his familiar demeanor, Harley skipped over to his side, linking her arm with his, and clumsily began to shift the conversation. "Is this the legendary ancient weapon design?" she inquired eagerly. The design blueprint for Hades, also known as Pluto, appeared to be quite aged, with the paper slightly yellowing. Due to McKen's abilities, it had been divided into 4 parts, though this did not hinder its readability. However, upon receiving the blueprint, Harley found herself utterly perplexed. Not only she, but McKen and Hannibal as well could not decipher it. The design was inscribed in ancient script, which was not beyond McKen's expectations. Yet this particular blueprint uniquely dismantled Hades into individual components for explanation, entirely eliminating any possibility of deducing specific designs from the overall image. The 3 of them pored over it for quite some time, yet grasped not even a fragment of understanding. Frustrated, Harley decisively abandoned the effort, suggesting they leave such matters to Professor Jigsaw, who might comprehend it better. Hearing Harley's words, McKen tucked the blueprint away. He had never intended to construct Hades in the immediate future, as time was on their side. It would be better to entrust it to Jigsaw for thorough examination. Subsequently, McKen's gaze shifted to Spandam, who lay quietly on the ground, feigning death. With the affairs concerning the Mera no Mi and the Hades design resolved, the next order of business was the Demon Slayer decree. Harley approached Spandam with a mischievous grin, extending her hand to deliver a sharp slap to his pig-like face, eliciting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Don't kill me. I'm a member of the world government. I'm a chief of CP9. I possess vast wealth." Observing Spandam's defeated demeanor, Harley rolled her eyes in disinterest and turned her attention to Spandam's sword. The sword, named Van Gogh Fried, having consumed the elephant fruit, gained a semblance of self-awareness. It sensed the eager gaze of Harley, shifting its guard as if attempting to distance itself from this seemingly unstable woman. Unfortunately, its movement was a beat too slow, and Harley seized the hilt directly, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be my new toy. Now, let me ponder what name to bestow upon you." She lightly tapped her chin, furrowing her brow as if genuinely contemplating a name for a sword. Meanwhile, McKen bent slightly, wearing a benevolent expression as he addressed Spandam. "I suppose I have saved your life, my dear officer. Might I request a favor from you?" Chapter 89. The commencement of the ball through McKen's amicable discourse. He effortlessly procured the golden transponder snail from Spandam. Upon investigation, he discovered that the golden transponder snail was secured by a unique encryption method, rendering it inoperable to anyone without the proper authorization. Though McKen was perplexed as to why Akiji entrusted the Demon Slayer button to such a contemptible scoundrel, he acknowledged that it inadvertently aided him. Time swiftly passed to midday, and, sensing the moment was ripe, McKen retrieved the transponder snail to contact Barbossa at sea, inquiring how long it would take for the Black Pearl to arrive. Moments later, the old pirate's boisterous laughter echoed through the snail. "Ha ha, my nefarious captain. The Black Pearl shall reach Water City in approximately an hour." "Very well, make haste," McKen replied before disconnecting the call, turning his gaze toward Spandam, who sat obediently in his seat, resembling a wronged spouse. At that moment, Spandam's face was a mask of panic, his previous composure entirely forsaken as he pondered escape plans. Yet, with his meager combat prowess rated at a mere 9, his chances of fleeing were nothing short of fantastical. "Now, dear officer, I implore you," McKen spoke, startling Spandam from his musings, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Observing this, McKen gently patted Spandam's shoulder, assisting him to his feet, and even took the liberty of adjusting his collar. "Are you certain? This is Water City," Spandam exclaimed, incredulous. "Have you lost your mind?" Despite Spandam's despicable nature, his political acumen was not to be underestimated. After the iceberg consolidated all shipyards in Water City, even the world government had become its most significant contractor, rendering its status unparalleled. At this moment, Spandam was unequivocally convinced that McKen had indeed lost his sanity. It is worth noting that along the entire Grand Line, aside from the four emperors, no other force could withstand the onslaught of the demon-slaying order. Even the four emperors would hesitate to confront it head-on, for this was not merely a contest of individual prowess. Spandam's palpable panic stemmed from the fact that the so-called demon-slaying order was an operation code authorized by the world government, aimed at executing indiscriminate and devastating attacks on the designated areas. In theory, the demon-slaying order necessitated the deployment of 10 warships, 5 vice-admirals, and a cadre of elite naval personnel, with each ship manned by no fewer than 1,000 sailors, all with the singular purpose of obliterating their target. Spandam's limited mindset led him to believe that these 3 individuals before him were undoubtedly courting death. Complying with their demands seemed inevitable. After all, what other options remained? McKen maintained a benign smile, yet Spandam discerned a glimmer of threat and mockery in his gaze. Was McKen truly mad enough to unleash the demon-slaying order? The answer, of course, was negative. He had 3 compelling reasons for his intent. The first was to test Frankie's invention, preparing for future confrontations with the emperors of the sea. The second reason was to probe the Navy's limits, assessing their tolerance level, especially with Ace soon to be sacrificed to the Navy by Blackbeard. The third, and most significant reason, was a bid to sever the ties of destiny. Even if the demon-slaying order did not completely annihilate Water 7, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. The United Corellar Company would splinter once more, and McKen was keen to observe how the Straw Hat crew would manage to construct the Thousand Sunny in the absence of Iceberg and Frankie. Moreover, his audacity in allowing Spandam to initiate the demon-slaying order indicated that he had contingencies in place, and he was confident that the Navy, or rather, the world government, would never allow the destruction of Water 7. Spandam swallowed hard, trembling as he picked up the Den Den Mushi. Just as he was about to dial the Navy headquarters, he cast a furtive glance at McKen. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, resigned to his fate, and closed his eyes before activating the golden Den Den Mushi. Almost simultaneously, a silver Den Den Mushi within the Navy headquarters emitted an alarm, prompting the responsible naval liaison to promptly relay the urgent message. Report. The silver Den Den Mushi has received a signal. Admiral Aokiji has authorized the activation of the demon-slaying order. Target, Water 7. The reporting officer was equally incredulous, fully aware of Water 7's esteemed position within the Navy. "What?" exclaimed Vice Admiral John Giando, slamming his hand down on the table in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. "This matter must be escalated immediately." John Giando frowned, acutely aware that Water 7 was unlike any other place. In any other location, even on Judicial Island, he would have prepared without hesitation. However, Water 7 held unparalleled significance, to say nothing of the fact that the battleships required for the demon-slaying order were produced there. To unleash such an order against Water 7 would be tantamount to severing one's own arm for the Navy. With this thought in mind, Rear Admiral John Giando promptly dialed the Den Den Mushi to report this action to Admiral Sengoku. "Hello, John, what is it?" Sengoku, currently savoring his lunch, was enjoying a rare moment of leisure amidst his exceedingly busy schedule as an admiral. Upon hearing John Giando's report, Sengoku, sipping his hot tea, immediately spat out, mirroring John Giando's disbelief. Fortunately, Sengoku's composure proved resilient. He pinched his brow and regained his calm. As an admiral, he was aware that Aokiji had already delegated the demon-slaying order to Spandam. Although Spandam was undeniably a fool, he was not so incompetent as to overlook the gravity of the situation. After a moment's contemplation and another pinch of his brow, Sengoku contacted the world government, recognizing that Spandam was nominally under their authority, and he could not shoulder the burden alone. After some back-and-forth negotiations, an agreement was finally reached. With a sigh of relief, Sengoku immediately issued orders to John Giando. The demon-slaying order was absolute, yet Water 7 must not fall. He dispatched 5 warships along with 2 vice-admirals to ensure that losses were minimized. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Sengoku exhaled deeply, contemplating retirement. However, he soon found himself sighing again at the thought of his 3 potential successors. Receiving the orders, John Jando swiftly mobilized the warships and contacted the nearest vice admiral, estimating that they could reach Water 7 in just over an hour. "Hey, I've done as you asked. Let me go already. If you all want to die, don't drag me down with you." Spandam, having closed the golden den mushy, looked at McKen with a face full of hope, not wishing to perish under cannon fire. "No hurry. Since we seem to get along so well, why not stay with me for a while longer?" McKen employed a color, and the moment he did so, Hannibal promptly resecured Spandam, who attempted to utter a few words but was swiftly silenced by Hannibal's decisive blow to his jaw, leaving him to stammer and drool. Naturally, McKen would not allow Spandam to escape, as the members of the CP organization could furnish him with a substantial amount of sin points. In fact, even the contributions from Lucci and his companions exceeded McKen's expectations. Chapter 90. The curtain rises. Our blood runs cold as ice. Our plundering knows no bounds. Our shattered forms are ensnared. Our souls irrevocably damned. Awaiting the moment to embark on a journey alongside our master, paying homage to the great and immortal calamity of the ocean. It rises from the abyss, accompanied by tattered sails and astonishing legends. We set forth toward the boundless seas. On the tranquil surface of the sea, a black pirate ship sped forward like a dart, with the crew on deck singing in hoarse voices the distant ballads of pirates from another realm. The weather of the Grand Line shifted as unpredictably as the mood of a woman in menopause. Barbossa, having just concluded a conversation with McKen, extended his hand to feel the raindrops descending from the sky. The once clear sky darkened instantaneously, resembling the depths of night, where only the occasional blue lightning could illuminate the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The calm waters were soon dominated by torrential rain and fierce winds, with towering waves soaring over 3 meters high, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. A particularly large wave crashed down, scattering the pirates in disarray, compelling them to cease their singing and hastily secure the sails. Shaking off the seawater, Barbossa wiped his beard and reached into his coat, but suddenly his actions halted, and his expression dimmed. Cursed, he had lost the right to enjoy life. In his deep frustration, Barbossa directed his ire toward the unfortunate pirate lackeys, bellowing orders for them to expedite their work. Meanwhile, 5 imposing warships advanced toward Water City. These vessels were extraordinarily large, their most notable feature being the thick metallic layer encasing their wooden hulls, measuring several centimeters in thickness. The depth of their drafts indicated an astonishing volume, yet their speed was anything but sluggish, powered by turbines that propelled them at more than double the pace of a sailing ship. Moreover, the decks of these warships were teeming with stationed naval personnel, with no fewer than 1,000 visible at any given moment. The naval forces aboard are the elite of the headquarters, each a seasoned warrior with a wealth of battle experience. Their faces reflect nothing but determination and obedience, and collectively they emanate a palpable aura of menace, causing even the seagulls soaring in the sky to steer clear of their presence. Admiral Ghost Spider, at our current velocity, we shall reach Water City in an hour. A nervous ensign rushed to the deck, reporting the navigation status to Admiral Ghost Spider, who sat calmly in his chair. With a low grunt, he exhaled a plume of smoke from the cigar clenched in his mouth. Admiral Ghost Spider, adorned with a helmet embossed with a 2-headed dragon motif, had long hair cascading like the legs of a spider, gripping several swords with fierce intensity. His expression was menacing, instilling a sense of unease in the lieutenant beside him. Even with his eyes closed, among the formidable beings of the headquarters, Ghost Spider ranks among the most powerful, second only to the admirals and legendary figures such as Sengoku and Garp. Notably, he is a renowned hawkish figure within the Navy, firmly believing in Akainu's absolute justice. His ruthless nature leaves no room for mercy towards pirates. Once engaged in battle, he is indifferent to the casualties of his subordinates, making him the ideal candidate for executing the Demon Extermination Order. 5 warships, led by the vessel of Ghost Spider, formed a V-shaped formation, advancing with great momentum towards Water City. Merchant ships traversing the route chose to turn and flee, speculating on the Navy's impending significant actions. As time progressed, the fleet tasked with the Demon Extermination Order arrived a few nautical miles from Water City, its resplendent scenery becoming increasingly visible. Admiral Ghost Spider, we are nearing Water City. The ensign, having stowed away his binoculars, immediately reported to Ghost Spider. With a sudden jolt, Ghost Spider's eyes flew open, his piercing gaze captivating all around him. He rose slowly, biting down on a cigar, exhaling smoke as he commanded, prepare to attack. But Admiral John's orders were to proceed with caution. The lieutenant's words were abruptly interrupted by Ghost Spider. Are you questioning my orders? The lieutenant dared not respond, bowing his head, not even daring to breathe audibly. Fortunately, Ghost Spider was disinclined to pursue the matter further and strode to the bow of the ship to survey the situation. As he gazed at the approaching water city, a frown creased his brow. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung it fiercely, unleashing a slash towards the city. Just as the pirates were left bewildered, a black slash materialized from the waters before Water City, colliding with Ghost Spider's strike, resulting in a fierce clash that ultimately dissipated into thin air. Immediately afterward, a massive rift tore open in space, from which an elegantly designed black vessel burst forth, crashing onto the surface of the sea and sending up a tremendous splash of water. The ship that has suddenly appeared is undoubtedly the Black Pearl. It arrived here first and lay in ambush under the power of the saw. Ha ha! Truly deserving of the title of Rear Admiral. Such keen instincts. As the splashes of water subsided, an old pirate, donned in a wide-brimmed pirate hat, stood triumphantly on the prow of the ship, laughing heartily. What an amusing fellow. The Ghost Spider's eyes also revealed a flicker of interest. As a swordsman, he had not encountered an opponent of his caliber in quite some time. Open fire. With the command of a naval officer, 5 warships began to bear down on the Black Pearl, unleashing a barrage of firepower that far surpassed that of ordinary vessels. As these ships were the main force behind the demon-slaying order, each cannonball launched was over 50 centimeters in diameter, streaking from the cannons, trailing brilliant flames, and hurtling toward the Black Pearl with relentless might. However, Barbossa appeared utterly unfazed, keeping his head held high, a grin on his face, and his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Ghost Spider. Behind him, on the deck, the Saw, draped in a black and red cloak, slowly stepped forward, first peeling back his hood with his gnarled hands, then raising his arms. Instantly, the entire Black Pearl became enveloped in a thin layer of black film, as if cocooned in dark bubbles. The whistling cannonballs struck the film and vanished in an instant. Before the naval officers could register their astonishment, countless cracks opened above their heads, and the vanished cannonballs rained down upon the warships like a torrential downpour. The sudden assault caught the Navy off guard, resulting in significant casualties. However, their elite status quickly came to the fore as they regained composure and began to mount a counteroffensive. Among them, several formidable naval officers managed to shoot down the incoming cannonballs, while others methodically initiated rescue operations. The Ghost Spider's hair billowed wildly as he shattered the cannonballs raining down upon him, his gaze shifting from Barbossa to the elder behind him, his expression darkening as he muttered, "A space-type devil fruit? Humph. This trick is insufficient. Switch to attack mode, area bombardment." The Ghost Spider commanded with a huff. The 5 warships spread out in a staggered formation and resumed firing, but this time, the cannonballs rained down like a deluge, saturating the entire marine expanse. The power of the cannonballs landing near the Black Pearl was formidable. Upon striking the surrounding waters, they generated colossal waves, which also bore tremendous force, crashing violently against the black film. Although the waves dissipated upon hitting the film, they nonetheless exerted a severe strain on the Saw, whose already pallid complexion grew increasingly ghastly from the exertion of his powers. Chapter 91. The Might of the Demon-Slaying Order. It appears that the action has commenced. In the office of the town hall, McKen sat in his exclusive seat, savoring the red wine held by the iceberg, and upon hearing the cannon fire, remarked slowly, "Are we not to provide support?" Hannibal stood before the towering bookshelf, searching for a coveted tome. Upon hearing the sound of cannon fire, he turned and inquired, "No, we must take responsibility for the aftermath. Should Fran's experiment falter, we will need to retain our combat capabilities for remediation. You wouldn't wish for the entire world to be overrun by monsters, would you?" McKen waved his hand dismissively, regretting his consent to Fran's harrowing experiment. For according to her conjectures, a failure could very well unleash a catastrophe akin to a biohazard crisis. If left unchecked, even the 4 emperors might ultimately be submerged beneath an endless tide of monsters. Wouldn't that be delightful? A raucous spectacle upon the sea is far more entertaining. A carefree voice from the entrance broke in. It was Harley, whose expression betrayed a desire for chaos. McKen sighed, redirecting the conversation. "Is everything cleaned up?" "Of course," Harley declared proudly, patting her chest and displaying several severed heads strung from a sword. "Excellent," McKen commended, recognizing that members of CP9 were extraordinary even among ordinary folk. He anticipated that the bioweapons they cultivated would indeed surprise him. "Hey, young lady, are you not yet ready?" The old man seems to be reaching his limit. Meanwhile, in the waters before Water City, Barbossa observed the Jigsaw's waning strength, losing his usual composure. He was not overly concerned for himself. but rather feared for the Black Pearl's safety. Apologies, there appears to be an issue with activating the genetic spores of the biological virus. Fran's voice resonated aboard the Black Pearl. Despite the escalating tension, her tone remained remarkably calm. Within her laboratory, Fran was intently adjusting a peculiar apparatus. Her four hands deftly managing several flasks and test tubes that emitted a nauseating odor. Before her lay an oddly shaped creature, neither fish nor fowl, possessing a fish-like head and tail fin, yet with 8 slender, rodent-like limbs protruding from its abdomen. As the bizarre fluid coursed through it, the creature's 8 limbs began to thrash violently, its mouth opening and closing to expel repugnant green slime. Please endure for a while longer. The subject seems to be undergoing a transformation of an unclear nature. Fran spoke nonchalantly, her focus unwavering, an earpiece nestled in her ear. Damn it, I should never have placed my trust in sorcery. Barbossa cursed under his breath, unable to comprehend Fran's extreme materialistic science, which he could only attribute to some form of dark magic. Can you hold on, old man? Barbossa glanced back at Jigsaw. The professor nodded, retracting his abilities before vanishing into thin air. In the next moment, the entire Black Pearl followed suit, disappearing from the sight of the ghost spider. Gone? The troublesome capabilities of that demon's tail. The ghost spider furrowed his brow as he observed the vanishing Black Pearl, exhaling a plume of cigar smoke before issuing his commands. All personnel, heed my orders. Prepare type 3 ammunition for battleships 2 through 5, and ready specialized munitions for battleship 1, targeting the entire maritime expanse. His directives were swiftly relayed to all gunners by the flag officer, prompting the naval crew to spring into action, replacing standard ammunition with crates of specialized ordnance. Battleship 2, fully loaded. Battleship 3, fully loaded. Battleship 4. Each vessel reported its status in turn. With a decisive flourish, the ghost spider raised his long blade and brought it down forcefully, commanding fire. In an ear-splitting roar, the 4 battleships unleashed a barrage of projectiles. Though their initial velocity was modest, once airborne, the shells rapidly fragmented, coalescing into a dark, billowing cloud that enveloped the entire sea. Subsequently, the dispersed munitions plummeted into the water, and after a brief silence, the ocean erupted into tumult, with brilliant white flames visibly igniting upon the surface. The amalgamation of cluster munitions and white phosphor shells is utterly inhumane. It is no wonder that anyone who has encountered the Demon Slayer Order is filled with dread, as the 4 warships prepared their ordnance. The colossal main cannon of the flagship, the Ghost Spider, was gradually elevated, aiming toward the heavens. Report. The specialized ammunition for ability users has been fully loaded, shouted a naval lieutenant towards the Ghost Spider. A sinister grin spread across the face of the Ghost Spider as he exhaled a plume of cigar smoke and commanded, "Bring them down." "Aye, fire," responded the naval captain, saluting before issuing the order. The shells surged through the steel chamber, launched at a steep angle towards the sky. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull thud, followed by a shadow creeping across a portion of the sky. Subsequently, a deluge of black dust cascaded down, enveloping the flaming sea below. Upon contact with the dwindling flames on the water's surface, a violent chemical reaction ensued. The ocean boiled with an intense heat, steam rising and mingling with the black dust, forming a dense, ominous fog. Through the shroud, the Black Pearl gradually emerged before the eyes of the Ghost Spider. This peculiar artillery shell was originally crafted by Vegapunk as a specialized weapon designed to counteract the abilities of those who wield the material P. However, its efficacy pales in comparison to that of Sea Prism Stone, merely capable of temporarily weakening abilities, while its exorbitant production costs rendered it utterly impractical, leading Vegapunk to abandon it. In the spirit of repurposing, it was employed in the Demon Slayer Order to combat those with powers. Otherwise, even the mightiest of warships would be rendered ineffective against foes of the natural element. As the Black Pearl gradually emerged, Barbossa, though perplexed by the unfolding events, was an astute and seasoned pirate, well prepared with a contingency plan. "Scoundrels, execute Plan B. Or now," Barbossa bellowed, leaping to the bow, hands firmly gripping the helm. The Black Pearl swiftly navigated away from the tumultuous sea, approaching a pirate vessel with remarkable speed, gracefully evading several cannonballs under Barbossa's skilled command, soon drawing close beneath the warship. Even the Ghost Spider was somewhat taken aback by the Black Pearl's swiftness, yet he remained unperturbed, scoffing at the notion of boarding. Not only he, but the commander aboard the approaching warship maintained an air of calm, his gaze steady upon the nearing Black Pearl. "Prepare for boarding." Barbossa's voice echoed across the deck, prompting dozens of grappling hooks and ladders to be cast between the two ships as a throng of pirates shouted and brandished their swords, rushing towards the warship. Chapter 92. Strength in numbers, a pack of fools, courting death, remarked the commander dismissively, observing the oncoming pirates before issuing orders. First and second squads. Alternate firing. Third squad. Assume a blocking formation. Following the commander's directives, a 100-strong firing squad unleashed a barrage upon the pirates scaling the ladders. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the withering hail of bullets were forced back before they could even reach the deck. The luckier ones might have leapt into the sea to escape, while others were mercilessly riddled with bullets. The pirates who swung across on the grappling hooks fared even worse. A unit of naval soldiers, armed with long hooks, severed the grappling lines before they could alight, and those who fell to the deck were swiftly dispatched, reduced to mere pulp as the sailors hacked at them with ruthless efficiency. Upon contact, the newly recruited cannon fodder of the fallen pirates suffered devastating losses, with Barbossa drawing his black blade to dispatch several hesitant pirates, striving to bolster their dwindling morale. "Get up, you worthless wretch!" Barbossa seized a slightly younger pirate by the collar, lifting him up and delivering 2 resounding slaps before thrusting a musket into his hands. With resolute determination, Barbossa gripped his black blade tightly and struck fiercely at the battleship. Due to the ship's considerable height, his sweeping strike cleaved through the iron armor enveloping the vessel, revealing the silhouettes of the Navy personnel within. He then unleashed a series of swift, intersecting slashes, the dark arcs of his blade slicing through the air with a menacing sound aimed at the Navy men. Quick to react, the sailors crouched down to evade the onslaught. Though some unfortunate souls met their demise, cleaved in 2 at the chest. Having subdued the exposed Navy, Barbossa sprang forcefully onto the gaping maw of the battleship, single-handedly dispatching the advancing sailors with ruthless efficiency. He then raised his black blade, pointing it at the encircling Navy troops who, daunted by Barbossa's imposing presence, hesitated to advance, gripping their weapons tightly and watching him with trepidation. "Ha ha ha! The Navy is hardly formidable. Even an old pirate like me instills fear," Barbossa bellowed with wild laughter, before again swinging his black blade to sever the Navy's flag. Let these cowardly wretches witness what it truly means to be a man of the sea. The sight of Barbossa's formidable prowess reignited the spirits of his fellow pirates, who, with fervent cries, once more raised the long ladder under Lari's leadership and charged toward the breach created by Barbossa's strikes. The essence of morale undeniably influences a troop's combat effectiveness. Although these pirate foot soldiers were scarcely a match for the elite Navy in terms of sheer power, Barbossa's influence somehow compelled them to push back against their adversaries. As the number of pirates rushing toward the battleship swelled, they began to spread like a dark ink blot on parchment, their momentum suggesting a genuine possibility of overwhelming the Navy. "Ha! A mere handful of pirates," observed the Ghost Spider, unable to maintain his composure from his vantage point aboard the ship. He swiftly employed his moonwalk technique to dart toward the battleship at blinding speed. Just as Barbossa reveled in the slaughter of his enemies, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura that made his heart race. Raising his gaze, he was met with a powerful slash hurtling toward him. Barbossa instinctively raised his blade in defense, but due to the surprise attack, he could not muster his full strength, causing him to kneel on one leg against the deck. The Ghost Spider wielded multiple blades, clashing against Barbossa's black sword, creating sparks as their weapons met. As he exerted more force, Barbossa's blade was gradually forced closer to his chest. "Huh, is this truly your limit, Barbossa?" The Ghost Spider taunted, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he exhaled a cloud of smoke toward the aging pirate. How disappointing! Upon witnessing the suppression of Barbossa's forces, a resounding cheer erupted from the Navy, dispelling the previously felt dread and restoring their fighting spirit to its former glory. The Navy, inherently superior in strength compared to this hastily assembled band of pirates and vastly outnumbering them, had only appeared to be at a disadvantage due to Barbossa's overwhelming presence. In reality, the Navy had suffered merely a handful of casualties, primarily at the hands of Barbossa himself, while the pirates merely played the role of an atmospheric backdrop. With their morale rejuvenated, the Navy, leveraging their undeniable superiority in combat, promptly drove the pirates off the warship. As the pirates recognized their first mate's precarious position, they swiftly embodied the rigorous professionalism of their trade, abandoning their posts and scattering in disarray. At this moment, the tides of battle shifted, and a multitude of Navy soldiers surged forth from their ship's hold, charging towards the Black Pearl. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, the Navy employed a strategy of sheer numbers. The quality of the elite Navy forces already surpassed that of the pirates, and now, with their numbers vastly superior, despair gripped the hearts of nearly every pirate on board, who regretted joining such an unusual crew. However, not all pirates felt this way. For instance, Larry, a veteran among them, fought valiantly alongside his comrades. Undeterred, even after sustaining multiple wounds, exhibiting a bravery that seemed uncharacteristic of a pirate. A thunderous explosion drowned out the clamor of battle as Barbossa was sent flying by the kick of the Ghost Spider, crashing against the ship's railing and landing on the deck of the Black Pearl. The Ghost Spider leaped down from his warship and onto the deck, his hair standing on end as 6 blades crossed over his chest. He advanced slowly towards Barbossa, declaring with fervor, "My sword thirsts. I hope you can quench its desire." Ha ha ha. Barbossa rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, tilting his chin and squinting at the towering figure of the Ghost Spider, a playful expression crossing his face. "You know, I'm starting to like you." With a slight bend of his knees and a forward lean, the deck beneath him exploded as he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of the Ghost Spider, his dark blade aimed at the foe's neck. As a vice admiral, the Ghost Spider was not easily defeated by such an overt assault. With the enhancement of his life-restoring abilities, his hair moved with remarkable agility, whipping around to deflect Barbossa's strike. Simultaneously, another strand of his hair ensnared Barbossa's wrist, preventing his escape. Shifting his grip to a proper stance, the Ghost Spider aimed a lethal slash at Barbossa. Unfazed by his predicament, Barbossa chuckled, the curse of immortality offering him a calm demeanor. He released his grip on the sword and seized the Ghost Spider's hair, a dark aura forming on his forehead as he charged headlong into the Ghost Spider's face. Though formidable, the Ghost Spider was unaccustomed to such unruly tactics. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely by Barbossa, blood erupting from his mouth and nose, causing the hair that bound him to loosen. Yet, as a vice admiral, his willpower was extraordinary. Even with broken teeth, he pressed on with his assault, his blade cleaving Barbossa in two. "Damnable pirate," he spat, watching Barbossa's severed house fly away. The Ghost Spider, expelling bloodied teeth, issued a murderous command to the Navy forces engaged in battle: "Leave none alive. Annihilate them all." Chapter 93. What is the strategy of numbers? Indeed, a vice admiral of the Navy, came Barbossa's voice from behind the Ghost Spider after the command was given. The Ghost Spider turned to see Barbossa propped up on the deck, a mocking expression adorning his face. Another manifestation of the devil fruit's powers? Smoke from a cigar billowed from the Ghost Spider's nostrils, his demeanor radiating impatience as he twisted his neck and approached the seated Barbossa. "Once I sever your head, I wonder if you'll still have the capacity to speak." Just as the Ghost Spider stood before Barbossa, poised to draw his blade, Barbossa's figure abruptly vanished. Not only he, but the pirates engaged in combat with the Navy also disappeared without a trace. Vanished? Was it the work of that old man, once again? The Ghost Spider furrowed his brow at the sight of the vanished figures, a foreboding sense rising within him. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Barbossa." In a secluded area of the Black Pearl, Barbossa lay upon a white bed, flanked by Fran and Saw. "Thanks to the time you bought us. The genetic spores of the biological virus have been successfully prepared. Now, please rest well." "Ah, young lady, hurry and reattach my body. I still have an unfinished rendezvous with that spider." "Certainly, Mr. Barbossa." Fran nodded in agreement, but insisted on first creating a suitable stage for your date, as per the captain's request. With that, Fran activated a button, illuminating the space behind her with a myriad of lights revealing containers filled with strange-colored liquids. She approached an apparatus and began her operations. As she pulled a lever, several drainage gates appeared along the sides of the Black Pearl's hull. "Admiral, look!" The sharp-eyed Navy personnel searching the deck immediately noticed the anomaly aboard the Black Pearl and shouted to alert the Ghost Spider. Following the direction indicated by the sailor, the Ghost Spider witnessed streams of black and green liquid being poured into the sea, the liquid exuding a nauseating fragrance that, when inhaled excessively, caused a slight dizziness. Poison? The Ghost Spider inhaled the sweet scent in the air, uncertain yet compelled to act. He ordered all naval personnel to don gas masks as his unease began to swell. As the liquid poured forth, enriched with a plethora of biological matter and tangled genetic sequences, it sank to the ocean floor. Deep beneath the surface, out of the Ghost Spider's sight, a network of biological virus spread like capillaries. Upon contact with these peculiar liquids, the biological virus began to proliferate and mutate violently, rising from the depths like seaweed, growing incessantly until it resembled an underwater forest. On board the Black Pearl, the Ghost Spider unleashed his observation hockey. Perceiving a swarm of life forms rapidly converging towards the waters surrounding the ship. Almost instantaneously, the surrounding sea erupted with tumultuous sounds. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed into the distance, witnessing a multitude of sea beasts and fish coalescing into a frenzied school, rushing towards them. Just as he intended to alert the Navy, he realized that these fish bore no ill intent. Instead, they plunged into the depths. Perplexed, the ghost spider commanded, "Descend and investigate." Swiftly, several adept sailors leapt from the vessel, diving beneath the waves. In less than 50 meters, they encountered an unforgettable sight. A sprawling underwater forest, composed of pink, vascular-like substances, unfolded before them. The fish, in a frenzy, voraciously devoured the branches and tendrils of the forest. With each mouthful, the aura of these fish and sea beasts grew increasingly ferocious. Once the surrounding forest had been entirely consumed, they turned their aggression upon their fellow kind. Even the usually docile herbivorous fish sprouting serrated teeth, viciously tearing into each other. This is not the most terrifying aspect. Several colossal sea creatures have devoured an excessive amount of forest, causing their bodies to undergo grotesque transformations. Organs foreign to their species began to sprout from their forms, rendering these sea beasts utterly horrifying. As the consumption continued, the ocean was swiftly transformed into a crimson expanse, with an increasing number of fish also undergoing mutations. Witnessing this scene, several naval officers immediately descended to report their findings, but alas, it was too late. Pinkish veins, resembling tendrils, had already spread to their vicinity, quickly affixing themselves to their bodies as they moved, sharp bristles piercing their skin. Once they freed themselves from these pink appendages, their bodies began to itch intensely. A mere scratch caused large patches of flesh to seemingly dissolve and detach. Yet astonishingly, they felt no pain. On board the Black Pearl, the ghost spider remained fixated on the surface of the sea, 10 minutes having elapsed. 3 successive groups of naval personnel had plunged into the depths. Yet none had returned thus far. Just as the ghost spider contemplated sending out another team for reconnaissance, a resounding explosion erupted from the ocean's surface, and a creature clad in tattered naval attire leaped forth, appearing atop the Black Pearl. Its appearance was exceedingly bizarre, with a second head resembling that of a toad sprouting from its neck, and a dorsal fin tearing through the naval uniform, accompanied by a third arm emerging near the fin. Despite the monstrosity's grotesque form, the naval officers recognized, with horror, the disfigured visage of their former comrade. "Hey, Rod, is it you?" A familiar officer inquired uncertainly, gazing at the abomination before him. Upon hearing the voice, the creature turned its head towards him, then, with contorted limbs reminiscent of a zombie, began to stagger towards him. The transformed naval officer, now a grotesque creature, seemed to retain a flicker of consciousness. Tears streamed from its solitary eye as it intermittently uttered fragmented words through its torn, gaping maw. "What did you say?" the naval officer inquired, his eyes widening in curiosity. As the monster drew closer, he finally discerned the haunting words that escaped its lips. Just as he was about to respond, the creature let out a piercing roar and lunged toward him with alarming speed. With 3 clawed hands, it seized the officer's arms and brought him crashing to the ground, then opened its gaping, shredded mouth to bite at his neck. Just as the officer braced for his demise, a flash of white light sliced through the air, cleaving the monster into fragments. "Everyone, retreat to the battleship at once," Ghost Spider bellowed, issuing the command. However, before the naval personnel could fully comprehend the situation, a second and third series of explosions erupted from the sea, echoing like firecrackers during a festival. In a matter of moments, the entire Black Pearl was inundated with grotesque creatures, each bizarrely unique. A chaotic amalgamation of various animals and human features. As soon as the monstrous beings boarded the ship, they surged towards the nearest living souls, as if they had caught a whiff of delectable prey. Despite the seasoned naval elite's extensive combat experience, they were taken aback by the gruesome spectacle, and in a blink, more than half of them were slaughtered by the creatures. Retreat. The phantom spider, akin to a human chainsaw, cleaved through the advancing monsters with ruthless efficiency, leaving a gruesome array of flesh and blood strewn around him. Yet, this only heightened the monster's insatiable bloodlust. Boom! As the Navy personnel hastily withdrew towards the warships, one of the vessels erupted in an explosion, mirroring the chaos aboard the Black Pearl, with all ships under siege by the relentless assault of the creatures. The phantom spider leaped onto the warship, dispatching the monsters that lunged at him, but the tide of monstrosities seemed inexhaustible, swiftly refilling the area he had cleared. As he once again cut down the advancing horde, He cast a glance towards the ship's underside, and a wave of dread washed over him. A vast throng of creatures, reminiscent of a colossal swarm of ants, surged from the sea, rapidly scaling the vessel. Chapter 94. The Fierce Battle Fran. How many aberrant entities do you estimate this biological virus could produce? In a laboratory aboard the Black Pearl, Jigsaw inquired of Fran, who was meticulously stitching up Barbossa's wounds. Based on my calculations, the waters surrounding Water City harbor at least tens of thousands of fish, and when accounting for other marine life, I conservatively estimate we could generate between 10 to 30,000 aberrant beasts. Fran articulated her conjecture while deftly sewing. Moreover, this biological virus alpha is considered a failure. For instance, smaller marine creatures like shrimp and crabs cannot sustain the genetic mutations, and the aberrant beasts they produce have a fleeting lifespan of merely about an hour. A failure, indeed. Barbossa chuckled dryly, regarding the young girl performing surgery on him with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. Yes, a failure, Fran replied earnestly, addressing Barbossa's inquiry. The ideal outcome of the biological virus alpha was to create a perfect legion obedient to my command. Yet this batch lacks intelligence and operates solely on instinct. Barbossa, at a loss for words, merely smiled at Fran before turning to Jigsaw. Old man, has the delivery device been completed? I can hardly wait to surprise that spider. Jigsaw nodded, retrieving a uniquely designed apparatus from his cloak. The device featured a metallic cylinder, supported by two triangular braces at the lower and middle sections, with a diamond-shaped gemstone embedded at the top, within which a phenomenon of spatial rift was visibly manifesting. The prototype is ready. You may test it at any time. However, further research is needed to achieve the ideal state envisioned by McKen. Before Barbossa could respond, Fran turned to Jigsaw and politely inquired, Professor Jigsaw, is this device capable of mass production? The Jigsaw shook his head, refuting Fran's thoughts, indicating that current technology has yet to reach the stage of mass production, though it may be worth exploring in the future. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Pearl, the trio engaged in discussion as the Navy battled fiercely against the seemingly endless onslaught of the aberrant beasts upon the surface of the sea. All personnel retreat, bellowed the ghost spider, as he forcefully kicked a grotesque creature attempting to ascend the battleship into the depths of the ocean. The strength of these aberrant beasts varies significantly. The weaker ones could likely be subdued by an ordinary person unarmed, while the stronger ones could barely contend with the Navy. However, the sheer number of these aberrant beasts, akin to ants overwhelming an elephant, poses a dire threat. Despite the Navy's force of over 4,000, they seem like but a drop in the ocean against the seemingly endless tide of aberrant beasts. If the battle continues, they will inevitably be submerged by the overwhelming numbers of these creatures. The ghost spider gazed with vacant eyes at the aberrant beasts relentlessly climbing towards the warship, contemplating his next move. Continuing the fierce battle offered no escape. It seemed that, apart from himself, everyone else would perish in this vast sea. During his reflection, several notably larger aberrant beasts charged towards him. With a casual flourish of his dual swords, he severed their heads from their bodies, suddenly struck by a moment of clarity. He recalled the earlier skirmish, with a number of aberrant beasts besieging him had far outnumbered those of the other Navy personnel, and they were predominantly powerful adversaries. This instilled a flicker of speculation in the ghostly spider. These aberrant beasts appeared to favor attacking vigorous humans. Consequently, without a hint of hesitation, it executed a flourish with its sword, slicing a gash in its own palm, and subsequently flung the crimson droplets of its blood towards the aberrant beast. As the blood spilled onto the horde of aberrant beasts, their movements faltered, and they began to flare their nostrils in search of the source of the crimson liquid. It did not take long for them to fixate their attention upon the ghostly spider. Witnessing the scene, the ghostly spider's eyes gleamed with determination as it swiftly issued a command. Heed my call. All personnel aboard the third battleship, abandon ship, and initiate the judgment of justice. First squad, stay back with me and buy time for the others. Upon hearing the ghostly spider's directive, the over 100 members of the first squad responded immediately, dispersing to stand beside their leader. Admiral, the commander of the third battleship interjected, but was promptly interrupted by the ghostly spider. Lead the remaining platoons to eliminate the threats from the other battleships. That is an order. Upon hearing the word order, the commander saluted the ghostly spider and promptly led the remaining platoons towards the other 4 battleships. In response to the command, the other 4 vessels began to maneuver closer together, launching thick steel cables to form makeshift bridges for the naval soldiers. With the ghostly spider drawing the attention of the aberrant beasts, the majority surged towards the third battleship, granting precious time to their comrades. On board the third fleet, a solid wall of soldiers formed a barrier, using the ghostly spider as the spearhead to collide with the aberrant beasts that dared to board the deck. Amidst the furious roars of the ghostly spider and the rallying cries for formation changes, they plunged their blades mercilessly into the grotesque bodies of the aberrant beasts. In an instant, the sounds of battle and anguished howls filled the entire battleship as shattered flesh burst forth like fireworks. The sheer number of aberrant beasts was so overwhelming that the naval soldiers could hardly turn their heads without encountering these hideous creatures. With a staggering casualty ratio of nearly 10-1, the aberrant beasts gradually consumed the first squad. The air became thick with the sweet, metallic scent of blood, swirling like a fog that seemed to tempt the taste buds with its richness. How much longer until the judgment of justice? The ghostly spider shouted, cleaving through a cluster of enemies, only to see an even greater number of aberrant beasts rush to fill the gap. 3 minutes remaining. Someone within the fray shouted. There is no time left. The third battleship is about to sink. With a firm grip on his blade, the ghostly spider pierced through an advancing aberrant beast, while simultaneously crushing another skull with his left hand. Battleships 1, 2, and 4 open fire. Battleship 5 provide support. First squad, retreat immediately. As the number of aberrant beasts surged, the third battleship exceeded its weight limit and faced imminent submersion. The ghostly spider decisively issued the command to fire. At this moment, the remaining 4 warships, having created a slight distance, received the command from the Phantom Spider. Understanding his resolute style, the commanders of his ships promptly executed his orders with unwavering loyalty. The first warship adjusted its range, targeting the third warship. The second warship recalibrated its aim, directing its fire towards the third warship. The fourth warship followed suit, aligning its sights on the third warship. Fire! As the command echoed, countless shells were unleashed upon the now silenced third warship, while the first squad leapt into the sea. The shells rained down, igniting fiery blooms amidst the chaos of flesh and blood. On the fifth warship, the naval soldiers simultaneously fired upon the grotesque beasts emerging from the ocean's depths, while some cast down ropes to rescue the members of the first squad who had jumped overboard. Through the harmonious cooperation of the 4 warships, they gradually evaded total annihilation. As the third warship sank beneath the waves, a figure emerged in the air. The Phantom Spider, employing his moonstep, landed atop the first warship, appearing particularly wretched. The cape inscribed with justice had vanished. His naval uniform was tattered, and his face bore the marks of burns. Ignoring his own wounds, the Phantom Spider swiftly assumed command, ordering alternating fire with the Type 3 shells, and commanded an immediate retreat from the area. Chapter 95. Barbossa versus Phantom Spider. As the Phantom Spider issued his orders, the 4 warships swiftly turned, unleashing a barrage upon the sea. The falling shells scorched the waters, eliciting piercing cries from the grotesque beasts and the stranded naval personnel. The air became thick with a nauseating stench. As the 4 warships distanced themselves, a sudden flash illuminated the location of the sunken third warship, immediately followed by a deafening explosion. Towering waves erupted, and a colossal mushroom cloud gradually ascended above the ocean. The judgment of justice, the final dignity of the Navy, unleashed its ultimate weapon, powered by several DYNA rocks, producing an explosive force akin to that of a large missile. As the explosion of the judgment of justice unfolded, the sea descended into chaos, with countless grotesque beasts reduced to mere powder by the overwhelming blast. Even the viral creatures of the ocean's depths were obliterated. The intensity of the explosion was so great that even water cities several nautical miles away suffered devastation. The glass in the buildings shattered, and vessels docked in the harbor were nearly destroyed. The fierce explosion from the judgment of justice caused the sea to boil, generating steam that gathered in the sky, gradually transforming into ominous dark clouds. These clouds merged with the ascending mushroom cloud, continuously producing crimson flashes of lightning. "It is over," the Phantom Spider whispered, gazing at the churning sea. At this moment, aside from the scattered debris and flames, numerous grotesque beasts were swimming towards the warships. However, their numbers posed no significant threat. Clear the battlefield and proceed with the orders. The naval forces drew forth their muskets, aiming at the approaching aberrant beasts that swam toward the warship, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. These aberrant creatures exhibited no trace of fear, instead infused with the DNA sequence of Hannibal. They were consumed solely by an insatiable thirst for flesh. Blinded by desire, the aberrant beasts commenced a grand and relentless march toward death, and by the time they reached beneath the warship, scarcely 200 remained. The 200 or so aberrant beasts inflicted minimal casualties upon the Navy. Had it not been for the Ghost Spider's intention to capture the head for research at headquarters, they would likely have been exterminated by him alone. How repulsive these creatures are. The ghost spider examined an aberrant beast bound by iron chains, marveling at its grotesque form. Once a Navy sailor, it had undergone such severe genetic mutation that its very essence had been irrevocably altered. The thought of such a method sent a chill down the ghost spider's spine, as the ramifications of a large-scale outbreak at sea would be dire. While contemplating how to eradicate this terrifying menace, the Black Pearl gradually surfaced from the roiling sea. Enhanced by modifications, the Black Pearl possessed the capability to submerge temporarily, allowing it to evade the recent explosion, though it had sustained significant damage. The main mast was shattered. One side of the hull was riddled with cracks, and even the keel bore faint fissures. As the Black Pearl ascended, its bow resembled a cannon opening, from which a slender barrel emerged. A soft sound echoed as a peculiar device was launched. Almost instantaneously, the ghost spider attempted to intercept, yet it seemed as if some force refracted its strike, causing the projectile to embed itself in the deck of the first battleship. As the ghost spider scrutinized the bizarre device cautiously, it responded in kind. The scattered gems at its apex shattered, and a phenomenon akin to a rift in space began to unfold, gradually stabilizing into a black portal approximately 2 meters in height. Sorry to keep you waiting. Round 2. A voice echoed from the depths of the portal as an old pirate adorned with a wide-brimmed hat stepped forth, his chest bared, revealing a grotesque stitching scar across his abdomen. At the sight of Barbossa, the ghost spider immediately unleashed a slashing strike. With a smile, Barbossa effortlessly parried the attack with a single-handed grip on his sword, fully revealing his form. The ghost spider felt little surprise at his strike being thwarted. As a master swordsman, he knew well that unless there was a significant disparity in skill, such aerial slashes held no power between swordsmen. Splendid. It appears you are no coward. Let us engage in a duel befitting swordsmen, the ghost spider proclaimed, discarding his cigar and fixing a serious gaze upon the old pirate. A swordsman? Perhaps you are mistaken, Barbossa replied, stroking his beard with a grin. But no matter, let's have a spirited bout. In an instant, Barbossa vanished from sight, his speed incomprehensible to all but the ghost spider. Slash! The ghostly spider raised his great sword high above his head with both hands, bringing it down with formidable force toward the front. As if rehearsed, at the moment the blade descended, Barbossa's figure fortuitously landed directly beneath the edge of the sword. Barbossa's eyes narrowed, and his initially thrusting attack was compelled to rise in a desperate attempt to block the impending strike. However, at the instant their blades met, a significant chip was unexpectedly struck from the black sword in Barbossa's grasp. It is worth noting that this sword had been meticulously maintained by his domineering aura since his arrival in this world, although it was not a renowned blade. Its sharpness was hardly inferior. To his astonishment, it sustained damage from a single blow. Upon closer inspection, the sword wielded by the ghostly spider had also turned black, indicating that in the application of armament hockey, this vice admiral was evidently superior. Barbossa would not passively allow his beloved sword to be severed by his opponent. He realized that the ghostly spider's strike did not come without cost. Strands of his hair fell away, revealing that even he could not divert his focus from employing hockey while fully concentrated. Recognizing this, Barbossa sank his body in an attempt to mitigate the force of the opposing strike through a technique of exhaustion. Yet, to his surprise, his previously invincible swordsmanship proved ineffective. It soon dawned on him that the disparity lay in the realm of swordplay. His past adversaries had only possessed mediocre skills, their strikes dispersing and lacking potency. Conversely, the ghostly spider's seemingly simple, yet profoundly refined cut concentrated all its power at the blade's edge, exuding tremendous force. In a moment of critical urgency, Barbossa released one hand from his sword, quickly crouching down, while his now free hand drew a uniquely designed flintlock from his waist. This flintlock was remarkably distinct, its barrel being twice the thickness of an ordinary firearm, resembling a miniature hand cannon. This is the latest product crafted by Professor Jigsaw, featuring ammunition akin to the scattered steel pellets of a shotgun. With the firearm drawn, Barbossa aimed directly at the head of the ghost spider and fired. Witnessing this, even the ghost spider felt a surge of trepidation, promptly abandoning his attack and tilting his head back in haste. A thunderous roar erupted as the pellets shattered the ghost spider's helmet, singeing a tuft of hair atop his head, while blood trickled down his menacing visage. Seizing this opportunity, Barbossa swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Chapter 96, Barbossa vs. Ghost Spider. Part 2, the ghost spider's countenance darkened visibly. Even the Navy personnel subtly shifted away from him. In the current atmosphere, even a blind man could perceive the palpable aura of murderous intent and fury enveloping the ghost spider. It was as if the heavens themselves conspired with his wrath, as ominous clouds birthed ferocious crimson lightning that forked down into the sea, soon followed by a torrential downpour. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, with the ghost spider wielding a large blade. His eyes, now a deep crimson, glowed like lanterns in the encroaching darkness, resembling a malevolent specter amidst the relentless rain. Barbossa's grin stretched wide, his left hand clutching the firearm while his right brandished a black blade, crossed defensively before him. He licked his lips and chuckled. Did I not warn you earlier? I am no mere swordsman. The ghost spider closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and cracked his neck before opening them again, ready to meet his demise. Pirate. In the face of the ghost spider's unbridled fury, Barbossa remained undaunted, responding with equal bravado. I've been itching for this moment. Let us engage in a glorious battle. In the curtain of rain, the two figures seemed to share a profound understanding, akin to the reunion of long-lost friends, gradually drawing closer to one another. The ghost spider lowered his head, gazing down at Barbossa, who defiantly lifted his chin, casting a scornful look at the ghost spider. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from the heavens, and the silhouettes of the two swiftly pierced through the rain and vanished from sight. To the surrounding navy, the two combatants appeared as phantoms, their forms flickering in and out of visibility, sending splashes of rain into the air with every fleeting appearance. Were it not for the sparks ignited by clashing blades and the shockwaves generated, the navy would have remained oblivious to their presence. The fierce struggle between Barbossa and the ghost spider endured for 3 minutes, culminating in another violent collision that forced them apart for a brief respite. Seizing this moment, the navy finally had the opportunity to observe the two combatants. The ghost spider knelt on one knee, his massive blade embedded in the deck, panting heavily. A grievous gash, deep enough to expose bone, marred his chest, with each breath eliciting a torrent of blood. Though his right leg bore only a minor injury, it had suffered a severing of the tendons by Barbossa's blade, compelling him to halt his pursuit. Barbossa, too, was not without his wounds. His firearm lay shattered in his grasp, and his wide-brimmed hat had vanished during the skirmish. Most alarming was the deep gash that ran from his left shoulder to his midsection, nearly cleaving him in two. Were he an ordinary man, such an injury would have surely proved fatal. Yet Barbossa stood there, roaring with laughter, as if he were untouched by pain. Observing his own gradually splitting body, he tore his shirt open and bound his upper half together with a knot, forcibly mending himself. Ha! What a thrill! After hastily tending to his wounds, Barbossa brandished his cracked black blade, waving it before him. No doubt you are stronger than I, esteemed admiral, but victory belongs to me. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning descended, and Barbossa darted to the side of the ghost spider, aiming a fierce slash at his neck. Stop underestimating me, you cursed pirate! Unperturbed by the impending blow, the ghost spider's fury ignited a singular thought: to shred this accursed pirate into pieces and feed him to the fish. Armament hockey. Full coverage. With the emergence of the ghost spider, his entire being transformed into an abyssal shade of black. When the blade in Barbossa's hand struck the neck, shrouded in armament hockey, it emitted a resounding echo, the force of which tore at his palm. Subsequently, the ghost spider swiftly swung his blade at Barbossa, and despite Barbossa's attempt to parry with his black sword, he was still sent hurtling through the air. As he was propelled away, Barbossa gripped his sword tightly, plunging it into the deck, carving a massive fissure until he collided with the ship's railing, barely managing to halt his momentum. Recognizing that he could not contend with the ghost spider's strength, Barbossa understood that his only advantage lay in his speed. He then altered his strategy, utilizing his ghostly agility to incessantly harass the ghost spider. Due to an injury to one of his legs, the ghost spider was unable to maneuver quickly. Instead, he chose to remain still, concentrating intently on tracking Barbossa's movements. However, even a formidable opponent like the ghost spider had his limitations with armament hockey, and as Barbossa continued his relentless assault, the visible aura surrounding the ghost spider began to diminish. Seizing this opportunity, Barbossa's eyes gleamed with determination as he charged towards the ghost spider. Yet, he was oblivious to the sly smile that crept across the ghost spider's lowered visage. By forsaking armament hockey, the ghost spider resolved to employ his full capabilities in observation hockey. In that moment, everything around him slowed, allowing him to discern the shape of each raindrop, a testament to the pinnacle of heightened perception. Although he could not foresee the future, he was more than equipped to handle the present. Under the acute clarity of his observation hockey, the splashes of water as Barbossa approached and the distinct trails left by the sharp blade slicing through raindrops did not escape his keen vision. The ghost spider then gradually closed his eyes, sheathing his massive sword, placing his hands firmly upon the grips at either side. At that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. In the enveloping darkness, all that existed was the sharp edge aimed at him, while everything else faded away. Barbossa, indifferent to the ghost spider's sensations, raised his sword high, channeling all his strength for a fierce downward strike towards the ghost spider's form. The black blade sliced through the curtain of torrential rain with seamless precision, its formidable force even preventing the raindrops from converging. The razor-sharp black sword pierced the skin of the ghost spider's neck, crimson droplets oozing from the wound, embracing the cold blade, while a smirk gradually crept upon Barbossa's lips. In that fleeting moment, the phantom spider perceived a subtle sting emanating from his neck, juxtaposed with the formidable force of Barbossa's obsidian blade. The rain cascaded from the heavens, mingling with the fervent cries of the surrounding naval soldiers, all crystallizing into stillness. With a swift motion, the phantom spider crossed his arms, drawing forth his twin blades with the suddenness of a wolf spider launching an ambush on its prey, transforming his daggers into lethal pincers and fangs. He transcended the limits of sound, piercing through Barbossa and driving him forcefully into the ground. This extraordinary speed utterly surpassed the limits of Barbossa's neural reflexes, and it was only when he was pinned to the ground that he finally reacted. As the ghost spider opened his eyes, the raindrops that had previously felt suspended in his perception suddenly cascaded down upon him, while the shouts of naval soldiers reverberated throughout the warship once more. The ghost spider slowly rose, tilting his head to allow the rain to batter his face. After a brief moment, he lowered his gaze back to Barbossa, at which point the anger on his face had dissipated. It brings me great pleasure to engage in battle with a foe like you, but as adversaries, I must implore you to meet your demise. With that, the ghost spider picked up a large blade and swung it down towards the pinned Barbossa, intent on utterly shattering this seemingly undying opponent and reducing him to ashes to eradicate any possibility of revival. Chapter 97. Victory and Defeat. One update today. I have matters to attend to this evening. As the blade drew nearer, Barbossa, still affixed to the ground, shook off his earlier shock and suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura of power. He bellowed, "You've celebrated too soon. We have only just begun." Slash of the mind. At the moment Barbossa proclaimed his secret technique, the ghost spider suddenly witnessed a figure rising slowly from Barbossa's body, launching an attack towards his head. Alarmed, he swiftly withdrew his blade for defense, yet the figure's sword pierced through the edge of his large knife, striking his neck. Taking 2 startled steps back, the ghost spider, drenched in cold sweat, hastily felt his neck, finding nothing but rainwater. A hallucination? No, it's the sword's intent. Clutching his large blade, a perplexed smile spread across the ghost spider's face. "Indeed, you are quite remarkable." Seizing the opportunity, Barbossa yanked the 2 large knives embedded in his chest free and staggered to his feet. He then raised the black blade in his right hand, pointing it directly at the ghost spider. "Come then, let us settle this once and for all." Despite the incomplete execution of his technique, Barbossa appeared exceedingly fatigued, even with the blessing of his immortality. Nevertheless, the fighting spirit in his eyes surged with fervor. The ghost spider, equally invigorated, acknowledged that while Barbossa was not a skilled swordsman, the previous move had instinctively excited his body. "Ha ha! It has been far too long since I encountered a worthy opponent like you. As you wish, let us determine our fates, pirate." This marks the first genuine, heartfelt laughter from the ghost spider since the battle commenced. He gestured for the Navy to present him with swords, and then transformed into a terrifying 8-legged arachnid, charging toward Barbossa. At this moment, the clouds thickened ominously, plunging the surroundings into a pitch-black abyss where visibility was utterly lost. The naval soldiers aboard the warship could scarcely discern the movements of the 2 combatants, their voices hoarse from fervently cheering for the ghost spider. Barbossa stood motionless. Yet within the ghost spider's perception, he seemed to multiply into several figures, each brandishing a blade and charging towards him. Although the ghost spider recognized that Barbossa's technique was not entirely complete and the shadowy figures posed no real threat, he remained vigilant. A subtle smile graced Barbossa's face. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he found himself relishing the battle as a swordsman rather than simply striving for victory. As he faced the confrontation, Barbossa unleashed his observation hockey. Although his ability paled in comparison to that of the ghost spider, he felt an unparalleled calmness within, sharpening his awareness of the world around him. The rhythm of his breath, the cadence of his muscles, the melodious whisper of the blade meeting raindrops, all seemed to fall within the reach of his heightened senses. Then Barbossa advanced, following the shadowy figures forged by his blade as they surged toward the ghost spider. The black blade moved with an unprecedented fluidity, obeying his will with the precision of an extension of his own body. Simultaneously, the ghost spider retaliated, wielding 10 weapons from his hands and hair like a tempest, unleashing a fierce barrage that swiftly neutralized the threat, causing all shadowy figures to dissipate upon contact. Yet, having anticipated the opponent's attack through observation hockey, Barbossa remained undeterred. His black blade lunging toward the ghost spider's form like the fangs of a ferocious tiger. At the precise moment when both combatants struck, a bolt of lightning illuminated the mast, casting a stark light over the entire warship, allowing the naval soldiers to catch a glimpse of the two figures as they crossed paths. In the blink of an eye, the lightning vanished, leaving behind only the sound of heavy objects hitting the deck. The soldiers fell into a tense silence, unable to glean any further information. "Quick, light the oil lamps," commanded a naval captain, prompting the soldiers to spring into action, groping through the darkness based on memory. After a struggle, they managed to find a few oil lamps and ignited them. Several soldiers, carrying the lamps, cautiously approached the site of the battle, where they discovered a tall figure sprawled on the ground. Recognizing it as Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, they gasped in unison, "Vice Admiral!" In a state of panic. They rushed toward him, eager to assess his condition. Coughing violently, Ghost Spider raised his hand to push aside a soldier attempting to assist him. Then, with a hand resting on his knee, he slowly managed to rise. "Are you all right, Vice Admiral?" The captain rushed anxiously before the Ghost Spider, his eyes suddenly narrowing. By the light of the oil lamp, he discerned a deep gash etched across the Ghost Spider's visage. The left eyeball had been utterly shattered, fragments of the eye mingling with blood, clinging to the imposing countenance of the Ghost Spider. Witnessing the severity of the Ghost Spider's injury, the captain's expression shifted dramatically. Upon his assessment, had the wound been any deeper, it might have endangered the brain. Yet, despite such grievous harm, the Ghost Spider maintained an inscrutable demeanor, invoking within the captain a profound sense of admiration. He resolved to return immediately, intent on bringing this pirate along. For the man possessed knowledge vital to the safety of the world. The Ghost Spider, unfazed by his own injuries, waved his hand, commanding his subordinates to apprehend Barbossa. Rather than extinguishing his life, the Ghost Spider prioritized addressing the harrowing calamity that had transpired. In comparison to the ethereal ancient weaponry, the technology capable of distorting life itself was evidently far more perilous. For the sake of justice, he deemed it imperative to quash this menace at its inception. When faced with such a world-altering disaster, the issuance of demon-slaying edicts paled in significance. The soldiers who gathered promptly obeyed, preparing to seize Barbossa, yet after a thorough search, they found no trace of him. The deck, aside from the remnants of the battle between Barbossa and the Ghost Spider, lay strewn with the corpses of sailors and aberrant beasts. In the near-total darkness, locating an individual amidst the chaos proved to be no simple task. Ultimately, it was a sharp-eyed soldier who spotted the old pirate buried among the bodies, his condition exceedingly dire. One of Barbossa's arms had vanished, both legs lay shattered, and his neck was nearly severed by the Ghost Spider's blade. His mouth moved as if attempting to utter something, yet deprived of his trachea and vocal cords. The wretched old pirate could produce no sound. "Hey, don't you understand lip reading? What is he trying to say?" a naval soldier inquired, nudging his colleague with his elbow, curiosity piqued. It was human instinct to feel respect for the aged pirate, regardless of their conflicting allegiances. "Let me see." The sailor who understood lip reading crouched down, observing Barbossa's mouth movements, and slowly translated, "Damn it, naval." Merely a pirate, the Ghost Spider, who had been preparing to head to the command room to tend to his wounds, clearly overheard the naval soldier's translation. He halted in his tracks, disdain evident in his voice. With a hiss, the Ghost Spider lit a cigar and took a deep drag, reflecting that from the perspective of a pirate, he was not without merit either. As the Ghost Spider made his way toward the command room, his footsteps unwavering, Barbossa's face twisted into an unsightly grin upon hearing the words of the Ghost Spider, and he slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 98. The dark peace after the Navy subdued Barbossa. The Ghost Spider immediately commanded the fleet to return, and the 4 warships of the Demon Slayer Order surged toward the Navy headquarters. Under the dim sky, the Black Pearl trailed behind, as the fallen comrades would not allow Barbossa to be taken away by the Navy so easily. The river lapped against the hull of the warships, producing a hypnotic, melodic rhythm. Following a fierce battle with the aberrant creatures, even the elite of the Navy felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. The Ghost Spider, too, was overwhelmed with fatigue, especially after his confrontation with Barbossa. Inside the command room, the Ghost Spider was enveloped in layers of thick bandages, particularly around his head, which was nearly entirely wrapped. Barbossa's head was secured within an iron box, and as the ghost spider reached out to close it, he slowly remarked, "Do not expect to escape from my grasp. I shall keep a vigilant watch over you." With that, the ghost spider yawned and gradually shut the box. As the light before Barbossa dwindled to nothingness, a faint smile graced his lips, and he silently mouthed, "Then let us await the outcome." Aside from the vigilant Navy personnel, the rest began to take a brief respite, seemingly oblivious to the existence of the Black Pearl, including the ghost spider, who appeared to have forgotten the ship's presence. Succumbing to a state of laxity. Compared to the initial phase, the experiment of the biological virus had essentially succeeded in its second phase. On the Black Pearl, which swayed gently behind the Navy warships, Fran extracted a notebook and diligently recorded her observations. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of the Saw, Fran began to elucidate the functions of the biological virus. The first phase is aberration. Theoretically, all normal carbon-based life, be it human, animal, or plant, would be affected. My envisioned perfect aberrant species should possess basic intelligence, formidable strength, and an extraordinary vitality. Yet, regrettably, it failed. The second phase is parasitism. The biological virus has implanted genetic seeds from a series of parasitic organisms, such as trypanosomes, toxoplasma, and spore fungi, endowing the virus with nearly all conceivable modes of transmission. With a decisive snap, Fran closed her notebook and turned to the Saw, a relieved smile illuminating her face after the experiment's success. The initial phase of infection manifested as lethargy and sluggishness. What is the duration of the latent period before a complete outbreak? Although the Jigsaw is fundamentally a tool of engineering and science, such basic knowledge is nonetheless comprehensible. Subsequently, I inquired about the incubation period based on the date provided by the captain. As the sun descended, the horizon was adorned with a splendid array of clouds, gracefully transforming into a breathtaking sunset, interwoven into the azure tapestry of the sky. The tranquil sea gently cradled the delicate waves, submerged beneath the vibrant hues of the evening glow, while a solitary fish, swaying its tail fin and gazing with round, curious eyes, lost itself in the moment, oblivious to the need for oxygen. Harley, wielding a sword whimsically named Glutinous Rice Cake, sat idly at the harbor, prodding at a mutated fish washed ashore. Just a minute prior, it had been lively, yet now it lay lifeless, and with a disdainful glance, Harley decided against further tormenting the unfortunate creature. Rising slowly, she cast a glance back at the city of water and, with a touch of feigned melancholy, remarked, "It is truly disheartening to part ways so soon after our first meeting." With that, she pretended to wipe away a tear, as if mourning their brief encounter. Though it was regrettable, he had a significant mission to fulfill. McKen approached and affectionately ruffled Harley's hair, stating, "I am certain Jin would be profoundly touched by your words." At the harbor of the City of Water, McKen and his companions had been waiting for quite some time, yet the elusive Black Pearl had yet to make an appearance. As Harley grew impatient, McKen turned slowly to survey the town behind them, his voice steady as he called out, "Will our uninvited guest not come forth to greet us?" Upon sensing exposure, a shadowy figure emerged from the shadows of the harbor's buildings, clad in a white suit complemented by a dark tie, particularly striking for the peculiar mask he wore. The unexpected presence of a high-ranking CP0 member in such a modest locale as the City of Water astonished me. It seemed McKen had anticipated the identity of the newcomer, responding with an air of nonchalance. CP0, an agency directly linked to the world nobles, the Celestial Dragons, is celebrated as their most formidable shield and is recognized as the most powerful intelligence organization in the world. The sudden appearance of the CP0 agent was met with disbelief as he realized that a mere pirate could discern his identity. The expression beneath his mask shifted subtly, yet he maintained a facade of indifference while demanding the design of the Pluton. "What? The Pluton design? What are you referring to?" Observing Macken's evasiveness, the CP0 agent wasted no time. Enveloped in armament hockey, he swiftly approached Macken with the intent to subdue him. The prowess of CP0 was indisputable, rivaling even the headquarters vice admirals. The sound of his fingers slicing through the air resonated like a lion's roar, the resulting shockwave forcing Macken to squint slightly. Bang! The attack from the CP0 agent faltered as a figure swifter than he intervened, blocking Macken's path. Was it not somewhat discourteous to launch an assault without a word? Hannibal, with one hand behind his back, extended the other to meet the CP0's strike, employing armament hockey as well. Their dark hands clashed in a contest of strength, radiating astonishing might. Just as they were poised to escalate their struggle, a black slash descended from above, aimed at the CP0 agent's neck. The eyes behind the mask narrowed with urgency as he recoiled, but in his hurried retreat, he sustained a minor injury. Ha ha ha! How could such an entertaining battle not involve me? A familiar laughter echoed from the heavens, and in the next moment, an old pirate adorned with a wide-brimmed hat descended before them, wielding a long blade imbued with an aura of unique craftsmanship, a slight smile gracing his features. The CP0 agent's hand trembled slightly behind his back as he regarded yet another formidable opponent, realizing the situation had shifted. While he pondered his strategy, the Black Pearl emerged from the tranquil sea like a phantom, its cannons now trained upon him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The expression behind the mask darkened further, his tone grave as he glared at McKen. Are you referring to opposing the world government? Or perhaps I have embarrassed you before your masters? McKen replied with a hint of amusement, his gaze fixed on the CP0 agent. You, enraged by McKen's words. The CP0 agent seethed, yet McKen clearly had no intention of prolonging the confrontation. He ascended the gangway to the Black Pearl at a leisurely pace. Please convey a message to your masters for me. McKen gestured dismissively as he boarded the ship. Thank you for guarding my throne all these years. When the day comes that I return, perhaps I shall bestow a reward upon them. As McKen's voice faded away, the Black Pearl gradually sank beneath the waves, vanishing into the resplendent twilight under the ominous gaze of CP0. Chapter 99. Weapons. A week later, on an obscure island in the Grand Line, its expanse barely exceeding 10,000 square kilometers, this paradise was virtually uncharted on the maritime maps of the Grand Line. Yet, amidst this unassuming isle, a war of unprecedented brutality erupted. The catalyst was the rebellion led by a commander who could no longer stand idly by as the king continued to plunder the populace, feeding the insatiable desires of the celestial dragons with what they deemed heavenly gold. What began as a minor regional conflict ultimately escalated into a nationwide division war, spilling over into neighboring nations. The Royal Army, the insurgents, the world government's allied forces, and the Revolutionary Army clashed fiercely in this minute territory, a veritable cacophony of chaos. Where's the support? What are those revolutionary scoundrels doing? Roared one of the insurgent leaders amidst the thunderous artillery on the battlefield. Addressing his adjutant while crouched in a trench, clutching his helmet, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of fallen comrades. Looking up, he beheld a battlefield transformed into scorched earth, with steam rising from the flames that danced amidst the carnage. The ground had been ravaged by relentless bombardment, rumbling as it split apart, while countless corpses lay strewn across the land. Report, Commander. The soldiers of the Revolutionary Army have been cornered by the allied forces of the world government at the pass. We had no choice but to break through on our own. The adjutant, with one arm hanging limply and bandages wrapped around his head, reported the dire situation to his commanding officer, his countenance reflecting profound despair. The more than 100 trembling remnants of soldiers huddled in the trench were overtaken by hopelessness upon hearing the news, some even burying their faces in their hands and weeping. Damn it, the commander cursed, leaning out to survey the battlefield, only to be struck by a bullet that found its mark on his head the moment he raised it. He collapsed to the ground, causing the adjutant to panic and immediately kneel to assess the situation. He is not dead yet. Don't move, the commander exclaimed, shoving the adjutant aside as he removed his steel helmet to inspect it, discovering an orange-yellow bullet lodged in its surface. The weaponry procured by the king's army from the black market was alarmingly formidable. At this rate, total annihilation was inevitable. The commander pounded the earth in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, if only we had access to advanced weaponry." The insurgents, primarily comprised of civilians unwilling to endure the king's oppression, had formed this armed resistance with limited financial resources and inferior armaments compared to the king's forces. Although they had temporarily narrowed the gap by executing a surprise raid on the king's armory, the king's army swiftly replenished their stockpile through substantial black market purchases. Rumor had it that the finest weapons were supplied by an underground broker known as Joker, including new armaments reserved exclusively for active naval forces. With these advanced weapons, the combat capability of the king's army surged, allowing them not only to reclaim previously liberated territories, but also to encroach upon the insurgent strongholds. The adjutant, noticing the fury etched on his commander's face, hesitantly spoke up, "We also possess some form of advanced weaponry," but upon hearing this, the commander, who had been pounding the ground in frustration, fixed his bloodshot eyes on the adjutant and seized it by the collar, demanding, "What did you say?" "We have some too." "Then why are you still standing there? Hurry and bring it out." "Why, yes." The adjutant, witnessing the madness in his commander's expression, refrained from further explanation and promptly gathered his men to retrieve the newly acquired weapons. An hour later, after the insurgents had once again struggled to repel the king's forces, the adjutant finally returned. "Is this the weapon you spoke of?" The commander's initial excitement rapidly dissipated as he scrutinized the unremarkable piece of artillery before him. "Do you expect that this mere cannon could defeat the vast army of the king?" "I have the instruction manual," the adjutant replied. "The black market merchant assured me that this weapon possesses the power to alter the course of battle." The adjutant withdrew a manual and a glass container filled with a viscous black-green liquid from his pocket, speaking in a hesitant tone that dwindled to a whisper, barely audible even to himself. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from the other side of the position, followed by a thunderous roar of cannon fire. The commander realized that the king's army was poised to launch their next counterattack. He cast a glance at the fewer than 100 demoralized compatriots behind him, snatched the manual from the adjutant's grasp, and with a sense of desperate resolve, began to operate the unassuming artillery before him. "So be it. Let this serve as our final tolling bell," the commander murmured to himself, aligning the cannon's muzzle skyward as per the manual's instructions, then loading the mysterious liquid into the chamber. "Fire!" As he readied the cannon, an overwhelming tide of enemies charged toward their position, shouting fervent slogans. Their numbers exponentially greater than in previous assaults, clearly intent on extinguishing them once and for all. The sound of the cannon's discharge was drowned out by the clamor of the onslaught. The commander, disheartened, dropped the torch and sank to the ground. Watching the surging throng approach, he bowed his head, quietly lighting a cigarette. "Alas, it seems my promises shall remain unfulfilled." The commander relinquished all hope and, alongside his fellow compatriots, awaited the inevitable arrival of death in silence. At that moment, even the heavens appeared to mourn for him, as the once clear sky gradually dimmed. "Hey, what is that?" The advancing crowd suddenly halted, their movements resembling a chaotic dance, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were frantically attempting to rid themselves of the black substance that clung to their bodies. "Commander, look!" As the officer wallowed in self-pity for his beloved, the adjutant shouted urgently. "Do not disturb me," the commander replied wearily, having resigned himself to his fate. Yet he was compelled to raise his head in annoyance at his adjutant's insistence. Upon a mere glance, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Gazing ahead, the sky appeared shrouded not in ominous clouds, but in a dense haze reminiscent of swarming insects or spores from flora, carried by the gentle breeze and blanketing the battlefield. The corpses, which were meant to rest in tranquility, began to wail as they became tainted by these spores, unclean life bestowed upon the remains of those long deceased. The once departed steeds and humans on the battlefield responded to the lamentations echoing from the abyss of hell, rising once more. Howls, fierce and wolf-like, erupted from the shattered visages of the fallen, while the bodies of war horses, torn asunder, began to march anew. As more spores descended, additional corpses rose to their feet, most of them ravaged by artillery and trampled by human feet, yet this did not deter their attempts to heed the call of the undead. Yet, this was not the most terrifying sight. The once dense ranks of the royal army, akin to a primordial forest, had now collapsed in disarray. Kneeling and clawing at their faces with fingers, their expressions contorted in agony, as if foretelling some dreadful transformation. Subsequently, within the now terror-stricken gaze of their commander, they fell one by one, only to rise again, this rebirth bringing forth a grotesque gift known as distortion. Chapter 100, A Note on Launch, as the title suggests. Today marks the launch of my work. As an absolute novice, it is a moment filled with myriad emotions. However, as my fingers touch the keyboard, I find myself at a loss for words. I would like to extend my gratitude to the editor, Peng Lai, and to all those who have persevered in reading this book. Regarding subscriptions, as a newcomer, I hold no grand expectations, for this initial endeavor is fraught with imperfections. I shan't lament my shortcomings. Any tears I might shed shall be reserved for when I conclude this first book and embark upon my second. On the matter of updates, my capabilities are limited, compounded by a severe case of laziness. In truth, due to the lack of interest in original content, I have discarded much of my previous writings, resulting in daily spurts of fresh content. Thus, I shall tentatively commit to 4 updates. As for any additional update rules, having read others' launch notes, I feel such matters are beyond my purview. Optimistically, if my first subscription reaches a modest 100, I shall be profoundly grateful. Chapter 101. Pandora, what has transpired here? The battlefield, where the revolutionary forces broke through the coalition of the world government, transformed into a vast grave pit filled with the grotesque countenances of the dead, devoid of any signs of life. "Corporal, there are still survivors here," a revolutionary soldier suddenly exclaimed during the search for the living. "Hey, are you all right? What on earth has happened here?" The sergeant hastily approached the survivor, shaking his arm and inquiring urgently. Demon. The sergeant of the Revolutionary Army instantly recognized that the man before him was none other than the commander of the besieged rebels. Yet at that moment, this commander had succumbed to a state of delirium, his vacant eyes gazing into the heavens, muttering incessantly words that pierced the air, such as demon and destruction. Pandora. It seemed as if the commander had experienced a fleeting moment of clarity, seizing the revolutionary sergeant's collar and fervently calling out the name of Pandora. Trembling, he retrieved a tattered manual from his breast pocket and thrust it into the sergeant's hands. After relinquishing the manual, the commander collapsed completely, though his body continued to shiver slightly, a testament to the nightmares that haunted his dreams. The sergeant unfolded the manual and beheld the fragmented text emblazoned upon it, dedicated to all who yearn for war. Signed, Pandora. Beneath the signature lay a pink lipstick imprint, a mark that seemed to mock the onlookers, reminiscent of blood. The sergeant fiercely crumpled the instruction manual into a ball before forcefully throwing it to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a telephone snail from his pocket. Report to the Chief of Staff. We have once again discovered the weapon supplied by Pandora, located in the kingdom of Gossarius. The telephone snail fell into a prolonged silence. Before seemingly sighing, it responded, understood. Within a hidden large experimental base at the naval headquarters, Kizaru Poyasalino, one of the 3 admirals and head of the Navy Scientific Corps, was meticulously filing his nails with a finger knife. He languidly inquired of the individual confined in the prison before him, "Are you saying that none of you noticed when that immortal pirate was rescued?" "Indeed, Admiral," replied the bound and shackled ghost spider, sitting respectfully on a white bed. Although this question had been asked countless times over the past week, he answered with remarkable patience. "It is not so much that we failed to notice. Rather, we all succumb to an indescribable fatigue, our bodies instinctively abandoning vigilance." "Oh, is that so? How terrifying indeed." Kizaru mused. Just as he was about to continue his inquiry, his telephone snail rang. Upon answering, a commanding voice resonated from the other end. "This is the Gorasei. What is the status of the research on the aberrant creatures?" Kizaru, not responding immediately, casually dug into his ear and said, "Vegapunk has obtained preliminary research results." The voice on the other end pondered for a moment before continuing. "The world government absolutely cannot permit weapons of this caliber to exist. Immediately initiate a full-scale manhunt for the fallen pirate crew. At all costs, ensure that this weapon is eradicated. Rest assured, the Navy has already issued the latest wanted notices. Should their whereabouts be discovered, I will personally intervene if necessary." "Excellent." After the Gorasei offered their encouragement, they ended the call. Kizaru clicked his tongue, staring at the disconnected telephone snail, seemingly lost in thought. Gradually, he rose and made his way toward Vegapunk's laboratory. "Admiral, when can you release me?" Seeing Kizaru stand to leave, Ghost Spider could no longer remain composed and rushed to the door, grasping the bars. "According to Vegapunk's research, this weapon is infectious. Although you have been administered a newly developed antidote, it is prudent to remain here for a while longer. Consider it a vacation." Kizaru waved his hand dismissively as he continued towards the laboratory, suddenly recalling something and turning back to add, "A paid vacation, mind you." Ghost Spider was momentarily at a loss for words. However, given the current circumstances, he refrained from voicing any objections and turned back to sit on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. "Admiral Kizaru." Before long, Kizaru arrived at a heavily guarded laboratory. The sentinel stationed at the entrance immediately saluted upon seeing him. Kizaru nodded and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by an overwhelming stench of blood. However, this was a familiar scent to him, and it had no effect as he proceeded forward with indifference. The laboratory exudes a distinctly technological ambience, aside from various advanced instruments. The most striking feature is a surgical table positioned at its center. Upon it lies a grotesque entity exhibiting traits of humanity, rodents, insects, and even fungi, its abdomen laid open, with organs meticulously arranged within a metallic box. Dr. Huang Yuan called out to an individual fervently manipulating a peculiar machine, yet the person remained oblivious, their hands dancing like specters over a keyboard-like apparatus, leaving behind a blur of motion. Seeing this, Huang Yuan exerted greater force in his call, finally rousing the elderly figure across from him. "Ah, Huang Yuan," the elder turned, a frenzied glint igniting in his eyes. "Do you realize, Huang Yuan? This is a genius capable of rivaling my own intellect." The elderly man, disheveled with wild hair and a blood-stained white lab coat, bore prominent dark circles under his eyes, which were suffused with bloodshot veins, and his lips betrayed excitement, dampened by drool. One might expect such a visage to reflect exhaustion. Yet within the elder's bloodshot gaze lay an unparalleled exhilaration. This was Vegapunk, a scientist from the Navy headquarters, reputed to be 5 centuries ahead of contemporary technology, heralded as a mind surpassing human intellect by 500 years. Upon recognizing Huang Yuan, he abandoned the machine, seizing a syringe from the table and plunging it into his neck, subsequently closing his eyes and convulsing momentarily. When his eyes reopened, the fervor had dissipated, revealing a refined yet astute elderly gentleman. My apologies for my earlier outburst, Vegapunk murmured to Huang Yuan. I was simply overwhelmed. After my research, I find that the individual responsible for this biological weapon surpasses my comprehension to a certain extent. Can you fathom it? I can hardly comprehend that such a mad yet brilliant individual exists in this world. In the realm of biology, they have approached the level of a creator. Or perhaps they have entirely usurped the creator's authority. Oh, Huang Yuan observed, intrigued by Vegapunk's unprecedented admiration for another, and inquired, is it true that even the doctor cannot achieve the creation of such an extraordinary weapon? No, Huang Yuan. Perhaps in other domains. I am confident that no one could exceed me. However, in this particular field, this domain transcending genetic factors, I concede that I am outmatched. Even this so-called failure before us, given my decades of biological research, I would not be able to produce. A failure? Huang Yuan mused, contemplating the weapon's formidable nature, which seemed to pose a threat comparable to ancient weaponry. He was astonished to learn it was deemed a failure. Indeed, a failure. Vegapunk nodded with unwavering certainty and spoke. Chapter 102, Collaboration. The Kingdom of Dressrosa, a new world, is situated on an island brimming with tropical charm. This nation was once renowned for its exquisite cuisine, vibrant flowers, and spirited competitions, but it is now affectionately dubbed the land of love, passion, and toys. Within the opulent chambers of the Dressrosa Palace, flickering crimson candles cast a warm glow, swaying gently in the breeze alongside delicate purple drapery, creating an ambience filled with charm. On a grand bed adorned with a plush feather carpet, a sophisticated and graceful woman rests her head upon the chest of a man whose face is adorned with a mischievous grin. With her slender, alabaster fingers, she draws playful circles, whispering sweet nothings in his ear, punctuated by flirtatious sighs that exude allure. At that moment, the heavy door bursts open with a resounding crash, startling the dancer nestled in the man's embrace, prompting her to hastily cover her bosom with the feather blanket. He, I say, Doflamingo. Now is not the time for rest. He, a brutish man, shackled and with sparse teeth, barges in violently, grinning at the bed's occupant. It's Torpole. Have any amusing occurrences transpired? The man, known as Doflamingo, inquires. I say, Doflamingo, I have discovered the identity of the arms dealer you asked me to investigate. Called Pandora, Torpole replies, leaning on his cane and wiping his nose as he addresses Doflamingo. Oh! Upon hearing Torpole's report, Doflamingo sits up, his eyes glinting behind peculiar sunglasses. Have we finally located that pest disrupting the market's equilibrium? The malevolent aura emanating from Doflamingo causes the dancer behind him to tremble, hastily bowing her head to conceal her expression. Dim sunlight filters through frosted glass into the shadowy room, which is permeated by a faint scent of tobacco. The sparse furnishings include a desk, several benches, a peculiar telephone, and a coat rack. At this moment, a man rests with his eyes closed, his feet propped on the desk, leaning back in a chair, a fine cigar smoldering gently in one hand. As McKen savors the luxurious cigar, the peculiar telephone begins to ring. Bring. McKen answers the phone, and a distinctive laughter resonates through the receiver. You are McEnreef? Upon hearing this familiar phrase, a smile graces Macken's face as he slowly opens his eyes and replies, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Do you know who I am? The visage of Doflamingo materializing from the phone momentarily shifts, then regains its previous arrogance. The night demon, Joker, the infamous intermediary of the underworld. I would be remiss not to know of your reputation, he responds. I find myself intrigued by you, Black Swan. Within the palace of Dressrosa, Doflamingo quietly caressed a newly issued bounty notice, a smile creeping onto his face. The identity of the individual in question was self-evident, yet the reward had escalated from mere 60 million berries to a staggering 300 million. It seemed that the Navy or the world government had begun to take notice. I presume the illustrious Don Quixote, having procured my contact information and personally reached out, did not do so merely for idle conversation, remarked McKen with a hint of detachment. Ever since he unleashed the biological virus on the black market, he had anticipated Doflamingo would eventually reach out to him. Order, my friend, is not solely the purview of the world government. Doflamingo began slowly. The underworld requires order even more. Your actions, which disrupt the market's equilibrium, have placed me in a precarious situation. The chaos wrought upon the black market by the new weaponry you provided has left arms dealers like myself in a quandary. Doflamingo paused. Then with a sinister grin, continued, How do you suppose I should address their concerns? Order? Upon hearing Doflamingo's pretense, McKen could not contain his laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke of his life, eventually laughing so hard he struggled to catch his breath. Doflamingo maintained a smile on his face, patiently awaiting McKen's next words, though the tattered bounty notice in his hand betrayed his true feelings. Ha ha ha! McKen inhaled deeply, extinguishing his cigar with fervor. Let me be candid. Mr. Don Quixote, we are kindred spirits. To hell with kings, to hell with the 7 warlords, to hell with the pirate king. What we desire from the very beginning is singular, is it not? To utterly overturn this wretched, nauseating world. Rising from his seat, McKen leaned against the table, lowering his posture slightly, and spoke in a deep, commanding tone. Come, Doflamingo, let us join forces. Before we vie for the ultimate prize, let's first eliminate those who cling to their laughable dreams. On the other end of the phone, Doflamingo remained silent for an extended time, long enough for even the executives of the Don Quixote family to question whether their captain had been affected by some unseen force. Doflamingo Toribol, wearing a serious expression, looked at Doflamingo at the head of the table, but was interrupted by a raised hand from Doflamingo. That was quite an impassioned speech, but I apologize. As you can see, I am a businessman, Doflamingo slowly stated, seemingly dismissive of McKen's proposition. Is that so? What a pity, McKen replied nonchalantly, devoid of any visible emotion. However, as a businessman, I would not mind engaging in trade with you. I am quite interested in your new weaponry. Shall we discuss? Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, McKen smiled slightly and responded, Indeed, your commercial empire and connections are precisely what I seek. So then, may our collaboration be fruitful. May our collaboration be fruitful. After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo rested his head on one hand, enveloped in silence. Observing this, Tang Jike's officer, Darren Jia, promptly inquired, My lord, were we not preparing to annihilate this group? Why are we considering an alliance now? No sooner had he spoken than another officer, Diamante, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, Doflamingo is undoubtedly manipulating that individual. Once he acquires their weapons, he will eliminate them without hesitation. He then turned his head towards Doflamingo, asking, Am I not correct, Doflamingo? Ha 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 ha. Brother Ming did not respond to him. His lowered head began to emit a gloomy laughter, which gradually grew louder until he opened his mouth to laugh heartily. As he laughed uproariously, he walked towards the door with a crab-like gait, indifferent to those around him. Each official instinctively took 2 steps back as Brother Ming approached, their faces displaying expressions of astonishment. Ever since Razanandi was executed by Brother Ming's own hands, the officials had not heard such a heartfelt laugh from him for quite some time, swallowing nervously and unsure of what to say. It was only after Brother Ming vanished from their sight that the officials reached up to wipe the sweat that had inexplicably seeped from their foreheads, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Chapter 103. The Kings of the Dark World. The collaboration with Doflamingo was a plan meticulously devised by McKen, as he had stated during their conversation through the snail. Since his rise, Doflamingo had established an extensive trading network spanning from the North Sea to Sabo and into the New World. Almost every notable figure in the underworld had some degree of interaction with Doflamingo, a crucial resource that the fledgling pirate crew lacked. McKen's intention to collaborate was genuine, yet he held no illusions of trust. After all, Doflamingo was a figure who could truly be considered a tyrant. While Doflamingo's intentions remained unclear, McKen was determined to seize the opportunity for himself. The cooperation between them was fundamentally a matter of mutual exploitation, with no qualms about betraying one another at critical moments. After finalizing the collaboration with Doflamingo, McKen and his group entered a temporary state of concealment, a strategy they had already discussed when deciding to conduct experiments on Fran. The commotion they had caused had drawn the attention of the world government, especially with the last sighting of the Black Pearl now swarming with patrolling warships. McKen had no doubt that should he dare to show himself, the response would not merely be from vice admirals, but potentially the full might of the world government. With the slaughter order and all 3 admirals dispatched, he needed to wait for an opportunity that would divert the Navy's attention, and fortunately, such an opportunity was not far off. In fact, at this moment, Blackbeard had learned of Luffy's bounty and was planning to use it as a ticket to join the 7 warlords. Unfortunately for him, Luffy had already ascended to Sky Island, and the curtain of fate began to draw back. As time passed imperceptibly, McKenn's group remained perfectly hidden, causing the Navy to gradually relax their patrols in the surrounding waters, granting McKen and his companions a brief respite, as no one wished to be forced into hiding. Although the Navy had slightly eased its pursuit of the fallen pirates, McKenn's black market business was nearly eradicated by the world government. Never before had all the forces in the world united so cohesively. During this time, whether it was the world government or the Revolutionary Army, the Royal Army, or the rebels, all had tacitly ceased hostilities, redirecting their efforts towards McKenn's arms in the black market. In a sense, McKen had contributed to world harmony, and it would not be unreasonable for the world government to award him a peace prize. Even Doflamingo's black market enterprise faced certain impacts. However, the magnanimous Doflamingo appeared unperturbed, though his true intentions remained a mystery. 1 month later, McKen suddenly received a message from Doflamingo, notifying him of an impending summit in the Dark World, the reasons for which remained undisclosed, merely instructing McKen to attend punctually. Naturally, curiosity piqued within McKen regarding the kings of the Dark World. Their formidable prowess was undeniable, and he had no reservations about maintaining a connection with such influential figures. On the day of the meeting, McKen found himself seated in a dark conference room, facing 6 enormous projection screens, which intermittently displayed a snowflake icon. The snail responsible for the projection, lethargically drooping its eyes and drooling, was asleep. At that moment, a snail with peculiar glasses suddenly jerked its head awake, projecting an image from its bulging eyes. It seems I'm the first to arrive. The image of Doflamingo appeared on a projection screen, adorned in flamboyant attire, perched with one leg crossed over the other, observing McKen through the screen. I hope you do not mind. The other 6 are sovereigns of the Dark World, far too preoccupied to indulge in leisure like us, he chuckled. McKen reclined comfortably on a plush sofa, his hands cradling his head as he gazed at Doflamingo. Indeed, the esteemed figures often exuded an air of superiority. However, McKen pondered what had prompted Doflamingo to introduce him to them at this moment. Doflamingo offered no response to McKen's inquiry, instead emitting an eerie laugh, as if anticipating a grand spectacle. The wait was not prolonged. Soon, the screen illuminated, revealing 5 distinct visages, each more bizarre than the last. They were Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street; Lou Field, the God of Dark Gold; Dorag Piaclo, the Grand Undertaker; Bosun, the elusive proprietor of the storage industry; and Yumite, the king of maritime deep currents. Notably absent was Big News Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency and one of the 6 sovereigns, a fact that did not surprise McKen, who longed for grand headlines and had little interest in such gatherings. Among them, Stussy captured the most attention, clad in a lavender and pink dress, adorned with a cream beret. Her enchanting, large eyes sparkled with vivacity, exuding an aura of warmth akin to that of a friendly neighbor. Upon spotting McKen, her lovely face drew closer to the screen, and she dramatically covered her mouth in excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, is this the black swan you spoke of? I expected someone fearsome like you, but you are quite handsome. Should you find the opportunity to visit me, I shall offer you a discount." With that, Stussy winked at McKen through the screen and blew him a kiss. McKen, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, stood to bow respectfully towards Stussy. "Ah, what a polite and handsome fellow you are, far surpassing certain others," she remarked with a playful chuckle. Stussy stifled a light laugh, then quietly settled into her chair, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. She paid no heed to the peculiar cackling of a certain individual she had specifically referenced. Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street, specialized in the collection of intelligence, for women are inherently adept spies, as the notion of a gentle sanctuary suggests. However, as a time traveler, McKen was acutely aware of her true background. She was a member of CP0, the clandestine intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons, possessing combat prowess that far surpassed the other 5 emperors, embodying the essence of a femme fatale. Naturally, McKen maintained a respectful distance from such a woman and could easily surmise that Stussy's participation in the meeting was driven by an ulterior motive, gathering intelligence. As McKen suspected, Stussy had already reported the details of this meeting to the Gorosei, receiving orders to procure information regarding a particular weapon. With years of espionage experience behind her, Stussy was confident. Upon learning of McKen's collaboration with Don Quixote Doflamingo, she had thoroughly extracted every detail about McKen, dismissing her as a mere novice navigating the Grand Line. "Are you Pandora?" inquired a figure bearing a scythe and half of a starry mask, unable to contain his curiosity after Stussy had taken her seat. "Pandora, somewhat," McKen replied nonchalantly. The speaker was one of the 6 Dark Emperors, Dalrag Piccolo, known as the Undertaker, and his moniker suggested his profession was not difficult to discern. Individuals like him, who thrived on the misfortunes of the deceased, were naturally more intrigued by the biological virus McKen held than others. Upon hearing McKen's response, Stussy's expression remained unchanged. Yet she surmised that the weapon in question must surely be the handiwork of one of Dalrag's subordinates, and began to contemplate how to extract information from McKen. Dalrag Piccolo, however, was less preoccupied with such thoughts and swiftly inquired, "How many of those weapons do you possess?" McKen discreetly glanced at Stussy before slowly responding, "That depends on how many you require. So you're quite a stock?" Dalrag Piccolo appeared exceedingly excited, even though the world was united in its condemnation of such weapons. As one of the rulers of the Dark World, he possessed ample means to circumvent the world government and acquire them. With sufficient raw materials, mass production could indeed be achieved in a short time frame. McKen provided a deliberately ambiguous answer, preparing to take advantage of these powerful figures. "What raw materials do you require?" "Apologies, but that information is classified." As Stussy had anticipated, McKen was not foolish enough to divulge such core secrets. However, she remained unperturbed, lazily reclining in her seat, quietly listening to the exchanges among the men. After a while of banter between McKen and Dalrag Piccolo, the latter's expression darkened. He had anticipated that McKen would raise her price, but he was taken aback by the severity of her offer, 100 billion berries for merely 10 kilograms of the raw liquid. "Hey, kid, are you mocking me?" Dalrag Piccolo stood up, brandishing the scythe in his hand, his face contorted in anger as he confronted McKen. "This price exceeds what you sell in the black market by more than 1,000 times. This is merely a marketing strategy," McKen replied, sprawled comfortably on the sofa, her hands open in a gesture of explanation. "Without investment, where lies the return? How could I attract esteemed clients like yourself without swiftly establishing a reputation? Moreover," McKen quickly added, "the variant is merely an experimental product. I trust you all can discern that such weaponry is incomplete. The biological weapons produced not only have a fleeting lifespan, but also lack any sense of friend or foe." After speaking, McKen fell silent, retrieving a cigar box from her pocket and placing a pre-cut cigar in her mouth. Although she typically refrained from smoking, she found it an acceptable pastime. "Are you implying that you have further improved it?" Upon hearing McKen's explanation, Dalrag Piccolo's anger dissipated, and he eagerly inquired once more. Not only Dalrag, but Stussy, who was nearby, also perked up, intrigued by the prospect of a new type of weapon, as such intelligence was exceedingly valuable, with enhanced vitality, rudimentary intelligence. And most importantly, McKen produced a small capsule from her pocket, displaying it before the camera. The antidote. As McKen revealed the antidote, before Dalrag Piccolo could respond, a figure draped in a long coat, smoking a cigarette, slammed his hand on the chair and spoke in a deep voice. "Piccolo, I will lend you the cost of the materials. Take as much as you need. However, you must repay me tenfold interest afterwards." Luke Field's gaze was fixed intently on the screen displaying Dalrag Piccolo, confident that the latter would never relinquish such an opportunity. As the king of usurers, he possessed not just wealth, but also a remarkable investment acumen. "Ha ha ha, Field, you truly know how to boast." At that moment, another voice emerged, belonging to an elderly man donning a tall hat, who held a bottle of red wine in his hand. This exquisite red wine is truly priceless in the marketplace, so much so that even certain kings cannot afford it. Yet, witnessing this old fellow consume it as if it were mere water, one can only imagine that Barbossa would find a kindred spirit in him. Bosun, the sovereign of the storage industry, specializes in safeguarding unspeakable treasures for a myriad of individuals, claiming that even the vaults of the sky people cannot match the security of his warehouses. Humph, Bosun, while I may lack other possessions, I'm certainly not short on wealth. Lou Field exhaled a plume of cigar smoke, his demeanor tinged with a hint of arrogance. No sooner had he spoken than another interjected. "As far as I know, Gilder Tetsolo is reputed to possess 20% of the world's berries. If we were to discuss wealth, he is undoubtedly more qualified." This speaker, the most piratical in appearance among the gathering, was none other than Amit, the king of shipping, whose influence in the black market has enabled goods to traverse the globe. "Gilder Tetsolo? Ha!" Lou Field scoffed. "A mere dog of the celestial dragons dares to compare himself with me. Do you think it was not I who entrusted the gold fruit to the Don Quixote family for auction all those years ago?" At this juncture, Lou Field shifted his gaze to the image of Doflamingo on the screen, inquiring, "Speaking of which, Don Quixote, how did Gilder Tetsolo, once an ordinary man, manage to seize the gold fruit from your auction house?" He, Doflamingo, initially merely a spectator, was taken aback that the conversation had turned to him. He chose not to respond, merely sitting back and emitting an odd chuckle. What name have you bestowed upon this new type of weapon? Stussie's alluring voice pierced the awkward atmosphere. Beta, biological virus beta. McKen had no qualms about revealing such inconsequential information. Oh, so this weapon is still open for further research. Stussie had largely inferred the nature of the final product from McKen's earlier description. That is all I can divulge, dear lady. Hee, I apologize for my presumption. In that case, I shall place an order as well, though I find myself lacking sufficient berries. I wonder if Mr. Field might extend a sponsorship my way? Certainly. But let us be clear. Friendship aside, business is business, and I require tenfold interest, no less. With a disdainful huff, Mr. Field cast a scornful glance at Stussie, who was pouting charmingly at the screen, inciting a wave of laughter from the others. After deliberation, Stussie and Dolag Piekro each procured 100 grams and 3 kilograms of weapon concentrate from McKen. The remaining 30% would be supplemented by Mr. Field, while Yumit's fleet was tasked with transportation and Kibison would safeguard the weapons. The time frame was set for 3 months hence, as McKen had stipulated that the production of such a quantity of arms necessitated an extension of the transaction date. According to his strategy, he had already arrived in the New World, where his strength would be sufficient to manage most maritime troubles. Once the transaction was finalized, the attendees began to rise, with Stussie casting a lingering glance at McKen before shutting off her projection phone. With her departure, only McKen and Doflamingo remained. Ha, congratulations. This is indeed a lucrative deal, equivalent to several years' worth of my income, Doflamingo remarked. Ah, merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. I trust you, as the intermediary, have profited handsomely as well, McKen replied, scrutinizing Doflamingo's expression, certain that ulterior motives lurked behind this meeting. Indeed, that is the nature of our close partnership. Doflamingo responded with a sly smile. As they exchanged insincere compliments, a knock echoed at the conference room door, and a jubilant Harley burst in. Her face radiated the joy of a child who had just discovered a coveted toy as she hurried towards McKen. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, he stated. Of course, my dear friend. As Doflamingo closed the projection phone, Harley eagerly exclaimed, Sweetheart, come with me. Guess what we found? A ship. A magnificent ship. The terrifying 3-masted ship, reporting the situation. During lunch, I checked my phone and found over 600 subscriptions. My goodness, 600 subscriptions. I could scarcely believe it. I lacked the courage even to open my phone at noon, a humble novice's mindset. I had initially thought it wouldn't surpass 100. My heartfelt gratitude to all of your support. As for Chapter 83 being blocked, I have already applied for its release. I've been quite busy these past 2 days, but starting next Monday, I will strive for 3 updates daily. The Black Pearl is ready to drain water. Prepare to rise. Beneath the profound depths of the ocean, at the sound of a command, the pirates clad in cumbersome space suits, complete with glass helmets, sprang into action on the deck. The reason the Black Pearl eluded the searches of patrolling naval forces was its clandestine positioning at the ocean floor. Thanks to the modifications made by the ingenious Captain Saw, the Black Pearl had acquired the capabilities of a submarine. To complement this, Saw and Fran collaborated to create a set of diving suits that not only adapted to the underwater pressure, but also emitted a continuous electromagnetic signal that repelled certain marine life. Each helmet was equipped with a flashlight for illumination and a rudimentary communication device, while the suits contained oxygen sufficient for basic needs, albeit mixed with a significant amount of carbon dioxide, rendering prolonged inhalation inadvisable. Iron chains were entwined around the waist of the diving suits, tethered to hooks on the deck, and the soles of their boots were fitted with powerful magnets, facilitating the pirates' underwater endeavors. As the saying goes, technology serves as the primary productive force. This was a contingency plan should the situation exceed McKen's expectations, allowing them to bypass the need to venture to the Shambody archipelago for coating and proceed directly to Fishman Island. This experience is both wondrous and terrifying, particularly for the indigenous inhabitants of this extraordinary world. Initially, they feared they would drown. However, after Barbossa made an example of them, the band of pirates obediently complied with the orders. As they proceeded with their tasks, 4 immense elliptical devices gradually emerged from the sides of the Black Pearl's hull, lurking beneath the waves like whales. The 4 objects are water storage tanks crafted by the vertical saw, which utilize the principle of high pressure to completely drain the water within. Once emptied, the 4 tanks are retracted into the ship's cabin, significantly reducing the weight, allowing the Black Pearl to gradually ascend towards the surface. Inside Professor Vertical Saw's laboratory, a colossal projection screen displays a blurry image of the scenery above the sea. Despite the modifications made by Vertical Saw and Fran, the projection phone bug remains ill-suited to the underwater environment, rendering the visuals akin to watching a video with a resolution barely above 360p. Nevertheless, it is possible to discern a massive vessel, or perhaps an island, floating serenely upon the tranquil waters. Upon witnessing this image, McKen felt a faint inkling of suspicion, yet he could not be entirely certain, as the time and location did not align. In McKen's conjecture, the Black Pearl had finally emerged from the depths, basking in the long-awaited sunlight, prompting the pirates to hastily shed their cumbersome diving suits. They leaned over the ship's railing, greedily inhaling the fresh air, their eyes closed in blissful appreciation of the sun's warmth. At the helm, Barbossa refrained from reprimanding them, although still under the curse. He too relished the soothing embrace of sunlight. As McKen stepped onto the deck, his suspicions materialized into reality. An immensely large three-masted sailing ship loomed in the path of the Black Pearl. This magnificent sailing vessel boasts a circular silhouette, with a colossal maw-like gate gracing its front. A jagged ring of massive stones forms an imposing circular wall, enveloping the vessel's core around this gaping entrance. Shrouded by the towering walls, one can discern only a few tendrils of jungle foliage extending outward, aside from the crumbling spires of a dilapidated castle that pierce the clouds above. The mast of this ship is remarkably unique, constructed from 3 towers built into the fortress. A flag, partially scorched and tattered, flutters in the wind on the already damaged main mast, faintly displaying a half-skull adorned with a crown. Its colossal size is tenfold that of the Black Pearl, resembling not merely a vessel, but rather a diminutive island, or perhaps it is a transformed island masquerading as a ship. A terrifying 3-masted ship, McKen muttered to himself. Harley also recognized this exceedingly renowned vessel, and promptly inquired, "But why is this ship here?" Although the Black Pearl was indeed heading towards Fishman Island, the route they were on should not have traversed the Devil's Sea. "Could it be due to us?" Harley added, her mind quick to connect the dots. Since we leveled Water City, the Straw Hat Kid wouldn't have encountered the events at Eni's lobby, leading them to defeat Moria prematurely. McKen was well aware that this was the result of the butterfly effect. However, he was perplexed about how Luffy could still sail after he had eliminated Frankie, Iceberg, and all the other renowned shipwrights. Could it be the ship spirit? Upon this thought, McKen's expression darkened. As a materialist, he found himself momentarily swayed by the notion of fate. At that moment, Fran emerged from the cabin, her keen perception detecting McKen's demeanor, leading her to surmise the reason. Generally, Fran would not leave her laboratory except for communal meals, but as a researcher, or rather a surgeon, she was intrigued by Hogback, another genius surgeon, particularly fascinated by his techniques in human modification. This is becoming increasingly interesting, McKen scoffed, slowly making his way toward the bow, his observation haki unfurling instantly. Within his perception, a frail yet potent life force emerged, alongside hundreds of weaker auras scattered across the island-like ship, unmistakably the remnants of Moria's zombie legion. "Since they have come to me, I shall graciously accept the shadow fruit." At McKen's command, aside from the remaining officers stationed on the Black Pearl, the rest descended upon the immense sailing vessel. "Lord Moria has a situation," they reported. As soon as McKen and his companions arrived, Perona, utilizing her spectral surveillance scattered throughout the ship, swiftly detected their presence and floated to report before Moria's bedside. At that moment, Moria appeared utterly wretched, his corpulent form languishing upon the bed, swathed in layers of thick bandages, exuding an air of despondency. Once a formidable pirate capable of challenging Kaido, he had succumbed to despair following the annihilation of his crew, transforming from a once magnificent figure into a morbidly obese recluse. Clinging to the fallacy that life entails loss, he had taken to studying the extravagant notion of zombies, degenerating a once promising shadow fruit into a mere collectible, thereby explaining his defeat at the hands of the inconsequential Straw Hat Luffy. Cursed be that blind fool! In a fit of rage, Moria seized a pillow from the bedside and hurled it to the floor, startling Perona into a small gasp as she instinctively shielded her head. At that moment, Moria's emotions fluctuated like the weather. With bloodshot eyes, he scrutinized Perona, inquiring if they were indeed not the Navy. "Yes, my Lord Moria, judging by their attire." "They are a band of pirates," Perona replied, adjusting her parasol while wiping away the tears that had escaped. Relieved by this revelation, Moria exhaled deeply. His hasty return to the thriller bark had been a precaution against the Navy's purging efforts. He then extended a hand to gently stroke Perona's hair as a gesture of comfort. Chapter 105. Authority due to the chain of events instigated by McKen and his group in Water City. the Straw Hat crew preemptively vanquished Moria, thus circumventing the Judicial Island incident. Additionally, the same temporal discrepancies prevented Kuma, another Shichibukai, from reaching Thriller Bark as well, further disrupting the original timeline, which also meant Perona was not flung to Karaigana Island by Kuma. While Perona often projected an air of carefree, princess-like demeanor, she possessed an inherently delicate sensibility as a woman, compounded by her considerable intelligence. Upon Moria's defeat, her astute mind immediately surmised that the world government would endeavor to mitigate the repercussions of this event. Unreservedly, Perona employed the most nefarious reasoning to fathom the thoughts of the world government's higher echelons. What methods could effectively diminish the impact of a Shichibukai being bested by a mere pirate? The answer was straightforward: disqualification and obliteration. As a power standing alongside the four emperors in the navy, the Shichibukai must exhibit exceptional prowess, instilling sufficient dread in other pirates, which implied that they could not afford to lose, at least not to those of lesser renown. The fate of Crocodile, another Shichibukai, serves as a testament. Was he imprisoned and impelled down for plotting treason, or was it due to his ambitions regarding the ancient weapon Pluton? If the accusation was treason, then one must consider Doflamingo, who successfully executed a coup. And if the matter pertains to Pluton, then surely the world government, aware of the blueprints, had investigated Alabasta. The true reason is singular. He was defeated, vanquished by an unknown novice who had merely embarked upon the Grand Line. After much contemplation, Perona conveyed her thoughts faithfully to Moria. Although Moria, now a recluse, had lost his spirit, his intellect remained intact. Upon hearing Perona's insights, he found them quite reasonable and, as a precaution, promptly steered the Thriller Bark away from the treacherous Devil's Sea, inadvertently positioning himself in the path of the Black Pearl. Returning to the narrative, within the eerie forest of zombies aboard the Thriller Bark, McKen and his companions disregarded their surroundings and made their way toward the castle. A mere nuisance, incapable of even besting the Straw Hat crew, failed to capture Macken's attention. Flanking Macken and Harry were Barbossa and Hannibal, who walked on either side of the path, subtly guarding Fran, who appeared to be on a leisurely outing, curiously surveying her environment. She occasionally crouched to examine the grass or snapped a delicate twig to inspect it closely. What the bunya of foolish floodlings. Utterly oblivious to even the basics of reconnaissance, she mused. Several hundred meters away from Macken, Perona sat with her plush bear, Kuma, joyfully observing the group's movements. With a petite parasol in hand, she perched on a branch, swinging her slender legs. She then opened her palm, and like a spirit from a weather doll, a ghost emerged, flitting about her head until it tickled her into laughter before soaring away into the distance. Perona utilized the controlled specter to send a message to Absalom, one of the three peculiar allies, who was already lying in wait along the mandatory route to the castle. Just a bunch of novices? This will be easy. Absalom chuckled nonchalantly. Their journey thus far had encountered numerous blind pirates, all of whom had become members of the zombie army. Despite his indifference toward Macken's party, Absalom maintained a necessary vigilance, refraining from launching a hasty ambush. In the past, their strategy would have involved frightening the enemy with terrifying zombies as a prelude, followed by a surge of soldier zombies and animal zombies overwhelming them, with the general zombies and the final special zombies positioned as a formidable last line of defense. However, following the conflict with the Straw Hat crew, Moria's zombie army had been utterly decimated, with the loss of the powerful special zombie, Oars, and the four chief general zombies being particularly grievous. Thus, Absalom concealed the recently crafted zombies along Macken's path, patiently awaiting their inevitable capture. Should I go and greet that ghostly girl? Harry, carrying her oversized sword, bounced ahead. Turning to Macken with a bright smile and licking her lips, I have yet to encounter anything so intriguing. No, Miss Harry, her abilities are too formidable. I shall take the lead instead. As Harley stepped back while glancing at the speaker, she quipped, "Oh ho ho, I can only pray for the ghost girl, hoping she won't encounter you in her next life." Hannibal remained unperturbed by Harley's theatrics. He merely adjusted his tie with a slight gesture before turning slowly in another direction. Observing Hannibal's stoic demeanor, Harley raised an eyebrow and gestured toward McKenna, subsequently forming air quotes with her hands. "Darling, how about a wager? I believe the doctor will treat that poor girl tenderly. What's the stake? How about a kiss?" "Huh, then you've won." While McKenna and Harley were engrossed in their flirtation, Barbossa, who was playfully teasing Jack, suddenly broke into a grin, his hand subtly resting on the hilt of his dagger. The old pirate cast a sideways glance in a specific direction, his eyes radiating an overwhelming murderous intent that rendered Absalom, who was hiding nearby, utterly frozen. though he had only drawn his knife an inch under that gaze. His hands felt as if they had been encased in ice, immobilized, while a cold sweat began to seep from his back, quickly soaking his clothing. Impossible. He can't see me. It must be an illusion. Yes, definitely an illusion, Absalom murmured silently to himself, trying to bolster his courage. He shut his eyes tightly to avoid the piercing gaze of Barbossa, swallowed hard, then abruptly opened his eyes, finding, as anticipated, that the bloodthirsty eyes were no longer in sight. Ha! It was indeed an illusion. Just as Absalom felt a surge of relief, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Not only had those eyes vanished, but even the old pirate's figure had completely disappeared. In that moment of realization, he felt a heavy weight above his head. Instinctively reaching up, he was met unexpectedly by a hanging monkey, which pressed itself against his face, baring its sharp teeth and chattering incessantly. Absalom's heart inexplicably skipped a beat as, in the void of his mind, a chilling voice echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a demon's wail from the depths of hell. "Are you looking for me, little kitty?" Barbossa stood behind Absalom, extending his neck and resting his head upon his shoulder. With a mischievous grin revealing a blend of black and yellow teeth, he whispered softly into Absalom's ear. Chapter 106, New Beginnings. A gentle breeze swept through, burying itself within the depths of the tranquil forest, producing a rustling sound. The crunch of dry twigs underfoot created a series of notes that adorned the eerie atmosphere. Hannibal strolled through this seemingly fairy tale-like, yet terrifying forest, one hand casually grasping the hem of his suit, exuding the aura of a master of this realm. The monitoring specters had long since detected Hannibal's presence, surrounding Perona to report their findings. This sparked a wicked amusement within Perona, who desired to frighten this seemingly genteel man. How delightful it would be to see such a gentleman frightened, she chuckled softly, covering her mouth. With a graceful motion, she ascended from the branches, gliding towards Hannibal's direction. The fearsome zombie forest was as familiar to Perona as her own backyard, and she swiftly arrived above Hannibal, ensuring he remained oblivious to her presence as she observed him discreetly. It must be said that Hannibal possessed an undeniable charm, particularly potent for a girl like Perona, whose heart brimmed with youthful infatuation. Covering her face with her hands, Perona squirmed in shyness, yet her eyes peeked through her fingers, fixated on Hannibal's figure. The silent man was utterly adorable. No. He is the enemy of Lord Moria. Perona fervently shook her head, slapping her cheeks to regain her composure, lest she succumb to the temptation of turning him into a puppet instead. Seeing their master in such turmoil, the specters encircling Perona clasped hands and began to spin around her, emitting eerie laughter as if mocking their mistress. "Hush! You lot have lost all charm the moment you speak," Perona retorted angrily, before quickly shifting her tone to a playful one. "Let's give our guest a little surprise." As soon as she finished speaking, a disturbance arose on the beast path before Hannibal. Just as he approached that spot, a bear, marked with stitches all over its body, burst forth from the earth. It stood before Hannibal, stretching its arms and letting out a chilling roar. This creature, more accurately described as a toy bear, was Kamasi, lying in wait as per Perona's command to offer their guest a little surprise. Although the technique akin to a jump scare may be deemed simplistic, it proves remarkably effective, having found its place in nearly every horror film and game. Every rational individual is prone to being startled by such sudden frights. However, standing before Kamasi is none other than Hannibal, rendering what should have been a predictable scene into an awkward tableau. Hannibal remains composed, his lake blue, enigmatic eyes devoid of any ripple of emotion, as he slightly raises his head to scrutinize the peculiar doll with an unsettling calmness that belies humanity. Kamasi, arms outstretched until the sound dissipates, begins to falter under Hannibal's fierce gaze, a sense of disarray enveloping it, unaccustomed to such an encounter. Not only it, but Perona, hovering above, stares in disbelief, her mind momentarily blank as she grapples with the situation. As time drags on, Kamasi's arms, held aloft for too long, begin to tremble, beads of sweat forming on its forehead. Just as it contemplates how to conclude this bizarre standoff, Hannibal, who has been observing intently, finally speaks. It is indeed remarkable. Although merely a plush toy, it seemingly possesses a perspiration mechanism, a trait one would assume it lacks. Kamasi, behind its enormous mask, parts its mouth as if to speak, but in the next instant, a shadow darts before its eyes. Upon regaining its focus, it blinks to find Hannibal kneading a tuft of white cotton in his grasp. Indeed, it is nothing but ordinary cotton. Bringing it close to his nose, Hannibal sniffs it, a look of astonishment crossing his face, pondering if the shadow fruit can achieve such a feat, infusing life. Kamasi's first instinct is to recognize the cotton, and as it looks down, its eyes widen in disbelief. A gaping wound has torn open its chest, spilling a mass of cotton onto the ground. In shock, Kumasi quickly crouches to shove the cotton back into its body before turning to flee into the depths of the shadowy forest. Hannibal, however, remains unfazed, contemplating with a hand on his chin, pondering whether such an injury would indeed have no impact on life. As Hannibal stands lost in thought, an irate Perona descends behind him, her voice a low growl filled with fury as she admonishes, "How dare you render Kumasi so unappealing? Are you prepared to face the consequences?" With a hand on her hip, she raises one arm, and a transparent orb materializes, slowly ascending into the air. The orb then transforms into 4 spectral figures, issuing a ghostly hollow sound. "Go forth, negative spirits." Perona, however, refrained from utilizing her ghost bombs, for she still harbored the desire to transform Hannibal into her beloved doll. The thought of destroying him with an explosion was simply unacceptable. The speed of the passive ghost was not particularly swift, at least in Hannibal's perception. It was as though he could effortlessly resolve the presence of a young girl before she could even make contact with his body. Yet, to his surprise, Hannibal did not launch an attack. Instead, he slowly turned around, quietly observing as the ghost melded into his being. In the next moment, Hannibal closed his eyes, and his body began to tremble slightly, as a wave of indescribable defeat flooded his heart. Furthermore, feelings of guilt and empathy, emotions that Hannibal had long since lost, seemed to resurrect within him, inducing a profound sense of discomfort. Ultimately, Hannibal gradually sank to his knees, cradling his own legs as he curled upon the ground, tears escaping from his tightly shut eyes against his will. At that moment, in Perona's eyes, Hannibal had transformed from a distinguished middle-aged gentleman into what appeared to be an infant curled up before her. The maternal instinct embedded in the female DNA erupted within Perona's heart, prompting her to instinctively place a hand upon her chest. Feeling as though her very heart was being clenched, she slowly approached Hannibal, gently patting his shoulder, offering a tender comfort, albeit somewhat at a loss. "I'm fine, thank you." Hannibal, still curled on the ground, kept his eyes tightly shut, exhaling softly as he expressed his gratitude to Perona. "Thank you for allowing me to experience the feelings of an ordinary person, that sensation." As he spoke, Hannibal gradually opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, it was utterly revolting. Chapter 107, Fear What? What did you say? Perona was taken aback by the aura emanating from Hannibal, causing her to tumble back onto the ground. Hannibal had no intention of repeating himself. He slowly rose, brushing off the dust that clung to him, stepping forward. Though his movements were not excessive, the predatory essence he possessed was unmistakably evident. Great Phantom, Kamikaze Bomb. Feeling that potent aura, Perona seemed to be infused with adrenaline, swiftly rising to her feet and unleashing her most formidable ability. A massive phantom materialized, hurtling towards Hannibal at an astonishing speed. The ghost was unprecedentedly colossal, and it was evident that Perona's potential had been awakened under the pressure of death. In an instant, a force akin to thunder erupted in the zombie forest, obliterating the surrounding area within miles of Hannibal, reducing it to a cloud of ash that danced in the wind. Wow, the ghost girl truly excelled. McKen, aware of the violent commotion, took a few brisk steps toward the explosion. One hand wielded a sword resembling an enormous blade, while the other shielded her brow as she gazed toward the distant plume of smoke, her face adorned with a gleeful smile, embodying a spectator reveling in the spectacle. Beneath her lay a gruesome array of dismembered limbs. Yet what was truly terrifying was that these corpses, even in their fragmented state, retained a semblance of vitality, writhing upon the ground in a futile attempt to rise once more. "Ah, so that is it." Fran crouched on the ground, her hands propping up her face, while her other 4 hands deftly manipulated surgical instruments to meticulously dissect a zombie. Despite the rudimentary techniques, her audacious ideas were commendable. No wonder she was hailed as a genius surgeon. A look of realization dawned upon Fran's face, for Hogback's transformation surgeries could not bestow a second life upon the deceased. They merely enhanced the body's resilience and incorporated a rudimentary nutrient delivery system to activate dormant cells that had succumbed to malnutrition, thereby maintaining a degree of preservation. The fundamental reason for the zombie's movement lay in the effects of the shadow fruit. As Fran slowly stood, she found herself profoundly intrigued by the transcendental power of the devil fruit. As a quintessential materialist creator, the ability to trample upon the sanctity of death captivated her as a researcher. "How about it? Is it of any use to you?" McKen inquired, turning to Fran as she rose. "Of no value whatsoever," Fran replied, shaking her head. "In comparison to Hogback, He was akin to a primitive man striking flint against a modern individual wielding a flamethrower. However, in the forthcoming Phoenix project, he could assist me with some of the simpler tasks. Understood, McKen nodded, signaling to the group to continue their journey toward the castle. What shall we do with this fellow? Barbossa, squatting beneath a tree, pointed at Absalom, who had been rendered unconscious and disarmed. Should we find a place to hide him, or notify the old man to come? Just leave him here. We'll take him back when we return. McKen cast a glance at Absalom and spoke. In McKen's eyes, the value of the invisibility fruit far surpassed that of the shadow fruit. This ability to become unseen was incredibly formidable, allowing not only the body to vanish, but also one's very presence to dissipate entirely. Absalom, with his inadequate strength, could not unleash the fruit's full potential. Were it the reign of Shiryu from Blackbeard's crew as depicted in the original narrative, McKen surmised that even with the use of observation hockey, he would struggle to detect the other's whereabouts. McKen speculated that should this fruit awaken, it could potentially erase even the most elusive sense of existence or memory, a prospect that was truly terrifying. As McKen and his companions made their way back to the castle, their expressions ranged from relaxed to nonchalant, with some, like Harley, appearing utterly carefree. Yet, none exhibited any concern for Hannibal. Such a tremendous explosion not only captured the attention of McKen and his crew, but also disturbed Moriarty, who was recuperating within the castle. Initially believing it to be merely a group of obscure individuals, he was taken aback to witness Perona unleash such a powerful technique. This realization began to stir a foreboding feeling within Moriarty, prompting him to contact Absalom without delay. After a prolonged wait, only static emanated from the transponder snail, and Moriarty's countenance darkened as he crushed the device in frustration. Hogback, come to me, Moriarty bellowed, his voice echoing through the castle, resonating ominously through the shadowy corridors and pipes, reminiscent of a chilling beast howl. Master, you summoned me. Moriarty did not have to wait long, as Hogback soon appeared, swaying as he entered Moriarty's chamber. Absalom has gone dark, Moriarty stated, his tone grave, and even Hogback could sense the uncontainable malice within his voice. However, according to Perona's report, that group merely, enough. What are the giant's modifications? Upon hearing this, Hogback realized Moriarty was genuinely enraged and hastily responded. 3 giants have been successfully modified. The others. His words were abruptly cut off by Moriarty's dismissive wave. Go awaken Perona, then head to the morgue. Upon hearing Moriarty's command, Hogback immediately nodded in affirmation and turned to head towards Perona's room, sensing that this impending crisis might rival that of the previous Straw Hat Boy. Meanwhile, after unleashing an enormous kamikaze bomb, Perona found herself somewhat drained. She rested a hand on her knee, gasping for breath. Although the explosion posed no physical threat to her in her ethereal form, the excessive use of her abilities had taken a toll on her fragile spirit. That was quite something, she murmured as she gazed at the billowing smoke before her. The sheer magnitude of the explosion startled even her. She could not fathom anyone surviving such a blast unscathed. Taking a deep breath, she bravely ventured forward, emboldened by her heightened self-preservation instincts in her spirit form, which inspired a reckless resolve within her. As she cautiously navigated toward the heart of the thick fog, a sound reminiscent of dripping water, accompanied by a muffled thud, reached her ears. Just as confusion set in, a shadow lunged towards her. Instinctively, Perona shut her eyes. Her combat instincts were indeed questionable. Had she not been in her spirit form, that encounter might have cost her dearly. Upon reopening her eyes, she turned to look back, only to be startled. Despite having witnessed numerous zombies, the creature before her sent chills down her spine. Before she could discern its full form, the eerie being, crouched as if sniffing the air, suddenly lifted its head, its blood-red eyes locked onto hers, exuding a malevolence that words could scarcely describe, striking at her very soul and rendering her motionless. I. The terror of confronting such a grotesque entity left her weak, and in her mind, the existence of this creature became indescribable. In that moment, Perona seemed to find herself before the gaping maw of a dark abyss, already ajar. Countless wailing specters crawled towards her, while myriad gaping mouths loomed above, ready to consume her at the slightest movement. Perona knelt upon the ground, her eyes vacant, her body limp, her hands pressed against the earth, barely maintaining her sitting posture. The terror etched deep within her soul compelled her to retch continuously, muttering, "Monster, monster." Chapter 108. The feeble Moria wake up, Perona, wake up. In Perona's princess chamber, Hogback gripped her shoulders, shaking her vigorously. Kurosaki, having mended his own form, stood at the foot of the bed, his face a mask of concern. Though Kurosaki had not accompanied Perona for long, he understood her temperament. She was merely a girl imbued with childlike innocence. What on earth was happening? Moria's eyes were filled with a tumult of anger and affection, for although Perona's spirit had returned to her body, no method could rouse her from her slumber. This ignited a fury within him, who had adopted Perona and regarded her as his own daughter. It must have been the work of those invaders, possibly wielding some form of devil fruit power. The immense pressure exerted by Moria sent shivers down Hogback's spine, prompting him to voice his speculation. In truth, Hogback's words held a degree of truth. Simply put, Perona had been frightened. Faced with the abyssal gaze of Hannibal, her fragile spirit triggered a self-preservation mechanism, resulting in a state akin to a comatose condition. Invaders. Moria gritted his teeth, producing a grinding sound. First Absalom, now Perona. The audacity of these invaders. Treating him with such contempt was utterly intolerable. I shall slay them, crush their bones, drain their blood, and then fashion their remains into trophies to adorn my mast. A terrifying black shadow emanated from Moria, swirling around him like a wraith, instilling dread in those around him, even causing the zombies to tremble. How terrifying! Should I flee now? As Moria displayed his wrath, a faint mocking voice drifted in from the grand window where Perona stood. Then came a small, frightened scream. Little pudding, it's so scary here, let us hurry and leave. Yes, Captain, this giant is clearly beyond our capability to confront. I wholeheartedly agree with your brilliant idea. Let us flee at once, ha 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 ha. Another voice, tinged with weariness, echoed from outside, accompanied by a peculiar, monkey-like screech. With reddened eyes, Moria slowly turned to gaze out the window, where two men, a woman, and a monkey stood, observing them with amusement. A woman with hair of pink and green hues leaned against the leading man, appearing terrified, yet sporting a theatrical smile. The man gently patted her back, while an older pirate, seemingly a swordsman, smirked disdainfully. Adding to the absurdity, a monkey perched on the man's shoulder hurled an unidentified object toward Moria. Fortunately, the glass of the window intercepted it. The yellowish object splattered against the pane with a resounding thud. As the substance, whether mud or excrement, fell away, Moria's expression darkened in unison. Give me boom. Standing within the confines of the room, Hogaback, Kamasi, and their companions were oblivious to the unfolding events. Just a moment prior, Moria had been bellowing in fury. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Had it not been for the dust cascading from the ceiling due to the vibrations, they might have remained paralyzed in disbelief. Like automatons, they slowly turned their heads to glance behind them, swallowing hard, unable to fathom the scene before their eyes. And Moria-sama, the warlords of the sea, is this all there is to you? Moria's towering figure, nearly 7 meters tall, was grotesquely embedded in the castle's walls and floor, his seated form now inverted. His legs were wedged into the wall, while his upper body was forcefully thrust into the ground, his colossal head oozing blood as he struggled, appearing even more wretched than before. McKen, with one foot planted upon Moria's enormous visage, surveyed the fallen warlord from above. What a disappointment, Moria. Once a formidable figure who dared to challenge Kaido, and yet you find yourself in such a pitiful state. How could you know Moria, due to his sheer size? Found his head far exceeding the dimensions of Macken's foot, straining to lift it. Yet, Macken showed no mercy. With a cruel smile, he applied further pressure, driving Moria's head deeper into the ground. A sickening crunch echoed from the pit beneath. Whether it was the earth or the bones lamenting, none could tell. Macken leaned slightly, resting an arm upon the leg that pinned Moria down, adopting a mocking tone. I've heard that after your battle with Kaido, you fell into despair after losing all your comrades. Relishing the morbid thrill, Macken refrained from swiftly dispatching Moria. He desired to prolong this game. But it seems to me, no, I am quite certain this is all a fabrication of your own making. I suspect that after eliminating your subordinates, you spun a tale of your defeat against Kaido, claiming total annihilation, merely to gain entry into the warlords of the sea. TSK, what a clever scheme you've devised. To think that a wretch like you could secure the Navy's protection through nothing but a ludicrous lie and the lives of a few hundred inconsequential souls. It's a pity you chose piracy. Had you pursued a career in commerce, I might have had the honor of addressing you as my lord, the wealthiest. Ha ha! The captain is truly astute. I've encountered many like him in brothels, boasting of their grandeur, yet when it comes to real combat, they fall silent. Macken laughed heartily. Upon hearing Macken's words, Barbossa was the first to speak, slowly entering through the shattered window, casting his gaze downwards toward Macken's foot. In that moment, Moria was drenched in blood, yet his two terrifying eyes seemed ready to burst forth as they fixated fiercely on McKen. The memory of his comrades, particularly those who had perished, remained in everlasting agony for Moria. They were his Achilles heel, his forbidden thoughts. McKinn's words felt like a brutal tearing open of an unhealed wound, only to pour in caustic salt. Enraged to the utmost, Moria trembled violently, gritting his teeth as he bellowed, You all deserve to die? With a resounding thud, one of Moria's arms shot up, seizing McKinn's waist. The bulging muscles of his arm tore through his sleeve, and then he clenched with immense force. Are you giving me a massage? How considerate of you. Such a tepid and ineffectual assault posed no threat to McKen. He merely yawned and gently patted Moria's fingers, expressing a sense of weary amusement. Shadow spear. Moria's shadow instantly stiffened, transforming into a long spear that surged upward along his arm. Upon reaching his hand, it curved sharply, piercing through his palm and aiming directly at the body of the restrained McKen. Oh, I underestimated you. It appears this was your plan all along. Observing Moria's actions, McKen responded nonchalantly, maintaining a smile as he regarded him. Noticing a subtle change in Moria's expression, McKen remarked, Armament hockey. I trust you haven't forgotten it by now. Chapter 109. Shadow Hell Hogaback. Moria bellowed as he forcefully flung McKen away, simultaneously utilizing his shadow to ensnare Barbossa, wrapping him around McKen's form. I understand, Hogaback exclaimed, suddenly aware of his role in this scenario. He swiftly retrieved a syringe from his pocket and dashed to Moria's side. Just as McKen and Barbossa gracefully descended to the ground after dissipating their momentum, Moria injected the substance from the syringe into his own body. This is the healing potion concocted by Hogback after being defeated by the Straw Hat crew. Due to the brief period of development, this potion bears significant side effects. While it can restore a certain degree of injuries, it does so at the cost of accelerating the division of cells. In other words, it consumes one's future lifespan. Young ones, inexperienced as you may be, heed my advice. Never underestimate others. Shadow Sorcerer. Moria, having regained his footing, slowly rose from the ground and summoned a shadow to stand before him. I had anticipated some novel trick to behold, yet it appears he resorts to the same old tactics. Alas, it matters little. McKen waved his hand dismissively, growing weary of this predictable game. He slowly gestured, eliminate him and bring him aboard the Black Pearl. He, always at your service. Barbossa unsheathed his mechanical knife, crafted from modern saw-making facilities. Though it surpassed most swords in this world, it still fell short of the supreme blade. Nevertheless, it was more than adequate for the task at hand. He then held the knife upright and flicked it lightly with his finger, coating the blade in a dark hue of hockey. I shall teach you well, young man. At over 50 years of age, Barbossa deemed it appropriate to refer to the 48-year-old Moria as a young man, a subtle retort to Moria's earlier words. With that, Barbossa lunged towards Moria, aiming for the Shadow Warrior with a swift strike. Shadow Revolution. Upon witnessing Barbossa's approach, Moria promptly activated his skill, causing the Shadow Warrior to swiftly vanish into the floor. Though I am uncertain of the tricks you play, eliminating you, the instigator, is always a prudent choice. After striking at empty air, Barbossa twirled his sword and strode towards Moria, musing, surely, you cannot pass through walls. Moria lowered his head, emitting a sinister chuckle, and replied in a low voice, the reason for your impending failure is singular. You have underestimated me. Suddenly, the entire room, nay, the entire castle, began to tremble violently. The feeble Hogback immediately scurried beneath Perona's bed, while Kuma leaped toward the unconscious Perona to shield her. Destroy everything. My giant, Moria shouted, arms outstretched. The castle began to collapse rapidly, the sound of explosions echoing relentlessly as structures crumbled. Shattered bricks fell like a meteor shower, while flames and smoke swirled together, resembling a tempest of dust. As the chaos settled, nearly 1/5 of the once resplendent castle lay in ruins. Wow, what a grand fireworks display. But is this truly a giant? Such a tremendous explosion would naturally not harm those present. Harley clapped her hands, marveling at the events that had just unfolded, and then lifted her chin to gaze at the colossal figures that appeared before her. 3 giants, modified through human transformation, loomed like mountains in front of Moria, each wielding a massive spike club, their imposing stance suggesting a formidable confrontation. I never anticipated that you would have giants here. Moria genuinely did not expect to acquire such a rare species. He glanced at the giants, each standing no less than 20 meters tall, before shifting his gaze to Moria, who remained unscathed beneath their shadow. Do you believe a few giant zombies can impede my progress? Moria chuckled, of course. I wouldn't be foolish enough to think that mere 3 giants could defeat an adversary of your caliber. As soon as Moria's words fell, he unleashed his signature move, Shadow Gathering. Instantly, hundreds of shadows soared towards him from various corners of the castle. Among them, one shadow caught Moria's attention, judging by its shape. It appeared to be Lola. Things are becoming interesting, Moria mused, observing the expanding form in the air. His thoughts weren't focused on Moria's grand move, but rather on his recent discovery regarding the shadow. If that truly was Lola, how had Moria managed to reclaim the fearsome, three-masted ship from her after being defeated by the Straw Hat crew and losing his zombie army? It is worth noting that Lola is no ordinary character. Her true identity is that of Big Mom's daughter, and she was once one of the 34 ministers. The Chocolate Minister. Lola's ascent to the position of Chocolate Minister was not solely due to her lineage. Big Mom has given birth to over 80 offspring in her lifetime. Yet only 34 have been bestowed with such honor, highlighting Lola's formidable strength. While Moria continued to expand in size by consuming shadows, McKen struggled to comprehend the depths of Moria's abilities. What purpose did this level of power serve, aside from rendering oneself a target? Shadow injection. After devouring the last shadow, Moria tilted his head back and then abruptly bowed, thrusting his head downward, his mouth directed towards the ground beneath him. The shadows he had gathered coalesced and seemed to drill into the earth. Following this act, Moria's form returned to its original state. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and erupted into a maniacal laugh. Prepare to face your most terrifying nightmare. Ultimate move, Shadow Hell. The entire land came alive under the manipulation of Moria, as the hardened earth cracked open, resembling a gaping mouth that emitted a furious roar. The soil surged like tumultuous waves, crashing towards McKen and the others with the force of towering seas. Faced with the torrent of stone and earth, Barbossa swiftly approached McKen, and with a deft flick of his wrist, unleashed two swift strikes. The X-shaped war blade instantaneously shattered the oncoming earthen wave, yet in the next moment, new waves of soil surged forth. For a fleeting instant, it seemed as though the entire island had been imbued with life. The ground sprouted menacing spikes that lunged towards them. The forest transformed into a barrage of arrows, launching branches in their direction, while the castle morphed into a bastion, hurling remnants of walls upon them. At this moment, Moria finally comprehended why he had been able to vanquish Lola and her companions, why he had seemed so feeble in their presence, and why, despite the considerable time elapsed since his defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat crew, he had yet to fully recover from his injuries. Although he was unaware of the events that had transpired within him, the extent of his newfound abilities was undeniably absent in the original narrative. It appeared that the plot had begun to spiral into chaos. Chapter 110, The Ghoul. Ha 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 ha. Moria sat upon a throne crafted from rubble and soil, laughing heartily. Struggle all you want. I shall use your lives to send a message to the world. I, Moonlight Moria, have returned. First, let be you wretched scoundrels. Then, I shall deal with the other members of the 7 warlords. Once I gather enough shadows, it will be that fellow's turn. Kaido. An aura of malevolence radiated from Moria as he recalled how his comrades had fallen one after another beneath the blade of the beast pirates. How splendid it is. Master Moria. Hogback knelt, his hands clasped in reverence, his face alight with excitement. Such immense power. I believe no one can obstruct Master Moria. Ha 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 ha. Moria clearly relished Hogback's flattery. Hogback. Regarding Perona's intel, there are 5 individuals, yet only 3 are present here. Go. Transform all the prisoners in the dungeon into zombies. I wish to eradicate these pests completely. As you wish, Master Moria. I shall attend to it immediately. Hogback bowed in respect and hastened towards his laboratory. Shortly after Hogback departed, a swift scarlet shadow pierced through numerous trees and guards, arriving at the heart of the battlefield. The onlookers, including McKen, were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected visitor. As McKen discerned the identity of this intruder, a chill coursed through him, and his previously relaxed demeanor grew taut with tension. Captain, if I'm not mistaken, that is... Barbossa also detected the shadow. The old pirate first shattered an incoming attack with a swift kick before approaching McKen, uncertainly inquiring. It's exactly as you surmise. This could turn out to be quite the spectacle. Barbossa scratched his face, feeling a headache coming on. It seems our esteemed doctor has finally revealed his true nature. Enough with the idle chatter. Lower your presence. McKen shot a glare at Barbossa and promptly commanded. Under McKen's stern gaze, Barbossa chuckled nervously, quickly moderating his breathing, allowing his heart to beat slowly in an effort to diminish his life force's presence. Is this what you meant? Is it truly that terrifying? Harley inquired curiously, gazing at the creature that had appeared on the battlefield. It was a being that defied accurate description. Its form was grotesquely emaciated, putrid, and clad in a sickly gray skin that clung to its skeletal frame. The creature possessed a head reminiscent of a dog, its visage having decayed significantly, with two blood-red eyes embedded within its cavernous sockets. It lifted its putrid cranium as if scenting the air, then opened its maw to reveal razor-sharp teeth, emitting a roar that echoed human lamentations and childlike cries, akin to the unbearable sound of scraping glass. Though its form resembled that of an animal, its limbs were articulated like those of an arthropod, boasting multiple joints. Most chilling were its four claws, the elongated talons extending beyond the length of its paws, capable of leaving dark imprints upon the hard ground with a mere swipe. Upon hearing Halley's inquiry, Barbossa appeared to recall some rather unpleasant memories, clicking his tongue before embarking on an explanation. This event transpired before your summoning to this world. During that time, our ordinarily genteel doctor slaughtered an entire nation. At this juncture, Barbossa reached into his bosom as if to retrieve a flask for a sip, only to recall his predicament after some effort, sighing in resignation before continuing. You are aware of the fruit he consumed, are you not? Yes, the zoantype. Precisely, it is the zoantype mythical beast fruit, the ghoul form. Barbossa chuckled softly, regarded as one of the least valuable devil fruits. Not valuable? Why would that be? Does it not seem rather formidable? Side effects. Barbossa squinted, his expression shrouded in mystery. Side effects? Indeed, he nodded. Some devil fruits, despite their formidable powers, come with significant drawbacks beyond merely rendering the user unable to swim. For instance, the dark fruit, while classified as a logia, paradoxically prevents elemental transformation, instead doubling the pain endured. Then there is the childlike fruit, which halts physical growth upon consumption, and the poison fruit, whose effects include chronic diarrhea. And what are the doctor's fruit? Halley mused, recalling the myriad of fruits with peculiar side effects. Ah, his fruit is particularly remarkable. Its side effect is hunger, Barbossa said, stroking his beard ambiguously. You mean, hunger? Halley regarded him with a perplexed expression. Don't look at me like that. For specifics, you may inquire once he regains his faculties. Barbossa shrugged, acknowledging that, although he too suffered from hunger due to the curse, he could not empathize with Hannibal. The hunger he experienced was one even an ordinary person could endure, yet the insatiable hunger that could overwhelm someone as rational as Hannibal was a different matter altogether. At this moment, McKen began to elaborate. According to the records in the Demon Encyclopedia, this insatiable hunger cannot be quelled even without the use of the fruit's abilities. Regardless of how much food one consumes, it proves futile, ultimately overwhelming the individual and transforming them into a mindless predator. The highest record for a fruit user maintaining human form prior to Hannibal was 2 months, and once transformed into a beast, they cannot revert unless they meet their demise. And what of the doctor? Halley raised her hand, resembling a schoolchild, gazing at McKen. Before his first rampage, it was 1 year and 2 months. At that time, after he had slaughtered an entire nation, Professor Jigsaw had orchestrated a deception that led him into the realm of virtual space. In that space, there is no concept of time, thus we cannot ascertain how long Hannibal battled against himself. In any case, he has returned. This time, it has been 4 years and 1 month. Indeed, to some extent, this fruit seems remarkably suited for Professor Hannibal, a veritable man-eater, yet perpetually unable to satiate his hunger. It's an intriguing thought. As a fellow psychologist, Halley understood Hannibal's capabilities. If he could not withstand the hunger that eroded his sanity, she could scarcely imagine anyone else in the world capable of doing so. She contemplated her own circumstances, shaking her head in dismay. Does this mean we must confine the doctor to that peculiar space once more? No, I have spoken with him before. Given his condition, he should be able to endure for a longer duration. McKen furrowed his brow, suspecting a connection to Perona. The most rational explanation being that Perona's negative specter had shattered Hannibal's mental barriers. Yet Hannibal was not oblivious to Perona's abilities, and when Halley had requested to go, it was Hannibal who volunteered, unless he had done so intentionally. Never mind, the current situation remains manageable. If need be, we can join forces to subdue him. McKen shook his head. He could not comprehend Hannibal's mindset with his intellect, so he chose to disregard it altogether. Chapter 111. The bait. Not only McKen and the others, but Moria also noticed Hannibal transformed into a ghoul. He had never encountered such a creature, yet the terrifying aura it exuded sent chills down his spine. Immediately, he mobilized all forces to launch a saturated assault on the ghoul. The ravenous ghoul possessed little rationality, but its speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. No matter how Moria attacked, he could not touch its form. Damn it, what manner of beast is this? Shadowbox. Moria transformed his shadow into a swarm of bats, surrounding the target to form a black box that ensnared the ghoul within. However, just as Moria reveled in his success for a few fleeting seconds, the shadow box was torn apart by the ghoul's claws, which then roared and lunged at him with a speed surpassing Moria's dynamic vision. The ghoul, now Hannibal, was characterized by one word: fast, incomparably fast. Shadow Mage. Swamp. Even though Moria reacted promptly, it was already too late. As blood spewed forth, an arm was violently severed, spraying crimson liquid into the air. "You monster! Be transformed into the Earth's nourishment," Moria shouted, clutching the wound where his arm had once been. In an instant, the ground split open, resembling a colossal maw that devoured the roaring ghoul standing in place. Subsequently, the gaping chasm began to close slowly as the ghoul, trapped within, struggled to escape before the jaws shut completely. However, the elongated shadows intertwined grotesquely, resembling an immense spider's web that hindered its efforts. Despite the ghoul's sharp limbs and incredible speed, the countless shadowy strands still impeded its ascent. It was akin to the closing of an abyssal gate. The light before it gradually diminished. Just as the maw was about to seal shut, a claw emerged, only to be ensnared by the shadows and dragged back into the depths. Watching this creature finally succumb to the earth, Moria, with a heart still racing, felt a wave of relief wash over him. This abrupt apparition was nothing short of a killing machine, and a single strike had stripped him of his former composure. Just as Moria prepared to burst into laughter, a sudden pain pierced his chest. Glancing down, he saw a blade protruding through his torso. In comparison to Moria's stature, Barbossa's mechanical blade was scarcely longer than a chopstick, yet the damage it inflicted was immense. "Big fellow, have you forgotten about us?" exclaimed Barbossa. Swarm of bats. Startled by the attack, Moria quickly switched places with the Shadow Mage once more and immediately unleashed a flurry of bats. The Shadow Mage, having been replaced, rapidly transformed into a multitude of bats that surged toward Barbossa. Each of these shadow bats measures over 10 centimeters, their razor-sharp fangs gnashing as they lunged toward Barbossa. Faced with the onslaught of the bats, Barbossa remained unperturbed. Not only was he an immortal, but even without that, Moria's techniques were ineffective against his prowess. The old pirate pressed a switch on the handle of his mechanical blade, and instantly, it split in two, transforming into two small daggers. Grasping one of the newly formed daggers in his left hand, Barbossa commenced a dual-wielding style. Though to call it a true dual-wielding technique would be an affront to the art of swordsmanship, it was merely a chaotic flailing driven by the speed of camaraderie. Yet, this seemingly unrefined dance, devoid of formal technique, conjured a tempest of blades, particularly effective against swarms of foes. Each strike, imbued with the hockey of armament, cleaved the shadow bats in twain. While its destructive force paled in comparison to the likes of flowing cherry blossom, it was undoubtedly sufficient to dispatch the shadow bats. In scarcely 3 seconds, a multitude of shadow bats lay severed upon the ground, their remnants writhing and reassembling. However, the newly formed Shadow Mage had little time to act before Barbossa dispatched it with a few swift strikes, leaving Moria no choice but to retract the Shadow Mage. "Damn it," Moria muttered under his breath, realizing his techniques were futile against Barbossa. As he cursed, he pressed one hand against the ground, summoning a massive wave of earth that surged toward Barbossa. Yet, such an attack merely delayed Barbossa for a few moments. With a few dark slashes, the earth wave crumbled, and Barbossa, stepping nimbly over the scattered debris, approached him once more with a grin. Moria found himself in a dire predicament. Having invested most of his energy in the realm of shadows, where the creature buried beneath the earth wreaked havoc, rendering him unable to manage the shadow realm against the man before him. Barbossa, however, showed no concern for Moria's plight. With a sudden burst of force, he vanished from Moria's sight, only to reappear directly in front of him. Moria swung his fist, but predictably the attack missed, allowing Barbossa to leap onto his stomach and ascend into the air, subsequently landing on Moria's neck and plunging the mechanical blade into his throat. Coughing violently, Moria felt the blade pierce his carotid artery, and as he attempted to speak, bloodied saliva erupted from his mouth. He reached for his neck, but Barbossa, having struck successfully, withdrew immediately, denying Moria any opportunity for retaliation. At the moment of landing, a strike was aimed at his Achilles tendon, and with a resonant thud, Moria collapsed. TSK, 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 is this truly the might of a great pirate? Barbossa scoffed, observing Moria crumpled on the ground, utterly oblivious to the strange movements occurring within his shadow. Shadow box. As Barbossa raised his knife, poised to sever his limbs, Moria suddenly erupted, unleashing a swarm of bats from the shadows of the old pirate, swiftly encasing him within a dark shadow box. Clutching his neck with one hand, Moria grinned sinisterly at the shadow box, remarking that if his opponent was so formidable, he would provide him with a rival worthy of his prowess. Just as Barbossa was on the verge of breaking free from the shadow box, Moria thrust it into the ground. The earth split open slightly, revealing several dark shadows that quickly enveloped the box, pulling it back into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the opening vanished, taking Barbossa's presence with it. Sweetheart, have we truly sold Barbossa so easily? After Moria painstakingly dragged Barbossa into the shadowy abyss, McKen and Harley had long since vacated the battlefield. Through observations made during the recent skirmish, McKen had roughly estimated that the actual extent of the shadowy realm did not encompass the entirety of the fearsome three-masted ship, but rather spanned a few hundred meters centered around Moria himself. Rest assured, he is not the one to be concerned about. Let us not forget that Barbossa is immortal. McKen, leading Harley, was now advancing towards the castle's dungeon. Upon confirming that Lola was imprisoned there, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. If successful, he could effortlessly ally himself with the formidable Yonko, Big Mom, and discreetly place a ticking bomb by her side. Chapter 112, Barbossa vs. Hannibal. After breaking free from the shadow box, Barbossa found himself enveloped in utter darkness. It was beyond mere obscurity. Within this shadowy hell, not a flicker of light existed. Roar, roar, roar. This is truly going to be entertaining. Though invisible, Barbossa's sense of smell remained entirely unaffected. The putrid stench emanating from the ghoul-like Hannibal permeated the air. The sound of drool dripping echoed like a resounding bell, and Barbossa's presence was akin to a fortuitous feast falling from the heavens for the ravenous ghoul. Yet, he refrained from hasty predation, for this seemingly aged rib presented an aura of peril, a lethal sensation that subdued his insatiable hunger. He advanced with a peculiar gait, approaching Barbossa, raising his head and sniffing intently. The scent of the ocean mingling with decay intoxicated the ghoul, manifesting a rapturous expression upon its visage. As the ghoul circled around Barbossa, he remained still, contrary to his expectation that it would launch an immediate attack upon discovering him. Observing its lack of aggression, Barbossa endeavored to communicate, hopeful that this extraordinary companion might indeed temper its primal desires. Despite his intent to converse, the rising and falling of his chest betrayed his inner trepidation. With one hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, he swallowed hard and spoke slowly. "Ahoy, mate. Do you remember me? Your benevolent old pirate, Barbossa, and of course, Jack." He gestured towards Jack, who was curled up in his embrace, trembling with fear. At that moment, Jack could endure his terror no longer and emitted a series of frantic caws at the ghoul before them. "Ah, this is disastrous," Barbossa remarked, his expression stoic. As anticipated, the ghoul, sensing Jack's fear, let out a furious roar and lunged at Barbossa with its clawed hands. In an instant, Jack swiftly burrowed into Barbossa's clothing, leaving only a tufted tail quivering in the open, while Barbossa's right leg instinctively kicked out in response. The force of this powerful kick sent the opponent flying hundreds of meters before the claws even descended. Utilizing his observation haki, Barbossa knelt on one knee, his left hand pressed against the ground. It had previously been mentioned that while Barbossa's observation haki may not cover an extensive range, it possesses remarkable precision. At this moment, he employed a special variant of observation haki he had developed specifically for a certain area. The haki radiated from his left hand in concentric circles, akin to radar or sonar. Every few tenths of a second, a three-dimensional model of the surrounding area within 100 meters formed in his mind, continuously evolving in real time. As he perceived his surroundings, Barbossa slowly rose. With the aid of his heightened senses, the ghoul, resembling a crimson rocket, swiftly circled around him. He understood that he could not match the opponent's speed, and the optimal strategy was to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. He slightly lowered his body, his left hand gripping the scabbard while his right rested on the hilt, poised in a stance ready to draw his sword. The ghoul transformed Hannibal, devoid of rationality, could not restrain himself any longer after probing for several minutes, and launched a rapid assault from behind Barbossa. Sensing the imminent threat through his observation haki, Barbossa turned and drew his sword at the very moment the adversary approached. Boom! With a swift flick of his left hand, he activated the button on the scabbard, propelling the sword at an astonishing initial velocity akin to a bullet. The mechanical blade appeared suspended in midair in the blink of an eye, emanating a crimson glow due to the immense friction. Barbossa immediately grasped the released hilt, channeling his armament haki into it, and with tremendous acceleration, He traced a graceful arc in the air with the mechanical blade. After executing the strike, Barbossa maintained his drawn sword posture. Once he heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground, he slowly straightened his legs, elegantly performing a flourish with his right hand to return the blade to the scabbard. "My apologies, old friend." Beneath him, a new ripple of observation hockey spread like waves. And as the ripples passed, Barbossa perceived a body split cleanly in half. The severed corpse lay silently, its flesh mutilated and grotesque, as if scorched by fire. Yet the incision that divided it was remarkably smooth, devoid of any flaw. "I must hasten to bring you aboard the Black Pearl. Perhaps that young girl can save you." Barbossa felt little guilt or reluctance over the slaying of the monstrous Hannibal. He understood that, even in death, these beings would inevitably return at McKen's summons. Life for them was merely a ticket to a grand adventure. He gently lifted the now quiet ghoul, contemplating how to sever the shadowy space when the ghoul beneath him stirred. Suddenly, the half-corpse on the ground leapt into the air, extending a razor-sharp claw towards Barbossa's face. Caught off guard, he instinctively recoiled, but not before a deep gash was etched upon his forehead. The ghoul's claws were imbued with potent toxins and corrosive properties, rendering even Barbossa's formidable regenerative abilities ineffective. He touched the wound and let out a low, mirthful chuckle, exclaiming, "Ha! I knew none of us were to be trifled with. Lucky for me, I dodged quickly. Otherwise, the handsome Barbossa would have been disfigured." The ghoul paid no heed to Barbossa's banter. In his perception, countless filament-like tendrils suddenly sprouted from the wound on its half-body. The mycelium intertwined and gradually merged, akin to glue binding two segments of flesh together, its speed so extraordinary that Barbossa was unable to intervene in time. In fact, the moment Barbossa became aware, he endeavored to thwart the other's restoration, even plunging his mechanical blade into the foe's skull. Yet the entity pressed forward against the blade, until repugnant fluid oozed from its brain, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of laughter. This scene left Barbossa somewhat disoriented at such close proximity. His observation Haki acutely perceived the emotions emanating from the creature. It was an indescribable chaos, dominated by an insatiable hunger that threatened to drive him to madness, accompanied by a hint of inexplicable ecstasy that eluded his understanding. He sensed that this beast was indeed smiling, its gradually widening maw revealing an increasing array of sharp, diminutive teeth. Its lips curled back, and the lower half of its visage appeared to be entirely coated in a slick, glistening mucus, its jawline resembling that of serpent. Deeply recessed, this transformation left Barbossa feeling unnerved, instinctively retreating with his blade drawn, cautiously observing his surroundings. Chapter 113. Hannibal's Betrayal. Users of the Zoan-type devil fruit typically exhibit three forms: human, beast, and hybrid. Among these, the hybrid form possesses the most formidable capabilities, combining both speed and strength. And at this moment, it was evident that Hannibal had transitioned into his hybrid state. Barbossa closed his eyes, fully concentrating as he activated his observation Haki. Compared to the ghoul in its beast form earlier, the pressure he faced from Hannibal in his hybrid form was significantly heightened. He positioned his mechanical blade before him, gripping the hilt with his right hand while pressing down on the spine with his left, assuming a vigilant stance. The previously nonchalant demeanor had vanished, for even he could not guarantee victory against Hannibal in this form. "Do you know?" Just as Barbossa was meticulously preparing for the confrontation, Hannibal spoke, his voice unusually hoarse, likely due to vocal cord damage. "In a world I once inhabited, the mediocre judged me with their narrow-minded evaluations." In his hybrid state, Hannibal made no move to attack. Instead, he approached Barbossa slowly, akin to a tranquil exchange between old friends. "Antisocial personality disorder," Hannibal remarked. "They have limited knowledge and thus pass judgment upon me. Indeed, I lack the empathy that most possess and am indifferent to resorting to violence to achieve my aims. However, I do not shun social interaction. If I were to draw a comparison, I would liken myself to a wolf. You must understand that wolves are highly social creatures." Hannibal began to circle around Barbossa, uttering words that were incomprehensible to him. "Are you recovered? And what precisely are you saying?" Barbossa remained on high alert, for the malevolence radiating from Hannibal was palpable, causing Jack, curled up in his embrace, to tremble incessantly. Wolves, especially the alpha, require companions but will never submit to anyone. Hannibal flexed his claws. The sound of his talons slicing through the air was grating. "I admit McKen is an intriguing individual, but..." Suddenly, Barbossa felt his body stiffen. He was taken aback to find Hannibal had closed the distance between them, his razor-sharp claws poised against Barbossa's neck. "He is but a child, an enraged child." Yet this child holds the reins, a tether binding us by the shackles around our necks. In this circumstance, had Hannibal wished, he could effortlessly rend Barbossa apart. In the face of overwhelming strength, immortality was merely a jest. Barbossa, king of the Caspian Sea, ponder why you willingly bow your head. You are about to betray. Barbossa felt a surge of anger, more astounded by the display of power before him. I am merely loyal to myself. Hannibal retracted his claws and grasped his own head, as a foul, putrid white fluid oozed from his skull that had been pierced by his talons. Since my arrival in this world, I have pondered incessantly. Why? Why do I feel an inexplicable bond with someone I have never encountered? The sole explanation for this phenomenon may lie in the vast and formidable force that summoned us to this realm. In my quest to decipher the events unfolding within me, I diligently laid down a path through the labyrinthine corridors of my thoughts, even constructing an entire mental maze to navigate this peculiar emotion. Hannibal's voice took on a dreamlike quality as he began to recount his tale to Barbossa. Yet, it seemed even my own thoughts began to elude my control. Do you understand that sensation? No matter from which direction I ventured or how far I searched, my ultimate destination invariably circled back to the starting point. The carefully crafted path within my mental sanctum had, unbeknownst to me, transformed into a Penrose staircase. Hannibal's tone remained remarkably composed, yet Barbossa could distinctly sense the fury emanating from him, an anger that defied description. Barbossa struggled to comprehend Hannibal's words, but he surmised something nonetheless. So, you sought out that ghostly girl? Indeed. Hannibal exhaled deeply. Ever since I realized my efforts were in vain, I began to focus on the capabilities of the mind. When the ghostly girl attacked me, I opened my mental barriers in tandem with her, and to be honest, the results were far more astonishing than I had anticipated. Hannibal recalled that moment vividly. It was the first time I truly experienced the anguish, cowardice, sorrow, helplessness, and empathy that comes with being human. Hannibal slowly parted his parched lips, revealing a row of teeth resembling that of an eel. Though he could not muster a smile due to the absence of muscle, an unmistakable ecstasy radiated from him. As an ordinary man, I found myself powerless to maintain the barriers of my mind. An insatiable hunger enveloped my soul, yet in that moment, I discovered the answer I sought. It was akin to a psychological suggestion, rooted deep within my psyche, connecting with my very essence, prompting me to take a gamble. At that juncture, Hannibal's form began to morph towards humanity. He extended a hand, and under his command, the pallid skin regained its rosy hue, flesh rejuvenating. Vibrant blood vessels coursing through the once withered vessel. I relinquished my steadfastness, allowing the hunger to ravage my reason, and in the final moments, I began to hypnotize myself. Deceiving my own mind, I constructed a cage for that will, imprisoning it alongside the insatiable hunger. Should instinct triumph over reason, I would be utterly transformed into a monster. Conversely, I still possessed a glimmer of respite. As you can see, I have been reborn. At this moment, Hannibal's voice had reverted to its former magnetic timbre. He refrained from uttering further words, merely stomping his foot lightly. Instantly, a tremendous aura emanated from his foot. Any discerning observer would undoubtedly recognize the armed color he was currently employing, flowing sakura. In an instant, the entire shadow realm began to fracture beneath Hannibal's feet, resembling shattered glass. These fissures rapidly spread throughout the shadow domain. With a silent shattering sound, Barbossa discovered that he could once again perceive his surroundings as vast amounts of earth surged towards him, seemingly intent on burying him alive. Instinct kicked in, prompting him to act swiftly. He wielded his mechanical blade to upheave the ground, revealing the long-forgotten moonlight, and then forcefully leaped from the earth below. The fragmentation of the shadow hell inflicted a backlash upon Moriarty, who had just seated himself on the ground in a meditative posture, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, incredulously gazing at the figure that had materialized before him. Who exactly are you? Before Moriarty stood an individual he had never encountered. Though clad in tattered rags akin to a beggar, the man exuded an air of remarkable elegance. Standing quietly with eyes closed, basking in the moonlight's glow. Hey, you there, can you not hear me? Upon realizing that the other person was ignoring him, Moriarty's anger flared. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and prepared to strike. In the next moment, the figure vanished without a trace, and darkness began to envelop Moriarty. Chapter 114. Confrontation, huh? What is happening? Has it grown dark? Moriarty questioned aloud, only to suddenly feel an overwhelming chill enveloping him. He attempted to tighten his grip on his clothing, only to find he could not exert control. Rather, it was as if he could no longer feel his hands at all. At this moment, Moria belatedly realized the gravity of the situation. Am I truly destined to perish? Barbossa, I acknowledge our camaraderie. I am about to seek an audience with McKen. Would you care to join me? As Barbossa emerged from the earth, he was met with a resonant voice. Looking down at the enormous head that had rolled to his feet, Barbossa's expression darkened. He then raised his gaze to Hannibal, who stood atop Moria's headless corpse. The old pirate remained silent, emitting a low, ominous chuckle as he summoned his strength and sprinted towards him at an astonishing speed. Drawing his blade, the mechanical edge sang a delicate tune as it traced a crimson arc toward Hannibal. Unfazed, Hannibal lifted a hand and flicked his fingers, causing the mechanical blade to shatter instantly, and Barbossa was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, only coming to a stop after crashing through several large trees. Cough, cough, cough. Barbossa coughed violently a few times, glancing at the broken blade in his hand with a wry smile, cursing the cunning bastard for his hidden prowess. The old pirate slowly rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, only to discover that his ribs and right arm were fractured. However, as an immortal being, these were mere trifles. As he examined his wounds, Jack crawled from his embrace, clinging to his neck and shivering, his round, tear-filled eyes clearly reflecting his fright. Yet Jack's body remained unscathed, a testament to Hannibal's precise control over his power. After gently scratching Jack's little head in a gesture of comfort, Barbossa retrieved a talking snail from his pocket. Old man, it's Barbossa. The situation demands your assistance. He did not rush to McKen's location. After all, as dependents, they understood the first rule upon entering this world. If McKen, their summoner, were to perish, they too would dissipate. Hannibal, even in betrayal, would not be foolish enough to target McKen. Thus Barbossa felt no concern for his safety. Is what you say true? Do you truly know where my father is? In the dungeon, a robust woman with thick lips and a missing front tooth looked incredulously at McKen. McKen could hardly commend her appearance, in a world teeming with beauty. Her looks were a rare spectacle. Standing nearly at his height, one could easily mistake her for a man in disguise. Yet, for the sake of his plan, McKen stifled his discomfort and managed a smile he deemed warm, which elicited a stifled giggle from Harley. Of course, Lola, your biological father, Uno, resides in the Temptation Forest. Since her birth, Lola had never laid eyes on her father, despite her mother's stern demeanor, which discouraged her from inquiring about his whereabouts. The curiosity of a little girl regarding her father's absence was inevitable. Hearing news of her father's existence, Lola could not deny her excitement. However, as a former minister of chocolate and one of the officers of the Big Mom Pirates, she maintained a necessary wariness. She swiftly concealed her joy and scrutinized the man before her, who exuded an untrustworthy aura. Who are you, and what is your intention? What do you seek to gain from me? You are quite astute. Lola, McKen remarked with a smile. What if I told you that I possess something that would pique the interest of the Yonko Big Mom? Would you believe me? Lola remained silent, her gaze fixed on McKen. What if I claimed that this item, if you were to deliver it to Cake Island, would not only absolve you of all your transgressions, but also allow for a reunion between you and your father? Would you find that credible? At that moment, Lola's gaze towards McKen shifted, resembling that of someone looking at a fool. What do you think of Big Mom's strength as one of the four emperors? McKen suddenly changed the topic, urging her to share her thoughts. Although uncertain of McKen's true intentions, Lola responded, Mother is undoubtedly the strongest woman on the sea. Indeed, McKen acknowledged, seemingly unfazed by her answer. He continued, Do you believe I could defeat her? Upon hearing this, Lola scrutinized McKen from head to toe, sensing a certain disparity. Though her words were tactful and veiled, the disdain in her eyes was unmistakable to McKen. In Lola's perspective, not only could McKen not compete with her mother, even her brothers could easily overpower him. Do you think schemes and tricks would work against Big Mom? McKen's question caused Lola's expression to shift once again, and she became acutely aware that this man before her was certainly no good person. However, after reflecting on her mother's formidable reputation and strength, she confidently replied, Of course, they would have no effect. Then what are you worried about? Even if I have ulterior motives, it is essential to curry favor with a strong individual before achieving those ends. Likewise, if I cannot fulfill the promised conditions, then the matter of manipulation does not arise. Lola evidently grasped McKen's words. After a moment of contemplation, she said, So you really can release my father from Mother? McKen remained silent, merely standing there, gazing into Lola's eyes. Very well, she breathed deeply, as if making a momentous decision. I will introduce you to Mother. Upon hearing Lola's reply, McKen's smile grew warmer. He extended his hand to clasp hers, saying, As I mentioned, you are an astute individual, and I appreciate intelligence. The mention of appreciate caused Lola's face to flush crimson. A proponent of free love, she had fled in search of true affection, unwilling to have her marriage and life dictated by her parents, which led her to propose endlessly in pursuit of genuine love. This was her first encounter with a word like spoken by a stranger. Although the meaning was not what one might expect, the innocent Lola still felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She quickly withdrew her hand from McKenn's grasp, covering her face as she hid behind her little brothers. Observing this, Harley let out a whistle and nudged McKen with her elbow, her expression one of playful teasing. "Sweetheart, are you going to abandon me now?" Boo-hoo. McKen had anticipated nearly everything, yet this particular scenario had never crossed his mind. He stood there, his eyelids beginning to twitch, and took a deep breath to calm himself. At that moment, his communicator buzzed to life, accompanied by the creaking sound of footsteps on the wooden floor. "Hello, what is it?" The call was from Barbossa, and just as he answered, he caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from the direction of the stairs. Hannibal, somehow having procured a pristine suit, approached him with a pair of captivating eyes fixed intently on McKen. "Doctor, you've recovered," Harley exclaimed, raising an arm in a joyful greeting towards Hannibal. Simultaneously, Barbossa's voice echoed through the communicator, revealing a shocking truth. Hannibal had betrayed him. Chapter 115. McKen versus Hannibal. Barbossa's voice struck McKen's heart like thunder, causing it to skip a beat as his pupils dilated slightly. The notion of Hannibal's betrayal seemed utterly fantastical to McKen, akin to a character in a story breaking free from their shackles. Such a thing was simply unheard of. Harley's reaction was notably swifter. Almost as soon as Barbossa finished speaking, she charged forward wielding a symbolic sword, yet her strength paled in comparison to the concealed prowess of Hannibal. "I believe we need to have a discussion, don't you, McKen?" Hannibal stated, using his left forearm to pin Harley against the wall, his gaze calm and unwavering as he looked at McKen. Clap, clap, clap. McKen gradually emerged from his shock, slowly applauding. "Impressive, Doctor. You can handle even this level of situation?" "I simply dislike being restrained," Hannibal replied, nonchalantly. "Then congratulations. Why not just leave?" McKen stepped forward, unabashedly meeting Hannibal's gaze. "Or do you wish to continue serving me? I once prided myself on being a shepherd, touching the lambs, luring them, observing them. Through experimentation, I reflected upon myself, striving for transcendence, attempting to transform humanity into divinity. I nearly succeeded." Hannibal's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed emotions that McKen could not comprehend. "But now, in this chaotic and wondrous world, I find myself lost. I am pondering the meaning of my actions, if this world is indeed real. And if the world I once inhabited was equally real, what significance do my deeds hold? Barbossa, Kramer, Harley, Fran, Jin, and you. Each of you appears to me as living beings, strikingly real, yet utterly illusory. So what are we exactly? Can you enlighten me, McKen?" Hannibal's words left Lola nearby in a haze, while Harley wore a look of bewilderment. "Spare me, Doctor." McKen raised his hand in a gesture of surrender, confessing his ignorance of philosophy and his inability to answer your query. "However, the good news is that I know what I must do." Hannibal did not respond to McKen's answer, but slowly opened his mouth to pose a different question. "After you conquer the waves, what will you do next?" Who could predict the future? Rather than pondering such matters, it would be wiser to focus on resolving the immediate issues at hand. The immediate issues? Yes. For instance, resolving you first. Upon hearing McKen's words, Hannibal displayed no outward reaction, but nodded thoughtfully, stating, "Indeed, I'm a rather troublesome problem for you." He released his grip on Harley's arm, placing one hand behind his back while gazing at McKen. "I have considered it, and perhaps nothingness is the ultimate answer." Freed, Harley clutched her throat, gasping for air, her eyes fixed on Hannibal with hostility, completely devoid of her usual playful demeanor. "Harley, take Lola and leave. But, obey me. It is a captain's duty to restrain the unruly aboard the ship." Harley cast a worried glance at McKen, and from his resolute gaze, she understood that further persuasion would be futile. She immediately took Lola's hand and fled the dungeon. Hannibal made no attempt to obstruct Harley, allowing her to escape with Lola toward the dungeon exit. Although McKen still felt as though he were dreaming, he recognized the necessity of resolving the situation. Fortunately, as the summoner, his inherent power tier exceeded that of the dependents. The moment Harley's footsteps faded, Hannibal launched an attack. McKen barely registered a blur before Hannibal's figure vanished. The prerequisite for activating the first phase of the cutting fruit was to see the opponent, which undoubtedly shattered McKen's hopes of utilizing his abilities. Following that, a powerful kick aimed at McKen's abdomen struck with tremendous force. Thankfully, McKen was prepared and promptly utilized his arm color hockey to shield his midsection. Yet, in the next instant, a sharp pain surged through him. Before he could utter a sound, he was sent flying. Blood sprayed from McKenn's mouth upon landing. The force reminiscent of a long-range assault, undoubtedly a high-level technique of armed color. TCH, is this what they call genius? As McKen uttered a single phrase, a rush of air pierced his ears, signaling the imminent approach of Hannibal's relentless pursuit. Observing Hannibal's merciless strikes, McKen rolled to the ground to evade a lethal blow. He then forcefully shattered the floor beneath him, sending fragments soaring to obscure the line of sight, all while enveloping the debris in his armed color and launching it towards Hannibal. However, unbeknownst to him, Hannibal had swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a powerful kick. With the corner of his left eye catching a glimpse of Hannibal's silhouette, McKen quickly pivoted, raising a leg to block the attack. His body gliding backward as he carved a trench into the ground with a single foot. During his retreat, he dropped his left leg, directing the force of the kick into the earth, causing the ground beneath to fracture. In a swift motion, McKen bent down, seizing a massive piece of flooring and hurling it at his opponent. Yet, Hannibal effortlessly sidestepped the projectile, prompting McKen to repeatedly grab and throw more debris. His left leg began to tingle, rendering even basic movement cumbersome. Just as he contemplated his predicament, McKen suddenly noticed Hannibal's figure had vanished, only to reappear directly before him, launching a straight punch aimed at his face. Even with his dynamic vision, McKen could not discern when Hannibal had executed the strike. In that fleeting moment, with no means of defense, McKen could only cloak his head in armed color. He braced himself with his hardened forehead against Hannibal's fist, resulting in a thunderous impact that sent him hurtling away, the sheer force propelling him through a wall and into the open air, blood streaming from his nose. Ignoring the need to wipe it away, McKen used his feet to kick off the debris that accompanied him in flight, propelling himself toward the distant forest. He needed to create distance. Hannibal was a Zoan-type user, and in close combat, he would be utterly outmatched. Though McKen's strategy was sound, Hannibal, faster and more relentless, soon caught up to him. His fists, coated in armed color, rained down upon McKen like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with a devastating grace. Initially, McKen managed to parry a few blows, but gradually he could only cower in defense. Under the onslaught, he felt as though his arms might break, and his internal organs began to rupture. Another thunderous punch descended upon him, and McKen, unable to maintain his armed color, felt his arms shatter under the force. His body propelled like a cannonball into the woods. Hannibal remained silent, akin to a seasoned hunter, as he slowly approached the forest. Soon, he found McKen lying on the ground, gasping for breath. "Do you have any last words, McKen?" Hannibal inquired calmly, standing before him. McKen exhaled deeply, closing his eyes. The sensation of being battered truly irksome. As his eyes fluttered open, the scene before him reverted back to the dungeon. At that moment, Harley was pulling Laura towards the exit. Chapter 116. New abilities. In the instant Harley's footsteps faded, Hannibal launched his assault. McKen barely registered a blur before Hannibal's figure vanished, followed by a powerful kick aimed at his abdomen. This time, McKen merely sidestepped, evading Hannibal's strike, causing him to miss entirely. Hannibal furrowed his brow slightly. He possessed absolute confidence in his speed, calculating that McKen could only muster a defensive stance at best. Observation hockey. Failing to connect. Hannibal swiftly altered his approach, reaching out to grasp McKen. Yet suddenly, Hannibal's form became motionless, his outstretched hand being inexorably drawn back, his body reverting to the posture it had taken during the kick. A sound of confusion escaped Hannibal's lips. "When did you activate your ability?" He was intimately familiar with the conditions for McKen's power to manifest, requiring a gesture as a conduit, akin to pressing a camera shutter. However, McKen had shown no signs of initiating his ability, leaving Hannibal perplexed. "When did you develop the illusion that I had not activated my power?" McKen launched a punch towards Hannibal's head. Just as Hannibal intended to raise his hands for defense, they were inexplicably pulled back by some strange force, and his handsome face bore the brunt of the blow. Instantly, blood gushed from Hannibal's nose, even disrupting his meticulously styled hair. Consider this a gift. How does it feel to be struck? Although McKen's punch was powerful, he had refrained from using hockey, rendering it more a matter of humiliation than a serious threat to Hannibal. A gift? I see. It seemed Hannibal grasped something, mumbling to himself. TSK. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too much, McKen transformed his palm into a blade and aimed for Hannibal's neck. However, this time, Hannibal's figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear a short distance behind McKen. "Indeed, you have attained such prowess. What a terrifying talent." Hannibal, now stationary, retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, slowly wiping the blood from his nostrils. Huh, Doctor, you speak as if you're the most fearsome of all, McKen retorted, tilting his head back with a laugh as he turned to face Hannibal. You're the truly terrifying one, aren't you? McKen spoke softly, yet his expression bore an undeniable gravity. He had never anticipated that Hannibal could deduce the manner in which he wielded his abilities from a mere trivial remark, evading his attack in the process, especially considering that only a few seconds had elapsed. Judging by your demeanor, it appears you possess the foresight characteristic of observation hockey. Coupled with your ability to manipulate the editing fruit, your actions become comprehensible. Consequently, I have calculated my next course of action, specifically, the trajectory of my pursuit after launching an assault upon you. Since my actions have not been corrected, it signifies that reality closely aligns with my predictions. Hannibal, while adjusting his hair, mused aloud. Let me hazard a guess. You have extracted your envisioned future from the linearity of time, crafting an image that exists independently of three-dimensional space. Within this image, I am confined to performing predetermined actions. Thus, regardless of whether I attempt to strike or defend, I am constrained by the immutable future. That does not seem quite right. He shifted his body, and this seemingly casual gesture was not forcibly interrupted. If that were the case, I would be incapable of such superfluous movements. Hannibal rested his chin in contemplation for a moment. I see now. You have designated my attack as a keyframe, and your ability can only influence the alterations of these keyframes, correct? Upon hearing Hannibal's analysis, a cold sweat began to bead on McKen's forehead. The ability to foresee the future, which he had only mastered for less than a month, coupled with the application of the editing fruit in combat for the first time, left even him uncertain of the precise methodology behind his powers. Yet, this man before him had surmised such depths from a mere outburst of frustration. Truly, Hannibal was deserving of his reputation. Moreover, it was pivotal to note that the concept of editing was not widely recognized in Hannibal's original world. As a psychiatrist, he would typically not delve into such realms, despite his expertise in astronomy, geography, art, and music. Therefore, the fact that he could grasp such concepts indicated a prior understanding of McKen's abilities, and, astonishingly, this understanding was acquired without McKen's awareness. At this moment, McKen comprehended the profound weight encapsulated in the term classic villain, and grasped the meaning carried by the name Hannibal. He is the jewel upon the diadem of evil, a demonic gentleman, elegant, cruel, rational, and wicked, an embodiment of a devil traversing the earthly realm, a shadow unseen by the divine. Reflecting upon it now, I realize my audacity was indeed remarkable, daring to attempt to tame such monsters as you. McKen chuckled at his own self-mockery. Yet, fortunately, Doctor, you have imparted a valuable lesson to me. I must ponder thoroughly before summoning again, lest a second you should emerge. As McKen prepared to unleash all his might upon the seemingly resigned Hannibal, the latter slowly sank to the ground and closed his eyes, as if surrendering. What? Have you truly given up, Doctor? This does not seem like something you would do. Although surprised, McKen remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Hannibal. Whether it be killing you or being killed by you, the outcome remains the same. I have merely chosen the path of least resistance. Hannibal appeared remarkably serene, as he always did. Upon hearing Hannibal's words, McKen fell silent for a long time. Throughout the years of shared experiences, beyond the constraints of their golden touch, a profound bond had formed among them. Ultimately, he was but a man. It was difficult for him to take the life of a comrade who had fought alongside him for so many years. Doctor, you have truly presented me with a conundrum. After much contemplation, McKen still could not bring himself to act, standing there, his eyes fixed intently on the lotus-positioned Hannibal. I'm not surprised by your inner turmoil. You have never been a ruler, at least not a competent one, although I have no doubt you will eventually master the seas. My assessment of you has always been that of an angry child, even if I remain oblivious to the source of your ire. Sitting on the ground, Hannibal lowered his head and spoke slowly. This is a wondrous sea, birthing countless heroes. Even Don Quixote possesses more of a heroic spirit than you. You are a black swan, a mechanized deity, but by no means a hero. Listening to Hannibal's dissection, McKen narrowed his eyes. Speaking in a low tone, are you attempting to provoke me, Hannibal Lecter? No, I merely wish to suggest that you pursue your own desires. Your future is not for me or anyone else to dictate. Very well then, farewell, Doctor. McKen chuckled softly, then suddenly struck, his weapon adorned with a dark, formidable aura directed with unyielding intent towards Hannibal's head. Chapter 117. The Harvest, is this truly acceptable? On board the Black Pearl, Harley observed Hannibal, who was placed in a life pod, then turned to McKen. Perhaps it is, Is it not often said that a good night's sleep can resolve everything? McKinn's expression bore a hint of melancholy. In that final moment, he could not bring himself to deliver the fatal blow, merely inflicting severe damage upon Hannibal. Little pudding. Observing McKinn's demeanor, Harley felt a sense of unease and hesitated, wanting to speak. McKinn raised a hand to silence her, slightly bowing his head as he approached the life pod containing Hannibal. The pod, obscured by bubbles and rippling water, rendered Hannibal's face indistinct. McKinn gently pressed his hand against the glass exterior and murmured, "Lecter, you must be laughing at me. As you said, I truly lack the resolve of a king or a tyrant." Slowly lifting his gaze, he scrutinized the man within the pod, affirming, "I am simply myself." Upon finishing his words, McKinn closed his eyes and stood in silence, prompting everyone present to instinctively quiet down. Even Barbossa discreetly leaned against the wall, crossing his arms in thoughtful silence. After just a few minutes, McKinn reopened his eyes, the despondency in his gaze completely evaporated, replaced by an inferno of unbridled fury. He slowly parted his lips and softly uttered, "Barbossa." "Yes, I am here, my wicked captain." Barbossa grinned, removing his hat and bowing to McKinn, who stood with his back turned. "Set sail, destination Shangri-La." "Yes, my wicked captain." Barbossa chuckled and exited the room to navigate the Black Pearl. "Professor," the Jigsaw nearby, nodded in acknowledgement. "How is the analysis of the underworld's blueprints progressing?" Shaking his head, Jigsaw replied slowly, "There has been no progress in deciphering the ancient script thus far. However, I have discovered a few intriguing components based on the schematics, which may prove useful." "Indeed." McKinn nodded thoughtfully before addressing Harley. "I'm here, sweetheart." Upon reaching Shangri-La, "Take that item and accompany Lola to Cake Island, and await my message once the task is complete." "Absolutely, sweetheart." Harley beamed, gently pecking McKinn on the cheek. In response to her kiss, McKinn remained stoic, contemplating before adding, "Professor, I am not entirely comfortable with Harley going alone. Please accompany her to ensure that Lola and the item are delivered safely." "Rest assured I will." Jigsaw nodded, knowing that with his presence, even in the New World, they need not overly worry about encountering any monsters. Even if they were outmatched, Jigsaw's skills would ensure their escape. "Fran, present. The Phoenix Project may commence." "Very well. With Dr. Hogabak assisting, we should be able to initiate the first phase of the experiment promptly." Franco replied with utmost seriousness, while Hogabak, who had just joined him, rubbed his hands together and emitted a series of nervous chuckles, clearly in awe of his new superior. There was little to elaborate about Hogabak. Upon receiving Moria's orders to prepare for the creation of zombies, he unexpectedly encountered Franco, who had already located his laboratory. Following the recent demise of Sindoli, Hogibak felt a sense of disorientation regarding the future, and he remained with Moria simply because he had nowhere else to go. However, after witnessing Franco's miraculous surgical prowess, he was momentarily struck with inspiration and found his path forward, promptly joining the family of wickedness without hesitation. Upon hearing Franco's response, McKen nodded and added, "The analysis of Perona's abilities should also be prioritized." Beside Hannibal's life pod was another, with a ghostly girl Perona lay serenely inside, as if in slumber. Her ability, derived from the ghost fruit, bore similarities to Big Mom's soul fruit, although the exact hierarchical relationship between the two powers remained uncertain. It was undeniable that they shared a common origin in their influence over souls. By studying the ghost fruit, it might be possible to discern the weaknesses of the soul fruit, thereby enabling a more effective counter against Big Mom. "Excellent. Let's proceed this way. Everyone get to work." Once all had departed, McKen fell into deep contemplation while gazing at the life pod. Although encountering Moria had been unexpected, it had yielded significant advantages. Aside from Hannibal's situation surpassing Macon's expectations, the overall gains were substantial. The most notable acquisition was undoubtedly the invisibility fruit, a treasure coveted by many men, whose potential value had been grossly underestimated. If developed properly, it could undoubtedly rank among the most formidable fruits. Furthermore, there was the terrifying three-masted ship, the largest vessel in the pirate world, which could serve as both a residence and a future maritime stronghold with some modifications. With the expertise of Professor Vertisaw, achieving this should not be overly difficult. As for Perona and Lola, they were merely delightful surprises, providing an opportunity to ally with the Emperor Big Mom, which would be immensely beneficial for McKen, whose current strength was still lacking. Indeed, it was imperative to consider future summoning matters. The events surrounding Hannibal served as a clarion call for him, awakening him to the reality of the world, where each individual is a living entity rather than merely a collection of data from a game. Humanity, in its essence, is the most intricate of beings, and the nuances of human nature cannot be entirely restrained, even by the most powerful of advantages. McKen reflected on his current companions and exhaled softly. Having spent years in their company, he believed that, even without any extraordinary abilities, they would not betray him. As for the two newcomers, the researcher Fran posed little concern, for she harbored no ambitions and belonged to the type that accepted her circumstances with equanimity. The other individual, however, caused McKen some trepidation, fortunately. In terms of intellect and understanding of human nature, he believed that Jin would not rival Hannibal, thus providing some reassurance. Yet one suspicion arose. It planted seeds of doubt akin to a persistent weed, leading to anxieties despite the implausibility of their occurrence. After much contemplation, McKen retrieved a compact phone bug, deliberating extensively before dialing the number inscribed upon it. In the midst of a vast ocean lay a diminutive island nation, perpetually cloaked in snow, an island where the chill was an eternal theme. Even in such a resource-scarce locale, the avaricious king relentlessly exploited the islanders, driven solely by his insatiable desires. Time and again, the inhabitants attempted rebellion, only to be swiftly quashed, their hopes of divine retribution dissolving into mere dreams. However, today, it appeared that their pleas had garnered a response from the heavens, as flames of divine punishment descended upon the opulent palace of this barren isle. The fire licked at the frost, melting the accumulated snow and incinerating those within, while the islanders rejoiced in the divine decree, prostrating themselves and singing hymns of praise. On a towering mountain overlooking the town, the orchestrator of these events, a man clad in black, stood quietly, cigarette in mouth, observing the conflagration with an air of disdain. As he discarded the cigarette, a small phone bug concealed within his coat began to emit a series of urgent beeps. Chapter 118. Jin, suddenly summoned for a drink. I apologize for the delay in this chapter. Hell's Hound, the harbinger of darkness, the incessant tolling of the death knell, come forth, heed my voice, and answer my summons, Jin. Jin, even as a character within the realm of villains, possesses an undeniable allure. He is merciless and cold-hearted, never bothering to recall the faces or names of those he has slain. He is meticulous and composed, approaching every situation with a steady hand, remaining unflustered even in the face of unexpected circumstances. His decisiveness is ruthless. He shows no leniency, even towards himself, willing to fire a gun at his own person to fulfill a mission. He is a figure worthy of trust, perfect and formidable, employing a relentless pursuit of his objectives. Initially summoned to the Water City, Jin was instructed by McKen to masquerade as a member of the CP organization alongside Spandam, to execute a flawless infiltration plan. McKen deliberately selected a newcomer with minimal presence within the CP organization, erasing the memories of those familiar with the rookie through the capabilities of Harley. Furthermore, Jin and McKen orchestrated a clumsy performance, successfully rescuing Spandam with Jin's assistance, thereby establishing a foothold within the world government. As for subsequent matters, thanks to Jin's prowess in discreetly altering files and orchestrating accidents for those privy to the original circumstances, the task was rendered almost effortless. With Jin's remarkable performance within the CP organization, no one harbored doubts about his identity. His infiltration plan has proceeded smoothly up to this day. Initially, he felt some discomfort with his transformed identity. Once a hunting dog, he ruthlessly eliminated every mole he detected. He now finds himself in the position of a mole, creating a profound psychological dissonance within him. However, as time passed, he gradually adapted, a feat aided by his previous experiences. Reflecting on his former life, Jin finds it somewhat absurd. The Black organization has nearly become permeable, and even after sharing memories, he begins to question the purpose of his relentless pursuit of undercover agents. In a jest reminiscent of McKen's words, this is no longer merely the distillery diluting its product. Rather, it is the waterworks infusing spirits into their supply. The jarring sound of the telephone bug echoed sharply across the desolate mountaintop, swiftly attracting the attention of a burly man. The third rule of the CP-7 mission protocol states that during assassination tasks, all contact with the outside world must be severed unless permitted by a superior. As an exemplary agent, you must not forget this, Jin. The robust figure donned a white uniform, starkly contrasting with Jin's black trench coat, almost blending seamlessly with the snowy mountains, save for the splashes of crimson adorning the pristine fabric. Indeed, White Owl. Jin slowly drew a breath of smoke, his gaze fixated on the blazing palace, particularly the CP-9 assessment task, which was strictly isolated from external communication. Since you were aware, how could you harbor a din mushy in secrecy? Or do you possess an unspeakable secret, Behind Jin stood a towering man, 3 meters tall, also a tester from CP-7. Following the calamity in Water 7, all CP-9 personnel had perished, prompting the CP organization to conduct an assessment to select new members for CP-9. White Owl, a seasoned agent of the CP organization, had successfully been chosen as one of the candidates. He had initially presumed success was certain, only to find an unremarkable newcomer unexpectedly rising to prominence in the competition. He regarded this emerging talent with disdain, viewing him merely as a sycophant who had saved Commander Spandam. Their current mission was to assassinate a batch of petty royal figures who failed to offer tribute to the heavens, serving as a deterrent to others. Both Jin and White Owl were merely code names in this operation. Jin did not contest White Owl's words. Instead, he flicked the spent cigarette but into the thick snow and turned to the man, gently patting his arm and saying, "As long as you keep it to yourself." Who would know? With that, Jin retrieved a din-din mushy from his pocket and answered, "Hello, boss." Upon hearing Jin's words, White Owl's eyes narrowed slightly, his body instinctively tensing as 2 gleaming daggers slipped from his sleeves into his palms. Jin cast a fleeting glance at him, seemingly indifferent, holding the din-din mushy aloft as he awaited a response. Soon, a somewhat somber voice emerged from the device, inquiring about the infiltration plan's progress. I've encountered a minor issue, but rest assured, I will ascend to CP-9 soon." Jin brazenly conspired about infiltrating the CP organization, completely disregarding White Owl, whose complexion had turned ashen. "Is that so? Then congratulations. Keep in touch." "Of course, boss." Click. Jin ended the call, stowing the din-din mushy back into his pocket before pulling out another cigarette to place between his lips. "So, do you have any final words, White Owl?" "You." The White Owl was consumed by fury, utterly perplexed by the actions of his adversary. In that moment, he found himself momentarily disoriented, ready to unleash a torrent of indignation, only to find his words stifled by a gentle wave of Chinjio's left hand. With a clang, the dagger he held fell into the snow, and he felt as though all the strength had been drained from his body. Dazed, he gazed at Chinjio in disbelief until a surge of blood erupted from his throat, finally eliciting a reaction. Gasping, White Owl clutched his throat with both hands and slowly sank to his knees. Despite his desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding, a copious amount of blood seeped through his fingers, his eyes bulging from lack of oxygen as he weakly watched Chinjio turn away. In a final effort, he reached out, trying to grasp Chinjio's arm, but only managed to brush against the hem of his clothing, having lost even the strength to hold on. His head gradually succumbed to gravity, resting heavily against the ground. Warm blood trickled down, slowly melting the cold snow beneath him. With a sound like a snap, a bloodstained black glove was discarded beside White Owl's lifeless head. The crunch of footsteps on the snow echoed as a figure gradually vanished from the mountaintop. A chilling wind swept through, sending flurries of snow cascading down to cover the melting snow, along with the complex visage of the kneeling corpse. Everything returned to its original state, as if the prior events had merely been a figment of imagination. As he descended the mountain path, the cold breeze rustled Chinjio's dark attire, stirring his long silver hair. He tightened his black trench coat, removing his hat to shake off the snow that had accumulated atop it. Exhaling a puff of smoke from his cigarette, he adjusted his hat with a serene smile, his gaze fixed intently on the road ahead, taking measured steps toward the harbor. He was returning to report back to the spy organization known as CP, to relay a tale of revolution, camaraderie, tragedy, and duty, a narrative that had already taken shape during his brief journey. Chapter 119. The Navy's Invitation 3 days later. The Black Pearl seemed to have regained its familiar, carefree atmosphere. The long-restrained pirates reveled on deck, enjoying drinks and engaging in spirited conversation. Laura, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, regaled her crewmates and the cannon fodder of the fallen pirates with tales of her past adventures. It must be said, in normal circumstances, Laura was quite loquacious, weaving tales that were both thrilling and captivating, quickly drawing cheers from her fellow pirates. Barbossa hummed a cheerful tune as he navigated the Black Pearl across the tranquil sea, the fearsome 3-masted vessel having been cleverly concealed in a spatial crevice. Otherwise, such a ship would have been too conspicuous on the open waters. Even McKen found a deck chair to lounge in, basking in the warm sun on the upper deck. The only downside was the absence of Hannibal's expertly crafted cocktails, though the presence of a scantily clad, bikini-clad waitress provided some consolation. The relaxed demeanor of the fallen pirates stemmed from the Navy's abandonment of their pursuit. Indeed, the Navy was currently preoccupied with matters beyond their reach. News of the impending execution of Portgas Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and known as Fire Fist, who was to be executed at Navy headquarters in Marineford within a week, spread like wildfire across the seas. The name Edward Newgate, or Whitebeard, resonated profoundly among those who made their living on the ocean, and in the eyes of some, he was seen as the most likely successor to Roger's legacy. This legendary pirate, known as the world's strongest man, wielded the power of the Tremor fruit, capable of world destruction. His sheer combat prowess was sufficient to place him atop the world, not to mention the 43 pirate crews from the New World under his command, each led by individuals of extraordinary strength. Truly, he was the emperor of the seas. In contrast, the fallen pirates could only be considered a nuisance, despite their possession of terrifying new weaponry. However, on one hand, the world government, under Vegapunk's research, had developed countermeasures, and, on the other, the crackdown on the black market had nearly eradicated the supply channels for such weapons. Due to Whitebeard's overwhelming might, the Navy began to retract its defenses across the seas, redeploying elite forces to the headquarters, leaving them unable to attend to other matters. Thus, after more than a month of concealment, the fallen pirates finally found themselves with a moment to breathe. "Sweetheart, are you comfortable?" Harley, adorned in a sleek black bikini, gently kneaded McKen's shoulders, while Fran, clad in a typical anime-style swimsuit, squatted nearby, meticulously adjusting an array of equipment. "Finished," Fran exclaimed, lifting a high-stem glass filled with a frothy brown concoction. At her feet lay a scattered assortment of experimental apparatus, including but not limited to basic alcohol lamps, flasks, and test tubes. Some of the bottles contained peculiar liquids that bubbled violently, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. If McKen's hearing was intact, he could discern faint lamentations emanating from the boiling substances. It was evident that Fran had poured her heart into this creation, as the rim of the glass was adorned with sugar crystals, and atop the drink perched 2 cherries still glistening with droplets of moisture. Yet, despite these embellishments, the ominous aura exuding from the peculiar beverage was undeniable, causing Harley, who was nearest, to feel a wave of nausea wash over her. "Captain, electrolyte number 12, please indulge," Fran said, forcing a smile that reeked of insincerity as she presented the enigmatic liquid to McKen. Have you? Well, how do I put this? Have you ever tasted your own creations?" McKen adjusted his sunglasses, uncertainty creeping into his voice as he scrutinized the liquid. The cherries, once plump and vibrant, now seemed to exude an air of decay, withered as if they had languished for years. "I believe it is rather biased to judge the worth of something solely based on its appearance," Fran retorted, clearly perturbed by McKen's hesitation. "I think you may have a point," McKen conceded, pouring the contents of the glass into the sea under Fran's hopeful gaze. "However, I believe your talents should not be squandered on such endeavors. Don't you agree?" "All right, I admit you have a valid point," Fran replied, her demeanor deflated, her eyes still fixated on the now-empty glass. The palpable resentment emanating from her made McKen feel somewhat uneasy, just as he pondered how to alleviate the awkwardness. A voice from the lower deck broke through, revealing a sense of urgency, even punctuated by uneven breaths. "Ah, sir. Urgent report. Urgent report. Sir." Hogback, lacking the strength bestowed by devil fruit, was no match even for the weakest crew member aboard the Black Pearl. He stumbled onto the second deck, gasping for breath as he spotted McKen. After delivering his message, he wiped the sweat from his brow, only then noticing the 2 elegantly dressed ladies, prompting him to turn away to avoid any impropriety. Harley, unfazed by the attention, cast a flirtatious glance at Hogback, while Fran seemed lost in her own thoughts, contemplating something unknown. "What is it?" McKen inquired. "What has happened?" "The Navy headquarters." "Navy headquarters?" Hogback took a breath, having just been in contact with the Navy headquarters through a direct line to the 7 warlords. "Oh." Upon hearing this, McKen's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately inquired, "Has the Navy contacted Moria?" "He has not been removed from the Navy's list yet." In response to McKen's probing questions, Hogback recounted the events that had transpired. As he had surmised, due to the implications for the Whitebeard pirates and the honor of the Navy, the headquarters had mobilized all available forces, even extending an invitation to the usually aloof 7 warlords. They requested the cooperation of all 7 warlords to jointly eradicate the impending threat posed by the Whitebeard pirates. Just as Hogback was about to depart, he was halted by Fran, who donned a conspicuous insincere smile and presented him with a cup containing an uninviting concoction. "You've worked hard. Please take a moment to rest with this." Faced with Fran's overly enthusiastic hospitality, Hogback's composure wavered. He lacked the courage to outright refuse her. He managed a strained smile and replied, No need for that, Lady Fran. I'm not tired. Do give it a try. It's my latest creation. Electrolyte number 13. It's quite beneficial for the body." Fraulein directly raised the cup to Hogaback's lips, her tone exceedingly polite. Yet, based on their interactions over the past few days, Hogaback was acutely aware that refusing to drink would lead to dire consequences he dared not contemplate. He accepted the goblet, and merely inhaling its contents ignited a burning sensation in his nostrils. With a discreet gulp, he closed his eyes and swallowed the strange liquid in one go. Upon witnessing him consume the drink, Fraulein reverted to her expressionless demeanor, though her hands had, at some point, produced a notebook and a pen, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she awaited his reaction. McKen, standing silently on the deck, was lost in thought. He dismissed the notion of a trap. The Navy was not so foolish, nor did he consider they would underestimate him. He pondered various possibilities, formulating numerous hypotheses, only to dismiss them one by one. Ultimately, applying Occam's razor, he arrived at the simplest hypothesis. The Navy remained unaware of Moriarty's demise, the entire incident somehow reverting to its original state. Chapter 120. The Seven Warlords Conference. In McKen's view, the system of the Seven Warlords was the most ludicrous institution in this absurd world. The Navy's calculations were loud and clear. On one hand, they sought to recruit a band of pirates to bolster their own might, while on the other, they aimed to suppress the rest. However, how could such creatures as pirates be bound by anyone? The more respectable ones might feign compliance, tidying up their territories, while the less scrupulous would continue to live by their own rules. Then there were those like Doflamingo, who boldly flaunted their dealings before the Navy without a hint of concern for their authority. The Seven Warlord Conference was even more laughable. Since the establishment of the warlord system, there had never been a single instance where all members were convened. It was a matter of showing up to grant them face. If one did not attend, there was little the others could do. Given Akainu's temperament, the mere fact that these individuals had not been cast into the sea spoke volumes about how even the so-called justice could be ensnared by power. "Thank you all for attending this meeting," began Rear Admiral Tsuru, standing with his hands clasped behind his back in the Grand Hall, addressing the four who had already arrived. Erupted a middle-aged man from the crowd, his appearance rugged, with a few missing teeth and a thick mane of hair, his robust frame shaking with laughter. "There are fewer colleagues here than I expected. Ha ha ha. Apologies for the disappointment," Rear Admiral Tsuru replied blandly to Blackbeard's mockery. "Originally, there should have been 5 present, but one child refused to listen to reason. Thus we had to take measures to educate him." The gathered crowd had long been aware of the news regarding Jinbei, the captain of the Sun Pirates and a fellow warlord of the sea, who had been imprisoned by the Navy for his refusal to confront Whitebeard. Although the specific details remained elusive, the fact that such a prominent warlord could be detained without stirring significant turmoil underscored the Navy's absolute dominion. "Ha ha ha," as consistent as ever, Admiral Tsuru. Upon witnessing Blackbeard's discomfort, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had always harbored a discordant sentiment towards Admiral Tsuru, promptly interjected. The Admiral glanced at Doflamingo, nodded in acknowledgement, and with a tone imbued with warmth, remarked, "Doflamingo, you are the most willful among the many children, yet it brings me great solace to see you here today." In that moment, Don Quixote Doflamingo found himself momentarily speechless, his expression darkening slightly as he chuckled lightly, choosing to disregard the other party. As for the other 2 Shichibukai, Dracula Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma, they displayed no intention of engaging. One stood coolly at the window, arms crossed, gazing into the distance, while the other was deeply engrossed in a book, exuding an air of indifference as if the proceedings bore no relevance to him. After all this chatter, when do we eat? I've been waiting for quite a while." Just as the atmosphere became awkward, it was Blackbeard who intervened, appearing unfazed by Admiral Tsuru's warning, bursting into hearty laughter. "I must have overlooked it. The meal is ready. Please help yourselves." The Navy, despite being in the presence of a group of discontented allies, spared no expense, laying out a feast abundant with delicacies, particularly dishes favored by the Shichibukai members, notably the towering stacks of cherry pies that delighted Blackbeard immensely. As soon as he sat down, he eagerly grabbed an entire cherry pie and stuffed it into his mouth, garbling incoherent praise for the Navy's culinary skills. Clink, clink, clink. Admiral Tsuru, taking her seat at the head of the table, chose to ignore Blackbeard's unsightly manner of eating. She gently tapped her spoon against her wine glass to draw everyone's attention. Clearing her throat, she stated, "Although you may already be acquainted, allow me to reintroduce myself." At that moment, a female Navy officer presented a formal document to her. "Marshal D. Teach, in recognition of your significant contributions during the capture of Port Gas d'Ace, the world government has decided to appoint you as a member of the Shichibukai. It is my hope that you will continue to excel in your future endeavors as a Shichibukai, making outstanding contributions to the world government, the Navy, justice, and the people." On behalf of the world government and the Navy headquarters, I hereby bestow upon you the Shichibukai Medal and credentials as a mark of this recognition. After delivering her formal address, Admiral Tsuru placed the document on the dining table and slowly settled into her chair, resting her chin on her hands while fixing her gaze on Blackbeard. Teach, I hope you'll be a well-behaved child. Aside from a few admirals who clapped half-heartedly, no one else seemed to care about the proceedings. They resumed their activities. Even Blackbeard, the focus of the ceremony, continued to drink red wine and devour cherry pie, showing no regard for the ritual. At that moment, a Navy officer entered, saluted Admiral Tsuru, and quickly reported, Admiral Tsuru, the Shichibukai member, Gecko Moria, has arrived. Ah, then let him come in directly. Tsuru nodded, unfazed. However, only the terrifying three-masted ship remained docked. Moria did not disembark. Admiral Tsuru glanced up at him, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Ha ha ha, it seems my colleague has quite the air about him. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard erupted into laughter. His demeanor suggested that he wished for us to come forth and greet him. Brother Ming also revealed a smile, crouched upon his chair, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, a sound resonated, rendering it unnecessary for the esteemed guests to personally extend their welcome. As I arrive for the first time, I bring with me a humble gift, uncertain of whether it will be to your liking. As the sound faded, a dark object whistled through the door, narrowly grazing the head of the Navy officer who had entered moments before and hurtling directly towards the dining table. Blackbeard, tearing into a cherry pie with an inscrutable smile, was poised to act with his outstretched fingers. However, a presence swifter than his own was already in motion, just as he was about to strike. A glimmer of cold light flashed before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a severed head resting steadily atop a formidable black sword, the head of the former warlord, Moria. Being dead, Moria held no interest for Blackbeard, whose gaze was fixed intently upon the assailant, the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Even Blackbeard had failed to perceive the instant Mihawk drew his blade, and the mastery displayed was undeniable. Were he to reduce a head to mere fragments, he would hardly be surprised. Yet, the ease with which Mihawk brought the swiftly approaching head to a halt was remarkable, devoid of any visible exertion. Reflecting inwardly, Blackbeard acknowledged that he could never achieve such finesse. As Blackbeard pondered Mihawk's prowess, a round of applause erupted. Amidst the varied gazes of the onlookers, a figure emerged from the rift in space, a testament to the prowess of the world's premier swordsman, earning genuine admiration. After paying his respects to Mihawk, McKen scanned the crowd. The Navy personnel were grave, several high-ranking officers appearing as though they might draw their swords at any moment. The reactions of the warlords, however, were far more entertaining. Don Quixote da Flamingo lounged in his chair, seemingly relishing the spectacle, while Blackbeard scrutinized him with a discerning eye. Bartholomew Kuma appeared engrossed in a book, yet McKen could sense that his gaze was fixed entirely upon him. In stark contrast, Mihawk remained stoically bowed, showing little interest in McKen. I wonder if everyone appreciates my gift, McKen mused tauntingly. In response to McKen's blatant provocation, Vice Admiral Tsuru remained unperturbed, her hands clasped under her chin as she murmured, I must admit, you possess quite the audacity, young man. It seems we shall have to intensify our pursuit of you. No, Vice Admiral, McKen replied, bowing slightly. I merely believe that such a level of incompetence is a disgrace to the illustrious name of the warlords. Continuing to exist is merely a waste of the world government's resources. Oh, so you mean to take their place? Tsuru cast a sidelong glance at McKen, fully aware that he did not seek to join the ranks of the warlords. She feigned contemplation, lightly tapping the table. That could be arranged, provided you submit all intelligence regarding your weaponry to the world government. It would not be without merit. Ah, Vice Admiral, that seems rather unreasonable, McKen countered, but before he could elaborate, Tsuru waved her hand dismissively. Please leave. As soon as the words fell, the admirals and naval officers present swiftly drew their weapons, leaving McKen momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such resolute action from Admiral Crane. Very well, very well. McKen raised both hands in a gesture of surrender and earnestly addressed the unyielding Admiral Crane. I have come to propose a deal with the Navy. The Navy never conducts business with pirates, yet we are not devoid of hospitality, even for unwelcome guests such as yourself. Leave now, and I shall consider this incident as if it never occurred otherwise. At this point, Crane closed his eyes, appearing fatigued by the conversation with McKen, displaying an unmistakable expression of impatience. How cunning this old fox is, McKen thought to himself. Admiral Crane's vast experience and intellect effectively thwarted any attempts by McKen to elevate his bargaining position. This relic of a bygone era was not someone McKen could easily contend with. Fortunately, not everyone possessed Crane's duplicitous nature. Otherwise, the youth of a new era might find themselves with no hope of advancement before their demise. You have triumphed, Admiral Crane. McKen sighed, reflecting that had Hannibal been present to negotiate, he would not have been so passive. As he spoke, McKen retrieved a stack of blueprints from his pocket and displayed them before him. Half of the design schematics for the Underworld King. I wonder if this offering will meet your satisfaction. Even the composed Admiral Crane could not suppress a slight flutter of his eyelids upon seeing the schematics. The ever-cunning Crane exhibited a reaction, and it was clear that the rest of those present were equally affected. Even Mihawk, who solely pursued personal power, opened his eyes wide, scrutinizing McKen with his piercing gaze, evidently influenced by McKen's audacity. In stark contrast to Mihawk's appreciative observation, Blackbeard's face was a canvas of unrestrained greed. His gaze fixed fiercely upon McKen as if he were a treasure trove exuding the scent of wealth. He, McKen's ally, Doflamingo, emitted a sinister chuckle, his eyes glimmering behind his glasses with an inscrutable light. Only Bartholomew Kuma remained as tranquil as ever. At least McKen could sense no unusual aura emanating from him. Gentlemen, please be mindful of your demeanor. Admiral Crane gently tapped his spoon against his cup, alerting the others to their rising emotions. This is, after all, a Seven Warlords meeting. The meaning behind Admiral Tsuru's words evidently serves as a reminder to the warlords of the sea regarding their position. This is not their territory where they can act as they please. Upon hearing Admiral Tsuru's remarks, Dracul Mihawk withdrew his gaze, for he had never held any interest in the so-called ancient weapons, finding joy instead in the emergence of a formidable hero upon the seas. Don Quixote Doflamingo turned to Admiral Tsuru, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence, portraying himself as an obedient child. Others may be unaware, but Doflamingo, having dealt with Tsuru for many years, understood the capabilities of this elderly figure. Otherwise, he would not react like a mouse confronted by a cat whenever he encountered Admiral Tsuru. Ha ha ha. I never expected the schematics of the legendary ancient weapon to be in your possession. Youngster, have you considered joining my pirate crew? We will surely accomplish great deeds together. Blackbeard seemed unfazed by the implied threat in Admiral Tsuru's words, laughing heartily as he gazed at McKen, fully embodying an arrogant persona that disregarded authority. McKen found it difficult to discern whether Blackbeard's brashness was merely an act or a genuine facet of his character, for Blackbeard truly epitomized the term hero of chaos. Oh, is this the fabled design of the Dark King? I can hardly comprehend it. Just as McKen was about to utter something, a flash of golden light appeared beside him, causing his heart to leap. Instinctively, he swung his hand backward in a slashing motion. His arm, enveloped in haki, sliced through the air with breathtaking speed, aimed at the figure standing behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura that left the attending Navy personnel astonished. However, what astonished them even more was the identity of the person who appeared. He bent slightly, wearing a perplexed expression, one hand gently stroking his stubble. With the other hand, he effortlessly grasped McKen's wrist with just a few fingers, and what was most terrifying was that he had not even resorted to haki. He merely relied on his physical prowess to subdue McKen, rendering his attempts to exert strength futile. The pressure emanating from this individual was akin to the weight of a mountain, as profound and expansive as the ocean, and as deadly and terrifying as an endless abyss. Despite his seemingly disheveled appearance, he inspired an involuntary sense of dread. Kizaru. The visitor is none other than Admiral Borsellino, known as Kizaru, one of the three formidable powers of the Navy headquarters. As a high-ranking officer and commander of the Navy Scientific Division, he wields the powers of the light fruit, making him the swiftest man upon the vast seas. His demeanor is rather disheveled, resembling a mere fish, embodying an ambiguous sense of justice. He is widely regarded by many in the pirate community as the most successful undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, with a penchant for idleness, laziness, and theatrics. The arrival of Admiral Kizaru, aside from Vice Admiral Tsuru, took everyone by surprise. Even Blackbeard, known for his arrogance, tempered his imposing aura upon Kizaru's entrance, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize this renowned figure. How peculiar! I had anticipated a more menacing appearance, Kizaru remarked, releasing McKen's wrist while scratching his head, appearing as though he had just awoken. Do you have any idea how much rest I've sacrificed dealing with the mess you've created? Kizaru leaned in closer to McKen, causing him to involuntarily step back. Kizaru's presence surpassed all of McKen's expectations, and his mind raced to formulate a response. Chapter 122. negotiation as a pirate listed on the wanted poster, it would be expected that the Navy would execute you on the spot for trespassing into their headquarters. And no one would dare to voice dissent. Although Kizaru spoke with a half-joking tone, it sent chills down McKen's spine. He felt confident in escaping from others. But Kizaru was a different matter. His devil fruit ability was exceedingly troublesome. Admiral Kizaru, do you believe I would come unprepared to the enemy's stronghold? McKen composed himself and spoke with a steady voice. Surely, you have dispatched someone to investigate what lies aboard the terrifying three-masted ship docked at the port. While Kizaru's appearance was indeed unexpected, McKen had adequately prepared for this encounter. The fearsome three-masted vessel harbored approximately 500 kilograms of the biological virus type. This virus, a modified version of bosun enhanced infectiousness and adaptability, requiring minimal conditions for reanimation of corpses. Even those long deceased can regain mobility if they have not fully decomposed. The reason he did not carry more advanced biological viruses was that he had revealed this particular model during his dealings with the Dark Kings. He believed that through Stussy, the Navy would undoubtedly be aware of this new weapons intelligence. Once his identity was exposed, they would thoroughly investigate the terrifying three-masted ship, compared to ambiguous intelligence. The Navy would surely prefer to trust what they could see. I assure you, should anything happen to me, the entirety of Marineford will descend into chaos. Oh ho! Your words are indeed chilling, Kizaru replied nonchalantly, his hands tucked into his pockets. You may attempt it. I would trade my life for the lives of countless thousands in Marineford. McKen fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon the eyes of the yellow monkey, stating resolutely, Enough, yellow monkey. Your presence here is not to threaten our guests. Vice Admiral Crane also recognized the gravity of the situation. If McKen's assertions held any truth, the repercussions would undoubtedly be far from her desires. Speak, child. What is your true intention? It was evident that Vice Admiral Crane's standing within the Navy carried significant weight. For as soon as her words were uttered, even the Admiral, the yellow monkey, refrained from retorting. As the flash of golden light reappeared, it materialized beside Vice Admiral Crane, leaning casually against a chair with an air of indifference. Although his demeanor exuded no authority, none at the dining table dared to act recklessly. Even the notorious Blackbeard exercising great caution, casting furtive glances at him. Did I not mention? Compared to Moriarty, a man of unmerited standing, I am evidently more capable of representing the interests of the world government, McKen remarked, a smile dancing across his lips as he addressed Vice Admiral Crane. The position of Warlord of the Sea, this is my objective. That is feasible, Crane nodded, though she was acutely aware that McKen's true motives extended far beyond this. Rather than reject his request and allow him to wreak havoc, she preferred to keep him under her watchful eye, confident that this inexperienced newcomer would not stir up much trouble. Two conditions. Vice Admiral Crane extended two fingers. First, the Navy may revoke your bounty, but you must surrender the lower half of the design for the Pluton. Second, you are to submit the original blueprints of your newly developed weapon. McKen had not anticipated such decisiveness from Crane, yet he quickly chuckled and continued, Does Vice Admiral Crane truly perceive me as a child to be trifled with? Do you not find these conditions rather excessive? Noticing that Crane was about to respond, McKen interjected, I can deliver the Pluton design, and I can even provide the original matrix for the biological virus, but I have a small request. What request? She inquired. Just a pirate's head, nothing more. Surely that is not too difficult for the Navy, he replied. Vice Admiral Crane was not one to fall for such wordplay. Tapping her fingers on the table, she asked, Which pirate do you refer to? If it is Kaido or Big Mom, I shall consider this conversation concluded. Of course not. I do not possess the audacity to demand the heads of the emperors of the sea. It is merely a small-time pirate with a bounty of 100 million. McKen clarified. Upon hearing the bounty, Crane furrowed her brow slightly. From the information she had gathered, McKen had never harbored any profound grievances against any pirates. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she looked up to meet McKen's smiling face. Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of the Navy hero Garp. Upon hearing McKen utter Luffy's name, Vice Admiral Tsuru realized the impending trouble. The surrounding officers began to murmur, just as she had anticipated. Admiral Karp was indeed an extraordinary figure, yet his subordinates, TSK, observing McKen's intent to continue, Tsuru abruptly slammed her hand on the table, silencing the room instantly as curious glances were cast in her direction. This condition, just as Tsuru was about to decline, McKen's playful smile resurfaced in her mind. Should she refuse his proposal? It could be viewed as either a breach of collegial loyalty or, more severely, as a form of favoritism. After all, to most, McKen's proposition was akin to offering the Navy two strategic weapons for free. It was merely a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. A few vice admirals could easily handle it. I need to deliberate on your proposal, Saru remarked, pinching her brow, feeling a headache for the first time that day, realizing that this young man was not to be underestimated. Witnessing Saru's predicament, Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled. If there were anyone in the Navy who vexed him the most, it was undoubtedly the elder before him. Seeing her in such a state lifted his spirits, and McKen appeared somewhat more agreeable. Of course, Vice Admiral, take your time to contemplate. I keep my word, this draft is now yours. As he spoke, McKen stepped forward and handed the copy to Saru. She glanced at it, noting the ancient script that was beyond her comprehension, and then began to circulate the manuscript among the attending naval officers. How do we know if the manuscript you provided is genuine or a forgery? Questioned a certain rear admiral, rubbing his weary eyes as he directed his inquiry at McKen. At that moment, McKen, already seated, leisurely savored a glass of red wine. Upon hearing the remark, he glanced up with an odd expression at the speaking Major General, silently shaking his head in disinterest. Witnessing McKen's demeanor ignited a surge of anger within the Major General, who abruptly slammed his hand on the table, preparing to rise. However, he was promptly halted by a mere look from General Crane. Cough. Regarding whether you can assume the position of the 7 warlords. I cannot make a decision on my own. I must report to the esteemed Admiral and the world government. Nonetheless, before that, you may remain here to familiarize yourself with your future colleagues. With that, General Crane tucked away the design for the Pluton and took his leave, needing to promptly inform Sengoku. Each matter, be it the Pluton design, the latest viral weapon, or the situation with Garp's grandson, was exceedingly troublesome. Is this considered house arrest? McKen raised his glass in a toast to his counterpart, Don Quixote Doflamingo, half-jokingly inquiring. Who can say? Chapter 123. Sabo as McKen piloted the formidable 3-masted ship to the Navy headquarters. The remaining members of the crew successfully arrived at the Sabo archipelago. Though referred to as an archipelago, it was actually composed of 79 towering trees clustered together. The unique bubbles formed by the natural resin secreted by the roots of the Yalchi mangrove due to respiration made Sabo stand out even amidst the diverse scenery of the Grand Line. Particularly, the thriving coating industry derived from this special resin flourished here, as such coatings were essential for pirate ships to access the latter half of the Grand Line. It is well known that the Grand Line is divided into 2 segments, Paradise and the New World. There are only 2 routes to traverse from the first segment, Paradise, to the second segment, the New World. The first is to obtain permission from the world government to cross the holy land of myriad at the pinnacle of the Red Line. The second involved a small hole located 10,000 meters directly beneath myriad, connecting to Fishman Island. For pirates, acquiring permission from the world government is virtually impossible, rendering the second option the sole entrance for outlaws into the New World. This method requires only 2 things, a fearless resolve and the aforementioned coating. This renders the beautifully positioned Shambadi archipelago an exceptional transit point, frequented daily by aristocrats, naval officers, tourists, bounty hunters, and even pirates, with thousands arriving and departing. As is customary, the Shambadi archipelago welcomed a rather unconventional group of visitors. Is this truly Shambadi? The scenery is entirely different from that of the Water 7. Aboard the Black Pearl, Harley spread her arms wide, reveling in the display of her enchanting figure. Indeed, it is a remarkable place. Barbossa leaned against the ship's side, gazing at the island's vistas. What do you think, little one? The girl named Fran, having been addressed, looked adorably bewildered as she poked at the bubbles floating in midair. Her inquisitive mind intrigued by the plant known as the Yarkaman Red Tree, lost in her own thoughts. At that moment, a rift appeared in the surrounding space, and Professor Vertical Saw emerged slowly from within. He nodded at the crowd and announced, McKen has entered the naval headquarters as planned. We can proceed. The ever-prepared Lola, clutching an exquisite box, nodded nervously. The thought of facing her mother filled her with an overwhelming sense of dread, causing her fingers to turn pale as she gripped the box. Observing Lola's anxiety, Harley approached and linked her arm with hers. There's no need to be anxious, Coco. I assure you, your mother will absolutely adore our gift. Coco was a nickname Harley had affectionately given to Lola, derived from the cocoa beans, the essential ingredient of chocolate. The days spent together had fostered a unique camaraderie among the ladies aboard the ship. Thank you, Miss Harley. I feel much better. Lola managed a strained smile and nodded earnestly. Let us purchase a ship first. Then, let us embark. With a wave of her hand, Harley took Lola's hand, and they leaped off the Black Pearl, where they had docked in Area 15. This is a lawless region, predominantly engaged in activities such as human trafficking and black market dealings, all of which are unspeakable in polite society. It is also a zone remarkably lenient toward pirates and bounty hunters. The existence of such an openly notorious area, especially under the watchful eyes of the world's nobility, particularly the celestial dragons, is utterly absurd. Even the most inept politicians comprehend the necessity of maintaining a fade of peace. Yet here, various socially unacceptable trades are brazenly laid bare, while the self-proclaimed righteous navy appears blind to the transgressions, evidently backed by influential figures. However, none of this concerns Harley and her companions as they navigate towards District 50, guided by their map. As they journeyed, Harley, who had initially harbored a sense of exploration, found herself discontented. Logically, one would expect the transit point of Sabo to be bustling, if not teeming with life. Instead, the streets were sparsely populated, and each passerby exhibited a palpable wariness, even when purchasing basic supplies. The shopkeepers cast anxious glances at Harley and her unfamiliar group, only consenting to sell a few goods after ascertaining their identities. "Hey brother, what is going on here?" In a local inn, the affable Barbossa ordered 2 sherry wines and struck up a conversation with the proprietor. After a couple of drinks, the innkeeper, feeling more at ease due to the lack of patrons, began to converse with Barbossa. "Ah, you wouldn't believe it. Something significant occurred recently," the innkeeper said, glancing around before leaning closer to Barbossa. "Do you know about the celestial dragons, the world nobles? Recently, one was attacked by a pirate." "Oh," Barbossa feigned surprise, recalling the events that had transpired in the original timeline. The innkeeper's expression reflected fear upon mentioning the incident involving the celestial dragons. Yet beneath that fear lay an almost imperceptible thrill. "Yes, the supernovas, you're aware of them, right?" The innkeeper rubbed his hands together, speaking to Barbossa with a conspiratorial tone, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Barbossa chuckled, producing a stack of berries from his pocket and slapping it down on the table. "Let us have 2 more barrels of sherry. The remainder shall serve as a tip." The innkeeper's eyes lit up at the sight of the berries, and with remarkable speed, he tucked them away before calling over a yawning attendant to fetch the drinks. There were 12 individuals, 12 notorious pirates who had recently amassed bounties exceeding 100 million berries. They were referred to as the supernovas. "Oh, who are they?" Barbossa inquired. "Ah, well, the innkeeper cleared his throat and quickly retrieved a stack of bounty posters from the counter, laying them out on the table for inspection. First, there was the strange monk, Urage, captain of the fallen monk pirate crew, endowed with immense strength and rumored to hail from Sky Island. The innkeeper pointed upwards, noting that his bounty was a modest 108 million berries, the lowest among the group. Next was Capone Beach, captain of the fire tank pirate crew, previously a member of the West Blue Mafia, with a bounty of 138 million berries. The third individual is the renowned glutton, Jewelry Bonnie, captain of the Bonnie Pirates. From the bounty notice, she appears to be a striking beauty, and she is the sole female among the supernovas, with a bounty of 140 million berries. At this juncture, the tavern owner drew out another bounty notice. As he was about to introduce it, his expression shifted, and he squinted closely at the notice in his hand, occasionally glancing apprehensively at the old pirate before him. The image on the bounty notice depicted a remarkably dignified elder, gazing out to sea, with the vast ocean behind him ablaze in eerie green flames, the dark blade at his waist accentuated by the flickering light. Prominently inscribed on the notice were the words, "Regardless of life or death, Black Blade Barbossa, 155,000,000 berries." Chapter 124, The Supernova's This. "No, you're Lord Black Blade Barbossa." The tavern owner, upon examining the image on the bounty notice and then scrutinizing Barbossa, was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, trembling as he placed the recently acquired berries back onto the table, wiping his brow with his sleeve. "Heh," continue Barbossa said, pressing his hand down on the pile of berries, picking one out and gently kneading it until it resembled a slender needle. "Why yes, the 5th supernova is." As the tavern owner spoke, Barbossa swiftly tossed the kneaded berry towards the door, piercing through the heavy door like it was mere tofu. Before the owner could react, the door was blasted open, and a gleaming scythe hurtled towards Barbossa's head. "The slaughterer Kira." The tavern owner swallowed hard, turning to gaze at the man approaching the inn, adorned with a blue and white striped mask featuring several small holes, his golden hair flowing, exuding a commanding presence. Though Kira's expression was concealed by the mask, his posture betrayed his readiness for confrontation, slightly bending at the waist as if bracing for a formidable adversary. The scythe in his right hand, its blade piercing through the sturdy berries, fluttered softly in the breeze. "Ho ho ho, an extraordinary figure has arrived." Barbossa faced Kira, his right hand enveloped in armament haki, gripping the scythe, while his left hand secured the hilt of his sword. With a swift motion, he exerted force at his waist, kicking a table forward before propelling himself towards Kira with astonishing speed. A fight was imminent. Within the tavern, Harley, supporting both Fran and Lola on either side, retreated to a safe distance while clutching a jug of liquor, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Observing Kira's formidable demeanor, Lola expressed concern and tugged at Harley's sleeve, asking, "Aren't we going to help? He seems quite strong." "Ha ha, fret not. Consider it mere pre-dinner entertainment." Harley replied with her usual mischievous grin, clapping her hands softly while cradling the jug. This minor interlude would hardly affect Kira. As the foremost enforcer of the kid pirates, he was formidable. In the instant the table flew towards him, his scythe danced through the air, shattering the furniture into fragments. His eyes, concealed beneath a mask, gleamed with the ferocity of a starving wolf as they fixed intently on the advancing Barbossa. With a subtle twist of his wrist, he switched to a reverse grip, the blade of his scythe shifting like a predator's fang, aiming for Barbossa's abdomen, intent on eviscerating the old pirate. Barbossa, however, was well aware of Kira's assault. With a sly grin, he activated his mechanical blade with a flick of his left hand while swiftly drawing his sword with his right. The explosive force coupled with unmatched speed caught Kira off guard, prompting him to hastily shift into a defensive stance. Despite Kira's remarkable reflexes, he was a moment too late to counter Barbossa's onslaught. The sharp scythe was cleaved in two at the point where it had previously been pierced by a bullet, even leaving a crack in the mask he wore. TSK, that cut seemed a tad shallow. "Indeed, I'm still getting accustomed to this new weapon," Barbossa mused, inspecting the newly crafted mechanical blade before playfully flicking it with his finger and offering Kira a smile. "I assure you, the next strike will be more satisfactory." In the face of such provocation for Barbossa, Kira remained silent, quietly drawing two more scythes from behind him, crossing them in front. "Heh, I appreciate your spirit, young man. You are full of vitality," Barbossa declared, gripping his mechanical blade and tilting his head in Kira's direction, relishing the straightforwardness of his opponent. "I despise tedious chatter. Let's see how you fare against this." As the two prepared to engage in a decisive battle, a massive arm composed of mechanical parts crashed through the hotel roof, hurtling towards Barbossa. He deftly leaped back to evade the strike, casually deflecting the flying debris and shifting his gaze towards the newly arrived figure. Eustace Kidd, captain of the Kid Pirates, the innkeeper, clutching a tabletop and cowering in a corner, shouted, fearing he might not survive until dawn. "Kira, does it really take this long to deal with someone nearly buried in rubble?" Kidd kicked aside the debris obstructing his path, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Barbossa. "Hey, are you the infamous Black Blade? You don't seem all that impressive. Where's your captain? Bring him out." Kira, upon witnessing Kidd's arrival, positioned himself beside him, yet his eyes remained fixed on Barbossa. "TSK, Barbossa whistled dismissively, retorting, "If this little brat wishes to meet our captain, it depends on whether I, this old man nearly buried in dirt, consent." "Huh." Kidd's eyes widened in indignation as he glared defiantly at Barbossa. "Just an old codger? Perfect." Having spoken, Kidd began to unleash his abilities. In an instant, all metallic objects within the room were drawn towards him, regardless of whether they were swords, knives, or pots and pans. Anything imbued with metallic properties soared towards Kidd. Even the mechanical blade in Barbossa's grasp was irresistibly pulled by an immense force, momentarily escaping his control. Fortunately, after Barbossa shrouded it in his haki, the mechanical blade returned to a state of tranquility. The metals gradually coalesced on Kidd's arm, transforming into a mechanical appendage. As more metallic debris rained down from the sky, it grew progressively larger, ultimately culminating in a colossal metallic arm exceeding 10 meters in length. "You boastful old fool. Perish at once," Kidd bellowed, raising his hand to strike. Just then, two figures descended from above. One morphed mid-air into an enormous, peculiar dinosaur, clamping its jaws onto Kidd's mechanical elbow, preventing the arm from descending. The other, akin to an octopus, ensnared Kidd from behind, binding him firmly in place. Amidst the confusion of Barbossa and the others, Kidd, in a fit of rage, demanded, "Big Mouth Girl, and you Red Flag, are you both intent on undermining the agreement?" "Huh, perfect. I shall deal with both of you first. You fool, creating such a ruckus will surely attract the attention of Navy." One of the supernovas, Jewelry Bonnie, wrapped her legs around Kidd's waist, her arms tightening around his neck as she shouted into his ear, "If we keep this up and the yellow monkey hasn't left, we might as well prepare to meet our end here." Bonnie's words rang true. "Kidd, now is not the time for infighting. Drake, having reverted from his mechanical form, chimed in to emphasize the urgency. "Hey, killer, what are you dawdling for? Take down these two bastards." In his fury, Kid paid no heed to their warnings, twisting his neck to yell at Killer. As Kid's captain and dear friend, Killer instinctively sided with him. Just as he was about to take action, two more individuals appeared in the tavern. A massive black weapon, resembling a pencil, blocked Killer's path, thwarting his intentions to strike Bonnie. Simultaneously, the sound of shuffling cards echoed as Basil Hawkins glanced at Kid while shuffling his deck. Several battalions of the Navy were already en route. And if you persist in your folly, destiny has decreed that today shall be your demise. Chapter 125, Mimetic Bug. Hey, what on earth is happening here? A naval colonel inquired sternly of the innkeeper outside the hotel. At that moment, the entire street lay deserted, with even shops on either side sealing their doors and windows. The recent events still lingered vividly in their minds. The might of Admiral Kazuru had instilled fear in the hearts of these lawless individuals, rendering them quaking in terror at the mere sight of the Navy. The innkeeper appeared exceedingly deferential, slightly bowing his head as he responded, "Naval officer, it's nothing, just a problem with the rooftop pipes that caused an explosion." Explosion? The naval commander fixed a gaze upon the innkeeper, one that unmistakably conveyed disbelief, as if to say, "Are you jesting with me?" The atmosphere bore no trace of gunpowder. Even a blind man could discern the falsehood being spun before him. "Are you harboring a wanted pirate? Do you comprehend the penalties for aiding and abetting?" The innkeeper, in a state of distress, felt beads of sweat cascading down his brow, for he found himself in a predicament that left him speechless. Just as the naval officers began to encircle the innkeeper, a sudden cough drew their attention. The young naval officers, diligent in their duties, were indeed attentive to the matter at hand. Following the sound, they beheld a portly gentleman adorned in a flowing black cloak, his meticulously styled hair slicked back. Emerging gracefully from the inn's chamber, he reached into his pocket, retrieved a cigar cutter, and leisurely placed it between his lips, addressing the officers. "My subordinates may have acted a tad excessively. I implore you to show some leniency." It was none other than Lord Lew Field. The naval officers stationed at the Shambadi archipelago are well acquainted with the frequent visitors to the islands, namely the nobles and prominent figures. Upon encountering the colonel leading the group, they promptly lowered their proud heads to pay their respects, for standing before them was none other than a genuine heavyweight, one of the 6 kings of the underworld. Lord Field, although this illustrious individual seldom graced the Shambadi archipelago with his presence, his stature had long been noted. After all, this place is considered a domain of the celestial, and one cannot dare to provoke a figure capable of engaging in casual banter with the celestial dragons. Especially not a mere colonel. "Best not to spread word of my presence here," Lord Field advised, taking a puff from his cigar and gesturing dismissively. "If the esteemed ones above were to learn of it." He left his sentence unfinished. "Understood. We have not seen you today," the naval colonel promptly responded, demonstrating his understanding. "Everyone withdraw. This was merely an unfortunate incident." "Yes." After saluting Lord Field, the colonel swiftly organized his men to depart, leaving only the innkeeper, who stood trembling in place, and Lord Field, who continued to puff on a cigar. "Cough, cough, cough, this is truly difficult to smoke. Why do you men always fancy such things?" Once the Navy had retreated, the previously composed Lord Field suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing, his fierce visage contorting in distaste as he cast aside the cigar, crushing it underfoot. The innkeeper's face twitched as he observed the transformation occurring before him. Even having witnessed it once, he still found it hard to accept. His legs quaked incessantly, and had he not been leaning against the doorframe, he might have collapsed to the ground. Before him, Lord Field began to dissolve like clay, his wrinkled facade peeling away like decaying mud. In mere moments, the once robust figure of the man resembled a shedding serpent, revealing an alluring silhouette beneath. "Come now, don't wear such a glum expression. Smile." Harley shook his head, inhaling a breath of fresh air as he stepped forward, grasping the innkeeper's face with both hands and forcing a smile. "Your acting is atrocious. Remember to smile more. Thank goodness you still possess this trick. Otherwise, it could have turned troublesome." As the innkeeper was being toyed with like a mere puppet, Jolie Bonnie emerged from the staircase, accompanied by a group of others. Fran stepped forward, producing an object resembling a petri dish, and crouched down. She opened the lid and began to tap the dish against the ground, as if coaxing a kitten to eat. With each tap, the muck beneath stirred, and a mysterious creature, no thicker than a thumb, wriggled its 8 legs as it emerged from the mire. It first coiled around Fran's arm, exploring its surroundings, before gradually being drawn toward the liquid within the dish, ultimately curling up inside like a serpent. Ugh, how revolting. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down Jolie Bonnie's spine. She rubbed her arms and stepped aside, seeking distance from Fran and the grotesque creature she held. Before the Navy's arrival, she had witnessed the entire horrifying spectacle. The wretched innkeeper had succumbed to the vile creature, which slithered into his mouth. In less than 10 minutes, she watched in horror as he transformed into a mass of brown slime, ultimately reshaping into the likeness of Luffy. The innkeeper's agonizing screams had chilled even her starry disposition, affecting her appetite to the extent that Jolie Bonnie resolved never to consume jelly or pudding again. Suppressing the urge to crush the creature beneath her heel, Jolie Bonnie addressed the members of the notorious pirate crew. You are here to coat yourself for the journey to the New World, are you not? Unfortunately, due to the foolish actions of a certain individual not long ago, the shipyard and coating company have been sealed off by the Navy. You lot are just as trapped as we are. She gestured toward the other supernovas, shrugging with a smirk of schadenfreude. No way out. Tisish, hearing Bonnie's words, Kid, sprawled out in his chair, scoffed dismissively, though he refrained from retorting. Thus, we have formed a temporary alliance, waiting for the island's ban to be lifted. During this time, no matter how much we may detest one another, we must not engage in combat. When the time comes for the New World, we can act as we please. Are you interested in joining us? Bonnie extended her hand toward Harley, recognizing that this seemingly eccentric woman held the highest standing among them. Oh, is that so? Harley mused, tapping her finger against her delicate lips, then suddenly beamed as she approached Bonnie. However, my captain has ordered me to head straight to the New World. I believe you must have a strategy in mind. Despite Harley's proximity and the shared gender, Jolie Bonnie visibly felt discomfort, leaning back with a disdainful expression. After pondering for a moment, she pinched her chin thoughtfully. Originally, she had no solution, but since you possess the means of disguise, it might be worth a try after all. Having spoken, she turned her gaze towards Fran. How many disguising? Ahem, props do you still possess? Quite a lot, Fran replied, tilting her head as she unfastened her white lab coat, revealing it to be adorned with an array of densely packed pupae. Even a mere glance sent shivers down Bonnie's spine. Chapter 126. Infiltration Zone 69 of the Chambord Islands. Adjacent to the naval garrison in Zone 66 and the district in Zone 78, serves as a sanctuary for the aristocracy and a significant venue for certain influential figures' dealings. Unlike other areas, Zone 69 is devoid of the myriad of complex structures. It is dominated solely by a grand and opulent castle. This castle serves both defensive and aesthetic purposes, its towering structure reaching heights of 100 meters, encircled by formidable stone walls. At intervals, octagonal towers punctuate the edifice, while armed soldiers stand vigilant at each embrasure and crenellation. The soldiers, adorned with curved sabers and firearms, exude an aura of iron and blood, signaling that they are far from mere gilded facades. The outer walls of the castle, composed of pale gray stone accented with gilded edges, imbue the structure with an air of opulence. Moreover, the intricate reliefs are rendered with remarkable vividness. At the grand entrance, a formidable and thick gate stands sentinel, guarded by a squad of resolute sentinels brandishing spears. Each guard clutches their weapon tightly, their unwavering gazes fixed upon the group before them, ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. Please present your credentials, one of the guards interjected, blocking the way of those attempting to enter the castle and requesting their passes. This group comprises individuals of all ages and genders, totaling 5 people. In addition to the middle-aged man at the forefront, who is clad in a long cloak, there are 2 individuals attired as bodyguards, along with an elderly woman and a young girl, seemingly a grandmother and her granddaughter. This group of individuals, without the need for speculation, is undoubtedly the team led by Harley attempting to infiltrate the castle. Among them are Fran, disguised as Lord Field, Barbossa masquerading as a bodyguard, and Basil Hawkins. The 2 other women are Bonnie, who has aged herself using her abilities, and Harley, who has been rejuvenated by Bonnie's powers. When confronted by the guard, Fran, in her guise as Lord Field, disdainfully exhaled a plume of cigar smoke towards him. At that moment, Barbossa, attired like a bodyguard, stepped forward and grasped the collar of the guard, exclaiming, "Open your eyes wide and behold, this is Lord Field. Are you tired of living?" The guards behind the sentinel, witnessing their comrade being manhandled, were about to intervene, but upon hearing the name of Lord Field, they exchanged hesitant glances, faltering in their advance. Those who serve in such positions must possess not only martial prowess but also discernment. Offending a figure of significant stature could lead to dire consequences. And those brash youths were still oblivious to the dangers lurking in the shadows. Hi, High Interest King? The guard, evidently aware of Lord Field's illustrious reputation, stammered. But the higher-ups have mandated that we must. His words were abruptly cut off as a hand swiftly struck his face. A tall man, clad in a tailcoat and sporting a handlebar mustache, hastened to Lord Field and bowed deeply. It is truly an honor to have the esteemed Lord of Fortune grace us with his presence. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? I recall there being no scheduled engagements for you in these past 2 months. Huh. Barbossa cared not for the other S standing, seizing his collar once more, stating, "This is a matter for the master, and you have no place meddling in it." Indeed, perhaps I have erred. The butler, attempting to smooth over the situation, turned to the guards and commanded, "Hurry, open the gates. Do you not see that Lord Field has been kept waiting?" At the butler's instruction, the guards sprang into action, operating the mechanism to draw open the heavy gate, forming a line to welcome the arrival of Lord Field. "Lord Field, please," the butler said, bowing his head with a courteous smile, respectfully clearing a path. Observing the butler's obsequious demeanor, Lord Field nodded and led his entourage into the castle. "My lord," As Lord Field entered the castle, the butler straightened and gestured to silence the guard who was about to speak. He then retreated to a secluded area, retrieving a small telephone insect from his pocket and dialing a number. Before long, the telephone insect was answered, and a languid, sweet voice inquired, "May I ask who is calling? For appointments, please call back in the evening. Joy Street does not entertain guests during the day. Remember tonight, for it marks the beginning of forever." "Oh, it's you. What task do you have for me now?" The voice on the other end of the line seemed still half asleep, yet the butler appeared unfazed, promptly seeking to ascertain Lord Field's intentions. "Oh, at last. Do you intend to take action against the Dark Sovereigns? This is not a matter for your concern." The telephone insect emitted a light chuckle before disconnecting the call. The butler silently tucked away the device and redirected his gaze towards the castle. "Given your remarkable abilities, why did you not embark on this plan sooner?" As the group entered the castle's porch, the youthful figure of Harley, no more than a mere teenager, spoke up. In her diminutive form, Hallie's beauty was striking, yet the mischievous grin that occasionally graced her face marred her innocence. "You are quite the oddity." The elderly Bonnie, stooped and relying on a cane, remarked generally, "One would refuse my attempts to utilize your abilities. But why refuse such amusement? Barbossa, would you decline?" In her youthful exuberance, Harley seemed brimming with energy as she tugged at a bodyguard walking ahead of her, raising her voice in inquiry. "Hush, my dear great aunt. Do be quiet for a moment. We are in enemy territory." Bonnie was startled by Hallie's loud outburst and quickly scooped her into her arms, covering her mouth with a hand. "I ask you, do you truly possess no sense of urgency? What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we can be forceful. It has been far too long since we enjoyed such lively company." Barbossa, disguised as a bodyguard through the mimicry insect, patted the mechanical blade at his waist and laughed, exuding a carefree bravado. Today I have yet to witness our demise." Beside them, Basil Hawkins drew forth his cards to commence divination, displaying an air of unwavering confidence. "Well, I am beginning to understand why you have reached this bounty in such a brief span of time," Bonnie sighed, tapping her forehead. "I hope you are aware of who guards this castle and can still maintain such optimism." "Who? Could it be the Admiral?" "The Admiral is not so easily dismissed, though he is close enough. Otherwise, do you believe we would have refrained from employing force?" Bonnie shook her head, saying, "The 2 individuals guarding this place are likely names you have heard before. The Rabbit of Peach and the Tea-Pig, 2 vice-admirals. Ho, big names indeed. I truly wish to engage them in combat." Unperturbed by the mention of the vice-admirals, Barbossa, still simmering from his defeat at the hands of the ghost spider, harbored a lingering frustration. Alas, it seems there is not a single sane individual among them. Bonnie had initially thought the other supernovas possessed sufficiently poor temperaments, only to discover that this new group was even more unhinged. She now regretted agreeing to execute this plan. Chapter 127, Exposure. Ah, what a refreshing fragrance. On the terrace atop the castle, a man adorned with a cowboy hat gyrated in an ungraceful dance, the sound of his wooden clogs echoing with each movement. In his hands, he cradled a bouquet of resplendent purple blossoms, gently inhaling their fragrance as he approached a stunning woman. Such exquisite orchids. Surely only someone as beautiful as you deserves them. The lady, standing at an impressive height of 3 meters, possessed an elongated figure and a striking visage, her commanding presence accentuated by a gleaming blade at her waist. Her name was Guillaume, a rear admiral in the Navy and a figure emblematic of the new generation. However, at that moment, Guillaume appeared preoccupied, her delicate brows furrowed as she gazed out at the distant sea, lost in thought and wearing a countenance heavy with sorrow. "What could be troubling this enchanting lady? If you do not mind, perhaps you might share your woes with me." Perhaps the beauty of love could soothe the scars within your heart. You know, my shoulder is always open for you. Mr. Khaki. Guillaume extended a hand to accept the orchids, while with her other hand, she playfully caressed the chin of the man before her. As a naval officer well-versed in the arts of the geisha, she understood precisely how to tug at a man's heartstrings. I am here, dear lady. What may I do for you? The esteemed rear admiral, viewed as a prospective vice admiral, wore an expression of infatuation as he gazed at the captivating woman. Oh, Mr. Khaki. Guillaume feigned indignation, tossing the orchids over the edge of the castle. I accidentally lost the gift you bestowed upon me. What shall I do? Fear not. My lovely lady, I shall retrieve it for you at once. With that, Khaki leapt from the towering castle, turning mid-air to send a playful kiss towards Guillaume. Humph! What a fool! Guillaume cast a sidelong glance at the man descending, muttering unflattering words. Yet her demeanor brightened considerably, the sorrow on her face dissipating. She recognized that this seemingly simple man was merely attempting to divert her attention and uplift her spirits. Still, she could not fathom why the Navy headquarters would assign her to guard this location at such a crucial moment. The thought of what might transpire in a week, coupled with the image of the celestial dragons, who only reveled in their palaces, ignited a simmering anger within her. Alas, perhaps the warlord has his own intentions. With a sigh, Guillaume sought to console herself. Boom! Within the castle's courtyard, a thunderous roar disrupted the many guards concealed in the shadows. In an instant, they gripped their weapons tightly and peered out from various hiding spots, only to hastily return to their posts upon identifying the source of the commotion, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, their movements were keenly observed by an astute onlooker. Bonnie smiled at the scattered guards, recognizing the advantage this would provide for their infiltration plan. The cause of such disturbance was none other than Admiral Tashigi, who had descended from the naval headquarters. He brushed off the dust from his attire and leapt out of the mud pit he had created. Remarkably, despite the considerable height from which he fell, even the wooden clogs he wore showed no signs of damage, illustrating his precise control over his strength. Tashigi nimbly collected the orchid, gently blowing away the dust from its petals, and raised his hand in greeting to the curious peach rabbit observing from below. Just as he was about to return, he noticed a pair of unfamiliar faces. Oh, are you invited guests? He inquired. Indeed, this is Lord Field, the king of usury, who has urgent business to discuss with a certain dignitary. Basil Hawkins stepped forward, respectfully addressing Tashigi. Must business also include the elderly and children? Tashigi tilted his head, scrutinizing the two ladies standing behind Lord Field. The elderly woman, disguised as Bonnie, bowed her head, her heart racing with anxiety, while the girl holding her hand, Harley, beamed at Tashigi. May I see your passes? Tashigi requested, striding towards the group. Upon seeing him approach, Bonnie bit her lip in determination, exchanged a glance with Hawkins, and gently released her grip on Hallie's hand. This had been a clandestine arrangement among them. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, they would retreat immediately, leaving the three newcomers to take their place, considering their lack of familiarity. Hawkins received the cue and took a subtle step back, several cards sliding into his palm from within his sleeve, preparing himself for a potential confrontation, for he trusted Bonnie not at all. Indeed, he held no faith in anyone. In stark contrast, the corrupted ones, aside from the one masquerading as Lou Field with an expression of calmness or perhaps stupor, exhibited a palpable eagerness, particularly Barbossa, whose left hand rested poised on the trigger of his sheath, ready to engage the man before him. He was eager to ascertain the true prowess of this so-called reserve general. Mr. Khaki, have you yet found the flower? At that moment, the peach rabbit, standing on the castle terrace, spoke, leaning against the wall as she nonchalantly uttered her words before turning away without a backward glance. Without pausing to inspect, the tea-piglet called out loudly, Miss Guillaume, do not fret. I am on my way. With a light push of his foot, he soared into the air, leaping towards the terrace. As he witnessed Khaki's departure, Bonnie let out a sigh of relief, placing a hand on her chest and murmuring, that was close. Fortunately, they retreated. Alas, what a pity. Barbossa spat, his expression one of regret as he stroked his beard, seemingly genuinely disappointed at the missed opportunity for confrontation. There was something amiss with those individuals. Upon reaching the terrace, Khaki casually waved the orchid he held, which landed perfectly in the vase on the table. The earlier playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he regarded Peach Bunny. I understand, but do not overstep. Let us not forget our mission. Our sole responsibility is to ensure the safety of that celestial dragon. Rest assured, with me here, neither you nor the celestial dragon shall come to harm. The tea-piglet patted his chest and produced a snail phone to notify the naval base stationed in District 66. I anticipate things will become lively here shortly. Should we alert that fellow? If he were to soil himself in fright and claim we failed in our duty, it could complicate matters. Oof. Peach Bunny scoffed, recalling the world government that had specifically tasked her with this mission. She flicked her cloak and strode towards the castle's interior. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the butler answered his snail phone. Is that so? I understand. We remain on standby. After ending the call, a bloodthirsty smile spread across his face as he issued orders to the guards, declaring that all visitors were to be denied entry today under the highest level of alert. I shall rid the castle of pests. Chapter 128. Split up unaware of their exposure, the infiltration team strolled leisurely through the opulent hall, which appeared to be hosting a grand ball. Amidst the lavish decorations that were simply breathtaking, a group of dapper gentlemen in suits and elegantly dressed ladies, holding their wine glasses, engaged in animated conversation. In such moments, even those nobles who once held an air of disdain toward social interactions now adorn their faces with insincere smiles. Is it Mr. Lou Field? It has indeed been a long while. At that moment, a voice rich with magnetism resonated through the air, and a tall, statuesque figure stood out remarkably among the crowd. He held a wine glass aloft, extending one hand towards Fran's disguised identity as Luke Field. The newcomer possessed an extraordinarily captivating visage, with golden hair that curled softly, dense and silky. His azure eyes were as deep and mysterious as the ocean, complemented by a straight and noble nose and thin lips that curved subtly into a faint smile. Clad in a black suit that accentuated his athletic physique, he adorned a platinum brooch encrusted with diamonds on his chest, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. The only imperfection on his handsome face was a scar near his left eye, perhaps a mark of jealousy from the heavens, marring what could have been a flawless countenance. Damn it, he is attracting too much attention. We must find a way to evade them, Bonnie whispered from behind Fran, not wishing to be the center of so many gazes. Indeed, Bonnie's sentiments were not unfounded upon the young noble's utterance. The crowd seemed to freeze as if under a spell, collectively directing their attention towards this direction. They paid little heed to the young noble himself, having gathered through their inquiries at the soir that he was merely a minor aristocrat from the distant kingdom of Goya in the EC. Although his striking appearance was undoubtedly appealing to the ladies of society and certain individuals with peculiar tastes, this elite gathering was not lacking in handsome admirers. What truly piqued their interest was the mention of Luke Field. As a sovereign of the underworld, Luke Field had maintained an air of discretion, and the mere fact that those present were aware of his esteemed name attested to their elevated status. Even those unfamiliar with Luke Field's reputation displayed astonishment, instinctively deducing that he was no ordinary figure. Is this truly the legendary god of fortune? What a serendipitous encounter! As a flamboyantly dressed individual called out, a throng of people surged towards Fran, eager to introduce themselves or forge connections with Luke Field. Ironically, the striking youth who had first spoken found himself relegated to the sidelines, his glass of red wine spilling over him due to the crush of bodies. Goodness, you look quite flustered. A charming girl sporting a beret suddenly appeared beside the youthful noble, stifling her laughter as she helped him clean up. Ah, finally, salvation. These noble ladies can be quite relentless, the young man chuckled nonchalantly. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the girl beside him suddenly puffed her cheeks and pinched his waist hard. The startled youth winced and gasped. What was that for, Keela? Forget it. This is a perfect opportunity to hasten our search for the travel permit, he said, and, seizing the moment while the crowd was distracted, the young man swiftly pulled the girl, referred to as Keela, towards the inner door of the hall. Saber is such a fool, Keela murmured softly, catching Saber's attention as they ran. What did you just say? It is of no consequence. I merely meant to convey that we must hasten, as we have lingered here for 2 days. Indeed, we must return to Baldigo without delay. I am nearly at my wit's end. As the two stealthily ventured deeper into the castle, Harley's group was struggling to manage the fervent nobles. Hey, Scarface, say something to disperse this crowd, one urged. When it comes to matters of experimentation, Fran is undoubtedly adept. However, in social situations, although she does not suffer from social anxiety, her natural naivety leaves her ill-prepared for such encounters. Deprived of her literary crutches, she stood there, dazed and unsure amidst the enthusiastic throng. Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed master has an exceedingly important matter to discuss with that noble. I am certain none of you wish to keep him waiting, she attempted to assert. Fortunately, for the worldly Barbossa, managing such scenes was a trifling task. He stepped forward, intercepting those eager to engage with Fran, dutifully assuming the role of a protector. Ah yes, indeed, the Lord of Fortune must have pressing matters. How thoughtless of me. "We shall not disturb him," a middle-aged man, clad in merchant attire, quickly echoed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, parting the crowd for Fran. The others followed suit, bowing slightly to create a pathway. At that moment, Harley gradually approached Fran from behind, a tall figure discreetly scribbling something on her hand concealed behind her back. With Harley's assistance, Fran intuitively understood. She cleared her throat softly and, in a tone reminiscent of rote recitation, asked, "Might anyone know where that noble currently resides?" The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, all indicating ignorance. Fran nodded and began to lead them upstairs when a somewhat bashful feminine voice rang out from the assembly. "He is at the crow's nest in the castle." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, where a lady shyly lowered her head. "How do you know?" inquired a serious-looking middle-aged nobleman, placing a hand on her shoulder. I just returned from there, my lord," she replied, timidly glancing up at her father. Her slightly disheveled, noble attire and the evidence of her makeups were betrayed her recent escapade. Her father noticed this disarray and, after inquiring further, beamed with a sense of pride upon receiving her confirmation. At this moment, the crowd comprehended the situation, their gazes shifting entirely from Fran to the father-daughter duo, who were soon inundated with attention. Among them, several noble women cast envious glances at the girl, their disdain evident. How utterly distasteful the behavior of the filthy aristocrats. Bonnie displayed a look of contempt, urging everyone to depart swiftly. Nevertheless, thanks to this distraction, their exit went unnoticed, allowing them to reach the second floor of the castle with ease. "Now, we must split up and ensure we acquire the boarding permits within half an hour." Upon arriving on the second floor, Bonnie began to assign tasks, cautioning them against causing any unnecessary commotion, particularly avoiding any entanglements with the two vice-admirals. "Is that understood?" With her head bowed, she unfurled a structural map that had mysteriously come into her possession, ready to direct their movements. However, when she looked up, only Hawkins, who was drawing cards for divination, and the dazed Fran remained. Barbossa, indifferent to her instructions, sauntered off in a carefree manner the moment Bonnie announced their separation. Naturally, Harley, not wanting to be left behind, skipped into a grand office. "Well, I shouldn't have expected them to heed my commands." Bonnie sighed, stowing away the map, and addressed the remaining two. "You may proceed as you wish, but we shall reconvene here in half an hour." Chapter 129. Sister-in-law. As both groups commenced their search for the boarding permits, Chabuta and Tao arrived at the crow's nest. This so-called crow's nest was a safe haven constructed by the celestial dragons, serving as both a sanctuary and a place of indulgence. Its opulence rivaling a paradise straight out of a fairy tale. Not only were the facilities lavish, but the food and drink were inexhaustible, and each maid was meticulously selected. Any one of them could easily win a beauty pageant. "What? Intruders? What are you Navy officers doing?" Charles, reclining naked on a massive down-filled circular bed, angrily questioned Chabuta, who had come to report, casually tossing a high-heeled shoe in his direction. Chabuta merely tilted his head slightly to evade the projectile, raising his hands in exasperation. "Charles Saint, we are not invincible. I believe it would be prudent for you to return to Moriarty. Useless, all of you. Go capture those intruders." Charles bellowed in impotent rage, flailing his pudgy arms, his runny nose swinging grotesquely. "Charles, Saint, our mission is to ensure your safety. If we pursue those intruders, they might take advantage of our absence and jeopardize your personal security." At this moment, Peach Rabbit stepped forward, fully aware that this group of intruders had not ventured into Area 69 with the intention of confronting the celestial dragons. It was far more likely that they sought permission due to the Navy's closure of the shipyards and coating factories. However, she harbored no fondness for the celestial dragon before her and deemed it unnecessary to engage in any convoluted endeavors on his behalf. As soon as Peach Rabbit spoke, Charlos was taken aback, instinctively rubbing his plump face, the memory of being soundly beaten by Luffy still vivid in his mind. He hastily retorted, "You cannot leave. Remain here and protect me." Charlos Saint exclaimed, "I am so frightened." At that moment, a charming young lady on the bed entwined her arm around his, playfully seeking his attention. She had noticed that since the arrival of the rabbit, Charles had not diverted his gaze from the naval officer. "Get out, all of you. Leave now." Charles, now akin to a startled bird, brandished a golden pistol extracted from beneath his pillow, instantly rendering the servants and maids pale with fear. They hastily retreated from the nest without a second thought. "In that case, allow me to take charge of the apprehension," declared the butler as he entered the nest with an air of nonchalance, hands clasped behind his back. He knelt before the terrified Charles and assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure that all the thieves are captured. Seize them immediately." I want them dead for daring to assault me. Those wretched commoners. I demand their demise. Charles's eyes burned with fury. The pride of being a celestial dragon filled him with both terror and a profound rage. As you wish. The butler replied before rising and making his way towards the exit, followed by more than a dozen cold figures clad in black and wearing sunglasses. Gentlemen of the Navy, I hope you can protect Charles Saint until my return, he said, casting a sinister smile at the rabbit as he led his subordinates away at a swift pace. Oomph. Those CP0 fellows are truly arrogant, muttered the rabbit, dissatisfied with the departing butler. Since you don't wish to intervene, isn't it better to have them here? It's only natural for those who work to voice a few complaints. The rabbit smiled as he began to arrange the naval security details. Although the two vice admirals held Charles, the celestial dragon, in disdain, they dutifully executed their responsibilities. The rabbit was tasked with leading a contingent of Navy personnel stationed within the nest, while the rabbit led a team of female sailors guarding the entrance. She truly wished to avoid laying eyes on that revolting individual again, though the rank of vice admiral prevented him from being overtly lewd. The way he looked at her still made her skin crawl. A strong impulse to draw her sword and slay that grotesque pig surged within her. For the sake of his safety, it was better to remain oblivious and unbothered. Vice Admiral, do we not need to participate in the capture? Did you not see that fellow's demeanor as he passed by? A female Navy lieutenant, already stationed at the entrance, stepped forward, her face etched with anger as she glared towards the exit. The naval lieutenant boasts a cascade of shoulder-length peach-pink hair, adorned with a pair of brown sunglasses perched atop her head like a hairpin. A band-aid decorates her face, adding to her spirited demeanor. Aside from her striking naval cloak, the uniform of this female captain is exceptionally tailored, particularly a pair of shorts that exquisitely accentuates her elongated leg curves. Do not be deceived by her charming exterior. She is a bona fide swordswoman, having earned the moniker Nail Master due to her exceptional swordsmanship, and she is quite renowned among the new generation of the Navy. Iska, remember our mission. Yes, Admiral. The naval lieutenant, named Iska, saluted Peach Rabbit with a gesture of respect, then slightly bowed her head and whispered, I just want to find something to do. Sensing Iska's thoughts, Guillaume gently ruffled her hair and said, in that case, be cautious. Yes, Admiral. I will certainly apprehend the intruder. Upon hearing Peach Rabbit's words, Iska abruptly raised her head, her expression serious, as she saluted once more before dashing toward the main hall of the castle. However, after only a couple of steps, she slowed her pace, hesitating before turning back to Peach Rabbit. Admiral Guillaume, are we really not returning to Marineford? Seeing the pain concealed within Iska's brown eyes, Peach Rabbit felt a twinge of compassion, yet she sternly admonished, Iska, remember your position. He is a pirate. I know, but as an old rival, I wish to see him off one last time. Although Iska spoke with determination, her expression betrayed her inner conflict, and, as a fellow woman, Peach Rabbit understood her subordinate sentiments. Nevertheless, her commitment to her duty as a naval officer solidified her resolve. Taking a deep breath, she declared loudly, execute the orders. Navy. Yes, Admiral Guillaume. Iska saluted once more, her other hand tightening around the hilt of her sword, vowing to fulfill her mission. With that, Iska turned to leave, her cloak symbolizing justice fluttering in response to her vow, though it could not mask the dimming light in her eyes. Watching Iska's retreating figure, Peach Rabbit pinched her brow, occasionally letting out inaudible sighs, pondering whether fate was indeed playing a cruel jest. Chapter 130, Sister-in-law and brother-in-law. Well, there's nothing here either. Could it be that the travel permit isn't here at all? Inside an office strewn with documents, a naval lieutenant and several guards were sprawled on the desk, evidently unconscious. Keela rummaged through a drawer, sifting through the papers, and after a considerable time, she placed her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks as she turned to Sabo, exclaiming, This is the third office. I told you it must be in the naval base in District 66. All right, don't be upset. I guarantee it's definitely here. Sabo extended his hand to tousle Keela's hair in a gesture of comfort. The girl before him was remarkable in every way, save for her occasional temper, which could flare up unexpectedly. In a fit of irritation, Keela unceremoniously bit Sabo's hand, only relenting when his pleas became desperate, a smug expression adorning her face. Enough of this, Sabo admonished. I've sensed something amiss for a while now. The guards in the castle seem to be searching for someone. We must hasten. He shook off his hand and cast his gaze toward the doorway, noting that the once lively ball had fallen into an eerie silence. An unsettling premonition gripped him, suggesting that something ominous was on the horizon. Surely they cannot have discovered our infiltration, Keela retorted. I assure you, our identities are foolproof. Do you think I undertook such extensive reconnaissance while you were carelessly frolicking about? Keela patted her ample chest, confident in her covert skills, which made such trivial matters seem effortless. However, before she could bask in her arrogance, a squad of guards clad in crimson uniforms rushed down the corridor, their shouts echoing ominously. "Attention! There are intruders. Any suspicious individuals are to be executed on sight. I repeat, any suspicious individuals are to be executed on sight." Keela froze, her smile abruptly replaced by a look of shock, as if time itself had halted. Fortunately, Sabo reacted swiftly moving to the door and securing it tightly. After bolting the entrance, he seized Keela and urged her to escape through the window. Just as they leaped from the window, the guards noticed the closed door. After futile attempts to elicit a response, and finding it locked, they forcefully breached the entrance. Yet it was already too late. Evidence of an intrusion. Evidence of an intrusion. They have jumped out the window. Block off the second and fourth floors immediately. While the guards scrambled to respond, Keela, being pulled along by Sabo, wore an expression of disbelief. "This cannot be. Our identities should have been flawless. There was no way we could have revealed ourselves. How could we have been discovered? Now is not the time to dwell on such matters. We must run." Sabo had done his homework. He was well aware that 2 vice-admirals were stationed within the castle. Perhaps he could manage to hold his own in a one-on-one confrontation, but against both, even he would stand no chance. After leaping from the third-floor window, the two landed on the balcony of the second floor. Sabo swiftly lifted Keela in his arms and bounded into the top floor's chamber, proceeding along the corridor. It seemed that the guards had been lured to the lower levels, as there were few individuals present on the top floor, and those that remained were no match for Sabo, who easily incapacitated them. As Sabo hastily pulled Keela along in their escape, he abruptly halted, causing Keela, caught off guard, to collide with his back. Wincing in pain, Keela promptly punched Sabo, casting him a reproachful glance as she rubbed her head and grumbled about his sudden stop without a word of warning. "Shoo," Sabo whispered, quickly concealing himself around the corner while tightly grasping Keela's arm and pulling her into an embrace, covering her mouth with his hand. Keela's face flushed crimson, and just as she was about to protest, a group of individuals clad in black suits swiftly passed them by, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As an adept practitioner of fishman karate within the Revolutionary Army, Keela's discerning eye immediately recognized that these individuals were executing the Six Styles technique, each displaying remarkable agility. CP organization? Keela looked up at Sabo. Aside from the Navy, the only other group that extensively employed such techniques was the CP agents affiliated with the world government, with whom the Revolutionary Army was all too familiar. "It seems our infiltration has drawn the attention of a significant figure," Sabo replied, nodding solemnly. "It would be strange if it hadn't. And how long do you intend to carry me?" Keela exclaimed, indignantly stepping on Sabo's foot. Her cheeks flushed as she extricated herself from his embrace. My apologies," Sabo stammered, attempting to smile in apology, but his expression suddenly turned serious. He raised his right hand, bending his index and middle fingers together, separating the ring finger from the middle finger, while the ring and pinky fingers were bent together. His thumb slightly curved as he assumed the stance of the Dragon Claw fist. "Dragon's Claw!" Sabo exclaimed, launching an attack towards Keela's head. Although taken aback, Keela's trust in Sabo was unwavering. She stood her ground, unflinching. With a resonant sound, a slicing strike was shattered by the Dragon's Claw, prompting Keela to turn and look. "Apologies for interrupting your flirtation. Would you mind surrendering peacefully for everyone's convenience?" Approached a poised female Navy lieutenant, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a rapier, her graceful strides bringing her closer to the pair. "TCH, so we were discovered after all?" Keela assumed the posture of a fishman karate master, her anger palpable as she spoke. It was unclear whether her ire stemmed from being discovered or if it was genuinely due to the disruption of the atmosphere, as the female Navy officer had claimed. During this time, Iska was consumed by a fiery turmoil within her heart, though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. Ever since she learned of the impending execution of that man, this inner flame had only intensified. Each night, in her solitude, she found herself reliving the memories of capturing him, each moment vividly replaying as if it had occurred just the day before, leaving her with an indescribable pang of sorrow. Particularly after she learned she would have to remain stationed at the Sabeti archipelago, her agitation grew, and the once foolish yet occasionally handsome visage from her memories became strikingly clear. She was unsure, or perhaps unwilling to admit, the existence of such feelings. The weight of her sense of justice and the Navy's stance bore down on her like 2 insurmountable mountains, leaving her breathless. She knew she needed to release this pent-up emotion, and now was the opportune moment for liberation. "I apologize," But you are unfortunate to have crossed paths with me in my current state, Iska remarked icily, quickening her pace to near a sprint as she charged at Sabo, swinging her weapon with the ferocity of a tempest. I too am sorry. I have no time to squander with you here. The harsh reality was that, despite the power fueled by her anger, Iska's abilities paled in comparison to Sabo's. In the blink of an eye, her sword was shattered by Sabo, and before she could react, he had seized her arm and pinned her to the ground. This is impossible. What a disappointment. I expected you to be formidable, and your earlier ferocity startled me. As Iska stood in disbelief, Keela let out a sigh of relief, acknowledging that Iska's previous intensity had indeed been impressive. Chapter 131. The capture operation all right, Sabo, quickly knock her out. The CP's lackeys will likely return soon, Keela instructed, crouching down to make a face at Iska. Yes, Miss Navy, do take a restful sleep. Iska, who had been struggling beneath Sabo, noticeably reduced her efforts after hearing Keela call out his name. With a mixture of shock and confusion, she turned her head sharply, exclaiming, "Wait, what did you just call him?" Sabo, however, would not be deterred by such an ambiguous query, and his hand was poised to strike Iska's neck. "You are Sabo, Ace's brother." As the swift hand strike approached, Iska shouted loudly, an instinctive reaction to the imminent threat. Once she exclaimed, even she was momentarily taken aback. The rapid strike halted just before reaching Iska's delicate neck, and Sabo's brow furrowed deeply. He had an inkling that he had heard this name before. At that moment, an emptiness enveloped him, as though he had lost something significant. With a look of helplessness, he turned his head towards Kira. "Ace, are you referring to that Ace?" Kira seemed to recall something and addressed the closed-eyed Iska. "That Ace?" Sabo appeared utterly perplexed. "Oh, it's the recently famous Ace." Kira cast a disparaging glance at Sabo, who seemed oblivious to the monumental news rocking the seas. She proceeded to enlighten him about Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, Portgasty Ace, who was about to face execution. Upon hearing Ace's full name, Sabo felt an increasing sense of familiarity, one hand still gripping Iska, while the other stroked his chin in contemplation. "I say, you must have mistaken someone, or perhaps it's merely a case of shared name. How could Sabo possibly know that guy?" Iska, hearing Kira's inquiry, was at a loss for words. On one hand, she had blurted out her words without a moment's thought, and on the other, she was unaware of Sabo's memory loss. Subsequently, she ceased her resistance and quietly remarked, "Perhaps it's fate that I fall into your hands. Just make it quick. I'm sorry, but I do not know this Ace, nor am I his brother." Sabo refrained from acting aggressively. He gently released Iska's arm and slowly rose to his feet, a hand pressing lightly against his forehead as an inexplicable, intense throbbing pain began to assail him. "What do you mean by that?" Iska, now standing and alert, glared at Sabo with anger, shouting, "Do you look down on me?" In the face of Iska's inexplicable fury, Sabo maintained his composure, gazing earnestly into her eyes and speaking softly. "That person holds great significance for you, doesn't he? Who are you? Are you mocking me?" Iska's expression darkened as she grasped Sabo's collar, her visage brimming with ire. "The eyes do not deceive. In that fleeting moment, I saw sorrow reflected in yours." As Sabo's words resonated, Iska's anger dissipated, her crystalline eyes suddenly welling with tears. "You, a mere intruder, what do you understand?" Even Keela, with her keen perception, discerned the emotions of the beautiful naval officer before her. As a woman herself, she felt a profound empathy towards the girl and slowly approached, extending her hand in a gesture of comfort. However, upon a sigh, she withdrew her hand once more. "I am truly sorry," murmured Sabo, a naturally gentle soul who, despite differing allegiances, harbored compassion for the weak and the suffering. Perhaps this empathy was one of the key reasons he held such a significant position within the Revolutionary Army. "Leave, disappear from my sight at once." Iska clutched Sabo's garment and collapsed to the ground, covering her face as she began to weep softly. Although Sabo longed to offer further solace, he was urged by Keela to hasten towards the porch, for they had not forgotten the paramount purpose of their visit. Once they departed, Iska curled up against the wall, tears streaming down her cheeks, repeatedly apologizing to Ace in her heart. Meanwhile, in another section of the castle, Bonnie had donned noble attire, masquerading as a young noblewoman. Yet, her fate was far from that of a true aristocrat, as she was currently held hostage by a disheveled old pirate. "TCH, I should never have trusted you lot. That woman is a lunatic," she exclaimed, her face a mask of fear as she sought help from the guards confronting her, all the while muttering complaints to her temporary ally through silent gestures. "Ha ha ha, you'll get used to it," Barbossa said, drawing his blade and pressing it against her neck, his gaze fixed upon the guards. a hoarse chuckle escaping his lips. Poor Bonnie had been discovered by the vigilant guards just as she was searching for passage permits, shortly after parting ways with her companions. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would have been trivial for her. With her abilities, a bit of disguise could have easily seen her through. However, the woman named Harley had chosen to escalate matters, engaging the guards in a brawl. Listen, plan A has failed. I'll mingle with the crowd and escape to join Kid and the others for plan B. We'll do our utmost to draw the enemy's forces. But you must ensure that Madwoman does not provoke those two vice admirals. Otherwise, the plan will be utterly ruined. Bonnie sighed, continuing her silent conversation with Barbossa, her hopes of acquiring the passage permit all but dashed. It was now imperative to stabilize the situation with words before she could make her own escape. Rest assured, I know my limits. Hey, you better. As Barbossa held Bonnie hostage in a standoff with the guards, a figure gradually emerged from the dispersing crowd. It was the steward, his wolf-like gaze sweeping over the guards as he coldly commanded, "Why is this intruder not apprehended yet?" "My lord, he has a hostage," one guard stammered, intimidated by the steward's imposing presence. At this moment, Bonnie displayed a performance worthy of an actress of the highest caliber, gazing at the butler with a gaze that evoked deep sympathy. She nestled within Barbossa's embrace, trembling with fear, stirring feelings of indignation and pity in all who witnessed her plight. A hostage? It seemed the butler was oblivious to all that Bonnie had endured, as he continued to question the guard who had spoken. Indeed, the guard's words were left unfinished, abruptly silenced by the crack of a gunshot that lodged the remainder of his sentence in his throat. And master, the guard, with an expression of disbelief, looked down to find smoke slowly rising from his chest, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning flesh. "You lot, come with me to apprehend that woman. The rest of you." The butler, having holstered his firearm, cast a shadowy glance around the assembled guards. "Eliminate him." With that, he turned and departed, never once casting a glance at either Barbossa or Bonnie. This cold demeanor not only astonished the guards, but also left Bonnie utterly shocked. In that moment, she perceived her adversary as a ruthless and malevolent pirate. Chapter 132, The Search. Fire. But did you not hear the orders from the superior? Eliminate this intruder. Open fire. The guards encircling Barbossa and Bonnie momentarily fell into disarray, as a figure resembling a commander forcefully kicked down one of the dissenters, bellowing orders to shoot. "Listen, there are no hostages here. If you wish to live, then fire." The guards hesitated, glancing at their comrade who had been slain by the butler, then at their furious superior, swallowing hard as they shakily aimed their muskets at Bonnie. "Hey!" Old man Bonnie whispered ominously, gripping the arm that Barbossa had around her neck. "Let go of me. Ha ha ha. Is that all it takes to anger you?" Barbossa chuckled lightly, loosening his hold. Angry? As she broke free from her constraints, Bonnie tore at her noble attire, revealing her pirate garb beneath. "Who do you underestimate?" "Old man?" "I am merely displeased." Clenching her fists, she made a creaking sound, her gaze directed towards the departing butler as she spat on the ground. "Irked by that fellow's goat-like beard, I shall have it removed entirely." Hoo-hoo, I too am curious about what that fellow looks like without his beard. "Shall I clear the way for you, fair lady?" Barbossa stepped forward, tilting his head toward Bonnie. "That would be splendid. Then, please proceed, lovely miss." No sooner had Barbossa finished speaking than Bonnie surged forward with explosive speed, prompting the guards to react in kind. After all, those stationed here were no ordinary men. They raised their muskets in unison and pulled the triggers, sending lead projectiles hurtling towards Bonnie. Yet Bonnie paid them no heed, maintaining her momentum. Just as the bullets were about to strike her, she swiftly crouched down, unleashing a dark blade of light from her graceful silhouette, slicing through the projectiles with precision. The blade emitted a chilling hum, akin to the wails of the Reaper claiming souls, and after cleaving the bullets, it surged into the crowd. Meanwhile, Bonnie slipped through the throng, continuing her advance without pause, merely offering a thumbs up to Barbossa behind her. "Ha ha, what a polite little girl." Barbossa chuckled, turning and humming a discordant tune as he leisurely made his way toward the castle. Unlike Harley, he would not forget his purpose once the games began. He still needed to seek out that damn passage permit. "Hey, you wretched bastard, where do you think you're going?" As the commander of the Barbossa guards, observing their calm retreat, bellowed in frustration, he felt utterly disregarded by their actions. Drawing his long knife from his waist, he intended to charge forward, only to find that his body had suddenly betrayed him. Then, he heard a hissing sound, akin to steam escaping from a ruptured pipe. This was the last thought that crossed the commander's mind before darkness enveloped him entirely. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, and the mid-ranking guard's body was abruptly severed in two, with a copious spray of blood transforming the already picturesque courtyard into a magnificent fountain. Excuse me. Do you know where the permit is? Came a kindly tone. A rustling sound followed. Oh, my apologies. I may not have been clear. I meant the order to apply the coating to the ship. The tone grew increasingly amiable. Suddenly, a violent shaking ensued. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize you were deaf and mute. Came an even more contrite and cordial tone. Ah, help! Someone save me! An elderly gentleman, clad in an opulent robe, collapsed to the ground, desperately scrambling backward on all fours. His previously pristine appearance was now grotesquely distorted, as if he had encountered an unspeakable horror. His golden silk trousers were stained with a yellowish liquid, rendering him quite unkempt, while his somewhat handsome visage was marred with tears and snot. No, don't eat me. I'm a duke. I have wealth, abundant wealth. Please do not consume me. Oh, so you can speak. But why do you harbor such doubts? Foulon, crouching with her knees hugged to her chest, looked perplexedly at the nobleman who continued to distance himself from her. If my appearance has caused you alarm, I sincerely apologize. Could you kindly inform me where the permit is? A monster! A monster! Help! The elderly noble, inexplicably imbued with sudden vigor, abruptly turned over and, on all fours, scurried towards the door with a frantic urgency that could only be aptly described by the phrase running in a state of panic. It struck me as rather peculiar. Why do the people here all appear so strange? Fran tilted her head in perplexity, and, at that moment, a dark serpentine object, reminiscent of a massive python and slick with viscous substance, dangled ominously above her head. Before her lay a colossal leech, or rather, a creature reminiscent of one, adorned with an abundance of mouths along its elongated form. As Foulon extended her hand to caress its surface, these numerous mouths sprang open, reminiscent of eager puppies panting with delight. How ticklish! You are indeed the most obedient, she remarked. With a flick of her wrist, she pushed the leech aside, casting aside the viscous substance that had ensnared her hair onto the floor. She then brushed off her skirt, standing upright and turning away. In front of her loomed a being utterly beyond description, while beneath its feet, the once opulent wooden flooring lay submerged beneath a gruesome array of flesh and blood, strewn with countless dismembered limbs that cluttered the entire chamber. This creature towers nearly 30 meters high, its putrid, bloated, purplish head almost grazing the ceiling. A long, leech-like appendage protrudes from its featureless visage, resembling a tongue. The entirety of its form is an amalgamation of decaying, malodorous flesh and fragmented limbs, entwined with numerous tendril-like appendages that seem to coexist with the main body. Its surface is nearly devoid of skin, exposing ghastly white muscle and waxy yellow fat to the air, and almost every inch of its flesh is covered in an array of festering tumors and pustules. As the pustules burst with each tremor, countless tiny worms spilled forth, greedily extending their tongue-like appendages to lick the blood and flesh from the ground. Little one, have they informed you where the permit is? Hearing Fran's words, the colossal creature suddenly raised its head and puffed out its belly. Then, as if coughing, opened its massive maw lined with countless fangs resembling a carnivorous flower. From its mouth, several partially digested skulls were expelled, landing at Fran's feet. Well, it seems they are unaware, Fran remarked, observing the skulls exuding white vapor and still corroding, thoughtfully tapping her chin. In that case, let us seek someone else for answers. Chapter 133. Partners within a tavern in District 16 of the Sabo archipelago. A man with a fierce gaze and a white hat adorned with black leopard spots sat comfortably on a high stool at the bar, savoring a glass of Marza. Interestingly, in front of him lay not only a glass, but also a comic titled Ocean Warrior Sora, which he perused as he indulged in his drink. Why hide in here? He mused, downing the entire glass of Marza, closing the comic, and snapping his fingers to signal the bartender for a refill. Dr. Death. The Surgeon of Death, Mr. Trafalgar Law. An elderly man cloaked in black slowly emerged from the doorway, leaning on a cane as he ambled over to Law. He gently wiped the high stool with his hand, placed his cane within reach, and sat down, embodying the frail demeanor expected of an old man, exuding no threat. Care for a drink? It's on me, Law offered, casting a glance at the elderly figure. Although the old man appeared harmless, an inexplicable sensation gripped Law's heart, a sixth sense urging him to distance himself from the old man. No, thank you. I am here on behalf of our captain, wishing to discuss a collaboration with Mr. Trafalgar. Huh. Law chuckled, his fingers delicately swirling the glass, the amber liquid reflecting his serious yet playful visage, which gradually blurred with emotion. Did I not mention that I am uninterested in your so-called alliance? Likewise, I will not take action against you. Is that so? While you may have misunderstood something, I imagine your disposition would lead you to decline regardless. I comprehend. Jigsaw nodded, propping himself up on the bar as he stood. Then, farewell, Mr. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. Upon finishing his words, Jigsaw resolutely picked up his cane and strode towards the door without a backward glance. After years, hearing the familiar yet forbidden name of Valdir once more made Luo's already menacing gaze sharpen, and his right hand instinctively reached forward, unleashing his power. Room. The moment his ability activated, a peculiar space expanded from the palm of Luo's hand, enveloping the entire room. Simultaneously, he drew his cherished sword, the demon blade, Kiku. Within the realm of his ability, Luo instantaneously appeared behind Jigsaw, thrusting the blade through his shoulder blade and pinning him against the door. Who sent you? Luo's voice was as chilling as a venomous serpent poised to strike, showing no mercy even towards an elder like Jigsaw. The implications of revenge hung heavily in the air. Jigsaw, seemingly unfazed, began to narrate, "This is the bargaining chip offered by our captain." Huh, it seems your captain knows quite a bit. Luo's expression darkened further. That is precisely why I ask who that scoundrel is. Luo's left hand rose, aimed at Jigsaw's back, and he activated his ability, Surgical Knife, intending to extract his heart and glean the information he sought. The surgical knife pierced through Jigsaw's cloak with lightning speed, reaching out from in front of him. However, Luo's expression turned peculiar as he felt no tangible contact. With a swift flick of his wrist, he found only a tattered cloak cascading to the ground, while Jigsaw himself vanished beneath his very eyes. McKen Reef, that is the name of my captain. If you wish to know more, as a condition of exchange, remain in the Sabati archipelago for this week and go nowhere. A ghostly voice echoed from all directions into Luo's ears. He withdrew his ability and stared at the cloak, lost in thought. Moments later, Luo picked up the cloak once more, shook it, and a piece of parchment tumbled out from its pocket, detailing vital business locations of Don Quixote da Flamingo within the paradise. These business establishments differ significantly from the FA-ADE of mere shell companies. Based on Law's understanding and investigation into da Flamingo, he is assured that these enterprises are indeed the economic lifeline upon which he thrives. Although they represent only the industries of the first half of the Grand Line's paradise, their destruction would severely weaken even da Flamingo's formidable power. With a swift motion, Law wielded his cursed blade, cutting the parchment as he scoffed at the notion of the black swan, likening it to that of a flamingo, both deemed untrustworthy. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, McKinn sat gracefully at the dining table, elegantly slicing into his steak. Colonel Tina, isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to follow me so closely every day? After all, there's a distinction between the genders. Yet, Tina perceived no impropriety. She regarded it merely as the execution of orders. Seated beside McKen, she smoked a cigarette, her demeanor serious. Indeed, McKen found himself confined within the Marine headquarters, as Admiral Crane seemed to have completely forgotten his proposal, replaced instead by the presence of the beautiful naval colonel. Black Swan Tina, a user of the kankank fruit, possessed the ability to encase others in metal after her arm passes through their bodies, perhaps explaining why someone of her rank was appointed by Crane to oversee McKen. One should not underestimate the kankank fruit. Its powers encompass imprisonment and restraint, among other capabilities that limit personal movement, the full extent of which remains unknown. It seems my charm is indeed overwhelming, McKen sighed, adopting an expression of resignation. Yet I believe some distance between the sexes is advisable. Just as Tina furrowed her brow, prepared to respond, the restaurant door swung open, and Da Flamingo swaggered in, hands tucked into his pockets. It appears you have been quite comfortable in the Marines lately. The Black Swan I know would never utter such saccharine words. Indeed, it is far better than being in the company of someone as malevolent as you. Perhaps soon I shall be liberated from the burden of your unpleasant laughter, McKen retorted, flashing a knowing smile towards Da Flamingo. Da Flamingo halted, his eyes behind the sunglasses locking onto McKen's, attempting to discern something from his gaze. The standoff between the Black Swan and the Flamingo exuded an aura of tension, rendering Tina, who sat nearby, somewhat uneasy. She gradually rose, adopting a stance that suggested readiness for combat. Ha, I'm merely jesting. Surely, you do not take me seriously. McKen suddenly erupted into laughter, shaking his head as he resumed cutting the already mangled steak. Of course, we are dear friends and cooperative partners. How could I ever take this to heart? Chapter 134. Cooperation. The scene shifts back to the fragrant land, where the butler of CP0 swiftly located the troublemaking Harley. He held little interest in the young girl. His attention was drawn instead to another individual. Crazy girl, if you wish to live, retreat at once. The unfortunate Hawkins, caught in the chaos, quickly discerned the formidable presence of the approaching butler. Even without the aid of his cards, he recognized that he was far from a match for his opponent. Although the pressure exerted by this man was not as monumental as that felt before Kizaru, the predatory aura surrounding him sent tremors through Hawkins' very core. Manifestation of demon suppression. In an instant, Hawkins unleashed his fruit's power, transforming into a colossal scarecrow with fingers resembling 5-inch nails, launching a barrage of iron spikes towards the rapidly advancing butler. However, the degree of this assault proved ineffective. The butler's arms moved with the speed of an octopus, effortlessly catching all incoming projectiles. Back at you. With a swift motion, the butler sent a multitude of iron spikes hurtling back, their velocity surpassing that of the original attack. Hawkins, unable to evade in time, raised an arm to shield himself, only to find the butler standing directly before him. Finger gun, hammer strike. The butler assumed a stance, his right hand drawn back at his waist, then propelled forward with the force of a hammer. Hawkins was sent flying, crashing through the castle walls alongside Harley and tumbling into the interior. Cough, cough, cough. It has been ages since I experienced such a sensation. You scoundrel, Harley gasped, waving her hand to disperse the smoke. A trickle of blood adorned her lips. Despite her swift transformation into a cushion for Hawkins, she sustained significant injuries, her insides feeling as though they were twisted together. Since arriving in this world, Harley had not endured such a severe blow, prompting memories of the bad in Gotham that spared lives. Hey, are you all right? She bent down, waving her hand in front of the fallen scarecrow. Hawkins trembled slightly on the ground, a deformed miniature scarecrow being expelled from within him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, propping himself up from the floor. Crazy woman, use whatever tricks you have left. Otherwise, we may not last until reinforcements arrive. Did they not say there were only 2 vice admirals as backup? Where did this fellow come from? Hawkins' expression was grim. The butler-like figure had dealt him a potentially fatal blow. Had it not been for his substitute scarecrow to absorb the damage, he would have long since met his demise. Magician Basil Hawkins, I never expected this filthy bug to emerge from hiding and dare to extend its wretched claws into the sacred noble estate. During their conversation, the butler approached them with hands clasped behind his back and head held high, his wolf-like gaze scanning the two of them with a menacing intensity. Due to Bonnie's abilities, the butler did not recognize the girl standing beside Hawkins, who was none other than Harley. He paused before them, one hand clenched into a fist, lightly coughing twice into it. I hereby declare both of you sentenced to death in the name of invading and desecrating the noble estate, threatening the safety of the celestial dragons, and exterminating pests. I trust you have no objections? Hee, no objections, provided you can actually kill us. Harley replied with a grin directed at the butler. I admire your confidence. However, no sooner had the butler finished his sentence than he executed the shave technique to close the distance to Harley. With his left hand still behind his back, he swung his right fist towards her head with the force of pendulum. Harley reacted swiftly, raising her arms in defense. Yet due to Bonnie's ability, she remained trapped in the body of a child, and despite her efforts to shield herself with armament hockey, she was still sent flying. Damn it. This body can't unleash my full power, she cursed under her breath as she struggled to rise from the rubble, glaring fiercely at the butler who stood watching her. Oh, I noticed earlier that you were using armament hockey. This appearance of yours is not your true form, is it? Some kind of devil fruit ability? Who exactly are you? Who am I? Harley let out a fierce laugh, her small frame charging towards the butler with determination. I am your grandmother. With that, she clenched her fist, enveloped it in armament hockey, and struck at the butler's head. However, the butler merely raised his right hand and effortlessly caught her punch. Enough, no matter who you are. It's time for you to die. His eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent, and his left hand, previously hidden behind his back, extended outward. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a lethal strike. Finger gun, tiger devour. The spread fingers sliced through the air with a sound akin to a tiger's roar. Moreover, at the moment of his attack, his hand shimmered with a black, glossy hue. If Tontata and Chiffon were present, they would immediately recognize the distinct nature of the butler's armament hockey. Unlike Harley's, which merely coated the surface, his flowed like air, capable of attacking from a distance and even wreaking havoc from within. Here, let me clarify a misconception. Armament hockey and flowing cherry are essentially the same, differing only in nomenclature. The belief that flowing cherry is superior arises from the higher level of armament hockey typically observed in later stages of the map. Harley's enthusiasm for domineering power, rather, for force, is rather lackluster. This has resulted not only in her armed hockey being woefully inadequate, but her perception also falls significantly short. She still attempted to defend herself by enveloping her head in haki, bracing for the imminent attack. Witnessing this, the butler's lips curled into a victorious smile. Though it was short-lived, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a gleaming dagger hurtling towards his head. The butler slightly tilted his head, and the dagger whizzed past his ear, severing a few strands of hair. In the next instant, a figure suddenly appeared before him, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen. There truly are an abundance of pests. With no other choice, the butler redirected his attack towards Bonnie. His palm, shrouded in advanced armed haki, collided with Bonnie's calf, resulting in a decisive advantage for the butler. In an instant, Bonnie's leg shattered, the bone piercing through the muscle, exposing itself. The agonizing pain of her fractured bone did not deter Bonnie in the slightest. Aside from the beads of sweat forming on her brow from the excruciating pain, her demeanor remained increasingly stoic. Though the butler suffered no injuries, astonishment crept onto his face. Bonnie's strength was immense. Even with all his might exerted to control his body, the tremendous kinetic energy propelled him across the floor, carving 2 deep trenches in his wake. Seizing the moment, Bonnie shouted, grabbing Holly's arm to activate her ability. In an instant, Holly transformed from a petite girl back into her original, alluring form. She licked her lips, leaned in closer, cupping the butler's face with both hands, gazing intently as she whispered, "Sleep now, sleep." As the butler began to drift into a stupor, he attempted to shake off his restraints, but Hawkins, who had been poised for action, reached out with his straw-like arms, ensnaring the butler as if with ropes. Through their combined efforts, the 3 finally subdued the man before them. Chapter 135. The Aftermath of a Storm. "Hey, you madwoman, is he under control?" As the butler's resistance waned, Bonnie called out, "Shoo, this gentleman is currently enjoying a lovely dream. Let's not disturb him," Holly interjected, raising a finger in a shushing gesture, indicating that the situation was well in hand. Upon hearing Holly's assurance, Bonnie finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground and clutching her wound, stifling a groan. "Is your injury serious?" Hawkins reverted to his human form, glancing at Bonnie's condition and inquiring. His concern was not genuine. Rather, he pondered whether Bonnie's injuries would impede their forthcoming actions. "I won't be dying anytime soon." Knowing her opponent's nature, Bonnie scoffed. Despite the severity of her wounds, she believed that in 2 or 3 days, she would fully recover. She had utilized her ability to revert to a youthful appearance, a state that required considerably less life energy to sustain, allowing her to conserve her energy for healing. "Then let us hasten our departure. The pursuers will likely arrive shortly." As Hawkins spoke, an unexpected chill surged from behind him. Without a moment's contemplation, he swiftly transformed into a demonic visage and turned around. What met his gaze was a radiant strike emanating golden light. The straw blade. In a critical moment, Hawkins fashioned a weapon from the grass and lunged towards the oncoming strike. Yet, the blow showed no sign of weakening in response to his counterattack. It sliced through the straw with ease and continued its relentless descent upon him. "Damn it, there's no time." Cursing inwardly, Hawkins found himself unable to avert his gaze from the blinding golden blade, and in the next instant, he was cleaved in 2. After severing Hawkins, the blade continued its advance, providing enough respite for Harley, who seized the opportunity to pull the transformed child, Bonnie, out of harm's way. With a resounding crash, the blade plunged into the earth, causing the hard floor to crack inch by inch, sending tremors throughout the castle as if an earthquake had struck. How disgraceful! A mere handful of petty thieves have left you in such disarray. Is this the true power of CP0? As those present steadied themselves, a cold, indifferent voice cut through the air from a distance. T to Key, with one hand on her hip and the other wielding the sword, Kinbaira, approached with an elegant stride reminiscent of a cat. TCH, how careless. The earlier commotion had roused the butler from his dreams. Ignoring T2's mockery, he swiftly moved to her side, indignation etched upon his face. "So men, huh?" Tita glanced at the irate butler before shifting her attention to the others. "Someone has made my dear subordinate cry, but it seems they are not present." Tita had arrived here out of concern for Iska. Given his current mindset, he was prone to trouble. After much deliberation, her sharp tongue and soft heart compelled her to personally investigate the matter. Upon a closer inspection, she inadvertently discovered that the defeated Iska had revealed a name of great significance to her, Sabo. Due to his relatively low military rank, Iska was unaware of Sabo's true identity. However, for Mamatori, who was a candidate for the post of admiral, the name of Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, resonated like thunder. To the world government, if pirates are akin to a mere itch, then the Revolutionary Army represents a malignant cancer. The former may cause temporary annoyance, And even the emergence of a figure like Rocks can be dealt with through a modicum of effort. In stark contrast, the latter is fundamentally undermining the very roots of the world government. The reason this decaying, towering tree still stands is due to the entrenched rules that span the globe and are embedded in the hearts of the people. The Revolutionary Army is gradually rewriting these rules, a far more lethal endeavor than merely overturning the table. Witnessing the slow approach of death incites greater terror than an abrupt demise. I had insisted that my flawless disguise would not falter, and indeed, it was these repugnant pirates who were stirring trouble. Hidden within a lavish study high in the castle, Sabo and Keela stealthily observed the battle below. The study exuded elegance, featuring an abundance of bookshelves and walls adorned with thick, soundproof wallpaper embellished with colorful patterns. It was evident that the original occupant cherished tranquility, desiring no disturbances while engrossed in reading. Upon the arrival of Momotori, Keela puffed up her cheeks in a sulky manner, casting a reproachful glance at Sabo. I told you to incapacitate that Navy officer. Now look, you've lured out the candidate for admiral. This news was fortuitous. These pirates undoubtedly shared our objectives. Our prolonged search for the sailing permit had yielded no results, implying that it must be in the possession of the celestial dragons. Sabo placed a reassuring hand on Keela's shoulder, saying, I was pondering how to steal the permit right under the noses of the two candidate admirals. But now the task has become much simpler. Since Momotori has come to us, only the T-Pig remains with the celestial dragons. I will distract the T-Pig, and you take the opportunity to seize the permit. Hey, the issue at hand is not merely the permit, Keela exclaimed, swatting Sabo's hand away and placing her hands on her hips, leaning forward with an indignant glare. Now everyone knows there is an attempt to steal the sailing permit. Even if we manage to acquire it, can we still make use of it? Rest assured, Sabo replied, repeatedly gesturing for Keela to calm down as he attempted to elucidate. How can I explain this? The sailing permit is essentially a stepping stone for the Navy, a pretext to prevent the pirates from causing mayhem here. Do you truly believe that a mere blockade can deter these ruthless pirates? A significant part of the reason they have refrained from forcibly breaching the coding company is that their intentions are not unified. A direct assault would result in considerable damage. The naval strategy employed here is indeed quite astute, as it preserves their dignity while avoiding losses during such a tense moment. They merely need to dangle the travel permit before the pirates, and it is likely that once the situation eases, these permits will become commonplace. Upon hearing Sabo's explanation, Clara blinked her bright eyes, seemingly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting that this travel permit is nothing more than a farce? A mere facade for the Navy? Sabo shrugged in response, saying, pretty much. He gestured with his hands to emphasize his point and continued. After all, with the incident involving the celestial dragons, it would be inconceivable for them to allow the pirates here to venture into the New World, regardless of their strained military resources. Clara huffed indignantly, and Sabo understood that her reaction was one of anger and disdain towards the Navy's hypocrisy. After offering her a comforting pat on the shoulder, he gazed down at the battlefield and gently spoke. I've explained everything that needed explaining. Aren't you going to assist your comrades? It seems they are struggling a bit. Who? Clara exclaimed, suddenly lifting her head in a fit of annoyance, realizing that Sabo's previous remarks were not directed at her. You're so clever. I never would have thought of that. A soft murmuring filled the study from all corners, and then the ornately decorated walls began to recede like flesh, gathering in the center of the floor to reveal what appeared to be a mottled surface. The material coalescing together resembled flesh and gradually formed a colossal bud, the color of which made Clara uneasy, reminiscent of darkened blood. As it solidified, the bud began to unfurl slowly, and when the nearly 2-meter-high flower had fully blossomed, Clara found a stunningly beautiful girl standing before her, completely unclothed. Chapter 136. A new wave within the bizarre flower lay none other than Fran. Emerging from the bud, Fran, aside from the peculiar stitching adorning her body and her 4 arms, resembled a fairy from a tale, exuding an ethereal grace. She reclined comfortably on the delicate petals, gazing curiously at the two before her. Brown leaves and tendril-like vines rose from the ground, gradually forming an archway. Fran grasped the vine-formed handrail and descended the stairway, crafted from leaves. Don't look, Clara shouted, launching an elbow strike towards Sabo's abdomen. The sudden pain caused Sabo to double over, retching, as Clara had even employed her fishman karate skills, nearly forcing him to expel his previous meal. Quick, put on some clothes, you shameless woman. With a flushed face, Clara resolved her confrontation with Sabo and then, still blushing, called out to Fran. Only after a moment did Fran realize, lowering her gaze, that she was indeed unclothed. However, as a cyborg, she possessed little of the human sentiment of shame. Unhurriedly, she extended her hand to pat the vine-like armrest. It seemed that the flowers behind her sensed Fran's need, for all the petals began to tremble. And in a short span, the center of the flower transformed into a grotesque maw, for which various substances were continuously expelled as the flower writhed. When Sabo was granted permission by Clara to lift his gaze, Fran had already donned her attire, a classic ensemble of short skirt paired with a surgical outfit. Meanwhile, the flesh and blood flower behind her had withered, lying despondently on the ground, emanating a scent of decay. "I know you. You are Sabo," Fran stated. One arm crossed over her chest while the other delicately pinched her smooth, glistening chin, striking a pose reminiscent of a detective, her tone tinged with gravity. As a being of extreme materialism, Fran was not adept at social interactions. To perform appropriately in the presence of others, she would often peruse books to discern the correct actions for such situations. While this method of referencing past texts generally posed no significant issues, it also depended on her surroundings. The individuals aboard the Black Pearl were quite an enigma. Having her worldview somewhat skewed, Fran continued her solemn discourse. Believing her actions to be suitable, a strategist of the Revolutionary Army, brother of Ace, and sibling to Luffy. "My name is Fran. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." She extended her hand, as in her understanding, a handshake was the proper etiquette in such circumstances. "Hey, you. Wasting time here. Aren't you concerned about your companions?" Clara seemed to harbor animosity towards Fran, glaring at her with evident ire. "Sabo, why don't you say something?" As Sabo stood there, the mere mention of the name Ace caused a sharp pain to erupt in his mind. The name, once evoked by Iska, now pounded relentlessly against his consciousness, prompting him to instinctively grasp his head. When Fran subsequently spoke of Luffy, particularly referring to him as brother and sibling, it felt as though a heavy hammer had struck him, sending a resounding buzz through his brain. A series of indistinct images flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern, each one strikingly familiar, particularly the three figures central to those visions. One of the boys he recognized as his younger self, yet the faces of the other two remained elusive, obscured as if shrouded in a mosaic, defying his attempts to recall their features. Clutching his head, Sabo leaned closer to these ever-emerging images, but no matter how hard he tried to discern their visages, clarity eluded him. After a moment, Kella noticed Sabo's stillness and turned in confusion, only to find him kneeling on the ground, hands cradling his head, his expression twisted in agony. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down like rain, as the intense pain robbed him of the ability to cry out, leaving him to silently moan with his mouth agape. "Sabo, what is wrong?" Keller exclaimed, panic overtaking her as she grasped his shoulders in desperation. Yet, her calls fell on deaf ears. Sabo remained ensnared in his tremendous suffering. "What have you done?" she demanded, her gaze shifting accusingly towards Fran, for since her arrival, Sabo had been reduced to this state. Fran, with one hand raised, tilted her head in confusion, utterly oblivious to the situation at hand, in response to Kella's accusations. Although she could not comprehend why Sabo was in such distress, she replied, "I am a surgeon. Perhaps I could examine him." "I will never allow you to approach Sabo," Kella retorted fiercely, positioning herself protectively in front of him, an aura of lethal intent emanating from her as her icy glare bore into Fran. Though Fran's perspective had been distorted by the crew of the Black Pearl, lacking basic ethics and moral compass, she still adhered to the principle that living beings ought to continue living. Observing Sabo's torment, she ventured, "But he seems to be in great pain. Do you truly not wish for me to take a look?" Kara glanced back and saw Sabo collapsed on the ground, blood beginning to flow from his head due to the force of a finger. She bit her lip, uncertain whether to allow this enigmatic woman before her to approach Sabo. At that moment, Sabo spoke, murmuring a few indistinct words. "Luffy, Ace, Sabo, brothers." These words seemed to amplify Sabo's anguish, transforming the already ambiguous language into a mournful cry. Witnessing this scene, Killa could no longer contain herself. Tears as large as beans cascaded down her cheeks. She disregarded whether Fran was friend or foe. Grasping at her like a last lifeline, she cried out, "You say you're a doctor, right? Please save him. I implore you, save him." Fran nodded and approached, kneeling before Sabo. From her inner pocket, she produced what appeared to be a pouch of acupuncture needles, and with 4 arms, she swiftly drew forth more than 10 shimmering silver needles. In a rapid motion, she plunged the needles into Sabo's head. Killa, watching from the side, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Fran might inadvertently harm Sabo. Fortunately, the outcome Killa dreaded did not come to pass. Fran's acupuncture technique surprisingly yielded results. Or perhaps Sabro's own spirit was stronger than ordinary. His cries gradually diminished, and even the pained expression on his face softened slightly. What was happening? Keela anxiously inquired upon witnessing this change. The acupuncture merely alleviated his suffering. I am not entirely certain of the specifics. I am merely a surgeon. Unless we return to the Black Pearl and I perform a craniotomy, I might be able to uncover the root cause. W.H. What? A craniotomy? No, absolutely not. Keela's temper flared at Fran's words, as she grasped her shoulders and vehemently rejected the notion. As for Keela's negotiations with Fran, let's set that aside for now. Within the ocean of Sabro's consciousness, as he persevered onward, a series of images began to crystallize. The waste terminal, where he and a boy with black hair stormed the base of some ruffians, their aim to rescue another companion adorned with a straw hat. The Galbo Mountains, where three little friends enjoyed carefree days alongside a bandit named Dayton. On the broken bridge, they saved the straw-hatted boy from nearly falling into the river due to his foolishness. In a treehouse, the trio discussed the beauty of their future. And finally, before a tree stump, the three young boys shared a cup of brotherhood, pledging their oath as brothers. Ace, Luffy. Familiar scenes gradually awakened Sabro's memories, and as the backgrounds of these images began to fade, only the pure white sea of consciousness remained. At the end of this sea of awareness, two boys held hands, their laughter ringing like sweet chimes. Is it you? At this moment, Sabo was overwhelmed with tears. Although he still could not recall the likeness of the two figures, the emotions buried deep within him seemed to have found an outlet, surging forth with fervor. He clutched his chest and staggered towards the source of the laughter, resolutely pressing on despite the numerous falls he encountered along the way. As the laughter grew louder, two small silhouettes materialized before Sabo. They sat on the ground, laughing heartily as if they had stumbled upon something truly delightful. The two young boys, upon discovering Sabo, were filled with joy, particularly the elder who stood up, his exuberance palpable despite Sabo's inability to discern his features. Hey, Sabo, why are you so late? The elder boy raised his hand high, vigorously waving it as if to warmly welcome Sabo. The younger boy, donning a straw hat, sat cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed in a display of irritation. Honestly, Sabo has no sense of time. You're late. Sabo halted in his tracks, though he longed to approach. His body trembled slightly, and a wave of unease washed over him. Ace, Luffy, is that truly you? What? Have you been sneaking drinks from Dayton's stash again? You're talking nonsense. The elder boy, noticing Sabo's hesitation, stepped closer and grasped his hand. Sabo looked down, the boy's visage blurred. Yet he could sense the warmth of his smile, brimming with happiness. Come on, Luffy and I have been waiting for you for ages. Where have you been? As he spoke, the boy tugged Sabo forward, and upon reaching their side, a warm bonfire spontaneously ignited, followed by an array of delectable dishes and fine spirits. Before Sabo could fully comprehend the situation, the two boys appeared to have grown somehow, with Luffy, the one in the straw hat, throwing an arm around his neck. Hey, Sabo, why are you just standing there? Tomorrow is Ace's departure day. Didn't we agree to send him off tonight? Ace, departing. Have you been drinking secretly? Ace, sitting on the ground with a goblet in hand, heartily drained its contents, teasing. Or are you worried that I might claim the title of Pirate King before you set sail? Ha ha ha. Don't worry, don't worry. If you ever find yourself struggling, just come find me. There will always be a place for you on my ship. Ace laughed heartily, clapping Sabo on the shoulder, before downing another full cup of strong liquor. Of course, there's you too, Luffy. Ace and T forgotten the straw-hatted boy, casting a playful grin towards him. The position of first mate belongs to Sabo. I suppose you could be the second mate. Upon hearing this, Luffy protested vehemently. His face nearly pressed against Ace's head as he shouted, I wouldn't join your ship. I'm destined to be the Pirate King. Two seemingly dim-witted fellows began to spar on the spot, exchanging punches and kicks, turning what was meant to be a joyous farewell gathering into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Sabo sat quietly by the campfire, his head bowed in silence. One of his hands rested casually on his knee before gradually clenching, causing the fabric of his trousers to crease beneath his grip. A smile crept upon Sabo's downcast face, a radiance that even the warmest flames could not rival. Drip, drip. Tears cascaded down Sabo's smiling visage, creating ripples in the ground below, until the campfire flickered out, the feast vanished. And even the ruckus caused by Ace and Luffy faded into oblivion. I am truly inadequate. Ace, Luffy, I am so sorry, I have forgotten you. I'm deeply sorry, my brothers. In that moment, Sabo was overwhelmed by memories he should have never forgotten. A profound sense of guilt and joy flooding his heart. The chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, a man regarded as a formidable enemy by the world government, now displayed the fragility of a child as he broke down in tears. "I'm sorry, Ace. I failed to fulfill my promise to see you off. I'm sorry, Luffy. I didn't uphold the responsibilities of an elder brother. I'm sorry, my brothers. I caused you worry. I'm so sorry." Engrossed in his sorrow, Sabo remained oblivious to the sudden appearance of two small boys beside him. Luffy, donning a straw hat, squatted in front of the weeping Sabo, propping his face in his hands, while Ace stood beside him, gently patting Sabo's back. "Haha, Ace, look, Sabo is crying. How embarrassing. Luffy, keep it down. Aren't you always the one crying too? How dare you mock Sabo?" "Ace, you're biased. When I cried, Sabo laughed the loudest." "Enough chatter. This is not the time for laughter." Hearing the voices of Ace and Luffy, Sabo lifted his head, ready to speak, only to realize his voice felt different. He extended his hand and, to his astonishment, discovered he had transformed back into the carefree boy he once was, around 10 years old. While Sabo was lost in this reverie, Ace approached him, first coolly wiping his nose with his left thumb, then smiling as he extended his right hand, saying, "Welcome back, Sabo." "Welcome back," Luffy echoed, displaying his characteristic carefree grin as he too reached out his hand, gazing at the pure, innocent smiles of the two boys before him. Sabo's lips quivered, and he vigorously wiped his eyes, trembling as he grasped the hands extended toward him. In that fleeting moment of connection, the familiar, joyful faces of Ace and Luffy vividly materialized before him, as if no time had passed at all. This caused Sabo's voice to become choked once more. He gently exhaled, firmly grasping the small hands of the girl before him, and softly uttered, "I have returned, Ace and Luffy." Chapter 138. Sabo's choice. "I must obtain the authorization quickly. I need to return to Baltigo at once." The anxious Kara paced restlessly, her eyes devoid of focus, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sabo's condition had stripped the girl of her usual composure. "I apologize, Kara, for causing you such worry." As Kara stood bewildered, a warm and familiar voice reached her ears. She turned in excitement to see Sabo slowly rising, pulling the silver needles from his head. "Kara, Though Sabo's eyes were still red and swollen, he wore a radiant smile akin to that of spring. Just as he intended to speak further, Kara abruptly dashed into his embrace, interrupting him. "Sabo, you scoundrel! I thought you were going to die!" Kara cried out, pounding her small fists against Sabo's chest as tears streamed down her face. In this moment, Sabo found it difficult to say anything further. He gently wrapped his arms around Kara, stroking her hair in comfort. "Rest assured, I'm not going anywhere just yet. My brothers are still waiting for me to save them." "Huh? Sabo, you..." Kara lifted her gaze to Sabo's face, surprised by his earlier words. "Yes, I have regained my memories," Sabo affirmed with a smile, cradling her face in his hands, speaking softly. "Could you please take care of yourself? My brothers are waiting for me, and I cannot afford to disappoint them this time." With that, Sabo gently released Kara and bowed slightly to the silent Fran, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I might not have remembered all of this. I am truly grateful." After thanking Fran, he turned towards the window, leaning against the frame, and looked back at Kara, saying, "Wait for my return. I believe Ace will surely like you." "Wait, are you really that Ace's?" Before Kara could finish her sentence, Sabo had already leapt from the window, leaving only her voice to dissipate in the wind. As for the CP-0 steward, along with the Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, their formidable strength was evident, and the trio of Harley was utterly suppressed, unable to muster even a chance for retaliation. Had Peach Rabbit not sought to lure out the remaining infiltrators hidden within the castle, they would have likely been captured long ago. "Hey, Barbossa, did you hear that? We need support here. That woman is ruthless. She is simply not an opponent." In the midst of battle, Harley seized the opportunity to utilize the communication device crafted by the Jigsaw, while Hawkins valiantly held the line with his life. He called out to Barbossa, who was still wandering about the castle in search of the passage permit. Merely dealing with a butler required the combined efforts of the three of them, and with the more troublesome presence of Peach Rabbit, Harley found herself utterly exasperated. "I'm on my way to you. Hold on for 3 more minutes." Came the voice from the communicator, sounding somewhat disjointed, clearly indicating that Barbossa was hastening towards them at full speed. "All right, but you must hurry. At this rate, it will be difficult to last 3 minutes," Harley urged, her gaze fixated on a flying scarecrow's head as she swallowed hard. Death isn't so bad. Perhaps you should give it a try." Barbossa's words ignited Harley's fury, causing her to furiously hurl the communicator to the ground and stomp on it twice. "Damn you, old man." Hearing the static emanating from the communicator, Barbossa, racing forward, allowed a smirk to surface briefly before his expression shifted back to seriousness. Despite his jest, as a comrade, Barbossa would not idly watch Harley meet her demise. Where's the support? What about that swordsman and the mad scientist? While Harley fumed, Bonnie was sent flying by the butler, crashing down on her. As they struggled to rise, Bonnie spat out a mouthful of blood, seething 3 minutes. We just need to hold on for 3 more minutes. Harley twisted her neck in response. Hey, Hawkins, can you hold on? Reinforcements will arrive in 3 minutes. Bonnie called out to the headless corpse sprawled on the ground. In his demon form, Hawkins possessed an absolute resistance to death. As long as his puppet was not completely depleted, he would generally not perish. Yet this was not an absolute safeguard. The straw fruit's power merely transferred damage rather than granting invincibility. Had he not timely transformed when Peach Rabbit severed his head, he would have surely become a lifeless body. As Hawkins lay on the ground, the straw on his headless body began to coalesce, gradually reshaping into a straw head. 3 minutes, you say? Continuous use of his abilities severely drained both his physical and mental stamina. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, hastily retrieving several cards from his pocket to divine their fate. It appears that, besides the Revolutionary Army, you indeed have accomplices here. Peach Rabbit, wielding her sword Kinpyra, cast her gaze upon the trio, her patience waning. She coolly addressed the butler. These pirates are yours to deal with. Fret not. I shall ensure these vermin learn the price of trespassing into the noble's domain. As the Peach Rabbit turned to leave, she suddenly halted her steps, slowly raising her gaze. Before her, a figure leapt down from the window, landing precisely in front of her. The individual who descended was none other than Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, whom she had been seeking. However, upon encountering him, the Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow. Even amidst the recent battle, she had retained some awareness, utilizing her observation haki to monitor every movement around her. If someone had been so close above her head, they should not have escaped her perception. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Sabo. I hope for your kind consideration, he said politely to the Peach Rabbit upon landing. His courtesy stemmed from the fact that she had not seized the opportunity to ambush him during his moment of vulnerability, even though he suspected she might have already discerned his presence. Fixing her gaze on Sabo's eyes, the Peach Rabbit inquired, "Were you hiding just now?" Sabo had contemplated various scenarios for their meeting, yet he had not anticipated such a question. "I was upstairs. Surely it was my condition that prevented you from attacking?" After speaking, he recalled something and immediately released his observation haki. However, within his perception, the upper levels of the castle revealed no signs of life. It was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. How surprising. I did not expect to misjudge you. You are indeed a formidable character, Sabo murmured to himself with a smile. His experiences were extensive, particularly from his time alongside Dragon, a figure as elusive as a dragon itself. The situation before him did not astonish him greatly. He was aware that some individuals could cultivate their haki to an extraordinary level. For instance, Dragon had once mentioned that the current Yonko, red-haired Shanks, had mastered his conqueror's haki to an extreme degree. This mastery allowed him to control his own aura, rendering those proficient in observation haki incapable of foreseeing the future. Though Sabo speculated that perhaps Fran was also adept at haki, he was mistaken. Fran's ability to obscure observation haki was not due to her own training. Rather, it stemmed from a secret weapon she had developed through extensive research on human anatomy. Chapter 139. The Three Parties Regardless of the Circumstances. Sabo, Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, I hereby issue a warrant for your arrest in my capacity as a Vice Admiral of the Navy. In the vibrant realm of the battlefield, the figure of Princess Peach held the golden relic of Kinjer firmly in both hands, her armed color haki climbing upward, signaling her readiness to engage earnestly. Sabo, ever vigilant, regarded her intently. As a supplementary commander, Peach's prowess in physical combat, swordsmanship, and even haki was undeniably on par with the three admirals, if not slightly less. Furthermore, despite the Revolutionary Army's scant intelligence on her, it was widely speculated that she possessed a formidable devil fruit ability. With her inherent strength, coupled with the potential of an unknown fruit power, any misstep on Sabo's part could lead to dire consequences, demanding utmost caution in his response. It is an honor to command such attention from Lady Peach. Yet I have pressing matters to attend to. Do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness. With a sudden surge of power, Sabo unleashed the dragon's breath technique, his fists, enveloped in armed color haki, descending towards the ground in an explosive, short-range assault. In an instant, the earth trembled as if stirred by turbulent waves. A cacophony of smoke and explosions erupting forth, obliterating the very landscape beneath him. The sheer magnitude of this assault sent shockwaves throughout the vicinity, prompting all present to react. Harley gasped in astonishment before sprinting towards safety, momentarily grasping the injured Bonnie, whose voice rang out in panic. Where did this monster come from? Those positioned at the periphery, including Harley and Bonnie, felt the repercussions of Sabo's onslaught, and the impact was magnified for the central figure, Major Peach. The overwhelming force exceeded her expectations, forcing her to raise Kindra before her to shield against the blast's fury. However, true to her moniker, the agile Peach exhibited unparalleled speed, deftly maneuvering through the air, her toes barely grazing the scattered debris as she navigated the chaos with grace. Her elegant form, coupled with extraordinary swiftness, transcended mere ghostly agility, effortlessly closing in on Sabo, who sought to escape the devastation. Where do you think you're going? Did you seek my permission? Sabo, feeling a chilling presence behind him as he fled towards the castle, hastily retreated, only to witness the ground before him erupting into a massive chasm. The chasm appeared to be unfathomably deep, and merely casting a glance downward sent shivers down Sabo's spine, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He felt fortunate to have evaded it in time. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would surely have sustained serious injuries. The reputation of Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit was indeed well-deserved. Such mastery in swordsmanship would surely earn praise, even from the world-renowned Mihawk. Sabo turned to compliment Peach Rabbit as she approached him gracefully, acknowledging that her skill far surpassed his own. However, Peach Rabbit remained indifferent to Sabo's words. Her gaze cold and detached, and the sharp aura radiating from her made Sabo's skin tingle painfully. It seemed that the Rear Admiral had no intention of letting him go easily. Sabo let out a bitter laugh. Although he was reluctant to confront Peach Rabbit directly, he realized that in the current situation, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Not good. Sabo has been cornered. I must assist him. Clara, who was observing from the castle study, felt a surge of anxiety as she saw Sabo being intercepted. Yet, she did not act impulsively, for she understood that her own abilities would not be sufficient to aid him. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to Fran and said, "Your goal is the navigation permit, correct? Follow me. I know where it is." Yes, Fran nodded obediently, her objective being to locate the navigation permit to complete the task assigned by McKen. Clara's aim was straightforward. In essence, it was to divert attention from the real issue. She was aware that the two reserve admirals stationed there were tasked with protecting the celestial dragons, and if she could subdue one of them, she could leverage that to pressure Peach Rabbit into releasing Sabo. Seeing Fran's agreement, Clara immediately grasped her hand and ran towards the crow's nest while slowly outlining her plan. As for the defenses of the crow's nest, they were formidable. However, the most challenging aspect was another rear admiral of comparable strength to Peach Rabbit who was stationed there. I have a plan to temporarily distract him, but I will need your assistance. First, while Clara explained the steps of her plan to Fran, Bonnie seized the opportunity amidst the chaos brought by Sabo to pull out her transponder snail and begin dialing. In a short while, the call connected, and Kid's brash voice came through. "Big Eater, we've heard the commotion in District 69. Did you mess it up? What a bunch of incompetence." Upon hearing Kid's derision, Bonnie's temples throbbed, but she quickly composed herself, keeping an eye on the butler who was pursuing them while swiftly replying, "Cut the sarcasm and execute Plan B now." "Hey, why go through all this trouble if I'm just going to have to step in anyway?" Kid grumbled before hanging up the transponder snail. He glanced at the smoking castle and cracked his neck, declaring, "It's our turn to take action." At that moment, Kid, Urky Drake, and Kira were situated in the forest adjacent to District 69, while the members of the fallen pirates, Saw and Lola, were nowhere to be found. "Shouldn't we wait for them?" Drake, with his arms crossed, gazed at the distant castle and remarked, "Ha ha ha, an old man and a woman. What use are they? Besides, Bonnie and the others are unlikely to hold out much longer." Urky chuckled while clutching his formidable weapon. However, Kid showed little interest in their banter. For him, simply enduring until now was a remarkable feat. The moment he hung up the phone, he strode purposefully toward the castle. "Stop. The area is under lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or exit." The guard at the castle's main gate, upon seeing Kid's audacious demeanor, immediately raised his gun and sternly warned him to stay back. Kid, ignoring the guard's words, continued to advance. "If you don't halt your approach, I will shoot." The guards hastily loaded their firearms, seemingly ready to fire at any moment. "Are you speaking to me?" Kid finally paused, disdainfully regarding the group as he slowly raised an arm. "Get your target straight, you imbeciles." "I am Kid." With a swift motion, all firearms in the guard's possession were drawn toward Kid's arm, leaving them bewildered by their suddenly empty hands. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" they shouted in panic. Yet, It was too late. A torrent of metal surged toward Kid. Even the massive iron bars of the main gate, thick as a bowl, were warped and twisted into part of his being by Kid's power. In the blink of an eye, a mechanical arm nearly 20 meters long took shape. Kid laughed heartily as he brought it down upon the castle's entrance, exclaiming, "Die, you scoundrels! Those who dare to obstruct the great Kid shall perish." Chapter 140. Rayleigh under the tremendous force of the mechanical arm. The castle's main gate crumbled as if it were made of sand, leaving a vast breach. Dozens of guards were buried beneath the debris, unable to mount any substantial resistance before their demise. Hey, that's a bit over the top, isn't it? Our only task was to draw attention, Urki remarked, grinning as he surveyed the ruins of the gate. Urki was correct. This location was not far from Marineford, and if things escalated, the three admirals could be drawn here, and luck might not favor them as it did last time. Drake cast a wary glance at the laughing Kid, feeling the need to issue a warning. As an undercover agent for the Navy, he had crucial responsibilities to fulfill, and he could not afford to jeopardize his mission due to this madman's antics. The last time the Yellow Monkey failed to capture the supernovas was not only due to Rayleigh's interference, but also because he provided cover. Otherwise, even with their exceptional evasion skills, the supernovas would not have escaped unscathed from an individual of Yellow Monkey's caliber. Oof. What is there to fear? Kid let out a cold snort, yet he obediently restrained himself. The strength of Kazuru had left a profound impression on him. This was not an adversary that could be vanquished merely by willpower. It was prudent to bide his time and remain humble when necessary. Although Kid's movements were indeed somewhat ostentatious, they successfully garnered the attention of the naval forces and guards within the castle. Enough noise, someone is coming, Kira said, drawing a scythe from behind and positioning himself beside Kid. At the ruined gate, hundreds of fully armed soldiers surged towards them. Hey, let us take a moment to relax then. Kid chuckled, charging forward first, and the others, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, rushing towards the guards who outnumbered them by a significant margin. While Kid and his companions diverted attention, Saw and Lola, who were supposed to execute Plan B alongside them, found themselves in a tavern. District 13, Shacky's Bar. The bar, with its peculiar name, is somewhat secluded compared to its counterparts. However, this very isolation renders it remarkably tranquil, making it a suitable refuge for the elderly Saw. Upon entering, the bar's owner promptly noticed them and greeted in a monotone voice, "Welcome. Would you care for a drink, or perhaps something else?" The proprietor, a youthful-looking woman with short black hair adorned in a spider-pattern top, leaned casually against the bar with one hand while the other held a cigarette, exuding an air of languor. Her name is Shaki, a former pirate who, despite her youthful appearance, is actually over 60 years old, hailing from the same era as Roger and Garp. Not only does she run the bar, but she also deals in information. Incidentally, Bonnie acquired the map to the castle of Zone 69 from her. Saw remained silent, guiding Lola to a table where they seated themselves. Although Shaki was an informant, she was not familiar with Saw, who had only recently arrived at the Sabati archipelago, particularly as he was the least active member of the notorious crew. If you're here to drink, I do have some decent options. If you seek information, I have a few tidbits. However, if you're merely resting, I must kindly ask you not to disrupt my business. My apologies, we are waiting for someone, Saw replied nonchalantly. Could you please wait outside then? As you can see, this is a bar, and if every patron were to linger without spending, my business would suffer, Shaki said, slowly approaching Saw and his companion, seemingly intent on urging them to leave. Very well, then, we would like 2 glasses of water, Saw responded with a lethargic tone. Shaki's eyelids twitched as she slapped the table. Are you here to cause trouble? Water, you say? That'll be 20,000 berries. As she awaited some sort of commotion from the peculiar old man before her, to her surprise, Saw obediently produced a stack of berries from his pocket and placed it on the table. Warm water, please. My body cannot tolerate alcoholic beverages. For a moment, Shaki was at a loss for words, staring blankly at the berries on the table, unsure if this man was genuinely unwell or merely eccentric. Yet, adhering to the principle of seizing an opportunity for profit, she pocketed the money and donned a professional smile, softly stating, "Please hold on. I shall bring that for you shortly." As Shaki returned to the bar, pouring the water, she scrutinized the elderly gentleman, increasingly convinced that he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Just then, another figure entered through the door. "Hey Shaki, 1 rum, please." The person entering is a distinguished gentleman with white hair and glasses, exuding a casual demeanor as he confidently strides to the bar, plopping himself down and carelessly reaching for a bottle of liquor. "Hey, have you paid for that, you rascal?" Xiachi scolds, slapping his hand away from the bottle with an expression of disdain. "Ha ha, what kind of relationship do we have that you would bring up money? You truly are something else," The charming older man laughs nonchalantly, his spirits buoyed by recent events. How can you laugh? What will I do to redeem you next time if you don't have any money after selling yourself again? Xiaoqi retorts, hands on her hips, vigorously pointing a finger at his forehead. Rayleigh, when will you ever grow up? Are you waiting for your demise? No, Xiaoqi, I was wrong, truly wrong. He replies, a picture of humility despite being the esteemed first mate of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger, the legendary Dark King Rayleigh, being chastised by a woman. The scene unfolding would undoubtedly shatter the worldview of anyone who knew them. As the banter between the couple continues, Zoro stands up and slowly approaches the bar, drawing the attention of both Rayleigh and Xiaoqi. Immediately, Xiaoqi's expression softens, and she apologetically addresses Zoro. I sincerely apologize, esteemed guest, for the delay. Here is your water, she says, sliding a glass toward the edge of the bar. In contrast to Xiaoqi's demeanor, a glimmer of intrigue flashes in Rayleigh's eyes as he senses the serene and composed aura emanating from the seemingly frail old man behind him. This represents a state of being where one's sharp edges have been entirely smoothed out, a presence capable of rivaling the unparalleled aura of rocks. Such an individual possesses an aura that he has only witnessed in his revered captain, Roger, throughout his life. This transcends mere strength. It is a testament to the wisdom garnered through the passage of time and the profound understanding of life and death. There's no need, thank you. The person I have been waiting for has arrived. Sir, the person you're waiting for. Just as Shaki was about to inquire, she immediately realized that the elder before her was awaiting none other than Rayleigh. Mr. Silvers Rayleigh, I extend my greetings on behalf of the captain of the worst generation pirates, Mr. McKen. Chapter 141. Trust one recall who he is now? Shaki remarked as she reignited a cigarette. Mr. Saw, the shipwright of the worst generation pirates. I have heard he is quite the ruthless individual, rather than ruthlessness. Is more akin to indifference, an indifference to life itself. Rayleigh sat at the bar, his expression devoid of emotion, intently focused on a letter in his hands. This letter bears the unmistakable handwriting of McKen. After leaving this note, along with Laura, the Jigsaw turned away. Laura stood awkwardly before the two, at a loss for words, completely unaware of what to say, only cognizant that this was McKen's directive. What does it say? Shaki inquired, disregarding Laura as she flicked the ash from her cigarette. Though Riley appeared calm on the surface, those familiar with him, like Shaki, could discern that his emotions were anything but serene at this moment. Without uttering a word, Riley slowly handed the completed letter to Shaki, then opened a bottle of wine with his teeth and took a swig. This black swan reminds me of someone, a sovereign whom even Roger would bow to, he mused. Shaki glanced at the letter. The parchment was crafted from craft paper, inscribed with the words to be opened by Silbaz Riley, suggesting that the author held this correspondence in high regard. The beauty of the handwriting mirrored the formidable presence of its writer, and Shaki instantly recognized the author's commanding aura. The letter's content was not extensive. Aside from a few scant compliments, it primarily addressed two matters. The first indicated that the Laura entrusted to them by Jigsaw was the daughter of the four emperors Bajima, and in his capacity as the craftsman Riley, he requested to coat Laura's ship, facilitating a reunion between mother and daughter after a prolonged separation. Shaki cast a glance at Laura, but refrained from speaking, continuing to read on, while the second matter caused her brow to furrow. In the letter, McKen revealed to Riley that he had come to understand Ace's identity as Roger's son, expressing his comprehension of the predicaments faced by the members of the Roger Pirates. He conveyed a disdainful attitude towards the notion of free will and the concept of historical causality, articulating his scorn for the idea of fate itself and mockingly criticizing those who place their faith in such beliefs, including Roger. Observing this, Shaki lifted her gaze to Riley, who was still consuming his drink. Perhaps this was the root of his discontent. Subsequently, McKen pivoted in his writing, detailing from the perspective of a time traveler the intricate scheme through which Blackbeard had patiently orchestrated Ace's capture. He concluded with unwavering certainty that the execution of Ace was a trap set by Blackbeard after seizing him, a cunning ploy to ensnare him for the purpose of acquiring the Tremor fruit. Moreover, he kindly cautioned Riley that relying on Whitebeard would not suffice to rescue Ace, and that even he might meet his demise in the attempt. Shaki set down the letter, her brow knitted in concern as she addressed Riley. Surely, you want to be fooled by this? It appears to be nothing more than nonsensical ramblings. Rayleigh drained the remaining wine from the bottle, his gaze lingering on the brown paper in Shachi's hand before he spoke. I have faith in Ugate's strength, and I equally trust his feelings for Ace, yet his furrowed brow revealed his genuine concern for Ace. Had it not been for Macken's letter, he might have been convinced that Whitebeard could rescue Ace from the Navy's clutches. However, the implications within Macken's correspondence filled him with trepidation. If what he wrote were true, it seemed both Ace and Whitebeard might meet their demise at Marineford. "He is forcing my hand," Rayleigh mused, pinching his brow. He was utterly certain this was a deliberate ploy, one designed to coax him back into the fray. "I believe you should reflect upon this matter. At the very least, the young man has a point. This is their era, while we are merely relics on the verge of obsolescence." Shachi gestured towards the letter on the table, which bore Macken's final words. "With all due respect, the wheel of time is casting aside you remnants of a bygone age. I understand you, yet I scorn you. You are but a pack of old hounds shackled by fate, masking your fragile hearts with the facade of destiny, ultimately languishing in the honeyed words of your own making. And now, this harlot named Fate has placed a blade at the throat of your most cherished one's heir. Will you choose to continue kneeling at her feet, licking her shoes? Or will you join me in unveiling her shame, delivering her a well-deserved slap? I await your decision, Mr. Rayleigh, your potential ally, Mackenreef." Meanwhile, as Rayleigh grappled with the disheartening message from Macken, Kid's crew executed their plan with precision. Most of the guards had been drawn away by Kid and his comrades, granting Harley and the others a brief respite. Mama no Sook, wielding the mighty Jinchuriki with one hand, pressed down on Sabo, whose height disadvantage rendered him vulnerable to her forceful strikes. With both hands adorned in haki, he struggled to withstand her assault, while Mama no Sook appeared to handle the encounter with ease. Are there any allies left? Upon hearing the commotion at the front door, Mama no Sook's expression shifted slightly. She swiftly kicked Sabo away and glanced towards the entrance. Is it the Revolutionary Army or the Supernovas? Sabo, spinning gracefully midair, dissipated the force of the impact and landed lightly, also casting a glance at the entrance, though his demeanor was somewhat relaxed. Regardless of who it was advantageous for him. One or two. The butler, now fuming, had lost his former elegance, his voice turning hoarse as he glared menacingly at Bonnie, who was unsteady on her feet, and Harley, who was panting heavily. "Do you insects understand the cost of storming the Celestial Dragon's estate?" Previously, neither the infiltration by Harley and others nor the actions of the revolutionary cadre Sabo had provoked such ire within him. After all, those were merely clandestine actions, easily managed in the aftermath. However, the current situation was a blatant declaration of war, a direct affront to the Celestial Dragons. Should this be mishandled, even he, as a member of CP0, might meet an unfortunate fate given their direct subservience to the Celestial Dragons. He promptly summoned den Mushi, commanding all agents tasked with protecting the Celestial Dragons within the nest to apprehend those causing unrest at the main entrance. He then glared fiercely at the few individuals present. "You have successfully roused my anger. I shall first crush a few of your insignificant pests before dealing with the rest." In the face of the butler unleashing his full fury, Harley, Bonnie, and Hawkins remained unperturbed. Without the interference of the guards, their 3-to-1 advantage was somewhat assured, especially when a shadowy figure burst through the layers of walls into the fray. A victorious smile spread across Harley's face. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Mr. Barbossa is remarkably punctual. Of course, I'm the ever-reliable Barbossa. Upon seeing that Harley was unharmed, Barbossa let out a satisfied huff, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. "Yet you, my dear girl, have been spoiled by the captain. Such a minor foe has reduced you to this state. Enough of your prattle. Quickly eliminate him, or I shall report to Sweetheart upon our return that you bullied me." Harley mimicked Barbossa's haughty demeanor, hands on her hips, exuding an air of superiority. "Of course, my beautiful lady, I shall certainly reduce the scoundrel who dares bully you to mere fragments, for I am indeed the trustworthy Barbossa." Chapter 142. The plan once Barbossa arrived. The battle became rather uneventful. The trio of supernovas alongside Harley easily overwhelmed a mere CP0 agent. The entire skirmish lasted less than 3 minutes, with the once imposing butler resembling a defeated dog, his hair disheveled as he struggled to remain standing. "You wretched pests, do you know," the butler began to speak, only to have his neck severed by a swift strike. Barbossa nonchalantly dug his pinky into his ear, glancing at the butler's lifeless head with a bemused expression. I apologize. My hearing isn't quite what it used to be. I didn't quite catch what you said. Now that that's over, let us seize the opportunity while Mama no Sook is distracted and quickly seek the travel permit." Bonnie sighed in relief, immediately speaking up. "Oh, by the way," Barbossa seemed to recall something, turning to them. "I encountered that little girl Fran on my way here. She and a woman I did not recognize seemed to have gone to fetch it." "What? Where?" Bonnie's heart raced, having deduced that the unknown woman was likely a revolutionary. If the revolutionaries were to seize the travel permit, they would have wasted precious time here. It seemed to be at a place where they make bird nests. Barbossa scratched his ear and responded with a hint of uncertainty. The crow's nest, indeed it lies there, damned be it. Upon hearing Barbossa reveal the location, Bonnie's expression darkened, indicating that they were faced with yet another significant trouble. The presence of an enigmatic steward had already rendered them quite uncomfortable, and their stamina was waning. Now they were to contend with a supplementary, formidable adversary. Nevertheless, she resolved to take one step at a time, rallying her companions despite the looming threat. Gritting her teeth, she called out to the others and limped toward the direction of the crow's nest. Hey, I sense two powerful auras clashing over there. One of them, such a sharp presence. It must belong to a top-tier swordsman. Shouldn't we join in the fray? Barbossa exclaimed, his expression brimming with eagerness, particularly stirred by the formidable energy radiating from the swordsman. Rather than joining the fray, I hope Sabo can hold that woman back. Otherwise, when she frees herself, we'll be the ones in trouble. Wait, what did you just say? Sabo? In response to Barbossa's inquiry, Bonnie and Harley recounted the events leading up to this moment, albeit without a complete understanding of the particulars. They only knew that this revolutionary named Sabo had abruptly descended from the heavens and drawn away Tontada. Hey, this just became interesting. I suspect the captain will not be pleased upon hearing this news. Barbossa chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. As he stated, McKen had summoned the group to Sabati Archipelago with a specific mission. Primarily, the task was to ensure that Lola successfully traversed Fishman Island to connect with Big Mom in the New World, a matter of utmost importance. Fortunately, this endeavor was not overly challenging, for even in the absence of Rayleigh, Sabati was not lacking in skilled craftsmen. Next, there was the need to engage with Trafalgar Law, whose role was pivotal in the original narrative as McKen's strategic countermeasure against Monkey D, Luffy, and Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Given McKen's understanding of law, it was clear he would not overlook an opportunity for vengeance against Doflamingo, making it likely that Law would acquiesce to his proposed terms. Without Trafalgar Law's submarine, McKen was eager to observe how Kizaru would perform during the Marineford War. Without Law's exceptional medical expertise, McKen doubted Luffy could reach Amazon Lily unscathed this time. Finally, McKen intended to test Rayleigh, wagering Ace's life to see whether Rayleigh would involve himself in the forthcoming Marineford conflict. A figure of Rayleigh's caliber would not be easily permitted to enjoy a leisurely retirement. Nonetheless, Rayleigh's participation, or lack thereof, would not undermine McKen's plans nor result in any losses. If, due to the inertia of the plot, Rayleigh did not appear, it would be inconsequential. As a time traveler, McKen still retained the innate advantage of omniscience. Of course, if Rayleigh did join, it would add further excitement to the already tumultuous Marineford War and allow McKen to draw in the original members of the Roger Pirates through Rayleigh's connections. McKen estimated that after Marineford, his name would resonate throughout the Grand Line, and with someone diverting attention, he could navigate the chaos to his advantage. As for the supernovas, McKen was not particularly concerned. Even Kid did not warrant his attention, regardless of Kid's status 2 years hence. So long as they did not provoke him, they could create as much turmoil as they wished. However, should they dare to cross him, McKen would not hesitate to add a few formidable corpses to his Phoenix project. The plan to travel to Sabati Archipelago was a collaborative effort between McKen, Jigsaw, and Barbossa, with every contingency considered, except for the unexpected arrival of Sabo at that very moment. Particularly surprising was Sabo's early memory recovery, aided by Fran. Perhaps this was a flaw in their meticulous planning. Yet, if McKen were to learn of it, he would likely just smile. For the Marineford War promised to be a grand spectacle with 100,000 Marines and over 10,000 pirates. Certainly, the Revolutionary Army would not be missed. Returning to the narrative, as Harley and the others made their way to the Nest of Crows, Fran and Clara had already arrived. The two had disguised themselves as audacious chefs, wheeling 2 carts to the entrance of the nest and gently knocking on the door. This idea was proposed by Clara, who had long understood the nature of the celestial dragons and the character of the acting admiral, noted for his formidable strength yet notorious for his lasciviousness. More accurately, his fondness for beautiful women. While Clara had suggested this audacious attire, she nonetheless grappled with her own discomfort in wearing such scandalous clothing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The once modest Clara, now donned in such an outfit, exuded an unexpectedly alluring charm that could make one's heart race. In contrast, Fran remained remarkably composed. As a modified individual, her understanding of gender was somewhat limited, viewing it merely as the presence or absence of flesh. It is worth mentioning that while Fran was in disguise, she had transformed herself into a strikingly beautiful woman using mimicry technology, an astonishing skill that left Clara in awe. However, once Clara learned the method behind it, she kept her distance. A muffled voice emanated from within the door, imbued with a palpable caution. Lunchtime had arrived. Keela intentionally adopted a voice suffused with timidity, ensuring that those who heard it would harbor no suspicion. After her response, the voice from inside the door fell silent for a time, but it was not long before a narrow gap, sufficient for a single person to pass through, was opened. Keela and Fran, pushing their cart, entered through the opening, and upon crossing the threshold, Keela was immediately enveloped by an oppressive atmosphere rife with hostility. Dozens of formidable-looking naval officers stood guard on either side, scrutinizing them with watchful eyes. In the gazes of these sailors, there was an air of wariness, as if the two women were merely two pieces of walking flesh in their eyes. In contrast to Fran's composure, Keela felt a twinge of anxiety in this situation. Secretly admiring the girl beside her, it was evident that becoming a pirate required a certain degree of skill. Soon, they were escorted by a naval officer toward Charlos's chamber, where the man himself sat anxiously on the bed, gripping his firearm tightly. He had evidently heard the commotion caused by Kid and his crew. Why does it feel like it's getting more chaotic outside? Are you just going to sit here and do nothing? Charlos, overwhelmed by fear, vented his frustration towards the lounging figure of the T-Pig sprawled on the sofa. Rest assured, Guillaume is already taking care of the situation, the T-Pig replied nonchalantly, absent-mindedly tapping his nose, seemingly indifferent to the celestial dragon before him. Besides, am I not here to keep watch? Mind your tone, you lowly scum. Perhaps it was the T-Pig's blatant disrespect that incited Charlos's pride, or perhaps his fear demanded an outlet. In a fit of rage, he cursed vehemently and drew his firearm, aiming it at the T-Pig. His demeanor suggested that he cared little for the T-Pig's rank as a vice-admiral, striking without mercy. However, such an attack was utterly ineffective against the T-Pig. He yawned, extending a hand to effortlessly catch the speeding bullet between his fingers. Then, as if molding Play-Doh, he began to knead the hardened projectile with ease. Now, don't be angry. I am here to protect you. What if I were to get hurt? Damn you, lowly wretch. Seize him. Seeing his attack thwarted, Charlos's fury intensified, and he slammed his hand on the bed, shouting at the CP organization members clad in black suits beside him. At Charlos's command, the naval officers stirred. They cared little for the so-called world aristocracy. As the personal guards of the T-Pig, they directed their gaze towards the CP agents. These CP agents exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of how to proceed. Though they could not defy the orders of the Celestial Dragon, facing the Navy, especially a high-ranking vice-admiral, left them at a loss for a course of action. What's the matter with you? Why aren't you moving? You useless dogs. Under the command of the Celestial Dragons, these CP agents, albeit reluctantly, directed their perilous gazes towards Vice Admiral Shafton and the Navy, plunging the entire room into a tense atmosphere. St. Charlos, please refrain from taking action. Vice Admiral Shafton is here to safeguard you at the behest of St. Roseward. Should a conflict arise and you sustain any harm, I would be hard-pressed to justify it to St. Roseward. At that moment, a diminutive old man with a neatly parted hairstyle hurried to the side of Charlos, offering words of consolation. Clad in a meticulously tailored uniform, the old man bore the distinct mark of a celestial dragon's slave upon his visage. Upon hearing the mention of his father's name, Charlos shuddered, inhaling sharply with a look of trepidation, sitting motionless on the bed with his mouth shut tight. Observing Charlos's demeanor, the old man addressed the tea-loving pig, saying, Lord Gakuki, while the actions of St. Charlos were indeed inappropriate, the root of the issue lies with you. How dare you exhibit such insolence? It is utterly unforgivable. Under normal circumstances, even the Navy headquarters would be powerless to assist you. However, in these extraordinary times, coupled with the fact that the noble St. Charlos is a magnanimous individual, a mere apology from you could suffice to resolve this matter. The elderly man is evidently a servant and aide to the Celestial Dragon Roseward, for the Celestial Dragons, in their foolishness, require a few astute individuals to clean up their messes. My apologies. I beseech the noble Charlos to forgive my transgressions. Given the ladder extended by the other party, the ever-shameless Chibuta did not hesitate to comply. He promptly rose from the sofa, removed his hat, and casually bowed in the direction of Charlos. Subsequently, he reclined once more on the sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Humph. Charlos sniffed loudly, dismissing Chibuta entirely, and addressed the elderly man before him, stating, I have lingered here long enough. I wish to return home. Of course, esteemed Charlos, the old man replied, bowing again. I have already contacted Mariewa. A team of elite guards is en route to escort you back. With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, he bent slightly and rubbed his hands together. Before that, I trust you must be hungry. I have arranged your favorite delicacies for your enjoyment. He clapped his hands, and the heavy door swung open, revealing Fran and Keela, who wheeled in a dining cart. As they entered the room, Chibuta, who had been feigning indifference on the sofa, shifted his gaze towards them. Although there was no hostility in his stare, it made Keela anxious, causing her to grip the cart with an involuntary force. She timidly approached Charlos's bedside and lowered her head, speaking in a cautious whisper, "It is time for your meal, my lord." With that, she gently unveiled the numerous dishes atop the grand cart, each showcasing the culinary delights of the Sabati archipelago and its surrounding waters, with aromas that tantalized the senses. "Serve it up," Charlos grunted, and the agent behind him promptly positioned a small table before him, attentively tying a napkin around his neck. "Did you not hear? Hurry and bring forth the food." The old man nudged Keela's leg with his foot, muttering softly. Oh. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Keela quickly grasped the situation, tugging at the seemingly dazed Fran. Together, they gingerly approached Charlos, balancing the food atop the plush bed. Upon seeing the dishes presented, Charlos opened his mouth wide. Keela, understanding his intent, felt a wave of nausea wash over her, but forced a smile as she slowly delivered the food to his lips. Fran, seeing Keela's actions, hastily followed suit. However, lacking any experience or concept of caregiving, she directly tilted a steaming bowl of thick soup towards Charlos's mouth. Keela's eyes widened in horror at Fran's reckless gesture, desperately wanting to intervene, but realizing it was too late. "This is it," a thought flashed through Keela's mind as she watched wide-eyed. As the hot soup was poured down, the elderly man, in a flustered state, hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water to assist Charles with rinsing his mouth, repeatedly shouting, "Take them down! Take them down!" In an instant, Charles's anguished cries reverberated throughout the room, prompting the agents behind him to swiftly subdue both Fran and Keela. In stark contrast to the elderly man's anxiety, T-Pig gently raised a hand to halt the advancing navy, a smile playing on his lips as he sat back, reveling in the unfolding farce. His expression was one of delight, as though he could barely contain his applause. "Execute them. Eliminate them." Charles, his face smeared with tears and snot, rolled on the bed, covering his mouth while incoherently shouting aloud. At that moment, the captured Keela cast a glance at Fran. Her eyes filled with a tumult of emotions, anger, astonishment, regret, and shock, unable to comprehend the unfolding events before her. In stark contrast, Fran wore a look of innocent bewilderment, tilting her head as she directed a questioning gaze at Keela, as if to inquire how things had spiraled into such chaos. Chapter 144. The threat gazing into Fran's wide, innocent eyes, Keela, overwhelmed by despair, lowered her head. She berated herself for having dragged this lunatic into executing such a reckless plan. "Eliminate them," commanded the old man as he attended to Charles, wiping the dirt from his face. He regarded the two individuals before him as mere wayward servants, believing they posed no connection to the intruders outside. "Never mind, the plan has failed. We shall take things one step at a time," Keela sighed softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet the agent gripping her arm clearly heard her words. Just as he was about to act, a tremendous blow struck him in the abdomen, the force so great it tore through his clothing and penetrated deep within, erupting from his back and leaving a dent in the hard wall behind him. Fishman karate, 3,000-tile elbow strike. The agent, who had been holding her shoulder, was sent crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth and nose, rendered unconscious. Apart from the T-Pig, none present perceived Keela's swift strike, leaving them momentarily frozen in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Keela unleashed another technique of Fishman karate, the Fishman karate, tangled tile straight punch. With a swift motion, she generated a 360 shockwave that sent the surrounding agents flying. She then sprang onto the bed, seizing the old man and tossing him aside, before drawing a dagger from her shoe and pressing it against the throat of the still shouting Charles. Help me! Save me!" Charles shrieked in terror at the sight of the dagger, thrashing his head about, his repulsive nasal mucus nearly splattering onto Keela's hand, further aggravating her. With a quick flick of her wrist, she drew a line of crimson across his neck. Blood! My blood!" Charles's voice became as grating as a duck's quack. Overcome by pain, he fainted before Keela could speak, and she soon detected a foul stench emanating from him. Lowering her gaze, she grimaced at the sight and muttered some disdainful words before seizing Charles by the hair, using him as a shield against the approaching T-Pig. "Come any closer, and I shall sever his throat." Oh, don't be hasty, don't be hasty." The T-Pig raised both hands and came to a halt, his face still adorned with a lewd expression reminiscent of the yellow monkey, showing no sign of pressure despite Charles' abduction. In truth, He had long since perceived the discord between Keela and Fran. One exhibited excessive composure, while the other appeared markedly tense in comparison. Moreover, at the moment Keela made her move, he possessed the strength to effortlessly defuse the crisis. Yet, perhaps due to the conviction that the other party would not harm Charles, or perhaps simply out of disdain for that celestial dragon, he refrained from intervening. "You despicable wretches!" The elderly man, who had been flung aside by Keela, staggered to his feet and approached the tea-pig, trembling with rage as he pointed accusingly at Keela. "Release Charles at once, or I shall kill you." His body shook with fury as he threatened Keela in a tone of utmost severity. "Are you an imbecile? Releasing him will not spare us." Keela shot him a disdainful glance, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. She brandished her dagger menacingly against Charles' neck. "One more word, and I shall end his life." "You fine. Fine. This is not the time for recklessness." The tea-pig patted the old man, whose petite stature was almost knocked over by the force of the gesture. With an air of nonchalance, he turned to Keela. "As long as you ensure the safety of Charles, I solemnly guarantee in the name of the Navy that you shall leave unscathed. Damn it, you cannot let them go." The old man, infuriated, tilted his head back and shouted at the tea-pig. "Of course I can, unless you wish for your master to perish. When Lord Rodswar inquires, you can explain that your obstinacy led to Charles' demise." I wonder how that esteemed individual would react. Upon hearing the tea-pig's words, the old man recalled the tyranny of his celestial dragon master, and cold sweat drenched his garments. He closed his mouth, refraining from further protest. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Keela with a look that seemed to wish for her very bones to be consumed. "Speak, what are your terms?" Seeing the old man relent, the tea-pig shifted his focus back to Keela. "I will acquiesce to your demands, provided they are not excessive. First, you must release I require a navigation permit." Both Keela and Fran spoke in unison. "Excuse me?" Hearing this, Keela turned her head towards Fran. Initially, she had intended to allow Fran to be released first, especially since Fran was still under the control of the agents at the moment she made her move. However, at this point, Fran had not only freed herself from bondage, but had also reverted to her original form. Beneath her feet, 3 agents who had restrained Fran were curled up, their bodies convulsing, and from their contorted facial expressions, it seemed they were undergoing an excruciating ordeal. Not only was Keela astonished, but even Chabuda slightly restrained his smile, completely unaware of when or how Fran had acted. This prompted him to scrutinize this remarkably composed woman closely. The travel permit is no issue. After all, it will be distributed freely in a week's time. Chabuda's eyes were fixed on Fran as he clapped his hands, and one of his aides promptly exited the room. In a brief moment, he returned, holding 2 exquisitely crafted parchment scrolls. At Chabuda's gesture, the aide presented one of the scrolls to Fran and unfurled it, revealing the words "travel permit" inscribed upon the parchment. Besides the content, it bore the seal of the Navy and the world government, sufficient to attest to the authenticity of the travel permit. "Yes, this is indeed genuine, right?" Fran examined the document for quite some time, almost reading every single word as it pertained to the task assigned by McKen, and she was taking it very seriously. "You have finished reading it, haven't you? In that case, I shall take my leave." Fran tucked the travel permit into her pocket, offering a slight bow to Chabuda before proceeding towards the exit under the watchful eyes of those around her. "Hey!" Keela, who was holding Charles hostage, was taken aback by this scene, utterly unable to comprehend Fran's thought process. She wanted to express something but found herself at a loss for words, only managing to shout loudly. "How amusing. You so readily abandon your companion," Chabuda said, stepping forward to block Fran's path with his imposing figure. He paid no heed to Keela. As he had stated, with him present, there was no way she could truly endanger Charles's life. Instead, it was this woman before him that piqued his interest. He had a sense that if left unchecked, she posed a significant threat, not one of brute force, but an even more terrifying menace. Chapter 145, Chabuda Companion? Fran does not know her. Fran replied earnestly to the imposing Chabuda, showing no concern for Kira's increasingly grim expression. Fran's only task is to obtain the travel permit. Now that she has it, she must reunite with everyone. "Oh, is that so?" Chabuda narrowed his eyes and, without warning, lunged at Fran, seizing her by the throat and lifting her off the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" Keela exclaimed in surprise at Chabuda's sudden action, her dagger aimed at Charles. "Ha! Do not be alarmed. She is not your companion." The tea-pig chuckled, firmly convinced of his sixth sense. This peculiar woman must not be allowed to remain. Keela, at a loss for words, hesitated, for although Fran was not her companion, she had indeed rescued Sabo. And under the circumstances, Keela hoped Fran would be unharmed. Sensing Keela's intention, The T-Pig would not allow her to hinder him. Without waiting for her to speak, he seized Fran's hand with increased force, and with a sharp crack, her head drooped lifelessly. You! Upon witnessing the T-Pig snap Fran's neck, Kella shouted in fury, thrusting her dagger toward Charles. Despite her immense anger, she had not forgotten her initial purpose of restraining him to aid Sabo's escape. She could not truly kill him. Charles! The old man beside them gasped, realizing that if anything were to happen to Charles, his own life would be in jeopardy. Yet, unexpectedly, Kella's dagger did not descend. It halted mere centimeters from Charles's body. Cold sweat dripped down Kella's face as an overwhelming wave of fear engulfed her, rendering her limbs unresponsive and rigid in an instant. Slowly, she lifted her gaze forward, where the T-Pig stood, a smile gracing his features, exuding an aura that felt almost tangible. This is not mere arrogance. It is a palpable aura, a presence that grips Kella's throat with the chilling essence of traversing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, conveying a clear message. Should she dare to act, the one who falls will undoubtedly be herself. Do you comprehend? Thus, refrain from excitement. My terms remain valid. As long as you can ensure the safety of St. Charles, feel free to voice any demands you may have. The T-Piglet released its grip, and Fran's body slowly collapsed to the ground, devoid of any semblance of life. I. Kella began to breathe rapidly, her initial apprehension overshadowing the terrifying truth before her. The man standing in front of her possessed the strength to rival that of a great general. In fact, among the vast ocean, perhaps no more than 30 individuals would dare to claim they could surpass him, undeniably a being at the pinnacle of the power hierarchy. Speak. What is it that you desire? The T-Piglet inquired amiably, reinserting its hands into its pockets. Kella, her expression tense and cautious, glanced at Fran's still form on the ground before closing her eyes. With a heavy tone, she stated, "My request is simple. Allow us to leave." Kella's words momentarily bewildered the T-Piglet, but he quickly grasped the situation. If the girl who posed a threat was not her companion, it suggested that there were two factions infiltrating the castle, and Kella's allies were likely entangled and unable to extricate themselves. This perilous endeavor to kidnap a celestial dragon must be her desperate attempt to assist them. Of course, I will call Guillaume right away. As the T-Piglet spoke, it retrieved a phone bug from its pocket and dialed. In a short while, the spirited voice of Peach Rabbit resonated from the device, accompanied by a male's labored breathing. "Gaki, what's the matter?" "No, nothing. I was merely curious about the man beside you." The T-Piglet teased in a tone tinged with jealousy. I will capture him soon." A cold snort emanated from the phone bug, indicating Peach Rabbit's current displeasure. After a brief silence, a low, anguished scream pierced through. "Sabo!" Kella instantly recognized the voice, her expression tightening as she shouted at the T-Piglet. "I demand you guarantee his safety, or say farewell to this damned celestial dragon." The T-Piglet ignored Kella's plea, leaning closer to the phone bug and stating, "You heard that. Our esteemed celestial dragon has been taken hostage. Their condition is simple. Let them leave." The telephone bug remained silent for a while, and the Foresight Chatton raised his arm, extending the device as far away from himself as possible. As he anticipated, the bug soon echoed with the furious inquiries of Taudu, making it hard to fathom that such an elegant woman could emit such a roar of anger. However, Chatton's calm demeanor suggested he had grown accustomed to it. Once Taudu had vented her wrath, he placed the bug before him again and spoke. Calm down. I am powerless in this situation. The paramount concern now is safeguarding the celestial dragon's safety." "You scoundrel," I refuse to believe. Tautu's words flowed with remarkable speed, clearly indicating that her anger had not yet subsided. Observing this, Chatton swiftly interjected, "Your anger is futile. The lady before me has a dagger poised at the celestial dragon's throat, and I am deeply concerned. What if her hand trembles?" After a deep breath, Tautu spoke again, this time with a notably composed tone. "I understand your intentions, Chatton, but as a Navy officer, obedience to orders is absolute." Hearing the unyielding tone of Taudu, Chatton smiled and, suppressing his usual irreverence, responded with a grave demeanor. "As a Navy officer, our duty is to eliminate pirates and protect the safety of the populace, not squander time safeguarding an imbecile who only knows indulgence." Chatton's retort momentarily left Taudu speechless. The only sound emanating from the telephone bug was the occasional rustle of wind, while the crow's nest fell into a profound silence. Naturally, apart from one individual, an elderly man pointed an accusing finger at Chatton, berating him for insulting the noble celestial dragons. However, before he could utter more than a couple of words, Chatton's aide silenced him with a swift chop. After a somewhat lengthy silence, Tautu's voice resonated again through the telephone bug. Due to the recent battle, I did not catch what you said, but ensuring the safety of the celestial dragons is indeed our primary responsibility. Inform that revolutionary, I accept her terms. I knew it. On the face of the T-Pig, a frivolous and lewd smile reappeared as he cheerfully ended the call. If all went smoothly, they would undoubtedly face punishment from the world government. However, by that time, they would be at the Navy headquarters, preparing to confront Whitebeard. As for the repercussions from the world government, who would truly care? Chapter 146. Departure. The courtyard of the castle had transformed into a desolate ruin. The meticulously crafted garden resembling a graveyard of discarded remnants, strewn with shattered walls. Scars of battle marred the landscape, dividing the courtyard into several sections. Though devoid of the gruesome scenes of corpses and rivers of blood typical of a battlefield, an air of grimness still lingered. Sabo knelt on one knee, his hand pressed against the ground as he gasped for breath, two deep gashes, visible to the bone, continuously oozing blood from his chest. Despite his exceptional qualities, the enhancement of his strength was inevitably linked to time. Perhaps in 2 years, he could contend with an admiral, but now, facing Peach Rabbit, he had no hope of victory. You have a commendable companion, Peach Rabbit remarked, sheathing her sword, Kenpyra, with a delicate hand. She tucked away the strands of hair that had fallen during battle. At that moment, she resembled a refined and gentle elder sister from next door, completely devoid of her earlier, disdainful demeanor. Compared to a companion, she feels more like family. Sabo chuckled softly, sprawling on the ground as he began to catch his breath. I advise you. Peach Rabbit cast a sidelong glance at Sabo. I know what you intend to do. Let me make it clear. You cannot accomplish this alone. If you wish to live, it would be best not to pursue it. Pausing momentarily, she added, of course, I know you won't heed my warning. Will you? Sabo let out a hearty laugh. You know, if Ace were here, he would never let me rescue him either. Even if hell lies ahead, I must go. After all, we are brothers. With that, Sabo sat up, his gaze fixed on Peach Rabbit, filled with optimism and unwavering hope. And who told you I am alone? At the very least, I am certain that a certain fool shares my sentiments. We will undoubtedly rescue Ace from hell. Sabo's unwavering eyes caused Peach Rabbit to tremble inwardly. His gaze was pure and untainted. Foolishness, Peach Rabbit murmured, inexplicably avoiding his gaze. Both you and Carp's grandson know full well that it is an impossible endeavor. At this moment, Peach Rabbit finally comprehended why her subordinate, Isuka, harbored such feelings toward the pirate. If that Ace bore similarities to the individual before her, Sabo, it would be quite understandable. You should join the Navy, she suddenly remarked after a prolonged silence. The Navy? Sabo responded, glancing at Peach Rabbit with surprise, before breaking into a smile. Whether it be the Navy or the Revolutionary Army, our ultimate goal is to better this world. It is merely our differing stances that separate us. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Peach Rabbit chose to remain silent, standing gracefully and patiently. Shortly thereafter, T-Pig, accompanied by a contingent of Navy soldiers, arrived from the Crow's Nest, with Kara, now clad in a fresh set of garments, by his side. Aware of T-Pig's intentions and capabilities, Kara opted to trust him, refraining from bringing Charlos along. Had T-Pig wished to, he could have subdued Charlos well before Kara's intervention. Upon seeing Sabo, Kara rushed towards him, expressing concern for his injuries. After offering her words of comfort, she finally managed to soothe his troubled spirit. As I have stated, I will allow you to depart, though I have informed headquarters of your whereabouts. T-Pig remarked to Sabo with a casual glance. Within the Navy, he stood as one of the few high-ranking officers who held a favorable view of the Revolutionary Army, prioritizing the welfare of the people over a rigid adherence to justice. This is also one of the reasons why he has maintained a favorable relationship with Fujitora, one of the 3 future admirals, and has gained considerable popularity among the citizens. Perhaps my perception of the Navy has been somewhat narrow. After Sabo was assisted by Koala, he nodded towards Fujitora, expressing that if the Navy had more individuals like him, perhaps the future we aspire to would not be far off. Naturally, Sabo overheard the conversation between Fujitora and Momonosuke through the transponder snail. The ideology of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the decaying old regime and enable the people to lead happy and fulfilling lives. Fujitora, who genuinely cares for the populace, has consequently won Sabo's favor. Hurry up and leave. I can turn hostile at any moment. Fujitora waved his hand dismissively, adopting a cool demeanor to signal Sabo to vanish from his sight. Regardless, the Navy, which is allied with the world government, consistently stands in opposition to the Revolutionary Army, and he is not keen on excessive interaction with the enemy. Sabo also refrained from engaging in further conversation, quickly disappearing from the sight of the Navy with Koala's assistance. Once Sabo had departed, Momonosuke cast a glance at Fujitora. Do you realize the immense pressure Admiral Sengoku will face once the world government discovers that we let a revolutionary officer go? If we don't speak of it, who will know? Fujitora's aloof facade immediately softened, and he rubbed his hands together with a sheepish grin. Moreover, with this incident, the world government will undoubtedly relieve us from our post here. You wouldn't want to return to Marineford, would you? Momonosuke snorted in response and did not engage in a debate with Fujitora. She turned her attention toward the castle gates, asserting, in any case, our mission is not yet complete. If we allow that group of pirates to continue their ruckus, the Navy will lose all face. Of course. Leave it to me. I will ensure those troublemaking little rascals are all thrown into impelled down. With that, Fujitora commanded, and the group of Navy soldiers followed in the footsteps of the two vice admirals. At this moment, Kid and his crew were reveling without the slightest awareness of the impending wrath of Peach Rabbit and the eager T-Pig, who were hastening towards them. Had they been cognizant of this, they would have undoubtedly dispersed like startled birds. Shall we not inform them? At a narrow pass on the road to Crow's Nest, a sizable rock, seemingly unremarkable, began to stir slowly. It then began to crumble like modeling clay, revealing 4 individuals concealed in the shadows. They were none other than Harley's crew, en route to Crow's Nest, who had immediately taken cover upon spotting T-Pig. Fortunately, with the aid of the mimicry insect gifted by Fran, they managed to mask their presence from the Navy. Observing from a distance, they noticed the movements of 2 vice admirals. Harley pressed her cheek against Bonnie's, chirping with a playful tone, "Isn't it better if those guys perish here?" Bonnie, with a look of disdain, pushed Harley's face away. Essentially, each supernova represented a future rival, and the notion of them uniting against a common foe was sheer folly. As a pirate, Bonnie's decision not to take advantage of their plight was already a testament to her moral integrity. She would never be foolish enough to alert them to retreat while she drew the fire of the 2 vice admirals herself. Even Hawkins, standing nearby, merely occupied himself with divination, showing no concern for the fate of Kid and his companions. Ah, indeed, this is the essence of pirate camaraderie. It truly moves me. Harley shrugged, unfazed, as the group continued their stealthy approach towards Crow's Nest. Chapter 147. The transformation in terms of sheer strength, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, as prospective vice admirals, stood at the pinnacle of the Navy hierarchy. Although they may not match any of the 3 admirals in a one-on-one confrontation when united, even the formidable Akainu would find it difficult to contend with them in a short span. The sheer combat prowess displayed in confronting the likes of Kid and other supernovas is undeniably evident. The battle unfolds with an unmistakable lopsidedness, rendering any notion of escape for Kid nothing short of a distant fantasy. To merely survive would be a stroke of divine favor. As Kid and his companions endure the merciless onslaught of 2 naval admirals, an intriguing event begins to unfold within the confines of the Crow's Nest. St. Charlos, are you all right? The elderly gentleman, regaining consciousness, discovers that both the T-Pig and Crowler have vanished, leaving only the CP agents and the still unconscious Charlos in the room. Ignoring the agonizing pain in his neck, he scrambles to Charlos's side, desperate to rouse his master. Just then, the seemingly lifeless Fran, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly opens her eyes and begins to moan in a voice that resonates with an almost mechanical monotony. All eyes were drawn to her as an agent clad in a black suit approached and gave Fran a gentle kick to her back. After a cautious examination, he found no irregularities. It seemed as though the events that had transpired were merely figments of the imagination. He then sauntered to the front of Fran and quickly noticed her eyes wide open and her lips slightly parted, causing a sudden jolt of surprise within him. However, he was merely astonished by the fact that she had not succumbed to death. "What's going on?" inquired the elderly man. "This woman is still alive." "Oh." The old man was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the naval officer had shown mercy. He waved his hand to signal the agent to silence her. The agent nodded and raised his hand, but was abruptly halted by the old man's gesture. After a moment's reflection, he realized the necessity of having someone to draw Charles's ire. Otherwise, it would be troublesome when the latter awakened and sought vengeance. In loyal obedience to the old man's command, the agent extended his hand, gripping the back of Fran's collar, lifting her as he moved toward Charles. Fran's head bobbed like a rattle as she was carried along. This caused the agent to furrow his brow. With years of assassination experience, he could ascertain that Fran's cervical vertebra was undoubtedly broken. It was merely the flesh's connection that rendered her head uncontrollably limp, akin to a doll. Logically, she should be irrevocably deceased, and this thought prompted a sense of caution within the agent. For the operatives of the CP organization, vigilance is not merely a habit, but an instinct ingrained in their very bones. He halted his steps, gripping the collar of Fran's garment, exerting a slight force to tilt her face skyward for examination. He could distinctly perceive the shimmering brilliance in her gem-like eyes, and hear the soft breaths emanating from her nostrils. Merely gazing at her visage, it was hard to believe that her neck had indeed been fractured. "What is it?" the old man inquired as he noticed the agent's pause. "Apologies, it's nothing," the agent replied. After a thorough inspection revealed no immediate threat, he prepared to move forward. However, just as his foot grazed the ground, two feral roars echoed within the room, and two shadowy figures lunged toward him with ferocity. The sudden upheaval did not rattle the seasoned agents. Even the one holding Fran remained unperturbed. In the split second before the two shadows could pounce on him, 6 agents, employing 6 distinct techniques, converged from all directions and swiftly subdued the assailants, pinning them to the ground. Perhaps due to the caliber of their targets. When compared to the likes of Supernova or Toad T. Pig, the operatives of the CP organization seemed merely ornamental. Nevertheless, each individual present, according to the CP organization's unique assessment system, had surpassed a daunting power threshold of 300 points. For context, a typical naval officer equipped with weaponry would possess a mere 10 points of power. It is no exaggeration to assert that the dozen or so agents within this room could easily topple a small nation, holding a pivotal position within the power hierarchy of the OP world. What on earth is happening? Though the agents remained composed in the face of the assault, a rare sense of disquiet flitted across their features as they discerned the identities of the attackers. The two individuals were indeed the ones who previously abducted Fran, yet inexplicably, they had lost their ability to act. However, they now exhibited an alarming frenzy, their eyes rolling back and saliva incessantly dribbling from their mouths. Their limbs beginning to contort grotesquely. "First, incapacitate them," someone shouted. An agent, responding swiftly, raised a hand and struck their necks with a knife-hand blow capable of shattering stone. Yet the impact only fueled their madness, yielding no effect whatsoever. "It's futile," exclaimed the astonished agent. Before they could take further action, the sharp crack of a gunshot pierced the air, drawing the attention of all agents. Glancing down, they beheld a deranged colleague with a gaping hole in his head, crimson blood mingling with milky brain matter oozing from the wound like toothpaste. "Eliminate them," commanded the elderly man, brandishing his smoking firearm with grim determination. He would not permit any further mishaps. Obeying the order, the agents showed no hesitation nor regard for their former comrades, ruthlessly plunging their hands into the back of the remaining assailant. As they withdrew their hands, the victim convulsed a few times before falling silent. The other agents appeared unfazed by this grim spectacle, continuing their tasks as if the deceased had never been their colleagues. "Look," cried an observant agent as they prepared to dispose of the bodies. Following his gaze, the crowd watched in horror as the lifeless forms of the two agents began to writhe uncontrollably. Soon, blood erupted from the eye socket of one, and in a matter of moments, a creature reminiscent of a maggot burst forth from his eye, while another identical worm simultaneously emerged from the mouth of the other. These two peculiar creatures are entirely brown, resembling the thickness of a finger, and their overall appearance is akin to the common bean weevil. Yet they possess the exoskeleton of an arthropod. Furthermore, along both sides of their bodies are thousands of pairs of delicate, hair-like white appendages. Most bizarrely, the patterns on their heads, shaped like facial features, intertwine in such a way that, upon closer inspection, they evoke the image of a weeping infant. At the moment the two grotesque creatures emerged, they swiftly elevated themselves, supported by thousands of appendages, as if they were scenting the air. Soon, they turned towards Fran's position, scuttling towards her at an alarming speed. Witnessing these repulsive insects advancing upon her, even an operative seasoned by trials of blood and death felt a shiver run down their spine and instinctively stomped down upon them. Accompanied by a piercing insect shriek and the sickening sound of bursting, the two creatures were obliterated underfoot. The operative, suppressing his nausea, scraped the soles of his shoes against the floor. Before he could utter a word, an unexpected transformation occurred. A copious amount of white substance, resembling mycelium, erupted from the creature's ruptured bodies and rapidly spread across the ground. In the blink of an eye, several square meters of the floor were enveloped by a layer of white fungal carpet, and a foul, putrid odor swiftly permeated the air, invading the nostrils of all present. Chapter 148. The Arrival of CP9. What is this? The elderly man exclaimed, covering his mouth and nose as he gazed at the encroaching fungal blanket. No one could provide an answer, but instinctively, everyone began to retreat. None wished to encounter this mysterious substance. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing there in a daze?" The operative who had crushed the insect stood frozen, head bowed, until someone noticed his peculiar behavior, prompting him to respond slightly. His body began to tremble subtly, his head lowered, as if mechanically lifting it inch by inch. Fire! Upon raising his gaze, the old man's pupils contracted to mere pinpoints as he bellowed a command, prompting the other agents to unsheath their firearms without hesitation, aiming directly at him. Why? As a cacophony of gunfire erupted, the agent emitted an incredulous sound, bewildered as to why his comrades would turn their weapons against him. Why? Following the gunfire, he once again posed a question, this time astonished by the absence of any sensation of pain. He extended his hand to examine his body, then lowered his head incrementally to seek signs of blood, yet what met his eyes was a hand swathed in writhing white mycelium, devoid of any trace of blood. What has happened to me? After uttering this phrase, his legs seemed to lose their strength, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, with Flan falling alongside him onto the fungal carpet. As he knelt, the dagger lodged in his waist fell before him. Utilizing the blade's edge, the agent discerned the horrific transformation occurring within him. His eyes were filled with mycelium resembling parasitic tendrils, some having even pierced through his eyeballs, resembling thorns that spread from his eye sockets. He attempted to speak once more, but this time a torrent of mycelium erupted from his mouth, and the agents, sensing imminent danger, rapidly retreated to shield Charles and the old man. His body appeared as an abyss, an inexhaustible source of mycelium continuously spewing forth from his mouth, while he began to dissolve into nothingness. The mycelium appears to possess a peculiar affinity for blood and corpses, swiftly devouring the remains of the two previously fallen agents while enveloping Fulan's body in layers upon layers of its filaments. In no time, Fulan's form became cocooned, shrouded in a multitude of mycelial threads, and as they writhed, a resonant heartbeat echoed ominously from within, sending shivers through all present. Fire! This cursed entity fears fire. One agent seemed to have discerned the mycelium's vulnerability. During their retreat, someone had inadvertently knocked over a torch, and the area surrounding the torch remained untouched by the encroaching filaments. To confirm this revelation, an agent stripped off his clothing, fashioned a makeshift torch from a wooden stick, ignited it, and placed it before the advancing mycelium. Upon contact with the flames, the mycelium recoiled not in destruction, but as if endowed with life. It withdrew and emitted a haunting cacophony reminiscent of anguished insects. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were momentarily enlightened, hastily shedding their suits to fashion torches. "Hurry! We must retreat and safeguard St. Charlos. CP9 is imminent," they urged. The agents, too, were eager to escape this eerie environment. No sooner had the elder's words faded than the agents escorted him toward the exit. At this juncture, a transformation occurred within the cocoon where Fura resided. A fissure appeared at the top, and a delicate, alabaster arm broke free from its confines. The once writhing, snow-white cocoon gradually dulled to a lifeless gray, slowly disintegrating into dust that vanished into the ether. It is truly agonizing to be voiceless with a broken spine. A crisp sound resonated, striking the hearts of those present, compelling them to halt and gaze toward the former cocoon. Fulan knelt on the ground, cradling a winged moth in her hands. This moth was strikingly white, glimmering like a radiant gem, though its luminescence was steadily waning. The moth appeared to be on the brink of exhaustion, fluttering its wings sporadically, while its mouth parts, enshrined in soft fur, occasionally extended a slender proboscis to gently caress Fulan's hand, emitting mournful sounds. As these barely audible lamentations filled the air, agents uncontrollably collapsed to the ground, their faces twisted in agony, clutching their throats as they retched, spewing forth filth interspersed with visible black particles. "Thank you, little one, for your tireless efforts," Fulan murmured softly, bowing her head to touch the moth with her forehead. In response, the moth gradually lifted its head, extending its crimson proboscis to tenderly stroke Fulan's brow, as if bidding a final farewell. When the last individual succumbed to the ground, the moth finally surrendered, lying limp in Fulan's hands, its once luminous hue now diminished. "What is happening?" The elder, clutching his throat, gazed at Fulan in disbelief, his lips stained with remnants of his retching. "Spores," Fulan replied. "The spores are the continuation of little one's life." She approached the elder, gesturing toward the filth on the ground. Struggling, he leaned down to observe as the black particles began to hatch, tiny worms emerging and swimming amidst the grotesque refuse. The elder grasped the implication, The foul stench arising from the peculiar mycelium was indeed the spores Falon had mentioned. With arms outstretched, as if to embrace an unseen presence, Falon declared, "This room is now alive with countless nascent beings ready to sprout anew upon your corpses, allowing you to exist eternally in a different form." The old man, upon hearing Fran's words, laboriously raised a hand in an attempt to grasp the hem of her skirt, yet ultimately failed to do so. As darkness enveloped him, his consciousness gradually sank into the chilling void. Meanwhile, 5 men clad in black robes stood amidst the ruins of the courtyard with the leader, his hands buried in his pockets, wearing an expression of profound discontent. The figure stands tall, adorned with long, silver-gray hair, exuding an aura that warns others to keep their distance. He slightly tilts his head to address the 2 imposing naval officers behind him, stating, "Gentlemen of the Navy, I seek an explanation." His voice is barely audible, as frigid as the frost of winter, and the chilling atmosphere causes the teapot, which stands behind him, to instinctively scratch its face. "Oomph. CP9, mind your tone," the woman, known as Peach Rabbit, scoffs. A deep-seated disdain for the man before her wells up within her. Though, with their first encounter, the suffocating stench of blood that clings to him leaves her feeling breathless. The 5 individuals are precisely the members of CP9 who have come to escort Charlos to Moriarty. Ordinarily, such a task should not fall within the purview of CP9, as their primary objective is the Revolutionary Army. However, due to the recent restructuring of CP9, they find themselves engaged only in routine training, with no pressing missions at hand. In light of the principle of resource optimization, they have been dispatched nonetheless. As for the demeanor, the man at the helm of CP9 spoke, slowly turning to remove his hat, raising his gaze towards the towering figure of Tot. The mission assigned to the esteemed Vice Admiral is to ensure the safety of District 69. Yet, not only have a band of pirates invaded this territory, but my superior has also met his demise here. Pray tell, what demeanor should I adopt in your presence? He pointed at the bound group of supernovas and the headless corpse of the butler, letting out a cold chuckle. Such dereliction of duty cannot be forgiven, even by the highest echelons of the Navy. Tao Tu did not refute his words, nor could she, yet her gaze remained locked onto his, her fierce spirit unyielding. "Jingio, our mission is to escort St. Charlos back to Moriarty. As for the Navy's higher-ups, they will deal with them." At this tense moment, another CP9 member placed a hand on Jingio's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from impulsive actions, for even united, the 5 of them would not stand a chance against Tao Tu alone. "Ah, certainly. Then, please lead the way, esteemed Navy officials," Jingio replied, his eyes still fixed on Tao Tu, a cruel smile curling at his lips as he spoke deliberately. Chapter 149. Friends. When Jingio followed Tao Tu and Chibuta to the crow's nest, the sight before them astonished the 2 admirals. What on earth is happening? Tao Tu turned her gaze towards Chibuta, who shrugged in confusion, indicating he was equally perplexed. Before them stood a dining table, laden with exquisite delicacies, many of which even kings of small nations could scarcely afford. However, the food was of little consequence. The true significance lay in the individuals gathered around the table. Aside from St. Charlos at the head and the elderly servant attending to him, the guests included the ship's doctor of the fallen pirates, Fran, Nurse Harry Quinn, the first mate, Barbossa, Supernova Jewelry Bonnie, and Supernova Basil Hawkins. Particularly unsettling for Chibuta was Fran, seated next to Charlos, whose expression grew grave as he scrutinized the woman he should have eliminated long ago. Fran, seemingly oblivious to his stare, continued to leisurely pierce her food with her fork. Except for Bonnie and Hawkins, who bore slightly grim expressions, the members of the fallen pirates appeared quite at ease, indulging in their repast with gusto. "Aren't you known as the gluttonous girl? Why aren't you eating? Is the food unappealing to you?" Harry asked, offering Bonnie a piece of sea beast rib with a smile that sent shivers down Bonnie's spine. "And no, it's just that I lack an appetite," Bonnie stammered, her eyes briefly darting towards Fran, before she lowered her voice to respond slowly. "Oh, then you truly are missing out," Harry pouted, swallowing a piece of rib from her fork. "So, can someone explain this to me?" "Tao Tu in quit," her tone slightly subdued as she observed the pirates who appeared indifferent to their presence. "These esteemed guests are the visitors of St. Charlos. Matters that do not concern you should remain unasked. Navy," she was informed. The elderly servant attending to Charlos's meal spoke in a sinister tone. "Indeed, this esteemed gentleman is our principal patron." Barbossa rose, delicately lifted a gem-encrusted goblet filled with wine, and gracefully approached Charlos. He then bent slightly, placed a hand upon Charlos's shoulder, and toasted him. To the astonishment of the rabbit and the pig, Charlos, who held commoners in disdain, did not recoil from this audacious gesture by the old pirate. Instead, he raised his own goblet to clink it against Barbossa's. As you can see, we are indeed friends of Lord Charlos. After draining the contents of his goblet, Barbossa grinned broadly, the crimson wine staining his teeth like blood, dripping from his beard onto the table before Charlos. The rabbit and the pig silently observed the unfolding scene, harboring doubts that Charlos was somehow under duress. They each unleashed their observation hockey to sense the atmosphere, yet found no anomalies. Ah, ha ha ha. It seems Lord Charlos has a remarkably wide circle of acquaintances. Had we known earlier, we would have comported ourselves with more decorum, chuckled the pig, as he retrieved an object from his pocket. What he produced was a small statue of a woman, adorned in a naval cloak, her hair elegantly coiffed, and a long sword at her side. The exquisite craftsmanship of this piece would be considered top tier even in the world before McKen's journey. Upon seeing the statue, the rabbit shot him a glare, but refrained from uttering a word, allowing the pig to approach Charlos with the sculpture in hand. As a token of apology, this treasured little item is offered to Lord Charlos. Although it may not hold considerable monetary value, rest assured, it is the only one of its kind in the world, thus quite precious. The pig pressed one hand against the table while extending the statue toward Charlos, a creation of his own hands, indeed, not valuable in a conventional sense, yet crafted from materials of significant quality. This statue is meticulously crafted from a solid piece of sea prism stone, containing a substance known as pyrobroin, which is the principal reason for the nullification of devil fruit abilities. In fact, its potency surpasses that of handcuffs made from sea prism stone, as those handcuffs are often infused with other materials to enhance their durability. Generally speaking, unless one possesses strength akin to his, direct contact with this sea prism statue would render any devil fruit user incapacitated, and those affected by such abilities would also experience a diminishment of power. The other guests at the table, while unaware of Tofu's ulterior motives, could surmise that this statue was indeed exceptional. However, aside from Bonnie and Hawkins, whose expressions grew increasingly grim, the members of the fallen pirates remained unfazed, continuing to eat and drink as if completely indifferent to Tofu's probing. Under Tofu's scrutinizing gaze, Charlos extended his hand to take the statue, examining it with curiosity. Throughout this period, Tofu's eyes were fixed intensely on Charlos's face, ready to act at the slightest indication of abnormality. However, much to his disappointment, Charlos exhibited no signs of being affected. "Ah, is this Guillaume? It certainly resembles it. It can be considered a fine piece of art," he remarked, casually handing the statue to the small elder standing behind him and gesturing to Tofu with a wave of his hand, signaling not to disturb his meal. "Of course. It is just that the individuals sent to escort you back to Moriarty have arrived," Tofu responded, his expression somewhat unnatural as he chuckled awkwardly. "St. Charlos, we are here to escort you," he continued, and, as he concluded his statement, a cold voice emerged from behind the Navy personnel, who parted to create a pathway. Members of CP9, clad in black coats and led by Jin, stepped forward. Upon seeing the newcomers, Charlos remained unperturbed, while Harley's excitement was palpable. Having only met Jin once, she was exceedingly curious and leaned on the table, preparing to stand and greet him. Observing Harley's reaction, Jin's expression hardened before she could rise. He took a step forward, swiftly drawing a firearm from within his coat and aimed it directly at Harley's head. In this unexpected scene, those present were utterly unprepared, and it was too late to intervene as they could only watch helplessly as the bullet hurtled towards Harley's beautiful visage. Moments later, a resounding buzz echoed as the bullet, split in two, ricocheted onto the dining table, shattering the plates and eliciting a gasp from Charlos. "Hee, what a grand gift upon our first meeting. We are truly unworthy," Barbossa remarked, standing before the astonished Harley while his mechanical blade emitted a series of soft hums. "What on earth is happening?" Jin inquired, his CP9 comrades equally bewildered. In their recollection, although this colleague was ruthless, he was not the sort to indulge in murder. Such behavior defied all logic. "The events in Water City are a gift from you, a token of my appreciation." Jin's cold smile was accompanied by the raised firearm aimed at Barbossa, poised to fire at any moment. "These are the pirates who slaughtered the former CP9 in Water City." The CP9 members behind him, upon hearing Jin's words, assumed defensive stances, well aware of his journey to Water City under Spandam's orders, thus coming to terms with his sudden aggression. Chapter 150. The epilogue of Sabaody. Although Jin's abrupt attack brought a sense of satisfaction to Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, who secretly relished the prospect of a dogfight, they could not remain passive in the presence of Charlos. After some back and forth, both sides momentarily ceased hostilities. Harley feigned an angry expression, glaring at Jin. Yet as a seasoned agent and mobster, Jin dismissed her theatrics, closing his eyes in silence. I will accurately report the Navy's failure to the Gorosei. When departing, the old man looked down upon T-Pig with disdain. T-Pig paid no heed to the warning. As long as he could return to the Navy headquarters, any punishment from the world government would be inconsequential. Accompanied by CP9, he escorted Charlos to the port. While Peach Rabbit had already taken the subdued supernovas toward the Navy's outpost in District 66, there were no pleasantries exchanged among them. Under Jin's protection, Charlos boarded a dedicated escort ship bound for the Holy Land of Myriad. Watching them depart, T-Pig spat in contempt, clearly disdainful of the Celestial Dragons and the CP organization, while the group of wicked beings accompanying them exhibited a contrasting demeanor. Harley even retrieved a pink handkerchief, waving it fervently as if bidding farewell to a dear friend. Pirates, though I am uncertain of your deeds, next time. T-Pig stepped forward, looking down at them with indifference. I shall personally capture you. Ha 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 ha. The Navy officer jests. We have done nothing. Lord Charlos is our eternal friend. Barbossa tilted his head defiantly, locking gazes with Chibuta. The stark contrast in their heights rendered their standoff all the more intriguing, leading onlookers to suspect a peculiar affinity between the two. After a protracted silence, Chibuta let out a derisive snort and turned to leave, remarking as he walked away. You still have several companions in my custody. They are not, perchance, allies of the Celestial Dragons, are they? Oh, certainly not. I have always harbored a profound disdain for those vile pirates. Frankly, had the opportunity presented itself, I would have long since eradicated them for the sake of the common good, Barbossa replied, displaying an air of indifference regarding the fate of Kid and his companions. Chibuta paused, surveying Barbossa thoroughly before proceeding towards the island in silence. His priorities lay far beyond mere escort duties. He was far more invested in the bountiful supernovas whose rewards surpassed 100 million. He had already dispatched a message to the guards of Impel Down, preparing for the imminent transfer of the newly captured supernovas to that impregnable hell. Once Chibuta exited, Bonnie, her face contorted in discomfort, finally spoke up. With a mix of anger and trepidation, she turned to Fran and exclaimed, "When will you remove that wretched worm?" Bonnie rolled up her sleeves, revealing a swollen, pus-filled lump on her fair arm, reminiscent of a mosquito bite, within which a dark line wriggled conspicuously. The creature she referred to was the parasitic worm, a close relative of the mimic worm cultivated by Fran. Unlike the mimic worm's near-perfect shape-shifting abilities and cloaking prowess, the parasitic worm possessed a singular function. As its name suggests, parasitism. Once a host is infected by the parasitic worm, it can nearly replicate the original host's memories, knowledge, and even personality traits. However, the worm itself lacks individual will, functioning instead under a hive mentality akin to most insects, obeying only commands from the maternal entity. As for the implantation process that Bonnie and Hawkins underwent, it was rather unremarkable. Upon their arrival at the crow's nest, everyone present, including Charlos, fell victim to the spores of the parasitic worm, leading to their subsequent infection just as the four of them entered. From there, events unfolded naturally. Barbossa deemed it a prudent strategy to infiltrate the Celestial Dragons with a hidden agent, and with Charlos as protection, they faced no threat from the two vice-admirals. Thus, after amicable negotiations, the already exhausted Bonnie and Hawkins consented to have the parasitic worm implanted by Fran. Rest assured, the parasitic worm within you is currently in a symbiotic state. It will take 3 months before it reaches a parasitic condition, Fran explained earnestly. I didn't ask you for that. Will you or will you not remove that disgusting worm? Bonnie grasped Fran's collar, lifting her up. I'd rather eliminate you now than be controlled like that pig. Calm down, calm down. Barbossa, with a smile gracing his face, extended a hand to restrain the frenzied Bonnie, while his other hand had already grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to act should the situation take a turn. Hawkins, displaying considerably more composure than Bonnie, perceived Barbossa's actions and stepped forward, pressing a hand upon Bonnie's shoulder, turning his gaze toward Barbossa. Speak, how can we resolve this? Hawkins had attempted to utilize the powers of his straw fruit to transfer the parasitic bugs, and indeed, he had succeeded. However, immediately after the transfer, he discovered new parasites had infested him once more. After several futile attempts, he resolutely abandoned the endeavor. No matter how many times he transferred, new parasites would inevitably emerge. This was hardly Hawkins's fault, as the entire room was rife with spores of the parasitic insects. Although Hawkins appeared clean, he was, in fact, cloaked in billions of spores, all under Fran's control, until they were entirely eradicated. Any removal would simply give rise to new replacements. Certainly, while the parasitic bugs seemed bizarre and formidable, they were, in comparison to the capricious nature of devil fruits, still subject to the laws of material reality and could be countered by certain devil fruit abilities. For instance, all nature-type devil fruits were entirely ineffective against the parasitic bugs, which was precisely why Fran had eliminated all spores prior to the arrival of the two vice-admirals. Exposing themselves before them without knowledge of their specific abilities would be tantamount to courting death. Rest assured, we shall rid you of these pests, Barbossa assured, smacking his lips. For he too harbored a profound aversion to such revolting creatures. What is it that you desire? Hawkins inquired. Ha. It is not a matter of what I desire, but rather an invitation from my captain for the two of you to attend a grand ball. Marin Vondo. Hawkins instantly comprehended Barbossa's intent, his expression shifting as he retorted. Is your captain mad? That is not an affair for pirates of our caliber. Mad? No. Barbossa shook his head. Our captain is not mad. It is this world that has gone mad, and what our captain seeks is to restore order amid the chaos. With his chin held high, Barbossa began to expound. For this, we require a stepping stone, a sufficiently weighty stepping stone. He leaned closer to Hawkins. Do you not think those antiquated souls cast aside by the tides of time are just the right fit? Hawkins took a step back, gazing intently at Barbossa's smile, murmuring, Madman. Chapter 151. Submission. While the remainder of the fallen pirate crew engaged in frivolities at Sabo, their captain contentedly remained at the Navy headquarters, relishing a life of ease. In a guest room within the headquarters, after enjoying lunch, McKen found himself alone in the study, perusing a book to pass the time. One hand held a tome entitled Redemption, while the other cradled an oak pipe. Dense, bluish-gray smoke languidly swirled around the ornate ceiling, stirred into whirlwinds by McKen, who reclined on a plush bench. Beside him rested a tall tray, impeccably arranged with pastries, fruits, and a bottle of exquisite wine. To be frank, the Navy's provisions were rather commendable. McKen had access to nearly anything he desired materially. Moreover, the presence of a beauty like Tina was certainly a delight for the eyes, though it would have been even better if she could exhibit a touch more tenderness. Outside the door, aside from Tina, two naval officers stood guard. While they were diligent in their duties, they remained unperturbed, for McKen had not exhibited any excessive behavior, appearing genuinely to await a response from Admiral Crane. Just as McKen furrowed his brow, troubled by the book's exaggerated and almost sycophantic praise of the world government, a small transponder snail in his lap began to quiver slightly. This is the communication device of the evil pirates, capable of effectively shielding external eavesdropping. Upon answering the snail phone, the raspy voice of Professor Jigsaw echoed through. Sabo? Understood. The plan remains unchanged. After meeting with Big Mom, return to Sabati Archipelago and await my message. McKen, having hung up the phone, sat in a plush chair, pinching his brow. Sabo's unexpected appearance indeed exceeded his initial plans, yet it was not entirely unwelcome. The greater the chaos of the Marineford War, the more advantageous it would be for him. How increasingly fascinating this all becomes. It truly stirs anticipation within him. McKen sighed, continuing to peruse the tome before him that extolled the illustrious achievements of the world government. Yet, as he read, a sinister smile began to creep across his face. As time passed, the warm sun was drowned beneath the waves, giving way to a cold, ghostly moon that emerged from the sea, appearing like an ominous eye radiating a chilling aura that instilled discomfort in the soul. With a creak, the study door swung open, revealing Tina, who entered with a disdainful expression, a cigarette dangling from her lips. McKen, without lifting his gaze, remained engrossed in the book under the pale moonlight and flickering candlelight. Though he had switched to a lighter red, this one told the tale of a young man who, through relentless effort, ultimately ascended to become a distinguished Navy officer and married a noble lady, reaching the pinnacle of success, essentially, a gratifying narrative reminiscent of the One Piece world. Is it time for dinner, little Tina? McKen inquired nonchalantly, swirling the wine in his glass. Tina looked at McKen with increasing disdain and disgust, exhaling a puff of smoke as she retorted with barely concealed anger. Oh, really? My apologies. It won't happen again, little Tina. A subtle smirk played on McKen's lips as he snapped the book shut with a decisive clap and rose from his chair. Tina, closing her eyes, exhaled another plume of smoke, visibly agitated as her bosom rose and fell with her breath. She waved her hand, and promptly, two men in uniforms entered the room. Strangely, however, they were not Navy personnel. Their uniforms and insignias were distinctly different. Oh, aren't you supposed to be dining? Who are these two? McKen inquired. Curiosity piqued as he examined their unusual insignias, quickly discerning their origins. Of course, we are headed to dine, but it seems your dining location must be changed. At that moment, a voice imbued with age and steadiness reverberated through the room. Tina, upon hearing it, swiftly stepped aside as the figure of Admiral Crane gradually entered the study. Following a thorough review, the Naval Headquarters concluded that you do not possess the qualifications to be one of the 7 warlords, and all of your requests have been denied. Now, Mr. McKen, your identity is merely that of a pirate. Admiral Crane gazed calmly at McKen, awaiting his response. Surprisingly, McKen remained unflinchingly composed, devoid of the anticipated fear or anger, listening to her words with an air of indifference. Oh, is that so? So where do you intend to take me? McKen inquired with a smile, extending his hands outward in a gesture of apparent acquiescence. He was undoubtedly aware of the presence of multiple naval officers lurking nearby, possibly even an admiral, and he had no desire to experience the sensation of being overwhelmed by a multitude. I am gratified to see you recognize reality, Tina. As the chief strategist of the Navy, Admiral Crane naturally did not believe McKen would capitulate so easily, yet she was not perturbed by his audacity. After all, this was the Naval Headquarters. She had no intention of meeting an untimely demise here. It was better to act prudently than to expend unnecessary effort. McKen shrugged and waved his outstretched hands towards Tina, saying, "This is troublesome, little Tina." Upon hearing McKen refer to her in such a manner, Tina raised an eyebrow and subsequently produced a pair of handcuffs, which, without a doubt, were made of sea stone. The moment the cuffs were fastened around his wrists, McKen felt a wave of weakness sweep over him. Fortunately, his physical constitution was exceptional, preventing him from displaying any signs of fear. However, Tina seemed to feel that additional precautions were necessary. After securing the handcuffs, she employed her abilities to place a set of shackles upon him as well. The shackles appeared to be crafted from some form of metal, yet when McKen summoned his strength to break free, he discovered that the restraints were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Instead, they conformed to the contours of his muscles, firmly binding his body. It was a futile endeavor. Tina, after removing the cigarette from her lips, exhaled the smoke directly into McKen's face. She then reached out, first gently caressing his cheek, before pinching it roughly with her fingers. "Unless I revoke your abilities, even if you were transformed into an ant, you would remain ensnared by these shackles. So, behave yourself, little McKen." With that, Tina patted his face and returned to stand beside Major Crane, her expression now radiant with a smile. She had long harbored disdain for McKen. "I leave him in your care," Major Crane remarked leisurely, turning his head. "Inform Magellan to ensure this individual is placed on the 6th level, but one thing is paramount. He must not perish." "Yes." The 2 guards of Impel Down saluted Major Crane and stepped forward, one on each side to escort McKen out. Just before exiting, McKen turned his head towards Major Crane and remarked nonchalantly, "I have a feeling we shall meet again soon." "Is that so? How delightful. I too have a premonition that by our next encounter, you will have transformed into a well-behaved child." Without casting a glance at McKen, Hijon calmly gazed out at the moonlight and spoke indifferently. McKen let out a light chuckle and fell silent as the echoes of his laughter faded. 2 guards escorted him slowly into the obscurity of the dark corridor. Chapter 152. Impel Down, a colossal underwater prison inspired by the legendary Tower of Babel, stands as the most infamous entity within the entire OP world. As one of the 3 main pillars of the world government, it shares the duty of guarding the Grand Line alongside the Navy Headquarters and Judicial Island. Nestled within the windless zone of the sea, it is surrounded by a plethora of formidable sea beasts. Accessing it without the specialized currents is nearly impossible, which is why Impel Down is often regarded as an impregnable fortress, dedicated to incarcerating certain ruthless individuals whom the world government does not wish to execute or seize as possessing some utilitarian value. Impel Down is divided into 2 distinct sections, the surface and the depths. The surface resembles an isolated island encircled by towering walls, while the underwater section plunges to depths of several thousand meters. Due to its exceptional geographical positioning, official records indicate that no one has ever escaped since its establishment as a prison. Of course, we are all aware of a certain individual known as the Golden Lion who managed to break free. Yet how many can recall the name of that unfortunate soul whose identity has been intentionally erased? The notoriety of Impel Down stems not only from its impenetrability, but also from its dual nature as both hell and a concentration camp. The grim essence of its environment can be gleaned from the uniforms worn by the warden and his subordinates, reminiscent of an organization founded by a peculiar mustache dropout from the Vienna Academy of Fine Arts. The stark black uniforms symbolize power, while their meticulous appearance embodies extremity. representing a perfect amalgamation of perfectionism and hysteria. The vessel escorting McKen passed through the enormous gates of justice, arriving at the harbor of Impel Down's main entrance. Warden Magellan had been waiting here for some time, placing immense importance on the prisoner entrusted to him by the Fleet Admiral of the Navy headquarters, making a rare appearance outside the prison. As McKen was led onto the corridor before the main gate, Magellan approached him with his imposing stature. A man clad in dark uniforms radiating formidable strength, he resembled a storm cloud poised to unleash lightning and tempest. His very presence instilled an overwhelming sense of terror and subjugation in the hearts of all. Even the two guards holding McKen's arms began to tremble in fear. Magellan, a man whose strength rivals that of an admiral, is the cornerstone and ultimate assurance of Impel Down. If this place is indeed hell, then he is the Satan who governs it. Everyone here, including the guards, would dread experiencing the repercussions of defying his commands. McKen Rife? Magellan's towering height of nearly 5 meters exerted an oppressive presence upon McKen, surpassing even that of Kizaru. He bent down to meet McKen's gaze, his colossal form casting a shadow that enveloped McKen entirely. Despite McKen's efforts to remain composed, he found himself unable to avert his eyes. The man's gaze was devoid of any compassion or emotion, regarding him as one might regard a lifeless corpse, leaving McKen profoundly unsettled. This is not a matter of mentality, but rather a biological instinct. At this moment, if McKen were a cheetah, then Magellan before him would be akin to a giant bear, an entity far beyond McKen's capacity to confront. In the original text, even the formidable Blackbeard was vanquished in a single blow. Had it not been for the antidote provided by Shiryu, he would likely be 6 feet under by now. Indeed. Very well. The warlord has instructed me to treat you with utmost care, for which I have been preparing for quite some time. Magellan's voice conveyed no hint of emotion, as cold and unfeeling as a machine. Is that so? Well, I find myself rather eager. You would do well to maintain your anticipation. Magellan slowly straightened his posture and strode into Impel Down, as the sunlight once again bathed McKen, warming him for the first time, filling him with a sense of beauty. Before he could speak, the guard behind him urged him to follow Magellan's pace. Upon entering the maritime layer, Magellan hurriedly headed in a specific direction, replaced by a striking figure resembling a golden-haired woman. Director Magellan has pressing matters to attend to. I shall take over the escort duties, she stated. The speaker was an elegantly poised beauty, donning reddish-brown glasses, her golden curls cascading down, with a hat draped over one eye. Besides her signature uniform, the most striking features were her pink knee-high boots and matching leather gloves, holding a long, slender riding crop. She approached McKen, scrutinizing him carefully, extending her tongue to lightly moisten her lips before resting the crop against his chin. You may call me Deputy Warden Domino, or simply Domino if you prefer. McKen's gaze shifted from Magellan's retreating figure. Indeed, while the toxic fruit is powerful, its side effects are not something an ordinary person could endure. The thought of spending most of the day in the restroom left him unsure of how to react. Are you listening to me? Seeing McKen disregard her, Domino exerted a slight pressure with the riding crop to elevate his chin. Of course, but compared to Domino, I would much rather address you as sweetheart. McKen unabashedly adopted the affectionate term that Harley used for him in a teasing manner. You certainly know how to charm a girl. Domino chuckled softly, covered her mouth with her back. Then, she traced circles on McKen's chest with her finger. I have a fondness for handsome men, she said in a sultry tone, leaning closer to McKen, her breath warm and fragrant as she added, especially when such handsome men plead for mercy before me. It delights me to no end. Her voice swiftly morphed from seduction to fervor, as her right hand wielded the riding crop and lashed toward McKen's face. The crop sliced through the air with a terrifying whistle, and should it connect, it would surely mar McKen's resolute visage. Fortunately, McKen had anticipated the strike. As Domino raised her hand, he quickly crouched, evading the blow. The crop grazed his hair and struck the guard standing beside him with precision. A sharp crack echoed as half of the guard's face was brutally struck, teeth and flesh splattering onto Domino. The guard immediately clutched his face, wailing in agony. But as Domino turned her gaze upon him, he swiftly stifled his cries, his shoulders trembling. Whether from fear or pain remained uncertain. Is this truly the way the deputy warden expresses her affection? TSK, such an experience is beyond my humble means, McKen remarked indifferently, shaking his head. No matter how beautiful the woman before him, she was merely a toxic red spider lily. He would not fall for such base seduction. I find myself beginning to take a liking to you. I hope you can provide me with some amusement in the days to come, Domino said, gently wiping the blood and flesh from her face and then smearing it across McKen's chest. A cruel smile graced her lips as she turned to walk towards a certain facility. "Come now, new guest. Allow me to present you with a welcoming gift. I hope it meets your satisfaction." Chapter 153. The baptism. With a rhythmic tapping of the riding crop against her palm, Domino wore a sadistic smile. "Are you satisfied with our welcoming gift?" In the city of advancement, every criminal is subjected to a baptism before incarceration. A baptism that entails being plunged into boiling water at a scorching 100 degrees Celsius. To the eyes of the average person, this would appear as blatant murder. Yet, within the confines of advancement, it is regarded as the lightest form of punishment. Indeed, it scarcely qualifies as punishment at all. To them, such an act is merciful enough to draw tears from the devil himself. Before McKinn loomed a vast cauldron, approximately 10 meters in diameter, with fierce flames blazing beneath it. The water within bubbled vigorously, and the rising steam blurred his vision. I have no particular aversion to hot springs. However, soaking alone can feel quite solitary. I wonder if the deputy warden might join me?" McKinn maintained his composure, continuing to jest with Domino. At that moment, all his possessions had been confiscated by the guards, leaving him with nothing but the sea-stone handcuffs adorning his wrists. Tina's shackles had been removed upon his arrival in advancement. "Trust me, we shall have ample time to get to know one another. There is no need to rush." Domino stepped forward and pinched McKinn's face before suddenly thrusting him into the iron pot. Her greatest delight lay in hearing the lamentations of criminals, a sound that resonated with her like the most exquisite melody, granting her a restful slumber after a long day of toil. However, it seemed she would be deprived of such pleasure. Aside from the initial grimace that crossed McKinn's face upon being thrust into the pot, he appeared to grow increasingly relaxed, until, a minute later, he was even splashing water about within the boiling vessel. He let out a contented sigh, lazily leaning against the searing pot, as if to say it would be a shame not to join him, for the temperature was just right. Even as the fabric of his clothing began to sizzle and emit wisps of smoke from the heat, his demeanor remained utterly unchanged. McKinn's behavior left Domino visibly perturbed. The recent inmates had failed to meet her expectations, whether they were the infamous 7 warlords or members of the legendary Yonko, Whitebeard. They had all endured the trial with unwavering will, not even uttering a single cry. What perplexed and frustrated Domino even further was that McKinn seemed to handle the ordeal with even greater ease than those formidable figures, who had merely relied on sheer willpower to withstand the ordeal. Despite possessing superhuman physical attributes, their capacity for pain was no less than that of an ordinary person, especially under the debilitating effects of hockey. Yet, McKinn appeared to be genuinely relishing the experience. There was not a hint of suffering etched upon his features, and one could almost envision him summoning 2 elegantly clad maidens to pamper him with a bath. For a moment, Domino began to doubt whether the water had even reached a boil, her hand striking the palm of her other hand with increasing force and urgency as she fixed her gaze intently upon McKinn. Indeed, McKinn was as unperturbed by the scalding water as he seemed. This was not a testament to his strength, but rather a reflection of his meticulous preparation. Knowing well the risks of venturing alone to Navy headquarters, McKinn had taken every precaution, including the foresight that being imprisoned and impelled down was part of his contingency plan. As a time traveler, he was fully aware of the nature of the so-called baptism within those walls. Thus, as a safeguard, he had long since had nanoscopic evolution insects implanted beneath his skin by Fran. These evolved insects, upon exposure to sufficiently lethal high temperatures, awaken their adaptive abilities and begin to evolve in response to their external environment. In less than a minute, they construct a chitinous armor on McKinn's skin, delicate as a gossamer and transparent. While this may sound remarkably powerful, it does possess its limitations. Firstly, these insects are, in fact, an unintended byproduct of Fran's research on parasitic organisms, akin to the serendipitous creation of magical stones, making them nearly impossible to replicate. Furthermore, what has been implanted within McKinn is a weakened version, as the original evolved insect has an exceedingly brief lifespan. According to Fran's research, each adult lives a mere 300 to 500 nanoseconds. Even if the volume of each adult insect is nearly negligible, the ephemeral nature of their existence and their rapid reproduction rate render their life energy consumption nearly immeasurable. In Fran's calculations, considering the towering height of over 2 meters of McKinn, the biological energy consumed to sustain such a vast number of evolved insects would be sufficient to drain all forms of life in the entire OP world. Upon discovering this peculiar insect, even the typically rational McKinn succumbed to a profound madness, once contemplating the possibility of achieving a form of perpetual motion through his own abilities. Although he lacked a deep understanding of science, he recognized that success would obliterate the very orders and truths that have sustained humanity to this day. granting him the potential to ascend to the status of a deity. However, dreams are often beautiful, yet their practical execution resembles mere daydreaming. His capability was limited to a single frame, which equates to 1/12 of a second, an eternity when compared to the life cycle of an adult insect. Fortunately, McKen was a pragmatic individual. He was not lured by this fatal temptation and, after the shock of reality, promptly abandoned the research. His ambition to become a god was ruthlessly slapped down by the harshness of reality, rendering what seemed to be a powerful asset utterly futile. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, McKen instructed Fran to diminish the evolved insect's capabilities, implanting it within himself as a disposable trump card. Firstly, its evolutionary potential was curtailed, replaced instead with enhanced vitality, increasing from a mere 300 nanoseconds to approximately 600 milliseconds. Consequently, what could theoretically evolve into infinitely adaptive insects was reduced to mere environmental acclimatization. Additionally, a threshold was established for the insect's reproductive rate. Upon reaching this limit, reproduction would cease and all would perish. Thus, the evolved insect had to be put into a dormant state and subjected to a constant by Professor Jigsaw before being implanted into McKen's body. Otherwise, their unchecked reproduction would drain him within a minute. Under the watchful gaze of Domino, McKen's expression began to shift gradually. As the constant was applied to the evolved insects, their continuous death and reproduction slowly became ineffective. Once the process ceased entirely, these insects would begin to siphon McKen's life energy to maintain their numbers. Unlike his own Black Pearl, where surprises were commonplace, there was no need to squander energy. As the moment of Professor Jigsaw's impending disappearance approached, McKen spoke up. "Miss Deputy Warden, if possible, may I take my leave? Or perhaps you could prepare to accompany me for a brief respite." Humph. Domino let out a disdainful snort. Generally speaking, the baptism was merely a show of force against the prisoners. Seeing that it had no effect on McKen, she could not be bothered to waste time and turned to leave. As soon as McKen noticed Domino turning away, he sprang to his feet and fiercely bit into his own cheek, causing a certain poison hidden within his salivary glands to rupture and seep into his body. The evolutionary insect, which had already begun to siphon McKen's life force, instantly commenced its rapid demise, dissolving and flowing down to the ground in tandem with McKen's warm blood. Unbeknownst to anyone, McKen's actions went unnoticed as he smiled at the two guards and followed in Domino's footsteps. Chapter 154. The Hell of Red Lotus After the Baptism. McKen was led by Domino into a rather small room, where a complete set of prison uniforms lay on the table. McKen scanned the room. Aside from the surveillance bugs hanging on the wall and the solitary table, there was nothing else. If one were to nitpick, the floor bore remnants of coagulated blood, imparting a nauseating odor to the moldy chamber. However, setting aside the size of the prison uniform, the bloodstains and filth upon it made McKen frown. It was evident that there were no laundry workers in this city. It was likely that such garments had been stripped from the deceased. Noticing the change in McKen's expression, Domino beamed with self-satisfaction. "What's wrong? You seem displeased with the new attire we've prepared for you," she provocatively remarked, stepping closer. "Shall I summon a world-renowned designer to craft something bespoke for you? That won't be necessary, but are you certain you don't want to step outside? It appears to be just the two of us in here." McKen raised an eyebrow. Though he had a slight aversion to dirt, this level of filth was tolerable. "Oh my, how terrifying!" Domino exclaimed dramatically, crossing her arms. "I can't believe I'm locked up with a fearsome pirate. You wouldn't dare do anything to me, your frail jailer, would you?" The deputy warden resumed his antics. The guards behind the screen seemed utterly unfazed by Domino's antics, expressing their boredom. "Indeed, how dull," another guard chimed in. "It's been ages since we had a female prisoner. Staring at this motley crew of men every day is nearly blinding." "Shut it. If we actually had a female prisoner, it wouldn't be you getting a turn." The deputy warden would have likely acted long ago. "If you're truly desperate, go chat with Chief Guard Sadie. Perhaps she might grant you a few lashes." "Forget it. I'm no masochist. Besides, none of the women here are normal. I suspect it's all due to Chief Guard Sadie." Just think, the deputy warden was somewhat normal upon arrival, but now he resembles her more and more. McKen was utterly oblivious to the conversations of the guards and had no desire to comment on Domino's lackluster theatrics. He obediently began to change his attire. Relieved that he was only shackled with handcuffs. Had he also been burdened with leg irons, he would have been at a loss as to how to don his trousers. Under Domino's watchful gaze, McKen swiftly donned his clothing, appearing unfazed by the situation. During this time, Domino kindly unlocked the handcuffs to facilitate the changing of his shirt, seemingly anticipating an assault from McKen. With a discerning mind, McKen suspected a conspiracy. He would not engage in any unnecessary actions upon his adversary's territory. Once he had dressed, He proactively reminded Domino to reapply the handcuffs. After all was concluded, the heavy door creaked open once more, and Domino led McKen slowly toward the underground prison. Rather than taking a direct elevator, they descended the staircase gradually. Throughout this descent, Domino remained silent, guiding the way without uttering a word. Before long, they reached the entrance of the staircase, where the guards confirmed McKen's identity before slowly unlocking the door to the lower level. In an instant, a potent stench of blood assaulted McKen's senses, as though he had plunged into a bath of gore. Once his nostrils acclimated to the sanguine aroma, a cacophony of horrific wails and maniacal laughter intermittently echoed from the winding staircase below. Following the descent, the two men arrived before a wooden door, beyond which lay the true level of the prison, a place that could justifiably be termed the hell of crimson lotuses. Upon entering, they encountered a narrow corridor flanked by a labyrinth of innumerable cells, each housing several inmates. Most of them appeared emaciated, their faces ashen, while faint sounds of sobbing and gasping emanated from various cells, enveloping the entire space in a shroud of despair. Upon hearing the creaking of the wooden door, the prisoners cast their curious gazes in that direction. However, upon spotting Domino, who wielded a teaching baton and donned sunglasses, their inquisitive stares quickly dissipated. A few timid souls even retreated to the corners, mumbling incomprehensible words to themselves. At that moment, a group of criminals spotted McKen, who was being escorted by the guards following Domino. They began to whisper among themselves, and some even whistled at McKen. "Hey, newcomer, you look rather pristine. Lord Domino, why not send this lad my way? I assure you, I shall take good care of him," shouted a bald giant, towering over 3 meters, his face riddled with blemishes, grasping the bars with both hands and occasionally extending his tongue to lick them, emitting a laugh that grated on the nerves. In the corner of his cell, the remaining 2 prisoners curled up with their knees drawn to their chests, silent, their eyes betraying a lifelessness that suggested they were merely existing. Domino paid him no mind and continued on her path. Suddenly, a prisoner who had been squatting on the ground sprang to his feet and made a throwing motion towards her. Quick as a flash, Domino stepped back to evade, and with a splat, a pool of a murky, indistinguishable liquid splattered against the wall. "Ha ha ha! You dodged well, you wretched woman. Next time, luck may not be on your side." In an instant, the prison erupted into a cacophony of whistles and raucous laughter, as most of the inmates began to bang on anything that could produce sound, creating a raucous uproar. Observing this scene, McKen couldn't help but smirk, eager to see the unfolding drama. Yet, Domino appeared unfazed, merely adjusting her sunglasses with a casual push of her hand, before elegantly flicking her arm to strike the bars with her whip, producing a crisp resonance. Then, under McKen's watchful gaze, several oddly dressed, burly creatures, wielding enormous double-headed axes, began to approach Domino along the wall. McKen recognized the incoming guards. They were the so-called Blue Guerrillas, a specialized cadre of guards and the backbone of the prison's defensive operations. The arrival of the Blue Guerrillas silenced the raucous guards, and Domino turned her head slightly towards McKen, saying slowly, "You seem quite pleased just now." Before McKen could retort, Domino continued, "In my view, experience speaks louder than words. You're in luck. Today you shall witness quite a spectacle." After Domino finished speaking, she clapped her hands, prompting 2 Blue Guerrillas to unfasten the keys from their waists and unlock the previously sealed prison door. Witnessing the guerrillas' actions, the once arrogant jailer was struck by panic and began to plead for mercy. When his pleas fell on deaf ears, he resorted to hurling profanities at Domino, his vile words eliciting a sense of astonishment from McKen. However, no matter how vociferously the jailer protested, he could not alter his fate of being taken away by the Blue Guerrillas. The other prisoners, observing this spectacle, cast fearful glances toward Domino, some of them filled with rage, their eyes fixed on her with disdain. Yet, Domino remained unperturbed. To her, the prisoners were mere instruments for her amusement, and any semblance of resistance would only serve to enhance her enjoyment. Under Domino's guidance, McKen arrived at the true entrance of the Red Lotus Hell, where an endless expanse of crimson forest unfolded before them. The trees bore leaves as sharp as blades, known as sword trees, while the grass resembled needles capable of piercing flesh, dubbed needlegrass. Amidst the blades of grass, grotesque poison spiders occasionally emerged, their greedy gazes fixated on the group. "As per tradition, you may begin your escape now. If you are not caught before dusk, I shall forgive your transgressions," Domino remarked, tapping the head of a prisoner with her riding crop, her smile appearing devilish to him. Casting a fierce glare at Domino, the prisoner swiftly bolted into the depths of the forest. Chapter 155. Establishing authority, the underground prison within the city draws its inspiration from the Buddhist concept of hell, with the Red Lotus, hell, closely resembling the near hell described in Buddhist texts. The near hell features the blade plane, where stepping upon it results in blades piercing from below. It also includes the sword leaf forest, where blades, akin to leaves, flutter in the wind, lacerating human skin. Additionally, there is the Iron Pillar Mountain, where the leaves of iron trees impale limbs, while crows and vultures feast upon the eyes. The Red Lotus hell mirrors the near hell almost identically, filled with blood-red sword trees and needlegrass, the very soil stained crimson. Occasionally, mournful wails echo from the depths of the forest, the final cries of prisoners exiled to this forsaken place. Domino, her face alight with delight as she savored these sounds, lightly tapped the riding crop while allowing the prisoner to flee, appearing utterly unhurried as she retrieved a pocket watch and began to time the ordeal. "How long do you think he can last?" Domino inquired, glancing at McKen. Noticing his silence, she posed another question. "And how long do you believe you can endure?" After posing her question, she did not wait for McKen's response. She waved her hand, and several guards armed with tridents swiftly pursued the prisoner. Clad in heavy iron boots and donned in specialized protective gear, they traversed the plain of thistle grass with surprising ease. Yet, despite their formidable appearance, their speed could not match that of the fleeing inmate, and the gap between them visibly widened. This prisoner had evidently participated in the escape games hosted by Domino on more than one occasion. His movements were as light and graceful as a ballet dancer, deftly navigating the thistle-laden expanse. Although the sharp and dense vegetation continuously tore at his trousers, inflicting wounds upon his ankles, it did little to impede his swiftness. Despite the pain etched upon his face, a glimmer of self-satisfaction danced in his eyes, even prompting him to stop and mock his pursuers. Having been banished to the hell of Red Lotus for punishment more than once, he was undoubtedly one of the most familiar figures in this subterranean realm, and his experience in several deadly escapes endowed him with the utmost confidence to evade capture until nightfall. It seems the guards here are not as formidable as they appear, McKen mused with a hint of derision, though it was merely the first layer of confinement. Each criminal held here was no ordinary foe, far from the capabilities of these guards. Domino's expression remained unchanged as he wielded his whip once more, sending two blue gorillas charging ahead from behind them. The stampede of their powerful strides uprooted the thistle grass, carving two dark trails into the crimson earth. There are always some fools who mistakenly perceive this as a mere game. Allow me to offer a word of caution. If you continue to emulate him, your fate shall be truly dire, Domino implied with a pointed gaze toward the front. The guard, upon witnessing the two blue gorillas barreling toward him, was struck with terror, opening his mouth to shout, "This is unfair. I protest." His exclamation, however, only served to deepen the malevolence of Domino's smile. As the blue gorillas closed in, the guard ceased his futile tirade, turning to flee desperately into the depths of the forest. On this occasion, the potency of the thorny grass was fully unleashed. His soles were pierced, and his calves were rendered a gruesome mess, with several toes severed. Despite such excruciating pain, he did not falter. The terror of death gripped his throat, and the only means of respite lay in relentless progress. However, at that moment, the very scenario he dreaded materialized. A thorny stem severed his Achilles tendon, causing his thigh to collapse under him, and he fell despairingly into the sharp grass, a torrent of blood gushing from his body. At that instant, two blue gorillas arrived by his side, seizing his limbs and hoisting him from the thicket. No doubt on his face, a grotesque blend of blood, tears, and mucus was unrecognizable as blood flowed from the deep wounds into the exposed bones, and his split lips could not utter a coherent word. The blue gorillas exhibited no mercy. They began to swing his body like a pendulum before hurling him violently towards a nearby sword tree. In a dazzling display reminiscent of Domino's, this nameless prisoner plummeted from the top of the sword tree, and upon hitting the ground, he was reduced to scattered white bones surrounding the tree. The flesh had been completely stripped away by the sword tree's sharp branches, falling like melted snowflakes onto the earth. The venomous spiders hidden within the grass seemed to sense this rich aroma, scuttling from all directions to swiftly consume the remnants on the ground. Witnessing such a horrific scene, the guards around erupted in cheers, their twisted minds reveling in the oppressive environment. Even in this hellish place, the guards led lives fraught with misery, deriving their scant entertainment and release from the humiliation and slaughter of prisoners. "Welcome to hell, prisoner." Domino seemed to be in good spirits, her hands clasped behind her back as she waved her riding crop. She then swiftly turned and strode toward McKen, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. I believe you comprehend the consequences of displeasing me here. McKen smiled at the woman before him. This display of intimidation was insufficient to instill fear. If one were to measure depravity, the two masters aboard his ship would render these guards abashed. Perhaps I could introduce you to an expert. Trust me. After witnessing his methods, you would find it hard to eat. Humph, I look forward to it. As Domino observed McKen's unflinching demeanor, he let out a cold snort and turned towards the staircase leading to the second underground level. After a brief interval, the group arrived at the second tier, known as the Beastly Hell. Upon entering, they were greeted by a sight of scattered white bones, suggesting that the guards had neglected their duties for quite some time. The guard within the cells were far less animated than those on the first level. Most of the inmates on this floor were essentially livestock, confined in cages and poised to be devoured by the various ferocious creatures that roamed the second level. But for McKen, it was simply a matter of indifference. Perhaps realizing that intimidation held no sway over him, Domino did not linger and proceeded to guide McKen further down. The third level, the Hunger Hell, offered little of note. Resembling the great howling hell from Buddhist teachings, where individuals are confined in sealed iron chambers until reduced to ashes. Much like the Hunger Hell, one finds themselves in a steamer here. Without endurance, they would quickly desiccate into mere dust. However, the fourth level captured McKen's attention, as the temperature soared, akin to being ensconced in a vast iron cauldron filled with boiling pools of blood and seas of fire. The ordinary guards donned specialized heat-resistant attire, their feet feeling as if they were treading upon red-hot iron plates. Among the standard guards, two imposing beasts caught McKen's eye, the Minotaur Rhino and the Minotaur Zebra, both of whom were awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users. In the world of One Piece, while the mastery of Haki is commonplace in the latter half of the Grand Line, the awakening of a devil fruit is exceedingly rare. Yet here, there were as many as 5 awakened guards. In McKen's recollection, instances of awakened devil fruit users were few and far between, as such extraordinary powers only manifest under extreme conditions. Even from his vantage point as a transmigrator, he was aware of only a handful of individuals possessing such abilities in the entire One Piece universe. Excluding the film's antagonists and the guards within Impel Down, the only awakened beings mentioned in the main narrative were Don Quixote Doflamingo and Charlotte Katakuri. As McKen gazed at the adorably oblivious prison beast, contemplating whether to capture one for research upon his escape, a long whip suddenly lashed toward his head. With a sharp glance, McKen tilted his head slightly to evade the assault. However, the tremendous sonic boom generated by the whip's crack resonated in his ears, leaving him momentarily ringing. "Ah, prisoner, it seems you are lost in some unsavory thoughts. It appears I must interrogate you thoroughly," remarked a woman approaching from a distance. She had curly golden hair that obscured her eyes, adorned with candle-shaped white earrings, and was clad in a form-fitting pink leather outfit paired with spiked stiletto heels. The other guards around her trembled at the sound of her voice, bowing their heads in deference. Warden Sadie, the woman known as the Chief Warden, paid them no mind, striding directly toward McKen, her demeanor resembling that of someone who had stumbled upon a fascinating new toy. Shaking his head to dispel the ringing, McKen recognized her as Sadie, the Chief Warden of Impel Down, a sadist whose proclivities far surpassed those of Domino, and who also exhibited masochistic tendencies. Yet, beneath her appearance lay formidable strength. She was not merely the commander of 5 prison beasts, but possessed a power that rivaled that of a vice admiral in the Navy. "Sadie, this prisoner has been personally assigned by the warlord of the Wano country. Do not act recklessly," Domino said coldly, tapping her riding crop. She was acutely aware of Sadie's interrogation methods, and the last thing she needed was for McKen to be irreparably damaged before any information could be extracted. No amount of explanation from Magellan would suffice. "How cunning, Domino," Sadie replied, licking her lips as she regarded her. "It has been ages since a handsome man graced this place. I have felt quite lonely. This prisoner does not belong to level 4. He is to be confined in the infinite hell. Once I complete my work, if you still wish to interrogate him, please proceed to level 6, but for now, do not disturb my work." Domino had no intention of engaging in a quarrel with Sadie, maintaining a businesslike demeanor. Upon hearing that McKen was to be sent to infinite hell, Sadie's expression darkened slightly. In all of Impel Down, she feared only 2 individuals, the Warden Magellan and the Guard Chief Shiryu. Shiryu, notorious for his indiscriminate slaughter of prisoners, had been sentenced to life imprisonment by Magellan and was confined in the deepest level, level 6. While the abuse of prisoners was not uncommon in Impel Down, Shiryu's bloodlust was exceptional. After numerous failed attempts to reform him, Magellan had no choice but to imprison him. Otherwise, there would soon be no prisoners left outside of level 6. "Very well," she conceded, Suddy's tone had grown serious, and she spoke in a dry manner, expressing her reluctance to venture to level 6. Merely the thought of Shirey made her feel uneasy. With a gentle flick of her whip, she sashayed past McKen, realizing that since she could not interrogate the handsome man, she would have to vent her frustrations on a few unfortunate prisoners instead. With the troublesome individual gone, it was time to move forward. Domino appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. If possible, she truly wished to avoid entangling herself with Suddy. McKen remained silent, quietly following Domino's lead. As they made their way to the next level, he caught sight of a familiar figure. A tall man, muscular and with a shaved head, sat cross-legged in his cell, starkly contrasting with the other prisoners in the same enclosure, who were gaping with their tongues out, seemingly unbothered by the sweltering air. This was Daz Bonez, also known as Mr. One, the right-hand man of the Sand Crocodile. McKen had heard tales of his notorious reputation even back in the West Blue, and although he had since moved on to the Grand Line, whispers of his lethal prowess still echoed through the underworld of the West Blue. Mr. One, meditating with his eyes closed, sensed a gaze directed at him. He slowly opened his eyes and furrowed his brow. He had no recollection of the man who looked at him, but his instincts as a former assassin told him that the other was aware of his identity. Even after McKen's figure vanished from view, he could not place the man, so he quelled his curiosity and returned to his meditation. Domino also noticed the exchange of glances between McKen and Mr. One, but she refrained from commenting. From the moment they had entered Impel Down, their fates were sealed, and she was too indifferent to remind McKen to refrain from harboring any misguided intentions. Before long, they arrived at the 5th level, the frozen hell, which held little of note, serving as a manifestation of the 8 cold hells from Buddhist teachings. Here, the frigid temperatures are so severe that one cannot endure even a second, as the body risks being frozen to the point of decay, and the internal organs may even rupture under the relentless cold. In short, the inhospitable environment dissuades even Domino, clad in a thick cloak, from lingering too long. He accompanies McKen directly to the elevator, ascending towards level 6, the threshold to the infinite abyss. The elevation from level 5 to level 6 spans several hundred meters, and even Domino, the deputy warden of the advancing city, is unaware of the legendary hidden level 5 that lies between these two tiers. McKen, too, harbors no interest in level 5, nor in the existence of the half-human, half-demon beings, and thus remains silent, refraining from informing Domino about the realm of these creatures, patiently awaiting the elevator's arrival. Fortunately, the elevator in the advancing city operates at a commendable speed, and with a chime, it reaches the bottom. As the doors open, an indescribable aura sweeps forth. The atmosphere was both chaotic and eerily terrifying, causing the 2 guards escorting McKen to tremble uncontrollably. Useless scum, Domino muttered softly, leading the way out of the elevator. The ambience of level 6 was particularly dim, aside from the bright illumination within the elevator. Only a few feeble lights provided scant illumination. As McKen stepped inside, unsettling echoes of low, sinister laughter emanated from the surrounding cells, sending shivers down one's spine. McKen slowly surveyed the confines, realizing that every individual imprisoned here, whether known to him or not, represented a significant calamity for the world. "Well, this will be your home from now on. I hope you come to enjoy it," Domino remarked. McKen shrugged and obediently entered the cell before him. The conditions were not as dreadful as he had anticipated. Turning around, he flashed a radiant smile at Domino. For reasons unknown, Domino felt a sudden pang of anxiety upon seeing McKen smile. This man exuded an unsettling calmness, one that felt almost unnatural. His demeanor was not that of the usual prisoners, but rather gave the impression of someone who had meticulously plotted his course, as if everything was under his control. After casting a lingering glance at McKen, she turned and departed, and once the elevator doors closed, level 6 was enveloped in silence once more. Chapter 157. Infinite Hell. Progressing to the 6th level of the city, the individuals confined here were either erased from history or on the brink of erasure. The prisoners held here were of such significance or malevolence that the secrecy surrounding level 6 was profound. Even within the Navy headquarters, few were aware of its existence. The term Infinite Hell draws from the Buddhist concept of the solitary hell, characterized by an absence of food and water, where one is left with an unchanging environment and endless solitude. However, compared to solitary hell, Infinite Hell was somewhat more bearable, as one was accompanied by a multitude of fellow prisoners. Aside from the cells, level 6 boasted no other facilities. Dozens of cells of varying sizes housed 3 to 5 inmates each, though some were either occupied by a single individual or entirely vacant. Perhaps due to the influence of the Golden Lion, McKinn noted that even the bars of the prison were forged from sea prism stone and of an exceptionally high purity, boasting a durability that surpassed even diamond. McKinn's arrival breathed a semblance of life into the long silent level 6, yet the prisoners here remained unusually quiet, almost lifeless. In a place devoid of sustenance, even the act of speaking became a luxury, although not everyone adhered to such silence. Kid. It seems the secrets you carry have even piqued the interest of the world government, to be confined in a solitary cell. As McKinn was examining the facilities of the prison cell, an ominous sound emerged from the adjacent cell. A figure, whose features were obscured, appeared to be crouching and grinning at him with a sinister smile, 2 rows of stark white teeth gleaming under the flickering candlelight. McKinn cast a fleeting glance in his direction, choosing to disregard him. Unfazed, the stranger chuckled and continued, "It's been quite lively lately. First the 7 warlords, then the 4 Emperor's pirate crew, and now an unidentified little brat has arrived. Ha. Does the world government consider this place a dumping ground?" The man grasped the bars with both hands, pressing his face into the narrow gap, his large eyes fixed intently on McKinn. At that moment, McKinn discerned the stranger's visage. Disheveled hair framed a gaunt face, the wrinkles resembling the withered bark of a dead tree. The most striking features were the enormous eyeballs embedded in his emaciated countenance, evoking the image of a frog on the verge of desiccation. However, what astonished McKinn the most was that the man was not crouching on the ground. Rather, his legs had completely vanished below the waist, leaving only one arm on his upper body. "Newcomer, come here. Let me share some information with you." The prisoner extended his shackled hand into McKinn's cell, swaying it slowly and laboriously. His arm was gaunt, seemingly reduced to mere skin and bones, devoid of any strength even as he moved. After a fleeting glance at the man, McKinn shifted his gaze to the cell behind him before withdrawing his attention, settling onto the ground with his eyes closed in meditation. However, this seemingly indifferent act seemed to infuriate the prisoner further. He began to swing his arms with increasing fervor, the clanking of his shackles echoing as he unleashed a torrent of curses. "Why the hell aren't you coming over? Come here. I'll make you come over." As he yelled, he strained to reach McKinn, as if attempting to grasp him, yet the distance between them felt insurmountable. In a desperate attempt, he clawed at the floor, banging his head violently against the bars. After a minute of this tirade, the raspy voice of the prisoner gradually faded into silence, replaced by the eerie sound of sobbing emanating from his emaciated frame. The mournful cries soon echoed throughout level 6, prompting a few irritable souls to unleash their pent-up rage. "Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll slaughter you." A thunderous roar erupted from an unknown cell, causing McKinn, who had been lost in contemplation, to open one eye. The murderous intent woven into the shout felt palpable, as if it carried the scent of blood. "Come on, kill me. Just kill me." Another prisoner from the adjacent cell, undaunted, shouted as he tore at his own clothing. "Do you know how long it's been since I've eaten? 20 years. 20 years. His voice rose in a hysterical crescendo as his blackened nails scraped against his withered body. Suddenly, he turned to face McKinn, the tears vanishing from his face as he began to shuffle closer to McKinn's cell. In a seductive tone, he whispered, "Do you know why most prisoners are kept together? Do you know why I sensed you had a great secret the moment you arrived? Do you know what the most delectable thing in this world is? Come over. If you come over, I'll tell you everything." His eyes glinted with a ravenous light, a mixture of pleading and greed, as his tongue flicked out to moisten his cracked lips. McKinn regarded him with pity. This man, once a formidable figure, had now been reduced to madness. Rising to his feet, McKinn approached, igniting a spark of excitement in the prisoner, who, lacking legs, began to bounce in place. Just a taste, and I'll tell you everything," he pleaded as McKinn stood before him, tilting his head back in a supplicating manner. "Oh, really?" McKinn stood tall, gazing down at the prisoner sprawled on the ground, and spoke in a calm tone. As the prisoner grasped his ankle, McKinn abruptly lifted his foot and forcefully brought it down, instantly causing the man's head to burst open like a ripe watermelon. Remarkably, his actions garnered no attention, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He wiped his foot on the lifeless body before turning and returning to his original position, resuming his meditative repose with closed eyes. At this moment, the earlier resounding voice echoed once more. "Little ghost, although that old fellow can be quite noisy at times, he does provide some amusement. Did you consult me before you decided to eliminate him? I am rather fond of tranquility. If you're dissatisfied, perhaps you could come and discuss it with me in person. I might even find it within myself to offer an apology." A hearty laugh erupted from the man upon hearing McKinn's words, and soon thereafter, the entire level 6 was once again enveloped in a profound silence. As time slowly passed, just as McKinn was on the verge of drifting into slumber, A sigh resonated from the cell opposite his own. Newcomer, while I'm hardly in a position to instruct you, it would be wise to remain compliant if you wish to survive here. Ah, at last you've spoken, McKen remarked, a smile gracing his face as he lifted his head. Since his confinement, he had discerned that the individual imprisoned in the cell opposite him was none other than Portgasti Ace, the protagonist destined to instigate a monumental shift in the world's power dynamics. Alongside him was the formidable warlord, Jinbei, who had defied the Navy's summons, creating chaos at the Navy headquarters out of loyalty to his comrades. Chapter 158. Ace throughout history and across cultures. Those who bear the title of hero are often characterized by a propensity to meddle in affairs that do not concern them. Despite having no prior engagement with him, the inherently chivalrous fishman, Jinbei, took it upon himself to offer some guidance. McKen had been anticipating this overture. After all, it is the eager that often find themselves at a disadvantage, and even a fool can recognize the ulterior motives behind a premature act of goodwill. In the Stygian depths of Level 6, where day and night blend into one, McKen and Jinbei had established a rudimentary acquaintance through the course of an entire night spent in conversation. In contrast to Jinbei's openness, Ace remained notably taciturn, contributing little more than occasional exchanges with Jinbei, leaving the dialogue predominantly between McKen and Jinbei. Is what you said truly the case? Jinbei inquired upon hearing McKen's account of the Navy headquarters. Indeed, given the Navy's mobilization and the summoning of the warlords, they must be preparing to confront Whitebeard, McKen replied, a smile unfurling on his face as he subtly steered the conversation. Ace, battered and bruised from the torment inflicted upon him by the guards, felt a surge of rage upon hearing McKen's words. His anger ignited a frenzy of futile struggles against his restraints, his eyes ablaze with a terrifying fury. Fortunately, Jinbei was there to calm him, and just as Jinbei sighed in relief, McKen nonchalantly interjected, "Oh, by the way, I happen to have some additional information regarding Mr. Ace. I wonder if you might be interested." Ace remained silent, harboring a profound distrust toward McKen, who had never received a warm reception from him. With a light chuckle, McKen continued, "I just recalled that prior to my imprisonment, my crew informed me they encountered someone on Sabati Archipelago." A subdued voice reached Ace's ears, yet he remained unmoved. The name of that individual seemed to be Sabo. Upon uttering Sabo's name, McKen ceased speaking, his gaze piercing into Ace. "Who are you talking about?" "Sabo." As expected, upon hearing Sabo's name, Ace abruptly lifted his head, glaring intensely at McKen, the iron chains on his body clanking with the sudden movement. Before Jean could offer any comfort, Ace quickly regained his composure and spoke to McKen in a frigid tone. "Where did you hear this name?" "Sabo has been dead for a long time." "Are you mocking me, you bastard?" "Oh, perhaps it's just a coincidence of names," McKen replied, rising to stand before the cell, his eyes fixed on Ace. "My subordinate informed me that this fellow constantly speaks of brothers, sworn brotherhoods, and a scrapyard, among other things. Oh, and he mentioned that you have another brother, who seems to have defeated a certain warlord, the Straw Hat Luffy." "Ha ha ha, utterly absurd." After delivering this statement, a faint grunt echoed from a corner of Level 6. Though exceedingly soft, it did not escape Macon's ears. He merely smiled and fell silent. Under Macon's gaze, Ace's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his heart flooded with astonishment and disbelief. He mumbled repeatedly, "Sabo is alive, Sabo is alive." In Ace's perception, Sabo had perished in the shipwreck incident long ago, and now, unexpectedly, he had heard news of Sabo's survival in this hellish place. The overwhelming joy momentarily clouded his mind, leaving him at a loss for expression. "Is what you said true?" Ace asked McKen, his eyes now devoid of anger, replaced by visible excitement. "Huh, would you believe me if I said he merely suffered from amnesia? After regaining his memories, he learned of your plight and became frantic, insisting on rescuing you. If I calculate correctly, he is likely on his way here right now." McKen dropped another bombshell, shattering Ace's elation completely. His pupils constricted sharply. Whether out of concern for his brother or fear of impelled down, he began to struggle violently. No way. I absolutely will not allow anything to happen to Sabo." Ace erupted like a small universe, attempting to break free from the chain's restraints. His muscles tensed, blood gushing from his wounds. Amidst a cacophony of cracking sounds, the wall began to fracture, the nails embedded within it gradually being pulled out. This is quite entertaining. The nearby prisoners in their cages gathered at the cell door, not believing Ace could escape, but relishing the spectacle nonetheless. They found immense pleasure in witnessing the boundless despair that often follows a flicker of hope, a rare spice in this infinite hell. "Mr. Ace, please calm down. Your body needs rest." though Jinbei was astonished by the sudden surge of power exhibited by Ace. As a seasoned warrior, he comprehended that such an act was undoubtedly a gamble with one's own life. Ace, consumed by thoughts of Sabo's safety, was entirely unable to heed Jinbei's words. Gathering every ounce of strength, he let out a resounding shout and, remarkably, wrenched a nail several centimeters long from the wall. "Ace, sir!" Jinbei opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Ace was ensnared in chains, his body drenched in blood. The wounds that had previously healed were now torn open once more, leaving a trail of crimson footprints with each step he took, as blood dripped copiously from his body onto the floor. Despite his battered state, Ace's gaze was resolutely steadfast as he staggered to the prison door. First, he glanced at the locked gate, then inhaled deeply before crashing against it without hesitation. The sound of flesh colliding with stone reverberated throughout the boundless hell, and almost instantaneously, cheers and whistles erupted from the surrounding crowd as the prisoners began to stir, transforming the atmosphere of Level 6 into one reminiscent of a festive celebration. Bang, bang, bang. McKen stood before the prison door, a fervent smile illuminating his face as he observed Ace's seemingly foolish endeavor. "Is it worth it?" he questioned mockingly. Bloodied and battered, Ace struggled to open his eyes, obscured by blood, and uttered in disbelief, "Are you an idiot? That is my brother. If I don't protect him, who will?" With that, Ace took 2 steps back and lunged once more at the prison door. "Brother?" Humph. Meanwhile, in another cell, a man with slick back hair and a golden hook for a left hand recalled a person he despised and let out a cold snort. Interesting. In yet another cell, a muscular man with burned scars sat on his bed, unleashing a laugh that sent shivers through the other inmates in his cell. "Enough noise. Don't disturb my sleep." 2 men spoke almost simultaneously, their anguished cries reverberating through the prison, capturing the attention of all the other inmates in an instant. Despite the countless cells that separated them, the palpable aura radiating from these 2 individuals unsettled everyone in the vicinity. Like ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows, they instilled a profound silence among the prisoners, save for a select few who dared not breathe audibly. Douglas Barrett and Shaw Crocodile, those aware of their identities, instinctively shrank into the corners, silenced by fear. Panic spread through the inmates like a virulent flu, and within mere seconds of the men's utterances, the entire Level 6 was once again enveloped in a chilling stillness, broken only by the echoes of relentless impacts resonating throughout the abyss. Chapter 159, The New Prisoner Ding Dong. The elevator to the infinite hell chimed once more, a sliver of light piercing the darkness like a beacon of dread, for in this endless torment, illumination heralded even more terrifying revelations than the gloom itself. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy footfall emerged from the elevator as a towering figure approached Ace's cell. Magellan, his expression devoid of emotion, stood before Ace's prison flanked by 2 guards, while Ace, seemingly oblivious, relentlessly battered the cell door. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Magellan observed Ace's foolish antics as a mere spectator. "Enough," Magellan commanded with an undeniable authority, met only with the haunting echoes of Ace's futile efforts. Drawing a deep breath, Magellan, aware that no one dared defy his orders in this domain, slowly raised his hand and unleashed a powerful blow. Under McKen's watchful gaze, the barred door was shattered, and Magellan's colossal hand effortlessly seized Ace by the neck, as if the once impenetrable sea stone before him had turned as fragile as a toothpick. "I said enough." Magellan's grip tightened, forcing the breath from Ace, who coughed up blood yet managed to utter, "Let go," witnessing Ace's plight. Jinbei in the same cell began to plead for mercy. Enraged, Magellan cast a fleeting glance at Jinbei, then with a flick of his wrist, hurled Ace violently against the wall. Crumpled against the barrier, Ace spat blood, his strength waning, yet his indomitable spirit remained unyielding as he crawled desperately towards the door. Observing Ace's relentless struggle, Magellan's expression darkened further. Signaling the guards to open the cell door, he stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he yanked Ace by the hair, declaring, "Listen well, without my permission, you do not even possess the right to die. Stay here and pass your remaining days in compliance." Under the command of Magellan, several guards, equipped with chains, secured Ace once more against the wall, binding his limbs entirely to ensure he would not escape again. Subsequently, they replaced the old bar door with a new one, eradicating any hope Ace had of fleeing. After casting a glance at the thoroughly restrained and weakened Ace, Magellan resumed his inspection of the surrounding cells, his gaze falling upon McKen directly opposite him. Although the precise cause of Ace's uprising remained unclear, The surveillance provided by the snail indicated that McKen was undoubtedly involved. With Magellan's eyes upon him, McKen smirked and raised his hand, jingling the handcuffs to signify his compliance. Magellan let out a disdainful huff, averting his gaze, and spoke in a measured tone. I am aware of your thoughts. For some of you, escaping this prison may not be an impossibility, but do not forget who reigns supreme here. You may attempt it, and I shall see if I can sever your claws. As soon as Magellan's words fell silent, the previously tranquil prison reverberated with low, ominous laughter. While the cells might seem insurmountable to most, for select few, these confines felt as fragile as paper. The only reason for their continued imprisonment lay in the presence of Magellan, the man speaking. Even under restricted powers, Douglas Barrett could not guarantee victory against him, let alone the others. Meanwhile, as Magellan dealt with Ace, a contingent of naval soldiers arrived at the gates of Impel Down, escorting a group of new prisoners. Admiral Guillaume, what an unexpected honor it is to have you personally escorting prisoners. It must be quite taxing. Welcome to my Impel Down. The Vice Warden Hannibal greeted the poised female admiral with overt cordiality. The individual bearing the same name as Uncle Ba evidently lacks the appearance to match his moniker. Bare-chested, his belly protrudes like that of a pregnant woman, adorned with a false beard reminiscent of a pharaoh, and donning a headdress of yellow and green. Particularly, his large visage resembles that of a demon, with brow ridges extending outward like the horns of a fiend. These are the supernovas with bounties exceeding 100 million, and the headquarters stance is to confine them to the depths. Tantu harbors a certain aversion towards Hannibal's obsequiousness, yet she proceeds with her duties in a professional manner. Behind her, a group of criminals, captured on the Shambodi Islands, includes Kid and his companions, their expressions grim. Especially Drake, whose face is as dark as the bottom of a pot. As an undercover agent, he has been brought along to avoid arousing suspicion among the others. Let me go, you bastard. I will slaughter you. At the moment when Deputy Chief Hannibal was fawning over Tantu, a criminal being escorted by the Navy suddenly erupted, kicking down the officer, holding him, and shouting vehemently. It seems this fellow is still oblivious to the nature of his surroundings. Observing the commotion, Hannibal retracted his flattery, revealing a bloodthirsty grin as he tightened his grip on a trident and hurled it with fervor. The criminal, still shouting, reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly dodging the attack as the trident grazed his cheek and embedded itself into the floor. Seizing the opportunity, several Navy officers lunged at the criminal, pinning him to the ground. Hannibal approached the subdued figure, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, a newcomer. You seem quite lively. Get off me, I will kill you bastards." In response to the criminal's bluster, Hannibal placed a boot on his face, grinding it down. "Ha ha ha, I like your kind. I hope you remain spirited after you enter. These fellows are in your hands now, Deputy Chief Hannibal. Additionally, I have another directive from Navy headquarters," Tantu said as she stepped forward, handing a document to Hannibal which outlined the handling of these criminals. Hannibal glanced at it and whistled. "Well, I didn't expect you to be quite the figure. Eustace Kid, 300 million berries." With that, he began to apply more pressure with his foot on Kid's head. The subdued Kid, devoid of the capacity to resist, could only lie on the ground in impotent fury. "All right, I have no time to waste here. Where is Director Magellan?" Tantu inquired. "The director is attending to a significant matter, if you have anything to discuss." "I'm all ears," Hannibal replied, once again donning a sycophantic demeanor. "Very well, then," Tantu nodded. "By the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Tsu, I need to see the individual who was detained and sent to Impel Down yesterday." "Of course, no problem at all, Vice Admiral Guillaume. It will be my pleasure to serve you." Hannibal pounded his chest and declared. After this proclamation, he eagerly opened the great gate of the advancing city for Peach Rabbit, bending down to welcome her entourage inside. He then swiftly shifted his demeanor, addressing the remaining guards with stern authority. "Take this group for their baptism, then confine them all to the frigid abyss." "Yes, Vice Director Hannibal." His subordinates responded in unison, promptly escorting Kid and his fellow supernovas toward the searing depths of Level 4. Alas, the unfortunate Kid and his companions were destined to undergo their baptism there before being transported to Level 5. Chapter 160. The Feast of Big In an exceptionally opulent parlor, a man sat gracefully with his legs crossed on a pink sofa, savoring the coffee in his cup. His legs were remarkably elongated, resembling bamboo poles, a distinctive trait of the tall tribe. As he relished his coffee in tranquil solitude, the phone bug resting on the table began to ring. "Hello, Lord Armand. All 3 warships surrounding Nut Island have just been sunk, with the assailants confirmed as Captain Jindudo of the Whitebeard Pirates 11th Division and Captain Spidokeel of the 14th Division. In a certain area of the New World, In the latter half of the Grand Line, a woman with flowing light blue hair, tall and statuesque, stood upon a small solitary boat as a fine drizzle fell from the sky. The woman's attire was strikingly unique, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat whose edges extended over a meter, and a light blue dress embellished with vertical stripes, cinched at the waist with a red belt. Her pose was reminiscent of the enigmatic figure from the renowned painting Woman in the Rain. Her name was Charlotte Amand, the third daughter of the formidable Big Mom and one of the 34 ministers, known as the Nut Minister. Amand gazed out at the somber sea, her expression devoid of emotion, as cold and indifferent as the first snowfall of winter. "Help, help!" as she observed the gradually sinking warship. A pale hand rested upon the small boat she occupied. Looking down, she beheld a rear admiral of the Navy, nearly severed in half at the shoulders, desperately clawing his way onto her vessel, driven by an overwhelming will to survive. Amand paid no heed to the struggling admiral, remaining impassive as she conversed with the person on the other end of the phone bug. In that moment, the admiral finally summoned his last ounce of strength to ascend aboard, collapsing within the boat as he gasped, "Please, please help me. Report to the sea." However, his words were cut short as a flash of light swept before his eyes, and he promptly lost consciousness. "Is there any movement from Mother?" Amand inquired softly, resheathing her immaculate blade, Whitefish, as the admiral's head lay cleaved in two before her. Strangely, not a single drop of blood flowed. The force of her strike had even sealed the vessels. Upon receiving a negative response, Amand terminated the call, turned, and set her small boat on a course back home. In a misty drizzle, her ghostly figure gradually faded away, as if she had never existed at all. Thus, it was confirmed that all 23 warships tasked with surveillance by the Navy had been annihilated, suggesting that Whitebeard was prepared to take decisive action. Baron Egg sipped his steaming coffee and remarked casually, "Is Mother truly not going to take any action? This is an unprecedented opportunity, with Whitebeard absent. The potential gains far exceed our expectations." Seated across from Baron Egg was his partner, Porkmas, who, as a combatant, was beginning to grow restless. "Mother has guests to attend to," Baron Egg replied nonchalantly. "Moreover, the friction between red-haired Shanks and Kaido concluded much sooner than we anticipated. Perhaps they have reached an agreement unknown to us. The best course of action now is to observe the developments. After all, we have 6 days. Let us wait patiently." With that, he rose to report the relevant situation to Big Mom, though he found himself more concerned about a group that had arrived the previous night than about Whitebeard. "Sister Lola, you have returned." Within the exquisite confines of a princess's chamber, as Baron Egg and Pockmouth engaged in conversation, a petite girl with light brown wavy twin tails suddenly leaped into Lola's embrace. She appeared exceedingly excited, tears glistening in her eyes as she playfully nestled against Lola. This was Charlotte Bryn, the 35th daughter of Big Mom, and the designated successor of the Chocolate Minister, who had hurried over from Chocolate Town upon hearing of Lola's return and the forthcoming banquet prepared by their mother. For someone who had endured incessant bullying throughout her childhood, Lola embodied a hero in Bryn's eyes, a fearless figure who defied maternal authority to pursue her own happiness. After exchanging pleasantries, Bryn, with a hint of worry, gazed at Lola and whispered, "Sister Lola, mother, mother." The deep-seated fear of Big rendered her unable to articulate her thoughts. Yet the kind-hearted Lola instinctively grasped her sister's sentiments. Gently ruffling Bryn's hair, she reassured her, "Do not worry. I have brought the finest gift in the world for Mother. She has already forgiven me." "Really?" Bryn's eyes sparkled with joy at this news, and she joyfully clasped Lola's hand, beaming with happiness. However, as she prepared to indulge in her sisterly affection, she suddenly noticed another presence in the room. Startled, she quickly hid behind Lola, casting a timid glance at the stranger. The figure was a strikingly beautiful woman, also sporting twin tails, albeit her hair was dyed a peculiar hue. Harley lounged on the bed, propping her head on one hand. A lollipop nestled in her mouth, gazing at Bryn with a seemingly harmless smile. Yet, as a member of the Three-Eye tribe, even without her powers awakened, Bryn possessed an extraordinary intuition, sensing the underlying malice concealed beneath the woman's enchanting exterior. Particularly disconcerting was the way Harley regarded her. Reminiscent of the way their mother looked at food when ravenous, Bryn lowered her head, retreating further behind Lola's towering frame. Even in her own domain, this young girl, deprived of security since childhood, could not quell her fear. Bryn's instincts were not misplaced. The Three-Eye tribe, nearly mythical, had been eradicated from the annals of history by the world government. Even McKen, as a time traveler, remained oblivious to the abilities awakened within the Three-Eye tribe, only aware of their unique capacity to comprehend historical texts. In the absence of a historian like Robin, the tribe's status remained exceedingly rare. In fact, McKen had already included capturing Bryn in his plans, though that endeavor was not imminent. Do not fear, this is a friend I made in paradise. Furthermore, Mother has decided to ally with them. Tonight's banquet is in their honor. Lola grasped Bryn's hand in a comforting manner and then turned to Harley, saying, "This is my favorite sister, Bryn. She's a tad timid. I do apologize for her demeanor." Harley chuckled softly as she descended from the bed and approached Bryn. "Hello, I am Harley. I hope to get along well with you." Harley extended her hand, but Bryn, overwhelmed by fear, kept her gaze lowered. Observing this, Harley giggled and, after crunching down on her lollipop, enveloped Bryn in a warm embrace. She then leaned in close, her cheek brushing against Bryn's, and whispered softly into her ear, "You're truly adorable, my sweet Coco. I believe we shall have a delightful time together henceforth." With that, Harley playfully nibbled on Bryn's earlobe, retreating just as Bryn seemed poised to protest, and turned to Lola with her hands clasped behind her back. "I quite like your sister. She has a delightful essence." Chapter 161. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The family is out dining. I apologize for the late update. The next chapter will be available around 10 o'clock. While the vibrant Cake Island was abuzz with preparations for the banquet, the naval headquarters appeared starkly desolate. Every individual was on high alert, with the port bustling around the clock as elite naval forces from across the globe arrived in a steady stream. It is becoming increasingly lively here, Doflamingo remarked, standing by the window and casting a chilling laugh as he observed warships entering the harbor one after another. There must be tens of thousands here. The Navy truly spares no expense, he mused slowly. In his chamber sat another individual seemingly indifferent to the naval affairs, indulging heartily in a cherry pie laid out on the table. Noticing the lack of response, Doflamingo continued to emit his sinister chuckles as he approached the figure, stepping onto a chair to address him. "So, do you think Whitebeard can survive amid such a spectacle?" Moriarty, the former 2nd Division member of the Whitebeard Pirates? As an uncrowned king of the Dark World, Doflamingo had long since stripped away the colleagues' fade. At the mention of Whitebeard, Blackbeard paused momentarily, then seized a bottle of red wine and greedily gulped it down. "Tens of thousands?" He raised his head, grinning broadly at Doflamingo. "Who do you think Whitebeard is? Tens of thousands?" "Ha ha!" Blackbeard slammed the wine bottle onto the table, the liquid spilling forth and staining his hand. "Add tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Numbers have never been the crux of the matter. Even an army of ants cannot bring down a great whale." Dark energy surged from Blackbeard's hand, transforming into a viscous substance that consumed the wine bottle. "Let the ants watch. He will perish, and I shall be the one to end him." "Ha ha! I'm truly looking forward to it." Ming raised the corners of his mouth, joining in the laughter with the boisterous Blackbeard. Simultaneously, in the office of the fleet admiral, Sengoku wore a troubled expression as he rubbed his temples. He had just concluded a bout of bickering with the upper echelons of the world government, who were infuriated by the events at Sabati Archipelago, clamoring for severe punishment for Tontada and Tsuru. The pressure from Whitebeard had already been immense. Who could have anticipated that another incident would arise at Sabati? The officials of the world government displayed no sense of responsibility, only shirking their duties and deflecting blame. "You've had a tough time," remarked Vice Admiral Tsuru as she settled onto the sofa. "I heard that all 23 battleships monitoring the Whitebeard pirates in the New World have lost contact." Her demeanor was grave. She was more concerned about the missing Navy personnel than Whitebeard himself. "Indeed," Sengoku nodded. "That rascal, Newgate, has made up his mind. We must be prepared." At that moment, the fax machine emitted a series of beeps, and a document was ejected from within. The pet lamb of the warring states, which had been lying on the ground in a state of feigned slumber, immediately rose and made its way towards the fax machine upon hearing the sound. The exuberant little lamb seemed utterly oblivious to its master's sorrow, merrily jingling the bell around its neck while bleating a couple of times before playfully seizing a document in its mouth and chewing on it. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Crane inquired nonchalantly. "There's no need. It's merely a proposed punitive measure from those foolish bureaucrats of the world government." Sengoku, lacking even the desire to glance at it, addressed Crane. "What is the status of that matter?" "I have dispatched Guillaume to persuade Jinbei and impel down. But given Jinbei's character, the likelihood of failure is exceedingly high," replied Vice Admiral Crane. "We are in dire need of formidable combatants. Our forces in the Shichibukai are critically insufficient." Sengoku pounded his fist on the table, lamenting the absence of another, apart from the deceased Moria. "This is unavoidable. McKinn's assessment revealed him to be too perilous, and he was also involved in the events at Sabati Archipelago. I now suspect he harbors some ulterior motive for coming to Marine headquarters. Vice Admiral Crane understood that Sengoku was reproaching him for not approving McKinn's inclusion in the Shichibukai and began to explain in a measured manner. Alas, it is what it is. The good news is that Gion and Kaji can alleviate some of the burden. Sengoku's visage bore a pallor of exhaustion. It had been a long time since the Navy had clashed with the Yonko, and this forthcoming confrontation was one they simply could not afford to lose. Observing Sengoku's weariness, Crane felt a deep empathy. The weight of responsibility on Sengoku's shoulders had long surpassed what an elder could endure. Although reluctant to see Sengoku toil, Crane ventured to voice her concern. I am currently troubled by Hancock's impending journey to Impel Down. What could possibly be her motivation? Sengoku raised his head, poised to respond, yet found himself equally perplexed by her intentions. Originally, due to Hancock's indifference towards the summons, he had dispatched Vice Admiral Squirrel to enforce her attendance. However, just hours prior, Hancock had unexpectedly softened her stance, agreeing to the Navy's summons, contingent upon her initial visit to Impel Down. In his flustered state, he had hastily acquiesced to her demands without sufficient contemplation, and now it struck him as particularly odd. Is this matter truly of significance? Perhaps she seeks to pay a visit to an old acquaintance. It cannot be that she intends to orchestrate a prison break. Sengoku, feeling somewhat agitated, waved his hand dismissively, stating that whatever Hancock's intentions, they paled in comparison to the imminent threat posed by Whitebeard. The timing and the location of her journey reeked of peculiarity. Vice Admiral Crane, intertwining her fingers and resting her chin upon them, entered a contemplative state. However, lacking crucial information, she was unable to discern the underlying reasons, and after much deliberation, she was still left with an unsettling feeling. I believe it prudent to alert Magellan to remain vigilant. I cannot shake the sense that something significant may transpire in Impel Down. Vice Admiral Crane, having exhausted her thoughts, opened her eyes and addressed Sengoku, suggesting that it would be wise to dispatch a fleet to stand guard there. Is it truly necessary? The Marine Admiral Sengoku responded that Impel Down and the Navy are not subordinate to each other. Although he holds the title of Fleet Admiral, he cannot hastily dispatch troops to garrison the area, and given Magellan's character, it is certain that he would not permit any interference in his domain. After some contemplation, Sengoku found the situation unsatisfactory, but he acknowledged that there was some merit in Crocodile's words. After pondering for a considerable time, he activated the communication device to contact Vice Admiral Squirrel. Shortly, the device connected, and the voice of Vice Admiral Squirrel emerged. Admiral, how is Hancock's situation progressing? According to our previous conversation, she should arrive shortly. Once Hancock boards, keep a close watch on her, especially upon reaching Impel Down. If she exhibits any peculiar behavior, take her down immediately. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. There was no hint of hesitation in Squirrel's voice, and he responded with unwavering determination. After ending the communication, Squirrel slowly rose and walked to the bow of the ship, surrounded by petrified Navy soldiers. The strength of the Empress Hancock surpassed Squirrel's imagination, particularly her devil fruit abilities, which posed a significant challenge. Had he not made the drastic decision to injure himself in order to remain conscious at a critical moment, he too might have succumbed to the same fate as the other Marines. Under the vast starry sky, the silhouette of Amazon Lily, also known as Daughter Island, gradually took shape. Squirrel narrowed his eyes as a shadow of a ship slowly emerged on the calm sea. The fierce and venomous sea serpent named Snake was guiding the ship of the 9 snake pirates closer. Chapter 162. Cooperation. It is widely known that the Grand Line comprises 7 distinct routes, each associated with a certain number of islands, all of which bear names due to their magnetic properties being recorded by the log pose. However, the Grand Line is not solely defined by these renowned islands. Surrounding these landmasses are numerous scattered reefs. These locales, due to their confined geography and lack of official documentation, remain unnamed in the records. Yet, they are home to a significant population of indigenous peoples and serve as a fundamental refuge for pirates. These islands have naturally become strongholds for pirates, serving as both hideouts for stolen goods and eyes for certain factions. After all, there are only a handful of renowned islands, yet pirates abound like fish crossing a river. Had it not been for the quiet contributions of the inhabitants on these reefs, the Navy would not have had the opportunity to intervene, as the pirates would have long since faced extinction due to a lack of resources. Not far from the waters of the Sabeti archipelago lies a small village nestled at the heart of a reef. Due to its geographical position, this village is seldom visited by pirates, and its residents lead a diligent and prosperous life. Is Mr. Curl L.S. injury all right? A middle-aged woman inquired with concern as she approached a girl purchasing items at her stall. The girl was none other than Kurora, a cadre of the Revolutionary Army. In her role, she had an assumed identity as a merchant conducting business at sea. In response to the shopkeeper's question, she forced a smile and nodded, assuring her that she should recover in a few days. "Oh, I knew it." The woman sighed in relief upon hearing Kurora's response, adding nonchalantly, "I was so worried. The sea is perilous. What if something were to happen?" Her careless words prompted a subtle nudge from her husband, who signaled for her to cease her worrying. "Why are you nudging me? Am I wrong?" The woman shot a glare at her husband and continued, "If you ask me, you two should stop running business at sea so often. While you're still young, get married soon. Otherwise, you'll regret it when you're older. Would you please be quiet and mind your own business? Stop fretting over others' affairs," her husband interjected, unable to endure any longer. As the couple appeared on the verge of an argument, Kurora chuckled awkwardly and decided to take her leave. Sabo was waiting for her to return with the groceries, and she had no time to waste. On her way back, Kurora exchanged greetings with the villagers. Although the villagers lacked worldly experience, they were kind-hearted, and each of them held a favorable impression of both Kurora and Sabo. In good spirits, Kurora hummed a tune as she walked toward her residence. At times, she pondered how delightful it would be to spend her days on such a small island. As she returned to her abode, a modest courtyard where a few chickens and ducks were kept, it exuded a homely atmosphere. "I'm back," Kurora announced as she entered. But the moment she pushed open the door, her smile vanished. Within the room, besides Sabo lying on the bed, there were two other individuals, one of whom emanated the unmistakable aura of a pirate. Sharkwave punch! Without uttering a word, Keela discarded her vegetable basket and swiftly charged towards the assailant. She deftly maneuvered behind him, channeling all her strength into a powerful punch. The impact of her fist collided with the sheath of a sword, unleashing a wave of force that scattered the furnishings throughout the room. Keela, taken aback by the adversary's formidable prowess, immediately summoned every ounce of her strength, preparing for another onslaught. However, she was abruptly halted by a familiar voice. "Stop, Keela!" Sabor, reclining on the bed, intervened just in time to prevent Keela from launching another attack. "Are you all right?" Keela, although still on high alert, heeded Sabor's words and ceased her aggression, moving to his side while maintaining a vigilant gaze upon the pirate. "He, the little girl is quite impressive," chuckled an unkempt old pirate, tugging at his beard. Perched upon his shoulder was a monkey, clapping its hands and screeching as if in agreement with the old rogue's remarks. "Who are you?" Keela inquired, only to notice a rather quiet girl beside her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "I remember you. Your name is Fran? I assenti it?" Keela recalled that this peculiar girl had aided Sabor in regaining his memories. Though she held gratitude for Fran, she did not let her guard down, casting a wary look at the two before her. "Who are you really? What do you want to, Sabor? There's no need to be anxious." Barbossa extended his hand in a placating gesture. "We are here to discuss a collaboration." "Collaboration?" Keela scrutinized Barbossa's eyes, deeply skeptical of his proposal. Hey. Your young companion intends to storm Impel down to rescue his brother, correct? Coincidentally, our captain is also imprisoned there. Given our shared objective, wouldn't it be more prudent to join forces rather than face the peril alone? What a foolish notion. We would never ally with pirates. Without a moment's hesitation, Keela dismissed the idea, sensing that the scoundrel before her could easily turn on her and Sabor at a moment's notice. "Indeed, I had not considered that," Barbossa nodded, feigning compliance. He then continued, adopting a dramatically exaggerated tone. "After all, you are the esteemed Revolutionary Army, the saviors of this world. How could you possibly associate with us wretched pirates? Wouldn't that tarnish your illustrious reputation?" Confronted with Barbossa's sardonic remarks, Keela found herself momentarily at a loss for words, stammering incomprehensibly. "No, that's not it. I'm merely—" She paused, gathering her thoughts anew. "Our Revolutionary Army has sufficient personnel. We have no need for your assistance." "Oh!" Barbossa exclaimed, slapping his forehead as if a revelation had struck him. "Yes, I nearly overlooked that. Of course you have ample manpower." His expression swiftly morphed into a sinister grin. "I have faith in the strength of your Revolutionary Army, and I equally trust that your leader will not hesitate to extend their support. However," Barbossa turned his gaze towards Sabo, his voice lowered to a near whisper. "But tell me, would you allow your companions, with whom you share every day, to perish in hell for your personal matters?" Upon hearing Barbossa's words, Keela felt a jolt in her heart. Based on her understanding of Sabo, she knew he would never put his comrades in danger for his own sake. She swiftly turned to grasp Sabo's arm, saying, "Sabo, do not heed his temptations. He is merely..." Kella's words were abruptly silenced as Sabo covered her mouth with his hand. Enough, Kella. I have made my decision. Sabo fixed his determined gaze into Kella's eyes, then threw off the covers and rose from the bed. Thick bandages were wrapped around his chest, and the wound inflicted by the peach rabbit still oozed blood. He approached Barbossa, casting a deep glance at him. Barbossa wore a triumphant smile, his intentions clearly sinister. However, he understood that rescuing Ace from impelled down with his own strength was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Even though he knew it was akin to courting disaster, he had to seize any opportunity that presented itself. After all, he was Ace's brother. Then, Barbossa extended his withered hand towards Sabo. After closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, Sabo slowly exhaled and extended his hand to grasp Barbossa's. A pleasant cooperation. Chapter 163. The four emperors with 6 days remaining until Ace's execution, regardless of the thoughts of those directly involved. Various factions surrounding this tempest were gradually beginning to take action. In the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, lies Cake Island. Here lies the domain of the formidable Emperor Big Mom. As a sovereign of the seas, Big Mom harbors no interest in either Whitebeard or the Marines, for she is currently orchestrating a grand banquet. The purpose of this war was to extend a warm welcome to friends who had traveled from afar, highlighting their significance. Big Mom even went so far as to invite the Dark Kings of the underworld. Both Professor Saw and Harley, as esteemed guests, donned elegant attire for the occasion. While we may set aside discussions of Saw, the usually carefree Harley adopted a more solemn demeanor, particularly given the gravity of this gathering. After all, she bore the weight of a crucial mission assigned by McKen, aimed at establishing an alliance with the formidable Big Mom pirates. A failure in this endeavor could jeopardize not only their alliance, but potentially their very lives. The opulence of the ball was beyond description, with countless flowers, animated by Big Mom's powers, forming a grand floral bridge that escorted Harley and Saw to the venue. As Harley linked her arm with Saw's and entered the hall under Lola's introduction, all eyes turned toward them. Big Mom, seated at the head of the table, rose to personally greet them, leaving the other guests astonished by her warmth. After taking their seats, Harley stood, grasping the hem of her gown, and bowed respectfully to Big her head lowered as she inquired, I hope Lord Charlotte is pleased with the gift from our captain. Ah, your gifts are simply marvelous. Big Mom clearly expressed her delight at the offerings brought by Harley. With a snap of her fingers, hundreds of small homies clad in butler uniforms began to swirl around from all directions. Each of the hobbits held a platter, upon which rested a glass vial no larger than a baby's palm. They approached the assembly, placing the platters onto the table before retreating. Lingling, what is this? Among the attendees, be they family or guests, only one dared to address Big in such a manner. Stussy, one of the illustrious rulers of the Dark World and the queen of the Joyful Street. Leaning her face upon one hand, she pinched the neck of the vial between her fingers and gave it a gentle shake. As the transparent liquid within swirled, an indescribable fragrance wafted from the opening, infiltrating her senses. This elusive aroma instilled in Stussy a fleeting sense of satisfaction. However, as a member of CP0, her resolve remained steadfast as she quickly turned her gaze toward Big Mom, her vigilance restored. Well, this is a gift brought by my friends, which I have dubbed the miraculous elixir, Big Mom proclaimed, lifting a massive wooden barrel from the table. As she removed the lid, all present were enveloped in the enchanting scent that emanated forth. The fragrance was unlike anything they had ever encountered, yet it unanimously evoked a profound sense of satisfaction within them. Big Mom extended her tongue and licked, allowing copious corrosive saliva to drip from her wide mouth, creating numerous pits on the surface of the table. How could the childlike Big Mom resist such temptation? She lifted a wooden barrel and poured its contents in her mouth. Upon finishing the entire barrel of the mysterious liquid, Big let out a euphoric cry, closed her eyes, and a blissful smile graced her lips. Subsequently, she patted her belly and began to introduce the guests to this extraordinary elixir. Just a single drop of this miraculous potion infused into food would render it exquisitely delightful. Indeed, it was the finest substance in the world. After her introduction, she lavished praises upon it. Upon hearing Big Mom's lavish compliments, Hallie's face reflected astonishment, and she hurriedly replied, I'm delighted that you enjoy it, Lord Charlotte. This was meticulously prepared by our captain, merely a token of our appreciation. Stussy, familiar with Big Mom, wore an oddly contemplative expression. A glance at Hallie revealed her connection to the notorious depraved pirate crew she had been observing, and her instincts warned her that matters were far from simple. Silently, she tucked away the praise potion for further examination, harboring suspicions that it contained some insidious, forbidden elements. However, she reconsidered, acknowledging that the members of Big Mom's crew were hardly fools and would not be oblivious to such dangers. As she suspected, the members of the Big MOM pirates promptly set about testing and analyzing the substance after their initial encounter with it. Yet, even the scientists they summoned from various quarters could not unravel the mystery of this potion, and their research confirmed that it was entirely non-toxic and harmless, with any potential for addiction deemed negligible. McKen was no fool. He would not present anything of inferior quality to a formidable emperor. As he stated, one must be willing to part with something dear to ensnare a wolf, and extending goodwill to a powerful adversary was an indispensable strategy to achieve one's aims. This substance, referred to as a miraculous elixir by the elderly women, is a product refined from industrial saccharin by Falon. Furthermore, Falon has infused it with a certain compound capable of stimulating dopamine secretion. Additionally, this potion is a diluted product. It originally exists in crystalline form, where 1 gram of crystal can be diluted to yield approximately 10 kilograms of liquid. Harley, in her actions, has presented a whole box of this concoction to Big Mom, amounting to no less than 5 pounds. The substance developed by Fran, utilizing almost futuristic techniques, possesses only a trace of toxicity, akin to solanine found in tomatoes. One would need to consume 4 tons at once to be fatally poisoned. Similarly, given the matriarch's robust constitution, even if she were to ingest such an amount, it would hardly pose a threat. The concept of addiction is something McKen holds in utter disdain, as it is nearly ingrained in the very essence of a person from the Celestial Empire to resist it. However, while this substance lacks significant physiological dependence, it does exhibit subtle addictive symptoms. To clarify, one could liken it to a person accustomed to gourmet delicacies struggling to revert to mere sustenance. Setting aside this miraculous elixir, the banquet can be deemed a resounding success, with the matriarch's pirate crew and the fallen pirates formally signing an agreement. Meanwhile, as the festivities continued on Cake Island, the atmosphere on Onigashima, located in the New World, was palpably tense. The skies above the island were shrouded in ominous clouds, pressing down upon the hearts of all present as if they were mountains. Members of the Beast's pirates stationed on the island dared not utter a sound. The oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. The ruler of Onigashima, the formidable Kaido of the Beasts, renowned as the strongest entity across land, sea, and air, sat in his chamber, drinking from a massive gourd, intermittently unleashing thunderous roars that sent shivers down the spines of those outside his door. "How long has it been?" inquired Jack, known as one of the Calamities, his voice low and rumbling, betraying a hint of trepidation despite the barrier of the door. "It has been like this since I returned," replied Ember, another of the Calamities, his tone indifferent. "Damn that red-haired." Just as they conversed, the entire island began to tremble. With a resounding roar, a colossal azure dragon ascended into the sky, tearing through the heavy clouds and vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 164. Farewell, Iskabos. I have a feeling Kaido won't relent. On a small island in the New World, a corpulent man, sporting petite sunglasses, gnawed on a sea beast's leg, despite his mouth being stuffed with meat. His words were remarkably clear. I understand," came a calm response from a man resting against a tree trunk in the shadows, his voice unassuming and gentle, lacking any semblance of the authority typical of a conqueror. Moonlight filtered through the delicate branches, illuminating his head, and even in the darkness, it could not conceal his hair, which blazed like fire. The man is known as Shanks, familiar to those who call him the red-haired emperor of the sea. "Prepare yourself," Raichi rode, for with Kaido's temperament, mere negotiations will not quell his ambitions. Shanks slowly opened his eyes, rising with the sword sheath propped against the ground. In that moment, the aura of the Sea Emperor was unmistakably revealed. The birds on the island, startled from their slumber, took to the skies, their terrified cries heralding the awakening of the sovereign. In an effort to delay the impending tumult of the era, today, the 4 Emperors Shanks and Kaido engaged in a dialogue. The secrecy surrounding this matter is exceedingly profound. Apart from the other emperors, Whitebeard and Big Mom, even the Navy spies are unable to glean any information. Unsurprisingly, the negotiations have failed. Given Kaido's nature, it is inconceivable that he would relinquish the tremendous benefits at hand. According to Shanks' estimation, as Whitebeard prepares to set sail towards Marineford, Kaido will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike. Whether to maintain the fragile equilibrium of the seas or to ensure that Whitebeard can proceed without concerns, he must be prepared to confront Kaido. Observing his companions who have begun their preparations, Shanks gazes alone at the crescent moon, gradually obscured by dark clouds. extending his hand to grasp the empty sleeve of his left arm, murmuring to himself, "Has the pendulum of fate reached its nadir? Can I trust you, Captain?" As the emperors of the New World each take action in anticipation of the impending significant event, the Navy headquarters is also busily orchestrating arrangements, with elite forces being summoned from the New World and the Four Seas. Similarly, the warlords confined within the headquarters are quietly devising their own plans, patiently awaiting the arrival of that fateful day. On an unknown reef surrounding Sabati Archipelago, a group of uninvited guests has arrived. Local villagers have reported that they seem to be clients of Mr. Sabo and Miss Carla, engaging in some enigmatic discussions. Lastly, at the Windless Zone, which serves as the natural boundary dividing the Grand Line from the Four Seas, a warship is bravely cutting through the waves, advancing towards Impel Down. Lacking the assistance of wind, the ship's speed is rather slow, often having to contend with the sea kings that inhabit the Windless Zone, making it unlikely to reach its destination in less than 2 or 3 days. However, for one individual aboard this warship, this is rather fortunate news. After all, the slower the journey, the more time she can spend with her beloved. "Ah, Luffy, do eat more." In the opulent cabin of the warship, the Empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, cradles her face with one hand while feeding a young boy with a spoon. This young man needs no introduction. The symbolic hat he dons reveals his identity as Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. It is difficult to fathom that a woman bearing such a distinguished name could exhibit such infatuated expressions, her cheeks flushed as she gazes at Luffy, relishing his meal, already daydreaming of their life together after marriage. Perhaps fate has been unkind, bestowing Hancock with unparalleled beauty while endowing her with a rather peculiar perspective on love. Or perhaps this is merely a testament to Luffy's charm. Who can say for certain? Having satisfied his hunger, Luffy retrieved the life card from his pocket, watching as it burned slowly, akin to ashes, appearing as though a mere breath could scatter it completely. Clenching his fist, the joy brought by his full stomach plummeted to despair. He pressed his hand against his straw hat, vowing to rescue Ace from Impel Down. Meanwhile, as various factions were making their moves, our protagonist, McKen, sat in his solitary cell, observing a rather unremarkable tale of torment. This has been quite a while. Opposite McKen stood 2 striking Navy officers, notably 2 female sailors, which stirred excitement among the inmates locked away on the 6th floor. Momotaro arrived on a mission. Due to a shortage of combat power, Sengoku sought to persuade Jinbei to confront the Whitebeard pirates. Originally tasked with escorting Kid and others, Momotaro was suddenly assigned this mission by Vice Admiral Tsuru. However, Momotaro was keenly aware of Tsuru's intentions, treating her as if she were a younger sister. As a leading figure among female Navy officers, Vice Admiral Tsuru took a personal interest in each of them. It is likely that her true aim was to use this opportunity to help Iska confront reality and bid farewell to Ace, thus allowing Iska to accompany Momotaro to Impel Down as her deputy. Though Ace bore the marks of battle, his face was illuminated by a bright smile upon seeing Iska. A smile so moving that it seemed to brighten the entire dark prison, even leaving Jinbei, who shared the cell, momentarily awestruck. This marks the first time since Ace has been confined here that he has experienced such joy. In their past exchanges, a hint of a smile would only grace Ace's bitter face when discussing his brothers. Upon hearing Ace's words, Iska lowered her head, clenched her fists, and bit her lip, trembling uncontrollably. She had thought she had come to terms with their respective identities, yet witnessing Ace's dire state made her heart waver. Iska Toru placed a hand on Iska's shoulder, intending to offer some comfort, but Iska shook her head, signaling that she needed none. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Ace, I've come to see you." Raising her head, tears brimmed in her eyes. Yet Iska stood resolutely, gazing at the man who haunted her dreams. "It's so good to see you," Ace smiled, "but the person before me now is not the Iska I know. You should exhibit more composure." "Fool!" Iska's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she stepped forward, grasping the bars and shouting, "You are such a fool. Why 1TU? Why 1TU accept the invitation to join the 7 warlords?" Ace responded, seamlessly continuing Iska's thought, "Because that would mean I could no longer be my father's son. I wouldn't be able to meet so many brothers and sisters, nor would I be able to embark on adventures across the sea with everyone." Ace's voice remained remarkably calm, his tone imbued with pride, devoid of any trace of regret. His words left Iska utterly speechless, and even McKen, watching from the adjacent cell, shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, as a brother of Luffy, Ace may appear normal, yet in certain aspects, he remained true to his lineage. Chapter 165. Escape plan days swiftly passed, and this period was relatively tranquil at least for McKen. Ever since Toru and Iska departed, even Ace had become silent. During this time, apart from Vice Admiral Garp's visit to see Ace, no one else had come. Aside from the occasional visits from the guard Minotaur, ensuring the unruly prisoners behaved, the 6th level remained profoundly quiet. On the 5th morning, with just over 40 hours remaining until Ace's execution, McKen awoke, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Slowly, he lifted his head, stretched his neck, and stood up to begin moving about his cell. The other prisoners regarded him with disdain, as here, physical strength equated to life itself. To them, McKen's actions appeared to be a sheer waste of vitality. "Mr. McKen, you seem to be in a splendid mood today." Champagne spoke slowly, his wounds more numerous than when McKen first encountered him. His clothing stained a deep crimson, the congealed blood resembling a layer of armor enveloping his skin. Due to his refusal of the Navy's overtures and his steadfast adherence to his principles, Champagne stood as a unique thorn in the side of the entire Impel Down, often subjected to reprimands from the guard Minotaur. Without exercise, one feels as if rusting away. After engaging in a few sets of simple physical training, McKen assessed his current condition, estimating he was at about 80% of his prime. However, McKen remained unconcerned, as he was not the main force in this escape plan, merely trailing behind to lend support. Upon completing his self-evaluation, McKen straightened up and took a deep breath, feeling an unexpected pang of nostalgia for this place. Champagne uttered a sound of confusion. Although McKen's voice was soft, he managed to catch the other's words. Subsequently, Champagne observed McKen bend over, retching. Due to the dim environment of Level 6 and McKen's subtle movements, aside from Champagne and Ace facing him, the other prisoners remained oblivious to McKen's actions. With a heave, a white worm, thick as a baby's arm, was expelled from McKen's mouth. The moment this creature landed in his hand, it began to dissolve into a puddle of liquid. As the worm melted away, a device resembling a watch materialized in McKen's grasp. Champagne Captain Ace, facing McKen, witnessed the entire event and gasped in astonishment. "Chill." Champagne immediately hushed Ace, then fixed his gaze on McKen, who seemed entirely unguarded. McKen wiped his mouth with his arm and smiled at Champagne before turning back to his bed. In the shadows, he shielded the device with his arm and whispered, "We can move." Simultaneously, signals were received at 2 locations in the paradise. He, as commanded, "We shall act immediately." At a port riddled with reefs in the Sabati archipelago, a black 3-masted ship lay quietly anchored. On the deck, an old pirate, grinning broadly, turned to the crew after shutting off his communication device and bellowed, "Scoundrels! Set sail!" Instantly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the deck as the pirates brandished their weapons and busied themselves. "Report, First Mate Barbossa. Position is stable. Course confirmed. Report, First Mate. Cannon checks complete. Ready for battle. Report, First Mate. All hands on the Black Pearl are prepared. Please give the order. Report." Ha 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 ha. Barbossa drew forth a mechanical blade from his waist, erupting into laughter as a shoulder monkey, Jack, climbed up his neck and settled upon his wide-brimmed hat, clapping his paws and exclaiming, "Target! To the fort! Full speed ahead!" With the raising of a crimson flag featuring a raven skull. The long-dormant Black Pearl surged forth from the coral reefs, slicing through the waves with an unmatched velocity towards the fort. As Barbossa steered the Black Pearl through the tumultuous seas, the assembly in the conference room on the 2nd floor consisted of various factions, each displaying a myriad of expressions. Some bore looks of concern, while others wore faces of indignation. Yet, the sole commonality among them was a profound silence. Despite the multitude present, the atmosphere resembled a forsaken graveyard, steeped in stillness. Bang! The door to the conference room was forcefully kicked open, drawing the gaze of all within. "Ha ha! Gentlemen," Barbossa bellowed, one hand clutching a bottle of red wine, guzzling it with abandon as laughter spilled forth. The wine flowed down his gaping maw, drenching his filthy beard and garments. He approached the seat designated for McKen, unhesitatingly pulling out the chair and plopping down, propping his feet upon the table in a display of dominance. "Oh, my apologies, ladies," he added, carelessly tossing the empty wine bottle behind him and offering an unsightly grin to the 2 women present. The gathering remained silent, awaiting his next move without any display of reaction. Clearly indifferent to their anticipation, Barbossa stretched his neck and reached for the table. However, his reclined position rendered his arms incapable of reaching the surface. Sighing, Kella, closest to him, offered a silver platter bearing a green apple into his grasp, remarking, "We have squandered several days already." Her implication was clear. She had endured Barbossa's antics for far too long, and were it not for the crucial mission to rescue Ace, she would have severed ties with this unreliable old pirate long ago. Thank you, my beautiful lady, Barbossa responded, pinching the apple between his thumb and forefinger, nodding with exaggerated chivalry. Kella, incensed, huffed and turned her head away, fearing she might lose control and hurl the food on the table at his face. The conference room echoed with a crunching sound as Barbossa savored the apple, seemingly oblivious to the rest of the gathering. Bang! Captain Jewelry Bonnie of the Supernova crew slammed her hands onto the table, causing the food to bounce and even cracking the sturdy ironwood surface. She stood abruptly and confronted Barbossa, seizing his collar and yanking him up from the table. Hey, old man, we are not here to watch you munch on apples. What about the damn plan? Patience, of course, there's a plan. Barbossa extended his hand, seizing Bonnie's wrist while Jack, perched atop Barbossa's shoulder, leapt onto Bonnie's head, tugging at her hair. Oomph! Barbossa's strength was unexpectedly formidable, causing Bonnie to feel as though her wrist might snap from the pain. Casting a fierce glare at Barbossa, she relinquished her grip and, seizing Jack by the scruff of his neck, yanked him off her head and cast him into Barbossa's embrace. Hee. Watching Bonnie massage her wrist as she returned to her seat, Barbossa chuckled and adjusted his collar, then slammed his hand down on the table, declaring with great conviction. The plan is quite simple, comprising 3 steps. First, charge in. Second, rescue the individuals. Third, make our escape. Having spoken, Barbossa clasped his hands together, lifting his chin in a display of unabashed pride. Chapter 166. The escape plan. With a resounding crash, Bonnie shattered the table with her fist, sending food and wine scattering across the floor. Is this your plan? Bonnie sat in her chair, head bowed, radiating fury so intense that her hair seemed to dance without wind. Are you joking with me? I swear I will make you pay for this, you old bastard. Veins bulged on Bonnie's clenched fists, clearly indicating her seething rage directed at Barbossa. Meanwhile, Barbossa remained unfazed, leisurely producing a flask from his coat and sipping on fine wine. Although his curse had not been entirely lifted, he had regained his sense of taste and other sensory faculties thanks to Fran's treatment. Please, wait a moment, Miss Bonnie. At this moment, Sabo, seated beside Kara, immediately rose to his feet. As a person of integrity, he could not simply stand by and watch his temporary ally engage in infighting. He spoke up to intervene. Mr. Barbossa, if this is the sincerity of your pirate crew, then I believe there is no need for us to continue our discussions. Please anchor at the nearest island. I have important matters to attend to. It was evident that Sabo was not in a favorable mood, addressing Barbossa with a frigid tone. I do not comprehend, Barbossa remarked, stowing away his flask and surveying the crowd. Apart from Hawkins, another supernova who bore an expressionless visage, the rest were visibly displeased with his plan. What is wrong with such a flawless scheme? That is indeed an excellent question, Kara retorted, hands on her hips, her tone laced with irritation. Your so-called plan is indeed intricate. I nearly failed to grasp it. Oh, I see. Barbossa elongated his voice, a mocking grin spreading across his face. So, you are the type that requires elaborate deployments to execute a plan flawlessly. Should I break it down to the exact minute, detailing what you should do every single second? Upon hearing Barbossa's derision, Kara refused to back down. She stepped forward, glaring at him as she shouted, So, you are the type who relies entirely on luck when faced with challenges. Very well, let us discuss the first step. How do we attack? From where do we launch our assault? Do you think the gates of justice are merely ornamental? Or do you expect them to open by themselves? Kara's tone was aggressively confrontational. With every question, she advanced a step closer, resembling a hungry tigress stalking her prey. Now, for the second step, even without considering Magellan, do you know how many guards are in Impel Down? Do you truly believe that with your 3 pirate ships and a few hundred men, you can seize Impel Down? If it were that easy, it would have been conquered countless times already. At this moment, Kara stood directly in front of Barbossa, her height of merely 5 feet 6 inches allowing her to barely reach his chest, yet the aura she exuded made even the seasoned pirate feel a twinge of intimidation. Perhaps sensing the threat posed by the woman before him, Jack, perched on Barbossa's shoulder, puffed up and began to howl at her in a frenzy. However, a single glance from Kara caused the typically unflinching Jack to retreat swiftly behind Barbossa's neck, peeking out with an ingratiating smile. Now, little one, do not be hasty, Barbossa said, extending his hand to retrieve Jack from the back of his collar. The little creature immediately burrowed into Barbossa's embrace, trembling. You do not think I am one of those foolish individuals, do you? Or do you believe our captain to be an imbecile? Barbossa shrugged, stepping past Kara to take a seat at the table, raising his hands to signal for silence as he prepared to explain. Firstly, aside from us, the captain has enlisted another ally. He will handle the affairs concerning the gates of justice. Oh, there are others? Sabo furrowed his brow as he gazed at Barbossa, contemplating the treachery of these pirates, who only revealed such crucial information when the moment was dire. Ha. Of course, a double assurance. It's our captain's old trick. As for who it is, it's not convenient to disclose at the moment, but you will understand in due time. Barbossa smiled knowingly at Sabo, further deepening his confusion. As for the next step, it was even simpler. Numbers? Hith. Barbossa clapped his hands and gently said, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the conference room swung open once more, and an unfamiliar figure shuffled in, rubbing his hands together. This newcomer, aside from bearing a stitched scar reminiscent of Fran's on his face, resembled a large penguin. Even without scrutiny, it was evident that he possessed little combat prowess, exuding an aura of weakness. "Allow me to introduce." Barbossa extended a hand towards the assembly. Hogaback, genius surgeon, formerly an officer of the Moonlight Pirate crew, who was drawn to our captain's charisma and thus turned his back on the darkness. Hogaback interlaced his fingers, grinning at the gathering, aware that he was in the presence of prominent figures and refraining from being overly arrogant. "Moria? That zombie bastard?" Bonnie seemed to recall Moria, exclaiming, "A member of the 7 warlords has joined your crew? TSK. It appears even the 7 warlords have fallen from grace." What was that saying? Ah, yes. A bird chooses a good tree to roost in. Barbossa scratched his ear, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Oh, and I forgot to mention, we have already dealt with Moria." Upon hearing this, Bonnie's pupils constricted. For these novice pirates, who had just begun to make a name for themselves as supernovas, they still held a profound respect for the formidable beings of the sea. They had never anticipated that a colleague from the 7 warlords could be so easily vanquished by them. Initially thinking they were merely at the mercy of a parasitic worm, their perception of the threat posed by the evil pirates was significantly heightened. "All right, I digress. Let's return to the plan." Barbossa cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. "You're all familiar with Moria's zombie army, thanks in no small part to Mr. Hogaback." "Are we supposed to create zombies one by one once we get in?" Keela retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. "No, certainly not, and there's this." Barbossa produced a test tube from his pocket, containing a black-green liquid that induced discomfort merely by sight. "What is this?" "Oh, this? It's a biological virus." Barbossa shook the bottle, grinning widely. "Perhaps you're more familiar with its other name, Pandora." As the name Pandora escaped his lips, the crowd found themselves momentarily dazzled. When their senses returned, they beheld Sabo pinning Barbossa to the ground, poised atop him in the stance of the dragon-claw fist. At that moment, Sabo seemed to have transformed into an entirely different entity. The aura of lethal intent surrounding him prompted both Bonnie and Hawkins to instinctively brace themselves. "Sabo!" cried Keela, perplexed by Sabo's sudden fervor. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "This is the source of the calamity that has claimed the lives of countless individuals in just a few short weeks." Chapter 167, Sophistry Nearby. Both Hawkins and Bonnie were equally astonished by Sabo's actions. They had certainly heard of this newly emerging weapon that had gained notoriety in the black market for some time. However, their understanding was limited to the weapon's capacity to produce formidable battalions of fearless monstrosities, which had swiftly drawn the ire of the world government, leading to its prohibition. In the days spent together, they had come to understand the true character of Sabo: humble, courteous, and exceedingly gentle. If one were to disregard his identity as a revolutionary, he would seem nothing short of an ideal lover. Yet, how could a mere weapon, regardless of its might, provoke such fury within him? It was as if the Sabo they knew had transformed into an entirely different person, his visage now cold and unfamiliar. Even the ever-familiar Kira hesitated to intervene. "What are you doing?" "It's just a weapon," she exclaimed. However, it was Bonnie who first voiced a protest against Sabo, fearing that if Barbossa were to perish here, the parasitic bug within her would remain irretrievable. "Just a weapon?" Sabo turned to glance at her, his eyes blazing with anger, causing Bonnie to instinctively retreat a few paces. "Do you have any idea the devastation this so-called weapon has wrought?" It was understandable that they were unaware. Pandora had been jointly placed on a forbidden list by the world government and our revolutionary forces, with all information regarding it meticulously suppressed. At that moment, Kira stepped forward to elucidate the situation to Bonnie and Hawkins. Codenamed Pandora, the first concrete report emerged from a minuscule town. Kira furrowed her brow, recalling the events with evident reluctance. The grim recollection of a gang member attempting to usurp the mayor's position, who, upon his conspiracy being unveiled, resorted to Pandora when pursued by a mere team of a dozen. The outcome was catastrophic. The entire nation was obliterated. By the time our supply team discovered the aftermath, it was too late. A total of 135,421 lives had been lost. Subsequent reports on Pandora swiftly circulated in the early segments of the Grand Line, with sporadic sightings even across the four seas. According to our researchers, the infection and mortality rates of Pandora are both at a chilling 100. Once infected, individuals undergo severe mutations and develop an intense malevolence towards all forms of life, actively attacking anything living until everything within sight is transformed into their own kind. As Kira recounted these horrors, her voice grew increasingly somber. Most of Pandora's users are warlords from small nations, rebel factions, or government troops, which has led to significant losses for those of us committed to revolution. She then shared some of the devastating scenes she had personally witnessed, succinctly describing them as a hell on earth. Had it not been for the fact that the nations in the OP world are primarily islands, coupled with the biological virus being merely a prototype, the resulting calamity would have been far worse. Through Kira's account, Bonnie and Hawkins finally grasped the reason for Sabo's intense rage, their gazes towards Barbossa shifting to one of peculiar scrutiny. Hey, take it easy, Barbossa. Pinned to the ground, waved his hand, an annoying grin still plastered on his face, which only served to further incite Sabo's wrath, culminating in a punch that bent Barbossa's nose. Oh, damn it! With a pained cry, Barbossa adjusted his nasal bridge and began to justify himself. Ah, dear revolutionary comrade. Even in your fury, you must grant me the opportunity to explain. Before the Navy hangs us, they ought to fabricate some charges. Wouldn't you agree? I am eager to hear what you have to say. Sabo gripped Barbossa by the collar, pulling his head close and glaring intently into his eyes. I believe our collaboration was a mistake. Effective immediately, our partnership is an end. Barbossa scoffed, dismissing the notion of collaboration as inconsequential. As long as he could monitor Sabo's movements and avoid complicating McKen's plans, his mission would be deemed accomplished. Yet now that he was aboard the ship, contemplating an exit was no simple task. Well, how should I put it? We are indeed aware of the potential dangers posed by biological viruses. Barbossa chuckled softly. I shan't indulge in the absurdity of suggesting that those who purchase weapons are unrelated to those who manufacture them. Indeed, we acted with intent. You shall allow me to continue, Barbossa interjected. But you cannot deny that peace is sometimes founded upon absolute violence. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed, look at the past, government forces, allied armies, rebels, oligarchs, warlords, and your revolutionary faction. Each of you has nearly battered the world into submission. Do you comprehend how many lives have been lost each year due to your infighting? Far exceeding 300,000. Yet now, thanks to Pandora, this past month has been remarkably peaceful. Even the world government is willing to negotiate with you revolutionaries at the same table. Do you grasp the reason for this? Barbossa's face radiated an unparalleled fervor as he locked eyes with Sabo. It is due to fear. The sword of Damocles now hangs over all heads. Continuing this war means that death is no longer merely a statistic or a list. With Pandora in play, death's impartiality is upheld, be it king, noble, or commoner, elderly, women, or children alike. Barbossa forcefully pushed Sabo away, rising to his feet and producing a flask from his cloak, taking a swig. This world is deeply flawed, and thus we must strive to save it. It is gravely ill, and we must excise its maladies. He approached Sabo, resting a hand on his shoulder and leaning his forehead against Sabo's with a low, solemn tone. This is a form of healing, albeit one that may seem harsh. Yet, I implore you to trust us. The pain is but temporary. It will lead to a rejuvenated world, one that is already beginning to improve, is it not? Sabo was acutely aware that Barbossa was merely engaging in sophistry, yet he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Not only he, but everyone present, including Bonnie, Hawkins, and Keela from the Revolutionary Army, understood that Barbossa was indeed resorting to fallacious reasoning. Even Barbossa himself recognized that this rogue logic was fundamentally untenable. However, he exuded an air of confidence, for the truth lay bare before all. Sabo opened his mouth, but remained voiceless, his once formidable aura diminished, as it seemed that all counterarguments crumbled like fragile parchment in the face of irrefutable evidence. As Barbossa had asserted, to counter Pandora, the Revolutionary Army, the world government, and even the rebels had spontaneously ceased hostilities. Though reluctant to concede, it was undeniable that since Pandora's emergence a month ago, the world had entered an unprecedented era of peace, as if the entire globe had united in solidarity, ironically due to a weapon. Consequently, the collaboration he and Keela had anticipated to orchestrate a revolution in some nation to rescue the innocent and ignite the flames of resistance had instead afforded him the opportunity to return to Baldegor. where he had regained his memories in the Sabo archipelago. Chapter 168. The escape in progress. The effects of the butterfly's wings began to manifest gradually, as the entire world slowly veered towards an unfamiliar direction orchestrated by McKen, who now sat quietly on the bed in his cell, awaiting his fate. "Mr. McKen, what exactly do you intend to do?" Jinbei inquired softly, his heart already certain of McKen's intentions. Yet he felt a twinge of excitement within. "No, you misunderstand," McKen replied, waggling a finger. "Look at me. What could I possibly do in my current state? I am but a prisoner." After stretching languidly, McKen reclined on the bed and closed his eyes. "Let us rest for a while, Mr. Jinbei. Perhaps tomorrow will unveil a different reality." As midday approached, there remained 34 hours until Ace's execution, and a warship appeared slowly before the massive gates of justice. The warship in question is the vessel carrying the Empress Hancock and the Straw Hat Luffy, led by the Cunning Squirrel. According to the report, it will arrive at the gates of justice in 20 minutes. Squirrel nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance towards Hancock's quarters, before commanding his subordinates to establish immediate contact with Impelled Down. Once the Din Mushi was connected, an idle prison guard, perhaps too talkative, announced Hancock's imminent arrival, causing a stir among the guards. Even those unaware of the four emperors recognized the name of the Empress Boa Hancock, deemed the most beautiful woman in the world. The oppressive atmosphere of the prison had fostered a certain openness regarding such topics, leaving even the warden, Magellan, with little to say. Upon learning of the Empress's impending visit, nearly all idle guards rushed towards the first floor, particularly those on the lower levels, eager to secure a prime viewing position. The prisoners on the first floor, too, were aware of the renowned Empress's approach, and they jostled at the rails, hoping for a glimpse of the legendary beauty. At that moment, in a shared cell of Level 1, Hell of Red Lotus Number 4, a man with blue hair and a ridiculous red nose sat in the corner, chuckling darkly. "Hey, Red Nose, why do you look so sinister with the Empress coming?" A guard remarked upon spotting the laughing figure. "He, such a splendid opportunity." "Wait, did you just call me Red Nose?" The speaker deserves an introduction. He is none other than the dazzling comedic star of the OP world, Buggy the Clown. As a time traveler endowed with an omniscient perspective, McKen possesses a considerable understanding of the characters that grace the pages of the One Piece manga. However, the enigmatic figure of Buggy eludes his comprehension entirely. Were this merely a comic, one might dismiss him as a mere comedic character, akin to the likes of the Near Sea King or the Mountain Bandit. Yet, given that McKen has traversed into this world, to regard Buggy solely as a pitiful jester would be an absurd miscalculation. Setting aside Buggy's performance during the Marineford War, his mere association with Gold, Roger as a crewmate who navigated the entirety of the Grand Line merits significant consideration, though the circumstances of their journey to the final island, Laugh-Tale, remained shrouded in uncertainty. As he was afflicted with a fever at that pivotal moment, his experiences and insights are undoubtedly profound, even while he was merely a novice crew member. Moreover, the Roger Pirates were but a modest crew, likely numbering around 30, and even in the face of formidable opponents like the Flying Lion, Buggy's resilience shines through. A weaker soul would have perished long ago. Furthermore, were another individual with Buggy's background to be thrust into a theatrical setting, they would undoubtedly assume the role of a formidable antagonist. Yet here stands Buggy, a former crew member of the Pirate King and a brother to one of the four emperors, remembered by the mightiest man in the world, Whitebeard, yet boasting a meager bounty of merely 15 million berries and residing in the East Blue. In summary, if the protagonist, Luffy, is the fated illegitimate child, then Buggy is akin to the beloved consort of Fortune herself. P.S. My continued engagement with the manga chiefly stems from my curiosity regarding whether Buggy can indeed ascend to the status of Pirate King. With a hearty laugh, after effortlessly dispatching the man who dared to mock him with a red nose, Buggy reveled, "Ha ha ha, a group of fools with nothing but women on their minds. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a breakout." With that, he leapt upon the heads of the crowd, sprinting toward the barred gate. Given that most of the inmates on the first level were lowly scoundrels with bounties under 30 million berries, precious items like sea prism stone handcuffs were not employed on them, providing Buggy with an invaluable advantage. Amidst the furious glares of his fellow prisoners, he utilized the powers of his chop fruit to effortlessly traverse the gate and stand upon the expansive corridor. Upon landing, he raised his arms high, akin to a grand star, momentarily astonishing the surrounding inmates, who then erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and shouts. "How did you manage that? Hey, let me out. You're a devil fruit user. Guard, where's the guard? Someone is escaping." In that instant, a tumult of shock and pleas for help filled the air, even voices that sought to harm others for their own gain. The uproar from the crowd nearly unseated him, prompting Buggy to dig into his ears, make a face at the prisoners, and casually extend a middle finger, proclaiming, "Go to hell, you idiots!" Ah! Cackling madly, Buggy strode forward with a callous disregard amidst the curses of the prisoners, making his way towards the first floor, oblivious to the fact that the moment he stepped out of the prison, he had been captured by the surveillance phone bug. Meanwhile, the Admiral, known as the Weasel, finally arrived at the infamous Gate of Justice, renowned throughout the Grand Line. This architectural marvel, referred to as the Gate of Justice, consists of 3 imposing gates, situated at Marine headquarters in Marineford, Judicial Island, and Impel Down. The central position of these 3 government strongholds resembles a distorted, colossal whirlpool. Owing to the immense centrifugal force of the whirlpool, swift ocean currents connect the 3 gates of justice. To navigate to these locations, one must pass through the gates of justice and select a specific course. Otherwise, the vessels will be unable to proceed due to the opposing currents. Director of Reports. The Naval Headquarters Flying Squirrel has arrived at the gates of justice, requesting passage. In the control room of Advanced City, a guard communicated via a telephone bug with Magellan, who had just emerged from the restroom. Grant them clearance. Magellan, rubbing his abdomen with a pained expression, had spent nearly 10 hours seated on the toilet, rendering him somewhat numb. Just as he was about to proceed to greet the guests, his stomach grumbled once more, prompting him to swiftly turn and re-enter the restroom. Amidst the commotion, his somewhat fatigued voice resonated from within. "Have Domino inform Hannibal to greet them. I'll be there shortly." Chapter 169. The escape in progress. As the scene of Advanced City unfolded before the crowd upon crossing the gates of justice, it resembled a fortress of steel, boasting defensive capabilities that rivaled those of the naval headquarters. Dozens of warships, emblazoned with the flag of Advanced City, loomed before the gates. Their destructive power could rival even that of the Demon Slayer Corps, with their numbers vastly superior. 33 hours before Ace's public execution, the Empress Boa Hancock arrived at the gates of Advanced City. The guards, having awaited her arrival for some time, erupted into fervent cheers. Despite their mental preparation, they were still taken aback by Hancock's beauty. Many were turned to stone, succumbing to the effects of her devil fruit powers. The Flying Squirrel, trailing behind Hancock, shook his head at this spectacle, discreetly covering the scars from his self-inflicted wounds. In this exuberant atmosphere, all attention was drawn to Hancock, the protagonist, and even the Flying Squirrel failed to notice the Straw Hat Pirate, Monkey D. Luffy, concealed within Hancock's dress. It was astonishing that a pirate could so brazenly infiltrate the world's most formidable prison. As this renowned woman received a warm welcome, a black 3-masted sailing ship appeared on the course toward Advanced City. The vessel in question is none other than the Black Pearl, gliding gracefully across the vast expanse of azure waters like a spirit of the sea, dancing upon the delicate waves. Ahead lies the fabled Gate of Justice. Standing at the bow, Keela let out a jubilant cheer and tugged at his companion, Sabo, who, with a gentle nod, gazed forward, his eyes brimming with determination and joy, silently gripping the railing. The Black Pearl's pace was unhurried, mindful of the 2 pirate ships trailing behind. In no time, 2 vessels were hastening in pursuit. One of them bore an odd appearance, its hull primarily constructed of straw, the prow resembling a colossal scarecrow head. This was Hawkins' vessel, the Sorrowful Scythe. The other ship, in stark contrast, was rather charming, its entire form resembling an array of cakes, the pirate flag adorned with a skull atop a predominantly pink design. Even the sails an exaggerated version of the flag, unmistakably belonging to a certain whimsical captain. The crew aboard Hawkins' Sorrowful Scythe donned attire reminiscent of mysterious sorcerers, akin to a cult, while Hawkins himself sat upon the deck, sifting through his cards, engaged in a divination for their journey. Survival rate, 86. Success rate. A look of perplexity crossed Hawkins' face as he conducted 10 readings with his tarot cards, failing to draw the chariot, which signifies victory even once. Yet, this was not the most troubling aspect, for the tower, symbolizing destruction, had not appeared either. Was it the objective to save lives? Hawkins performed another divination, and, much like the previous 10 attempts, he drew the same card, the World. Rising to his feet, he cast his gaze toward the Black Pearl, aware that he had yet to meet its captain. Yet, from the enigmatic crew, one could surmise that the captain was likely not an easy adversary. In contrast, aboard the other pirate ship, the Jewel Margarita, Captain Jewelry Bonnie exhibited a lack of decorum, sprawled at the bow, indulging in a feast, heedless of her crew's admonitions. Bonnie's manner of eating suggested a vendetta against food, as she ferociously gnawed on a sea beast's leg. Though her voracious appetite was well known, Being several times that of an average person due to her abilities, her crew had grown accustomed to her gluttonous ways. However, after hours of relentless consumption upon her return, the ship's provisions were rapidly depleting. Captain Bonnie, our ships. The first mate began, approaching hesitantly, gently tapping Bonnie's shoulder to voice his concern, only to be silenced by a single fierce glance from her. The first mate had been following Bonnie since their time in the South China Sea, well aware of his captain's disposition, and sensing that they had likely encountered some troubling matter. In such circumstances, attempting to persuade him was akin to courting death. As the Black Pearl deliberately decelerated, the other two ships finally converged with her, revealing the towering Justice Gate that loomed above the horizon. Standing at the bow, Sabo gazed at the now partially visible gate, his heart swelling with anticipation as he envisioned the joy of reuniting with his brothers. However, at that moment, the Black Pearl halted its advance, anchoring firmly upon the ocean's surface. "Hey, why we stop just as we were about to arrive?" Kella inquired, perplexed. "Waiting for someone," came Barbossa's reply, leaning against the ship's wheel while taking a sip from his flask. "Let us take this opportunity to rest well. Who knows when our next chance for respite will come, whether it be here or elsewhere." He pointed skyward with a mischievous grin. Frustrated by Barbossa's irreverent demeanor, Kella stuck out her tongue at him and chose to ignore him henceforth. The old pirate, however, did not indulge in self-pity. He moved to the deck, barking orders to the crew of pirates to prepare themselves. While Kella and the others inspected their weaponry, Sabo gradually approached Barbossa, who was seated on a barrel, venting his frustrations. "Larry, you fool. One axe is sufficient. Cram the rest of that old man's contraptions into the space you have left. What? No room? For heaven's sake, even if I have to shove it up your backside, you will bring it along." During this period, Larry, who had recently ascended to the position of first mate, found himself berated by Barbossa, who scolded him as if he were a wayward child. The towering figure of 3 meters seemed diminutive before Barbossa, fidgeting awkwardly as he scratched the back of his head. "Damn it, you gluttonous swine, go feast on dung," Barbossa exclaimed in frustration. Just then, he noticed Sabo approaching and raised an eyebrow, his tone irritable. Sabo hesitated before speaking, finally voicing his concern. "I hope that Kira will not be involved in this operation." He cast a glance at Kira, who was busily engaged on the deck, her face adorned with a smile as she was surrounded by a motley crew of pirates, despite the disheveled appearance of her companions. They laughed and chatted as they assisted her in moving supplies, although they belonged to opposing factions. The pirates aboard the Black Pearl had grown fond of the nurturing young lady, her popularity surpassing that of certain officers. "Ah, the thrill of being alive is simply exhilarating," Barbossa declared, draining a bottle of rum with a satisfying exclamation. He then shot a sidelong glance at Sabo, retorting, "Why are you bringing this to my attention? She is not my responsibility." With that, he retrieved another bottle from a nearby barrel, biting the cork to open it, and continued. "I recall someone mentioning that our cooperation had ceased. It was already a generous act to bring you here." "Forgive me," Sabo replied, biting his lip. He was well aware of Kira's disposition. Attempts to dissuade her would be futile. Taking a deep breath, as if having made a significant decision, he cast another glance at Kira. At that moment, Kella also noticed Sabo's gaze and smiled as she waved at him. Chapter 170. The Great Escape. Sabo, looking at Kella, who was beckoning to him, managed to force a smile. He understood that Impel Down, known as the world's largest prison, was fraught with peril. Even he had no confidence in making a clean escape, let alone Kella. Afterward, Sabo straightened his attire and solemnly addressed Barbossa. "I request your pirate crew to ensure the safety of my companions. As for the matter of compensation, should your crew encounter difficulties in the future, I will do my utmost to assist. I beg of you." As he spoke, Sabo slowly bent down, intending to kneel before Barbossa. However, just as his knees were about to touch the ground, Barbossa thrust a bottle against Sabo's chin, preventing him from kneeling. "Ha ha 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 ha. Do you know, lad, that there are few whom our captain favors across the vast seas? And you happen to be one of them. If this gets back to him, well, I, an old man, might not survive the repercussions." Barbossa forcefully jabbed the bottle against Sabo's throat, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then Barbossa brushed off his backside, stood upright, and looked towards Kella, who was approaching, and said slowly, "Fran will remain on the ship." Watching Barbossa walk past him, Sabo was momentarily taken aback. Though he did not fully comprehend the meaning of captain, he felt a sense of relief knowing that a powerful individual capable of concealing the observation hockey was present. "Sabo, what happened? What did that old bastard do to you?" Kella rushed over to help Sabo up, her eyes wide as she glared at Barbossa, who was leaning against the ship, drinking. Barbossa, uninterested in arguing with the young girl, merely shot her a glance and turned his head away to continue drinking alone. "Ha! It's nothing. I didn't mean to worry you." Sabo, now on his feet, smiled and ruffled Kella's hair. "Don't mess up my hair. It's a mess." Kella protested, grabbing Sabo's arms with her small hands, her face puffed up in mock anger. "Ha! Kella looks quite charming when she's angry." At that moment, Sabo wore an untroubled smile reminiscent of his brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Previously, Sabo would never have uttered such candid words, which caused Kella's beautiful face to flush crimson. After stomping on Sabo's foot in frustration, she turned away, covering her face and scampering off. Sabo continued to smile as he watched Kella flee. But once her figure disappeared from view, his expression quickly shifted to one of seriousness. He turned to gaze at the distant gates of justice, murmuring, "Ace, wait for me. I will rescue you." "Ah, foolish dream." "Excuse me, Mr. McKen, did you say something just now?" As he advanced to level 6, due to the dim lighting, Jinbei was unable to see McKen, who sat on the bed with a sinister smile. However, in the darkness, his hearing became remarkably acute, prompting him to turn and inquire. "No, it's nothing, just talking to myself," McKen replied. The mission to rescue Ace was destined for failure from the outset. Neither Luffy nor Sabo could hope for success, as Magellan would never permit Ace to be liberated. Everything he undertook was aimed at the Marineford War, whether for the sake of his reputation, his malevolent deeds, or the subsequent deployment of actions. The war at Marineford must continue unabated, with the chime signaling the opening of the elevator to the 6th level. The imposing figure of Magellan first came into view for the prisoners, followed by Vice Warden Hannibal and Deputy Warden Domino. The arrival of these three individuals left the prisoners utterly bewildered, particularly Hannibal and Domino, as they typically would not grace this place unless there was a matter of great significance. Amidst the crowd's suspicions, the elevator doors opened once more, revealing two more figures, Rear Admiral Mongoose from the Navy headquarters and the Empress Boa Hancock. Magellan, usually stoic, greeted Hancock with an unexpected warmth as she emerged from the elevator, his once imposing demeanor fading into one that seemed almost servile, akin to a mere lackey. However, the prisoners were too captivated by Hancock to mock Magellan's demeanor. Their gazes were entirely drawn to her. The previously lifeless level 6 sprang to life at the sight of the Empress, buzzing with excitement akin to a bustling marketplace. "Umph, a throng of impudent souls." As Hancock tossed her hair with a mixture of pride and disdain, the commotion within level 6 intensified, the cacophony ringing in McKen's ears painfully. To say McKen was not curious would be untrue. In fact, his anticipation to behold the Empress's true visage surpassed that of anyone else. As several figures approached him, or rather, walked towards Ace, Hancock's features gradually became clearer. Upon finally discerning her countenance, even McKen's steadfast heart faltered for a moment. All adjectives seemed inadequate to encapsulate her beauty. He found himself at a loss for words in the face of her allure. Her mere presence rendered even a beauty like Harley pale in comparison, and with each smile and frown, McKen felt his heart slipping from his grasp. Her beauty transcended the very definition of beauty itself. Perhaps only someone as simple-minded as Luffy or an individual of remarkable composure could remain unaffected. Yet McKen was no ordinary man. He bit down hard on his tongue, regaining his senses. Now is not the time for infatuation. "Silence. Everyone silence," Magellan bellowed with authority, his long-standing presence commanding the raucous prisoners to lower their voices. Deputy Director Hannibal seized the moment, standing before Ace and Jinbei's cell, and proclaimed loudly, "Special meeting, Ace. Guess who has arrived?" In contrast to McKen, Jinbei and Ace maintained a calm exterior, at least on the surface. Hannibal cleared his throat and continued, "It is the renowned yet unseen the Emperor of the Combat Tribe. The 7 warlords of the sea, the strong and noble world's most beautiful female pirate, Boa Hancock." With a flourish, Hannibal produced a cannon and fired it, finally bringing a semblance of joy to the desolate confines of hell. Upon confirming the Empress's identity, the prisoners erupted in even greater excitement, a cacophony of crude remarks and shouts echoing from every cell. After Hancock playfully displayed a hint of vulnerability, McKen caught a glimpse of the iceberg that was Director Magellan's true power. With a single strike of his toxic dragon, he effortlessly eliminated a considerable number of prisoners, including several formidable adversaries that even McKen found challenging. "TSK, indeed, a true monster," McKen murmured softly, having noticed Hancock discreetly conversing with Ace amidst the chaos. Much like in the original narrative, while he held no interest in the original tale, the actions of the Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, Weasel, standing behind the Empress piqued his curiosity. After Hancock concluded her speech, Rear Admiral Weasel quietly extracted a transponder snail and stated, "The true intent of Boa Hancock's interaction with Ace has been confirmed." Chapter 171. The prison break in progress understood. Nodding towards the transponder snail, Rear Admiral Weasel approached Hancock, who was whispering to Ace. Upon hearing her words, Ace found himself utterly stupefied. Not only Sabo, but even Luffy had infiltrated to rescue him. In that moment, a profound sense of despair and failure engulfed him. As an elder brother, he had not only failed to protect his siblings, but had, due to his own actions, placed them in such perilous circumstances. He bit down hard on his lip, paying no heed even as blood flowed forth. "Watch out!" Suddenly, Jinbei shouted beside him, and Ace looked up to see Rear Admiral Weasel drawing his sword, aiming a strike at Hancock. Not only Ace, but Hancock too was taken aback. Sensing the murderous intent from behind, it was already too late for her to counter. Fortunately, her loyal pet serpent, Salome, dutifully fulfilled its role, swinging its tail to ensnare Hancock and pull her away. The sharp blade grazed Hancock's hair, falling short of causing any real harm, save for a few severed strands. Poison Dragon. Witnessing the attack on Hancock, whether as a newly minted sycophant or as the master of Impelled Down, Magellan could not remain indifferent. With a flick of his fingers, a poison dragon lunged towards Weasel. Although Weasel reacted with remarkable swiftness, wrapping his sword in haki just as Magellan's attack struck, he managed to sever the poison dragon. However, the venom that splattered upon him proved corrosive. Even as Weasel attempted to envelop his body in haki, it was too late. The potent toxin not only burned through his clothing, but also seeped into his flesh. As he took a step forward, Weasel was suddenly besieged by excruciating pain, dropping to one knee and spitting forth a mouthful of black blood. The esteemed Rear Admiral of the Marine Headquarters was, astonishingly, no match for Magellan. Daring to lay a hand on Lady Hancock, should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, even as a Marine Admiral, you shall remain here forever. Like a giant, Magellan advanced and seized Weasel by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The dominance of the strong was vividly displayed in that moment. Yet Weasel was no coward. He remained silent and slowly raised the transponder snail to Magellan's face. Magellan pinched the telephone bug between his fingers and brought it to his ear, where the voice of Admiral Sengoku from the Navy headquarters resonated. In a short span of time, Magellan's expression grew increasingly somber. "Domino, take him to the infirmary," he commanded, handing the squirrel to Domino before turning his gaze towards Hancock. With a slight sigh, he spoke in a tone that bore a hint of consolation. "If you surrender, I may consider you an accomplice, even a wretched pirate coerced into this predicament." His tone then shifted to one of terrifying severity. His once stern visage now transformed into a menacing glare. "Should you dare to resist, believe me, no one wishes to be my prisoner, especially not a woman." Observing Magellan, whose demeanor had become devilish, Hancock maintained her composure, yet the flicker of fear hidden within her gaze did not escape McKen's notice. In that moment, Hancock recalled the terror imposed by the celestial dragons, an imprint as indelible as the claws of the soaring dragon upon her being. That fear, akin to maggots clinging to bone, was deeply etched into her very soul. Within the Navy headquarters, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, a fist came crashing down upon the tabletop, scattering documents across the floor. Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury, his hand gripping the transponder snail, trembling with rage. The office, bustling with personnel, was enveloped in a suffocating silence. The clerks averted their gazes, refraining from uttering a word, as if even the slightest breath would disturb the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the oppressive stillness was pierced by the sharp chime of a bell. This is the pet lamb of the warring states, a diminutive creature that, due to its sudden stillness, lifted its head to observe the crowd, entirely oblivious to the atmosphere around it. With a gentle shake of its head, it turned over and resumed its peaceful slumber. The crystalline sound of the bell seemed to invigorate the stagnant air, while Sengoku suppressed his mounting fury, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Kapu, you truly have a remarkable grandson." Sengoku raised his gaze, glaring at the Navy hero standing nearby, his head bowed, as if indifferent to the situation. The words of Crane had come to fruition, according to the report from the Weasel. Kapu's grandson had stealthily infiltrated Impelled Down under the protection of the Shichibukai Boa Hancock, attempting to rescue Ace. Since the legendary Gold Lion's escape, no inmate had managed to break free from Impelled Down in the past 20 years, and not a single invader had succeeded. Sengoku's hand clenched tightly, crumpling several stacks of documents into a ball. And now, how could the first invader in history to bring shame upon Impelled Down and the world government be none other than your grandson? Sengoku's words finally elicited a reaction from Kapu, His body jolted, and with a loud pop, a bubble of mucus burst. Kapu rubbed his sleepy eyes and retrieved a packet of sunbae from his bosom, munching on them with a crunch. Would you like some? Kapu generously offered the sunbae, looking at Sengoku with sincere eyes. Seeing Kapu still in his carefree demeanor, Sengoku's forehead creased with anger as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Did you not hear what I just said?" "I heard it, of course I did." "Wahaha, truly my grandson." Kapu laughed heartily, clutching his belly. "Sengoku, this is not entirely Kapu's fault." Crane gently interjected from her seat on the sofa, her expression devoid of any extraneous emotion, as calm as ever. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she possessed qualities far beyond the ordinary, clearly more capable of being the Navy's pillar than her unreliable comrades. Your anger will not resolve the issue. The immediate concern is to minimize the impact and losses. Indeed, Sengoku realized that fury would yield no results. Trembling, he removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose, determined that Ace must not be allowed to escape. He would stake the Navy's honor on bringing him back. "I'll go," Kapu suddenly transformed, stepping forward and speaking earnestly to Sengoku. "I will definitely bring Ace back." "You?" Sengoku glanced at the now serious Kapu and shook his head. "No, you remain here." While Sengoku did not doubt Kapu's loyalty, he could not afford even the slightest error at this juncture. After all, who could truly be ruthless when faced with their own grandson? "Rest assured, Guillaume is stationed at the nearest base to impel down. I will notify her to proceed immediately." At this moment, Vice Admiral Crane spoke up, undoubtedly more reliable, having long since prepared for contingencies. "Excellent." Sengoku nodded, then slightly shook his head. It was not enough. What about Gaki? He should accompany the spider demon to advance towards impel down immediately, while Sengoku awaited the report from the Dormouse. On the other side of the Navy headquarters, the 7 warlords had gathered. Don Quixote Doflamingo leaned against the window of the room, casting a sidelong glance at someone who had quietly departed from the gathering, emitting an eerie chuckle. He found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing and eagerly anticipated the subsequent developments. Chapter 172. The escape in progress on a small island adjacent to Impel Down. Peach Rabbit hung up the Din Din Mushy after conversing with Vice Admiral Crane. Standing atop a mountain peak, she gazed at the colossal and magnificent World S. No. 1 prison in the distance. The fierce wind billowed her cloak, with the word justice soaring majestically. One of her arms rested gently upon the hilt of her sword, Kinpyra, as she resolutely turned and made her way towards the port. "Iska." "Yes, Vice Admiral. Ready for departure." "Indeed." Iska saluted Peach Rabbit and immediately dashed down the mountain at the fastest pace. After reuniting with Ace, she had come to a realization. Although her position as a Navy officer prevented her from assisting Ace directly, perhaps she could persuade his brother, Sabo, of the Revolutionary Army. Despite Ace never expressing it, Iska could still discern the significance Sabo held in Ace's heart. She could not stand idly by as Ace's brother ventured into peril. Due to the proximity, Peach Rabbit's warship swiftly arrived at the gates of justice, successfully entering after identifying herself. Hundreds of nautical miles away, on the Black Pearl, Bonnie, peering through a telescope, observed the scene with a hint of anxiety. After all, their destination was the hellish Impel Down, not some carnival amusement park. "Hey, old man." Bonnie rushed to Barbossa's side and swatted his bottle of liquor away. "Another warship has entered. It's that Guillaume. Where are we going to act? Or should we just retreat instead?" With a reluctant gaze, Barbossa watched as the bottle shattered on the deck, staining the floor with crimson liquid. Gazing at the broken bottle, Barbossa clicked his tongue in regret, resignedly taking an apple from the wooden barrel he sat on, wiping it on his grimy clothing before taking a bite. "Do not rush, unless you have a way to open the gates of justice." "Huh? Where's this fellow you claim can open the gates of justice? Surely he hasn't." He fled with his tail between his legs. Bonnie stood with her hands on her hips, her face contorted with anger. In the face of such a life-and-death situation, Barbossa appeared surprisingly nonchalant, as if he were merely a carefree tourist at a carnival. Just as Bonnie's frustration peaked, a buzzing sound emanated from Barbossa's pocket. "Ah, here it comes." He retrieved a pocket watch-like device, fiddled with it for a moment, and then began to speak. "I've kept you waiting for quite some time. My guests are growing impatient." Suddenly, the device erupted with raucous laughter, followed by the unmistakable voice of the world's most notorious schemer, Blackbeard, the man considered one of the few true pirates in this vast realm of the Grand Line. "Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe someone like you would be bothered by the chatter of fleas?" Barbossa's words left Bonnie and Hawkins stunned. They had not anticipated that the allies he mentioned were none other than a member of the Shichibukai. After the initial shock, Bonnie's expression morphed into something peculiar. Wouldn't the involvement of the Shichibukai with pirates constitute a betrayal of the Marines? This would certainly stir the pot. Ha. I find myself far more intrigued by you than by that fellow McKen. What do you say? Care to join my side? Blackbeard shifted his tone and extended an olive branch to Barbossa, suggesting that someone of his stature should not be relegated to serving under a mere child. Come now, I can offer you everything you desire. Raising an eyebrow with a hint of amusement, Barbossa replied, Oh, I must apologize. You see, I am a devoted man, and I cannot part with my beloved Black Pearl. Is that so? Blackbeard elongated his last word before abruptly ending the communication. Shortly thereafter, the lookout on the Black Pearl spotted a military ship appearing on the horizon. Report to the first mate, we have sighted a warship. Huh? What is going on? Why would a warship be approaching at this hour? While Barbossa remained unfazed, Bonnie grew anxious. However, upon seeing Barbossa's calm demeanor and recalling the identity of their ally, the Shichibukai, she felt somewhat reassured. Regardless of whether they were indeed allies, everyone gathered on the aft deck of the Black Pearl, peering through their telescopes to catch a glimpse of the approaching vessel. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, someone was also observing them. Van Augur, the sniper of Blackbeard's crew, aimed his long-range firearm equipped with a scope, scrutinizing each member aboard the Black Pearl, ensuring that no subtle expression escaped his keen observation. They spotted us. Shall we greet them? Van Oka inquired softly, yet before Blackbeard could respond, he pulled the trigger. The crew on the deck of the Black Pearl were peering through their telescopes at the horizon, but due to the considerable distance, Blackbeard's ship appeared merely as a shadow in their line of sight. Barbossa, holding a telescope and munching on an apple, suddenly changed expression. He raised his hand with the apple and instinctively grasped his mechanical blade. Bang! The moment the others were caught off guard, the released apple was pierced by a lead bullet, exploding with a resounding crack, while Barbossa deftly drew his sword, slicing the bullet that had flown behind him in half. Observing this through the scope, Van Oka furrowed his brow as he saw Barbossa making a throat-cutting gesture towards him. How intriguing is this fate? Hey, I haven't even spoken yet. Blackbeard wore a smile, showing no sign of anger at his audacious actions. Van Oka merely caressed the eye patch of his sniper gear in silence. Although he found the opponent's swordsmanship impressive, he held little interest in swordsmen. Ahem, cough. This is all predestined, huff. The ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, known as the Grim Reaper, Poison Q, appeared gravely ill, leaning over the equally feeble Emershong. Gasping for breath, the one nicknamed Champion, Gizes Bages, burst into laughter upon witnessing this, reaching out to pat Poison Q on the back. Ha. Hey, if you keep coughing like that, you might really die. The impact was inconsequential. The formidable figure of Zhuang, burdened by the poison of Q, collapsed with its limbs sprawled and its tongue lolling out, exuding an air of utter exhaustion. Cough. Death, cough. Death is likewise a fate sealed by destiny. The members of the Blackbeard pirates, amidst laughter and banter, gradually approached the Black Pearl. Influenced by the butterfly known as McKen, Blackbeard arrived at Impel Down nearly a day earlier than anticipated, which was originally expected to be 5 hours prior to Ace's execution. Their arrival heralded the commencement of the most significant prison break in the history of Impel Down. Chapter 173. The prison break in progress, everyone, shouted Admiral Peach Rabbit as they reached the main gates of Impel Down. We must capture the nefarious intruders. Yes, Admiral. The morale of the Navy soldiers surged as they followed Peach Rabbit to the gates. At that moment, the gates of Impel Down swung open, revealing an adorable creature that peered out, gazing curiously at Peach Rabbit. The Navy personnel collectively turned their eyes towards this charming creature, swallowing hard, despite its cuteness. The creature's half-exposed head stood at an imposing height of around 2 meters. The colossal creature in question is the Warden Beast, Minotaur Koala of Impel Down. With its adorably vacant eyes, it gazed at the Peach Rabbit, then abruptly inhaled sharply, retrieving a handful of eucalyptus leaves from its belt to chew. As the Navy personnel stood in bewilderment, the distinct sound of high heels echoed from behind the door. Dressed provocatively, the Warden Sadie emerged, brandishing a whip and surveying the assembled Navy officers. Ah, what a plethora of strapping young men, Sadie exclaimed, playfully covering half her mouth with one hand, then teasingly licking her lips. Who am I? I am the ever-curious Sadie. She blew a kiss towards the questioning officer, causing his ears to flush crimson. Subsequently, she pointed to her own delicate, tempting lips as if to complain, Really, not only do we have intruders, but we must also rely on the Navy's assistance. What a profound disgrace for Impel Down. Upon hearing Sadie's remarks, the Navy officers began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning her audacity to prefix her title with little. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by Sadie's swift lash. causing the speaking officer to clutch his wound and cry out in agony. At this moment, the sadistic Suddy erupted, tightly embracing her slender form, her lips producing sounds that tantalized the imagination. Ah, such anguish cries are unbearable. Stand aside. At that moment, Peach Rabbit slowly approached Suddy, gazing ahead and spoke softly, entirely dismissing Suddy. Standing at approximately 1.8 meters, Suddy was already considered a model's height among ordinary people. However, compared to Peach Rabbit's nearly 3-meter stature, she appeared particularly diminutive. She tilted her head to look at the indifferently oblivious Peach Rabbit and smiled. Yet, as she spoke, Suddy flicked her wrist, ensnaring Peach Rabbit's arm with a long whip she held. What do you mean by this? Peach Rabbit glanced at her arm, ensnared by the whip, which seemed to be made of a thorn-like material. This is an order from the Navy headquarters, and Director Magellan has already consented to their involvement. Are you defying orders? Peach Rabbit's tone grew even colder as she flicked her thumb against the hilt of her blade, revealing a section of its cold, sharp edge. If the other party uttered another word, Peach Rabbit, though not inclined to kill her on the spot, would certainly ensure she faced repercussions. Ah, dear Vice Admiral, you truly misunderstand me, Suddy began, sensing the increasingly perilous aura emanating from Peach Rabbit, retracting her mischievous demeanor to provide an explanation. For ordinary individuals, Impel Down resembled a labyrinth, where every seemingly viable exit led down a one-way path to hell. Especially in such urgent circumstances, the guards inside, particularly the blue gorillas, have been given orders to shoot to kill. Of course, this may not be significant for you, but what about these young Navy fellows? Suddy hesitated, surveying the surrounding Navy personnel. Moreover, there's only one exit from Impel Down. Once that door is shut, the entire facility can be completely sealed. Having visited Impel Down previously, Peach Rabbit pondered for a moment. She had encountered the guards known as blue gorillas, who could no longer be classified as human. A dozen of them attacking together could even slay small sea kings. If they went berserk, the Navy she commanded would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Iska, accompany me. The rest of you stay here. Without my command, not even a fly is to escape. Yes, Vice Admiral. The Navy soldiers responded loudly as they watched Peach Rabbit and her aide Iska stride into Impel Down. Good luck, handsome Navy fellows. Suddy blew a kiss to the soldiers before swaying her graceful waist to follow in Peach Rabbit's footsteps. Behind the door, a koala-like minotaur thoroughly sealed the only entrance and exit of Impel Down. From that moment on, the entire facility transformed into a confined arena, and the guards finally unleashed their hands and feet, preparing for a trap to ensnare their prey. The Straw Hat Brat had already breached to level 2. Damn it. Reported salutes, the chief warden. There are also prisoners escaping from level 2 who have joined forces with the Straw Hat Brat and are now confronting Sphinx. In the depths of Impel Down, level 6, the irascible deputy warden Hannibal thrust his trident forcefully into the ground, bellowing at Magellan, who stood before the cell. This is all your responsibility. Understood, you handle it first. I shall arrive shortly, Magellan replied, utterly unfazed by the chaos instigated by Luffy. To him, it was merely a trivial nuisance, one that the prison guards could easily resolve without his intervention. It was merely a question of time. From the perspective of Impel Down's defensive capabilities, Magellan's assessment was entirely accurate. If the guards exerted their utmost effort, they could easily subdue Luffy by sheer numbers alone. However, you foolish Magellan, the current state of my Impel Down is entirely your fault. Cause as much uproar as you wish. The greater the commotion, the better. Soon, I shall personally capture that straw-hatted brat, and the position of warden shall be mine. Ha! Seated in the elevator, Hannibal laughed maniacally, completely oblivious to the guards accompanying him. Deputy Warden, you just... Suddenly, as one guard attempted to speak, Hannibal's trident was thrust before him, halting mere centimeters from his throat. What were you about to say? Nothing at all, the guard stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hurriedly denied any intent. Humph, follow me to the monitoring room. How can my Impel Down permit a mere pirate to sow discord? I need to apprehend him swiftly. As Hannibal spoke, he made his way towards the monitoring room, his mind racing with visions of the days to come when he would ascend to the position of warden, a smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Magellan sat cross-legged on the floor outside the cell, gazing at the captive within, and spoke gently. Boa Hancock, I am temporarily detaining you on charges of being an accomplice. Rest assured, I shall not unjustly accuse a warlord. If you're being coerced, now is the time to confess. Chapter 174. The prison break in progress. Hancock, confined within the cage, bore no injuries, not even a speck of dust on her. Despite her status as a prisoner, this woman, revered as the Empress, maintained her proud demeanor. She had willingly entered this confinement. Hancock, having risen from a mere slave to a formidable warlord, was no fool. She would not be so reckless as to resist on Magellan's territory, especially with her powers curtailed. Such actions would only serve to illustrate her folly without altering her predicament. Thus she wisely chose to surrender without a fight. At this moment, Hancock remained utterly indifferent to Magellan's blatant abuse of power, her arms crossed, her head held high, showing no inclination to acknowledge his presence. Seeing this, Magellan sighed heavily and muttered in a deep voice, "Very well, I offered you an opportunity." He gradually rose to his feet, his previously gentle tone transforming into one of renewed severity. "Once I capture that straw hat boy, everything will become clear." With those words, he cast a chilling gaze upon the prisoners in level 6, who were in turmoil due to the invasion of the city. "Listen here, you wretched scum. Do not forget where you are. Should anyone entertain any notions, I assure you, you will live to regret your existence." Magellan's stern demeanor evidently intimidated most of the prisoners. As the commotion noticeably subsided, however, a few still emitted low, sinister chuckles from within their cells. Their breaths stood out starkly in the dim, endless abyss, akin to bloodthirsty eyes flickering to life in a dark forest. Magellan paid them little heed, snorting dismissively as he turned to depart. Yet, before he had completely pivoted toward the elevator, he added a remark directed at McKen, "Particularly you, if you dare to make any rash movements." The unfortunate McKen shrugged and raised his hand, once again shaking the sea-stone handcuffs. He then gestured towards the Empress beside him, though similarly adorned with sea-stone handcuffs. Her pet serpent, Salome, coiled protectively around her like armor. It is worth noting that due to the overcrowding in the entire Level 6 facility, nearly all prisoners shared cells, with McKen being the sole occupant enjoying solitary confinement. Given the urgency of the situation and the formidable strength of the adversary, Magellan found it difficult to secure additional accommodations for the Empress. Initially, he contemplated transferring McKen to another cell, but Hancock, who held him in contempt, simply entered the cell once he opened it and proceeded to close the door behind her. This left Magellan, who had just wanted to dismiss McKen, speechless, as he chose to endure the situation to avoid causing offense. With a disdainful huff, Magellan pivoted and strode towards Ace, advising, "I urge you not to harbor any unfounded hopes. This is hell, a graveyard for aspirations and miracles. With less than 30 hours remaining, do not complicate matters for me." Having said this, he cast a final glance at Hancock before turning away and boarding the elevator. Following Magellan's departure, Level 6 erupted into a frenzied celebration, with a cacophony of unsavory remarks echoing from the various cells, interspersed with expressions of envy and resentment directed towards McKen. For McKen, such a situation was hardly daunting. He leaned against the wall with arms crossed, a smile gracing his face as he calmly confronted the provocation. The wretched prisoners, having lost all hope, strained their arms through the bars, reaching desperately towards the cell where either McKen or Hancock resided, undeterred by the futility of their efforts. Hancock, however, maintained her composure. Though she initially scolded them with a few sharp words, she soon ceased to acknowledge them. Standing there with an air of arrogance, Hancock resembled a solitary crane, poised and elegant, were it not for the interloper and the flicker of fear she displayed when confronting Magellan. McKen would find it hard to fathom that such a person bore a past so tragic. Perhaps it was the very suffering she endured that sculpted her into the formidable empress she had become. Yet those who could endure humiliation and transform sorrow into strength are indeed a rare breed. McKen could not comprehend the depths of her heart concealed beneath her resilient exterior. He was neither Hannibal nor Harley, lacking the ability to gauge the emotions of others, and he had no intention of delving into her psyche. Faced with such an adversarial figure, his choice was clear: to eradicate the threat entirely. Sensing a hint of malice emanating from McKen, Hancock glanced back at him, but upon finding nothing amiss, she dismissed him from her thoughts. To her, he was much like the majority of men, or rather, apart from Luffy. All men in her world appeared the same, unworthy of her attention. As time flowed on, the clamor from all directions gradually subsided. The inmates confined to this level were not mere simpletons. Barring a few exceptions, most were not swayed by mere beauty, but rather, the unending despair drove them to seek an outlet for their pent-up emotions. "I am truly sorry," Ace murmured, his head bowed. "Because of me, not only my inept brother, but even you have been ensnared." Although Ace could not fathom why the illustrious Empress of the Seven Warlords would extend her aid to him, he nonetheless offered a sincere apology to Hancock, who found herself ensnared in the confines of a prison. "It's unnecessary. This is all my fault for being so careless," Hancock replied, her demeanor a blend of solemnity tinged with a hint of bashfulness. Already fully embracing her role as Luffy's wife, she harbored a deep fondness for Ace, who held the title of brother. "You must believe in Luffy. He will undoubtedly rescue you from here," Hancock encouraged, her eyes reflecting unwavering trust in Luffy. Ace, lifting his gaze, felt a warmth wash over him at the sight of Hancock's faith in his foolish brother, realizing that Luffy had indeed found a reliable companion. Although he understood the near impossibility of such a feat, he still managed to smile and nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I believe in Luffy." Upon witnessing Ace's smile, even Jinbei revealed a comforting grin. Although Magellan's words were undeniably realistic, one must harbor hope to navigate through this wretched world. Suddenly, amidst the somewhat warm scene shared by the three, a jarring laugh pierced the atmosphere. Hancock turned sharply, her gaze filled with ire, while her pet python, Salome, hissed a warning at McKen. "Oh, my apologies, I couldn't help myself." "Please, continue," he said mockingly. In response to McKen's derision, Hancock would not remain indifferent. With her long, slender leg, she delivered a merciless kick aimed at McKen's head. Quick-witted, McKen immediately ducked to evade her strike, although the sea prism stone hindered his ability to utilize his powers. Hancock's martial prowess remained largely unaffected, as evidenced by her foot creating a sizable hole in a wall of granite-like hardness. Just as Hancock prepared to launch another assault, a faint beeping sound emanated from McKen. He swiftly leaped back, creating distance between them, and a wristwatch slipped from a sleeve into his hand. Upon activating the device, a series of crackling sounds heralded the iconic voice of Barbossa. "Ha ha ha ha! My esteemed captain, time is running short. If you have any final words for your fellow inmates, please speak quickly." "Finally, is it about to commence? I have grown somewhat impatient." McKen chuckled as he ended the communication. He then turned to the contemplative empress and remarked, "Although I bear no intention of mocking you, one must understand." Lightly tapping his temple, escaping prison requires intellect. Chapter 175. The escape in progress in the surveillance room of Impel Down. Vice Warden Hannibal emerged from the elevator and made his way directly inside. "Latest intelligence?" he inquired eagerly upon entering. The guards in the monitoring room promptly reported the current situation. "Vice Warden, the situation remains largely under control." One of the guards stood, respectfully handing Hannibal a document. "The list of individuals suspected of assisting Straw Hat Luffy's invasion has been compiled." As Hannibal perused the document, it detailed several not particularly high-profile inmates held between Level 2 and Level 3. Inmate ID 8200, the pirate clown buggy with a bounty of 15 million berries, was apprehended after inadvertently digging into a Navy mine cave while searching for treasure and subsequently handed over to Impel Down. The guard began to introduce each individual who had successfully escaped and aided Luffy. "Searching for treasure?" Hannibal scoffed derisively, fiddling with the document containing Buggy's information. "Oomph. It seems this was premeditated all along." Hannibal paused for a moment before continuing to peruse the second document. The guard, in due course, began to summarize. Prisoner number D0464. Galdino, former chief conductor of the Baroque Works, codename Mr. 3, was apprehended following the failed coup alongside the former warlord Crocodile. Prisoner number C9915 von Klee, also a member of Baroque Works, codename Mr. 2, was captured for the same reasons. The arrangement of prisoners within the city is organized from the 6th underground level. Starting with the greatest threat level, ranked A. Those in level 6 pose the most significant threat, all designated with an A, while those in level 1 represent the least threat, marked by the lowest rank of E. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed Hannibal's face, as two of the three accomplices were indeed former subordinates of the warlord Crocodile. "Oomph, as I suspected, that fellow is up to no good," Hannibal exclaimed, clapping his hands together to seal off the entrance to level 6. Their target was that Crocodile. However, the majority of their defensive forces were engaged in level 2, addressing the escaped prisoners, and most of the blue gorillas have been decimated due to the actions of Straw Hat Luffy and Mr. 2, now advancing towards level 4. What? Merely 2 intruders? As the deputy warden, Hannibal was acutely aware of the combat prowess of the blue gorillas. He was taken aback to hear that Luffy and his companion had broken through the blue gorilla's encirclement, but he quickly regained his composure. "Hee, just as well. It seems I won't need to lend a hand, after all." "What did you say?" He coughed lightly, gathering his strength. "Prepare the defenses at the entrance to level 4. We must intercept them. They cannot be allowed to advance." "Yes." Following Hannibal's command, all defensive forces at level 4 were mobilized to the entrance. Hannibal had to subdue this group of intruders before Magellan intervened, or his hopes of promotion would be dashed. Meanwhile, The riot in Level 2 escalated rapidly. Although the guards, bolstered by the overwhelming strength of the blue gorillas, held the upper hand, as more prisoners escaped their confines, they gradually began to overpower the guards with sheer numbers. Several astute individuals seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, clutching keys and racing towards Level 1, intending to release the prisoners there to join the insurrection. Ha ha ha! We're finally out. Let's kill those bastards. Once the prison cells were opened, the prisoners erupted from their confines, joining the fray against the guards. These malefactors, long tormented by their captors, surged forth like unleashed tigers, recklessly attacking the guards. Report: a large number of prisoners have escaped from Level 1. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. In a monitoring room, the chief, Hannibal, was abruptly awakened by the blaring alarm. He turned to the surveillance screen, where a prison guard, clutching a communication device, was urgently calling for help. Before him, several towering inmates brandished a variety of makeshift weapons, advancing menacingly. Help! The inmate on the screen cried out. But before he could utter another word, a sharpened wooden stick pierced through the back of his head and emerged from his mouth, silencing his desperate plea. As the stick was withdrawn, blood gushed forth, obscuring the surveillance feed, leaving only the frenzied laughter of the inmates echoing in the room. The guards in the monitoring room stared in horror as their colleague was brutally murdered, their faces filled with rage as they prepared to activate the intercom to call for reinforcements for Level 2. However, before they could speak, Hannibal pressed down on the communication device. Deputy Chief, the guards looked at Hannibal in confusion. With an impassive expression, he seized the device from the guard's hand and commanded, Level 1, Level 2, stand by. Consolidate defensive forces. Level 3, increase apprehension efforts. The guards in the monitoring room exchanged bewildered glances at Hannibal's orders. Voicing their concerns, Deputy Chief, but Level 1 and Level 2 are already overwhelmed. Shouldn't we? As long as we capture the mastermind. These scoundrels pose no threat, Hannibal replied coldly, casting a stern glance at them. Or did you wish to defy orders? The guards, intimidated by his glare, immediately backed down, affirming their compliance and returning to their monitoring duties. Report: Level 1 has encountered a new situation. A guard's voice suddenly rang out, filled with excitement. It was Guard Suddy, along with the inmate beast, minus the koala. Upon hearing him, the others quickly shifted their gaze to the corresponding monitor, where the inmate beast minus had shed its previously endearing demeanor, charging through Level 1's corridor with the ferocity of a bulldozer. Any inmate unfortunate enough to be struck by its massive form was either severely injured or crushed into a pulp. The once menacing inmates were rendered powerless against this single guard beast. Ah, how lively it is! Exclaimed little Suddy, expertly whipping a thorny lash that ensnared a fortunate inmate who had narrowly avoided Minus's charge. With a single, forceful tug, he dragged the hapless prisoner to his feet. The thorny whip coiled tightly around the inmate's neck, who struggled to pry it loose, but instead he only scraped away the flesh from his hands to no avail. Hey there, dear unknown inmate. Little Suddy leaned down, his voice dripping with a disconcerting sweetness. When did you lot get the chance to wreak havoc in this place? The prisoner opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet, due to the constriction of his trachea and the blood that filled his throat, no words emerged. Upon witnessing little Suddy lift her legs adorned with high heels, his eyes widened in desperation as he frantically waved his bloodied hands in a futile plea for mercy. However, his actions proved to be in vain, for the heels, measuring at least 2 inches, plunged directly into his eye socket, impaling his brain against the unforgiving floor beneath. After completing this grim act, Suddy licked her lips and turned with a charming smile. How amusing, dear guest. The city has not been cleaned in quite some time. Every rat and pest has emerged. Chapter 176. The escape in progress from the darkness behind little Suddy emerged 2 figures, Peach Rabbit and her aide, Iska. Before they could make their intentions known, 5 hidden prisoners surged forth from the shadows, armed and charging at the 3 women. The 5 prisoners have been trapped and impelled down for an extended period. Upon encountering 3 iconic beauties, their pent-up desires erupted, and they charged forward, tongues lolling and howling in excitement. With a swift flick of her wrist, Suddy unleashed her long whip, instantly ensnaring 3 of the 5 men. However, due to the whip's insufficient length, 2 managed to escape, fortunate in their evasion. Among them was a diminutive creature, barely 5 feet tall, who erupted into maniacal laughter. His face was marred with warts resembling those of a toad, flowing into a Mediterranean hairstyle, akin to a grotesque hybrid of a frog and a kappa. Remarkably agile, he leapt nearly 2 meters into the air without any external aid, reaching out his repugnant hands towards the ample bosom of the alluring Taro, cackling in triumph. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the soft flesh, an excruciating pain shot through his palm. He turned to find a gaping hole had appeared in it, the severed tendons trailing blood as they floated away. What? Just as confusion washed over him, a flurry of lights ignited before his eyes, and he found himself momentarily lost among a constellation of stars, his memories whisked back to a night long forgotten. Back then, before he became a pirate, he had been counting the stars with the woman he adored. Their brilliance mirrored the shining lights above. As he plummeted to the ground, his head became a grotesque hive, blood gushing forth. Iskar retracted his sword, not sparing a glance at the fallen prisoner, stepping forward to stand protectively before Taro. Such lowly foes were unworthy of her attention. Die for me. The remaining prisoner, witnessing his companions being swiftly dispatched, felt a surge of adrenaline. He thrust his hand into his garment, seizing a handful of dirt and flinging it towards Iskar and Taro. As a reflex, Iskar instinctively shielded his eyes, a split-second action that cost him the opportunity to counter. In that fleeting moment, the prisoner lunged towards Taro, towering in stature, nearly her equal. With a massive axe in hand, his muscular arms bulged like solid rock, lifting the weapon high above his head to strike at Taro's seemingly delicate neck. Careful, General Gun. At that moment, Iska, overcoming her neural reflexes, let out a fierce cry and raised her sword, poised to strike at the enemy before her. However, just as she was about to make her move, her expression faltered. The prisoner, whose eyes were wide with terror, had beads of sweat cascading down his rugged face, and his towering body trembled incessantly. Hee, is this the prowess of a reserve general? Quite fearsome indeed, remarked the observant little sutty, who, feigning fright, patted her chest. With a swift motion, she yanked the whip in her hand, and with a series of crackling sounds, the necks of 3 prisoners were severed, leaving them limp on the ground. Meanwhile, Tautu maintained a composed demeanor, her gaze indifferent. She disregarded Sutty's words and, bypassing the quaking prisoner, strode forward with long strides. Wait for me, Major General. At this moment, Iska, who was observing the prisoner, sensed something amiss. He swallowed hard, and upon turning his head, he noticed that Tautu had already ventured far away. He immediately called out softly and hurried after her. The prisoner collapsed to the ground with a thud, his arms hanging limply by his sides, while his massive axe clattered to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see several straight, sharp lines resembling red threads covering his body. I've already perished, he muttered, as the guard raised his hand, revealing a similar red line on his wrist. With a manic chuckle, he began to speak to himself. Due to the Level 2 riot, the direct elevators to the upper 3 floors have been sealed, necessitating our descent via the stairs. Nevertheless, it was also the Navy's duty to eliminate these scum attempting to escape. 3 women conversed unperturbed, while behind them, with a series of squelching sounds, the tall form of the prisoner began to disintegrate, transforming into a heap of neatly severed, blood-splattered flesh. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, who were making their way to the entrance of Level 4, encountered a formidable adversary. A creature resembling a cow stood in their path, and with a single strike, Mr. 2, whom Luffy had affectionately dubbed Little Foam, was rendered defenseless. The Minotaur, a being of unparalleled strength among the guards, was feared even by the prisoners confined in Level 6. It was devoid of human emotion, a perfect killing machine. Little Foam? Luffy exclaimed in shock upon witnessing Mr. 2 being hurled away. The Minotaur seized the opportunity, raising its massive spike club to strike Luffy's head. Fortunately, Luffy's quick reflexes allowed him to evade the blow, though the spikes still grazed his face, eliciting a cry of pain. The confrontation between Luffy and the guard beast offered little of note, save for the serendipitous reunion of Mr. 3 and Buggy, who had initially sought only to flee. The 4 escape groups fortuitously broke through to Level 4, plunging directly into the searing inferno of the blood pool. This turn of events rendered Hannibal's meticulous plans utterly futile, compelling the guard stationed at the entrance to re-engage in an endless pursuit. At this moment, Magellan had already returned to Level 4 via the elevator. Buggy and Mr. 3, having been caught off guard by Hannibal's sharp wit, found themselves at a disadvantage. Luffy, facing Magellan, was predictably defeated and subsequently ordered to be imprisoned in Level 5. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, Little Foam, in a bid to rescue Luffy, launched a surprise attack on Hannibal, disguising himself as him in preparation to join Buggy and Mr. 3 on their quest to locate the miraculous figure known as the Transvestite King in Level 5. The cold voice of Magellan echoed through the intercom of Level 6, Infinite Hell. The intruder, Pirate Monkey D. Luffy, has been vanquished and confined in the frigid depths of hell. Accomplices, the clown Buggy and Baroque Worksmister. 3. Have also been apprehended, leaving only Baroque Worksmister. 2 at large. After a brief pause, Magellan raised his voice, bellowing, Port gas d'ace. Crocodile, as I have proclaimed, this is the graveyard of miracles, and your conspiracy has been utterly shattered. Upon hearing Magellan's words, veins bulged on Ace's forehead as seeds of fury began to sprout. The Empress Hancock, covering her mouth in disbelief, sank to the ground, murmuring Luffy's name. In stark contrast, Crocodile wore a perplexed expression, furrowing his brow as he struggled to comprehend the situation. How had his two subordinates become entangled in the escape plan? In an almost fateful twist, the events that transpired within those fleeting hours on level 4 seemed to revert the story to its original course, as if the butterfly's fervent flapping of its wings had been subdued once more by destiny. Yet was this truly the case? McKen leaned against the wall, seated on the ground with a smile still adorning his face. Although Luffy's capture did not free him from the shackles of fate, it mattered little to him. The jailbreak that belonged to him had only just begun. Chapter 177. The escape in progress 28 hours before Ace's execution, within the war room of the Marine headquarters. Report. Admiral, we have scoured every possible location, yet we have still not located the warlord Blackbeard. An officer exclaimed, bursting through the door in a state of urgency. And it has been confirmed that several hours ago, a naval ship left the port without authorization. Why was this not reported? The officer stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow. We assumed it was the advance unit of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Seated at his desk, Sengoku's face darkened to the hue of an iron pot. With a sudden, forceful strike upon his recently replaced office desk, he cast a fierce, tiger-like glare at the individual perched on the sofa, who was grinning mischievously. Merely a few minutes prior, this confined warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, had audaciously intruded upon his office, claiming he had urgent matters to report. Familiar with da Flamingo's audacity, Sengoku initially dismissed the situation, even preparing to escort him back to the warlord's gathering area. However, the subsequent words from da Flamingo sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Sengoku's brow. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach had ventured to the port just hours earlier. Da Flamingo, why didn't you mention Teach sooner? In response to Sengoku's roar, da Flamingo chuckled with a sinister glee. Who knows? I thought he was merely taking a leisurely stroll. His smile was particularly radiant, his eyes glinting with a malicious delight beneath his sunglasses. Just then, the telephone snail on Sengoku's desk began to ring. Upon answering, a strange voice resonated from within. Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is Fleet 334. We sincerely apologize for contacting you directly. Fleet 334 was directly under Admiral Peach Rabbit and was not part of the standard sequence. The number 33 signified the Peach Blossom Festival or Girls Festival, while 4 represented the year of the rabbit. We are stationed to the front gate of Impel Down under Vice Admiral Shiwan's orders, but suddenly, a group of warlords is preparing to. Before he could finish, a chaotic noise erupted from the telephone snail, and amidst Sengoku's changing expression, another voice emerged. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I've come to assist at Impel Down. No need for thanks. After all, I'm part of the government now. Upon recognizing the voice, Sengoku's expression shifted drastically, and he slammed his hand on the desk, bellowing, Teach, you have no business there. Return to Marineford immediately. Hello. The signal here is quite poor. I can't hear what you're saying. But rest assured, I will handle it well. At this point, the telephone snail fell silent, leaving Sengoku trembling uncontrollably, clearly consumed by frustration. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fury, he spoke. Where are Kazuku and the Ghost Spider? Report, Admiral. The 2 Vice Admirals set sail for Impel Down an hour ago. Inform them. Sengoku slowly placed the telephone snail down, his voice chillingly resolute. Bring Ace and Blackbeard back to me. If Teach dares to resist, eliminate him without hesitation. Yes, Admiral. The officer saluted Sengoku and promptly turned to leave, his speed suggesting he wished he had been blessed with additional legs. Not just him. The rest of those in the office fell into a hushed silence, though it was evident that Doflamingo remained unaffected. You seem angry, Sengoku. At your age, you should take care of your health. Confronted by the mocking laughter of Mingu, Sengoku turned to him, his gaze devoid of anger, as serene as the still waters of an ancient well. Yet, such a harmless look stifled Ming-Ji's laughter in his throat, causing even the smile that lingered at the corners of his mouth to fade away. After a brief moment, Mingu once again curled his lips into a silent grin and, without uttering a word, exited Sengoku's office, fully aware that Sengoku might truly harbor murderous intent. As they approached the main gate of Impel Down, Blackbeard inquired, seemingly oblivious to Sengoku's furious roar over the transponder snail. Now can we be allowed entry? He could feign deafness, but the Navy soldiers of the 334th Fleet stationed at the main gate, along with the guards assigned to this area, dared not do the same. They swiftly drew their weapons, standing in confrontation against Blackbeard. Return immediately to Navy headquarters, or face the consequences of insurrection. In response to the word insurrection, Blackbeard glanced at the few individuals standing behind him, then spread his arms wide, unleashing an overwhelming force of suction that erupted forth. A powerful force surged forth, accompanied by a dark mist, crashing against the towering gates of the naval stronghold. These gates, soaring several dozen meters high, crumbled as if made of mere paper, cascading down upon the naval forces like an overwhelming avalanche. At this moment, the revelry officially commenced. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard spread his arms wide, laughing maniacally as over 1,000 pirates, concealed aboard the warships, surged forth, weapons raised in triumphant jubilation. The warships, which had been heavily laden, immediately began to rise, a testament to the sheer number of these marauding brigands. Sabo, having leaped from the ship, cast a glance at the beleaguered navy and the guards of Impel Down, who were now struggling for breath beneath the debris. With a pang of compassion, he shut his eyes, whispering an apology before shifting his gaze toward the now open gates of Impel Down. The sight of the gates, gaping like the maw of a hellish beast, evoked a visceral reaction within him, for his brother Ace was imprisoned within. He vigorously shook his head, dispelling any lingering sympathy, and resolutely focused on the ominous entrance. In a flash, he darted past Blackbeard, the first to breach the threshold of Impel Down, while Blackbeard merely cast a casual glance in his direction, unperturbed, as he strolled leisurely inside. Meanwhile, the fleet of warships stationed near the waterways of Impel Down quickly responded, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. The ferocious assault claimed the lives of nearly 100, momentarily dampening the spirits of the pirates. However, they swiftly regrouped and retaliated. Chaos erupted throughout the port, engulfing the dock in turmoil. "Do not linger here. Charge forward," shouted Bonnie as she landed amidst the somewhat disordered pirates. She was determined not to let her crew perish needlessly under the relentless cannon fire of Impel Down. Leading the charge, she surged into the fortress, prompting the others to abandon their counterattacks and follow her into the fray. Emergency! Emergency! Meanwhile, the blaring alarms of Impel Down echoed ominously. Machaldi, Teach of the 7 warlords of the sea, along with over 1,000 pirates, has unlawfully breached Impel Down, requesting instructions. Requesting instructions. In that fleeting moment, an ear-piercing alarm echoed through all the guards and prisoners in Level 5, including the infinite abyss of Level 6. The prison warden, McKen, who was suppressing the riot in Level 4, darkened his expression as venomous tendrils surged from his being, mercilessly annihilating everything in sight, regardless of friend or foe. The intense heat of Level 4 caused the venom that splattered onto the ground to instantly evaporate, enveloping the entire level in a thick, ghastly green mist. Even those prisoners who had not participated in the uprising desperately clawed at their throats, frothing at the mouth due to the toxic gas. Magellan, consumed by rage, showed no concern. It seemed that after this, scarcely a soul would remain in Level 4. Chapter 178. The escape in progress. I have reached the end of my life. No, that is not right. The dark chapter of my existence, where I cannot become warden, is just beginning. The deputy warden of Impel Down, Hannibal, gasped as the alarm blared. "Deputy warden, pull yourself together," the guard shouted, shaking him violently by the collar. Meanwhile, Hannibal knelt on the ground, murmuring to himself, "I just captured Straw Hat Luffy, and now there are 1,000 invaders. This situation has never occurred in the history of Impel Down. It's over. My life is utterly ruined." As he spoke, he grasped the guard who was shaking him, fixing him with a serious gaze. "Wonderful, Deputy Warden, you're awake. Listen," Hannibal said with utmost gravity. "Yes, Deputy Warden, what are your orders? Let us head to the monitoring room and enjoy some grilled rice cakes. Stay alert. Deputy Warden, you are responsible for guarding Impel Down." Just as Hannibal contemplated giving up, the phone bug rang, and upon answering, he heard Magellan's icy voice. "Hannibal, do you hear me?" Magellan's voice rang in Hannibal's ears like celestial music. As long as Magellan remained, the greatest responsibility for the invasion lay with him. Perhaps this was an opportunity to finally usurp Magellan from his position. "Warden, where are you?" The guards eagerly inquired before Hannibal could respond. "I am en route to Level 2 to intercept that group of invaders." "Now, Hannibal, listen to me." The tone from the phone bug was exceedingly grave, compelling Hannibal to pay close attention. "Immediately release Shiryu to assist me. Also, level 4 has been subdued. You must go to the monitoring room and observe every movement within the prison. Report any anomalies to me at once. Yes, Warden. This time, Hannibal readily agreed, harboring the splendid vision of becoming the director as he led the group towards the monitoring room. Level 6, an infinite hell. Upon hearing the alarms emanating from the broadcast intercom, the entire Level 6 transformed into a scene reminiscent of a festive celebration. Since their confinement in this boundless inferno, the very notion of hope seemed to have been utterly forsaken. This is the first time that the yearning for freedom appears tantalizingly close, as if one could simply reach out and grasp it. With a thud, McKen was seized by the shorter-than-him Empress and forcefully slammed against the wall. Hancock, gripping McKen's collar with both hands, lifted him and coldly inquired, "How much do you know about all this?" Upon realizing that McKen could communicate with the outside world, Hancock understood that the unfolding events in Impel Down were inextricably linked to this man. "Are you referring to the prison break or that foolish straw hat kid?" Hancock remained silent, her icy gaze scorching McKen's eyes. "All right, I can see that this situation indeed stems from my actions. But would you believe me if I said that the involvement of that straw hat kid was also within my expectations?" With a dismissive snort, Hancock released McKen, doubting that he could orchestrate such a feat. If he could, he wouldn't have been captured here. However, upon confirming McKen as the mastermind behind it all, Hancock began to ponder how to leverage him, as his confidence might indicate that his companions could indeed infiltrate this level. If she could control McKen, she could coerce his allies into helping her rescue Luffy. Unbeknownst to Hancock, McKen was indifferent to her thoughts. In fact, he was even more eager to locate Luffy. McKen never engaged in unprepared battles. Having anticipated the possibility of being captured and impelled down, he would not languish in a cell waiting for others to rescue him. Under his meticulous planning, Blackbeard's early arrival at Impel Down was timed perfectly with Luffy's moment of vulnerability, as he was incapacitated by Magellan's potent poison and would require several hours to recover. While McKen and Hancock harbored their own ulterior motives, the other inmates in the prison had erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Although they were uncertain whether this invasion would truly lead them to freedom, it did not diminish their exuberant spirits. Unlike the other cells, which echoed with the noise of a bustling fair, a few cells in Level 6 were particularly silent. Almost deathly so. Without discussing the cells of Ace and Jinbei, it was evident that they were aware of McKen's involvement and were quietly awaiting the unfolding drama. In the depths of darkness, in one of the cells, a muscular man, resembling a fearsome warrior, sat upright on his bed with arms crossed and eyes closed. In his vast cell, there were only a handful of people and a scattering of bones. Douglas Barrett, though there was no official ranking among the Level 6 prisoners, was undeniably perceived as the pinnacle of strength among them. "Ha ha, it seems quite lively outside," came the voice of another inmate from a different cell. A man with slick back hair, gently stroking his left hook prosthetic and chuckling softly. "This truly stirs my blood. Old Shah, or Crocodile, the former warlord of the sea, possesses a strength that could rival even that of Barrett, had he not succumbed to the allure of the Dark King's power and allowed himself to decay. Along with the narrative's contrivances, he would have never imagined that someone like him could fall to the hands of Straw Hat Luffy, especially when Luffy had only just arrived in the Grand Line. Within the other cells, formidable figures akin to prison wardens instill fear in their fellow inmates, such as the tyrant king Abelo Pizarro, the notorious drunkard Baschote, the colossal battleship Saint One Evil Wolf, and the enigmatic moon hunter Katarina Devon. Particularly striking is Katarina Devon, as one of the few female figures in Level 6. Her terrifying prowess is evident as she commands the respect of a multitude of vicious male prisoners. At this moment, she extends a hand towards Hancock's direction, reaching into the void, and this robust woman is far from friendly toward her fellow women, especially given her penchant for hunting beautiful heads as trophies. Hancock has evidently become her ultimate target. Amidst the numerous cells, one stands out as incongruous, while the prisoners in the other cells dare not provoke the wardens too openly. Exchanging glances and whispers, this particular cell is shrouded in an eerie silence. The reason for this is clear. Only one living soul remains within, while the other inmates have turned to rancid bones. The former chief warden of Impel Down, known as Shiryu of Rain, stands at the cell's entrance, gazing silently towards the elevator in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He knows that, in this situation, even Magellan, despite his disdain for him, would have to release him. As anticipated, the chime of the elevator resonates throughout Level 6, and a group of guards, brandishing long blades, hastily approaches his location. "Chief Shiryu, by order of Director Magellan, You are to immediately proceed to level 2 to assist in intercepting Blackbeard's crew, with a mixture of fear and respect. The guards announce as they unlock the cell door. Chapter 179. The escape in progress. There exists a type of person whose mere appearance exudes an aura of strength, a presence that sends shivers down the spine, even while standing idle. Chief Shiryu of Impel Down is such a figure, with his malevolent and grotesque visage, clad in garb reminiscent of the NSDAP, projecting an overwhelming sense of ruthlessness, authority, and terror. Even his former subordinates feel a twinge of regret upon opening the cell door, as if they have unwittingly released a bloodthirsty fiend from the abyss. Upon his emergence, the nearby prisoners huddle into the corners of their cells, holding their breath in dread. Should they attract his attention, given Shiryu's nature, they are certain he would dispatch them without a second thought. Tout imbiarable. Stepping out of his cell, Shiryu lit a cigar and began to smoke leisurely. Indeed, this boundless tedium was enough to drive one to despair. The guard, trembling with trepidation, watched Shiryu closely and respectfully presented his renowned blade, the Thunderstorm, with both hands. As Shiryu slowly unsheathed the sword, its blade gleamed, reflecting his venomous gaze. It had been far too long since he had held such a weapon. In an instant, a flash of cold light pierced the guard's vision, and by the time they comprehended what had transpired, Shiryu had vanished without a trace. No one could discern how he had executed that strike. Even Magellan was unable to accurately observe his movements through the dimness. Shiryu drew and sheathed his sword in one fluid motion, wordlessly striding towards the elevator, leaving behind only his chilling silhouette. As for the unfortunate guards who had been at the receiving end of Shiryu's demonstration, they had already lost their lives. Yet their bodies remained standing, frozen in their final expressions, resembling statues. A monster. Once Shiryu departed, Hancock retracted her cautious and serious demeanor, letting out a cold snort. The pressure Shiryu exerted upon her was even greater than that of Magellan. His murderous intent felt like a boiling cauldron of blood, the acrid scent of iron invading her nostrils uncontrollably. Are you certain your men can reach this level, even in the face of such a creature? Hancock cast a sidelong glance at McKen, her uncertainty evident. Rest assured, McKen replied with a chuckle, stretching his neck as he leaned against the wall. There's more than one monster here. Level 2, Beast Hell. The ground was strewn with jailers, prisoners, and the carcasses of various ferocious beasts, while thick, viscous blood seemed to weave a vast crimson carpet across all the passageways. Occasionally, a few rat-like creatures greedily gnawed at the remnants of flesh. Admiral, the broadcast earlier, Iska exclaimed, brandishing her slender sword to fell a howling prisoner before turning to gaze at Toharu. At that moment, Toharu's visage startled Iska, who was familiar with her. The once radiant and beautiful face appeared as if coated in a layer of white frost, the crimson lips starkly contrasting against the pale complexion, creating an unsettling blend of allure and malevolence. Shion's voice took on a hollow, ethereal quality, evoking an indescribable tingling sensation throughout Iska and Little Suddy. Yet the underlying wrath made their bodies feel as though they were being scourged with iron. Are you all right? Iska inquired hesitantly, acutely aware that Shiryan was evidently furious, having even harnessed the power of her devil fruit. Toharu was indeed incensed. She had every right to be angry. Blackbeard's invasion of Impel Down signified his betrayal of the Navy. Yet for Toharu, this was not the crux of her fury. She had never placed faith in the so-called Seven Warlords. What truly angered her was the realization that Blackbeard's successful incursion likely meant that members of the 334th Fleet Station outside had perished. The years of dedication, sweat, and emotional investment she had poured into her direct subordinates had been utterly obliterated by the Blackbeard pirates. Iska, yes, go and do what you must, Toharu commanded, cradling her sword, Kinpyra, in her arms as she stepped forward. Your service is no longer required here. Toharu's voice gradually took on a seductive tone, momentarily making Iska feel as if she were standing before a deity. Admiral Shiryan, this is Impel Down. It is our duty to confront the invaders. Little Suddy retorted sharply, suppressing her usual levity. The invasion of Impel Down was already a significant embarrassment for the Navy. As the chief jailer, she could hardly allow a Navy officer to take the lead in such a situation. Run! Startled by Suddy's exclamation, Iska immediately seized Suddy's arm and sprinted toward the entrance to level 3, her demeanor akin to that of someone fleeing for their life. Wait, Suddy attempted to speak, but Iska interrupted. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Little Suddy, filled with bewilderment, turned her head after being pulled for several dozen meters, her pupils, hidden beneath her hair, instantly dilated. To her astonishment, amidst the previously blood-soaked desolation of the prison, vibrant pink peach blossoms blossomed, ethereal in nature, floating gently at the apex of the cell like phantoms. What shocked her further was the scene that unfolded below. A prisoner, having slain a guard, erupted into manic laughter and, in a few strides, lunged towards the peach rabbit. However, upon reaching mere meters from her, he abruptly halted, retreating to the sides of the path and slowly kneeling down. As the peach rabbit passed by, this guard, weapon raised high, stood up and gradually approached her. In that moment, the peach rabbit extended a hand, resting it gently upon his shoulder, and together they continued to advance. The pace of the peach rabbit was exceedingly slow, moving with a gait reminiscent of a figure-8 step or a butterfly's flutter, inching forward. All those she passed, including the guards, either joined her procession like marionettes or began to inflict self-harm, splattering their blood upon the pristine white naval coat of the peach rabbit. In a short while, the immaculate coat transformed into a deep crimson, resembling a billowing red kimono. Furthermore, those under her influence began to turn on one another, the living skinning the deceased to fashion rudimentary lanterns or flags, subsequently joining the parade. The bizarre scenes continuously jolted little Suddy's senses. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, she finally inquired, "What is happening?" The formidable Oiran, Iska, bore a stern expression as she swiftly pulled little Suddy away from the peach rabbit. "What?" "The fruit ability of the Gion commander, the Zoan type, human fruit." "Oiran form what?" As Iska ran ahead, she began to elucidate. Once the Gion commander activated her fruit ability, she would transform into an Oiran, and the path beneath her feet would morph into the Oiran road. Those upon the Oiran road were divided into two categories, servants and spectators. Only once the number of servants reached a certain threshold could others become spectators. Therefore, if one wished to avoid death, they must flee at once. Iska observed the encroaching peach trees and petals, hastening her pace. Although little Suddy still appeared bewildered, she deduced that the jailers and prisoners had already become the so-called servants, and judging by Iska's demeanor, the fate of becoming a servant seemed rather grim. Chapter 180. The Great Escape. As the peach rabbit unleashed her fruit ability, over 1,000 invaders, led by Blackbeard, successfully penetrated from the ground level to level 1. The swift incursion was largely attributable to Sabo, for none of the jailers attempting to intercept him stood a chance. However, Sabo exercised restraint, merely rendering them unconscious. "Huh, is this the great undersea prison?" "It's not so impressive," Bonnie exclaimed, tightening her grip around a jailer's neck. As a pirate, and an ambitious one at that, breaching Impel Down would undoubtedly add a significant chapter to her pirate legacy. At that moment, she had completely cast aside her earlier grievances regarding Barbossa's threats, now reveling in the chaos of Impel Down. In contrast, Hawkins maintained his usual calm demeanor, occasionally drawing cards for divination. Ever since he discerned that there were ulterior motives behind this operation, his mood had not been particularly cheerful. "Where's that wicked first mate?" Hawkins tucked away his cards and surveyed the raucous assembly of pirates, yet he could not spot Barbossa among them. The exuberant Bonnie, upon hearing Hawkins' query, glanced around, realizing that the loathsome old pirate seemed to have genuinely vanished. "Hey, where's your first mate?" Bonnie queried, tugging at a member of the fallen pirate crew who was gleefully dispatching jailers. This pirate was one of the cannon fodder recruited by Barbossa on a remote island, and even his name remained unknown to him. He cast a glance at Bonnie, swallowing hard. For him, the supernova Bonnie was already an awe-inspiring figure. "No, I don't know." The pirate stammered in response. He then sought out a few companions from the crowd to inquire further, only to receive the same uncertain answer regarding the whereabouts of their first mate. Not only Barbossa, but also the newly appointed bosun Larry, along with the pirates who had been following McKen since the West Sea, had all vanished without a trace, leaving them utterly oblivious to their destination. This caused Bonnie to furrow her brow. Even for pirates, the discipline of the fallen gang was exceedingly poor. "Be cautious, those fellows have unknown intentions," Hawkins whispered, tugging at Bonnie's sleeve. He harbored a foreboding sense that they were being used as pawns. As a kindred spirit, Hawkins offered this warning to Bonnie out of goodwill. Naturally, Bonnie was not foolish. This situation felt decidedly amiss. She discreetly gestured for her crew to remain vigilant and to slow their pace. At this moment, the invading force, which numbered over 1,000, was primarily divided into 4 distinct ranks. The foremost rank was led by Sabo, who, driven by his fervent desire to rescue others, had already ventured deep into level 1. Following closely behind were several members of the Blackbeard pirates, whose formidable combat prowess allowed them to advance unimpeded, maintaining proximity to Sabo. Subsequently, there was a horde of over 200 lackeys from the depraved pirate crew, whose varying levels of competence saw them recklessly charging forward in what appeared to be a promising situation. Lastly, there were Bonnie and Hawkins, whose ranks were the most numerous and were actively liberating the prisoners confined in Level 1, rapidly swelling their numbers. The focus then shifted to the ground level of Impel Down. This level appeared significantly more tranquil. Nearly all the guards had been vanquished, leaving only a handful of wounded individuals who continued to wail in despair. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from a particular room on this floor. Found it. In an instant, dozens of shadowy figures swiftly converged upon this chamber. This room is rather peculiar. It is entirely devoid of anything except for rows of telephone bugs, each adorned with what resembles a postman's cap, and the incessant sound of bubbling reverberates throughout. Here lies a base station, governing all models of the telephonic insects within the city. It is widely recognized that in the realm of OP, there exists a plethora of advanced technologies, with the telephonic insect serving as a quintessential example. The snail-like creature transmits biological electric waves, each individual possessing its own unique signal. Simultaneously, these creatures share a communal channel for public information, akin to an alternative collective consciousness, where each individual operates as a node for information dissemination. However, to achieve compatibility between different species of these creatures, auxiliary facilities are required, and this is the very place that facilitates and amplifies the public channel. With a mischievous grin, Barbossa approached and playfully tapped the head of one such creature, which was peacefully resting with its eyes closed. Startled, the creature opened its round eyes and glared at its intruder. Upon recognizing the rugged, bearded visage of the pirate, it quickly retreated into its shell, trembling in fear. Observing the creature's timid demeanor, Barbossa merely chuckled and turned to Larry, inquiring about the preparations of the items he had brought. All set, Larry affirmed with a nod, instructing his subordinates to produce the items. Each one extracted a black, pyramid-like object from their garments and began assembling it. In a short while, a pyramid approximately 1 meter in diameter was completed. Once assembled, Barbossa snapped his fingers, prompting Jack, who perched on his shoulder, to retrieve a rolled-up blueprint from behind and hand it to him. "Now, pay attention," Barbossa said with a mysterious smile, striding towards the pyramid. He unfurled the blueprint with 2 fingers to examine it. However, his expression soon soured. Despite the professor's simplified instructions, Barbossa stared at the diagram as if it were an inscrutable tome. Minutes passed, and Larry and the others exchanged glances, their anticipation morphing into confusion. "Captain Barbossa?" Larry ventured cautiously, stepping forward. "Ahem, yes," Barbossa replied, catching sight of Larry and quickly concealing the blueprint, striking a pose of feigned profundity. "I am contemplating a matter." "Ah, I see. Thank you for your efforts," Larry stammered, noticing Barbossa's forced composure. Even Jack, the monkey perched on his shoulder, could not bear the pretense. With a chattering cry, he leapt down, snatching the blueprint from Barbossa's hands and hopping onto the pyramid. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, he pressed down on a nearly imperceptible black diamond-shaped button. In an instant, arcs of electricity surged, and a third of the pyramid's apex began to rise slowly, while the black lines around its connections flickered with a cyan glow. "He, truly worthy of my Jack." Barbossa, upon witnessing the successful activation of the pyramid, approached and affectionately ruffled Jack's hair while offering words of praise. He then retrieved his pocket watch-like communication device and began to press the buttons upon its surface. Soon, the indicator light on the device transformed into a hue of azure, reminiscent of the pyramid itself. Having completed this task, Barbossa turned to face Hogback, who nodded and responded with a cruel smile. "The biological virus has been implanted within the cannon fodder, with a trigger time set for 1 hour from now." "Very well," Barbossa acknowledged. "The countdown for the Battle Royale begins now." Chapter 181. The Great Escape. As they advanced deeper into Level 1 of the prison, Sabo boldly dispatched the guards who obstructed their path. Just as he was poised to press forward, he noticed a throng of individuals rapidly approaching from ahead. Sabo, adopting a defensive stance, was taken aback as these people surged past him in flight. "What is happening? Is it Magellan?" Sabo pondered, observing the panicked masses, which included not only prisoners but also a multitude of guards. "What on earth is transpiring?" Sabo exclaimed, pulling one guard aside to inquire loudly. The guard's expression turned ashen upon being seized, his legs flailing desperately against the ground as he shouted for others to flee. Struggling to break free from Sabo's grasp, he twisted his face to glance behind him, and suddenly his visage contorted into one of sheer horror. With a primal scream that was anything but human, he wriggled free from Sabo's hold and scrambled away. "What on earth is happening?" Sabo furrowed his brow, gazing into the dark depths ahead. Perhaps it was a mere illusion. Yet he distinctly perceived several pink petals dancing gracefully in the absence of wind. In the next moment, realization struck him, and he stepped back cautiously, observing intently. The once silent corridor was suddenly filled with a peculiar and melodic resonance, and with each note, peach trees began to unfurl from the walls, gradually extending toward Sabo. These peach trees, resembling phantoms, possess a translucent quality, adorned with breathtaking blossoms of peach flowers. Without fully understanding the situation, Sabo refrained from making any hasty movements, slowly retreating to observe the transformations of these trees. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tinkling of bells resonated from the staircase leading to level 2. In that moment, two figures resembling jailers emerged at the entrance of the stairs, each grasping a flagpole. The flagpole bore a sail crafted from human skin, embellished with a string of bones. The delicate chime that echoed earlier was, in fact, the result of these bones clashing against one another. As the sound of the bones reverberated, an entire procession gradually came into view, comprised of jailers, prisoners, and even a variety of ferocious beasts native to level 2. These individuals approached Sabo with vacant stares and expressionless faces, resembling mere shells of their former selves. Some prisoners and guards, who had initially displayed expressions of terror due to their hasty retreat, suddenly transformed. Now, standing on either side of the line, they exhibited fervent smiles. They jostled together, craning their necks to gaze towards the center of the formation, akin to spectators drawn to a spectacle. The bizarre scene left Sabo feeling a chill run down his spine, prompting him to hasten his retreat. He speculated that this might be a manifestation of some peculiar devil fruit ability. Yet he could not fathom what kind of fruit could possess such power. Ha ha ha! What a grand spectacle this is! At that moment, the Blackbeard pirates had caught up, and upon witnessing the scene, their leader, Blackbeard, erupted into laughter. Is this a parade of courtesans? How curious. Let me see what you look like. Fearless and audacious, he paid no mind to the strange happenings before him and boldly approached the entire patrol squad. As Blackbeard's foot touched the ground, the peach trees lining the road began to sway, showering him with a flurry of petals that danced around him. Blackbeard's expression shifted abruptly as the mirth vanished from his face. Beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead, and he seemed to be assimilating into the very environment, slowly drifting towards the sides of the road. However, it appeared as though he was struggling against some unseen force, his body twisting unnaturally. Despite moving his feet outward, his upper body was being pulled back with great effort. At times, an aura of hockey enveloped his skin only to dissipate swiftly, reminiscent of a tug of war. Hey, Captain, how can you be subdued so easily? Lafitte of the Blackbeard crew wore an inexplicable smile as he twirled his cane, seemingly delighted by Blackbeard's predicament. The other crew members mirrored this indifference, standing by and watching Blackbeard's awkward stance as if it were mere entertainment. Hey, what's going on with you lot? Sabo could no longer tolerate the scene, his expression grave as he declared, if we don't think of a solution quickly, none of us will be able to pass through here. Huh? Who is this little brat? Jazara's Bayas scoffed at Sabo. It's not up to you to instruct us on how to operate. Believe it or not, I could easily take you down. With that, Bayas flexed his muscles and burst into laughter. You scoundrel! Sabo's eye twitched. Before he could respond, another member of the Blackbeard crew stepped forward. Von Aucher, shouldering his sniper rifle, strode confidently ahead, then raised his weapon, taking aim at a target he had discerned, the Fork of Destiny. With a resounding bang, the lead bullet sliced through the barrel and burst forth from the gun's muzzle, rendering the bullets fired by Qian Lu seemingly stationary in comparison. The bullet traced a graceful arc, first piercing Blackbeard's shin and singeing several of his whiskers before continuing onward, shattering a flower petal en route to its intended target's forehead. At the heart of the procession, the Peach Rabbit, with her fair complexion and crimson lips, donned a blood-stained coat. One hand rested upon a jailer's shoulder, while the other cradled the gilded blade of a knife. Her eyes gently closed as she advanced with deliberate, measured steps. As she took another stride forward, the bullet penetrated the jailer masquerading as a young girl, an assistant to the courtesans, before reaching her forehead. In the next instant, the procession halted, slowly kneeling, while the Peach Rabbit, encircled by admirers, raised the half-drawn blade of her gilded knife in front of her, effortlessly cleaving the bullet in two. With the procession's pause, Blackbeard regained his freedom, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as laughter escaped him. He had nearly stumbled into a trap. Indeed, there was some skill involved. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of thick, black sludge surged from his body, and upon contact, the phantom-like peach trees began to wither rapidly, their crimson petals decaying and falling from the branches. Are you the esteemed guest? The Peach Rabbit, now surrounded by the throng, opened her eyes, her seductive gaze fixed upon Blackbeard. Following a charming smile, she elegantly brushed aside the attendant beside her, bowing graciously in front of Blackbeard before gradually drawing the gilded knife fully from its sheath, stepping forward with purpose. As the petals from the nearby peach trees drifted down, they formed a pathway at her feet, leading directly to Blackbeard. I have mastered a dance of the sword and wish to invite you, esteemed guest, to indulge in its elegance. Chapter 182. Escape in progress. The Oiran fruit possessed a power akin to that of the Gagaga fruit or the childlike fruit, embodying a certain semblance of rule-based abilities. Within the realm she created, every individual was compelled to transform into either a servant or an audience member. Unless one was a master adept at utilizing haki, an ordinary person would, upon a mere glance, be assimilated into a puppet, wholly obedient to the whims of Peach Rabbit. Even a formidable vice admiral, should he falter, could easily become a mere plaything beneath her skirt. However, after Blackbeard wielded the dark fruit, this seemingly overpowered ability proved utterly ineffective against him. The dark fruit, a natural enemy to all devil fruit powers, possessed the extraordinary ability to nullify the abilities of others, rendering Blackbeard an inherent nemesis to all devil fruit users. Yet, combat has never solely been a measure of theoretical prowess. Even without the enhancement of her fruit abilities, Peach Rabbit continued to dominate Blackbeard in their clash. Although she was initially startled that Blackbeard could negate her powers, she remained unperturbed, for the Oiran fruit also augmented her agility. In that moment, Peach Rabbit danced like a nimble sprite, her towering height of 3 meters posing no hindrance to her speed. Her elusive form rendered her nearly undetectable to Blackbeard. Despite being a proficient user of haki, Blackbeard's observation haki was scarcely superior to Peach Rabbit's, leaving him unable to contend with her extraordinary swiftness. Moreover, Peach Rabbit was not merely an adept fighter but a master swordswoman, wielding the formidable sword Jean Pira, a blade named after the protector of maritime navigation, often depicted as an alligator. This illustrious sword possessed capabilities that matched its esteemed name. Each slash from Peach Rabbit's Jean Pira appeared to possess a life of its own, transcending mere strikes. These arcs of light seemed to transform into the vicious teeth of an alligator, tearing at Blackbeard. Ouch, that hurts terribly. As a natural type fruit user, the dark fruit came at the cost of losing the ability to become elemental, and the pain from attacks was exacerbated. Faced with Peach Rabbit's onslaught, Blackbeard writhed in agony, his flesh torn and bloodied, even with the protection of his armament haki failing to completely shield him from the biting slashes. Does this dance of my sword please you, esteemed guest? After delivering a decisive blow that sent Blackbeard sprawling, Peach Rabbit tenderly caressed the blade, her voice laced with affection. Meanwhile, Sabo stood in awe, deeply impressed by Peach Rabbit's prowess. Back on Sabati Archipelago, she had merely toyed with him. Ha! This is the strength of a vice admiral's replacement? Blackbeard, suddenly lying on the ground with arms outstretched, erupted into laughter. Blackbeard slowly rose from the ground, twisting his neck and stretching out his arms. There was a hint of disappointment. If this was the extent of a vice admiral's prowess, one could only wonder about the capabilities of the 3 admirals. Like many others, he harbored an air of arrogance and underestimation, yet his pride was firmly rooted in his absolute strength. Although conceited, he was not a masochist. The reason he endured blows was not only that he was initially caught off guard, but also because he was assessing the strength of the Navy's 3 admirals through Peach Rabbit's prowess. Now he could confirm that, although the 3 admirals were undoubtedly superior to Peach Rabbit, they were perhaps not beyond his reach. In a one-on-one confrontation, even if he found himself at a disadvantage, he would not easily succumb. Peach Rabbit furrowed her brow as she observed Blackbeard's boastful demeanor. The wounds she inflicted upon him were visibly healing, a feat only achievable through a profound level of life restoration. Realizing her guest's dissatisfaction, she resolved to exert herself further. With that, Peach Rabbit vanished once more, reappearing behind Blackbeard with her blade poised to plunge into his spine. Dark passage. An unfathomable darkness erupted from Blackbeard's body, resembling a miniature black hole that devoured everything in its vicinity. Anything that came into contact with this abyss was inexorably compressed and consumed. In that instant, the members of the Blackbeard crew instinctively turned to flee, not uttering a single word. The latecomer, Sabo, upon witnessing their escape, hurriedly followed suit. However, his response was a beat too slow. The spread of darkness exceeded his expectations. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he could not evade its engulfing grasp. With a piercing gaze, the Blackbeard crew watched as he was swallowed into the dark passage. If Sabo was ensnared, then Peach Rabbit, in close proximity, was also doomed to the same fate, vanishing almost instantaneously. Not only Peach Rabbit and Sabo, but all beings and objects within a 100-meter radius of Blackbeard were not spared. Even the very ground beneath them disintegrated, drawn into the abyss. Blackbeard himself tumbled down into level 2, following the void that had consumed him. At that moment, Magellan, leading a contingent of guards, arrived at level 2, coincidentally witnessing Blackbeard's descent from above. Upon landing, Blackbeard spread his arms wide and laughed maniacally, entirely disregarding the approaching figure of Magellan, the prison warden, whose expression was anything but amiable. Magellan approached Blackbeard silently, scrutinizing him, and it was then that Blackbeard acknowledged his presence. "Ha ha, you must be the prison warden, Magellan," Blackbeard exclaimed. Magellan's skin began to seethe with venom as he cast a cold glance at the shattered ceiling. "There is still ample time. Allow me to inquire. What is your purpose?" "Huh? Purpose?" Blackbeard, with a defiant tilt of his head, opened his mouth wide, while his crew descended from the gaping hole in the ceiling, positioning themselves behind him. He chuckled softly, stating, "In just one day, I shall present to you a performance that will astonish the entire world. For now, this is merely a prelude to the grand spectacle. A performance that will shock the world?" Magellan raised a hand to his ear, scoffing at the bold proclamation. "But where is Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit of the Navy headquarters?" "Who knows?" Blackbeard grinned, his smile wide. "If you wish to meet her, I can arrange that." No sooner had Blackbeard finished speaking than Magellan sprang into action, 5 venomous dragons hurtling towards Blackbeard's crew at an unparalleled speed. "How foolish of me to engage in dialogue with a band of criminals," Magellan thought, turning to leave, exuding confidence in his attack. Indeed, none of Blackbeard's crew, including Blackbeard himself, had time to react, helplessly watching as the venomous dragons descended upon them. Just as despair enveloped Blackbeard's crew, Magellan's expression shifted dramatically, and he spun around. The necks of the 5 venomous dragons were effortlessly severed by a single strike, even the toxic residue dissipating into the air without a drop touching Blackbeard's crew. "Shiryu!" Magellan roared in fury. Not far away, Shiryu, bloodied and with a cigar in his mouth, revealed a sinister grin. "Ah, Magellan, this is my resignation." Chapter 183. The Escape in Progress. Shiryu, why? Magellan questioned, bewilderment etched on his face. "Why, you ask?" Shiryu delicately traced the blade of his knife, the chilling steel reflecting his bloodthirsty gaze. "Perhaps it is simply out of boredom." Shiryu slowly aimed his blade at Magellan, adding, "Furthermore, I wish to ascertain just how many of my strikes you can withstand." Upon hearing Shiryu's words, Magellan bowed his head in silence, 3 venomous dragons gradually materializing around him. "Very well, since that is the case, you shall be buried here and impelled down forever. Rest assured, I shall choose a fitting place for you." As Magellan's words concluded, the 3 venomous dragons surged towards Shiryu. In response, Shiryu, biting down on his cigar, let out a sinister chuckle. Gripping the hilt of his blade, Rainstorm, he lowered himself into a stance, raising his weapon for a powerful strike. Shiryu's attack bore a sense of oppressive force greater than that of Peach Rabbit, and upon contact, his strike cleaved through the 3 venomous dragons, the ensuing gust dispersing the toxic remnants. "Ha. Although I am unclear about the circumstances, is there infighting among you?" At this moment, Blackbeard burst into a boisterous laugh. As a pirate, he possessed no sense of honorable conduct. Instead, his motto was one of treachery and shamelessness. "Men, advance." Under Blackbeard's command, his crew swiftly encircled Magellan. Though their previous ambush displayed a degree of overconfidence, Magellan's prowess was not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Blackbeard lacked the assurance to subdue him, thus resorting to the traditional pirate tactic of overwhelming an opponent with numbers seemed entirely reasonable. Magellan, however, regarded Blackbeard and his crew with disdain. With a mere flick of his wrist, a venomous dragon surged forth towards the Blackbeard pirates. To him, the most formidable threat was Shiryu. The rest of Blackbeard's crew were merely a rabble. Darkwater. Blackbeard, no longer underestimating his foes, summoned the powers of the dark fruit. The moment the poisonous dragon made contact with the darkness, it was drawn in as if swirling down a toilet. What? Witnessing his venomous dragon dispatched with such ease astonished even Magellan, altering the gravity of his gaze toward Blackbeard. Shiryu, with a grunt, stepped forward. As he approached Magellan, his entire blade was enveloped in a pitch-black coating of haki, a clear indication that this was not a moment for distraction. Director. Thunderstorm, true to its name, struck with the swiftness of lightning, the sharp blade aimed squarely at Magellan's chest. Despite his surprise at Blackbeard's abilities, Magellan remained vigilant against Shirey, prepared for the onslaught. He crossed his arms, coated in haki, to shield himself from the impending attack. First, I shall deal with you. Magellan exhaled a plume of toxic gas. But before he could finish his sentence, he sharply turned his head. In that instant, a bullet pierced through the collar he had raised, creating a gaping hole in the wall behind him. Van Oka, holding the smoking rifle, maintained an unwavering expression, as if Magellan's evasion of the shot was entirely expected. Seizing the opportunity, Shirey unleashed another strike. Though it did not inflict significant damage, the forceful blow staggered Magellan, whose towering frame stood at 5 meters. As soon as Magellan regained his footing, the renowned fighting champion, Jesus Burgess, let out a wild cry and lunged toward him, swinging his fist toward Magellan's abdomen. A muffled thud echoed through the air as Burgess's grin faded, realizing his attack was utterly ineffective. To his astonishment, it felt as though his fist had sunk into Magellan's abdomen, rendering him unable to withdraw it. During this period, the mastery of the arm color by Jesus Burgess was merely at a novice level, rendering him utterly incapable of contending with Magellan. The venomous fruit enveloped him like glue, encasing his fists. Are you merely tickling me? Magellan, looking down upon him, extended his large hand, intent on seizing Burgess by the head. Just then, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and Magellan's outstretched hand was effortlessly severed, crashing to the ground. Immediately thereafter, Lafitte of the Blackbeard crew, utilizing his devil fruit ability, ascended above Magellan. Waving his cane as if performing magic, he unleashed several bombs that landed before Magellan. After a series of muffled explosions, these smoke bombs, infused with the lethal toxins developed by Poison Q, erupted, enveloping Magellan within a toxic haze. However, for Magellan, who possessed the venomous fruit, this was of little consequence. Seizing the moment of chaos, Burgess forcefully withdrew his arm and was drawn back to the group by Lafitte. With the smoke providing cover, Shiryu made his move once more. He sheathed his sword, gripping the hilt with his left hand, and propelled himself forcefully into the smoke. Given his shorter stature compared to Magellan, and with his form lowered, Magellan, obscured by the smoke, could only sense the impending attack through his observation haki, leaving him unable to accurately gauge Shiryu's precise distance. Futile, Magellan bellowed, his legs enveloped in armed haki, prepared to withstand the impending slash. In accordance with Magellan's perception, Shiryu drew his sword, aiming for Magellan's legs, producing a resounding clang as the blade rebounded. This was all part of Shiryu's design. Wielding the sword in his right hand, he could not fully unleash its power. However, as the blade rebounded, Shiryu's right hand released the sword, allowing it to soar through the air. Subsequently, his left hand reached out to grasp the hilt, propelling his body upwards and executing a swift and fierce upward slash, empowered by the rebounding force and his own momentum. The strike exceeded Magellan's expectations. Even though his observation haki had sensed it, his body could not respond in time. With a spray of blood, a narrow wound was carved across his upper body, his clothing torn, and even the tip of one of his horns was severed. Damn it! Although Magellan regarded this injury as merely a scratch, his fury was unparalleled after years of unscathed existence. Clenching his fist, he launched a furious blow towards Shiryu's head. Shiryu, having just executed a slash, did not dare to underestimate the situation. He immediately raised his blade to shield himself. While the weapon-turned shield absorbed much of the impact, the tremendous force still sent him flying. As he soared through the air, blood escaped his lips, and even his signature hat was blown away. Splendid work. Why not join me? Yes, Shiryu. You will not find it dull. While airborne, Shiryu suddenly felt a pull that siphoned away the dark energy within him, causing his descent to slow. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, he cast a glance at Blackbeard, who had summoned him down. Given the stagnant atmosphere here, it would not be so bad to indulge in some mischief with you. However, do you truly possess the capacity to bear my presence? Shiryu's gaze towards Blackbeard was perilous, and Blackbeard felt a chill creeping into his vital areas under Shiryu's intense stare. Capacity. Just take a good look at yourself. Blackbeard laughed maniacally as he strode towards Magellan, an overwhelming darkness emanating from him, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Chapter 184. The prison break in progress. You have truly ignited my wrath, echoed Magellan's voice from within the toxic mist, his silhouette flickering amidst the haze. He inhaled deeply, drawing all the poisonous fog into his body. Aside from the severed horn atop his head and the now-stopped bleeding wound on his chest, Magellan stood unscathed. Even the arm that Van Augur had shot off had reverted to its original state. How pathetic, Magellan. betrayed by your own subordinate. It seems the Warden of Hell isn't as formidable as one might think. Observing Blackbeard encased in darkness, Magellan, unusually silent, reached up to touch his broken horn and suddenly broke into laughter. The abrupt smile momentarily halted Blackbeard's steps as he squinted at the figure before him. Indeed, it appears my benevolence has led you to misconstrue certain matters. Magellan ceased his mirth, coldly surveying the gathered dark figures. It seems you have forgotten your location. Allow me to remind you, this is hell. Silence fell as a torrent of purple venom began to seep from Magellan's feet, spreading across the ground. The once unyielding marble floor was corroded, releasing wisps of acrid smoke, and soon, the purple mist began to shift toward the crimson hue. Be cautious. Magellan is about to get serious. Shiryu, positioned behind Blackbeard, exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, brandishing his blade with fervor, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle. Recalling how he had been defeated by this very technique and subsequently imprisoned in the infinite hell. Judgment of the hellish behemoth. With the utterance of this incantation, the venom beneath Magellan transformed into a pool of blood, and from this toxic abyss emerged a colossal hand stretching several meters in length. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the giant hand tore through the floor, and the body of the behemoth began to emerge from the toxic pool. Blackbeard gazed up, a smile gracing his features as he beheld the towering behemoth, its form reminiscent of a bloodied skeleton. Yet, the crimson substance adorning it was not blood, but a lethal venom. The behemoth's hand descended violently towards Blackbeard, who, undeterred, laughed heartily and extended his own arm to meet the giant's. Dark water. The collision of the two hands, one large and one small, one red and one black, produced a resounding shockwave that compelled the members of the dark crew to cover their ears, while the ensuing wind pressure fluttered Shiryu's dark coat. Although the power of the dark fruit was formidable, it possessed its limitations. Primarily, contact with the user was required to nullify the abilities of others. Furthermore, while the dark water technique could absorb attacks, it was effective only in a limited range, despite having significantly diminished the venom from the behemoth's hand upon impact. More venom continuously converged from the giant's body to replenish the absorbed palm. Unlike the domain-like abilities encountered against Peach Rabbit, this behemoth, a tangible manifestation of the fruit's power, could not be entirely subdued by the dark fruit. Its strength surpassed Blackbeard's expectations. Damn it, Blackbeard cried out, feeling the weight of the venomous giant bearing down on him. His legs instinctively buckled, and his back began to hunch. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength, nearly shattering his teeth as he finally created a narrow opening and rolled away, escaping the behemoth's grasp. Observing the ground being swiftly eroded into toxic sludge, Blackbeard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It seemed he had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Hey, as a former subordinate, do you not know his weaknesses? As Bagus witnessed Blackbeard suffering under Magellan's onslaught, he swiftly inquired of Shiryu beside him. Shiryu, upon hearing this, glanced at Magellan, who stood like the ruler of hell, and retrieved several glass vials from his cloak, hurling them towards the men of the Black Squad. These vials contained the antidote to Magellan's venom. Grasping the vials, Bagus felt as though he had struck gold. He promptly uncorked one and downed its contents, clenching his fists in jubilant laughter. Now he was ready for a proper fight. This antidote will at most alleviate the symptoms of your poisoning. Being struck by that substance will lead to certain death, Shiryu remarked, discarding his nearly burnt-out cigar. One hand gripped the hilt of his sword while the other rested upon its back, the corners of his mouth curling into a sinister smile as he quietly declared, "Prepare to fight to the death. It seems you have brought a plethora of preparations to confront me." Magellan, standing behind the colossal figure of poison with his arms crossed, replied indifferently, "You've truly worked hard. Let me send you on your way." With that, Magellan stepped forward, merging with the massive entity, becoming enveloped within its belly. Now united with the giant, Magellan lowered his head, gazing down at the minuscule figures before him. "Are you all prepared for your descent into hell?" The members of the Black Squad and Shiryu remained silent, assuming their stances, silently bracing for the impending assault. Just as tensions escalated, on the brink of a life-or-death confrontation, the entirety of Level 2, or more precisely, all telephone bugs aside from Level 5, suddenly lost control. Various voices emanated from the telephone bugs. "Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?" This upheaval disrupted the previously tense relationship between the two parties, causing Magellan's expression to darken. Meanwhile, in the Level 4 monitoring room, Hannibal, with a face of astonishment, grasped the guard by the collar and raised his voice in inquiry, demanding to know what was happening. Why had all the telebugs malfunctioned? Hannibal's questions were soon answered as every screen in the monitoring room transformed into a singular image. Not only the monitoring room, but every location within the advancing city that housed a projection telebug displayed the same scene. This, Hannibal gazed at the somewhat familiar setting, momentarily unable to discern its origin. Level 6. Magellan, witnessing the projection in the hall, clenched his teeth and let out a low growl. Ha ha ha, I knew you were no ordinary foe. Blackbeard erupted into laughter upon seeing the figure within the projection. The projected environment appeared somewhat dim, clearly characteristic of Level 6. Aside from the surrounding swirling mist, the most prominent feature was the cell in the center. Due to the poor lighting, the individual within the cell was obscured. All that could be discerned was a man, lifting his head to gaze at the camera, his rows of stark white teeth strikingly visible. Hey, who is that guy? And what is going on? Bonnie, cautiously advancing in Level 1, shouted in response to the suddenly appearing projection. At that moment, a hapless member of the malevolent pirate crew rubbed his eyes and exclaimed loudly, "It's the captain, Captain McKen, Maken, that black swan." Upon hearing this, Bonnie seized the pirate and began to interrogate him. The unfortunate soul, upon encountering Bonnie's fierce demeanor, swallowed hard and nodded. Bonnie casually tossed him aside. Her teeth gritted as she glared at the indistinct figure of the man in the projection, seething, "Is it you scoundrel?" Chapter 185. The prison break in progress 18. The scene shifts back to when Blackbeard had just arrived at Level 2. After Shiryu's departure, the prisoners fell into a new wave of agitation. Magellan's decision to release this murderer indicated that the adversary they faced was not one to be underestimated. At the very least, Magellan felt somewhat overwhelmed by the prospect of confronting such a foe alone. Blackbeard, seated in the prison, Crocodile gently caressed his prosthetic limb, his mind racing as he struggled to recall anything about the man who had taken his place among the 7 warlords. He was not alone in his confusion. Hancock, the Empress and fellow warlord, also had no knowledge of this Blackbeard. She turned her icy gaze towards McKen and inquired, "I ask you, what is the true strength of that man named Marshall? Do you genuinely believe he possesses the power to rescue you from his place?" As McKen prepared to respond to the Empress's question, his communicator suddenly vibrated twice. He raised his hand, signaling for silence, and brought the device to his ear. "Captain, everything is in place. We are now awaiting your instructions." Listening to the voice on the communicator, McKen chuckled softly and lifted his gaze to Hancock, declaring, "As a pirate, I have never placed my faith in anyone. While I can assure you of my allies' strength, I would rather trust in my own abilities." As he spoke, McKen pressed a button on the communicator, and in the next moment, the watch-shaped communicator's chain began to detach slowly. He caught the falling chain and, like kneading clay, applied it to the sea prism stone handcuffs, the viscous substance transforming into a transparent coating upon contact. However, more than anyone else's assistance, I would prefer to rely on myself. As he spoke, visible cracks began to form on the sea prism stone handcuffs. What? Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by the spectacle before her. The sea prism stone, known as the bane of those with abilities, had been the subject of research by many. Yet aside from specific forging methods, no one had discovered a means to alter its inherent nature. It is no wonder that Hancock was taken aback. Through the research conducted by the Chainsaw and Fran, it was revealed that although Hailu stone is referred to as a stone, it harbors a substantial amount of inert metallic elements, rendering its chemical properties remarkably stable. Indeed, there exists no means to refine such a material using the methods available in the OP world. However, through Fran's experiments with Substance P and the research undertaken by the Chainsaw, although a definitive method to subdue Hailu stone was not discovered, they did devise a strategy to counteract the small restraining device made of Hailu stone. The chain on the communicator was crafted from a specific chemical material, which, when kneaded and heated, could activate the inert metals within the Hailu stone at the point of contact. To put it simply, it rendered the Hailu stone more brittle. Under Hancock's watchful gaze, McKen flexed the muscles in his arms and pulled forcefully, causing the connecting ring of the Hailu stone handcuffs to snap apart. McKen shook his liberated arms and violently struck the wall, causing the handcuffs around his wrists to shatter like glass, scattering fragments across the floor. Ah, what a splendid feeling it is to regain one's abilities. As McKen rubbed his wrists, he turned to Hancock, and the ambiguous expression in his eyes immediately put her on guard. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Hancock inquired, adopting a defensive stance. Indeed, what was he planning to do? McKen tilted his head back to gaze at the darkened ceiling, as if genuinely contemplating this question. He gently activated the communicator in his hand, and at that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from the palm-sized device. Instantly, All prisoners on level 6 covered their ears, as the emitted high-frequency wave reached the limits of human auditory perception. Following the release of the high-frequency wave, all surveillance phone bugs fell into a state of dormancy in an instant. Within the monitoring room, the surveillance footage of level 6 appeared to freeze, with Hannibal's attention entirely fixated on Blackbeard, completely oblivious to the anomaly occurring in level 6. I have let's say a partner who once told me, McKen slowly remarked while tapping his forehead, that I am an angry child. In retrospect, he may have had a point. My actions do seem somewhat childish. Obsession. Do you understand? McKen smiled at Hancock, referring to the obsession with that fellow named Luffy. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Hancock's pupils contracted, and she sharply demanded, "What do you intend to do to Luffy?" As it pertains to Luffy, Hancock's composure and pride vanish entirely, her eyes betraying a hint of hysteria. She disregards caution and swiftly launches a kick towards McKen. Naturally, McKen is unfazed by such an attack. He extends his hands and employs his editing fruit ability, separating himself and Hancock into two distinct realms. Though Hancock's assault is fierce, her long, pristine legs embody an unstoppable momentum. McKen remains steadfast, and her kicks seem perpetually out of reach, ensnared in an eternal infinity. You see, this is yet another reason I disdain that fellow. After uttering these words, McKen strides forward, delivering a forceful palm strike to Hancock's abdomen, pushing her back. Without granting her a moment to react, he closes in, securing her neck with his left arm and pinning her against the wall. The commotion he causes immediately attracts the attention of Jinbe and Ace in the adjacent cell. "McKen, what are you doing?" Jinbe bellows, struggling with all his might. As previously mentioned, he harbors a natural inclination to meddle, burdened by the ideals of chivalry. However, McKen pays little heed to Jinbe's cries, turning his gaze towards the desperate Salome, who rushes to his aid. The overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki emanates from him, instantly enveloping Salome, who collapses to the ground, rendered unconscious before she can crawl a few meters. The manifestation of Conqueror's Haki not only captivates Jinbe and Ace, but also seizes the attention of all the prisoners in level 6. While such Haki may not impress the notorious criminals confined in this endless hell, its use, even in the New World, where practitioners are as common as fish in a river, remains a rare phenomenon. Each user of Conqueror's Haki, should they survive, possesses the potential to become a dominant force, particularly as they note that McKen has somehow freed himself from the sea prism stone cuffs, reinforcing their belief in his capabilities. The once boisterous level 6 transforms into an eerie silence, all eyes fixated on McKen, eager to discern his intentions. In that moment, the vast expanse of this eternal prison is filled solely with Hancock's relentless struggles and McKen's icy words. In reflection, I need not be compelled to take his life. Having dealt with Salome, McKen looks up at Hancock, contemplating that the absence of her presence would not alter the tides of the sea. Hancock clutches McKen's arms, straining against him, her eyes ablaze with fury as if they could melt him away. "How about a wager? Let us consider it a favor on your behalf." Unfazed by Hancock's struggles, McKen chuckles lightly and replies, "If that straw hat kid manages to survive today, I assure you, I will no longer target him." He pauses before adding, "Of course, this is contingent upon him not seeking trouble with me." Chapter 186. The escape in progress in response to McKen's wager. Hancock made his stance clear with a disdainful spit. "Go to hell, you bastard." "Ah, very well. I shall take that as your agreement." McKen extended his hand, brushing away the saliva that had landed on his face, and with a faint smile, he clenched his fist, imbued with the power of Haki, and struck Hancock fiercely in the abdomen. The impact rendered Hancock incapable of resistance, and upon McKen releasing his arm, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach and retching. Ignoring Hancock, McKen spread his arms and stepped into a slightly illuminated area of the cell, ensuring he was more visible to the prisoners. "Ladies and gentlemen," McKen proclaimed, arms wide open, "will you remain in this foul and decaying pit, or will you choose the boundless freedom of the sea? Today, I present to you an opportunity for choice." He surveyed the prisoners, awaiting their response, yet, as ever, his speech failed to stir any reaction. They merely gazed at him in silence. Well then," McKen shrugged, "perhaps none of you recognize me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am McKen Rive, though you may also refer to me as the Black Swan." With his introduction complete, McKen retrieved a communication device that resembled a pocket watch, now devoid of its chain, and declared it could begin now. Simultaneously, on the ground floor of Impel Down, Barbossa received the command. With a chuckle, he signaled his long-awaited pet monkey, Jack, to activate the switch of the Black Pyramid. As the switch was pressed, A dazzling arc of blue light emanated from the pyramid, causing the eyes of all the telephone bugs in the base to expand like broken egg yolks. In that fleeting moment, the telephone insects, relying on bioelectricity as a medium of transmission, were entirely under Barbossa's control, signifying that the entire propulsion city had lost its eyes and ears. Hogaback. It's time to commence. Barbossa, gazing at the flickering pyramid of electricity, let out a sinister laugh, tilting his head to glance at Hogaback beside him. Under the illumination of the blue electric light, Barbossa's visage appeared particularly menacing. Understood, esteemed first mate. Hogaback chuckled wickedly, slowly approaching the pyramid and turning to face several tightly wrapped pirates. At his gesture, these pirates gradually stepped forward, shedding the thick bandages that enveloped them. The unwrapped pirates bore gaunt faces and frail forms, yet their bellies were grotesquely swollen. Most chilling of all, sewn onto their chests were identical human faces. The most striking feature of this face is the pair of horns atop its square head, with its eyes tightly shut and the corners of its wide mouth dripping with a hint of saliva. As he chuckled, Hogaback deftly retrieved several surgical blades from his medical kit, his nimble fingers manipulating the instruments as if he were admiring a work of art, gazing at each identical visage. Larry and his cohorts shuddered at the sight of the faces implanted on these individuals, instinctively scratching their chests as if sharing in the discomfort. This is a manifestation of the miraculous. Lord Fran's skills truly move me. Hogaback, lost in admiration, found tears streaming down his cheeks. His hands clasped in reverence as he began to extol Fran's virtues. Spare me this nauseating display. Let us proceed, Barbossa interjected, somewhat weary of the sentiment, and stepped forward to deliver a sharp slap to Hogaback's forehead. Prompted by Barbossa's reprimand, Hogaback sprang into action, and under his ministrations, the faces suddenly began to respond, their eyelids fluttering rapidly. As the faces sewn onto their chests stirred, the bodies of these pirates trembled in unison. Soon, one pirate's chest-mounted visage opened its eyes, the orbs rolling wildly in their sockets, while the mouth began to move. Yet, due to the absence of vocal cords, no sound emerged, merely a fish out of water. Incessantly gasping, "Quickly move," Hogaback shouted in excitement as he observed all the faces springing to life. These pirates, resembling soulless automatons, staggered towards the pyramid, placing their hands upon its surface. This pyramid not only serves the function of shielding signals, but more importantly, it possesses the remarkable ability to amplify biological electricity at a high capacity and store it. The current pyramid resembles a powerful biological battery, awakening the pirates it comes into contact with. Upon mere contact with the pyramid, the faces implanted in the pirates begin to twitch incessantly, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, accompanied by arcs of electric light. Just as Hogaback observes with a mixture of tension and anticipation, a transparent arched door gradually manifests above the open pyramid. The door was no larger than a palm, seemingly affixed to the inner layer of the black pyramid like a mere sticker. "Now," roared Hogaback, as the ever-prepared Barbossa promptly hurled a vial of reagent into the archway. As soon as the reagent was cast within, the pirates with their hands pressed against the pyramid erupted in a cloud of azure smoke, trembling as if struck by lightning, while the door gradually blurred and eventually vanished entirely. Casting a glance at the fallen pirates, Barbossa produced a communication device and whispered, "The delivery has been made. Please take note." Received. Level 6 McKen scoffed lightly as a door unexpectedly materialized on the communication device in his hand, from which a vial of reagent flew forth before disappearing. "Hey, what are you up to?" A prisoner, growing impatient, inquired aloud. "My apologies," McKen replied with a smile towards the source of the voice, continuing, "I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. I can offer you the freedom you desire, but I have a small request. I would like you to assist me in eliminating a certain individual." "Kill someone?" the prisoners murmured amongst themselves. And before they could pose their questions, McKen swiftly added, "Rest assured, the person to be eliminated is merely a small fry with a bounty of only 100 million berries. For those incarcerated within these walls, a bounty of 100 million berries hardly posed a challenge, considering that even supernovas with bounties exceeding 300 million were confined to level 5. This insignificant figure was currently within impelled down, easily recognizable as a foolish lad donning a straw hat. McKen leisurely strolled to the cell door. Despite its construction from sea prism stone, his regenerative abilities allowed him to effortlessly unfasten the cell door without contact. The moment McKen proposed the assassination of Luffy, Ace could no longer contain himself, straining against the chains binding him, which clattered ominously. "Shoo, I advise you to remain still," McKen smiled at Ace. slowly turning to face the prisoners who were now leaning against the cell door. Of course, to add a touch of excitement, and to encourage all of you, I have prepared a little gift that I hope you will enjoy. With that, McKen raised a vial of reagent and forcefully smashed it against the ground, releasing a burst of pink smoke from the shattered container. As the pink smoke met the air, it ignited a violent reaction, rapidly expanding in all directions until it enveloped the entirety of the infinite hell. The echoes of persistent coughing reverberated throughout the prison. Once the smoke dissipated, the inmates turned their murderous gazes towards McKen. Though they were unaware of the nature of the substance he had just released, it was evident that it was no trivial matter. Chapter 187. The escape in progress. What in the world is this? After the dust settled, the prisoners began to question McKen. Unfazed, he approached the cell and gently opened the heavy door. The inmate within burst forth like a tiger released from its cage, seizing McKen by the throat and lifting him high. What exactly did you just unleash? Confronted by the ferocity of the inmates, McKen offered a soft smile. A small price for a glimpse of freedom. Behold, this is the essence of liberation. He gently patted the hand of the prisoner, gripping his throat, and continued. You may crush me as one would an ant, rather than cowering in that cell like a wretched worm. With unwavering resolve, McKen locked eyes with the inmate, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he was not the one ensnared. This is merely the first step towards freedom. My allies are already outside the city, prepared to assist you. True liberty is but a heartbeat away. Alternatively, you could choose to kill me, seeking freedom by your own means. Shaking his head, he added, Believe me, you would soon find yourself crawling back to your former confines, living a life counted by the days. So, the choice is yours. With that, McKen closed his eyes, relinquishing the power of choice to the enraged prisoner. The inmate, panting heavily, stared intently at McKen, as if attempting to penetrate his very thoughts. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Can you truly take me out of here? Upon hearing the inmate's question, a smile crept across McKen's lips. I cannot guarantee it. I'm merely offering you an opportunity. After all, this is the Push City. The prisoner, upon hearing McKen's response, did not rush to reply. Instead, he furrowed his brow and lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Yet, the grip he had on McKen's hand gradually loosened. After pondering for a considerable time, aware that McKen was leveraging him, he realized he had no authority to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he spat out, Damn it, I'm in. So, where's that straw hat kid? I'll kill him right now. After being released, McKen swiftly removed the sea stone handcuffs from him, and they began liberating the other prisoners. Although the process was not entirely smooth, most of the inmates reluctantly acquiesced to McKen's demands. After all, for these forgotten souls, the allure of freedom was overwhelmingly enticing. Kid, I can work for you, but you must hand over that woman to me. As McKen strolled to one of the cells, a voice emerged from within, reminiscent of a witch from a fairy tale, deep and hoarse. The prisoner, Katerina Devon, leaned forward to meet McKen's gaze, her eyes brimming with uncontainable fervor. To her, the prospect of Hancock's head was evidently far more enticing than freedom itself. Of course, beautiful lady, McKen replied gently, but the condition is that you must provide me with the Straw Hat Kid's head in exchange. I do not accept advances. Katerina emitted a peculiar, sinister chuckle, patting McKen on the shoulder. Rest assured, that Straw Hat Brat's head will be mine. After several minutes, with nearly all the prisoners freed, McKen arrived at a cell facing the surveillance snail and came to a halt. He adjusted his prison garb and combed through his hair, which had grown somewhat long over the days, before taking control of the now compromised snail. In an instant, McKen's image and voice filled every corner of Impel Down except for level 5. Hello. Can you hear me? Greetings to all my friends in Impel Down and to the pirate comrades coming to rescue us. McKen waved at the snail, saying, As you can see, I have successfully taken control of the entire communication system of Impel Down, so the guards in the monitoring room should not waste their efforts contacting reinforcements. Instead, you might want to listen carefully to what I am about to say, for it concerns your lives. With that, McKen directed the snail to pan around, capturing footage of the fearsome inmates in level 6. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of both Hannibal in the surveillance room and Magellan, who was preparing to confront Blackbeard, darkened instantaneously. Magellan had once uttered a phrase that lingered in McKen's memory. This place is the graveyard of hope. McKen chuckled softly, locking eyes with Hannibal's increasingly grim face, and enunciated deliberately, What about now? Confronted by McKen's taunts, Magellan erupted in fury, brandishing his colossal hand imbued with venom. With a swift motion, he enveloped the unfortunate projection phone bug in a torrent of toxic liquid, causing it to wither and plummet from the wall, shattering into countless pieces. Yet, in the next breath, another projection of a phone bug materialized before the assembled crowd. "I can sense your anger. I truly do," McKen remarked, gesturing with his thumb towards the figures looming behind him. "However, rather than rage, I believe you should be more concerned. Even though my companions here are undeniably feeble, you would find it nearly impossible to contend with such a multitude of prisoners. I can almost envision the scene where they rend you limb from limb." Magellan's countenance darkened ominously, as if shadows were poised to drip from it. Level 6 prisoners were no trifling matter. Some among them possessed strength that could rival his own. Should these inmates truly escape, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. Not only Magellan, but all the guards felt a chilling dread upon witnessing the menacing grins of the prisoners behind McKen, succumbing to profound despair. "This is rather tedious," McKen declared. "I abhor one-sided games." He lifted the communication device in his hand and tapped it lightly. "To remedy this, I have prepared a little game. My subordinates have implanted a certain virus within the bodies of the pirates coming to your rescue. You may consider this virus to be even more lethal than Magellan's venomous fruit, with an exceptionally high contagion rate." Upon hearing this, Bonnie and Hawkins, aware of what Pandora entailed, widened their eyes. Although uncertain of the veracity of McKen's claims, they could sense that they were indeed being regarded as mobile vectors of infection. Bonnie immediately screamed at the projection of McKen, internally lamenting her earlier decision to associate with Barbossa and the others in Sabo. "1 hour," McKen announced, raising a finger to signify the time remaining until the virus would unleash its devastation. "If within this hour, you esteemed guards can deliver to me the head of Monkey D. Luffy, I assure you that your lives will be spared." After a few moments of silence, he continued, "If there are no objections, let the Battle Royale commence." In the fleeting silence that enveloped Impel Down, following the interruption of McKen's smile, both guards and prisoners, along with the pirates who had come to their aid, exchanged silent glances. However, as time inexorably passed, akin to the detonation of a nuclear bomb, chaos erupted within the confines of the prison. Chapter 188. The escape in progress inside the cell. Hancock vehemently cursed McKen. This once proud woman had lost her composure, revealing herself to be merely an ordinary girl in that moment. McKen remained silent, approaching Hancock with an impassive expression as he endured her tirades. His cold demeanor focused intently on her eyes, gradually diminishing the intensity of her wrathful shouts until only soft sobs remained. "Your words go unheard, and no one cares for what you say." McKen knelt, gently lifting her chin with one hand, gazing at her tear-streaked face. "Everything you do now is utterly pointless, merely exhausting your strength in vain. Look behind me." Behind McKen, the majority of the prisoners clamored and surged toward the entrance leading to the upper levels. Humans, by nature, are social beings. Once one individual began to shout and rush forward, most felt compelled to follow suit. Their pent-up rage and yearning for freedom transformed them into ferocious beasts, baring their claws. Listening to the tumult and uproar behind him, McKen raised his other hand to tenderly wipe away Hancock's tears. They now resembled reeds standing tall in a desolate wasteland, swaying in the direction of the wind. They were helpless before the oncoming tempest of freedom, a force so formidable that even he could not impede it. "So pray," he said, releasing his hand from her tear-stained face as he stood, "that fate may once again favor your straw hat boy." "You despicable scoundrel," Hancock retorted, lifting her head from the ground. Her tone was devoid of emotion, her eyes lacking fury, as if she were merely stating an undeniable truth. "Thank you for the compliment," McKen replied, turning his back to her and making his way toward the entrance, which led to the stairs ascending to level 5. There, a tall man, smoking a cigar procured from a deceased guard, grinned widely, emitting bursts of laughter. "Not particularly sophisticated theatrics, but certainly memorable," remarked Crocodile, the sand alligator, casting a sidelong glance at McKen as he savored his smoke. "Upon our first meeting, I expected you to be like those others." McKen made no response to Old Shaw's evaluation, instead diverting the conversation. The individuals he mentioned were a few unconventional prisoners led by Douglas Barrett. These inmates either held themselves in high regard, choosing to disregard McKen, or they felt disdain for his actions, remaining silent in their cells. For these formidable figures, McKen saw no reason to seek unnecessary amusement. The success of the largest prison break in history would be unaffected by their participation. "Oomph, I still have a score to settle with that straw hat brat." Crocodile scoffed and turned away. Although McKen was quite curious about the extent of the power Crocodile had unleashed to be defeated by Luffy, he could not voice his inquiries at that moment. Shaking his head, he followed in Crocodile's wake. "Let us momentarily set aside the uprisings among the guards and prisoners within the city and shift our focus to level 5. The frost-covered prison remains as tranquil as ever, its environment perpetually teetering on the brink of absolute zero, rendering even the most resilient phone bugs incapable of survival. Apart from the prisoners, the only inhabitants are the military wolves, capable of enduring the bitter cold. In this desolate place, the most vital element for survival is warmth. Thus, even in the absence of phone bugs or guards, this prison stands as Magellan's most secure stronghold. Intriguingly, the key to the cell doors rests in the hands of the guards. Yet none of the prisoners who have lingered here for any length of time have chosen to escape. For them, the cells represent not merely a confinement of their movements, but rather a sanctuary shielding them from the predatory military wolves. Half an hour prior, in a valiant attempt to rescue the defeated and imprisoned Straw Hat Luffy, Xiao Feng had utilized his devil fruit powers to disguise himself as the deputy warden, Hannibal, to infiltrate the facility. Dragging the gravely poisoned and near-lifeless Luffy, he sought information regarding the whereabouts of a figure known as Ivankov. He firmly believed in the miraculous capabilities of the Okama King, convinced that he could rescue his friend from the clutches of death. Yet, time and again, disappointment met him. The prisoners either had never heard of Ivankov or were entirely unaware of his location. Despite the repeated setbacks, Xiao Feng remained undeterred, continuing to navigate through the various cells, inquiring about Ivankov's whereabouts. At long last, a prisoner, exhaling warm breaths with palpable enthusiasm, spoke up. "Do you see that grove over there? There's an abandoned guardhouse. I once encountered a peculiar man there." After following the well-meaning advice, Xiao Feng embarked on his journey through the forest, dragging Luffy along. Behind him, the prisoners exchanged sinister smirks. "What a villain you are. Just recently, you deceived a few newcomers to their doom. They've likely turned to waste by now. Ha ha ha. The wolf cubs are well fed. We can enjoy a few days of peace. And since death is inevitable, shouldn't I be thanked for sparing them some suffering? Ha ha ha." After a considerable trek, Xiao Feng finally reached the heart of the forest with Luffy in tow. However, despite having traversed for quite some time, all he could see was an expanse of white snow and towering pine trees, with not a single soul in sight. Just then, feeling his strength waning, Xiao Feng thought he heard voices, initially dismissing it as the sound of the wind or a mere figment of his imagination. He rubbed his face and steeled himself to listen intently. Closing his eyes, he focused for a moment, and as excitement illuminated his expression, he turned and fervently shook the unconscious Luffy. "Straw Hat, I can hear it. This must be the guidance of the Okama King. You're saved, Straw Hat. Can you hear me?" Yet, regardless of how fervently Xiao Feng shouted, the unconscious Luffy showed no signs of awakening, which only deepened Xiao Feng's concern. He hastily propelled himself towards the direction from whence the sound emanated, aboard a makeshift raft he had crafted. In that vicinity, several individuals, nearly frozen into statues of ice, sat huddled together, one of whom appeared to be in a considerable rage. The gluttonous woman, the strawman, and that wretched old codger. "Once I escape, I shall personally exact my vengeance upon you all. Kid, if you seek revenge, your first task is to escape from here. Do not squander your precious energy any further." "Huh? Are you instructing me on what to do?" Kid, covered in frost, bellowed at the individual who was tearing into a piece of raw meat. This group consists of the notorious supernova faction imprisoned in Advanced City: Eustace Kid, Killer, Urki, and X Drake. The group of superstars who have made a significant name for themselves upon the vast ocean are enduring an exceptionally miserable existence here. In a prison where even flames can be frozen, forced to subsist on wolf meat that is as hard as stone. Just as Kid was clamoring to confront Drake, Kira suddenly reached out to restrain him, sensing a disturbance. Are those wolf cubs back again? Just want to have a belly full of rage with no outlet." A cruel smile crept across Kid's face as he clenched his fists, preparing to deal with the relentless pack that consistently ambushed them. At that moment, a bare-chested figure appeared within his line of sight. "Finally found you. You are, who the hell are you?" Chapter 189, The Great Escape in Progress Level 5. 5, also known as the New Human Paradise, is a floor created by one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, Morley, utilizing the powers of the push-push fruit. It can only be accessed through the sewers of the Grand Prison, traversing impossible paths to reach this secret haven for prisoners. Of course, there's more than one route leading to the New Human Paradise. Hidden pathways within the various levels of hell also lead here. Over the years, many lost prisoners have stumbled upon this paradise through these entrances, giving rise to the legend of the Devil's Invitation within the prison. What do you think of this fellow named McKen? A figure with an enormous face, an exceptionally large, deep purple explosion of hair, long and dense eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss, sat at a minimalist bar, propping his face in one hand as he gazed into the liquid of his glass. His name is Emporio Ivankov, the king of this secret paradise, and also the miraculous individual that the tenacious Bonnie has been searching for. His attire is equally peculiar: fishnet stockings and a cloak, a tight, plunging bodysuit, all exuding an air of seduction that feels distinctly out of place. He is a dangerously mad individual. Behind Ivankov stood a woman of elegant demeanor. Were it not for the scar that pierced her right eye, one might easily call her beauty, clad in a long robe of yellow and white. Even her hair, reminiscent of a spade from a deck of cards, mirrored this duality, half yellow and half white in symmetrical fashion. She gently adjusted her glasses, took the glass from Ivankov's hand, sniffed it lightly, and remarked, "Let them cause their ruckus. I believe it is best for us not to intertwine with him." Her name is Lightning. She is not only a new human, but also the vice commander of the Revolutionary Army's G Corps, serving as Ivankov's aide. Is that so? Ivankov gently brushed his hand across his face. Yet I cannot bear to watch such a beautiful friendship wither away. There are few who would go to such lengths for a friend nowadays, especially one who is a new human. Before the telephone bug was controlled, Ivankov had already begun to secretly monitor Luffy, the audacious individual who dared to storm Impel down single-handedly. The sheer, foolish camaraderie emanating from Luffy moved even Ivankov. Particularly, after encountering Bon Clay, the sparks of friendship ignited between them, rekindling the dormant heart of the Okama King. Sensing Ivankov's wavering resolve, Lightning timely interjected. "Compared to the unfamiliar Straw Hat, I believe Sabo requires our assistance more." They had also discerned that Sabo was involved in this incident, and although Ivankov was initially taken aback, he swiftly regained his composure. Even the fact that Sabo had been devoured by Blackbeard's fruit ability did not faze him. "Fear not. Little Sabo is far more than that kind of man." Ivankov winked at Lightning, having witnessed firsthand Sabo's journey from a brash youth to a strategist within the Revolutionary Army. Though he harbored concerns, his faith in Sabo was unwavering. "Since you have made your decision," Lightning raised his glass and followed Ivankov toward the entrance. As Ivankov set off, the misunderstandings of Level 5 were also dispelled. While Kid could hardly be deemed a good person, he remarkably calmed down after hearing Bon Clay's explanation. Although he regarded the individual named Luffy and Bon Clay as foolish enough to gain notoriety on the seas, it did not prevent this rebellious pirate from developing a semblance of fondness for their friendship. "In that case, let us, as fellow prisoners, find a way to escape from here." Drake swiftly accepted Bon Clay and the barely conscious Luffy. "No, we must first locate the Okama King. Only he can save Little Straw Hat." Bon Clay immediately shouted, believing that Luffy's life was far more crucial than escaping Impel down. "Huh, you can't seriously believe that damned Okama King exists, can you? Are you an idiot?" Kid was skeptical of the so-called Okama King and would not place his hopes on an inexplicable legend. "The Okama King exists. He must exist," Bon Clay retorted vehemently in response to Kid's mockery. Just as Kid stood up and seized Bon Clay's collar, intending to teach this naive fellow a lesson, a tremendous rumble echoed from afar, akin to an avalanche. Kid released Bon Clay's collar and turned to gaze into the distance. "Are those little pups bouncing around again? Oof. How bothersome. Just right, I'll pluck every last hair from you. Wait, those R&T military wolves." Urki, beside him, crouched and pressed his face to the ground, his expression turning grave. "Those are footsteps, many footsteps." As his words fell, several heads emerged from the shadows of the forest, observing the group led by Kid. Upon spotting Luffy lying on the wooden raft, particularly the straw hat resting upon him, they immediately sprang to attention and shouted, "Found him! We've located the Straw Hat Kid." Your friend?" Kid asked, a hint of confusion in his tone. Not only was Kid perplexed, but even the bewildered Xiao Feng tilted his head, having no recognition of those individuals. Before he could respond, Kid, noticing the sinister grins on the approaching figures, clenched his fists and declared, so they are foes. Leave none standing." The individuals rushing towards them were prisoners from Level 6 of Impel Down, brimming with excitement upon discovering the Straw Hat's trail, dismissing Kid and his companions entirely. Kid, with a grunt, assumed a battle stance, flanked by Killer, Urge, Drake, and Xiao Feng, all preparing to confront this unknown threat. Hum. Magnetism. Shrapnel. Due to the scarcity of metal in the vicinity, Kid's power was reduced to less than 20% of its prime. The metal he could gather from the environment amounted to no more than the size of his fist. However, he deemed this sufficient to handle these inconsequential adversaries. With a flick of his fingers, the collected metal scattered like buckshot, striking the advancing foes. "Ha! That hurts, you bastard!" Contrary to his expectations, no cries of agony erupted. The prisoners shielded their vital areas with their hands, and the metallic projectiles merely caused minor abrasions. Kid furrowed his brow, surprised that his strike had proven so ineffective against the prisoners. Despite their disheveled appearances resembling beggars on the street, those confined to level 6 were no ordinary individuals. Even at diminished strength, they were not to be trifled with by a newcomer like Kid from the vast seas. The prisoners wasted no time, and their leader swiftly moved in front of Kid, raising a fist as large as a sandbag, aimed directly at Kid's face. Reacting quickly, Kid raised his arm to shield his head, but the impact of the punch sent him sliding several meters across the snow. Chapter 190. The Great Escape. Be cautious. These fellows are formidable, Urge remarked solemnly, witnessing Kid being forced back by a single prisoner. Quit being so verbose, Kid retorted. Kid shook his numb arm and retorted, yet his nonchalance gradually dissipated as he adopted a serious demeanor, directing his gaze towards the individual who had repelled him. In contrast to Kid's restricted, demonic storytelling abilities and Kira's lack of weaponry, the prowess of Urki and Drake remained largely unhampered, and they exchanged a glance before charging towards the prisoners. Among the inmates, a burly man, comparable in stature to Urki, leaped from the crowd to confront him, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle, grinning savagely as they grappled. Despite the man's impressive strength, which initially astonished Urki due to prolonged confinement and inadequate sustenance, he gradually succumbed to Urki's dominance. Even with bulging veins on his forehead and exerting 200% of his strength, he found himself being pushed back relentlessly by Urki. On Drake's end, he was equally formidable, swiftly weaving through the throng of prisoners. Just as they prepared to strike, he unleashed his devil fruit ability, the Zoan-type dragon fruit. Ancient variant, transforming into an Allosaurus. Even among Zoan fruits, renowned for their melee capabilities, the dragon fruit stood out as exceptional. As the Allosaurus, Drake showcased the apex of the food chain, his towering figure, razor-sharp teeth, and powerful jaws effortlessly shredding several inmates into a gruesome display of carnage. With claws curved like sickles, he could incapacitate a prisoner with a mere swipe. Witnessing Urki and Drake's formidable displays, Kid was not one to lag behind. He and Kira coordinated their efforts, driving back the very prisoner who had initially repelled him. In the face of the combined strength of the four supernovas, even these notorious figures of the sea had to reassess the capabilities of these rising talents. The remaining prisoners quickly distanced themselves, forming a tight cluster, eyes wary as they prepared for the impending confrontation. The leading prisoner wore a grim expression. Despite the target being within reach, a group of youngsters obstructed his path. It was clear that a moment's miscalculation could lead to his demise. Just as he braced himself against Kid and the others' advances, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind, his expression shifting from troubled to ferocious. Ha. Boys, let's see how you meet your end now. Just as I wished, I'll slaughter you right now. In the face of such provocation, Kid did not flinch. He boldly locked eyes with the prisoner, defiantly shouting back, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" At that moment, a resounding shout erupted from the approaching prisoners, accompanied by their anguished cries, reaching the ears of Kid and his companions. The prisoner facing Kid attempted to turn, only to feel a sudden constriction around his neck, followed by his face plunging into the hard frozen earth. So many handsome lads. It's truly a pity to have to kill you all. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a woman of formidable stature, rivaling that of a man, stood before them. She raised her bloodied fingers and began to delicately apply the crimson to her lips, even casting a flirtatious glance toward Kid and his companions. This woman, resembling a sorceress, made the defiant Kid take a step back. In terms of both power and the aura she exuded, the previous prisoners were utterly incomparable to her. There was an insurmountable chasm between them. Oh, is this the infamous Straw Hat? How fortunate for me. I shall not hesitate to claim his head. The notorious criminal, Katarina Devon, with a hand on her hip and a sway in her step, approached Luffy, who lay on the makeshift raft, overwhelmed by her menacing presence. Kid and his peers dared not make a move. To them, Luffy was merely a stranger they had known for mere minutes, unworthy of risking their lives for. Their priority was to contemplate their escape rather than devise a rescue plan. Stop right there. I shall not allow you to lay a finger on Straw Hat. Even as fear gripped him, Xiao Feng stood resolutely before Luffy, adopting an aggressive stance towards Katarina Devon. Oh, are you friends? Katarina Devon seemed intrigued, bending down to scrutinize Xiao Feng. Rest assured, I shall have both your heads mounted together. With that, she extended her hand toward Luffy. Transvestite fist, elegant swan dance. Xiao Feng shouted, rising onto his toes and swiftly spinning, channeling all his strength into a single leg as he aimed a kick at Katarina Devon's head. For Katarina, the strike infused with Xiao Feng's anger and hope was utterly trivial, even laughable. She merely reached out and caught Xiao Feng's leg with a gentle grip. After yawning and smirking menacingly, she exerted slight pressure, resulting in a sharp crack. The searing pain engulfed Xiao Feng, who let out a horrific scream as Katarina forcefully slammed his leg against the ground, burying his head in the thick snow. Enough noise, you androgynous duck. Since you are a friend, I shall deal with you first. Raising her bloodied fist, she prepared to strike down. Death wink. Just as Katarina was about to bring her fist down, her body bristled, and she abruptly swung her arm back. The sound of an explosive blast echoed as her prison uniform tore, crimson blood streaming from her arm, rapidly melting the snow beneath her. Katarina shook her arm and began to lick the wound, blood trickling down her mouth, her blood-stained lips glistening even more. Who? She inquired slowly. Ha. The others turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, only to behold an apparently deranged man standing atop a distant snow-capped mountain, incessantly striking an array of poses that brimmed with shame. How dare you utter such humiliating words to insult a new human? Such an affront is utterly unforgivable. In the name of the new human paradise, representing all new humans, I, the king of the transgenders, shall benevolently bestow upon you the punishment you rightfully deserve. After striking yet another pose, Ivankov covered his face with one hand and spoke in an undeniable tone. Transgender. King. The corners of Katarina Butterfly's eyes twitched twice. As a woman, she found it utterly intolerable, if not impossible, to confront the perversion before her. Alas, it is what it is. She twisted her neck, lowered her body, and her fingers began to dance slowly. This shall be your end. With a spring-like force, Katarina Butterfly propelled herself into the air, the heat generated by the reaction melting the snow beneath her and revealing the original yellow-black frozen earth. Just as she leapt, Ivankov revealed a triumphant smile and shouted, lightning. With her cry, the ground before Kid and the others erupted as if it had been cleaved, enveloping them within its grasp. At that moment, the airborne Katarina Butterfly sensed something amiss, but it was too late. After casting several deathly glances her way, Ivankov swiftly retreated, leaving Katarina Butterfly to shatter the upheaved earth upon landing, only to find that Kid and the others had long since vanished. Realizing she had been outmaneuvered, Katarina Butterfly stood still, her head bowed in silence. At this moment, more prisoners rushed from a distance, utterly oblivious to the grim-faced Xianyu hunters, and instead shouted loudly, "Where's the Straw Hat Kid? Didn't T.U. just say he was here?" Upon hearing this, Catherine Dye May turned to them, her crimson lips curling into an eerie chuckle. Chapter 191. The Escape in Progress Level 2. Magellan had already departed. In his eyes, the prisoners in the infinite hell held far greater significance than Blackbeard and Shiryu. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked Lafitte, the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates, as he twirled his cane slowly. Their mission was to recruit the criminals confined in the lower levels, but with Magellan's interference, their plans were thoroughly disrupted. Ha. Blackbeard burst into hearty laughter. What an interesting fellow. I find myself increasingly intrigued by that little brat named McKen. Let us join the fun. Under Blackbeard's leadership, the crew ventured towards the extreme cold hell, even Shiryu lighting a cigar with an enigmatic smile, following in their wake. Although he held no interest in Blackbeard's or Macken's schemes, the gathering prey in extreme cold hell would undoubtedly satiate his bloodlust. As for the jailers, whether out of adherence to their professional ethics or for the sake of their lives, they all unequivocally began making their way towards the extreme cold hell. Persuaded by Macken's words, Level 1, Bonnie clutched her hair in a frenzy. What do we do now? She shouted angrily at Hawkins, who was still leisurely engaging in divination nearby. The feeling of being manipulated was far from pleasant. Hawkins remained unhurried in his response, his gaze fixed on the drawn death card as he pondered silently. Regardless of the interpretation, whether upright or reversed, it was evident that he could not avoid involvement in this affair. It seemed he would have to accept his fate. With a flick of his finger, he made the card vanish as if performing magic. Let us go. We cannot evade this. Watching Hawkins lead his crew onward, Bonnie stomped her foot, but ultimately followed him. Just as Hawkins had stated, she no longer possessed the right to choose. Or rather, since becoming entangled with the darkness, her destiny had slipped beyond her control. Level 6. The cell where Ace and Jinbei were imprisoned. Thank you, Jinbei. I owe you one, Ace said, lowering his head. No, you should not be thanking me. But rather remember this. Anger is an extreme force, and you must learn to control it, especially as the older brother, Jinbei replied, rising and stretching his long-restrained limbs. He approached Ace and extended a hand, speaking with firm resolve. Can you still stand? I believe someone is waiting for you. Of course. Ace lifted his head, meeting Jinbei's gaze with the same unwavering determination, extending his hand to grasp Jinbei's large one. With Jinbei's assistance, Ace made his way to the prison door, where the Empress Hancock was intently fixed on the entrance. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you, Ace said, bowing deeply to Hancock, his tone earnest. Hancock, however, paid no heed to Ace, striding silently towards the entrance. Behind her, Ace clenched his fists, flames erupting fiercely from above. Feeling the heat of the fire, Ace murmured, Luffy, this time, I will not allow anyone to harm you, I promise. Level 5. 5. Newcomer Paradise. This is how the events unfolded. The Okama King Ivankov recounted everything that had transpired during this time to Kid and the others, particularly the upheaval instigated by McKen, known as the Great Escape. Oomph. I couldn't care less about that straw hat brat's fate, Kid exclaimed, his fury manifesting as he slammed his fist onto the table, his gaze shifting dangerously towards Luffy, who lay on the bed, continually moaning in distress. This incited a sense of vigilance in the transformed male, Emizuna, who quietly adopted a defensive posture, prepared to take action at the slightest provocation. However, the anticipated dire scenario failed to materialize, as Kid shifted his gaze to the other supernovas. Yet, the individual named McKen had truly provoked my ire. I must personally deal with him. After Kid asserted his stance, the others exchanged glances. Kia, being a steadfast ally of Kid, naturally supported his decision without hesitation. Urki, on the other hand, remained indifferent. As a proud pirate, he relished the opportunity to confront formidable opponents. As for Drake, the undercover naval officer, he harbored his own objectives. His immediate priority was to escape from Impel Down. In pursuit of this goal, aligning with Macken's faction appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Nonetheless, the current situation seemed decidedly irrational. It was evident that Kid would likely turn against him first. By remaining silent, Drake tacitly accepted his inclusion in Ivankov's camp. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Impel Down was currently dominated by 3 factions: ours, the escaped prisoners, and the guards. Ivankov began to succinctly outline the circumstances at hand. Presently, it seemed that the guards, led by Magellan, maintained an inherently antagonistic relationship with the prisoners, though it could not be ruled out that some self-preserving individuals might defect to the prisoners' side. Regardless, we were undoubtedly the weakest faction in terms of both influence and strength. Our immediate task was to endure for 1 hour. If, indeed, the Black Swan's prediction proved accurate, our position would ultimately become advantageous. Ivankov, with a serious demeanor, tapped the table confidently. He possessed unwavering assurance. Even if Macken's claims were true, they would not pose a threat to him. The location of the new half-paradise was secluded, and even a viral outbreak Macken spoke of could not reach this place. Moreover, as the wielder of the hormone fruit, he had injected a sufficient quantity of hormones into the others, thus enhancing their immunity. Unless faced with abilities akin to the poison fruit, he perceived little danger from artificially synthesized viruses. It must be acknowledged that his reasoning was astute. For the majority of ordinary individuals, biological virus was undoubtedly a lethal weapon. However, for certain strong individuals and devil fruit users, it proved largely ineffective. Firstly, these powerful beings typically possess the ability to restore life. Making any assessment based on human standards inherently flawed, viruses struggled to survive within their bodies. Secondly, biological virus was, after all, a material product, and when confronted with the entirely irrational capabilities of devil fruits, it indeed fell short. Furthermore, we held the significant bargaining chip of the Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov's gaze shifted to Luffy. Should we falter, we could always surrender him. He slowly strolled to the bedside of Luffy, observing the Straw Hat Boy who was both wailing in agony and murmuring the name of Ace. Watching Luffy wrestle with the Grim Reaper, Ivankov let out a faint sigh, hoping it would not come to that. Ivankov had already utilized healing hormones to inject Luffy with nearly a lethal dose of the substance, wagering 10 years of Luffy's life for a mere 1% chance of survival. Even he did not believe that the Straw Hat Boy could endure such a trial. Chapter 192. The Great Escape in Progress, Section 25, The Frigid Hell. Just hearing the name conjures an image of a desolate expanse blanketed in ice and snow. A scene dominated by pure white. Yet, upon reaching this place from level 6, McKen discovered that it was not as it seemed. Roar! It appears that the lunatics can no longer contain themselves. Accompanying McKen, Crocodile crouched down, teasing the snow that had turned to sludge with his fingers, chuckling softly. At this moment, the term frigid hell was utterly misplaced.